She is the lofty and perfect goddess, yet in the dead of night, dressed in pajamas and wielding a whip, she makes me play the role of her scumbag ex, kneeling at her feet, begging for forgiveness. With tears in my eyes, I performed with all my might, just to get the money that would save my mother's life. But when she held me in her arms and murmured to herself, I suddenly realized that this game was far more complicated than I had imagined. My name is young Ling, and I am a professional licking dog. My job is to fulfill the deep emotional needs of women. My first gig, and the client turned out to be Professor Jiang Xue, a renowned psychology professor at Ning University, the goddess I had admired for 4 years. I arrived at her house, rang the doorbell, and gave the code phrase, "Hello, I'm here to unclog the drain." The door opened, and Jiang Xue stood there in a sheer silk nightgown, her figure full and graceful, exuding a captivating charm, her eyes trembling with a mix of shock and nervousness. "Yang Ling, right? Here's the script. See if you can play the part," she said, handing me a script. I took one look and my mind was in turmoil. I never expected the usually dignified and aloof Professor Jiang to be into something this wild. I quickly got into character, playing the role of a scumbag who had let her down. I knelt before her, crawled toward her, wrapped my arms around her snow-white legs, and looked up pitifully, like a little wolf dog begging for forgiveness. Smack! Jiang Xue whipped me across the back, her face full of resentment. "Will you still go looking for your white moonlight?" "Xue, I won't dare anymore, I only love you," I answered affectionately. Jiang Xue looked at my face, dazed for a moment, then crouched down and touched my cheek. I lowered my head just in time to see the view inside her collar, truly a natural gift. Man's mouth, a lying devil. She suddenly raised the whip again and lashed down. After a few strikes, she seemed tired, breathing rapidly with her chest heaving violently. I watched her, feeling that this scene was absolutely thrilling. "Is it over?" I asked. "Yes, go wipe off the sweat, I'll apply medicine for you later." Her voice was icy. I walked into the bathroom, looked at the crisscrossed whip marks on my back in the mirror, expressionless. This pain is nothing compared to the bitterness of life. Wiping off my sweat, I walked out to find Jiang Xue slumped on the sofa, breathing heavily. "Pour me a glass of red wine." Her voice was clear and cold. She took a sip of red wine, set down the glass, stared straight at me, and murmured to herself, "Just too much like that scumbag ex-fiancé. Finally can focus on classes properly next week and get back to being the perfect goddess again." She counted out 5,000 yuan and handed it to me, which was 3,000 more than we had agreed upon. She said it was because I performed well, and the extra was a reward. I felt a bit of joy inside. With this money, I could pay my mom's hospitalization fees again. "You, sit in front of me, I'll apply the medicine for you," she said again. I immediately sat down, and she applied medicine to my back. Suddenly, she hugged me tightly from behind, making it a little hard to breathe. "From now on, be obedient and don't lie to me," she murmured to herself. I turned around and drew her into my embrace, kissing her earlobe as I whispered tenderly, "Xue, I'll be obedient, I absolutely won't lie to you, I absolutely won't leave you." I slowly moved closer to her lips, sensing each other's breath, her chest heaving intensely. I suddenly kissed her. Chapter 2 Signing the agreement, securing the client. We kissed, her lips soft, exuding a woman's fragrance, making me intoxicated. Just as my hand boldly reached for the summit, she abruptly pushed me away. "Don't take liberties from now on." She was panting, her chest heaving. "Sorry, Ms. Jiang, I thought we were still acting." "No need, will you come again in the future?" There was a hint of hope in her eyes. "Yes," I replied. "All right, let's sign an agreement. You'll come every Friday, and I'll give you 2,000 each time. If I'm satisfied, there'll be bonuses." Jiang Xue quickly drafted the agreement, stating that our relationship was strictly about service and money. Once we stepped out that door, we'd go our separate ways. After signing the agreement, she had me leave. Walking down the street, feeling the burning pain on my back and the weight of the money in my hand, my emotions were a tangled mess. So much has happened lately. I graduated but couldn't find a job, the childhood sweetheart I'd pursued for years dumped me, and my mother fell seriously ill, coughing up blood. Then, I received a call from my younger sister Yang Momo, "Brother, it's bad, Mom is coughing up blood again." I rushed to the hospital immediately, only to learn that my mother had a severe illness she'd been hiding from me all along. I swore I'd spare no expense to cure her. I reassured my sister by lying that I had found a voiceover job that would pay 8,000 a month. Both my sister and Mom were pleasantly surprised, and Mom even showed a rare smile. Chapter 3 Aunt Meijing. The attending physician for my mom turned out to be the elegant and graceful woman who had introduced me to Jiang Xue's family, Lin Meijing. She was wearing a white coat, with a full figure, a calm demeanor, and an intellectual air. "Family member of the patient, please come with me for a moment." She called me into her office. "Thank you, Auntie Lin Meijing," I said gratefully. "At the hospital, call me Dr. Lin." She showed a faint smile. "You did well. My best friend is very satisfied and even signed a long-term cooperation agreement. I can finally breathe easy. Take off your clothes," she added. I obediently removed my t-shirt. She examined my scars and said, "It's not serious. I'll apply some ointment for you. This type will leave no trace in a few days." She told me that her mom had liver cirrhosis, and the medical expenses were a bottomless pit. Xiao Yang, your acting is quite impressive. Jiang Xue said you portrayed that scumbag to the hilt. And I can do voice acting too. Well then, let me introduce you to another client. I was surprised inside, but I immediately agreed. I'll go, Dr. Lin, thank you. No need to thank me, I just hope I'm not pushing you into the abyss. My mother is already on the edge of the abyss. If I can save her, what does it matter if I step into the abyss myself? Indeed, your filial piety is commendable. Lin Meijing looked at me with a serious expression, earnestly advising me never to let them know that I served both of them. I bowed and left the examination room. Lin Meijing watched my retreating figure, the corner of her mouth quirking slightly. This little one really does resemble that person so much. She muttered to herself, saying that I was too much like that scumbag, hoping to ease Jiang Xue's resentment. It could also resolve another best friend's regret. I returned to the hospital room, calmed down my mom and younger sister, and then went back to the school dormitory. I took out my phone, and the information Lin Meijing sent showed that tonight's client advocates platonic love and pursues spiritual communication, rejecting carnal desires. I decided to go to the library to read books and cram knowledge, so as to better understand clients and help solve their troubles. The moment I opened the book, the words imprinted themselves in my mind. My memory became extraordinarily strong, almost photographic. This might be the result of my 4 years of disciplined exercise. The next morning, I got up at 6 and went for a run and worked out at the playground. A junior female student wanted to add me on WeChat, but I scared her off by frantically twisting my waist and hips while doing pull-ups. I chuckled wryly, only an auntie like Jiang Xue would appreciate this kind of alpha male waist. Right now, all I want is to make money. As for romance, not even a dog would bother with it. If I must date, I go for an auntie, they're financially free and generous. Back in the dorm, I changed clothes and headed to the library, where I pulled out the complete works of Plato to read. Chapter 4, The School Beauty Brings Me Chicken Drumsticks. This whole concept of spiritual love baffled him. If it meant giving his body, that wouldn't be hard. He was young, strong, and full of drive. But at his age, where would he find such profound elevation? He didn't even have time to read. Now, though, with his newfound photographic memory, reading shouldn't be a problem. Reading from morning till noon, he felt no fatigue thanks to the energy gained from his disciplined lifestyle. He read quickly and effortlessly. Photographic memory is truly amazing. If he'd had this ability before, why would he have worked so hard? But he simply couldn't comprehend platonic love. When a man and a woman fall deeply in love, can they truly suppress physical attraction? Wouldn't that be unnatural? Even a eunuch couldn't resist, right? After all, last night was merely role-playing, and even then, he'd wanted to hold Jiang Xue tight and take her fiercely. You, like this book too? A long-haired girl sat down across from him. Tall and slender, she wore a white shirt and jeans, her fair skin and oval face framed by shoulder-length black hair. What a beautiful junior. Ha! She looked like Xiaoxiu, the sophomore ranked in the top 10 of the campus beauty list. I do like it. Her eyes sparkled brightly, pure and clear. What's your favorite part about it? He pondered for a moment, his face filled with longing as he spoke softly. Probably the scene where Socrates strolls along the riverbank, talking as he walks. The river flows gently, surrounded by lush greenery. In summer, the cicadas chirping is bothersome, yet amidst this scene, they speak of trivial matters. In modern society, where could one find such leisurely grace? Her eyes lit up even brighter. At that moment, Yang Ling glanced at the copy of Plato's Symposium in the girl's hands. He hadn't expected her to be reading this book either, so he seized the chance to ask her a few questions. What do you think of platonic love? You like guys? The girl looked utterly astonished. Why do you say that? The symposium says that platonic love is between men. Yang Ling suddenly understood. Oh, I see. No wonder how could it be between a man and a woman. It was all about men and men. Xiaoxiu said that in ancient Greece, male-male relationships were prevalent. Something's off. The records show she's female, she must be Lin Meijing's best friend. Could it be a male best friend turned female? Wouldn't that make her a trans woman? What kind of woman do you think she is? Someone who prefers platonic love and never marries? Yang Ling pressed again. A neat freak. An intellectual. She seeks spiritual and emotional fulfillment, but she'll be full of contradictions. In modern society, among the masses, such people are rare. Nowadays, people live driven by desire, consumed by it. She still has a body, so she must have desires, yet she can't accept physical love. Therefore, she can never have a man. She will grow old alone, perhaps even in pain. Yang Ling's eyes lit up. I understand now. Thank you. He stood up, fetched more books, and sat down to read quietly. Every second counted now. Xiaoxiu's beautiful eyes brimmed with curiosity. Having spotted Yang Ling reading Plato this morning, she'd observed him all morning. She'd assumed he was just another guy putting on airs in front of girls. These days, few people have the heart to read classics. They'd long been immersed in the fragmented world of their phones. But he had genuinely read all morning. This guy was quite handsome, with a face full of determination. His voice was truly captivating, so magnetic it drew you right in. Ha! I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Oh right, morning workouts. He's always doing those too. Isn't he that show-off who does pull-ups while twisting his waist and hips? Who knew he was such a literature buff? Aren't you going to eat lunch? Yang Ling shook his head, pulling out a stale steamed bun, 3 hard-boiled eggs, and some pickled vegetables from his backpack. He works out, so he needs protein. Boiled eggs are a great source of high-quality protein and cheap. This is all he eats? Xia Xiu studied Yang Ling. His clothes were clean but worn, his jeans faded from countless washes. She walked away but returned shortly after. Here. She handed Yang Ling a bag containing 2 braised chicken drumsticks. This. The school beauty brought him chicken legs? No free lunch. It's fine. I ordered too much and can't finish it all. If you don't eat it, I'll just throw it away. Yang Ling looked at her strangely. This freshman must have watched too many campus romance dramas. Rich girl falls for poor boy. Come on, what am I thinking? Would such a cliché ever happen to him? Probably, she just thought he looked like a good study buddy since he was always buried in books. Thanks, Junior. My name's Yang Ling. I'm graduating soon. He stopped being polite and took the food to eat. Braised chicken legs like these cost 6 yuan each, something he usually couldn't bring himself to splurge on. Ha? You're graduating? Aren't you going to look for a job? I've sent out all the applications I needed to. Now I'm just waiting for responses. Gotta get back to reading. He ate while reading. Xia Xiu was stunned. He's ignoring me to read? I'm the campus beauty, you know. But this kind of guy actually piqued her interest. Yang Ling kept reading until 5 in the afternoon. Time was up. It was time to leave. As for whether he could meet the client's requirements, he'd just do his best. See you later, freshman. Oh. Xia Xiu felt a pang of disappointment when Yang Ling turned and walked away without a second glance. In her 2 years at university, she'd never met a guy who loved reading classics so much. He must be a very thoughtful senior. Would he come back tomorrow? Yang Ling returned to his dorm, took a shower, and changed into his best outfit. He splurged on a taxi ride to a villa district called Lanjiangyujing. Arriving at his destination, he found a tranquil private courtyard filled with birdsong and floral fragrance. A noblewoman in a cheap house sat in a chair, sipping tea while reading a book. Her jet-black hair was neatly pinned up at the nape of her neck. A jade necklace adorned her throat and a large emerald ring sparkled on her finger. She looked exactly like the Shanghai-style aristocratic ladies from the TV dramas. Yang Ling was utterly astonished. This, 38 years old? Her elegant and noble demeanor instantly evoked a desire to conquer. After exchanging greetings, she was indeed tonight's client, Zhang Fangya. Could spiritual love truly delay aging? Perhaps it was true. These past years, he had maintained extreme self-discipline and brimmed with energy. Spiritual love, after all, was a form of physical abstinence. Her skin was so fair, so well preserved. The thigh exposed by the slit in her cheepa was truly white. Those legs were so slender, perfectly proportioned. Her hips, perched on the stool, were perfectly rounded and pert. She was the epitome of a voluptuous beauty. Sister Fangya, you look so young. The records indicate that the client refuses to accept her age and has never married. Therefore, addressing her as sister would be more appropriate. Yang Ling walked in. Zhang Fangya stared at him intently, her eyes filled with disbelief. Chapter 5. A woman's emotional needs are diverse. Her best friend Lin Meijing told her she'd found a young man who looked just like that man and even sent her a photo. She immediately booked a ticket from Shanghai, driven by curiosity. Unbelievably, this boy really did look like him. Come, Xiao Yang, sit beside me. Yang Ling sat down immediately, catching a faint, heart-stirring scent of perfume. Zhang Fangya asked Yang Ling about certain matters. Yang Ling answered truthfully. Zhang Fangya checked Yang Ling's identity and records. After confirming everything was in order, she furrowed her brow. Could it be that this boy had no connection to that man? She pulled out a stack of A4 papers and handed them to Yang Ling. Take a look at this script first. Study it carefully. Yang Ling nodded, took it, and began reading intently. It was also for him to role-play. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment. Women's emotional needs and desires are truly diverse. Jiang Xue wanted him to play the role of a scumbag so she could vent her anger by hitting him, while Zhang Fangya wanted him to play the role of a deeply devoted boyfriend so she could vent her anger by hitting him? One a dominant sadist, the other a submissive masochist? But whatever. Just play the part well. He'd studied psychology and suspected both Jiang Xue and Zhang Fangya had psychological issues. Soon, he finished reading the script and understood Zhang Fangya's emotional needs. Zhang Fangya had deeply loved a man, but because she believed in platonic love, she rejected his advances. The man left in anger, but it was unclear what happened afterward that caused her to harbor deep regret and feel guilty toward him. Playing this role wouldn't be too difficult. After all, his experience in the voice acting club had allowed him to portray numerous fictional characters. Plus, after cramming acting knowledge yesterday, he had a photographic memory. Sister Fangya, how much acting is required? Authenticity. Got it. This is getting exciting. The client's needs come first. If she wants authenticity, then we'll give her authenticity. Sister Fangya, we can begin. So soon? Aren't you going to watch more? There's plenty of time. I need you to perform better too. I'm ready. Zhang Fangya narrowed her eyes, suddenly clenching her legs together, her lips trembling slightly. Alright, follow me inside. Inside her villa, the decor was tasteful, adorned with numerous art pieces that looked incredibly valuable. What a wealthy lady. She removed her emerald jade earrings and emerald ring, placing them on the table. She changed into a silk nightgown. He noticed that these wealthy ladies all seemed to favor silk nightgowns, probably because they were soft, smooth, and gentle on the skin. The nightgown draped down, revealing her figure. She was even taller and more curvaceous than Jiang Xue, at least 5 feet 9 inches by the look of it. She was clearly someone who exercised regularly. Simply put, she was a knockout. Put this set on first. Yang Ling picked up the clothes. It was a very stylish suit, though not the kind commonly seen today. Instead, it had a slightly vintage feel. Once he slipped it on, it fit perfectly, instantly transforming him into a gentleman. Zhang Fangya stared at him with sparkling eyes, her breathing slightly hurried. Go, close all the doors, windows, and curtains. Quickly. He quickly complied, closing even the upper-level windows and those along the hallway. Back on the first floor, Zhang Fangya gazed at him, her eyes misting over as tears welled up. She got carried away? She was quite the professional. This script called for him to act opposite Zhang Fangya. He was playing Zhang Fangya's lover, Qin Shen. He had assumed it was just a role-playing game the client wanted to play, but he hadn't expected the client herself to be so professional. He immediately got into character, his face darkening as he walked toward the door. Zhang Fangya rushed up and wrapped her arms around his waist from behind. The sensation surpassed even that with Jiang Xue. It was exhilarating. Brother Shen. Don't go, don't leave Xiaoya. Hearing that voice, Yang Ling's entire body trembled. It was too professional, even her voice sounded much younger and more innocent. Without seeing her face, she seemed transformed into an 18 or 19-year-old girl. Xiaoya, we're not right for each other. What you seek is a lofty, platonic love, but I'm just an ordinary man with responsibilities of my own. I need to get married, have children, and live an ordinary life. I don't want to immerse myself in that illusory spiritual world anymore. It's just not realistic. Yang Ling's voice was low, magnetic, and deeply affectionate. While perhaps not as polished as a professional actor, his emotional control was quite competent. This skill stemmed from his childhood experiences wandering the streets. He tried his best to embody the character. But didn't you used to love it? You said we'd pursue eternal love together. I did like it, but I don't like you having the same kind of spiritual love with someone else. Yang Ling turned around, his gentlemanly face contorting into a hideous grimace as he slapped Zhang Fangya across the face. You! Plato? Did he let you flirt with multiple men at once? And one of them is your teacher. Is he more refined than me? More erudite? Get out. Go find him. Hiding behind Plato's name of nobility to commit adultery, you disgust me. He acted with frenzied, hysterical intensity. Zhang Fangya covered her face, staring blankly at him as tears streamed down her cheeks. Yang Ling maintained his expression. Zhang Fangya knelt with a thud, crawled over, and clung to Yang Ling's feet. No, Xingu, I didn't. You misunderstand. I only love you. Don't leave me. Xiaoya will do anything, truly. Please don't go. You'd really do anything? A wicked gleam flashed in Yang Ling's eyes. Yes, I'll do anything. Rip. Yang Ling ripped open Zhang Fangya's nightgown and dragged her onto the carpet. Zhang Fangya demanded authenticity, so he would deliver it. But damn, this was thrilling. Now, Zhang Fangya knelt before him, her head tilted back, gazing at him with pitiful eyes. Her nightgown was already torn to shreds. The scene was utterly explosive, overwhelming his senses. Xingu, what are you going to do to me? Zhang Fangya's voice trembled with fear, yet held a hint of anticipation. You think you're so refined, don't you? So into Plato, huh? Today, I'll tear apart every shred of your so-called elegance and drown you in vulgarity. Now, get down on your knees like a dog. Yang Ling walked behind Zhang Fangya and slapped her firm, rounded buttocks. Still so high and mighty now? Smack. 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 For a long time, Yang Ling was deeply shaken inside. After a long while, Zhang Fangya caught her breath and slowly crawled onto the sofa, lying face down. Her gaze fixed on Yang Ling, a flicker of surprise and delight in her eyes. He really was like that person. If only she hadn't been so stubborn back then, he wouldn't have left. Brother Shen, can you help me apply the ointment? Xiaoya, it hurts, she whined, adopting a spoiled tone. The script had played out. Yang Ling pondered how to improvise freely. Should he treat her like he did Jiang Xue? Last time with Jiang Xue, she hadn't been very angry. He felt that after intense emotional swings, tenderness was needed. So he'd just keep acting. Chapter 6, Such a Gentle Aunt. He applied ointment to Zhang Fangya's snow-white skin. After a moment's thought, he dabbed a bit of the ointment near her eye. It stung fiercely, making her eyes burn and tears well up, trickling down onto her back. Brother Shen, why are you crying? Zhang Fangya looked utterly surprised. This boy, how could he cry so easily? Such great acting skills? Xiaoya, you're finally mine alone. I love you so much. I want to hold you. Xiaoya loves you too. After applying the medicine, Zhang Fangya sat up, wrapped her arms around him, and gazed at him with deep affection. Her embrace felt so comfortable, so warm, and she smelled so sweet. In this moment, young Ling felt he had found a harbor. He never imagined he could hold such an unparalleled beauty in his arms in this lifetime. Zhang Fangya held him tightly, refusing to let go, as if she wanted to mold him into her very being. The next step, when passion reached its peak, would be a natural progression. He slowly leaned in to kiss her. She was beautiful, her lips sensual, carrying the scent of roses. But just as their lips were about to meet, Zhang Fangya pushed him away. She dressed, poured herself a glass of wine, and began to drink it slowly. Her hands trembled slightly. Good heavens! This boy was uncannily similar. She felt transported back to her youth. If her acting skills weren't so polished, she might have easily broken character. She genuinely felt the urge to kiss him back. Yang Ling felt a pang of disappointment. Just then, Zhang Fangya approached him, studying him intently with a strange look in her eyes, as if deeply puzzled. Xiao Yang, are you sure you're not a professional actor? No, Aunt Meijing verified my credentials before trusting me. I'm just an amateur who taught myself acting and does voiceovers. Very good, little young. What are your thoughts on platonic love? He directly repeated what Xia Siyu had told him in the library. Oh? Seems you've done your homework. So, do you like that kind of relationship? Thinking of Zhang Fangya's admiration for platonic love, he could only answer that he did. You're lying. Zhang Fangya chuckled, pointing at his crotch. He looked down at his crotch without hesitation. Sister Fangya, you're so beautiful. You let me photograph that area and hug me. Do you really think a normal man like me could resist? If it bothers you, next time I'll tie it up with a cloth so it doesn't get in your way. From now on, I'll study with you. Let's sail together in the ocean of knowledge and become study buddies. Personally, I'm quite fond of literature too. Zhang Fangya shook her head. Yang Ling sighed inwardly. Seems like this client has some serious demands. But he had done his best. I'm sorry, Sister Fangya. I couldn't meet your expectations. I'll take my leave now. Zhang Fangya reached out and took his hand. Young man, what are you saying? I'm quite satisfied. Zhang Fangya pulled him over and sat down on the sofa. Finally, her butt started to hurt, so she just lay down on her stomach. Xiaoyang, when I was young, I truly cherished platonic love. I loved literature, loved to swim freely in the ocean of the spirit. But now that I'm old, I don't need spiritual fulfillment anymore. What I want now is to truly experience a physical love affair. Otherwise, when I die, I'll have regrets. Yang Ling swallowed hard. Physical love? Xiaoyang, do you also think I shouldn't be like this? That I've grown vulgar in my old age? Yang Ling shook his head. Joking aside, where's the old in that? Not an ounce of excess fat on her body, muscles so firm, skin so fair and smooth. Sister Fangya, Plato said that when the soul renounces the flesh and yearns for truth, that is the best state. And when the soul is tainted by the sins of the flesh, the desire to pursue truth remains unfulfilled. Have you, Sister Fangya, ceased to pursue truth? Zhang Fangya's eyes lit up as she looked at him with keen interest. Young Yang, it seems you've done your homework well. I adore diligent people. But do you know? When I was young, I too believed that when one has no strong desire for carnal pleasures, the mind is at peace. But what I gained in return was a lifetime of loneliness. A lifetime of regret. Plato was an idealist, but we are all mere mortals. Ah! If only I hadn't been so stubborn back then and had married him, then. Perhaps I simply hadn't attained Plato's level of enlightenment. I see. So it was missing out on someone you deeply loved. That explains these emotional needs now. Sister Fangya, this kind of love must be profound, right? What else can I do for you? Aunt Meijing recommended me here, and I don't want to disappoint you. You haven't disappointed me, sister. Moving forward, I'd like you to continue portraying Qin Shen accompany me as we reenact past experiences. Though it's just acting, it might offer my heart a sliver of solace. Ah, how elegant. To seek emotional fulfillment through role-playing. At that moment, Zhang Fangya took a gold bracelet from a box and handed it to Yang Ling. Sister Fangya, This gold bracelet is so large and heavy, solid gold. Just the gold alone would probably fetch tens of thousands. Its design was simple yet elegant, with intricate carvings of remarkable sophistication. Though he knew little about such things, he could tell this was no ordinary bracelet. Therefore, its value couldn't be measured solely by its gold content. This gold bracelet, you absolutely can't sell it. It's my token of love for him. I'm giving it to you now, but only when the day comes that I no longer need you. Then you can dispose of it. Zhang Fangya brought out a large trunk and opened it, revealing its contents. Old clothes were neatly folded, along with jewelry, books, notebooks, even some older CDs and photographs. These are all his old things he left with me. Take them back and study them carefully. Try to make your performance next week more authentic. If you succeed, we'll officially collaborate. At that moment, Zhang Fangya went inside and returned holding a thick stack of cash, which she handed to Yan Ling. 2,000? Holy crap, just for acting in a scene hugging her, filming her curvy hips, and he's giving me 20,000? In that moment, he realized how much better off these wealthy, mature women were compared to girls his own age. No drama, no fuss, mature, elegant, gentle, curvaceous, and wealthy. Beautiful women like Jiang Xue and Zhang Fangya seemed utterly flawless. They were perfect for him. If he could really be with them, he'd never have to worry about anything for the rest of his life. Earlier, sister was very happy and satisfied. The extra money is a bonus for you. This. Her way of speaking sounded so much like Jiang Xue's. How peculiar. And their emotional needs were completely opposite. Thank you, Sister Fangya. Alright, you can head back now. It's getting late, be careful on your way home. And remember, keep this confidential. Next week the exact time isn't set yet, but I'll let you know when it's finalized. Good night, Fangya. Good night. Yang Ling quickly returned to his dorm and pulled out the box Zhang Fangya had given him. He was curious about Qinshin and Zhang Fangya's past. What kind of past could have shaped Zhang Fangya's needs? Chapter 7, Professional Lick Dog. Opening it and examining its contents closely, he gained deeper insight into Zhang Fangya's story. The man she deeply loved was named Qinshin, and they had attended Magic City University together. During their university days, they were innocent, immersed in a sea of literature. Many diaries documented their sweet moments. Yang Ling became deeply captivated. This was true love. Thinking back on his so-called university romance, he felt like a complete fool and a sucker. He'd been at his ex-girlfriend's beck and call, overly attentive. It was fine at first, but everything changed after she got that green tea best friend. He finally understood why Zhang Fangya remained so deeply immersed in her past relationship, why she was filled with regret. This platonic love was profound beyond measure. The affection of soul and spirit was immeasurably deeper than any physical sensation. Physically, once you release, you enter the afterglow phase. Over time, it even becomes tedious. Spiritual connection, however, is ever-evolving, boundless. The fulfillment it brings is utterly addictive. The deeper the spiritual bond, the more excruciating the pain after a breakup. He opened that photo album and was struck as if by lightning. Holy! This man looks so much like him. Oh my god. He immediately took the album into the bathroom and compared them. It was uncannily similar. Holy crap! Could this be his father? This was the first time he'd ever found a trace of his suspected biological father. Impossible. He dismissed the thought immediately. Qinshin was from Shanghai, and he knew someone like Zhang Fangya, a high society lady. Judging by his clothes and demeanor, he was definitely from a wealthy family. But in his own memories, he was born in a small village, raised by his grandfather. After his grandfather passed away, a woman brought him to Ningqing, intending to sell him. He managed to escape and had been wandering ever since. Many memories had grown hazy. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. Perhaps he could learn more about Qinshin through Zhang Fangya. After a moment of contemplation, he set it aside. This matter couldn't be rushed. He lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Though he'd earned another 20,000, it was nowhere near enough to cover his mother's medical bills. Still, the situation with Jiang Xue and Zhang Fangya had opened his mind to new avenues of income. With his photographic memory, he could absorb more knowledge, elevate his intellect and refinement, and cater to the emotional needs and psychological values sought by wealthy women like Zhang Fangya and Jiang Xue. It was akin to living off someone else, yet different from the traditional notion of latching onto a wealthy woman. His approach was more akin to being a bootlicker. What is a lapdog? It refers to someone who excessively flatters and panders to others in relationships, even abandoning their self-respect and principles. In his case, he licks the wealthy women pay. It's a form of collaboration, an alternative profession. Yeah, call it professional bootlicking. Not a bad gig. But first, you have to find a wealthy woman. Search online, places wealthy women frequent. The answers appear: high-end nightclubs, exclusive gyms, upscale swimming clubs, luxury spa resorts, premium shopping malls, and the like. But he has no money. How could he afford such places? He could leverage his photographic memory to absorb relevant knowledge, polish his image, and then take short-term gigs at these venues. He'd trained in prisoner fitness for 4 years, gaining comprehensive knowledge across various fitness disciplines. As the saying goes, opportunity favors the prepared mind. He needed to elevate himself comprehensively in these areas. He scrolled through his phone until late into the night before finally falling asleep. In the morning, instead of getting up for his workout, he slept in. Carrying the box Zhang Fangya had given him, he quickly returned to his rented room in the urban village. Seeing his belongings piled up outside the hallway, his expression darkened instantly. As soon as he returned, the landlady approached him. This woman was thick with fat, with a large head and ears, yet she insisted on dressing up, all dolled up with heavy makeup. The last time Yang Ling came back, she had asked for his WeChat, saying she'd collect rent through the app from now on. Her social media feed was filled with nightclub photos, and whenever she saw him, her beady eyes would sparkle. She'd make suggestive physical advances, subtly hinting he should become her lover. After he refused, the plump woman wouldn't give up, frequently showing up at his place, acting as if she were best friends with his mother. Now that his mother is ill, she's kicked her out immediately, even throwing her belongings out. Xiao Yang's back. Don't blame auntie, okay? If your mom died here, the whole building would be hard to rent out. I haven't owed you any rent. What right do you have to throw my things out? Yang Ling's expression turned icy. Don't worry, I recorded it. If anything's damaged or missing, I'll compensate you. But honestly, your family's so poor, what could you possibly have that's valuable? On the contrary, you've worn down my house and furniture so badly. I'm just letting you off without charging for depreciation. Return my deposit. The fat woman returned the deposit. Yang Ling glanced around, gathered a few essentials, discarded everything else, and left immediately. Hey, little Yang, don't go. Remember what I told you last time? You promised, right? If you come to my place often, I'll not only let you stay here but also give you spending money. 500, no, 800 per visit. Not a penny more. That's the going rate. Go to hell, you fat cow. Look in the mirror, you're disgusting with that piggy face of yours. Compared to women like Jiang Xue and Zhang Fangya, this obese woman was nothing but a stinking maggot crawling through a sewer. You little bastard, just wait. The day will come when you'll come crawling back to me. The obese woman clutched her waist, her entire body trembling with rage. Yang Ling headed straight for the area near the First People's Hospital, planning to rent a place there. His mother's illness was a serious chronic condition, meaning frequent hospital visits were inevitable. Plus, he couldn't stay in the dorm much longer. Leaving his belongings there wasn't safe, especially Zhang Fangya's things, he couldn't risk losing them. After searching around, he found that this area near the city center had seen old houses renovated. Many urban villages had been transformed into housing developments or upscale apartments. Rent was ridiculously expensive everywhere. But upon reflection, renting in a remote village to care for his mother would waste too much time commuting. Better to rent here, where I'd have more time each day to look for work and study. Living in a nicer place might also help him meet better people. Who knows what opportunities might arise? Soon, he decided on an apartment slightly cheaper than a residential complex. It wasn't a commercial apartment, so utilities were priced the same as in the residential complex, though still much pricier than the village. After all, it was downtown, a bit pricier was understandable. He found the most suitable apartment building, spotted the for rent sign with the contact number, and called immediately. Before the apartment door even opened, he heard the click-clack of high heels on the floor. The door swung open, revealing a young woman dressed in an elegant silk dress. She appeared to be in her mid-30s, quite beautiful, with jet black hair elegantly pinned up at the nape of her neck, revealing her delicate features. Her voluptuous figure radiated the unique charm of a mature woman and the aura of a full-time homemaker from head to toe. In her hand, she carried several sets of keys, gleaming silver in the light. He silently counted them, at least 100 keys. Chapter 8, Ex-Girlfriend's Mother. This woman is so beautiful. I wonder which lucky man married her. I'm so jealous. To get to sleep next to a wife like that every night and be a landlord to boot. Absolutely perfect. She's the landlord's wife, still radiant, a married woman. I envy Chow Chow's life every single day. Are you looking to rent? Her voice was lovely, soothing to the soul, perfectly standard, no local accent like the others. Yes, ma'am. He nodded, his eyes glinting with innocent curiosity. There are still 15 vacant units in this apartment building, and quite a few more in those buildings over there. Which one would you like to see? This one, those ones, top notch. Ma'am, this one will do. It's close to the hospital and not far from the Riverside Park, perfect for morning jogs. Alright, follow me. Entering the apartment building, they took the elevator up to the 20th floor and stepped into a one-bedroom suite. Yang Ling fell in love with the place at first sight. With its north-south ventilation, it was worlds better than the dark, oppressive environment of the urban village. Even if it cost 3 times as much as the village, it didn't matter. Ma'am, I'll take this one. The young woman asked Yang Ling a few questions. Upon learning he was a recent college graduate, she frowned. You keep things clean, right? Of course. Rest assured, ma'am, I'll treat your place like my own home. That's good. Now I can relax. Over the years, I've seen far too many messy university students. Seeing how sensible Yang Ling was, the young woman smiled slightly. Alright, let's sign the contract. Get your ID out. After signing the contract, the terms were 3 months deposit and 3 months rent upfront, with a minimum 1-year lease. He frowned. Rent was 1,200, with a 3-month deposit and 3 months rent upfront, that would be 7,200 yuan. Ma'am, I just graduated and am short on cash. Could we do 1 month's deposit and 1 month's rent? The young woman frowned too, but after a moment's thought apartments weren't easy to rent these days, she agreed. This young man seemed pretty reliable to her. Fine. How will you pay? Cash. He handed over 2,400, feeling every penny. But at least his mom and sister would be living in a better place from now on. Next, he'd have to work hard to earn money. Ms. Wan, thank you. According to the contract, the landlady's name was Wan Ruyan. You're welcome. Wan Ruyan hesitated for a moment. Xiao Yang, come with me for a moment. Huh? What for? He immediately followed her and soon arrived at a storage room. There's quite a bit of furniture and appliances in here. See if there's anything you can use. If you don't mind, take it. It's just taking up space here. Yang Ling glanced around. Much of the furniture and appliances looked brand new and were even name brands. He selected a few items, particularly a health-preserving clay pot, one that would easily cost several hundred yuan to buy elsewhere. There was also a desk and office chair, very high-end. A set like that would probably cost thousands outside. Mom's medical bills were a bottomless pit, every penny saved counted. I'll take these. Ms. Wan, how much is it? No charge. Take them. When you move out, just leave them in the room for the next tenant. What? Thank you so much. You're such a kind-hearted and beautiful landlady. Having experienced countless ups and downs in human relationships, he instantly felt a strong fondness for Wan Ruyan. Of all the places he'd rented, this was the first time he'd encountered such a wonderful landlord. Right after moving in, she gave him gifts, and such high-quality ones at that. This would save him a lot of money. You're welcome. There are some heavy items in the apartment you rented. You'll need to handle those yourself. Take good care of the place, okay? Now, please move your belongings outside first. I need to close up. After he moved the items, the landlady closed the door and left. After moving his belongings into his room and clearing out the broken furniture, then he went to buy some daily necessities. After several hours of busy work, he was exhausted. Finally, he could lie down on the bed and relax. Moving into a new place felt so good. He glanced at the time. It was already afternoon. He headed to the hospital to check on his mom. As soon as he entered the ward, he saw a beautiful woman sitting beside the hospital bed, peeling fruit for his mother. Seeing this woman stirred something within him. She was his ex-girlfriend's mother, and also a former neighbor. Since her business had taken off, she had grown increasingly beautiful and youthful. Aunt Wan, what brings you here? The beautiful woman turned her head, her exquisite face flushed with slight anger. And you have the nerve to say that? Xian Yu is so seriously ill, yet you didn't even tell me. Do you consider your Aunt Wan an outsider? And why haven't you and Fei Fei come home for dinner in so long? Even if you're job hunting, you can't be that busy, right? Yang Ling didn't know how to respond. He didn't want to worry his mother and sister, so he hadn't mentioned breaking up with Lin Fei Fei yet. Aunt Wan, it's my fault. I've been incredibly busy lately. Strange. Could it be she still didn't know he'd broken up with her daughter? It must be that Lin Fei Fei hadn't told her yet. I forgive you. Come with me for a moment. Lin Wan stood up. Tall and slender, she was only slightly shorter than Yang Ling. Her office attire accentuated her curves, while her slender legs, clad in nude stockings, were adorned with sleek leather pumps. As she walked toward the exit, her pert behind swayed seductively, making Yang Ling swallow hard. Truth be told, Lin Wan was far more beautiful than her daughter, Lin Fei Fei. Mature, graceful, and enchantingly gentle, her ample bust well above a kneecap was something Lin Fei Fei's flat chest could never hope to rival. The women's charms were simply not in the same league. In truth, he harbored a deeply buried secret. From the start, he hadn't liked his ex-girlfriend Lin Fei Fei, he had liked Lin Wan. The story began 6 years ago. 6 years ago, his family rented a place in an urban village. Lin Wan moved into the same building with her 14-year-old daughter, Lin Fei Fei. After transferring schools, Lin Fei Fei ended up at the same middle school as him. She was in 8th grade, he was in 10th. One day, she was harassed by some troublemakers, and he stepped in to help her. Through that incident and others, they gradually became acquainted. He became Lin Fei Fei's protector. He often went to Lin Wan's house for meals, addressing her as Aunt Wan. The first time he saw her, she was dressed in a business suit, flesh-colored stockings, and high heels, a sight that made a powerful impression on his teenage heart. Lin Wan was too busy with work to care for Lin Fei Fei, so she was deeply grateful to him for walking Lin Fei Fei to and from school every day. She often sent gifts to his home and treated him very well. She became the object of his budding romantic fantasies. Later, when he was a junior in college, Lin Fei Fei also got into Ning University, and the two began dating. However, over the years, Lin Wan's business had prospered. She had become wealthy, bought a house and a car, and seemed to be compensating for Lin Fei Fei by giving her generous allowances, which had made her extravagant. Lin Fei Fei's social circle changed, and so did her heart. She felt they were no longer on the same level. The other night, she stayed out late partying at a nightclub with a group of friends. He waited for her for hours. When he finally confronted her, she wrapped her arm around a guy's waist, called him a pathetic suck-up, and told him to get lost. Truthfully, though he'd fawned over Lin Fei Fei for years, deep down he'd always seen her as a little sister. Lin Wan was the object of his youthful, budding crush. But because of the huge age gap between them, he knew it was impossible, so he settled for pursuing her daughter instead. If he couldn't have her as a wife, surely he could have her as a mother-in-law? Too bad now he couldn't even be her father-in-law. Ha! Wait a minute, Lin Wan is single too. Damn it, Lin Feifei called him a lapdog and told him to stay out of her life. But if he became her father, couldn't he then discipline that unfilial daughter? Chapter 9, Being your dad should be fine, right? Yang Ling watched Lin Wan's retreating figure, his heart growing hot. Emotions long suppressed deep within him erupted, uncontrollable. Ling, why didn't you bring Qianyu to the hospital for a checkup before? The liver is a silent organ. By the time she came in, it was already very serious. Yang Ling shook his head. These past years, I've been busy with school, part-time jobs, and dating Feifei. I neglected a lot at home. Besides, our family has always been struggling financially. I see. So what are your plans? Lin Wan's expression turned serious. No matter the cost, I'll do everything to extend my mother's life. I've consulted the doctor, there's no cancerous growth. With proper management, her quality of life can improve. Yang Ling's face was set with determination. She hasn't had a chance to enjoy life yet. I refuse to let her go like this. I'll work hard to earn money so she can live in a big house, dance and sing every day, and be truly happy. Good for you, Ling. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Lin Wan looked at him with admiration, then pulled some money out of her purse. Aunt Wan's funds are a bit tight lately, mortgage, car loan, and employee salaries to cover. I can only scrape together 20,000 yuan for you. Yang Ling pushed the money back. Aunt Wan, it's not necessary. You think it's too little? Lin Wan frowned. No. No matter how much Aunt Wan offers, I'd never think it's too little. I'd be incredibly grateful. It's just, Feifei and I broke up. What? When did that happen? You two were always getting along so well. Lin Wan frowned. Ling, did Feifei do something to hurt you? Yang Ling sighed. Aunt Wan, the money I earn from working part-time all month isn't enough to cover what she spends in a single night. He recounted how Lin Feifei had gone clubbing a few days prior. She called me a pathetic sucker and told me to get lost. I don't want anything to do with her anymore. Lin Wan trembled with rage, her chest heaving. How dare she? Since high school, you've protected her on her way to and from school. Without you, I couldn't have focused on my business. Even after she started college, you kept being so good to her. How could she change her mind just because she got a little money? Ah, it's my fault. A few years back, I got a bit carried away too, telling her not to hold back. Who knew? New money brings no self-control. It's my fault. Aunt Wan, don't be angry. She went to college, met new people, experienced new things. She's so beautiful, maybe some rich kid took a fancy to her and pulled her into their high-spending circle. He had been furious before, but now he felt it was for the best. After meeting Lin Wan, his anger faded completely. He realized that a mature woman like her was exactly his type. Lin Feifei was spoiled, playful, and immature. She didn't appreciate his concern, even saying he nagged like her father. Fine, then he'd be her father. Lin Wan took his hand and placed the money in it. Ling, take this. Even if we're breaking up, the friendship between our families remains. Thank you, Aunt Wan. Consider it a loan. Once I earn money, I'll repay you and repay your kindness. His other hand instinctively rested on the back of hers. Lin Wan tried to pull her hand away, but found Yang Ling holding it tightly. She didn't dwell on it, only sensing the pain within Yang Ling. She tugged again before finally freeing her hand, then gently ruffled Yang Ling's hair. Ling, don't be sad. When I get back, I'll definitely talk to her. I'll tell her you're the son-in-law I've chosen. Aunt Wan, perhaps not. Matters of the heart can't be forced. But Aunt Wan, you've been so kind to me, I don't hate her. But Aunt Wan, she spends money like water. You really need to talk to her about that. The money I make from my part-time job in a month isn't enough to cover what she spends in a single night. That good for nothing. This is outrageous. I'll confront her the moment I finish work tonight. Lin Wan was quite satisfied with Yang Ling. After all, they'd known each other for years. Though poor, he was ambitious, hardworking, and considerate, a true gentleman. He'd always protected her daughter and worked diligently at home, helping with countless chores. He even washed her and Lin Feifei's underwear. He'd given his all, only to be dumped by her daughter, who'd even humiliated him by calling him a lapdog right when his mother was critically ill in the hospital. How bitter his life had been lately. A wave of guilt surged within her. Unable to hold back, she pulled Yang Ling into her arms and patted his back. Ling, thank you. I'll tell her that even though they're broken up, you're still like her brother. You can still keep an eye on her and give her a talking to. Aunt Wan's embrace felt so warm, and she smelled so good. This mature woman's charm had a profound impact on him. The smoldering anger he'd brought back from Zhang Fangya instantly flared up. Lin Wan seemed to sense something, her face flushing as she shot him a slightly angry glare. Aunt Wan, I need to use the restroom. Lin Wan's cheeks flushed as she thought to herself, she only saw young Ling as a junior. That kid reacted just from a hug? What did he take her for? Ah, young people, such fiery tempers. Who would have thought that little boy had grown up so much? She shook her head sharply and hurried away, though her legs felt oddly weak for some reason. Sigh. 6 years ago, after her husband died, she never sought another man for her daughter's sake, numbing herself with work. Not even in the business world. It was a lie to say she didn't want to. Yang Ling emerged from the restroom to find Lin Wan gone. Returning to the ward, his sister told him she had already left. He felt a pang of loss. Deep down, an uncontrollable thought began to take root. He wondered if Lin Wan had found a boyfriend over the years. Probably not, she'd always been consumed by her career, a true powerhouse. He felt he absolutely had to confess his feelings to Lin Wan. Even if rejected, he would have no regrets. Mom, Aunt Wan gave us 2,000. Xiaoling, Aunt Wan's business hasn't been easy lately, and she has mortgage and car loan payments. Giving us 20,000 yuan isn't something she can do lightly. Yeah, I know. I'll earn it back as soon as I can. Brother, maybe I shouldn't go to school after all. I should start working soon. I don't want you to struggle alone. Yang Ling tapped her on the head and suddenly noticed a large bloodstain on the back of her clothes. Though washed, it was still quite visible. Momo, what happened? It's nothing. This morning when I was helping Mom up, she coughed up a little more blood. I washed it already, but it just wouldn't come out completely. I'll soak it in bleach when we get home. Forget it. It's old anyway. No way. You bought this for me 2 years ago. It's my best outfit. Yang Ling felt a pang of sorrow, her eyes welling up. Other families spoil their daughters with wealth. His family raised theirs in poverty. A shirt bought 2 years ago was actually her best outfit. If not for the bloodstain, the rest of it was spotless proof of how carefully she'd always treated it. He glanced at her shoes and pants, both worn but spotless. Xiaoling, Momo, it's all my fault for dragging you down. Mom, here we go again. By your logic, if I hadn't held you back, you wouldn't have gotten sick and been unable to afford treatment. Exactly, Mom. You were a real beauty when you were young, so many guys were after you. If it weren't for us, you'd have gotten married long ago. Yang Ling couldn't agree more. When his mom adopted him, she was only 30, a real beauty. But now, she was sick. Her liver disease had left her with a gaunt face and poor complexion. Mom, just focus on getting better. Medicine is so advanced these days, what if they actually cure you? Don't worry about the money, Yang Ling said with a smile. Guess what? I have some great news. Just this morning, my audiobook earned another royalty payment. Wanna guess how much I made? Wow, really? Like, 5,000? Chapter 10, My Little Sister Has Grown Up. Yang Ling chuckled. Less than that, 20,000. What? 20,000? She quickly covered her mouth, eyes wide with awe. Yeah, I'll buy you some new clothes later. Yang Qianyu looked utterly astonished, then broke into a smile. My little Ling is so amazing. So, Mom can focus on getting better, and Momo can focus on her studies. After eating the meals young Momo brought back from the hospital cafeteria and feeding Mom some porridge, they set off with Yang Momo. Ningqing First People's Hospital wasn't far from downtown, so they walked straight to the pedestrian street. They came to a traffic light. Brother. Yang Momo looked at him, hesitating to speak. What is it? From now on, speak your mind. Don't beat around the bush with your big brother. These past years, I neglected you and Mom. That won't happen anymore. Yang Momo's eyes welled up as she hesitated. Brother, I really want to hold your hand and cross the street like we did when we were kids. You've always been protecting me, afraid I'd get hit by a car. But now we're both grown up, and you have a girlfriend. So what? Didn't I say? Even when we grow up, you'll still be my little sister. He reached out and took her hand. He desperately wanted to make up for the years he'd neglected his family. In the past, she would have taken his hand first. But now she hesitated, full of reservations. Her hands felt surprisingly rough. These were hands that had been working since childhood. After he started high school, his younger sister took over most of the household chores. Yang Momo flashed a faint smile. Brother, I want some cotton candy. You're so old now, and you still want to eat that stuff? I want some. Don't you remember? Back then, I wanted cotton candy but couldn't afford it. You said you'd buy me some once you earned enough money. I'd been waiting for years. That promise was made when Momo was in 6th grade. All these years later, she still remembered. The thing is, 6 years later, he still hadn't kept it. Soon, he was holding her hand as she licked her cotton candy, smiling happily. Soon they arrived at the pedestrian street. First stop, the Urban Beauty Lingerie Store. This brand was mid-range, affordable for most people, and seemed to be of decent quality. Bro, what are we doing here? I haven't bought you clothes in years. Your last lingerie was probably from my freshman year. Haven't you grown? Doesn't it feel tight? Yang Momo flushed instantly. Brother, why are you asking such direct questions? Oh my, why so shy? Mom's broken sick, can't take care of you. You should have told me sooner. Eldest brother is like a father, you know? Truthfully, Yang Ling felt a bit awkward himself. After all, they were grown adults now. But he had to say it this way to break the awkwardness. I told you. 2 years ago. I told you. You said you'd buy it for me, but you never did. All you ever cared about was Sister Fei Fei. So I had to wear Mom's clothes. Yang Ling scratched his head. From now on, just tell me what you want to buy. Thanks, big bro. Yang Momo immediately went to pick something out, but her movements seemed timid and hesitant. Before long, beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Yang Ling felt a pang of unease. These past few years, his sister had lived with such low self-esteem that it had shaped her entire personality. He walked over and made the decisions for her, picking out 3 sets of pajamas, 3 bras, and 5 pairs of underwear. Oh, handsome, shopping for your girlfriend? You've got great taste. Yang Momo flushed. My sister. Oh, your sister. But you don't seem to know her very well. You bought the underwear too small. Huh? Really? Yang Ling looked at Yang Momo. Yang Momo kept her head down, her face flushed. Brother, I bought it 1 size too small. Yang Ling's eyes widened. Then you must be really uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable, but there's nothing I can do. Oh my god, what a sin. Miss, could you get me the size? The salesperson went to fetch it immediately. Momo, do you know Mom's size? He had originally planned to buy his mom some cheaper underwear. Because he'd bought her this brand before, but she returned it, saying she didn't need something so fancy. Now that Mom was sick, if not now, then when? From now on, she should wear comfortable, beautiful things. Let her enjoy life to the fullest in her remaining years. I know. It's about the same as mine. Seems like my sister really has a knack for this. Alright, pick out 3 sets for her. While you're at it, grab some other loungewear too. Checkout was quick, over 800 in total. Then we went to 3 Wood Horse brand, where I bought my sister 3 youthful and vibrant outfits. He also bought 2 sets for himself. Since Mom couldn't wear them while hospitalized, he planned to bring her here to shop after her discharge. He spent over 1,000 yuan. Momo, if you need anything else, just say the word. Bro, I don't need anything else. Everything else is still usable. With Mom in the hospital, we're short on money, so we really need to save. Yang Momo felt deeply heartbroken. Alright, well, let's get you some hair accessories. Your hair looks a bit messy. They browsed hair accessories at a roadside stall and quickly picked out a few nice ones. Thanks, big bro. Yang Momo beamed with joy. It had been years since her brother had spent time with her like this, buying her so many things. The brother who loved and protected her had returned. Don't thank me. Come on, I'll take you somewhere you'll definitely love. Yang Ling led Yang Momo to the apartment. Brother, this place is absolutely amazing. Yang Momo was overjoyed. She never dreamed she could live in a place like this. Seeing his sister so happy made Yang Ling happy too. Momo, I signed a 1-year lease. This place is our home for now. You and Mom can share a room. I'll sleep on the fold-out bed in the living room. You can come back here on weekends. Okay. I'll take a shower and head back to school soon. Right in front of Yang Ling, she slipped off her shirt. Huh? That old underwear really was too tight, and it was Mom's old, worn-out underwear at that. Cough cough. Yang Ling cleared his throat forcefully. Bro, what's wrong? Is your throat bothering you? Momo, you're growing up. Mind your manners. Yang Ling tapped her head, scolding her with a sigh. Growing up doesn't change who I am. You're still touching my head. Brother, you wouldn't happen to have improper thoughts about me, would you? Yang Momo's face flushed crimson. Go take your shower. Yang Ling felt awkward and hurried to the balcony. Sigh. He was already in the prime of his youth, and to maintain his vigor, he practiced an almost obsessive self-discipline. But dealing with Jiang Xue and Zhang Fangya had left him boiling with frustration. Yet just now, Yang Momo had acted like she did when she was little. Could she still act that way? They were grown-ups now. Before long, Yang Momo emerged wearing her new clothes. Whenever they bought new clothes before, they'd rush to wear them without even washing them first. After all, opportunities to wear something new were rare. Momo, does it fit well? At first glance, Yang Momo seemed like a completely different person. Once a plain Jane, now radiant and youthful, a true campus beauty. She was stunning, no less beautiful than Xia Xiyu, whom they'd met in the library. And she was even more gifted than Xia Xiyu. It fits perfectly and feels great. Oh, I forgot to cut the tag. Bro, could you help me snip it off? Why the rush? Yang Ling found a pair of scissors and helped her cut the tag. At that moment, Yang Momo bit her lip nervously and said, Bro, the one inside. I didn't cut that one either. Chapter 11, Tonight, you'll be my toy boy. Yang Ling watched as Yang Momo lifted her shirt and hurriedly pulled it back down. Go into the room and cut them yourself. You're old enough now, can't you handle something this simple? Oh. Yang Momo could only pout as she went into the room. She emerged a short while later. Momo, focus on your studies from now on. Earn more certifications, plan your time and future carefully. You could become a teacher or even take the civil service exam. I'll always support you. We're kids from a poor family. Everything we have to rely on ourselves. Brother, can I learn voice acting like you? This industry isn't easy to break into anymore. But if you're interested, you could join the voice acting club to learn acting and voice work. After packing up, he accompanied Yang Momo to the hospital, helping his mother with meals, washing, and bedtime before taking Yang Momo to Ning University. On the subway ride, Yang Momo kept her arm wrapped around his, resting her head on his shoulder. Upon entering Ningda's campus, he suddenly felt the world was too small. How could he run into Lin Feifei this late at night? But lately, that woman had taken to frequenting nightclubs, so coming home late was normal. She was entering the campus with a group of male and female classmates. She had her arm hooked around a guy's, who was likely her current boyfriend. Those people were her so-called circle, all from well-off families who loved living for the moment. Damn it! Just as he was about to leave, Yang Momo's face flushed with anger. Sis Feifei, why, are you holding another guy's arm? Lin Feifei turned her head and gave Yang Ling a cold glance. She possessed Lin Wan's beauty, but her figure was slender, her chest needing support from a bra. Yang Ling, still not graduated? Couldn't find a job, or just not ready to give up? I made it perfectly clear last time you can't give me the life I want. Don't come looking for me. Sis Feifei, you too. Momo, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Ren Zipeng. Why? Sister Feifei, weren't you and my brother really close? Didn't you say you'd get married after graduation? He's been protecting you since high school. Yang Momo's face flushed with anger. It was all because of this woman that her brother had neglected her. But now, she'd actually dumped him. Lin Feifei shook her head. Love can't put bread on the table. Besides, you and I are from different social classes now. You can only afford rental apartments, while I already have a house and a car. The people I associate with are from the upper echelons. Naturally, the man I marry will be from that circle too. Let me put it this way, your brother's monthly earnings from his side job wouldn't even cover one night of my expenses. Tell me, how could he possibly support me? Yang Momo stared in disbelief. She thought women like this only existed in novels, never imagined they'd appear in real life. And Momo, you and your mom are just dead weight to him. Even if he lands a good job, how could he possibly marry me? I don't want all that baggage. Yang Momo suddenly understood. All the other excuses were just that, excuses. She and her mother were the real reasons. Instantly, her heart filled with guilt toward her brother. After all, who would marry into a family like this? She crouched on the ground and began to cry. Suddenly, Yang Ling yanked Lin Feifei toward him and slapped her buttocks repeatedly, landing several hard blows. Lin Feifei covered her face, her expression one of utter disbelief, her cheeks flushing crimson. Yang Ling, you dare hit me? And there? This man, who had adored her for years, always loving and protecting her, now he dared to strike her. Lin Feifei, you have no right to say that. Because all these years, you've been the burden to me and your mother. I protected you for 6 years. Don't think that just because we broke up, I can't control you anymore. Aunt Wan approved of this. You told my mother? A flicker of fear crossed Lin Feifei's eyes. Her mother had always firmly believed Yang Ling was someone worthy of entrusting her life to. You've become such a mess, of course I told her. Think carefully about how hard Aunt Wan worked to give you this life, yet you thought you'd somehow entered some so-called elite circle. Just wait until the day no one hands you money anymore. Then we'll see how you manage. Who are you to talk to me? You're nobody to me. Get out. Yang Ling slapped her but a few more times. That felt satisfying. Once he'd held her in the palm of his hand. Now, all he wanted to do was slap her. You dare hit my girlfriend? You want to die? The young man's face twisted with rage. You're the one asking for it. I told him to hit you. A wave of perfume drifted over as Lin Wan approached, her expression cold and fierce. Lin Feifei looked terrified. Mom, how did you get here? If I hadn't come tonight, I wouldn't have known you'd become like this. Lin Feifei, all these years, if not for Xiaoling's help, I wouldn't be where I am today. And you certainly wouldn't have the life you have now. And what did you just say? Are you trying to drive me to my grave? Mom, I know I was wrong. Starting today, your allowance is cut in half. Auntie, Ren Zipeng, will cover Feifei's living expenses. You can rest assured. Ren Zipeng spoke up immediately, his face brimming with arrogance. Get the hell out of here. You're the one who led my daughter astray. Stay away from her from now on, or I'll go find your teacher or find someone to break your legs. To Yang Ling, the gentle and charming Lin Wan seemed like a completely different person, now cold, fierce, and queenly. Ren Zipeng dared not utter a word and turned to leave. Lin Wan and Yang Ling escorted Lin Feifei and Yang Momo to the girls' dormitory. At the dormitory entrance, Lin Feifei shot Yang Ling a vicious glare before hurrying upstairs. Yang Ling escorted Yang Momo to another building. Brother, I'm sorry. It's all my fault and Mom's fault for dragging you into this. Yang Ling tapped her head. Without mom and you, I'd probably be a pile of bones by now. Think like that again, and I'll spank your bottom. Yang Momo's eyes welled up as she hugged him. Brother, Lin Feifei doesn't want you. From now on, I won't marry anyone. Let's all live together as a family, okay? What nonsense are you talking? Go on up. Yang Momo reluctantly let go, but she was happy. Soon, she entered the dormitory building. He turned to leave and saw Lin Wan waiting by the roadside. Aunt Wan, you were so impressive just now. You scared that Rin Zipling into silence. Ah, Xiaoling, I'm so sorry. I never imagined Feifei would say such hurtful things. She used to be so well behaved. Someone must have led her astray. I'll make more time to keep an eye on her from now on. Auntie Wan, it's Feifei who wronged me. You haven't done anything wrong. Yang Ling took a moment to observe Lin Wan. She was dressed in a business suit, but tonight she'd deliberately chosen black stockings and a pair of Valentino high heels, making her appear even more tall and elegant. Auntie Wan, you look stunning. Sweet talker, Lin Wan said softly, her voice gentle around Yang Ling. Xiaoling, can you drink? Yes. He hadn't touched alcohol in years, disciplining himself strictly. Drinking offered no benefits for fitness. But now, since Auntie Lin asked, of course he could. Alright then, later on, help Auntie Wan block a few drinks for me, okay? She wrapped her arm around his. Xiaoling, tonight, you'll be my sugar daddy. Chapter 12, Playing Along. Yang Ling's body jerked. He stared at her in disbelief. Aunt Wan, what did you say? She extended a finger and tapped his forehead. Don't get the wrong idea. You know I run a high-end spa club. My clients are all wealthy women with money to spare. That's the social circle I move in. I have to maintain relationships with clients, but I've never really fit in with them. I never quite clicked with them. Because of that, many clients have lost trust in me. A lot of members have left. Do you understand what I mean? I get it. You want me to be your sugar baby and put on a show for them? Yes, Xiaoling, you're so smart. Just help me keep tonight's client happy, and I'll give you 10,000 yuan as a reward. Money? Aunt Wan, don't worry. I'll handle it. He wrapped his arms around Lin Wan. Lin Wan shuddered. She'd been holding back for so long, and now, embraced by a young man radiating pure testosterone, an unfamiliar sensation surged through her. It's been so many years since. Oh dear, Lin Wan, what are you thinking? He's your daughter's ex-boyfriend. He's your junior. They pulled over to the roadside, got into Lin Wan's car, and soon arrived at a bar. They entered a private room where the atmosphere was boisterous, filled with all sorts of seductive laughter. Several women dressed in flashy outfits sat on the sofas, each accompanied by a handsome young man. Each young man wore dress pants and a white shirt, the collar wide open to reveal the chest muscles beneath. Everyone's eyes widened as young Ling and Lin Wan entered. Wan, you're really keeping a gigolo? Seriously? A beautiful woman exclaimed in astonishment. Of course. I've wanted to try this for ages, but I prefer fresh-faced college boys like this. Damn, you really know how to play the field. Handsome guy, you're quite good-looking and have a great build. Come sit with your big sister. Yang Ling felt a pang of curiosity. These wealthy women playing with gigolos here? He'd heard about it, but never seen it firsthand, never been to such a place. Aunt Wan said she liked inexperienced college students? Xing, don't bully him, he's never seen the world. Lin Wan suddenly regretted her actions. What was she thinking, dragging him into this circle? Wasn't she just setting him up? But tonight, she didn't know who else to call. If she didn't invite Yang Ling, she'd have to play along with these women. But she didn't want to. For years, she'd managed to muddle through, but lately, these wealthy female clients had been approached by another brand and were considering leaving the club. Only then did she realize these women felt she wasn't one of them because she refused to play along. Oh, so protective? Looks like you're quite fond of him. The beautiful woman eyed him like a wolf eyeing a little rabbit. He sat beside Lin Wan. Wan, come on, drink up. You're late, so you have to punish yourself with 3 shots. Sister Qing raised her cup. Lin Wan poured herself a drink and downed 3 cups in quick succession. The other women urged her to drink more. Soon, her cheeks flushed and she felt a bit tipsy. Sister Qing, I really can't drink anymore. Could Xiaoling drink for me instead? She felt truly miserable. If she kept drinking, she'd pass out drunk for sure. Sure thing. Handsome, can you hold your liquor? I can. Yang Ling poured a cup of wine. Here, Sister Qing, I'll toast to you. Not bad, quite sensible. Sister Qing noticed the distance between Yang Ling and Lin Wan and began to suspect something. Could Lin Wan have just picked some random guy to use as a shield? If she couldn't let go, why force herself into this circle? A slight smirk touched her lips. Little Ling, right? New to the game, don't know much yet, huh? See, you should be closer to Sister Wan right now. Come on, let this veteran teach you a thing or two. The young man beside Sister Qing chuckled, pulling her into his embrace. Lin Wan moved closer to young Ling. Yang Ling understood and pulled her into his embrace. Well, a teachable student. Handsome boy, still a virgin? Yang Ling nodded. Lin Wan was inwardly astonished. Seriously? He's been chasing her daughter for years and he's still a virgin? Ah, it seemed this young man had been kept as a backup option by her daughter. Really? 2,000 yuan, let me have him. I'll pay 30,000, another beautiful woman called out. No way. Forget it. I've been scouting for this one for ages. It took forever to find someone like her. Lin Wan refused immediately, feeling even more regretful inside. Yang Ling was so handsome, with such a great physique. What if these women saw him? That would be disastrous. Oh, Wan, you're such a bad friend. But never mind, no need to fight over someone else's love. Hey, handsome, can you kiss? Yang Ling froze. Who didn't know how? I'm not talking about ordinary kissing, you know. Come on, let your senior teach you. Kissing is all about twisting your tongues together. Xing and the young man began their demonstration. It must be said that young man was truly professional. He glanced at Lin Wan. Lin Wan glanced back at him. Oh dear, I really shouldn't have brought him along. What do I do now? Finished watching? Why not give it a try with your Wan sister? Young people should be proactive, you know. Yang Ling wrapped his arms around Lin Wan. Auntie Wan, if we don't do this tonight, I don't think we'll get through it. What should we do? Just tonight. It's just acting, okay? Don't get any ideas. And by the way, Auntie Wan will teach you some experience so you won't get dumped by your girlfriend again in the future. Lin Wan leaned in and kissed him. Wow, that feeling. Holy crap. Yang Ling hadn't done it himself, but he'd seen plenty. Of course he knew what to do. He'd already gotten into it, kissing her for several full minutes, while his hands automatically climbed up. Xiao Ling, you're going too far. Stop it. Lin Wan startled, feigning breathlessness as she pushed him away. Xing and the others burst into applause. Oh my, Wan, I'm so jealous of you. Come on, let's keep drinking. After that kiss, the atmosphere seemed to relax. Yang Ling found it strange. Did joining their circle mean he had to be just like them? But then again, perhaps such matters were best kept hidden from outsiders. Drinking late into the night, the wealthy women were escorted away by the young men. Yang Ling was also dizzy, leaving with Lin Wan supporting him. He had never drunk alcohol before, yet he had consumed quite a lot this evening. Red wine, white wine. Xiao Ling, are you okay? I'm okay. And Wan, I can't make it back to school. Can I come to your place? Well, I'll book you a hotel room. No, I'll just go to your place. I haven't been there in ages. Or, are you hiding a man at home? Of course not. And even if I did, what business is it of yours? Don't take it to heart. And Wan, I did take it to heart. Yang Ling pulled Lin Wan into his arms, his gaze intense as he looked at her. Lin Wan felt her heart race under his gaze. Xiao Ling, listen to me. I'm getting on in years, and you're still young. Don't get any wild ideas, okay? Lin Wan inwardly regretted her actions. What a fool she was. Why had she invited him over? She'd only led him astray. If Sister Qianyu found out, she'd be cursed to death. She realized Yang Ling was quite drunk. Well, she'd just have to take him home. Leaving him at the hotel wasn't an option. Lin Wan called a designated driver and soon arrived back at Greenland, Puyue City. This was the apartment she'd bought just 2 years ago, 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms. Not bad. She'd bought it specifically as a new home for Yang Ling and Lin Feifei. She could just stay in the guest room. Once they reached the basement, the designated driver departed. Yang Ling was still tipsy, though not as dizzy as before. Aunt Wan, are we home? We're here. Are you still feeling sick? Uncomfortable? Thirsty? I want water. His gaze fell on her glistening red lips and he leaned in to kiss them. Water, water. I need to drink. Chapter 13, taken home by Lin Wan. Lin Wan was nibbled on a few times, nearly succumbing. Xiao Ling, that's not water. Come on, let's go home first. Auntie will get you some water. Lin Wan forced herself to push Yang Ling away and hurriedly got out of the car. Her heart pounded wildly. This guy, he's got some serious strength. Even his kisses were full of passion. She helped Yang Ling out of the car, locked it, placed his hand on her shoulder, and struggled forward. Fortunately, she had been exercising regularly in recent years, her muscles toned and firm. Soon, they finally reached home. She helped Yang Ling onto the bed and collapsed onto it herself, utterly exhausted. She'd already drunk quite a lot tonight, but Yang Ling had taken over drinking for her later, allowing her to stay lucid and alert. Suddenly, Yang Ling rolled over, his limbs draping across her body. His hand landed directly on her chest. She jumped in surprise, glanced at him, and instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, he wasn't awake. She quickly pushed Yang Ling down onto the bed, then poured a glass of water. She drank one herself, poured another, and brought it to Yang Ling. After Yang Ling drank it, he gradually drifted back to sleep. Lin Feifei, I hate you. You? How dare you call me a bootlicker? How dare you say my mom and my sister are burdens? You're the burden. Yang Ling muttered incoherently. Lin Wan seethed inwardly. Lin Feifei, just you wait until you get back, I'll beat your butt bloody. Such a good man, and you don't want him? Fine, but then why say such things? She sat on the bedside, studying the young man intently, gently stroking his forehead. The memory of their kiss at the nightclub sent a shiver through her body. Fueled by the alcohol, she leaned closer, studying the boy intently. Xiao Ling is so handsome, so manly. She couldn't resist kissing him, and then, it spiraled out of control. It felt like a devil was whispering inside her. He was drunk, unaware of anything. When he woke up, he'd pretend nothing had happened. But then, thoughts of her daughter and young Xue flashed through her mind. She shook her head violently, rushed out the door, and entered the bathroom to shower. Phew! Lin Wan, what are you thinking? You could be his mother. And he's your daughter's ex-boyfriend? If Sister Qianyu found out, she'd beat you to death. After the shower, she felt much clearer-headed. She drew a basin of hot water, removed Yang Ling's shoes, then peeled off his shirt. His well-defined muscles made her swallow hard. Xiao Ling has such a great physique. After wiping his body, she glanced at his belt, her hand trembling slightly. Xiao Ling, I'm just washing you. After drying him off, she tucked the blanket around Yang Ling and hurried out with the basin. Early the next morning, Yang Ling woke up still feeling miserable all over, his head pounding. His first time drinking, and he'd down so much, so intensely, mixing all kinds of drinks, no wonder he was hungover. He glanced around the room and suddenly felt a surge of joy. Could he be at Aunt Wan's house? He noticed he was shirtless. Had Aunt Wan undressed him? But seeing his belt still securely fastened, he felt a pang of disappointment. He'd been far too drunk last night. He couldn't remember how he got back. The whole thing was a hazy blur. Was this what they called blacking out? Last night, Aunt Wan really went out of her way to bring him home. Thinking back to what happened at the nightclub last night, my heart raced. Not only did I kiss Aunt Wan, but it was so intense we almost reached the peak. That feeling was so amazing. He picked up his clothes and sniffed them, a strong smell of alcohol. He didn't want to wear them. He opened the wardrobe, but there were no men's clothes inside. He had no choice but to go out bare-chested, where he saw Lin Wan bustling about in the kitchen. She wore loose silk pajamas, her curvaceous figure faintly visible in the light streaming through the kitchen window. He approached her softly. The noise from the range hood drowned out his footsteps, and she didn't notice him until he embraced her from behind. Startled, Lin Wan dropped the spatula in her hand and slapped his arm hard. What are you doing? You scared me. Auntie Wan, that really hurt. Do that again, and I'll break your hand with this spatula. Lin Wan turned around, her expression stern as she looked at him. Xiao Ling, last night was my fault. I shouldn't have taken you there, and then that happened. But it was all just acting. Don't read too much into it, and don't harbor any feelings for me. I'm 40 years old enough to be your mother. You're not my type. From now on, I'm just your senior, understand? Yang Ling knew that once Lin Wan regained her senses, she would never accept him. But he wanted to fight for it. Aunt Wan, that was my first kiss. You have to take responsibility. What? Seriously? You've been with Fei all these years and there's never been anything more? Yang Ling shook his head. You too, one treats me like a dog on a leash, the other leads me on and dumps me. What do I owe you? Forget it. I'm leaving. Seeing his lonely retreating figure, Lin Wan felt an overwhelming pang of sorrow. She immediately stepped forward and grabbed his hand. Xiao Ling, don't leave. At least have breakfast first. Then, give me a kiss. How childish. But childishly adorable. Instead of kissing him, she tapped him on the head. Hurry up and sit down. Wait for your food. Lin Wan's tone brooked no argument. Yang Ling sat at the dining table, watching Lin Wan wiggle her way into the kitchen, his inner fire flaring up. Soon after, 2 bowls of egg noodles appeared on the table. Xiao Ling, just make do with this. This is no make do. I love Aunt Wan's noodles best, haven't had them in ages. If you want more, just come by often. Lin Wan glanced at young Ling. Xiao Ling, I'll go to the school at noon to talk to Fei. I'll remind her of all the good things you've done for her. She'll come around. Don't go. She's stubborn now and won't listen. Once someone changes, there's no turning back. From the moment she said those things to me, it was over between us. Lin Wan felt a headache coming on. She understood Yang Ling completely. Anyone who had poured years of effort into a relationship only to be met with such hurtful words would feel resentment. Sigh. All these years, I failed to raise my daughter properly. How did she turn out like this? Once so poor, now she despises the poor and loves the rich. Aunt Wan, a daughter's debt, a mother pays. Yang Ling chuckled. Lin Wan tapped his head with her chopsticks again. Xiao Ling, is this because you hate Fei? Are you doing this to me out of revenge? Lin Wan's expression grew grave. She considered this possibility. Because the Yang Ling of the past had always respected her deeply, he would never treat her this way. Of course not. I genuinely like Aunt Wan. I liked you the first time we met 6 years ago. You're so gentle and beautiful. That's why I like coming to your house to help you with chores. I like taking Fei home because I wanted to see you, Aunt Wan. I've been thinking carefully lately. All these years, I've been taking care of Feifei, but we never made any real progress. It's because, deep down, I never saw her as a girlfriend. She's like a little sister to me, family. I wanted to help take care of her so you wouldn't have to worry about her. The one I've always loved is you. But before, knowing it was impossible, I thought becoming your son-in-law wouldn't be so bad. That way, I could still take care of you and protect you. Chapter 14, Confession. Lin Wan's face was frozen in shock. She never imagined Yang Ling had felt this way. Reflecting on their years living together in that rented apartment, she realized his gaze toward her had always been peculiar and his persistent insistence on washing her underwear. After saying all this, Yang Ling felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had finally voiced his true feelings. Whatever the outcome, he would have no regrets. His gaze fixed intently on Lin Wan. Lin Wan found his intense gaze almost unbearable. Xiaoling, what you feel for me isn't love, it's just the impulsive infatuation of youth. It's good you said it, but I'm formally rejecting you now. It's impossible between us. I'm far too old for you, it might not show now, but what about 10 years from now? I'll be gray-haired and worn, while you'll be in the prime of your life. If I agreed now, I'd only be ruining your future. But I like Auntie. I love Auntie. Yang Ling grabbed Lin Wan's hand. Now. Don't be stubborn. Go home and think it over. If you truly don't like Feifei, then treat her like a little sister. Later, Auntie will introduce you to a young lady. Seeing Auntie Lin was resolute, Yang Ling knew she couldn't accept it right away. That was fine, there was plenty of time. Fine, Aunt Wan. If we ever encounter a situation like last night again, you must call me. You can't call anyone else. How could that be? We can't make that mistake again. Suddenly, Yang Ling stood up and moved to stand beside Lin Wan. Lin Wan looked at him with a hint of confusion. Without warning, he cupped her head and pressed his lips to hers, his kiss bold and possessive. Aunt Wan, I won't allow you to be intimate with other men. So you must call me. Once there's a first time, there can be a second. Lin Wan stared blankly at him. She thought to herself, this little guy has really grown up, he's a bit bossy now. Lin Wan shot him a glare, feeling a bit helpless inside. This guy seemed dead set on his course. It was all her fault for letting him go to the nightclub last night, where that incident happened. Oh well. His stubborn nature couldn't be forced to change. She'd just have to wait until he got a girlfriend and forgot about her. Besides, if something like last night really happened, she'd rather it be with Yang Ling than anyone else. Seeing Lin Wan wasn't angry, Yang Ling felt a surge of relief. Auntie Wan, promise me you won't let other men get their hands on you. He sat beside her, pulling his bowl closer. Then you can't have any other intentions. It's just acting for the moment. Lin Wan's expression was serious. Fine. But I'm inexperienced, Aunt Wan, you'll have to teach me a lot. Otherwise, I'll give myself away. Those rich women will realize you're acting and stop playing alone. Yang Ling tried to pull Lin Wan into his arms again, but she pushed him away. Enough. We'll talk about that when the time comes. Lin Wan's voice trembled slightly. Hurry up and eat your noodles. They'll get cold soon and won't taste good. After finishing the noodles, Yang Ling volunteered to wash the dishes. Xiaoling, what are your plans next? What kind of job are you looking for? Aunt Wan, with my major, starting at a company like that would only pay around 3,000 yuan at most. Plus, there are so many graduates this year, and the overall job market is tough. I've sent out tons of resumes with no responses. So I'm considering other options. Alright, I'll keep an eye out for you too. Aunt Wan, I don't want to work anymore. Will you support me? Lin Wan spat out, what nonsense are you talking? But inside, her heart was pounding. You've been working out for years. How about a job at the gym? I'd love to, but I don't have a certification. That's easy to fix. I'll find someone to help you. You can start preparing by reading more books. Before long, Yang Ling finished washing the dishes and mopping the floor. Xiaoling, you've worked hard. Here, your clothes. They're clean and dry. Yang Ling took them and put them on. Aunt Wan, I was wondering, could I stay here from now on? I want to see you every day. Lin Wan saw the earnestness in his eyes and quickly shook her head. Are you kidding? Let him move in? He'd be all over me every day, how could I handle that? She was a normal woman, how could she resist his fiery passion? Once that kind of relationship started, there'd be no turning back. And last night, it was so close. Xiaoling, you're still young. You need your own life, your own circle of friends, your own career. You have to take care of your mother. You can't waste your time on this old woman. Lin Wan sighed inwardly. Just moments ago, she thought she was still young, but reality had reminded her she was old after all. Seeing Lin Wan sigh, Yang Ling quickly took her hand. Aunt Wan, you're no old woman. Your age is a woman's prime, radiant with charm, like a flower in full bloom. How could any bud compare? And you're in full bloom precisely when you need to nurture it most, so the flowers can last longer. Hearing these sincere and unfiltered words, Lin Wan's heart began to race. Yes, wasn't this precisely the age that needed nurturing? If she waited any longer, wouldn't she just grow older? What would be the point then? But remembering that young Ling was young Qianyu's hope, how could she be so selfish? She pulled out her phone and transferred 10,000 yuan to young Ling. Xiao Ling, stop joking around. Last night's client renewed their membership. I'm transferring you 10,000 yuan, that's last night's payment. From now on, if you help me retain clients, I'll give you a commission. Remember, this is a business partnership. Even if there was something last night, it was just work acting for the moment. Thanks, Aunt Wan. Can we practice kissing techniques again? Get lost. I need to head to Ning University and have a proper talk with Fei Fei. Where do you want to go? I'll give you a ride. I'll go with Aunt Wan. Oomph. Fei Fei thinks I nag like her dad? I'll tell her I'm her dad now and I can still boss her around. Are you asking for a beating? Lin Wan gasped in horror. You can come with me, but you absolutely must keep our relationship a secret. Pfft, we have no relationship. From now on, just say you're her brother. That way you can still boss her around. Fine. Stepping into the elevator, Yang Ling pinned her against the wall and kissed her fiercely. Only when the elevator stopped and people boarded did they pull apart. Lin Wan twisted her hip hard against his waist. Soon they arrived at Ning University and found themselves beneath Lin Feifei's dormitory building. Yang Ling, what are you doing here again? I told you I don't like you anymore. Can you just stop clinging to me? It's so annoying. Who's clinging to you? If it weren't for Aunt Wan, I wouldn't bother with you at all. You'd better not. Fei Fei, what are you saying? Don't you know how Xiao Ling has treated you all these years? Mom, I know you approve of him, but there's no love left between us. Forced love never tastes sweet. Besides, he doesn't act like a boyfriend at all, he's more like a father, always nagging. Like a father? Lin Wan's heart trembled. Oomph. You're not good enough for him. From now on, treat him like your older brother. He can still keep an eye on you. What? Big brother? Lin Feifei's eyes lit up. That deadbeat sucker is so loyal. Knowing he has no chance with me, he's still trying to control me as my big brother? Perfect. He was annoying as a boyfriend, but as a doting older brother, an ATM, and an on-call lapdog? Absolutely perfect. Mom, I promise. From now on, he's my real brother. I'm sorry, Brother Ling. It was all my fault before. I'll never speak ill of you again. Yang Ling's expression was strange. As if this woman actually knew her own faults. Still, to reassure Lin Wan, he had to pretend to forgive her. Poof. Once he became her father, he'd teach her a lesson she wouldn't forget. Let bygones be bygones. Wan Yen works hard for her money, spend it wisely from now on. MHM. That's more like it, Lin Wan thought with a flicker of relief. Fei Fei, if I ever find out you're hitting the nightclubs again instead of studying, I'll have you expelled immediately. Got it, Mom. I won't go again. Lin Wan nagged on for a while longer before finally letting Lin Fei Fei go upstairs for her nap. Yang Ling and Lin Wan returned to the car. Xiao Ling, thank you for your generosity. How does Aunt Wan thank me? Yang Ling leaned closer to Lin Wan. Chapter 15, That Little Fairy. Lin Wan felt both guilt and gratitude toward Yang Ling. Resolving the conflict between him and her daughter brought her inner joy. She turned her head and pressed her lips to his. Seeing him get even more forward, she quickly pushed him away. Enough. It wouldn't look good if someone saw us. What happened earlier was purely to thank you. Where are you going? I'll walk you there. I'm heading to the bookstore. Aunt Wan, you go ahead and get back to work. He got out of the car and headed to a nearby bookstore, buying many books. Mostly acting-related materials, fitness and nutrition guides, foreign classics connected to Zhang Fangya, some advanced psychology texts, and various books on traditional martial arts. Learning never ends. He planned to pursue a master's degree in psychology later. The fitness books were for pursuing certifications in that field. He saw the fitness industry as a viable career path. The martial arts books stemmed from his belief that his photographic memory was linked to the breathing techniques and eightfold vajra practice he'd maintained for 4 years. Perhaps strengthening his internal organs and improving his vitality had heightened his senses. This could be a subject for long-term research. He carried the books back to his rental apartment before heading to the hospital ward to care for his mother. Xiao Ling, you go about your business. I'm not completely immobile, just a bit slower. You need to find work, don't waste your time on me. It's fine. Finding a job isn't urgent. This week, he needed to thoroughly study the role of Qin Shin and strive to sign a long-term cooperation agreement with Zhang Fangya. With just Jiang Xue and Zhang Fangya as clients, the income would be quite substantial. So he wasn't in a rush to look elsewhere. After his mom took her afternoon nap, he headed back to Ruyan Apartments. He thought about it, there was another way to make money, being a chat companion. He'd done it before, sometimes earning as much as 200 yuan an hour, other times just a few dozen. Every little bit helped. Plus, it honed his voice acting skills and exposed him to a wider range of emotions and troubles, which would undoubtedly benefit his acting. He opened the chat companion app and logged into his account. He edited his profile. Handsome guy, 8-pack abs, professional voice acting, role-playing, selling emotions. This was inspired by Zhang Fangya and Jiang Xue. He didn't want to just chat anymore, it was too cheap. Professional voice acting and role-playing required skill, naturally, they'd cost more. He recorded a public sample for clients to hear his voice. He directly performed the scene of a domineering CEO. There were still plenty of female clients who loved the domineering CEO persona. Just as he finished recording, he spotted the landlady standing at the doorway, staring at him in surprise. He had just returned, smelling the odor, and left the door open to air it out, never expecting Wen Ruyan to catch him. "Hello, Ms. Wan. Xiaoyang, were you acting just now?" "Oh, it was a voiceover scene." "You do that too? Are you an actor or something?" No. Just some side gigs, online chat companionship and such. Society moves too fast these days. Many people have pent-up frustrations with nowhere to vent, no one to talk to, so they turn to online companionship. Since they don't know each other, they can speak their minds freely. Some clients even enjoy role-playing to fulfill emotional needs and gain emotional value. "Oh, I see." When Ruyan's eyes lit up. "I have a friend who often can't sleep. Could she chat with you at night?" Yang Ling glanced at Wen Ruyan, noticing her dark circles and the telltale signs of chronic sleep deprivation. He thought to himself, "Your friend is actually you, right? It's not ideal. People you know can't let go." "She's not in the country, and I won't tell her I know you." "Huh? So it's not her? Alright, just remember my ID and add me." He never imagined he'd get a client through the landlady. "Ms. Wan, I've been ventilating for so long, but it still smells awful. I don't know why." "Oh, that little fairy next door? She's so messy and lazy." "Who do you call messy?" a rather pleasant voice chimed in. Wen Ruyan's expression turned cold. "You've turned your room into a pigsty. What else would you call that? How can someone in their 20s be so lazy?" "So what if I'm lazy? I pay all this rent, why should I clean it myself? And that toilet is such a piece of junk. It just clogs up if you put a little extra paper in it. Hurry up and give me my deposit back. I'm outta here. Otherwise, I'm exposing your apartment complex." As Yang Ling reached the doorway, a foul stench wafted over from the adjacent unit. Peering inside, he froze in shock. The place was littered with trash takeout boxes, disposable gloves. Yang Ling was speechless. No wonder Wen Ruyan had asked him if he was hygienic. She'd even repeatedly reminded him to take good care of the place. Turns out, that messy fairy girl really does exist. And to think he'd been unreasonable, even threatening the landlord? How embarrassing. Turning his gaze back to the two people, he noticed the fairy-like girl was actually quite pretty, dressed neatly, and a wave of perfume hit him. The young man beside her seemed tall, though not particularly muscular. Instead, he wore glasses and looked a bit effeminate. "You two, college students, right? Can't you show a little more decorum?" Wen Ruyan's face flushed with anger, yet she looked utterly helpless. These young people thought she was easy to push around and were trying to take advantage of her. "You charge such high rent, so you should handle this yourself. Return our deposit immediately." The young man stepped forward, his aggressive posture towering over Wen Ruyan. "Damn it, they're being unreasonable and still trying to bully my landlady? What normal man could put up with this?" Yang Ling immediately stepped forward, blocking the way in front of Wen Ruyan. Standing a head taller than the young man, his years of training gave him an imposing presence. Instantly, a flicker of fear crossed the bespectacled man's eyes. What are you doing?" Yang Ling pulled out his phone and snapped photos of both men's faces. "I'm exposing this. Let everyone see the stark contrast, the pigsty of this pretty little fairy. How can you bully people like this?" The fairy girl's expression darkened. "I only see you two bullying others. You're a tenant here too, right? We should be on the same side. I'd never team up with people like you. I'm human, not a pig. Fine, we'll forego the deposit. Just you wait." The bespectacled man immediately tried to drag the woman away, only to be slapped and berated by her. She called him useless and demanded they break up. Wen Ruyan stared in astonishment at the tall young man before her. How dare he meddle in others' affairs? Aren't people nowadays supposed to mind their own business? Just now, he looked so imposing. That broad back, it felt so reassuring. "Xiaoyang, thank you. No problem. You should cherish a good landlord like Ms. Wan." "Huh? You call that being good?" "Most tenants call me warm-skinned flayer. Of course you're good. Way better than my last landlord, a fat hag who harassed me daily because my family was poor, demanding I be her lover. When I refused, she threw out all our stuff just days ago because my mom got sick. She said she feared my mom would die in the room. But you're different. On day one, you not only made an exception for a 1-month deposit and 1-month rent payment, but you also gave us so many things. Where else would you find a landlord like that?" "Put." Wen Ruyan burst out laughing. Who knew Yang Ling had such experiences? But looking at him so handsome, tall, with a great physique, especially that back and waist. It's no wonder he caught the eye of a wealthy woman. Yang Ling stared blankly at Wen Ruyan. This young woman was truly beautiful when she smiled. What are you looking at? Oh, sorry. I was captivated by your beautiful smile, Ms. Wan. Seems you're quite the smooth talker. Trying to get me to lower your rent? Chapter 16. The landlady is a single mom. Is that okay? Starting next month, I'll knock off 200. Ha? Really? You deserve it. Wan Ruyan smiled, put on her mask, and prepared to enter the next apartment. Ms. Wan, why are you still handling this? With so many apartments, don't you hire someone? We do hire people, but the cleaner for this building went home and I couldn't find a replacement on short notice. Let me help you. Give me your mask. The landlady was kind-hearted and beautiful. Just helping her out meant a 200 yuan discount every month? That added up to thousands annually. Plus, she referred clients for companionship services. You can do that? Yang Ling put on the mask, picked up the tools from the floor, and immediately went inside. Ms. Wan, you can go back now. I'll call you when it's cleaned up. Cleaning like this was no challenge for him. Since he was 10, grateful for his mother's adoption, he'd always volunteered for these chores. Over an hour later, Yang Ling tossed out all the trash and breathed a sigh of relief. Wan Ruyan came downstairs, opened the door, and was stunned. She rubbed her eyes, stepped back, and glanced at the doorplate. This was the room. Good heavens! What had been a pile of trash was now spotless. Even the toilet was unclogged, and the bathroom was scrubbed clean. All the trash that needed to be thrown out was gone. It was practically move-in ready. Seriously? College students do this kind of work? And it's so professional. How could it be more professional than the cleaning lady she hired? She immediately knocked on Yang Ling's door. A moment later, Yang Ling opened the door wearing only baggy boxers, pulling on a t-shirt as he did so. Ms. Wan, I just took a shower. Wan Ruyan swallowed hard at the fleeting glimpse of 8-pack abs. This guy's physique is unreal, right? And his place was spotless. Seriously, who could resist such a clean-cut, sunny young man? Xiao Yang, how did you get so professional? I've been doing this since I was a kid. Thank you so much. You're even better than the cleaning lady I hired. I'll waive a month's rent for you. I have a few more units available. Are you free? 1 month's rent waived per unit. Wan Ruyan felt a bit embarrassed. Sure, I'm free right now anyway. They worked until evening, finally cleaning up all the rooms. In total, he waived 5 months' rent over 6,000 yuan. He went to the hospital to keep his mom company, returning only after she fell asleep. Oh no, he almost forgot about the client Wan Ruyan had referred. He logged into the chat room immediately. Someone had already sent him a private message. Though they didn't say who it was, it must be a client referred by the landlady. After all, his account isn't well known yet and doesn't have a steady client base. This client even sent him a script. The domineering CEO's forced love. Oh, role-playing? They actually want him to play a domineering CEO? Wasn't that exactly his specialty? He studied it for a long time. Then the client spoke up, a beautiful female voice, sounding almost impatient. Can you do it? He cleared his throat, activated his mic, and delivered it in his most perfect, magnetic voice. Be good, don't struggle. You can't escape. On the other end, a breath caught, then quickened. Meanwhile, atop the apartment building, Wan Ruyan lay lazily on her bed in a silk nightgown, an earbud still in her ear. No, let me go. I told you, I don't like you. Her sensual red lips parted slightly, her eyes filled with stubborn defiance. Her acting wasn't professional, but she was fully immersed. If you don't want me to tie you up, don't make me angry. A deep, commanding voice came through the earpiece. Woman, you have 365 days. I'll do everything in my power to make you fall for me. By then, your body and your heart will be mine. Hearing this voice, her body tensed slightly, her expression strange, a mix of pain and pleasure. Several more scenes unfolded. All revolved around the domineering CEO forcing a woman to fall for him. And in the end, the woman truly did fall for him. Woman, are you still trying to escape? Yes. What do you want? To keep running? I want. The script finished, she let out a soft and collapsed onto the bed, casually pulling the earbuds from her ears. Slowly closing her eyes, she seemed utterly exhausted. A faint smile of satisfaction touched her lips as she drifted into a deep sleep. Yang Ling heard the silence on the other end and looked utterly puzzled. Even the voice acting sounded so alluring? That final MHM was so strange. Ma'am, are you okay? Ma'am? With no response from the other side, he had no choice but to log off first. This script was actually quite interesting. He was tired too, so he went straight to bed. The next morning, he woke up on time, dressed in workout clothes, and exercised by the river for an hour and a half before buying some groceries. Returning to the apartment, he happened to see Wan Ruyan leading a little girl out of the elevator, hurrying along. The little girl was adorable, dressed up like a little princess. From a young age, with a mother who owned several apartment buildings, she had a head start in life. However, the little cutie seemed reluctant to go to school, looking downcast as Wan Ruyan practically shoved her into the car. The little cutie took advantage of Wan Ruyan opening the driver's door to get out again. She jumped out, ran back, and bumped right into Yang Ling. Shishi, what are you doing? Hurry up and get in the car. We'll be late. When Ruyan roared in fury, lunging to grab the little one. But the little one hid behind Yang Ling. Ms. Wan, taking the child to school? Seeing Yang Ling, Wen Ruyan was instantly reminded of last night's satisfaction, and she instinctively clenched her legs together. This boy was truly magical, just his voice alone could put her in a certain state. Had he just returned from exercising? Was he that disciplined? Working out this early, his clothes were already damp. Though he carried a hint of sweat, it gave off a healthy, vibrant aura. Yes, he's being naughty. Sorry to bother you. Wen Ruyan immediately grabbed the little one. Shishi, hurry to school or you'll be late. The little cutie dodged away, playing hide and seek around Yang Ling and his mom, looking pitifully adorable. And just like that, the stunningly voluptuous Wen Ruyan swayed right before his eyes. As she bent down to grab her daughter, Yang Ling even caught a glimpse of the snow-white expanse beneath her chest. He turned, crouched down, and scooped up the little girl. His face broke into a smile as he spoke in the gentlest voice. Little one, tell uncle why you don't want to go to kindergarten. He seemed to see in the little girl the scene of his own sister on her first day of kindergarten, and his eyes instantly filled with tenderness. Tears welled up in the little cutie's eyes, unable to hold back. This week is Father's Day. The teacher asked Cece what she'd perform with her dad this week, but Cece doesn't have a dad. Wha? Holy crap, a single mom who owns several apartment buildings. What a gem. He recalled those kindergarten moms on Douyin Zhuangzhuang's mom, Ruirui's mom. Ms. Wan was Cece's mom. Wen Ruyan's angry expression froze. Tears welled up uncontrollably, and she immediately crouched down to hug her daughter. Shishi, I'm so sorry, so sorry. Mommy forgot. Mommy, last Father's Day, you said Daddy went to a place far, far away. Will he come back this time? Can he take Cece to the school performance? Chapter 17, Being a Father to the Landlady's Daughter. The little girl's tear-filled eyes brimmed with hope. Wen Ruyan didn't know how to respond. Suddenly, she turned to look at Yang Ling, whose face was radiant with tenderness. Ha? Why did they look so much like a married couple crouching before their daughter? His online chat partner had mentioned that emotions could be sold. Could that work in real life? He was so convincing in his voice acting last night. Playing a father couldn't be that hard, right? Cece, this time, Daddy will definitely come back. Really? Yes. Come on, Cece, let's go home. No kindergarten today. No, I want to go. I need to pick a good program to perform with Daddy. Well, okay. Mother and daughter happily got into the car. Xiaoyang, thank you. No problem, Ms. Wan. If a child doesn't want to go to school, there must be a reason. Just ask patiently. Wen Ruyan nodded, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Yang Ling turned and entered the elevator, feeling a bit puzzled. Where was the landlady's husband? It seemed this little cutie hadn't met his father. Back home, he took a shower first and changed into a fresh, clean outfit. He looked energetic and handsome. He took out the health-boosting clay pot Ruoyan had given him, washed it thoroughly, filled it with water, and placed it on the gas stove to boil. Once the water came to a boil, he added the rinsed rice, stirring gradually until it reached a rolling boil. He then turned down the heat, added a small slice of ginger, and covered the pot. He took a small piece of lean meat and minced it finely. He then peeled the Chinese yam, smashed it with a knife, and minced it as well. When the porridge was nearly done, he stirred in the yam and minced meat, simmered it a little longer, then added a sprinkle of chopped green onions. In no time, the delicious yam and lean pork congee is ready. I've been doing this since childhood, as my mom's noodle shop used to sell congee too. The real reason it turned out so well was that the clay pot Wen Ruyan gave me was simply perfect. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Opening it, Wen Ruyan stood at the doorway, looking fresh and lively. Smells amazing. Little Yang, you make your own breakfast? This boy was different. These days, what young person still cook their own breakfast? Truly remarkable. The porridge smelled delicious and looked, wow, it rivaled the Yangcheng kanji king she often ate outside. So young, yet with such skill? He was handsome and spirited, yet possessed a maturity, self-discipline, and clean-cut charm uncommon for his age, not to mention his culinary skills. And he even steps in to help when he sees injustice. Though they'd only just met, she already saw many admirable qualities in this boy. Ms. Wan, have you eaten? I made extra. If you don't mind, I'll serve you a bowl. Yang Ling invited Wen Ruyan inside. Wen Ruyan instinctively felt a pang of reluctance. As an attractive single woman, she naturally maintained her guard. After all, in this day and age, you can never truly know someone's heart. Wen Ruyan pulled out her phone. Xiaoyang, come on, let's connect on WeChat. Yang Ling hadn't expected the landlady to initiate the connection. Last time he paid, it was cash, no WeChat exchange. After connecting, the landlady transferred him 1,000 yuan. This is payment for my friend's work last night. Thank you. Yang Ling accepted without hesitation. Ms. Wan, did your friend sleep well afterward? She said she slept very well. Recalling last night's intense experience, Wen Ruyan's ears flushed crimson. Even before her husband passed away, she had enjoyed role-playing with him, the kind that inevitably led to the bedroom. Their bond had been as sweet as honey every single day. After his death, she'd chatted online with other men, yet never recaptured that feeling. Unexpectedly, just trying it out brought such a pleasant surprise. Not only did she experience that sensation again, but it also helped her sleep soundly. It had been years since she'd slept so soundly. My friend has been suffering from insomnia for a long time. Last night, after chatting with you, she took off her headphones and fell asleep soundly. Xiaoyang, you wouldn't believe how important it is for someone with insomnia to find a way to fall asleep. Yang Ling nodded. He had taken psychology as an elective and did quite well in it. So he understood all too well how agonizing insomnia could be for someone. If your friend still has trouble sleeping, feel free to come talk to me. Role-playing, I can't promise it's super professional, but I'll do my best. Ms. Wan, thank you so much for referring this client. I really needed the money. If you ever need anything in return, just let me know. He packed up the porridge and prepared to leave. Where are you headed? My mom's hospitalized at First People's Hospital. I'm bringing her some porridge. That porridge, you made it for your mom? It smells delicious. How about I have a bowl too? He thought to himself, what could possibly be wrong with porridge made for my mother? Sure, help yourself. Just close the door behind you. Yang Ling promptly left. When Ruyan entered and surveyed Yang Ling's room, everything was neatly organized, clothes hung perfectly, and those without hooks were folded meticulously. What a meticulous young man. Wow, so many books. He's into literature, psychology, fitness guides, acting manuals, even ancient texts on traditional Chinese medicine, cultivation, and the golden elixir. Wow, he's so impressive, such a wide range of interests. Truly an outstanding young man. This is how to live off others. Holy crap. Is this guy planning to live off someone else? Then, she chuckled. These days, young people have it tough. With his great qualifications, what's wrong with living off someone else? Honestly, if it weren't for her daughter, Wen Ruyan might have been tempted to keep a sugar baby. She ladled out a bowl of porridge and took a sip. It actually tasted pretty good. Half an hour later, Yang Ling returned. Young Yang, back so soon? He dashed to his desk and hid several books. No need to hide them, I saw, Wen Ruyan murmured, her lips curving slightly. She found the boy rather endearing. Truthfully, given her nature, she wouldn't normally interact with strangers. But after Yang Ling helped her deal with that scruffy little fairy, a spark of curiosity had ignited within her toward this young man. He was meticulous, disciplined, handsome, and in great shape. As a normal woman, she naturally wanted to know more. You're quite capable. How did you come up with this idea? I like older women. They're down to earth, mature, gentle, caring, and some are even financially independent, able to support me. Yang Ling answered honestly. Wen Ruyan was surprised by the boy's candor, which only made her like him more. I happen to have a job. I'd like to offer you something related to living off someone else. Ms. Wan, you wouldn't be asking me to be your daughter's father, would you? Wen Ruyan looked utterly bewildered. How did you guess? Your daughter has never met her father, yet you tell her he'll return someday. Now you come looking for me. It's not hard to guess. But with your circumstances, finding a father for the child shouldn't be difficult, right? It wouldn't be hard, but I don't want to find a stepfather for my daughter. I'm also a bit uneasy about finding someone else. Even though we've only known each other for a short time, I feel like you're a good person. Wen Ruyan got straight to the point, asking him to play the role of father this week. Starting tonight, he would provide fatherly affection and playtime for her daughter. On Friday, he would perform with her at the kindergarten show, for which she offered a 5,000 yuan fee. Xiaoyang, what do you think? You trust me? We barely know each other. Besides, isn't it a bit odd for you to find a virgin to be your child's father? He thought Wen Ruyan's idea was a bit out there. Chapter 18, Preparing to be a Father. Wen Ruyan had surprisingly picked up on the word virgin. Xiaoyang, you're good at role-playing and peddling emotional value and affection. You should be a great dad. If you agree, I'll need to run a background check on you and have us sign an agreement. As for me, I just didn't know what to do in the moment, so I came to you. Even though we haven't known each other long, I don't think you're a bad person. Yang Ling nodded. Being a father, no experience there. But being an older brother? That I've done. Should be pretty similar. It's about giving the child fatherly love. Besides, with his photographic memory, he could devour tons of parenting books. 5,000 a week? That's practically free money. He shared his background with Wen Ruyan. Orphaned before age 10, adopted, has a sister in college, mother gravely ill. You can discreetly gather information about my mother in the ward, but I don't want her to know about me. She'll think I'm freeloading and will definitely refuse treatment. Understood. Wen Ruyan flashed a gentle smile. This boy, born into humble circumstances, had cultivated such skills and poise, proof of his relentless effort. He even had experience taking care of his sister, truly impressive. After Wen Ruyan left, she went to the hospital, entered the ward, and visited young Qianyu. Of course, she merely pretended to be a stranger who had wandered in by mistake. Everything matched up. My heart felt at ease. After drafting an agreement at home, I invited young Ling over. Ms. Wan, your place is quite spacious, isn't it? Her home occupied the entire top floor, complete with a garden and even a gym. The furniture was all high-end brands, but the place looked messy, toys scattered everywhere, clothes strewn about. It's a bit messy. I haven't had the energy to tidy up. I'm afraid it's a bit embarrassing. Don't you hire a housekeeper? A while back, the housekeeper secretly ate a bunch of imported cherries I bought and even packed a bag to take away. I was in a bad mood at the time, so I yelled at her and fired her. After reading the agreement, it seemed straightforward, just role-playing with defined tasks. The subtext was clear: he shouldn't get any ideas. He also had to follow her parenting rules. A new clause was added later: after this week, he had to move out of this building. She'd rent him a place in another apartment complex. Fine, no problem. He signed it promptly. Alright, Xiao Yang, you'd better remember all these terms of the agreement. Wan Ruyan reiterated. She knew the allure of a woman her age. Yang Ling, always looking to live off someone else, might be tempted. Better to give him a heads up now. Rest assured, Ms. Wan. I know my place. Tell me about Cece's personality, hobbies, strengths, and weaknesses. Wan Ruyan pondered for a moment. She cries easily, throws tantrums, can be unreasonable at times, has a fiery temper, and gets angry over minor setbacks, even smashing things. As for hobbies, she spends all day playing with toys and watching TV. She loves Barbie dolls and magic sweethearts. We paid for her to learn pinyin on an app, but she just couldn't focus on it at all. What about her strengths? Strengths? Wan Ruyan found herself at a loss for words. Yang Ling frowned, recalling Wan Ruyan's irritable mood that morning when she'd yelled at the child. She must be an emotionally unstable new mom. She does love children, you could tell by the way she crouched down, hugged the child, and cried. Most likely, she just didn't have enough energy. What Wan Ruyan said next left him speechless. She insisted that for her daughter's health, everything she ate, wore, and used had to be the best. For instance, she absolutely forbids sugary snacks, believing they damage the brain. She wanted her daughter to have high intelligence. She seemed convinced her methods were correct and even took pride in them. Yang Ling, however, saw it as a woman without a man, projecting all her energy and ideas onto her child. It was too harsh. Ms. Wan, I know what to do now. He already had a plan in mind. Then come over for dinner tonight. Consider it a welcome dinner for this child's father. You can also get to know the child, play with her, and strive to earn her approval. Upon returning home, Yang Ling began preparing for tonight's mission. He needed to figure out how to build a rapport with that adorable little girl. He searched online for ways to play with the toys in the little girl's home. As for how to play with the little girl, he had plenty of experience. He then reviewed numerous parenting tips and even went to the bookstore to browse through various parenting books. He memorized them all at a glance. By afternoon, he frowned. He realized that if he followed Wan Ruyan's vision of fatherhood to the letter, he'd only become another source of pressure for Cece. If the little cutie wasn't happy and didn't accept him, he couldn't put on a show, much less meet Wan Ruyan's expectations. After some thought, he realized that the little cutie was the client he needed to serve. Giving her fatherly love and playing with her, that was what a father should do. If Wan Ruyan ended their partnership over it, he couldn't help that. He opened the video app and watched a children's acting show called Magic Sweetheart. It was an episode about making cakes. He immediately went out to the downtown Sweetheart cake shop in the city center and ordered a cake featuring Barbie dolls and Magic Sweetheart elements. He insisted on the finest ingredients, a small 6-inch cake that cost 388 yuan. Bloody expensive. Well, just one cake will do. Back home, he continued researching parenting tips. As the time approached, he headed to the hospital early, asking the nurses to keep an extra eye on things while he went to pick up the cake. Soon, Wan Ruyan texted him that the child had returned and he could come up. He went up and knocked on the door. The door opened. Wan Ruyan wore loungewear, radiating an alluring aura of a domesticated young wife. Her daughter, Cece, looked up at him with eyes full of anticipation, yet timidly clung to Wan Ruyan instead of approaching. Cece, Daddy's back. Come give Daddy a hug. The little one looked utterly conflicted, tears welling in her eyes. Her mouth moved, but no words came out. She seemed slightly curious, yet timid. She, go on, go to him. Wan Ruyan grew slightly anxious. Yang Ling smiled, however. Ruyan, it's perfectly normal for a child who hasn't met her father to react this way. Don't push her. Back when he was adopted, hadn't his little sister reacted the same way? But after playing for a while and giving her a lollipop, she accepted him. From then on, she followed him around calling him brother all the time. Cece, Daddy's back for the first time and brought you a cream cake. Wan Ruyan frowned. Ruyan? He called me Ruyan? And besides, she had explicitly told him that the child was forbidden from eating any junk food. Why did he bring a cream cake? Was he deliberately going against her wishes? A wave of regret washed over her. She shouldn't have invited young Ling. Her daughter was her life. She released her daughter and walked toward the door, lowering her voice. Why did you buy my daughter cake? Didn't I tell you she can't eat junk food like that? Before arriving, Yang Ling had already anticipated this situation and prepared a response. He needed to win over the little one first, then persuade Wen Ruyan. He slipped inside. Cece, Mommy said to celebrate Daddy coming home, our whole family will enjoy a delicious cream cake together. Chapter 19, Winning Over the Little Cutie. The timid little one's eyes lit up. Really? Mom really lets me eat cream cake? Of course it's true. But she said you can only have it once a week, and Cece has to be good and listen to Mommy. I'll be good, I'll listen. Wow, Mom is so awesome tonight. The little cutie dashed toward her mother, hugging her leg with a beaming face. Mom, you're the best mom in the whole world. Wen Ruyan stared blankly at her wildly excited daughter. She couldn't recall when it had started, but the atmosphere in their home had been heavy for so long. There hadn't been any laughter or joy for ages. What remained were her own irritability and her daughter's crying fits. Before, whenever she got angry, her daughter would call her a bad mom. Now, seeing her so happy and calling her a good mom, the fire in her heart cooled a little. Never mind. A little won't hurt. Go ahead and eat, but just a little. Okay. Mom will eat with you. Mommy won't eat. I'm afraid of getting fat. Yang Ling smiled. He had made the right choice. The landlady truly adored her daughter. Looking at Wen Xiaoxi, he couldn't help but think of Yang Momo. He quickly slipped into the role, his eyes brimming with paternal affection. At that moment, Wen Ruyan pulled the little toddler toward the dining table. She was still seething inside, furious that Yang Ling had acted without her consent. She glared at him, but he seemed oblivious. Damn it, who the hell is the employer here? Oomph, that's a breach of contract. Forget it. Let's just get through this week's Father's Day first. After all, he was hired midway through. If he could quickly gain his daughter's approval, eating some cake wouldn't hurt. The little cutie sat on the stool, her big, sparkling eyes fixed on Yang Ling as he unwrapped the cake. Gone was the timidity, replaced by pure curiosity. You're the uncle from this morning, right? Are you really my daddy? Wen Ruyan's heart fluttered. Yes, absolutely. This morning, Daddy just got back and hadn't prepared a gift for you yet. Yang Ling handed a piece of cake to the little one. The little one couldn't wait to eat it. Not yet. Little one, before you eat, who should you give it to first? To the adults. Mommy, you eat first. Wen Ruyan was stunned. How could her daughter be so polite? She used to cry and throw tantrums at the drop of a hat, driving her to the brink of irritation. The teacher had mentioned that at school, too, she was irritable and bossy. Mommy said she won't eat it. Wen Ruyan felt stubborn inside. She'd always insisted cake was junk food. How could she possibly eat it? How could she possibly teach her child properly? The little one just stared blankly, tears welling in her eyes. If Mommy won't eat it, then Cece won't either. The little one's mood sank. Mommy wants you to feed her. Here, one bite for Mommy, one bite for you. Yang Ling unwrapped a spoon and fed Wen Ruyan first. Wen Ruyan glared at him, her eyes brimming with warning. This guy, he's got the wrong idea. How thick-skinned can he be? He was supposed to be her dad, not her husband. And now he's actually feeding her cake himself? And what's with that gaze of yours, practically dripping with affection? This guy, could he really be trying to leech off her? Ruyan, eating cake is about family time, about happiness. Open wide, sweetie, don't make me pry open your sexy little mouth. Yang Ling couldn't help but slip back into last night's domineering CEO persona. His gaze was domineering and intense. Well, it's all acting anyway, might as well improvise freely. He noticed that since his body had changed, his acting had improved significantly. Controlling emotions and switching roles felt effortless. Wen Ruyan trembled at his last words, her mouth opening involuntarily. She recalled last night's role play. His voice, so beautiful. His gaze, so commanding. The cake was delicious. Pfft, delicious? This bastard. Once the mission is complete, I'll kick him out immediately. A deep sense of wariness welled up within her toward Yang Ling. Come on, Cece, it's your turn. The little cutie was overjoyed, taking a big bite and looking utterly satisfied. Thank you, Daddy. You should thank Mommy. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Wen Ruyan was utterly speechless. Her daughter had been brainwashed by this guy, hadn't she? How long had it been since Cece started calling him Dad? No dramatic wailing, no emotional manipulation, just effortlessly winning the child's acceptance through pure joy? This guy really had a knack for it. His acting was top-notch. He genuinely portrayed paternal affection and that kind of warmth. She couldn't help but feel a bit outmatched. Wen Ruyan silently noted to herself, this guy is all acting. This guy has too many tricks up his sleeve. What if the child becomes completely dependent on him later? After feeding the mother and daughter, Yang Ling took a slice for himself. It was delicious, the best cake he'd ever tasted. Before, he could only afford cheap vegetable cream, greasy and cloying. But this premium animal cream? Not a hint of greasiness. Daddy, Cece wants another piece. No. Wen Ruyan immediately spoke in an unquestionable commanding tone. The little cutie immediately hung her head. This is all your fault. Why did you buy cake? Now it's out of control. Wen Ruyan looked utterly exasperated. Yang Ling, however, embraced the little one to comfort her. Soon, the child's mood began to ease. Cece, mommy loves you the most. She's right, cake really isn't good for little brains. Yang Ling ruffled the child's hair. But we only eat it once a week. Having an extra piece tonight won't hurt. We just need to figure out how to get mom's permission. Come on, daddy will teach you. He whispered something in the little one's ear. The little one's eyes lit up. He went over to his mom and planted several smacking kisses on her face. Mommy, Cece loves you the most. Please just let Cece have one more little piece? Pretty please? With that soft, adorable expression, those big, sparkling eyes, and that sweet, soft voice, who wouldn't love her? Warmth flooded Wen Ruyan's heart. Suddenly, she felt her daughter was utterly adorable. Well, just one small piece. Thank you, mommy. The little cutie beamed with joy. Daddy, you're so awesome. Mommy really agreed. No, it's Cece who's amazing. Remember this, when you face a problem, first figure out how to solve it. Whatever you're thinking in your heart, you have to say it out loud. He was applying what he'd just learned, finding this parenting advice quite useful. The key is keeping the adults emotionally stable. Hey, he wasn't the real dad anyway, he was just paid to placate the kid, so of course he was emotionally stable. But mom said Cece can't do anything, just cry. The little one hung his head again. She is still little, it's normal not to know things yet. But we can learn together. From now on, if she doesn't know something, just ask daddy. Daddy, you're so great. I love daddy. Wen Ruyan looked thoroughly annoyed. This guy just won over the adorable kid like that? How impressive. Still, she had to admit, Yang Ling really had a knack for teaching children. Before, she'd just snap angrily, then regretted afterward, repeating the same cycle every day. But he was so gentle, so patient, the child took it all in immediately. After winning the toddler's approval, Yang Ling felt a wave of relief wash over him. After eating so much cake, the little cutie didn't need a full meal, just some milk would do. Next, he'd play games with her to win her over completely. Chapter 20, Studying the Child's Mother. What children need most is companionship. Not piles of material possessions. Even in poor families, children can be happy if they have their parents' companionship, even without toys. Daddy, look. These are all the toys mommy bought for Cece. There are so many. Mom really loves Cece. How do you play with these toys? Can Cece teach daddy? Sure. Yang Ling had already researched online and knew how to play with these toys. But he needed the little one to explain, to give the child a sense of accomplishment and build confidence. When playing with children, adults should simply be an affectionate tool, ready to follow the child's lead. When the child is confused, guide them to explore, ask questions, and then provide answers. These were parenting tips Yang Ling had just learned from books, super useful. His photographic memory was simply incredible. Couldn't he become a master in any field? The room soon filled with laughter and joy. Father and daughter ran back and forth in the spacious house. Wen Ruyan pretended to play with her phone, but her eyes kept darting toward Yang Ling and his daughter. Deep down, she felt a pang of envy toward Yang Ling. What was this? In her own home, she found herself envying a man playing the role of a father. A sense of crisis surged within her. No, absolutely not. What if the little one truly couldn't live without her father? But she couldn't seem to find a way to intervene. When she bought these toys, she had the store staff assemble them. After they were set up, she just left them for her daughter to play with on her own. How could that guy even play with a little girl's toys? Though Yang Ling was playing with the child, his peripheral vision had long since noticed Wen Ruyan's unease. The landlady was the one footing the bill, and she'd just upset her. He needed to pay closer attention to her mood. He needed to figure out how to make her happy. She seems to want to play. Could it be jealousy seeing an outsider playing so well with her daughter? An idea formed in his mind. Oh my, Dr. Cece, it seems our hospital is missing a patient, he exclaimed dramatically. You're right. Who should play the patient? The little one looked at her mom, then looked elsewhere, and picked up a Barbie doll. Uncle, can we make Barbie our patient? That won't do. Barbie dolls can't talk, so we wouldn't be able to examine her. Hey! Isn't there a living one over there? Wen Ruyan immediately sat up straight, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. This guy actually pays attention to her. But mom never plays with me like this. The little one's eyes dimmed. Wen Ruyan felt a pang of guilt. Truthfully, she hadn't had the energy or patience to play with her child before. Even when they did play, she'd be glued to her phone. That's because daddy wasn't home. Mommy doesn't know how to play. Go on, call mommy to be the patient. Daddy taught you how to say it. The little one immediately walked toward Wen Ruyan, a bit cautiously. Mommy, can you be Dr. Xiao? She's patient? Dr. Xiao, she is really good. Sure. Deep down, Wen Ruyan suddenly felt a bit grateful to Yang Ling. He really was a master manipulator, so sharp, figuring out exactly what she wanted to do in an instant. This guy had read so many books about freeloaders he'd clearly picked up a thing or two. But deep down, she grew even more wary. After she arrived, she laid down on the hospital bed. Then she immediately sat up. She remembered this guy was a fake father, not the real one. Yet here she lay before him, letting him study her? How could that be? Patient, lie still. Let Dr. Xiao examine you properly. Yang Ling swallowed hard. Good heavens, the landlady's figure was truly stunning. Lying like that, her curves were like rolling hills. Though not quite Lin Wan's cup bust, it was at least a solid D cup. And with her head facing him, he could catch a glimpse of the view beneath her nightgown collar. He couldn't help but envy the previous landlord. He was starting to genuinely like this job. Getting paid while having so much fun. Playing with kids made him happy too, their minds were so simple. Plus, he could study the mom's figure, it was fantastic. Okay, patient, don't move. Dr. Xiao looked serious, like a little adult. When Ruyan watched her daughter's transformation, her heart brimming with joy. She had no choice but to lie down, then shot Yang Ling a fierce glare. Just wait and see. Wait and see if I'll pay you then. Suddenly, Dr. Xiao reached for her stethoscope to examine the patient, lifting the patient's shirt and exposing the lace bra beneath. When Ruyan hurriedly pulled the garment back down. I'm done playing. Dr. Xiao was instantly startled. Patient, let me tell you this, when you come to the hospital, you have to listen to the doctor. Otherwise, your illness won't get better. Yang Ling's expression was stern, yet his mind replayed the earlier scene. Dr. Xiao, the patient is a bit shy. You can't just lift her clothes like that. Place the stethoscope over her clothes instead. When Ruyan lay back down. I'm sorry, Dr. Xiao. The patient's illness has made him a bit irritable. It's fine. Dr. Cici listened carefully. After a long while, the examination finally concluded. Patient, where else are you feeling uncomfortable? My heart feels uneasy. I want to hit someone. When Ruyan glanced at Yang Ling. The little cutie didn't understand, so she looked at Yang Ling. Yang Ling whispered a solution in her ear. The little cutie planted a firm kiss on Wen Ruyan's cheek. Patient, you're cured. Still feel like hitting someone? Not anymore. Wen Ruyan suddenly felt that playing with children was wonderful. She resolved to spend more time playing with her daughter from now on. But she and her daughter just couldn't seem to connect. She'd fly off the handle at the slightest provocation. It seemed she really needed someone like Yang Ling to smooth things over. Yay, it's fixed. The little cutie looked back at Yang Ling as if wanting to play more. Dr. Xiao, it's time to clock out. Time for a bath and bed. Before they knew it, they'd played until 9 o'clock. No way. Daddy, Cici wants to play more. Alright, sweetie. Daddy will tell you a story later. The adorable little one obediently went to take a bath. This was Wen Ruyan's life. You know, kids really do have boundless energy. If he weren't in such good shape, he'd be completely worn out. Raising children is truly hard work. Soon after, the little cutie emerged from the bath and seemed to breathe a sigh of relief upon seeing Yang Ling still there. Daddy, pick me up. Yang Ling scooped up the little bundle, showering him with affection. Having this little cutie is such a worry. What if some smooth-talking guy sweeps him off his feet when he grows up? Thank goodness he's not my biological child. Come on, Daddy will tell Cici a story, then it's time for bed. Yes. Finally, Daddy's telling me a story. Daddy, can you sleep with Cici? Cici wants to wake up in the morning and see both Daddy and Mommy. Sure thing. He began telling the story, the little cutie's eyes sparkling as she watched him. He had memorized several bedtime storybooks. He told the story of a dad who turned into a shooting star. The purpose, of course, was to ease the little one's sadness when he had to leave on Friday. Perhaps exhausted from playing, she gradually drifted off to sleep, giggling softly as drool trickled from the corner of her mouth. Utterly adorable. You really know how to handle her. Before, I'd go crazy trying to get her to sleep every night, keeping her up until late. It was so frustrating. Ms. Wan, children have boundless energy. If they don't release it, they'll have trouble sleeping. When Ruyan nodded, shooting him a cold glance. Now let's talk about us. Do you know how many agreements you broke tonight? Chapter 21, Ms. Wan really knows how to play. Yang Ling nodded solemnly. I know. When you mentioned your daughter, you couldn't name a single good quality about her. You listed all these flaws, and she can't even have a piece of cake. I felt sorry for her. If I followed your approach, I'd just be adding another source of pressure for her. In my view, material things aren't the most important for a child's well-being. Their mood and emotional state are what truly matter. Though I have no right to judge you, since I can't satisfy you, I'll be blunt, I don't think you're a qualified mother. My sister and I grew up poor. Coming home from school with 2 lollipops made us ecstatic, but we were happy. Goodbye, Mrs. Wan. I'll move out tomorrow morning. No need to find me another apartment. Wen Ruyan stared at him blankly. You, don't leave. Yang Ling turned his head. I underestimated the situation. Come in. You've been working all night. I saved some food for you. Yang Ling scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. I spoke too harshly just now, didn't I? Ms. Wan, earlier. You're right. I'm not a qualified mother. Come in. Thank you, Ms. Wan. You're truly beautiful inside and out, and you listen to advice. Well, while your actions may not be entirely up to par, the love you give to Cece is absolutely qualified. Wan Ruyan's lips curved slightly. For some reason, being praised by this boy made her heart flutter with delight. She placed the dishes in the microwave to reheat them, then took them out for Yang Ling. Wow, what a feast! Crab, lobster, abalone chicken soup, all dishes he'd never tasted before. Such nourishing fare. Absolutely delicious. After savoring the meal, he cleared the tableware and helped Wan Ruyan wash the dishes. Put the dishes over there. I'll clean them tomorrow. No problem. I have OCD, I have to wash the dishes right after eating. Yang Ling finished washing the dishes quickly. He glanced around the house, it was a complete mess. It wasn't just the mess from playing with the little one tonight. Wan Ruyan and the toddler's clothes were strewn everywhere. Might as well help her out. Wan Ruyan watched Yang Ling looking around and immediately grew wary. Aren't you going home? What are you up to? Help you tidy up the place. Seeing this mess is upsetting. A clean, organized home helps children develop good habits. He immediately got to work. Ms. Wan, are all these clothes meant for washing? Yes, I'll take them to wash later. Don't worry about it. Don't wait. Let me help you. You just sit down. Yang Ling carried the pile of clothes to the balcony. Ms. Wan, should I separate the undergarments from the outerwear? Separate them. Yang Ling deftly loaded the clothes into the washing machine. Though they were laundry, they didn't smell of sweat. Instead, they carried a womanly fragrance. It was the toddler's clothes that had a sweaty smell. Wow, this washing machine is huge, it even has 2 tiers, the bottom for washing, the top for drying. He tossed the clothes in one by one. Finally, only the underwear remained. Confirmed, the landlady is a 36D. Ha? What's this huge stain on these panties? Xiaoyang, do you know how to use the washing machine? Wan Ruyan stepped onto the balcony and saw Yang Ling staring at the panties. Her ears instantly flushed crimson. That was the masterpiece after the voice acting session. Goodness, how could she just mix and match like that? So messy. She snatched it away in a hurry. Miss Wan, what are you grabbing? Bring it over to wash. No, it's fine, I'll wash it myself. Don't worry, I'll wash it. When I was little, my mom was always busy, so I often helped her wash them. He often washed this kind of underwear for his mom and Lin Wan. He took it back and began washing it swiftly, his face unflushed and his heart unmoved. Ha! The landlady's face flushed. Wan Ruyan watched as Yang Ling washed them with such care and professionalism. Soon, all traces were gone. Her expression turned slightly peculiar. Could this boy really not guess what it was? He said he was still a virgin, so it seemed he really didn't know. What a sweetheart. Soon, the underwear was washed. Yang Ling then organized the toys and mopped the floor. If he didn't have such strength, he'd never have managed it. But he found doing housework genuinely stress-relieving. Seeing the home refreshed and renewed felt incredibly satisfying. Wan Ruyan watched from the side, somewhat stunned. She had witnessed her messy home transform step by step into its current state. This young man seemed to know exactly what to tackle first, working with such methodical precision. So professional. He was far more professional than the previous live-in housekeeper. Truly, children from poor families learn to take charge early. Ms. Wan, would you like help organizing the wardrobe? I noticed you were rummaging through Shishi's clothes earlier, searching high and low for ages. If adults leave things scattered everywhere, children will surely follow their example. Yes, please. It's been such a headache. The housekeeper used to handle everything. Wan Ruyan instantly trusted Yang Ling and eagerly anticipated her wardrobe's transformation. Yang Ling immediately began organizing the wardrobe. So many clothes. All high-end brands, and many still had their tags attached. She gasped. Wait, one of these costs 8,000 yuan? Just bras alone numbered over 30, in every style imaginable. Was she supposed to wear a different one every day? And all kinds of lingerie too: kitchen maid, cat maid, nurse, flight attendant, schoolgirl, stepmother dress. He swallowed hard. Are Ms. Wan and her husband that adventurous? Xiaoyang, what are you doing? Oh dear, don't touch that wardrobe. Wan Ruyan's face flushed crimson. Oh my, those lingerie sets? We used them for fun with my husband years ago. Like, after role-playing games, we'd wear these to spice things up. She'd kept them all this time as mementos, but she'd completely forgotten about them. Never imagined this little guy would discover them. Ms. Wan, this inside is quite messy. Are you sure you don't want to organize it? Sure, go ahead. Put those in the back. We won't need them anymore. Wan Ruyan felt like she must be losing her mind. How could she let this man come home and pretend to be her child's father after knowing him for only a short while? Yang Ling pulled out each piece of lingerie, his mind filling with all sorts of suggestive images. After an hour of sorting, the wardrobe was finally organized. When Ruyan looked at the wardrobe, never feeling more satisfied. This boy was truly wonderful, he could do anything. Wow, it looks brand new. Xiaoyang, thank you. I'll waive your rent for another month. When Ruyan's expression remained calm. Don't read too much into it, okay? Remember, you work, I pay, it's that simple. Oh, Ms. Wan was reminding him. Thank you, Ms. Wan. Should I go back and fetch my clothes to take a shower? Cece said she wants to see me with you tomorrow morning. Chapter 22, Couples Night Talk. Of course you're going back. Wan Ruyan snapped irritably. My friend is still waiting for you. Go back and chat with her to help her fall asleep. Tomorrow morning, just come up at 7:30 to take Cece to school. All right. After Yang Ling left, Wan Ruyan immediately turned on her computer, opened a folder, and carefully searched through the scripts. These scripts were all role-playing games she used to play with her husband. Role-playing games not only added spice to their life but also strengthened their bond as a couple. Which script should she send him? Yang Ling returned home, turned on his computer, and logged in. He already had a private message from that client. Opening the script, he immediately swallowed hard. This lady's imagination truly knew no bounds. First she had him play a domineering CEO forcing love, and now she wanted him to act out a couple's nighttime conversation? And the dialogue was so suggestive. After reading for a while, he got into character. Can I even pull this off? His voice trembled slightly. Yang Ling immediately slipped into character, imagining the landlady standing before him. After all, he'd just returned from her place. Tonight, he'd seen her perfect figure, his mind was filled with images of her in all kinds of lingerie. Besides, he was the father of her child. Weren't they essentially husband and wife? Baby, I couldn't focus at work today. Did you steal my heart? The deep, magnetic voice spoke slowly. On the other end, the woman's breathing visibly quickened. Yes, I have placed your heart within mine, fused together. Would you like to hear it beat? I want to hear it. Don't rush. I've hidden it in a valley. If you want to hear it, you'll have to climb over mountains and cross valleys first. That voice, so alluring. Madam, I've conquered the mountain peak, but now I'm homeless. May I dwell within your heart? You may. Sir, please come dwell in the home I've prepared for you. Madam, I've moved in. Your home is so warm. I never want to leave. Half an hour later, Yang Ling finished editing a script, feeling a wave of heat wash over him. Just now, it felt as though he were truly there, as if a breathtakingly beautiful lady stood before him, inviting him into her home. Closing the chat room. At that moment, in Wan Ruyan's home, she felt completely drained. She had tried similar online chats before, but never experienced this kind of effect. Some were quite professional, but they lacked emotion and couldn't understand what she needed, making it impossible to truly connect. Now it seemed this boy was a true treasure. Finally, she wouldn't have to worry about insomnia anymore. Truthfully, Wan Ruyan could easily find men. But she never had. One reason was that she couldn't forget her late ex-husband. The other, of course, was for her daughter. It seems having someone like Yang Ling around is quite nice. For a price, she could enjoy all kinds of affection, while also making her daughter happy and giving her a sense of security. She changed into her nightgown, climbed into bed, and slowly drifted off to sleep. On the 20th floor, Yang Ling lay in bed, feeling utterly miserable. He craved a woman. He pulled out his phone and texted Lin Wan. Auntie Wan, are you asleep yet? Not yet. Why aren't you asleep? I miss you so much I can't sleep. I want to come over. Come meet me tomorrow afternoon. I'll introduce you to a female gym owner. Chat with her. Get some good sleep and rest up. Good night. Sigh, why wouldn't Aunt Wan give him a straight answer? Thinking about that nightclub kiss with her made him even more wide awake. Sigh. Still gotta drop the little one off at school tomorrow. Time to sleep. The next morning, Yang Ling slept until 7. After washing up and changing into workout clothes, he headed upstairs. Wan Ruyan opened the door immediately, wearing a satin nightgown that hinted at her curvaceous figure. Sigh, why do all these beautiful women love wearing silk nightgowns? Is it that comfortable? Come in quickly, Cece's throwing a tantrum. Yang Ling hurried into the bedroom. Wow, Ms. Win's bed is huge. The little one was sniffling on the bed. Oh my, why hasn't Cece gotten up yet? The sun's already high in the sky. The little cutie looked up at him and burst into tears of joy. Wow, Daddy's really still here. Of course. How could Daddy ever lie to Cece? Come on, get up. Let's go wash up together. Daddy will take you to school. They were ready in no time and headed downstairs. The little cutie held Daddy's hand in one hand and Mommy's in the other, utterly delighted. Wan Ruyan had never felt so content. Before, she'd struggle to open her eyes in the mornings, and her daughter's tantrums would push her to the brink. Many tenants who witnessed this warm family scene were utterly astonished. Landlady, is this the landlord? I've never seen him before. Wan Ruyan froze, about to deny it, but when she saw her daughter looking up at them, she steeled herself. Yes, he just returned from abroad. Wow, your husband is so young and handsome. He must be in his early 20s, right? Yes, he came to me at 18, saying he liked the age gap. When I got pregnant, I sent him back to school to study abroad. Now he's returned. Aren't we a perfect match? Wan Ruyan introduced young Ling with brimming confidence. As if young Ling truly were her husband. Perfect match, absolutely perfect. Young man, you made the right choice. How many years of struggle did you skip? Well, could anyone say they weren't a perfect match? Besides, they really were a perfect match. His wife was financially independent and in the prime of her life. Her husband was young, handsome, and full of drive. TSK, skipping decades of struggle? That was simply a perfect match. I think it's the right choice too. There's nothing wrong with a man being supported by his wife, it's all about perspective. I absolutely love being supported by my wife. He took Wan Ruyan's hand. Her hand felt soft. This landlady truly speaks without a second thought, her face unflushed and her heart unmoved. Stepping out of the elevator, they immediately approached the S-Class Maybach. Can you drive? Yes, I've worked as a designated driver. Wan Ruyan paused. Is there anything you haven't done? Yeah, I haven't been a rich woman's husband. Wan Ruyan shot him a glare. Then you drive. Driving a Maybach felt absolutely exhilarating. They arrived at the school in no time. The little cutie attended a very upscale bilingual kindergarten nearby. Good morning, Teacher Lin. The little one greeted her sweetly. Oh, who's bringing Cece today? My mom and dad. Teachers who knew Cece were surprised. Isn't Cece from a single-parent family? Where did this dad come from? He looks so young, barely out of college? Could he be a freeloader? Hello, Cece's father. You must be Teacher Lin Xiaolei? Cece told me Teacher Lin loves her very much. Thank you for all your hard work. Yang Ling put on quite a professional performance. Wan Ruyan had already told him all this information, warning him not to give himself away. After all, he still had to perform at school. Only when outsiders believed he was the real father would the child feel it was true. The little one went inside, reluctant to leave. Daddy, will you pick me up tonight? Of course I will. Only then did the little one happily go inside. Wan Ruyan felt somewhat redundant, growing even more wary inside. Chapter 23, Massaging Mrs. Wan. This guy, is he really that good at acting? Ms. Wan, may I use your home gym for workouts? He had an afternoon meeting with the businesswoman Lin Wan had introduced him to and wanted to familiarize himself with the equipment. After all, he'd only ever done bodyweight training and prisoner workouts for 4 years. While he understood human anatomy thoroughly, he wasn't familiar with gym equipment. Wan Ruyan frowned. This guy actually wants to live off her? What if he tried something at her place later? Ms. Wan, please. I have a gym interview this afternoon and want to properly wake up my muscles. Fine. I suppose. Thank you, Ms. Wan. Yang Ling delivered breakfast to his mom and took a few fitness books upstairs. Ms. Wan, your home gym is huge. It's fully equipped. Do you work out often? Oh, it's just for show. Look, they're covered in dust. I haven't exercised in years. I can tell. Your posture doesn't look great. Strength training probably isn't ideal for you. He immediately entered the gym, his heart brimming with joy. Just as expected, working for a wealthy woman really pays off. The equipment here is incredibly comprehensive. He fetched a basin of water and a rag, wiped away some dust, and began studying the machines. Start with a warm-up run. Just then, Wan Ruyan walked in wearing tight workout clothes that perfectly outlined her 36D curves and her firm, perky butt. That devilish figure was truly tempting. He swallowed hard. Ms. Wan, isn't that outfit a bit too tight? Doesn't it feel constricting? A little. Ugh, I haven't exercised in ages. I've gained so much weight. Wan Ruyan looked slightly troubled. She stepped onto another treadmill and started running, instantly creating a wave of movement. Yang Ling ran alongside her, openly admiring the perfect figure of the landlady beside him. Suddenly, Wan Ruyan grimaced in pain, halting abruptly and clutching her leg. Ms. Wan, are you okay? My thigh cramped up. It hurts so much. Then lie down on the yoga mat. I'll stretch it for you. Wan Ruyan's physical condition was truly poor. After just a short run, she was already experiencing this kind of issue, a clear sign of someone who hadn't exercised in ages. Once she lay down, he lifted her foot and pressed inward on the sole. Ouch! Suddenly, with a loud crack, Wan Ruyan's sweatpants split open, revealing what was underneath. Put my foot down. Wan Ruyan blushed fiercely. She inwardly regretted her impulsive decision to go running. Mainly, she'd wanted to show off in front of Yang Ling. He thought he was still young, but at his age, he hadn't exercised regularly for so long. The truth was, these sweatpants were bought years ago and no longer fit properly. Fortunately, they had decent stretch. But when I stretched just now, it suddenly exceeded its elastic limit. Yang Ling quickly lowered her leg. Ms. Wan preferred wearing purple thongs. Ouch, that hurts. What should I do? Yang Ling fetched a bath towel, covered her with it, and continued stretching. After a long while, she finally recovered. Her thigh slowly lowered without cramping, though the muscles on the back of her thigh ached intensely. Ms. Wan, lie face down. I'll help relax your thigh muscles. I can't move. It hurts too much. Wan Ruyan grimaced in pain. Then please wait a moment. He fetched a pillow and placed it on the yoga mat. Then, he slid his hands under Wan Ruyan's back and slowly turned her over. Just then, the bath towel flipped over too, revealing that alluring T-shaped line once more. Ms. Wan, your muscles are too tense. I'll loosen them up for you. It'll hurt, but you'll feel much better afterward. He'd experienced this before. A senior had helped him with the release and taught him a lot. Later, he studied it himself through books. What followed was Wan Ruyan's shrieks of pain mixed with pleasure. After a long while, she finally recovered, stood up, and jogged a bit. Good heavens, that's incredible. Xiao Yang, how do you know so much? I've been into fitness for years, not just dabbling, but diving deep into the research, Yang Ling replied with a smile. Ms. Wan, hold off on running for now. Do you know yoga? Yes. Then start with some stretches. Wan Ruyan pulled out her phone and transferred 2,000 yuan to him. Ms. Wan, what's this for? 1,000 is from my friend. The other 1,000 is for the massage you just gave me. You're very professional and worth the price. Remember, you work, I pay. Oh, Ms. Wan was using money again to remind him not to overthink things. How considerate. Wan Ruyan went out to change into her yoga gear, her figure looking even more stunning. But if she kept going to high-end gyms, she'd probably see this kind of thing often. Better get used to it early. He adjusted his mindset, striving to be more professional like a true fitness professional. He continued running, warming up, then familiarized himself with the equipment, feeling the difference between machine-assisted and bodyweight training. And honestly, machines do target each muscle group more effectively than bodyweight exercises. Of course, bodyweight training has its own advantage, it's accessible to those on a budget. By noon, he had mastered the equipment and learned how to target each muscle group. He finished the fitness books he'd bought at the bookstore, committing them to memory with his photographic recall. To truly master the concepts, he'd need to study further, but it should be enough to get him through the afternoon interview. Wan Ruyan sat in the lobby, her gaze fixed on the gym. She wondered if she had misunderstood this boy. He was so professional, so earnest, truly learning and studying. Before long, Yang Ling emerged, drenched in sweat. Thank you, Ms. Wan. If you ever want to work out, I'll teach you for free. No need. Yang Ling pursed his lips. This Ms. Wan was seriously on guard. But it was understandable, I suppose. Xiao Yang, the teacher sent over the performance program. I'll forward it to you. Learn it yourself. You and Cici will be performing it these evenings. All right. There's plenty of leftovers from last night. Stay and eat them, it'd be a waste otherwise. He didn't hesitate, digging in with relish. He pulled out his phone, downloaded the video, and watched the performance while eating. It was so simple. Just then, the doorbell rang. Wan Ruyan went to answer it. A woman who looked to be in her 50s walked in. She was dressed quite fashionably and still had a certain charm, though there was a hint of sharpness in her expression. She pushed a suitcase and carried a large handbag. Auntie, why did you come by yourself? I should have picked you up at the station. You're raising a child on your own, why should I burden you with more? I took a taxi over. I know the way well, the woman replied with a smile. Ruyan, if you ask me, you're working yourself too hard all alone. How did things go with that nephew I introduced you to last time? He's a top student, you two must have hit it off. Suddenly, the woman spotted Yang Ling eating and froze in shock. Ruyan, who is he? When Ruyan glanced at Yang Ling, the father I found for Cici. Cici really likes him. The woman's expression changed, but she quickly forced a smile. Is that so? The young man looks quite handsome, very sturdy and strong. Wan Ruyan immediately introduced her, explaining that the woman was a distant relative named Zhao Hong, whom they called third aunt. She would be their live-in housekeeper from now on. She added that they had worked together several times before. Hello, Auntie San. I look forward to your guidance. Yang Ling didn't care much, he was leaving this week anyway. After eating his fill, he visited his mother in the hospital and took a nap. He received a call from Lin Wan, instructing him to meet with the gym owner. He immediately headed to a cafe next to a high-end fitness club in Wanhui City to wait. He glanced inside the gym and was pleasantly surprised. This gym was so upscale, could he really work here someday? The job posting displayed at the entrance listed a base salary of 12,000 yuan just for a fitness consultant. Hey, isn't this our junior Yang Ling? What brings you to a professional gym like ours, Mr. Wild Training? Chapter 24, Aunt Lon, the Blabbermouth. The speaker was a burly man. Tall and muscular, he looked like a pro at fitness. So it's you, Gao Chang. Working here? This big guy was Gao Chang, a senior from Ningda's physical education department. Back in college, the two had had a major falling out. As president of the fitness club, Gao Chang once spotted Yang Ling working out and invited him to join. Yang Ling gladly accepted. But after joining, Yang Ling discovered things weren't as simple as they seemed. Gao Chang required members to purchase protein powder and other fitness products. Yang Ling couldn't afford them, and besides, his philosophy was prisoner's fitness. He preferred natural muscle definition and wasn't into bulking up like those big guys. Later, some cash-strapped underclassmen who loved working out joined his group. This was unacceptable. Protein powder sales were plummeting. Ultimately, Gao Chang and Yang Ling clashed over their differing philosophies. Gao Chang called Yang Ling an unorthodox practitioner, unprofessional, claiming he was misleading students. They ended up competing head-to-head. In endurance and explosive power, the self-taught Yang Ling naturally proved superior. After that, the fitness club nearly folded and he was fired. Naturally, high-end fitness clubs like this only hire professionally trained fitness instructors, not self-taught ones. Lacking certifications is one thing, but the real issue is that self-taught trainers can't sell fitness products, right? Gao Chang clenched his teeth, recalling the batch of protein powder he'd lost back in college. Senior is absolutely right. Just then, Lin Wan approached with a stunningly beautiful woman, leaving Yang Ling utterly astonished. Aunt Wan's friend? So young? Her figure was stunning. The exposed arms showed no excess fat, perfectly toned, suggesting a low body fat percentage. Her attire was understated rather than flashy. A sleek bob cut framed her stunning face, giving her the air of a sophisticated next-door beauty. Though lacking Aunt Wan's voluptuousness, she possessed a distinct charm. "Greetings, Ms. Li," Gao Chang greeted the beauty immediately upon seeing her. The woman nodded, glancing at Yang Ling with a faint smile. "Young Yang, right? Not bad. You've got the makings of a fitness enthusiast. Come on, let's head to the coffee shop. We can chat over coffee." They entered the coffee shop and found a place to sit. Outside, Gao Chang stood disheveled in the wind, his expression shifting between anger and frustration. "Damn it, I'm screwed. This guy is actually an acquaintance of President Li?" He instantly became a hot potato, pacing back and forth, his mind in turmoil. Inside the cafe, Lin Wan ordered coffee and sat down before introducing the elegant woman. "This is Ms. Li Zhilong. Xiao Ling, call her Aunt Lan." "Aunt Wan, you must be mistaken. Shouldn't it be Sister Lan? Just because we're friends, you can't make me call you old lady." Li Jilan chuckled. "Calling me Auntie Lan is correct. I'm the same age as your Auntie Wan, you know." "Jilian, did you really need to bring that up? Showing off your fitness results again. I told you to work out, but you wouldn't listen. Sure, your curves might be more appealing than mine now, but in a few years, things will change." Yang Ling's eyes widened. "Auntie Lan, you're the same age as Auntie Wan?" "Right. Let's get straight to the point. Tell me about yourself and your understanding of the fitness industry." Yang Ling rattled off everything he knew, practically talking non-stop. He realized his mind was truly sharp. Not only did he possess exceptional memory, but his comprehension skills were also impressive. Li Xilan looked utterly astonished. "You, self-taught for 4 years? Never set foot in a gym? No professional guidance? All self-study from books?" Yang Ling shook his head. "I was broke, so self-study was the only option. I never got certified either. Not sure if I can even break into the industry." "Jilian, Xiao Ling has always been sensible and hardworking since childhood. Give him a chance, and he'll definitely make you proud." Li Jilian glanced at Lin Wan and smiled. "Sister Wan, tell me honestly, is he your nephew or your boyfriend? What nonsense are you talking about?" Lin Wan flushed. Li Jilan was even more surprised to see Lin Wan blush. "Sis Wan, have you finally come to your senses? Though, your taste is quite something, snagging a young stud like that. You're one lucky lady. Stinky Jilan, didn't you say you wanted to cultivate a refined, reserved image? And now, after just a few words, you're already getting frisky. Heh, you're such a fake. That's just how I am." "Little Ling, does Aunt Wan feed you every night? Are you getting enough to eat?" "Aunt Lan, feed me what? You don't know what she feeds you? Come to Aunt Lan's place later, and I'll tell you the answer." Lin Wan's face flushed crimson. Her bestie sure had a dirty mouth, she'd say anything. "Shut up. Let's talk business. How are you training Xiao Ling? Also, you need to protect him. Get him more high-quality clients. Don't let anyone take advantage of him." "Oh, you're really protective of him. Looks like it's the real deal." Li Jilan was intrigued. "Xiao Ling, how far have you and Aunt Wan gotten? Have you slept together yet?" Lin Wan hastily covered Li Jilan's mouth, but she easily pried Lin Wan's hand away. "Xiao Ling, you and Aunt Wan, in bed." Suddenly, Lin Wan bit down on Li Jilan's mouth. She froze, then shot Lin Wan a suddenly alluring glare. "Alright, let's talk business." Li Jilan sat beside Yang Ling, running her hands over his body, pinching and groping everywhere. Yang Ling was frozen in place. "Jilong, what are you doing?" "Just checking out his muscles. They're amazing, truly wild and untouched. Lean and toned, no artificial enhancements or heavy lifting involved." Li Jilian marveled, then sat down to outline her plan for Yang Ling. "Xiao Ling, even though we're introduced by mutual acquaintances, you still need real skills. After all, we're dealing with high-end clients. You understand, right? Aunt Lon, please be strict with me. I want to learn real skills. That attitude is excellent. I'll teach you a lot and guide you through getting various certifications. Oh, and I'll also teach you some bedroom skills so Aunt Wan can speak plainly. Well, that's the gist of it. I have connections that can get Xiao Ling all the certifications within 6 months. For the next 6 months, he'll mainly focus on sales. I'll give him commissions for clients he brings in. Of course, if a client specifically requests him, the commission will be higher. Thank you, Aunt Lon. Here, add me on WeChat. I'll send you a plan. Complete everything on it, and you'll get all the certifications and become a qualified high-end fitness professional. For the next 2 weeks, focus on completing phase 1 of the plan. Familiarize yourself with the material and prepare thoroughly. You'll start your position the week after next. Thanks for taking me under your wing, Aunt Lon. Come to Aunt Lan's place tonight. She'll definitely take you to new heights. Get lost. Since we're done talking, Xiao Ling and I are leaving. Lin Wan was fiercely protective of her protege. You're being unreasonable. If you won't let him come to my place, can you at least go yourself? We'll talk about it tonight. The three of them left the coffee shop. Yang Ling. Gao Chang looked utterly embarrassed. He was utterly shocked inside. Good heavens, what just happened in there? Mr. Li actually touched Yang Ling? And they were laughing and joking, looking kinda flirty. Holy crap. Seriously? Is being a wild cultivator that appealing? He'd built himself into a hulk, yet no beautiful women had taken notice. All his clients were muscle enthusiasts. In that moment, he felt his own philosophy was flawed. Gao Chang, is Xiao Ling your junior? Perfect. You should mentor him more from now on, Li Jilan said with a smile. Sure thing, no problem. But Junior Yang Ling is quite professional himself. Senior Gao Chang, I look forward to your guidance. Yang Ling didn't want to embarrass Gao Chang. After all, they'd be colleagues soon. He didn't want any friction causing awkwardness for Li Jilan. They arrived at the underground parking garage and got into Lin Wan's car. Auntie Wan, I missed you. Just do your best and don't let Jilan down. Lin Wan seemed to filter Yang Ling's words automatically, pausing for a moment. Xiao Ling, be careful of the pitfalls in this line of work. What kind of traps? In short, don't sleep with anyone lightly, especially those wealthy older women. Understand? Stick to your professional ethics. Otherwise, you'll get stuck in one quagmire after another, unable to extricate yourself. And what if that Lan lady from earlier wanted to? She wouldn't do anything to you. Lin Wan's tone was unwavering. Just remember, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. People wear many masks, you have to see through them. Auntie Wan, I understand. I'll definitely save my first time for you. Lin Wan shot him a stern look before immediately driving him to Ruyan Apartments. Auntie Wan, wanna come up and take a look? No need. I'll transfer you 5,000 for rent. No need. No refusal. Consider it repayment for helping Fei Fei. Get out. Yang Ling felt deeply disheartened by Lin Wan's renewed coldness. Steeling himself, he pulled her close and planted a fierce kiss on her lips. The next moment, he let out a piercing yelp. Auntie Wan, why did you bite me? Keep this up, and I'll bite your tongue off. Get out. Yang Ling had no choice but to get out. Aunt Wan, even if you bite my tongue off, I'll still do it next time. Lin Wan drove away. Glancing back at Yang Ling standing frozen in place through the rearview mirror, she couldn't help but giggle. Suddenly, she felt as though she had grown younger. She arrived at the hospital and entered the ward. Sister Qianyu, I'm here to see you. You're so busy. Why do you keep coming by? Just passing by. She sat down and immediately started peeling fruit. What's with your mouth? Is that blood or lipstick? It looks a bit smudged. Lin Wan hurriedly pulled out a mirror to check, quickly wiped it off and reapplied her lipstick. Nothing. I just smudged it earlier. She felt a twinge of guilt inside. Could she say she'd just been forcefully kissed by your son? Meanwhile, Yang Ling waited downstairs, ready to pick her up as school was about to dismiss. Soon, when Ruyan came downstairs, and they drove to the school together. What happened to your mouth? Is that lipstick or blood? Oh, I accidentally bit my tongue earlier and bled quite a bit. Wipe it off later. When Ruyan pulled out a pack of wet wipes and placed them beside Yang Ling. At the school, Yang Ling wiped his mouth in the mirror. Man, Aunt Wan was ruthless, my tongue was burning. Soon after, Cici came out, running toward him with excitement on her face. Daddy, you really came. Cici is so happy. The little one threw herself into his arms and planted a kiss on his cheek. When Ruyan felt a twinge of jealousy. It's only been one night, okay? Already so close? But she understood how deeply her daughter craved her father's love. A heart parched for so long, suddenly quenched by sweet spring water, anyone would react this way. Cici, aren't you going to kiss mommy? When Ruyan pouted. Yang Ling lifted the little one up, letting her plant a kiss on Ruyan's cheek. Daddy, mommy, Cici kissed you both. Now it's your turn to kiss me back. Chapter 25, The Live and Nanny's Mischief. Yang Ling and Wen Ruyan froze in shock. They exchanged a glance. "Cici, have you been a good girl today?" Wen Ruyan quickly changed the subject. "Of course I was. Teacher Lin gave me 3 little red flowers. Cici's daddy, Cici's mommy, Cici had a wonderful time at school today. Her mood is so much better than before. Fatherly love truly is magnificent." Lin Xiaolei smiled and glanced at Yang Ling. Inside, her curiosity only grew. Could it be? Yang Ling really is Cici's father? "Yes, Teacher Lin, thank you for your hard work. Cici, say goodbye to the teacher." After getting in the car and heading home, Yang Ling played enthusiastically with the little one. After dinner, he began his performance. He discovered the little cutie actually had some talent for performing. Wen Ruyan bustled about in the kitchen, while Aunt Zhaohong busied herself packing things. She kept her eyes fixed on Yang Ling, a cold gleam flashing in them. Happiness was fleeting. Soon, the little one fell asleep, and Yang Ling left. "Ruyan, isn't he staying here?" "No, I only asked him to be Cici's daddy and play with her." Wen Ruyan explained. "Oh, I see." Zhaohong seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "Ruyan, you really need to be careful. You can't judge a book by its cover. You wouldn't believe it just now, I noticed something off about him. He actually kissed Cici on the mouth and was groping the child all over. That's unacceptable. Even if she were his own daughter, he shouldn't behave like that." "What? You're serious?" Wen Ruyan's face turned pale. "Don't you trust your Auntie San?" "Sigh, raising a child alone is so hard, but you mustn't bring strangers into your home. Especially those who play with Cici. You have to be careful. You're so wealthy and have such great conditions. That young man must have his eyes on you. What if he uses Cici as an excuse to stay? What would you do then?" Wen Ruyan's expression darkened. "Auntie, I understand. You should go downstairs to sleep too. That old room is still empty. Ruyan, can't I stay in the guest room?" Wen Ruyan shook her head. She didn't want to share a room with anyone, especially when there were so many other houses available. Zhaohong had no choice but to go downstairs. Meanwhile, Yang Ling began studying the plan Li Zhilong had given him. It was comprehensive, truly professional. He felt that with enough effort and Li Zhilong's connections, obtaining the professional certification wouldn't be difficult. This was excellent. Having connections truly made things easier. He opened the chat room and waited for a long time, but the client never showed up. Well, no use waiting. Time to sleep. Tonight would be a sleepless night for Wen Ruyan. "Yang Ling, did you really molest her daughter?" The next day, Yang Ling dropped off the child as usual. He noticed Wen Ruyan seemed in a bad mood, looking exhausted with bloodshot eyes. "Mrs. Wen, did you not sleep last night?" "Couldn't sleep." "It's fine. Go about your business." Yang Ling continued his NPC duties, delivering meals, studying, impersonating Qin Shin, and flirting with Lin Wan during breaks. He planned it all out perfectly, making it very fulfilling. In the evening, after picking up the child and getting into the car, Wen Ruyan opened a box, took out a heart-shaped pendant, and hung it around the little one's neck. "This is a gift from Daddy. You can't take it off except when you're sleeping or at school." "Yay! That's awesome. A Barbie doll. I love it. Thank you, Daddy." Yang Ling felt a pang of emotion. Mrs. Wen was so thoughtful he'd completely forgotten to buy a gift. Back downstairs, Wen Ruyan said she'd go cook dinner and asked Yang Ling to take the little one out to play for a while. "Yay! We get to play. Daddy, let's go to the Riverside Park, there's so much fun stuff there." "Sure." At Riverside Park, he chased and played with the little one, enjoying every moment. He had truly embraced this role so much so that even he couldn't tell if he was just playing a part. He adored this adorable little daughter of his. "Daddy, I like you, not Mommy." At that moment, Wen Ruyan, who was cooking at home, jolted. The spatula slipped from her hand and fell to the floor. Headphones were in her ears, and a monitoring app was running on her phone in the kitchen cabinet. After Zhao Hong's words last night, she'd gone out today to buy a pendant-style smartwatch for children, the very one she'd just put on her daughter. She intended to use her daughter to monitor him to see how he interacted with her and what he said. Was he deliberately brainwashing her to stay? If she heard anything suspicious, even if it only raised doubt, she would kick him out, no matter how heartbroken her daughter might be. Had there been more time, or if she hadn't believed he'd be gone in a few days, she would have installed surveillance cameras covering every blind spot in the house. Just then, Yang Ling's voice came through the earpiece. "Cici, why?" "Because Mom won't play with me, but Dad will." "Cici, Daddy wants to tell you something. Mommy is the person in this whole world who loves you the most." "Really?" The little girl tilted her head. "But she always scolds me and gets mad at me. Your mommy has to work and earn money. It's tiring, and she might get bullied by bad people outside, which makes her feel down. Remember, she might be mean to you, scold you, or not have time to play with you. But she definitely loves you the most, even more than Daddy." "Okay, Daddy, I'll remember." "Cici, you're such a good girl. Promise Daddy this: if Daddy ever becomes a shooting star and has to fulfill his destiny, leaving Cece behind, you must stay strong and be a good girl. He repeated the story he'd told his little angel these past 2 nights. Cece will be good and wait for Daddy to come back. When Ruyan took off her headphones, exhaled in relief, tossed them aside, and let the corners of her mouth turn up slightly. She frowned, glancing at her third aunt sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed, munching on melon seeds. She picked up the headphones again, slipped them over her ears, and sang along happily, her eyes narrowing. However, her mindset had shifted slightly. It was no longer about eavesdropping, but curiosity. Incidentally, she texted Ling to come home. Upon returning home and entering the house, when Ruyan had already prepared a sumptuous dinner. The little one couldn't wait to dig in. Shishi, what's the first thing you should do after coming back from outside? Wash my hands. That's right. Oh dear, I've forgotten how to wash my hands. Did your teacher teach you at kindergarten, Cece? Yes. I'll teach Daddy. The little one was bursting with pride. When Ruyan stood at the kitchen doorway, her eyes slightly moist. What a wonderful dad. My daughter really has changed. After sitting down, when Ruyan served everyone their meals, Ling felt a bit puzzled. Wasn't Auntie San here to work? Why did it feel like she had become the elder of this household? But perhaps since she was Ruyan's relative, Ruyan herself didn't mind, so he had nothing to say. Ling, take Cece out to play. You've worked hard, have some crab. When Ruyan served Ling a large crab. Thanks. Ruyan. When Cece was around, they had to act like a married couple. A flicker of coldness passed through Zhao Hong's eyes once more. Chapter 26, Mrs. Wan wants to support him. After dinner, when Ruyan said she had to step out for something, he continued rehearsing with the little cutie. The little cutie was truly gifted, performing with uncanny realism. Wow, Cece is doing such a great job. Zhao Hong clapped while cracking sunflower seeds beside them. But soon, Cece grew nervous. Auntie San, Cece's still nervous. You should go handle your business. Ling found this auntie a bit odd. She came as an aunt, yet acted like a grandpa, finishing her meal ages ago yet leaving her bowl untouched, taking her sweet time. All right. The teacher said the performance had to be uploaded to the group chat tonight, but after waiting a long time, when Ruyan still hadn't returned, making it impossible to record, he decided to just open his phone's video recording and place it in a spot where it could capture both of their performances. Meanwhile, Zhao Hong took advantage of Ling and Cece's performance to pull several of Ruyan's sexy nightgowns from the wardrobe, along with a box containing a wedding ring. She slipped them into Ling's backpack. Then she acted as if nothing had happened. Soon, the performance ended. Ling paused the recording and watched it carefully. Not bad. Good enough to send to the teacher. Why did Zhao Hong appear in the middle? What was she doing opening his backpack? What was she putting inside? Just then, when Ruyan returned, he decided to have her help record it again. When Ruyan watched with a delighted expression. Ruyan, I think this is good enough to send to the teacher. Ling, you're so professional, you've turned Cece into a little acting prodigy. Could you teach her this in the future? Sure, I'll teach her. Cece has real talent. Happiness was fleeting, and Ling soon had to leave. He opened his backpack and pulled out his laptop. Suddenly, he froze in shock. Along with the laptop came Ruyan's sexy nightgown? Holy crap, and tearaway black stockings? And pink thong panties? Good heavens! What the hell is going on? These things must have been put there by Zhao Hong, right? Tonight, when Ruyan went out, Zhao Hong planted the items, and then when Ruyan came back and now she wants him to teach Cece how to perform? Holy crap! Is she hinting at something? Could it be Mrs. Wan is satisfied with him and wants to keep him? To make love? His body instantly surged with excitement. A wealthy woman, a stunningly beautiful young wife who wouldn't be drawn to her? He continued rummaging through his backpack. What's this? He opened it and gasped, holy crap, what a huge diamond! Was this a wedding ring? Had Miss Wan actually instructed Zhao Hong to secretly give him the ring? Was she planning to marry him? He hadn't expected Zhao Hong to play dirty. After all, she was just a live-in housekeeper. Without Ruyan's instructions, would she dare do something like this? He and Zhao Hong had no conflict of interest either. The landlady must have taken a fancy to him. He felt both excited and conflicted inside. Marriage was a serious matter that demanded careful consideration. Even if they married, Ruyan probably wouldn't give him any assets, she'd just want him to be Cece's father. Never mind. He'd put his things away first. Opening the chat room, he saw that the lady had logged in tonight and even sent him a script. It's a script where a married couple argues, suspects each other, and eventually clears up the misunderstanding, becoming even more affectionate. Ling wondered if this woman might be a professional screenwriter, one who specializes in studying marital relationships and domestic life. She certainly gave him plenty of inspiration. If he and Aunt Wan ever became a couple, he'd definitely act out these scenarios with her. And if she wore lingerie like this. Holy, gotta stop thinking about this, it's too much. That night, young Ling tossed and turned before finally drifting off, only to dream that Wen Ruyan climbed into his bed. The next morning, after completing the NPC quest, he faced Wen Ruyan with a touch of nervousness. This landlady is way too direct. No foreplay whatsoever, she just dove right in, handing him the lingerie and wedding ring. Why do I feel like something's off with you this morning? Wen Ruyan asked, looking puzzled. After yesterday's eavesdropping, Wen Ruyan felt slightly reassured about young Ling. She began to wonder if Zhao Hong had been lying. After all, Zhao Hong had once introduced her nephew to her. They were on completely different levels and she hadn't liked him at all. Nothing, Ms. Wan. I'd like to come to your place to continue working out. Forget the workout. Come shopping with me later. I'll buy you a few outfits. The performance was tomorrow. Though it was just one show, she wanted to give her daughter the very best. So she planned to buy young Ling some nice outfits and accessories. Really? I don't have time, and besides, I'm leaving tomorrow. Don't waste your money. Hearing this, Wen Ruyan felt a flicker of irritation. This week had been her most carefree days. Seeing her daughter happy and joyful made her happy too. But the thought of life returning to its old routine after Yang Ling's departure filled her with unbearable restlessness. Just go when I tell you to. Fine. Mrs. Wan seemed a bit bossy today, but deep down, he felt a little pleased. He didn't mind his wife being more capable than him. Playing the role of a little puppy wasn't so bad. Enjoying the affection of a big sister, how wonderful. Wen Ruyan returned to change into an outfit that radiated the elegance of a wealthy lady. She drove her Maybach straight to Wancheng Plaza in the city center, parked, and headed to the first floor. Everything sold here was exorbitantly priced. Wen Ruyan led Yang Ling straight to a store that looked particularly upscale. The shop staff were all tall, beautiful women, uniformly dressed in uniforms and stockings. They seemed to recognize Wen Ruyan and swarmed toward her. Ms. Wan, it's been a while. What are you looking for today? Help him pick out a formal suit, 3 casual outfits, 2 pairs of shoes, a belt. The attendant glanced at young Ling, paused for a moment, then realized. Oh, a freeloader. But who cares? As long as we make the sale. Yang Ling was treated with extraordinary warmth by the salesperson, who measured his body. This only strengthened his conviction about Wen Ruyan's intentions. Next, Wen Ruyan personally selected clothes for him, helped him compare styles, and even handed him garments outside the fitting room, gentle as a wife. A wave of warmth washed over Yang Ling. In that moment, he felt Wen Ruyan would truly make an excellent wife. A woman of this age was truly wonderful. Whatever Wen Ruyan planned for him tonight, he would cooperate fully, let her feel his passion, feel the strength of his muscular waist. Soon, they had selected 4 outfits, 2 pairs of shoes, and other accessories. The total came to over 20,000 yuan. Wen Ruyan paid without hesitation. The salesperson beamed with delight. Handsome, come back often. Yang Ling carried the heavy bags of clothes, following closely behind Wen Ruyan. Ms. Wan had already made her intentions clear through her actions. She intended to support him. Therefore, he must also show his willingness through action. He placed everything in his left hand, then took Wen Ruyan's hand with his right. Wen Ruyan stopped, looking at him in confusion, momentarily stunned. This guy, how dare he take her hand? Wasn't that crossing the line? He looked at Wen Ruyan with a touch of shyness, yet his gaze burned with intensity. Ms. Wan, I do. Willing to what? Wen Ruyan was a bit bewildered. Well, to be your little puppy? Yang Ling's eyes were clear, yet tinged with a hint of bashfulness. Wang Ruyan looked into his eyes and found herself swallowing hard. Chapter 27, the performance ends. But the next moment, smack. Wen Ruyan slapped his hand, her face flushing. What are you thinking? It's just that when we stand together, we don't look like a married couple. Tomorrow, for the performance, you need to wear proper clothes. Otherwise, everyone will think you're just someone I hired. Still pretending. Keep pretending. He clearly wants to keep me as his mistress but won't admit it. Fine, I'll take it then. They continued shopping and entered the Huawei flagship store. Ms. Wan, are you here to buy a computer or a phone? Pick out a computer, some recording equipment, and a phone. What? Ms. Wan, why are you buying me all this? My friend mentioned that there's a lot of background noise when you speak, which isn't ideal. It must be your equipment. You should get something better. She wasn't doing this for Yang Ling, she was doing it for herself. Yang Ling's equipment really was subpar, too much background noise. If it were clear, his voice would come through perfectly. She instinctively clamped her legs together. Yang Ling, however, thought she was just putting on a tough front. Making excuses again. Just say what you want, and I'll agree. Since Wen Ruyan was being so generous, he wouldn't hold back. After all, his computer was sluggish, his phone was just a budget model, and the recording equipment was bought second-hand entry-level gear, so the sound quality was naturally subpar. He selected a few items and ended up spending over 20,000 yuan. When Wen Ruyan paid, she didn't even blink. Getting exactly what you want without spending a dime felt amazing. No wonder so many people love living off others. Wen Ruyan then took him to get a haircut, spending 888 yuan. He felt his own dog head wasn't worth that much. Soon, his whole demeanor changed. Wen Ruyan stared blankly at young Ling, her face flushing. This guy was just too good looking. Taking him out was a real status symbol. They didn't linger any longer and headed straight back. Wait, bring these clothes over to my place to wash. Dry them directly, and I'll iron them for you. By the way, you should work out at home. Got it. He stole a glance at Wen Ruyan, wondering whether she'd be on top or bottom tonight. Back home, Yang Ling parked the car and promptly got out, opening the door for Wen Ruyan like a gentleman. After stepping out, Wen Ruyan glanced at Yang Ling's wrist. Forgot to buy a watch. I have a nice one at home. My late husband used to wear it. Do you mind? No taboos at all. Alright. Back at Wen Ruyan's place, Zhao Hong was inside watching TV, cracking sunflower seeds, legs crossed, looking utterly content. Wen Ruyan frowned. Zhao Hong immediately stood up. Ruyan, Xiao Yang, you're back? Where did you go? Shopping. We bought a few things. Auntie, could you put young Ling's new clothes in the washing machine and dry them too? Alright. Zhao Hong took the clothes, snipped off the tags, and was stunned by what she saw. Good heavens! He bought such expensive clothes for him? Could it be that Wen Ruyan really has taken a liking to him? Does she intend to keep him as a kept man? That's out of the question. This is my nephew's home. She wanted to cut these clothes to shreds right then and there. But she had no choice but to wash them. Just you wait. After your performance tomorrow, I'll accuse you of theft with irrefutable evidence. Let's see how you wriggle out of this one. That afternoon, Yang Ling went to the bookstore again and bought a large stack of books, all listed in Li Jilian's plan for him. After returning home, he continued studying fitness knowledge. When the time was right, he headed to the hospital early. Upon entering the ward, he saw Lin Meijing inside. Good afternoon, Dr. Lin. Young Yang, your mother's condition is recovering well. I hear you've been making porridge for her every day? Yes, this kind of porridge. That's excellent. This condition requires nutritional intake, but without excessive protein. The porridge you make is just right. Come here for a moment. I want to discuss something with you. We went to Dr. Lin Meijing's office. Dr. Lin, is there something seriously wrong with my mother? Nothing critical for now. However, advanced cirrhosis is indeed difficult to reverse. You must prepare yourself mentally. If it progresses to the point where a liver transplant is needed, it will cost a lot of money. Lin Meijing looked at Yang Ling with surprise. He's so handsome. Even more so than that person from back then. Xiao Yang, did you dress up specially for tomorrow? Yes. He felt a bit guilty. Not bad, very handsome. Here, take this bottle of medicine. It's new. You already gave me one last time. It worked perfectly. No, that one was for you. This one is for Fangya. Ha? Oh, I see. He left the hospital and headed straight for the school. He still had time. The little one excitedly threw herself into his arms, kissing Daddy and Mommy. Mommy and Daddy, Cici kissed you both, so why don't you ever kiss me back? Little Han's Mommy and Daddy always kiss her. The little one looked utterly puzzled. Does that mean Mommy doesn't love Daddy? Is that why she wouldn't let Daddy come home before? Her eyes welled up with tears. Wen Ruyan didn't know how to respond. Suddenly, Yang Ling kissed her cheek. Cici, your mom's just a little shy. She loves Daddy very much. Wow, that's great. Does that mean Daddy won't have to fly away like a shooting star anymore? Yes. From now on, Daddy will always be here with you, okay? He had already decided to accept Wen Ruyan's financial support. Yay! That's awesome. Cici is so happy. Love you, Mom and Dad. Wen Ruyan frowned. This kid actually kissed her? It was just a child. She could have brushed it off. And he even said he'd always be by her side? Sigh. But the thought of him leaving made her feel utterly helpless. Who could blame him for acting so convincingly? Maybe she should just let him keep playing the part. Tonight was still incredibly joyful, and the little one performed wonderfully. Tomorrow's praise was guaranteed. After the performance, Yang Ling played with the little cutie. Tonight, he was especially affectionate toward the little cutie. Deep down, he already regarded her as his own daughter. It was no longer just acting, it was genuine affection. Watching from outside, Wen Ruyan saw the pair growing ever more like father and daughter, strengthening her resolve to keep Yang Ling. After the little one fell asleep, Yang Ling prepared to leave. Ms. Wan, I'm growing fonder of Cici every day, and she seems to like me more too. Could I stay tomorrow? I want to be Cici's dad forever. We'll talk about it tomorrow. You should go back first. Alright, good night, Ms. Wan. After he left, Zhao Hong began her performance. Ruyan, that young Yang is getting more and more out of line, isn't he? Looks like he doesn't want to leave tomorrow. What if he insists on staying? Zhao Hong sneered inwardly. After Yang Ling returned, he must have discovered those items but kept quiet. He probably assumed Wen Ruyan had placed them there and was secretly delighted. When the time came to expose him, would Wen Ruyan believe her his relative or him someone she'd barely known? Auntie, you should go back first. Tonight was no different. The next day, Friday, young Ling brought porridge to his mother, as she was feeling much better and could take care of herself. At 8 o'clock, the family of 3 entered the school. Soon, it was young Ling and Cece's turn. Their performance on stage was excellent, moving everyone deeply. For him, it came as no surprise. Cece also received a little star award certificate, making her overjoyed. Father and daughter were overjoyed. Daddy, you're so wonderful. You're the best daddy in the whole world. She threw herself into his arms, smacking kisses all over his face. Cece, Dad, would you like to give an acceptance speech? Lin Xiaolei watched the scene and felt deeply moved. She thought to herself, Yang Ling truly was a responsible and wonderful father. He was simply wonderful. Because she seemed like a completely different person compared to before. He truly loved his daughter. His eyes welled up with tears after receiving the award. Yang Ling took the microphone. I'm so happy today. I hope Cece grows up happy forever. Though they'd only spent a few days together, Yang Ling genuinely adored the little cutie. Chapter 28, False Accusations. How lovely. Cece, is there anything you'd like to say to Daddy? Lin Xiaolei smiled. The little cutie planted another kiss on him. I love Daddy. I hope Daddy never goes to a place far, far away again. I want to see Daddy every day. Below the stage, when Ruyan's eyes welled up with tears, strengthening her resolve to keep Yang Ling by her side. Suddenly, she received a text from Zhao Hong. Ruyan, I was organizing your wardrobe earlier and noticed signs that something had been rummaged through. A lot of your weird clothes are missing, and your diamond ring with your husband is gone too. When Ruyan's heart skipped a beat. Who would take those odd clothes? Her gaze fell on Yang Ling. Could it be this guy? That diamond was worth tens of thousands. Could this guy have been taking all those weird clothes just to fantasize about her? Ruyan, it must have been Xiao Yang who took it. Do you want to come back and check? When Ruyan sent Yang Ling a message saying she had to leave early for something and asked him to walk their daughter home after the event ended. She returned home, grabbed her keys, and entered Yang Ling's rental apartment with Zhao Hong. Finally, her whole body trembled. Right where it was most visible, she spotted her oddball clothes. One of them was even a pair of tear-away stockings. And her late husband's diamond ring lay right beside them. Instantly, a flame of rage ignited within her, accompanied by profound disappointment. The more perfect Yang Ling had seemed before, the more ironic it felt now, and the more furious she grew inside. Good heavens, if she had agreed to stay with him, then. A chill ran down her spine. What if he forced himself on her? And her daughter her Achilles heel. Thank goodness we caught it early. It really was him. Ruyan, call the police. When Ruyan shook her head and took out her phone to snap a photo. We won't call the police. Let's just let this go. Tonight, we'll let him go. She didn't want her daughter to see her beloved father being taken away by the police. She brought the items home, plopped down on the sofa, her expression dark and grim. Meanwhile, at the kindergarten, Yang Ling and Cece happily ate cake. Cece's father, please come with me. Yang Ling immediately followed Lin Xiaolei. Cece's father, are you really Cece's father? No, I was invited back by Ms. Wan. Yang Ling answered truthfully, as he wasn't entirely sure what Ruyan's intentions were. Ms. Wan asked me to spend this Father's Day with Cece. To be honest, I'm no longer just playing a role. I've genuinely grown fond of this little cutie. But Ms. Wan might not let me keep playing this role. So, Ms. Lin, I hope you'll bear with me and be patient. I'm afraid she might be in a bad mood next week. Ah. Truthfully, I noticed long ago that your relationship with Ms. Wan isn't close. For the past year, she's always brought Cece here alone. Lin Xiaolei looked deeply regretful. Mr. Yang, Cece has truly changed. She's happy, joyful, and content. I can't even imagine what she'll be like next week. If you can keep playing the role, then do it. Or better yet, why not become her real dad? You're so handsome. Cece's mom would surely approve, right? I'll do my best. Alright, Mr. Yang, keep up the good work. Strive to become Shishi's real father. Lin Xiaolei could see that Yang Ling was truly responsible and genuinely loved Shishi. Where could you find a man like that? Soon, school let out, and father and daughter walked home happily together. Cece, Daddy might have to become a shooting star again soon to fulfill his mission. The little girl stopped in her tracks, tears welling up again. No, I don't want you to. Daddy, please don't become a shooting star. Then when we get home, you tell Mom, okay? He thought Ms. Wan wanted to support him financially but was too shy to say so. So he and Cece would handle it, giving her a way out. Ms. Wan, undoubtedly too proud to say it herself. Sure. I'll definitely get Mom to let Dad stay. Come here, give me a kiss. Father and daughter walked home hand in hand. Meanwhile, at home, when Ruyan wore headphones, her face twisted in scorn. That person had finally shown their true colors. Ha, and she had the nerve to tell her daughter to keep him? Back home, Zhao Hong opened the door, her eyes brimming with sarcasm. Mom, we won an award. Look. The little one excitedly pulled Dad over. Ruyan, aren't we amazing? Yang Ling smiled, eagerly anticipating Wen Ruyan's praise. Wen Ruyan forced a smile. Wow, Cici is amazing. It's Daddy who's amazing. Mommy, I don't want Daddy to become a shooting star. Can you make him stay home with Cici forever? Yes, good girl. Go watch TV for a bit. I need to have a little talk with your dad. The little one obediently went to watch TV. Wen Ruyan's expression turned cold as she motioned for Yang Ling to come closer. She took out some money and handed it to Yang Ling. Here's 11,000 yuan, the agreed 5,000 plus the 6,000 in waived rent. Take it. You'll be moving out shortly. Pack up all your belongings and remove them from my apartment. It's best if you leave this place entirely and never show your face to my daughter again. Zhao Hong pushed open the door. Ruyan, why are you giving him money? For a disgusting thief like him, not calling the police is the biggest favor you could do. Yang Ling frowned, utterly baffled. When Ruyan telling him to leave was understandable after all, the task was complete. He could leave, but calling him a thief? That he wouldn't accept. Explain yourself. How am I a thief? Ha! You stole Ruyan's lingerie and wedding ring, and you won't admit it? We found them in your home. Zhao Hong's face was dripping with sarcasm. You put on such a good act all this time. Who knew you were such a disgusting person? What, you still want to stick around and live off her? It was like a bolt from the blue. Yang Ling trembled with rage. So that's how it was. He had actually thought Wen Ruyan wanted to keep him as her kept man. He never imagined such malice. Wen Ruyan had Zhao Hong place the items in his backpack precisely to create this excuse now to make him leave far away. To fabricate an excuse, she'd gone so far as to falsely accuse him. And he'd actually come back expecting her praise? He felt like nothing but a clown, a complete idiot. In that moment, he realized. Right. No matter how well he acted or how outstanding he appeared, in reality, he was just a nobody. She, on the other hand, was a billionaire. How could she possibly be interested in him? He let out a cold laugh, burying his anger. 10,001? You think that'll get rid of me? What? You stole something, and Ruyan is offering you back 11,000? You're not satisfied? Ruyan, call the police immediately. When Ruyan grew even more furious upon hearing Yang Ling's words. Yang Ling, you're extorting me? Do you know what you'll face if I report this? If you don't care about yourself, don't you care about your family? Take the money and leave. From now on, walk the straight and narrow. I don't know what I'll face, but I know what you'll face. If you're ignorant of the law, let me enlighten you. Chapter 29, Nowhere to Hide. Fabricating facts to falsely accuse and frame another person, with the intent to subject them to criminal prosecution, shall be punished by fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years, criminal detention, or public surveillance if the circumstances are serious. If serious consequences result, the punishment shall be fixed-term imprisonment of 3 to 10 years. Under the Civil Code, you'll also face substantial civil damages. Ms. Wan, if you want me to leave, just say so. Why make things so complicated? It only hurts both of us. Wait. When the police come and take you away in front of Cici, who will look after her? Daddy, please don't call the police to arrest Mommy, okay? The little angel stood trembling at the doorway, her face frozen in terror, tears streaming down her cheeks though she dared not cry aloud. Mommy and Daddy, please stop fighting. Cici will be good. I won't make you angry anymore. Seeing the little girl, Yang Ling felt a pang of pain in his heart, as if he were looking at his younger sister from childhood. Ah, what had she done wrong? Blame him, he'd gone too far. He should have just stayed as a babysitter and playmate. Why get emotionally involved? He immediately went over and embraced the little one. Cici, good girl. Daddy won't call the police. But wait, Daddy's about to turn into a shooting star to go on a mission, okay? No. I don't want Daddy to become a shooting star. Cici, you're being naughty. Daddy told you before. Cici, be good. Daddy, go now. Cici will wait for you at home. Alright, then Daddy will go now. Seeing the little cutie's cautious yet hopeful expression, his heart ached. He planned to leave first, then message Wen Ruyan to resolve this matter, to prevent causing the little cutie any further harm. Though it had only been a week, he had genuinely grown fond of this little one. He didn't even want the money anymore. Grabbing his backpack, he walked away expressionless. Back on the 20th floor, he stripped off his clothes and changed into his own. He packed all his belongings into boxes and bags, leaving behind what couldn't be taken, and prepared to depart immediately. After a moment's thought, he sent Wen Ruyan a message, attaching the video file. Wen Ruyan, for Shishi's sake, you win. Have that Zhao Hong turn herself in. Here's the proof. Skip to 2 minutes 15 seconds. We'll discuss compensation later. He sent the video to Wen Ruyan and immediately blocked her. He walked out of Ruyan Apartments, intending to rent a place nearby. He'd look for something within the residential complex. He'd inquired about several places before there was a one-bedroom apartment with a living room. While it didn't have the same natural light as Ruyan's apartment, the rent was only 100 yuan more. From now on, Mom could walk around the complex and soak up the sun. I'll head over right away, make the call, and sign the contract. The landlord was an elderly gentleman, and he found him very kind and approachable. Oh my, young people today have it so tough carrying all that luggage to rent a place. Meanwhile, at Wen Ruyan's home, she still hadn't managed to calm her daughter down. Mommy, will daddy really come back? Cece, he's not your dad. He's a thief, Zhao Hong immediately interjected. She was certain Yang Ling wouldn't report it to the police now. From now on, he had nothing to do with Wen Ruyan's family. Auntie, could you please not say these things to the child? Yes, my fault. Wah! The little one burst into tears. My daddy isn't a thief. My daddy isn't a thief. Mommy, daddy isn't a thief. Yes, he's not a thief. But he really isn't your dad. He's Uncle Meteor, the one Mom brought back for Father's Day. Now that his mission is done, he's gone. No. He's not Uncle Meteor. He's my daddy. Mommy, I want my daddy. I want my daddy. The little cutie dashed toward the door and flung it open. Zhao Hong immediately stopped him. Xiao Shi, he really isn't your daddy. Your daddy is somewhere else. Auntie will help you find him, okay? I want this daddy. You're the bad guy. You're the bad guy. Oh dear, child, why are you so unreasonable? Third aunt, you go ahead with your business. Wen Ruyan immediately went over to hug her daughter. Alright, Ruyan, be patient with her. She might have been brainwashed by that man. Oh, poor child. Zhao Hong's lips curved slightly. She felt the time to find Cece a new father was drawing near. Then she could live here with a clear conscience. Wen Ruyan held her sobbing daughter, her heart filled with frustration. But she had prepared herself mentally long ago, so she forced herself to endure. Mommy, will you ask Daddy to come back? Cece will be good from now on. Cece, everyone has their own responsibilities. That Uncle Meteor has his own life too. Spending a week with you was just part of his job. But we might see him again someday. Just don't call him Daddy anymore. The little one continued wailing, her heart-wrenching cries growing hoarse. Stop crying. Mommy will be here for you from now on. Exasperated, she shouted. The little one instantly stopped crying, lying perfectly still. Her eyes, however, had lost their former sparkle, staring blankly ahead. Her heart ached unbearably, and she could only hold her daughter tightly. Thinking of Yang Ling's earlier behavior, she frowned. She pulled out her phone and saw Yang Ling's message. Her heart skipped a beat as she opened the video. She immediately covered her mouth, unable to believe what she saw. Shame washed over her, leaving her utterly mortified. Tears welled up and spilled over uncontrollably. So that's why. No wonder he'd been acting differently these past few days. He thought that by giving him those things, she was confessing her feelings and asking him to stay. No wonder he'd been treating her even better. He'd poured his heart into it, and just moments ago, he'd even begged for praise. She turned around and humiliated him. How could she be so? Mommy, why are you crying? Mommy will take you to find Daddy. Huh? Really? Yay. Ruyan, you still want to go find him? Zhao Hong frowned. Suddenly, Wen Ruyan slapped Zhao Hong across the face. Grab your things and get out now. Wen Ruyan yelled with all her strength. It was all this woman's fault, forcing her into this unjust situation. Wen Ruyan, how dare you hit me? I'm your third aunt. Poof. If it weren't for that tiny bit of family connection between us, I'd call the police right now and have you thrown in jail. You, what do you mean? Zhao Hong's face twisted with terror. Watch and see. Wen Ruyan unlocked her phone. The moment Zhao Hong saw the screen, her expression turned ashen. Ruyan, I was only looking out for you. How could he possibly be good enough for you? My nephew is the one who deserves you. Get out. Otherwise, I'm calling the police. And from now on, I want nothing to do with your family. I'm keeping this video forever. Zhao Hong had no choice but to pack her things and slink away. Wen Ruyan rushed to the 20th floor with her daughter in her arms and opened the door. Seeing that Yang Ling's belongings were gone, she felt an emptiness in her heart. She noticed the clothes she'd bought for Yang Ling, neatly hung and stored in a dust-proof bag, displayed prominently in the most visible spot. The laptop, phone, and recording equipment she'd bought for him were still there. She plopped down on the bed, overcome with shame. Without this video, she would have misunderstood him for the rest of her life. She immediately went downstairs to ask the security guard. Ms. Wan, just now, I think I saw Mr. Yang leaving with his luggage. He seemed pretty angry. Did you two have a fight? The security guard looked utterly bewildered. Wen Ruyan took her daughter and walked out of the apartment, hurrying toward the hospital. Chapter 30, Jiang Xue pities him. However, when Wen Ruyan arrived at the ward, she couldn't find Yang Ling. She didn't dare disturb Yang Chenyu. She could only wait downstairs in the inpatient building. Mommy, where's Daddy? Mommy made a mistake, so Daddy got angry. Once we find him, Mommy will apologize, and then he'll come back. Mommy, Daddy said that when you're mad at CC, if you give him a kiss, you'll stop being angry. So when he comes back, will you give him a kiss too? Wen Ruyan paused, then said, okay, Mom will kiss him. But night had fallen, and Yang Ling was nowhere to be seen. By then, Yang Ling had arrived at the vegetable market near Yulan Tianxiang. He had buried his anger deep within. Because meals still had to be eaten and money still had to be earned. No one could interfere with his livelihood. Oomph. Women. He bought some vegetables and headed toward the Yulan Tianxiang villa. Last time he saw Jiang Xue, he'd only cooked some frozen dumplings. The kitchen was spotless, devoid of any cooking aroma. Perhaps he could stir-fry a few dishes for her. He could eat them himself. Tonight, he wanted to connect with her more deeply, to understand her better. After all, he had promised Lin Meijing he would do his best to help her find closure. How could she let go if he didn't understand her? He had already finished reading the psychology book he bought last time. His mind was filled with knowledge, and he believed Jiang Xue likely suffered from bipolar disorder, a dual emotional disorder affecting both the psyche and the spirit. He needed to care for her in daily life, not only letting her vent her frustrations but also using love to heal her wounds. Soon, he bought some groceries and went to Jiang Xue's place, pressing the doorbell. The door opened, revealing Jiang Xue dressed in her loungewear. "Xiao Yang, why did you come early?" "Miss Jiang, last time I saw you, I just had some dumplings. Since I'm here early, would it be okay if I cooked something? I haven't eaten either." "Sure, come on in." Jiang Xue glanced outside, looking slightly guilty, then quickly pulled Yang Ling inside. Yang Ling was impressed by Jiang Xue's kitchen. It was spacious, with every kind of knife imaginable neatly arranged. "Miss Jiang, why haven't you unpacked these knives yet?" "Oh, I live alone and don't feel like cooking. I usually eat at work and I don't feel like cooking on weekends either." Yang Ling thought the kitchen was going to waste. He actually enjoyed cooking. "You know how to cook?" Meijing said you're a recent college graduate? Jiang Xue asked curiously. "Yes, my mom used to run a noodle shop. She also did stir-fries, rice dishes, and such. I've known how to cook since I was little." "Have a seat, I'll get started." Jiang Xue pulled an unopened bag from the cabinet, tore it open, and took out the little bear bib inside. "Put this on." "Thanks. Do you like spicy food?" "Mild spice is fine. It's appetizing and stimulating." Yang Ling moved with remarkable speed. Ever since he was adopted, he'd cherished every moment, volunteering for every chore, washing vegetables, chopping ingredients. After starting middle school, he took charge of cooking during after-school hours and holidays. He knew how to make many stir-fry dishes. Jiang Xue watched from outside, even more amazed. This kid really knew his stuff. He wasn't just showing off those knife skills, that wok-tossing technique, way too professional. After a while, the fragrant dishes came out of the pot. A stir-fried pork dish, a mushroom soup, a green vegetable dish, and a spicy and sour shredded potatoes. "Wow! You're really good at this, it smells amazing." Jiang Xue picked up a shred of pork and popped it into her mouth, looking utterly adorable. "Delicious. Perfect in color, aroma, and taste. You must be a professional chef." "Ha, honestly, I could run a small restaurant." "Come on, let's dig in." Yang Ling served rice for Jiang Xue. Jiang Xue ate with relish, finishing 2 bowls of rice, a bowl of soup, and plenty of dishes. "Oh, I'm so full I can't move. Goodness, I ate way too much." "No worries. Rest for a bit. You'll burn it off with some exercise later." Jiang Xue froze, staring intently at Yang Ling. A strange gleam flashed in her eyes. "Xiao Yang, you, besides needing money and coming here for role-playing, don't you feel any rebellion or other emotions inside? Like, thinking I'm a madwoman?" Yang Ling shook his head. "Ms. Jiang, at first, I did it for the money. I had no choice. But last time, the money you gave me allowed my mother to get hospitalized. I'm truly grateful. You and Dr. Lin are both my benefactors. I want to repay you. Go ahead, Ms. Jiang, spank me." Yang Ling deliberately stuck out his bottom. "Put." Jiang Xue burst out laughing. Her smile was so beautiful, like a ray of light that illuminated his gloomy heart. For years as a beacon of light, its power was immense. "Ms. Jiang, you look truly lovely when you smile. What are you saying? Eat your food. I'm going to rest for a bit." Jiang Xue caught Yang Ling staring intently at her, her heart racing yet growing irritable. This guy, he's too much like that person. And he must have dressed up. He looked even more handsome. Thinking of that scumbag, she wanted to slap him hard again. But he wasn't that jerk. He was so kind, even cooking for her. Over the past week, she'd also chatted with Lin Meijing and learned more about Yang Ling. He cooked porridge for his mom every day, took such good care of her, and even studied hard in the hospital room. How different from some students she'd met slacking off, aimless, coasting through life, their mental states a cause for concern. She entered the room and pulled out a pink, long-haired, furry, warm, catgirl-style pajama set and a brown, long-haired, furry, warm, monster-themed pajama set for women from the wardrobe. She turned on the room's air conditioner, setting it to a very cold, low temperature. She slipped into the pink catgirl pajamas and lay on the bed, scrolling through her phone. After a long while, Yang Ling finished washing the dishes and mopped the kitchen floor before knocking on the bedroom door. "Ms. Jiang, I'm done." Come in." Yang Ling entered the room, closed the door, and immediately felt a chill. He was stunned to see Jiang Xue wearing the pink Catwoman pajamas. The 38-year-old beauty looked utterly adorable at that moment. Ms. Jiang, you look adorable in that. Cold? Here, put this on. Jiang Xue tossed him a monster-themed pajama set. What? What was Ms. Jiang up to now? Making him wear women's pajamas? Was this some kind of cute game? He stripped off his shirt and pants, slipping into the pajamas. Jiang Xue's eyes gleamed with even more mischief at his appearance. She tossed aside her phone and eagerly pulled out the whip. It was the same script as last time, the same lines, but this time the lashes weren't as hard. Combined with the fluffy pajamas, young Ling felt no pain at all. A flicker of joy danced in his heart. Could it be that cooking her a meal was the price for wearing this? After a long while, Jiang Xue collapsed onto the floor. This time, she seemed to have gained more experience. Her breath came in gasps as she stared at him with eyes burning bright, filled with satisfaction. Come here, Jiang Xue beckoned with a flick of her finger. He immediately approached. Xue, have you vented your anger? Does it still hurt? Not as much. Thank you, Xue. You, hold me. Yang Ling sat up and embraced her. A monster and a pink cat, just like that, held each other. Though the plush was thick, Yang Ling could still feel Jiang Xue's fullness and warmth against him. Chapter 31, Confession. After holding her for a long while, Jiang Xue's breath slowed from their frantic pace, gradually settling into calm. She looked up at Yang Ling, giggled softly, and broke into a wide smile. Little Yang, you're so handsome. Miss Jiang, you're even more beautiful. Come on, let's go out. I'll apply the ointment for you. They went out to change clothes. Yang Ling stepped into the bathroom to inspect his back. Only faint red marks remained, causing him no discomfort. When he came out, he saw Jiang Xue wearing a silk nightgown. She motioned for him to sit down and gently applied the ointment. Suddenly, she embraced him from behind, murmuring softly. If only you were him. Yang Ling felt a flicker of surprise. Was Jiang Xue love-struck? At 38, she was still so deeply affected. The kicker was, she was a psychology professor. Could it be that doctors can't cure their own patients? It seemed somewhat understandable. She can help countless patients with psychological issues, but who helps her? Who could she possibly confide in about this? To speak up would be to ruin her reputation and destroy her professional standing. He's not a psychologist, but he knows a lot about psychology. Perhaps he could guide her to open up, allowing him to understand her story. He turned to face her, meeting her gaze. Miss Jiang, I envy that person so much, someone who makes you love and hate him. Could you tell me about him? Jiang Xue paused. I won't talk about it. Come on, Miss Jiang. Knowing more would help me serve you better. Jiang Xue hesitated. Do you drink? I do, but I'm not much of a drinker. Then let's go to the coffee table. Could you get that bottle of baijiu down for me? Yang Ling retrieved it and poured the liquor. Jiang Xue downed it in one gulp, then asked him to pour again. He downed a glass himself, then kept pouring without urging her. After several consecutive glasses, Jiang Xue seemed emboldened by the alcohol, sinking into memories sometimes sweet, sometimes bitter. Perhaps slightly tipsy, she slid from the sofa to the floor, leaning against it as she slowly recounted the past. She wasn't originally from Ningqing, but from the Magic City. An outstanding student since childhood, she was the model child in others' eyes, earning her doctorate at Ning University. She had a fiancé whom she loved deeply. They were on the verge of marriage when she walked out on the engagement banquet, declaring she was going to find her first love. She became the laughingstock of everyone. Eventually, she ended up in this small city of Ningqing, joining Ning University as a professor. But this incident had haunted her ever since, leaving her trapped in the past, unable to let go. Because to find closure, she must resolve that matter. Yet after leaving, her fiancé had gone abroad and vanished without a trace. Yang Ling, do you think I'm ridiculous? A psychology professor like me, suffering from such a severe psychological disorder. What kind of professor am I? I'm just misleading my students. Do you think I'm mentally deficient? Impaired? That I could be so deeply, so long affected by a scumbag? Yang Ling sat beside her and poured her a glass of wine. Not at all ridiculous. On the contrary, I admire you deeply. Ha? Why is that? Professor Jiang, do you realize how many people see you as their goddess? How many strive to be like you? How many find solace in your presence? Do you know that in corners you never see or pay attention to, there are young men who admire you? They take your classes just to be near you, always arriving first every single time? Do you know how many young women look up to you as their role model? You've lit the beacon of hope in countless hearts. Yang Ling's lips curved slightly. He found it hard to imagine how Jiang Xue would react once she learned his true identity. Would she beat him up? When that time comes, he'll have to play his trump card. Teacher, you wouldn't want others to discover your secret either, right? Heh, just thinking about it is thrilling. Jiang Xue stared blankly at him, then reached out and tapped his forehead. Is that what you're really thinking? Of course. I understand you. You gave your heart, yet he went chasing after his white moonlight. It's like taking a knife and stabbing it right into your heart. You don't know who to confide in, who would believe you? A distinguished psychology professor affected by a jerk for years? You wouldn't dare seek help from other psychologists if word got out, it would ruin your reputation. Jiang Xue never imagined this young man could resonate with her so deeply. A wave of warmth instantly flooded her heart. Ever since she became a renowned psychology expert, few had shown genuine concern for her. They assumed she didn't need to vent or share her feelings. Suddenly, she wondered if heaven had taken pity on her, sending this man who looked so much like him back to atone for the past. Deep down, she even entertained the thought of letting him take that person's place. Would that mean she wouldn't feel hatred anymore? Yang Ling met Jiang Xue's gaze, his eyes meeting hers with unflinching honesty. Suddenly, Jiang Xue drew closer, pressing herself against him as she sat down and poured him wine. As they drank, both began to feel a bit tipsy. Yang Ling had drunk too quickly earlier and couldn't hold his liquor well. Jiang Xue wasn't much better. Dazed, she collapsed into Yang Ling's arms. Brother Shen, please don't leave Xue, okay? Alright, I won't leave. I'll never leave you. In his haze, Yang Ling heard the name Shengu and mistakenly thought it was Zhang Fangya calling him. Without thinking, he slipped into the role of Qin Shen. He'd played this role countless times over the past week and could slip into it effortlessly. Brother Shen, you're so kind. He leaned in to kiss her, and she responded passionately. Meanwhile, at the First People's Hospital, when Ruyan and her daughter had been sitting outside the inpatient ward for ages, looking pitiful. Mommy, where's Daddy? Cece had asked this question dozens of times already. Your daddy turned into a shooting star and hasn't come back yet. Let's wait a little longer. Okay, let's wait. The little one, exhausted, had already drifted off to sleep in her mother's arms. When Ruyan sighed and carried her daughter home to sleep. Arriving at the entrance of Ruyan's apartment, she saw a girl sitting outside, crying. Young lady, what's wrong? My brother is missing. He took all his luggage, but he's not answering his phone. Does your brother live here? Yes. I'm the landlord. Can you tell me which unit your brother lives in? You're the landlord? My brother lives in 2005. When Ruyan shuddered violently, panic surging through her. He couldn't be. Impossible. He was so devoted to his family. He still had his mother, his younger sister. Impossible. His name is Yang Ling, right? He never told me he was moving out. Come on, let's go to my place first. Right. You know my brother? Your brother's a great guy. He helped me out once. Come on, let's go inside and rest. Maybe his phone just died. Thanks, but won't this disturb your family? It's fine. It's just me and my daughter at home. Oh, okay. Yang Momo arrived at Wen Ruyan's home. Mrs. Wan, your place is really spacious. She felt quite self-conscious. Yes. Please sit down. No need to be so formal. Make yourself at home. I'll just put my daughter to bed first. Shortly after, when Ruyan returned, brought Yang Momo a drink and sat down to chat. She subtly probed for information, and with her skill, it didn't take long to open Yang Momo's guard. Whatever Wen Ruyan asked, Yang Momo answered, revealing more concrete details about Yang Ling. Yang Momo held her brother in high regard and spoke honestly. For instance, she learned that Yang Ling had been adopted at age 10, had been remarkably mature from a young age, and had become the pillar of the family. Hearing this, when Ruyan's eyes welled up, her heart feeling heavy. She also learned he had been in a relationship, protecting the girl for 6 years, only to be cast aside after graduation. With his mother gravely ill, all burdens fell on his shoulders, yet he refused to give up. Such a pure and devoted son, and she had suspected him of stealing? She deserved to die. Chapter 32, I Deserve to Die. Yang Momo felt a bit puzzled. Why was this landlord so interested in her brother? She voiced her confusion. Nothing much, just casual chit-chat. Besides, getting to know the tenants is necessary, when Ruyan hastily explained. You wouldn't believe it, the college girl next door to your brother is a total slob. She's left my place filthy. Your brother even helped me clean several rooms. He's more professional than the cleaning lady I hired. I waived 5 months of his rent. Wow. Ms. Wan, you're the best landlord I've ever met. Yang Momo's eyes welled up. Your brother says the same. Were your previous landlords not good? When Ruyan's lips curved slightly. Of course not. Our last landlord kicked us out the moment he found out my mom was sick. Before we could even pack, he threw all our belongings outside, Yang Momo explained. If it weren't for my brother, I wouldn't know what to do. He's been going through so much lately. He just got dumped, and now mom's seriously ill. I'm so worried about him. I should be damned. When Ruyan felt a sharp pang of guilt. Despite his suffering, these past few days he'd worked tirelessly, presenting his best self to her and her daughter. And what had she done? Momo, I feel like we have a special connection. May I call you that? Sure. Yang Momo was instantly flattered. Alright, you can call me Sister Ruyan. In return, I'll cover all your tuition, fees, and living expenses. Ah. No need. Don't refuse. This is nothing to me. I own several apartment buildings. After you graduate, you can come work for me. And during breaks, you're welcome to stay at my place and play with my daughter. Thank you, Ms. Wan. Young Momo was so touched she nearly cried. Call me Sister Ruyan. Alright, Sister Ruyan. It's really late now. You should go to sleep. Going out to find him in the middle of the night isn't safe. I can't sleep. Sister Ruyan, you go ahead and sleep. I'll just sit on the couch. Alright then. I don't have to take my daughter to school tomorrow, so I don't need to sleep early. I'll keep you company. When Ruyan couldn't sleep either. Anxiety gnawed at her insides. 1 a.m. Yang Ling felt parched. Ha? What was that against his lips? Soft. What was that in his hand? Holy crap. He opened his eyes and jolted awake. He was actually kissing Jiang Xue. And his hand had slipped beneath her clothes, grasping. He couldn't resist giving it a gentle squeeze. Jiang Xue opened her eyes too, her eyes wide with shock. Instantly, she pushed him away. She shook her head violently. A memory surfaced. She seemed to have seen that person and let him kiss her. But they'd drunk too much strong liquor at that, and the two lightweights were so drunk they gradually lost consciousness. She immediately checked herself. Thankfully, she was fine, only her chest had been touched. Sorry. It's my fault, Jiang Xue admitted proactively, standing up immediately. Yang Ling also stood up and immediately went to fetch water, giving it to Jiang Xue first. He realized he really needed to work on his drinking tolerance. Such a golden opportunity after drinking, and he'd let it slip away. Ms. Jiang, what was that man's name? Why did you call him Brother Shen? He had a hunch that scumbag was Qin Shen, and his white moonlight was Zhang Fangya. Qin Shen and Zhang Fangya were a couple, but Zhang Fangya refused to marry him or engage in physical intimacy. So Qin Shen married Jiang Xue instead? Only to ditch the wedding at the last minute and run back to his white moonlight, Zhang Fangya? The revelation felt even more thrilling. Don't ask about that, Jiang Xue said. Ms. Jiang, did he ever find his white moonlight? Jiang Xue shook her head. I don't know. From the day he left, I hated him so much I stopped caring whether he lived or died. Ms. Jiang, if you ever need to talk, come find me. I'll be your most loyal listener. Are you offering to be my most loyal listener, or are you trying to hit on me? Is that so straightforward? Well, both. Jiang Xue's lips curved slightly. Take all the money from the drawer. I'm going to take a shower. You can leave now, or stay the night. Yang Ling opened the drawer, took out the money inside, and counted it 3,500. Professor Jiang is really generous. After a long while, Jiang Xue emerged wearing a silk nightgown. You haven't left yet? I was about to leave, but I have something I'd like to ask your advice on. Yang Ling explained he planned to pursue a master's in psychology and that having her as a mentor would make it much easier. You want to study psychology? What did you major in before? Jiang Xue asked in surprise. Mechanical engineering. What? That's completely unrelated. Ms. Jiang, I took psychology as an elective. I found it fascinating and did quite well. I've also read extensively on the subject. Alright, I'll put together a study plan for you, compile a reading list, and include past graduate entrance exam papers. That's wonderful, Ms. Jiang. Thank you so much. No problem. It's rare to meet such a motivated young person. Jiang Xue beamed. You can head back now. Well, good night. Good night. Yang Ling opened the door. Yang Ling, don't overthink tonight. It was purely an accident after drinking. Oh, Ms. Jiang, if you ever want to get drunk again, come find me. At the very least, I'll get drunk before you do. Put. Jiang Xue burst into laughter. She found tonight's events rather amusing. She, a stunning beauty, had passed out drunk in his arms and even made advances. Yet when she woke up, nothing had happened. Yang Ling left Yulan Tianxiang, walking down the quiet street, feeling as if the entire world belonged to him. Though he would face hardships and misunderstandings, he never lost hope in this world. He believed that as long as he gave his all, even if the outcome wasn't ideal, life would still hold meaning. He opened his phone. Ha? Over 100 missed calls and messages? He turned off his phone during work hours. After all, when he was acting, fully immersed in his role, he couldn't be interrupted. They were all from his sister. She must be worried sick. Tonight, he thought the assignment would wrap up quickly, but he ended up drinking with Jiang Xue and got drunk. He'd call her immediately. Chapter 33, She's a Freak. Momo, sorry about that. I had a few drinks tonight and overdid it. On the other end, Yang Momo stifled her sobs, unable to speak for a long moment. Why are you crying? I'm your big brother, I'm unbreakable. Where are you now? I'll come pick you up immediately. Yang Ling froze upon realizing Yang Momo was at Wen Ruyan's place. Momo, Wen Ruyan can't hear us now, right? Brother, what's wrong? Find an excuse to leave immediately. That Wen Ruyan is a psychopath. Don't touch any of her things or eat anything she offers, she'll accuse you of stealing. Get out of there now. Okay. At that moment, at Wen Ruyan's house. Yang Momo was so frightened she started crying. Because earlier, she had been on speakerphone. The gentle, water-like Wenruyan had now transformed into a demon in her eyes. She grabbed her things and rushed toward the door, but she had no idea how to unlock the electronic lock. Frantic, sweat broke out all over her body. Wenruyan's face was frozen in shock. Oh my god. In his eyes, she had become a psychopath. Momo, it's a misunderstanding. Ms. Wan, please let me go. My brother and I are already struggling enough. You're so wealthy. I said it's a misunderstanding. I only believe my brother. Let me go, or I'll call the police. Wenruyan sighed. She knew no explanation would convince young Momo. She unlocked the door and let her leave. She sank back onto the sofa, collapsing onto the cushions. She never imagined she'd become a monster one day. Thank goodness, thank goodness. That boy was fine. He'd just gone out drinking. After enduring such a terrible injustice, he only needed a few drinks to recover. How could she ever make him forgive her? What if her daughter woke up tomorrow looking for her dad? She thought for a moment, then immediately logged into the chat room on her computer and waited patiently. Before long, Yang Ling finally arrived at Ruyan apartment. Seeing Yang Momo safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Momo rushed into his arms, clinging tightly to him as she burst into tears. Brother, I thought you didn't want me and mom anymore. Why, you moved all your things out. Silly Momo, what's going on in your head? Come on, big bro will take you out for a late night snack. No way. I'm saving money so you don't have to work so hard. Yang Ling playfully pinched young Momo's nose. Don't skimp on things you shouldn't. Look, you've lost weight. Where am I thin? This part here seems to have grown bigger. It's a bit uncomfortable. Yang Momo flushed as she finished speaking. Yang Ling glanced over. It was true his little sister was young but exceptionally gifted. He took her hand and led her toward the city center. Brother, what's going on with you and Wenruyan? Why did you just take her stuff and leave? And calling her a freak? I was working part-time for her, cleaning out those vacated rooms. She refused to pay me and even accused me of stealing her stuff. People like that they look perfectly normal on the surface, but they're truly disgusting. What? How could someone be like that? She even said she'd waive 5 months' rent for you? Disgusting. I'm blocking her right now. Yang Momo immediately blocked Wenruyan. Deep down, she felt heartbroken. Her brother, a college student, actually took a part-time cleaning job? Soon, they arrived at the night market. Even though it was past midnight, the area was still bustling with people, and the food stalls were still open. They bought some grilled skewers and ate them on their way back. Yang Momo wrapped her arm around young Ling's, holding the paper tube of skewers in her other hand. Bro, feed me. You're a grown woman, you need me to feed you? Eat it yourself. No, I want you to feed me like you used to. Yang Ling couldn't resist his little sister's pouting. He picked up a skewer and she squinted her eyes, her face beaming with delight. Soon they returned to the Bohemia community. Upon entering the room, Yang Momo sat on the bed, her face beaming with joy. From now on, this is our home. Wherever my brother is, that's my home. Why haven't I heard you speak so sweetly before? How come? You haven't exactly avoided kissing me. Yang Ling was taken aback and playfully tapped her head. What are you saying? You're a grown woman, now watch your language. What's wrong with being a grown woman? Yang Momo flushed slightly. Brother, does this count as living together? Living together my ass. Say another word and I'm sending you back to school. No way. I'm not saying anything crazy anymore. It's late. Go take a shower and get some sleep. You sleep in the room, I'll sleep outside. Yang Ling decided against showering. After a moment's hesitation, he opened his laptop and immediately received a flood of private messages from Wenruyan's friend. Why did you stay offline so long tonight? Between the lines, Yang Ling could sense her frustration. Ma'am, sorry, I had something to take care of tonight. Just wanted to let you know I won't be doing this anymore. Huh? Why? I finally found someone I could talk to, someone who could help me sleep. Is it because the pay is too low? Name your price. No, it's not that. To be honest, the person who introduced me to you, we actually know each other in real life. But right now, we've had a falling out. I don't want any connection with her anymore. I'm sorry. So she actually knows you in real life? She told me you met online. She's been the one paying you all along. What happened between you two? Your friend is a freak. My God, she hired me. I never did anything to wrong her. She planted those things in my bag and accused me of stealing. If she didn't want me to stay, she could have just said so as if I was desperate to stay. She has no idea how exhausting it is to dedicate yourself entirely to a child. Forget it. You're her friend, you probably won't believe me anyway. She shouldn't be like this. There must be some misunderstanding. Listen, don't log off just yet. Let me look into it. Please, I really don't want to lose sleep over this again. Yang Ling understood the agony of insomnia and couldn't bear to see her suffer, so he waited a moment. Before long, the woman actually sent him a red envelope for 50,000 yuan. I looked into it. It was a misunderstanding. That Zhao Hong just acted on her own. The woman explained that Zhao Hong had been trying to set her nephew up with Wen Ruyan, which was why she wanted to get rid of him. I imagine you were both in the heat of the moment, so you didn't think things through. But think about it, even if she wanted you gone, there was no need to frame you. A clean break would have been better. She's no fool, a single mom, no less. Why would she risk alienating someone like you? Especially when she'd be antagonizing you, someone who was practically at the end of their rope. She watched the video carefully, slapped Zhao Hong, cut off all ties with her, and kicked her out. She's filled with regret and guilt now. She was worried sick about you tonight, waiting at the hospital all night but never seeing you. When she came back and saw your sister, she thought you'd taken your own life. She was terrified. Take this money first, it's compensation for her apology. She wants to formally apologize in person and discuss long-term cooperation again. Please, clear up this misunderstanding with her. I can't stand another sleepless night. I'm begging you, Wah, just have mercy on this insomniac woman. Chapter 34, Brother's Hardship. Yang Ling thought it over carefully. It seemed Wen Ruyan really had no reason to frame him. If Wen Ruyan truly intended to frame him, she wouldn't have gone out of her way to buy him so many things. Most likely, she was unaware. Back then, when he said he'd be her little lapdog, she was totally dumbfounded. Damn it all to hell, that damn. Reading these words, he felt a pang of sympathy for the woman and couldn't bring himself to be harsh. I'll keep the money. I'll continue serving you, and I've forgiven Wen Ruyan. But meeting her? No thanks. I won't work with her again. Even if it was a misunderstanding, it shows she doesn't truly trust me. She thinks my humble background makes me untrustworthy. If anything like this happens again, she'll doubt me all over again. When adults misunderstand each other, the children suffer the most. Tonight, when I left her house, I saw Xiaoxi crouched in the corner, shivering. My heart shattered. I hate Wen Ruyan even more. You're truly a good person, always putting the child first. Let's leave it at that for now. Tonight, we won't play our roles. Get some rest. Alright, thank you, ma'am. Log off. Shut down the computer. At that moment, Yang Momo emerged from the bathroom wearing only a newly bought nightgown and a pair of very short hot pants. Having been completely unleashed, her exceptional physique was strikingly obvious, her walk swaying and wobbly. Momo, wear underwear when I'm around from now on. Bro, you're actually this concerned about that? You're weird. What's wrong with me? Don't you understand the difference between men and women? It was fine when we were kids, but now we're adults. Fine, I'll go put some on. Yang Momo felt a pang of sadness. Back then, she and her brother had no inhibitions. They'd bathe together, sleep under the same blanket. But now that they'd grown up, they had to be careful. She loved her brother deeply and only wished to never be apart from him for the rest of her life. After all, she always believed that since they weren't blood-related, what did it matter? When her brother went to college and started dating, he paid her little attention. She was heartbroken for a very long time. Now, he's finally broken up and returned to her side. Momo, go to sleep. I'll read a little longer. Brother, I want to read too. Yang Momo plopped right onto Yang Ling's lap. Suddenly, as if sensing something, she flushed bright red and looked at him. Get up quickly and go to bed. Yang Ling's face flushed with embarrassment. Lately, his temper had been particularly volatile, the kind that flared up at the slightest provocation. Yang Momo hurriedly ran into the room. Good night, brother. Her face was slightly flushed, her heart racing. Brother, to me. Oh my, how embarrassing. But deep down, she was overjoyed. After all, brother was adopted by mom. Once they legally terminate the adoption, we can get married. Lin Feifei, if you don't want such a wonderful brother, I'll gladly take him off your hands. Lying on her bed, she thought of how her brother had just gotten over a breakup only to be forced to shoulder such immense pressure working part-time jobs and being falsely accused. Tears welled up uncontrollably. Then she thought about tonight she couldn't reach him at all, and it scared her to death. Unable to control herself, she ran out, threw her arms around him, and cried. That's how she'd always been when she felt wronged. What's wrong? Did someone bully you at school? Tell me, I'll handle it. His face was stern. No, brother. You've suffered enough. This is nothing. Better days are coming soon. Go to sleep now. No, I'll sleep right here. Yang Momo burrowed into Yang Ling's embrace like a little kitten. Oh, you. Yang Ling felt guilty for neglecting her these past years. He held her tightly and carried her to bed. He decided to sleep too. Meanwhile, at Wen Ruyan's home, she gazed at her computer screen, a faint smile of satisfaction touching her lips. He took the money. How nice. Yang Ling, I really lowered myself just now, you know. Later, I'll have Xiaoxi find you and bring you back. I'll apologize to you face to face. Even if it means kissing you or letting you spank me, I'm fine with it. A sigh of relief washed over her as she gradually drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, Yang Ling felt the warm, soft embrace in his arms and thought to himself, I really shouldn't have done that. Though they shared no blood ties, they were legally adopted siblings. He must maintain proper boundaries. His sister had depended on him since childhood, so her lack of boundaries was understandable. But he couldn't let things go this far. What if he couldn't resist and tasted the forbidden fruit? How could they ever get along afterward? They couldn't be lovers, nor could they remain siblings. Unless he terminated the adoption with their mother. But then, Mom would never let him take care of her illness again. Bro, up so early? Yeah, got work today. Then I won't sleep in either. After washing up, the siblings went out for breakfast, ordering fried dough sticks, steamed buns, and soy milk. Yang Momo was eating when she hesitated to speak. But young Ling tapped her forehead. Bro, why'd you hit me? That hurt. If you don't speak directly to me in the future, you'll get tapped. Your brother is busy. When would I have time to guess? Brother, I'm sorry. It's just, last night, I saw Mom sighing and complaining. She said you've been really busy this week. She's worried you'll wear yourself out taking care of her during the day, studying, and working part-time at night. She said she doesn't want to fight this anymore. Yang Ling frowned. Mom's illness requires emotional stability, since the liver regulates emotions. Constant sighing and lamenting would be detrimental to her condition. Brother, I don't want you to burn out either. I really want to help you. Sometimes I wonder, if I just agreed to those guys' advances and played the game, could I make a ton of money? Yang Ling tapped her again. He sent her 1,000 yuan directly. Brother hasn't been idle lately. This is from my side job. Plus, I've already found a job and will start soon. If you dare to waste boy's money, I'll disown you as my sister. Remember, hardship is only temporary. He didn't tell his sister about Wen Ruyan. He didn't want her to know he'd become someone else's father. Yang Momo felt deeply moved. Looking at Yang Ling's earnest face, she suddenly kissed him. What are you doing? Your mouth is all sticky. Nothing, I just felt like kissing you. A flicker of shyness crossed Yang Momo's eyes, her cheeks flushing red. After finishing breakfast, they took it to the hospital. Mom, we're here. Yang Momo declared confidently, her face beaming with joy. Just come in already. Why yell so loud? Her mother's voice sounded much stronger than before. Yet, the worry etched between her brows was heavy. Xiaoling, you've been working so hard this week taking care of me, handling your job, and even doing night shifts. You really need to take care of yourself. Mom, don't worry. Can't you see I'm full of energy? Yang, you're truly blessed to have such devoted children. The elderly woman in the next bed beamed with delight. I adore such filial girls. Momo, what do you think about what I mentioned last night? Chapter 35, New Script. Yang Momo shook her head. Auntie, I told you I'm only a freshman. I don't want to date. Ah, freshman year is no big deal. You're an adult now. You probably don't know your mother's situation. Come, let me tell you about it first. The aunt glanced at young Ling. I know a bit about medicine. Your mom's condition, though it's under control now, is a bottomless pit. After she gets discharged, she can't work, can't overexert herself, can't get stressed out, otherwise it could flare up anytime. But you're still in school, so only your brother earns money. But these days, even graduates work themselves to the bone. How much can they really make? This could ruin his whole life. Look at him, such a devoted young man. How will he ever find a wife? If you marry my son, my wife and I will use every penny of our retirement savings to cover your mother's medical bills. My son's company brings in tens of thousands a month, more than enough to send you to school, even graduate school. Just take a leave of absence, have a baby, and my husband and I will take care of it. The old auntie's eyes sparkled with fervor as she rattled off a torrent of words. Yang Qianyu sighed and remained silent. Yang Ling's expression turned cold. It seemed her mother's constant sighing was largely influenced by this old woman. She pretended to care, but was actually just making her anxious. Only a few thousand a month? Just this past week, my brother earned tens of thousands from his audiobook narrations alone. Yang Momo beamed with pride. My brother has flexible hours and makes good money, and he'll earn even more in the future. The elderly woman looked utterly stunned. Young man, is that really true? Of course it's true. Mom, just focus on getting better. I make tens of thousands every week. Yang Ling believed that if he could satisfy Zhang Fangya tonight, he'd definitely get more money. Once I buy a big house, you can dance every day, soak up the sun, cook delicious meals, and occasionally take the family on trips. How wonderful that would be. And you know what? Since you're already sick, you might as well face reality. Whether you spend the day happy or worried, it's still one day. So let's just be happy. Yang Qianyu's eyes welled up and she smiled. My little Ling is so amazing. Alright, Mom will listen to you. The elderly aunt beamed with admiration. That young man is quite capable. Fresh out of school and already earning so much, just imagine what he'll achieve. But that doesn't stop us from becoming in-laws, does it? Shut up. Do you think I, Yang Ling, would sell my sister for money? I'm funding her education, master's, PhD, so she can earn her own way in the future. She won't need to rely on anyone. Yang Ling's expression turned icy. Mom, some people's words are best let in one ear and out the other. Just listen and forget. The old woman fell silent. Yang Qianyu and Yang Momo flashed delighted smiles. Just then, Yang Ling received a message from Lin Neijing. Zhang Fangya had arrived in Ningxing last night and he could come over immediately. Momo, you'll have to work a bit harder these next couple of days. I've got a lot on my plate. Okay, big bro, don't worry. Just take care of yourself. Not long after he left the hospital, when Ruyan brought Cici back to the hospital. Early in the morning, his daughter was looking for her dad again. There was nothing she could do but bring her along. Let's just treat it as an outing. Upon entering the ward and seeing Yang Momo, she greeted her. But Yang Momo gave her a cold look and told her to leave. It seemed Yang Ling hadn't told Yang Momo yet. Probably didn't want the family to know. She decided not to say anything for now and went downstairs to wait. But after waiting a long time, no one showed up. Meanwhile, Yang Ling had already headed downtown. He recalled there was an authentic local snack shop here. In Zhang Fangya's diaries, she and Qin Shen often enjoyed breakfast together. After buying a generous amount of breakfast, he hailed a taxi and headed toward the Lanjian Yujing Villa district. Soon, he arrived at the villa and saw Zhang Fangya in her pajamas, her face radiating tenderness. Good morning, Xiao Yang. Sister Fangya, good morning. Did I disturb your sweet dreams? No, I've been up for a while, just waiting for you. Come on in. Hey, you brought breakfast? Yeah, there's this pretty authentic snack place in downtown Ningxing. Not sure if it'll suit your taste. Oh? Snacks from the Magic City? That's the flavor I love. You're so thoughtful. Yang Ling placed the breakfast on the table. Sister Fangya, do we have a script today? Yes, come see. Yang Ling and Zhang Fangya ate breakfast while reading it. Before long, he was stunned. Sister Fangya, is this supposed to be realistic too? Yes. This way, I'll feel very comfortable. Yang Ling stopped asking questions and focused on watching, growing increasingly shocked. Good heavens, Jiang Xue had whipped him before, and now Zhang Fangya wanted him to whip her. Last time it was a spanking, this time, it was a whip. These two besties truly, one's the yin, the other the yang. No wonder Lin Neijing gave him another bottle of medicine. After breakfast, Yang Ling carried the box into the bathroom and changed into Qin Shen's clothes. He'd played the role of Qin Shen multiple times this week. He'd thoroughly absorbed the information from those diaries and photo albums, then constructed the character's traits. He was now able to portray this persona with near-perfect accuracy. He stared at his reflection, reinforcing his mental preparation. Watching his reflection, he felt his demeanor gradually shift and he was instantly satisfied. Crucially, his appearance was already quite similar to Qin Shen's, he only needed to alter his demeanor. At this moment, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Qin Shen in the photo album. He thought it over. This time, he had to be more professional, no repeat of last time's awkwardness. He took out a scarf, wrapped it tightly around his underwear several times, securing it firmly to prevent little Yang from causing trouble. Then he opened the bathroom door, leaned against the wall, and watched Zhang Fangya eating breakfast with her back to him, gradually immersing himself in Qin Shen's emotions. Memories of those diary entries flooded his mind, those soul-stirring, heart-wrenching romantic fantasies. Xiao Yang, what are you doing? It's taking forever. Zhang Fangya turned her head, glaring at Yang Ling leaning against the doorframe. Oh my god. He's back. She sprang up and dashed to Yang Ling like a whirlwind. Fangya. Long time no see. His voice was magnetic. Brother Shen. Is it really you? Yes. Did you miss me? Yes, I missed you. I even dreamt of you. Where have you been all these years? Why did you abandon me? I've become vulgar. I'm not on your level. I don't deserve you. Every time we're together, I want to kiss you, touch you, hold you tight, and take you fiercely. Yang Ling's gaze fixed intently on Zhang Fangya. Zhang Fangya's breathing quickened. Xingu, kiss me. She tilted her head back, her red lips tempting, slowly closing her eyes. Yang Ling didn't hesitate, slowly pressing his lips to hers. Their lips touched soft and warm. He'd learned a lot from Lin Wan, so now he applied it to Zhang Fangya. This script demanded deep emotion, so he kissed her with particular passion, giving her a deep French kiss. It was undeniably thrilling. After all, Zhang Fangya was a high society lady he could only dream of ever touching. Chapter 36, now official boyfriends. But not long after, Zhang Fangya pushed him away. I'm sorry, Xingu, I just can't do this. Can you give me some time? This was also scripted. Zhang Fangya had rejected him, so now came the main act. You're a devil. You've captured my heart, making me think of you every moment. I knew coming back would find you unchanged, yet I couldn't resist. Sigh. I'd better leave. No. Xingu, don't leave. Punish me. Punish me harshly. Next, Zhang Fangya knelt on the ground, relishing the pain of the whip landing on her back. After a long while, she collapsed onto the ground. Yang Ling felt even more shaken than last time. Gazing at the exquisite beauty prostrate on the floor, he felt the towel tied around his thigh straining to tear. Sister Fangya, are you alright? Zhang Fangya turned her head, her face flushed, her eyes filled with relief. I'm fine. Help me up and let's sit on the sofa. It hurts a bit. He hurriedly helped her up. Sister Fangya, I'm sorry. I got too caught up in the moment. No. I love how into it you got, Xiaoyang. You gave me a wonderful surprise. Zhang Fangya beamed with joy. This is exactly what I wanted. This feeling puts my mind at ease. Xiaoyang, you've worked hard this week. You've already captured Qin Shen's demeanor and voice. Sister Fangya, I've realized. I'm a lot like Qin Shen. Yes, when Mei Jing sent me your photos, I was startled. That's why I asked you to come. You're an orphan, right? Do you still remember your parents? Yang Ling shook his head and shared his story. Sister Fangya, could you tell me about Qin Shen? Where is he from? Zhang Fangya frowned. Xiaoyang, Qin Shen comes from a prominent family in the Magic City. If we do the math, he's 38 this year and you're 23. If he really is your biological father, that means he had you with some woman when he was only 15. I haven't heard whether he came south when he was 15. Yang Ling felt a pang of disappointment. Forget it. They abandoned him. Why bother looking for them now? Xiaoyang, come here. Apply the ointment for me. She slipped off her nightgown. Though her back was turned to him, he could still glimpse the proud curves from the side. It must be said, the medicine Lin Meijing gave was truly remarkable. There wasn't a single trace left on his back. Soon, the ointment applied, Lin Meijing dressed and turned around, wrapping her arms tightly around Yang Ling from the front. Brother Shun, did you enjoy punishing me just now? Happy? Not happy. Just exhilarated. Physically drained. He shook his head. My heart aches. I don't want to see you hurt. Suddenly, Zhang Fangya pushed him away, her expression icy. So it seems you pity me, thinking I'm a madwoman. What on earth is wrong with her? Yay, why would you think that? Xiaoyang, last time, you weren't like this. Have I lost all appeal to you? Yeah, I'm crazy. Mentally ill. Ha ha. To put it nicely, it's platonic love. To put it bluntly, it's abnormal. A stone woman. What man would ever be interested in me? Qin Shen deserved to leave me. I deserve to be alone forever. Yang Ling understood. He tied up Xiaoyang, and Zhang Fangya believed he had no interest in her. Zhang Fangya picked up her purse and handed Yang Ling 10,000 yuan. You can go now. No need to come back. Suddenly, Yang Ling pulled down his dress pants. What are you doing? Zhang Fangya stared in disbelief at the tightly wrapped area. Sister Fangya, you're so beautiful, radiant and captivating, in the prime of your most enchanting years. How could you possibly not be attracted to me? Besides, I don't pity you, nor do I look down on you. I just feared I might offend you. After all, I know my place. Aunt Mei Jing sent me here just for role-playing. I was afraid I might lose control and hurt you. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Zhang Fangya's inner anger vanished like smoke. You must be feeling awful, right? It hurts. Then let's remove it? Didn't I say I wanted to experience a physical romance? Though, I haven't quite crossed that mental barrier yet. But I want to take it slow, okay? Alright, Sister Fangya. Truthfully, I've been thinking if I could reincarnate as Qin Shen, even for just a lifetime, to share a spiritual love with you and accompany you forever, I'd gladly accept it. Spiritual love is eternal. You really feel that way? Yes. I don't see anything wrong with it. Though, it does feel a bit painful. If we could be physically united too, that would be even better. Go take care of it now. Don't hurt yourself. Yang Ling entered the bathroom, removed the scarf, and then stepped out. Zhang Fangya sat on the sofa, sipping red wine. Xiaoyang, do you have a girlfriend? Just got over a breakup. Oh? Well then, you'd better find someone quickly. Otherwise, I'd feel terribly guilty for starting this fire and not being able to put it out for you. Zhang Fangya chuckled. I don't want to find one. I guarded a girl for 6 years. After graduation, she called me a lapdog and told me to get lost. Sigh, now I realize it's women your age, Fangya, who truly know how to care for someone. Don't think that way. Only someone your own age can accompany you through life. If you end up with someone like me, in 10 years or so, my hair will be white and my skin wrinkled, while you'll still be in the prime of your life. Men should find partners their own age or younger. Sister Fangya, I disagree. Right now, I like someone just like you. You little rascal, just trying to make me happy, aren't you? Zhang Fangya chuckled. Sister Fangya, am I your boyfriend now? Only when you're playing Qin Shen. Ha? Is there a script? Nope. This is where your improvisation skills come in. Figure it out yourself. Alright then. From the moment I step here, I'll be Qin Shen. That way, Sister Fangya will always be my girlfriend. He immediately slipped into character, shifting his demeanor, then sat beside Zhang Fangya. Fangya, wanna go out? We can't. We're only allowed in this villa. He casually took Zhang Fangya's hand. What are you doing? Zhang Fangya instinctively pulled her hand back. But young Ling held it tightly. Don't move. If you won't let me kiss you, holding hands is fine, right? Fine, hold hands. But young Ling noticed she remained distinctly uncomfortable. Could it be that she wasn't rejecting men because of platonic love, but rather embraced platonic love because she rejected men? Let's go study. Zhang Fangya stood up, as if trying to shake off his hand. But he held on tightly. Zhang Fangya pulled him into the study, grabbed a book, and sat down on the sofa. How am I supposed to turn the pages if you won't let go of my hand? I'll turn the pages for you. We'll read together. Yang Ling sat beside her, their fingers still intertwined. Though it was role-playing, the feeling was too beautiful. He felt a twinge of envy for those celebrities' romantic scenes, kissing scenes, bedroom scenes. Some even crossed the line from acting to reality. As they got into the flow, Zhang Fangya gradually calmed down. They stayed intertwined like this until noon. Fangya, since I'm your boyfriend now, shouldn't you tell me about your past? Chapter 37, The Game of Intimacy. Zhang Fangya frowned. You only need to know about my past with Qinshin. He stopped asking and instead lay his head on her thigh. You, what are you doing now? Yay, I just want to be intimate with you. Get up quickly. I'm starving. I'll order takeout. The takeout Zhang Fangya ordered was anything but ordinary. It was signature dishes from a high-end restaurant, and he devoured them with relish. He recalled the diary entries about Qinshin and Zhang Fangya being quite close, then picked up a piece of okra. Try this. Zhang Fangya seemed to remember something. I won't eat it. You don't love me anymore. Fine. Zhang Fangya bit down on the okra and quickly sucked it in. Yang Ling tried to bite the other end but couldn't manage it. You're such a tease. You're the naughty one. I won't believe I can't eat it. He picked up another okra pod, slowly placing it into Zhang Fangya's mouth as his own lips drew near. Zhang Fangya sucked it in and swallowed it quickly. But in the next instant, Yang Ling's lips pressed against hers, nibbling gently before pulling away swiftly. Fangya, I got a little taste. Zhang Fangya's body trembled, her eyes welling up with tears as she stared at him blankly. Her heart ached with sorrow. Back then, she and Qinshin had played like this too, but Qinshin had always been a gentleman, respecting her. Yet she wondered if back then, while playing around, Qinshin had kissed her too. Might things have turned out differently afterward? Could they have taken things further? Back then, Qinshin had been too proper. She hadn't been able to take that step, and he hadn't pushed her either. Yang Ling's heart raced with anxiety. Sister Fangya, I'm sorry. I went too far. No. Continue. What? Continue? He picked up another okra and placed it in Zhang Fangya's mouth. Zhang Fangya took one end into her mouth but didn't eat it, instead looking at him. He immediately took the other end into his own mouth, wondering if Zhang Fangya had enjoyed their little game earlier. Right in the diary, though they loved each other, physical contact was rare. This was one of the few intimate games they shared. Wasn't Zhang Fangya regretting her stubbornness back then? Wasn't she now trying to make up for lost time by seeking contact? His mouth and Zhang Fangya's, eating the okra, drew ever closer. Finally, they kissed again. This time, he didn't pull away. They remained connected for a long while. Just as he was about to take things further, Zhang Fangya pulled away and continued eating other delicacies. Wait, don't swallow it yet. Spotting a shred of meat in her mouth, he immediately bit down on it. Back and forth they went, kissing dozens of times. Finally, Yang Ling embraced her, only to be pushed away. You little rascal, couldn't hold back, could you? Quickly exit Qinshin mode. Zhang Fangya shot him a disapproving look. Sister Fangya, this is the most delicious meal I've ever had. A faint smile touched Zhang Fangya's lips. Today has been quite interesting. I feel like I've turned 20 years younger. Sister Fangya, you're not old to begin with. Here you go again with your anti-theory. After finishing their meal and resting a bit, Zhang Fangya was about to take her afternoon nap. Of course he would sleep with her. He wrapped his arms around her from behind, embracing her without hesitation. Didn't I tell you to stop playing along? No way. Sister Fangya is so generous, I have to be professional about this. Alright, you can leave now. Sister Fangya, I won't hug you then. I'll sleep outside. He'd head out immediately and just read or study instead. Zhang Fangya had many books here, and he wanted to read them all to understand her as much as possible, to get closer to her. An hour later, Zhang Fangya woke up and saw Yang Ling quietly reading. Her mind instantly drifted back 20 years. How wonderful those days had been. And he looked so much like Qinshin in his prime. Young Yang, why haven't you gone back yet? Sister Fangya, I'll just read for a bit longer. Alright. I'll have to head to the airport soon. So rushed? Can't you let me spend the whole day with you? I wish I could, but I've got a ton of stuff to take care of back in the Magic City. At that moment, Zhang Fangya pulled out some money from her bag. I've had a wonderful day today. I misunderstood you and made you feel uncomfortable. This 5,000 is your standard commission. This 10,000 is a bonus for you. And this 10,000 is to make amends. Thank you, Sister Fangya. You should go home now. Ling immediately slipped back into character. Fangya, we won't be able to see each other for another week. Deep down, Zhang Fangya felt a tinge of reluctance and a hint of anticipation. This young man had fulfilled her emotional needs. Parting is only to make our reunion sweeter. Next week, I hope you'll surprise me again. Ling pulled Zhang Fangya into his embrace. Zhang Fangya immediately tried to push him away, but she couldn't budge him. He held her tightly. She felt panicked, her body reacting with a strong sense of rejection that unsettled her. Fangya, don't move. Breathe deeply. Imagine us strolling together through the campus of Magic City University, studying together, watching rainbows together. Before long, Zhang Fangya truly calmed down. Gradually, she wrapped her arms around him too. After a long while, they parted. You did great. See you later. Ling felt increasingly certain Zhang Fangya likely genuinely rejected men. Perhaps she had been hurt by a man in her youth. That's why she embraced this platonic ideal. Goodbye. Zhang Fangya glanced at the strand of hair in her hand. She intended to return and arrange paternity tests for Ling and Qin Shen's families. Meanwhile, Ling was hailing a taxi by the roadside, intending to return to the Bohemia community first to change clothes. This time, the role play had been a success. Thinking back to Zhang Fangya's peerless beauty and all the kisses at noon, he felt both incredibly exhilarated and deeply troubled. He texted Lin Wan. Aunt Wan, I miss you. Then come over for dinner tonight. As he climbed into the taxi, his mind was already filled with anticipation for the evening ahead. Meanwhile, at the First People's Hospital, Ruyan sat outside with her daughter. Mommy, where's Daddy? We've been waiting for so long. Why hasn't he shown up yet? Does he not want us anymore? The little girl's eyes were filled with exhaustion yet still held a glimmer of hope. Ruyan was speechless. Anger simmered beneath her surface. Good heavens! How did she end up with such a stubborn child? If she couldn't find Dad, she'd refuse to go home no matter what. No amount of coaxing worked, and if forced back, she'd throw herself on the ground and wail. And what about young Ling? What was going on? Why hadn't he shown up in half a day? Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Momo, you're finally out. I've been waiting forever. Momo looked utterly surprised. After arriving at the hospital that morning, she'd been studying and reading. Only after her mom took her afternoon nap did she come out. She never expected to run into Ruyan. Her expression turned cold. What were you waiting for me for? She had no fondness whatsoever for this woman who had falsely accused her brother. Hey, Momo, it really is a misunderstanding. Can you give me a moment to explain? She felt young Ling was avoiding her. Then she'd tell Momo the truth. Let Momo help her. Please, I waited here all night last night too. I just wanted to apologize to your brother. Chapter 38, the movie, A Spiritual Affair. Momo frowned. Fine. Go ahead. Ruyan hurriedly explained her situation with Ling. Momo listened, utterly dumbfounded. You mean, my brother has been pretending to be your daughter's father all week? Yes. He's been staying with me all week. Here, let me show you the video of him acting with Xiaoxi. After watching it, tears welled up in Momo's eyes. So this was the kind of side gig her brother had taken on. Oh my, your brother is such a great actor. Cece adores him. Since last night, she's asked me Daddy 500 times. She refuses to go home without him. I'm at my wit's end. What happened after that? Why does my brother hate you so much? It was my fault. She opened another video. She explained the whole story from beginning to end. My brother never treated me that well. Clearly, he poured his heart into it, treating your daughter like his own. Yet you slandered him like that. No wonder he hates you. Yes. This time, I was completely in the wrong. I want to apologize to him in person. Truth is, we're not from the same world as you. You don't trust him anyway. Why bother seeking him out? Kids are easy to placate. Momo felt an even sharper pang of heartache. She had thought it was just what her brother said, helping Ruyan with work, not getting paid, and then being falsely accused of stealing. She never imagined her brother would do something like this. How heartbroken he must be. Yet in the end, he claimed to be an indestructible cockroach. Momo, my daughter is impossible to placate. How about this? Tell your brother to come back and keep up the act. Oh, and about me sending you to college, I meant it. It's not about atonement or anything. I just like you. Seeing this wealthy woman's sincerity, Momo's anger gradually subsided. Alright, I'll tell him. But my brother might not agree. Thank you, Momo. Let's reconnect. They added each other back. Ruyan immediately transferred 10,000 yuan to young Momo. Momo, this is for your trouble. Momo was stunned. You don't have to. Don't refuse. Getting your brother's forgiveness is important to me. This amount of money is nothing to me. Also, I know about your family situation. Your brother works hard. This is for your living expenses and pocket money. Yang Momo felt a bit touched. But suddenly, a flicker of worry crept into her heart. Could this rich woman have taken a liking to her brother? She, come over and call her auntie. Daddy's sister is called auntie. Oh? Are you daddy's sister? Yes. Then do you know where my daddy went? Cece, didn't mom already tell you? Daddy turned into a shooting star to fulfill his mission. He'll be back soon, right, auntie? Yes. I suppose so. Yang Momo found Cece quite adorable. It instantly reminded her of her childhood days with Yang Ling. So, shall we go home and sleep first, then continue waiting for Dad this afternoon? Alright then. When Yang Momo got home, Yang Ling had just returned too. Seeing his outfit, she was taken aback. Bro, why are you dressed so retro? Huh? Are you cosplaying Tanshin? Is this a side gig you took on? Holy crap. Yang Ling's face instantly turned pale with shock. Momo, how did you know I was cosplaying Qinshan? Spiritual Love, you know? That movie. I saw it. It came out a year ago. I watched it several times, so I recognized you right away, Yang Momo laughed. Wow, bro, you look so good in character. Way better looking than that pretty boy actor. Holy crap. No way. Yang Ling's expression grew even more shocked. Could it be that Zhang Fangya had turned her story with Qinshan into a movie? He opened his phone and typed in Qinshan. But information about Qinshan appeared instead. He tapped it open and stared in disbelief. He saw a young man wearing Qinshan's clothes. The resemblance was uncanny, the outfit was identical. He immediately lay down on the bed and clicked on the movie's information. The lead actor was Qinshan, not Tanshin, so he must have changed his name. The actor playing Qinshan was Qianhan, a well-known young heartthrob. However, this film had been released a year ago. He glanced at the female lead, a stunning actress named Xingya. Checking the credits for screenwriter and director, Zhang Fangya's name was nowhere to be found. So what exactly is the connection between this film and Zhang Fangya? He searched Xingya's name to look up her profile and see if she had any connection to Zhang Fangya. Xingya, whose real name is Zhang Zi, debuted through Minjia Media. At just 28 years old, she had already become the youngest Best Actress winner. Yang Momo watched Yang Ling search for Xingya, his gaze fixed intently on the screen, and suddenly felt a twinge of jealousy. Bro, are you a fan? Are you Xingya's fan? Is that why you're playing Tanshin? Yang Ling didn't answer, continuing to watch the movie instead. Yang Momo puckered her lips, flopped down beside Yang Ling, and snuggled into his embrace. Mo, what are you doing? Bro, I want to watch with you. Yang Momo was delighted, rubbing against her brother like a kitten, even draping her beautiful legs across Yang Ling's stomach. Stay still and watch properly. Brother, have some snacks. Aunt Wan gave them to me. Yang Momo fed Yang Ling the snacks. After watching for a while, Yang Ling confirmed that this film was indeed portraying the love story between Zhang Fangya and Qinshan. Only it had been adapted, Qinshan became Tanshin, and Zhang Fangya became Zhangya. As a child, the female lead nearly suffered assault by a man, leaving her with psychological trauma. Later, as adults, the protagonists fell in love through literature, deeply devoted to each other. The female lead embraced a Platonic ideal, and they cherished each other profoundly. In the end, the male lead married another woman due to real-world responsibilities and lived a happy life in reality. The heroine, however, endures heartbreak, despair, guilt, regret, and hysteria. She remains unmarried for life, still waiting for Qinshan. This is the essence of the film, a love that transcends physical union. The ending leaves this suspense unresolved. The male lead declares that one day, after fulfilling his family obligations, he will come for her. No one knows whether the male lead ever returned to find the female lead. Perhaps his heart has changed, perhaps he will return. Yang Ling, however, knows for certain that the male lead never returned. For how could he possibly abandon a child and a family? Zhang Fangya couldn't wait any longer. That's why she became a masochist, punishing herself. Yang Ling was utterly shocked inside. His suspicions were likely correct. Zhang Fangya suffered from severe psychological trauma. Could it be like the heroine in the movie? Almost assaulted? Oh, poor Fangya. However, after watching it, he didn't feel particularly moved or emotionally invested. Qianhan's performance was lackluster. He completely failed to capture the essence of Qinshan. He felt Qianhan didn't portray mutual deep love at all, it seemed more like infatuation. Maybe it was because Xingya is an Academy Award-winning actress. In his view, acting was just acting. Who cared about the other actor's status? As long as you immerse yourself in the scene, you're equals. Xingya, however, delivered an outstanding performance. She grasped the character completely. If he hadn't seen her appearance and only heard her voice and felt the emotions conveyed through her acting, he would have believed it was Zhang Fangya herself. Xingya must have understood the core of this story profoundly, otherwise, she couldn't have conveyed such depth. Suddenly, he felt dampness on his arm. Looking down, he saw tears streaming down Yang Momo's cheeks. Chapter 39, Performing with My Sister. Momo, are you really that moved? Of course it is. Every time I watch it, I cry. The heroine is so pitiful, waiting and waiting, but never getting what she wants. Yang Momo loved this movie so much she watched it countless times precisely because she saw herself in it. The male lead left the female lead due to societal pressures, never to return. And a year ago, her brother stopped paying attention to her because he had a girlfriend. Whether it was family bonds or other kinds of affection, she and her brother had grown up. In the end, they had to part ways. Every time she thought about it, her heart ached. She and Yang Ling had been inseparable since childhood. Even she couldn't quite define the feelings she held for Yang Ling. Brother, aren't you moved at all? What's there to be moved by? That guy's acting is terrible. Watch me do it. Yang Ling gradually slipped into character, his demeanor shifting instantly. He treated Yang Momo as the young Zhang Fangya and delivered the lines. Yang Momo shot upright, leaping off the bed, and stared blankly at Yang Ling. Good heavens! Her brother was like a different person. And he was looking at her with such deep affection, making her heart pound wildly. She desperately wanted to become the heroine. She threw herself into Yang Ling's arms and clung to him. She couldn't tell if she was acting out the heroine's role or being herself. She spoke the heroine's lines, sounding remarkably authentic. Yang Ling's body trembled, instantly breaking character. He stared blankly at Yang Momo. MOMO, how did you act so convincingly? Good heavens! Yang Momo's performance had been so convincing just now that intense emotion had deeply moved him. Who knew his little sister had such talent? Brother, maybe I've just watched too many? Yang Momo knew she hadn't been acting just now, it had come from the heart. Not bad at all. You've got real talent. Haha, maybe we can record audiobooks together someday. Audiobook narration was another income stream he was considering. Anyway, he needed to try more things now. Otherwise, when would he ever earn enough for mom's medical bills? A liver transplant? That was a minimum of 1,000,000 yuan. He also wanted to earn more to buy a house and a car, giving his mom and sister a stable home. Big brother, can we keep recording? Yang Momo asked, her face flushed with embarrassment. Alright, let's continue. He continued portraying Qin Shen. With today's experience at Zhang Fangya's place, his performance was deeply emotional. Yang Momo, too, was moved by the moment. Those lines, she delivered them so well. As they acted, they reached the most heartfelt scene. The two embraced, gazing deeply into each other's eyes. Xiaoya, I love you. Shen. Brother, I love you. Yang Momo held her brother close, gazing up at him with deep affection. At this point, the male and female leads in the movie were about to kiss. Yang Ling leaned in to kiss her. Just as their lips were about to meet, Yang Ling snapped out of character. Momo, you're amazing. Your acting talent surpasses mine. You've never studied it, yet you're so skilled. You should pursue this in the future. Yang Ling happily stroked his sister's long hair. Yang Momo froze, silently cursing her stinky brother. But she'd discovered a whole new world. If she learned to act, she could star in countless romantic movies with her brother in the future. Just now, it was so perfect. Oh my, they almost kissed. Momo, go inside for your nap. I'll keep watching the movie. He wanted to watch more of Xingya's films, perhaps he could uncover more emotional clues about Zhang Fangya. Next week, maybe she'd act even better. Brother, I'm sleeping here. She hugged him. Fine. He lay down, and Yang Momo rested her head on his arm. This little girl, she'd grown up, but in his eyes, she never had. Suddenly, he felt his arm grow damp and realized his little sister was crying again. Ah, women really are made of water. What now? Tell your brother the truth. Did something happen at school? You have to tell me, or I'll go ask them myself. She'd already cried once last night. Brother, I just came back and ran into Wen Ruyan and Cici at the hospital entrance. You've been treated unfairly. What? She told you? Yeah, bro. What's your relationship with Wen Ruyan? Is it just playing Cici's dad? What do you think? She's so beautiful and rich, aren't you tempted? Attracted my ass. She's rich, not stupid. She only hired me temporarily because she had no other choice. She definitely doesn't fully trust me. She probably thinks I'm working so hard just to get close to her. Bro, you're so young, how come this little cutie takes such a liking to you? She's asked daddy 500 times these past 2 days. It's not hard. You were raised by me. Kids just need empathy. When you play with them wholeheartedly, it's easy to connect. Honestly, spending time with her these days, I've grown fond of her too. She reminds me of you when you were little. Yang Momo felt warm and fuzzy inside. So that's why brother sees her as me. Brother, I think Ms. Wen is really great. Last night, she even said she'd cover my college tuition and living expenses. Yang Momo felt a twinge of guilt. After all, she had accepted 10,000 yuan from Wen Ruyan. Her apology was sincere too. So, are you still planning to visit her home? Yang Ling shook his head. He felt that playing the role of a little kid's father had its own unique challenges. He couldn't just play the part and then walk away when the time came. That would cause the child immense harm. Tell her in my words that this is over. To prevent further harm to the child, we won't meet again. Consider me just a passing stranger. Young Momo immediately typed the message and sent it. Alright, time to sleep. Brother, I love you. How cheesy is that? You're old enough now. Go to sleep. He continued watching the movie. Me too. Just then, when Ruyan sent her a message. Momo, could you help me create a scenario where you and your brother just happen to run into each other? I'll have Cece go find him. Big sis is counting on you. Yang Momo hesitated but didn't tell her brother. Deep down, she really liked that little girl. They were alike in wanting to see their brothers. Besides, she thought that if just pretending to be a dad could earn so much money, her brother wouldn't have to work so hard. After sending the message, she took a nap. Soon, young Ling couldn't fight the sleepiness any longer and drifted off. He woke up at 4 o'clock, feeling refreshed. He took a shower and changed into a fresh set of clothes. Bro, where are you heading next? To my part-time job. Oh, then call me tonight when you're free. Yang Ling soon arrived at Lin Wan's house. The door opened, revealing Lin Wan wearing a bear-shaped bib, holding a kitchen knife, and staring at him warily. Aunt Wan, what are you doing? You scared me half to death. Preventing you from getting into trouble. Have a seat. I'll chop the vegetables. She turned around, her pert behind swaying as she walked into the kitchen to chop vegetables. Yang Ling walked over and saw the vegetables Lin Wan was chopping. He was speechless. She was cutting the vegetables by plunging the knife straight down. Not only was it laborious, but the results were uneven and unappealing. But Lin Wan really wasn't cut out for cooking. In the past, he often cooked meals, dividing them between her and Lin Feifei. Or his mother would cook. Her skills were excellent too. He walked over and took her hands from behind. What are you doing? Lin Wan jumped in surprise. Aunt Wan, this is how you chop vegetables. Come, let me show you. Yang Ling caught the scent of woman on Lin Wan, and the fire within him ignited instantly. Lin Wan sensed something too, her body trembling instantly. Chapter 40, The Sophisticated Green Tea. Just then, the doorbell rang. Startled, Lin Wan exclaimed, "Let go of me, you rascal. How dare you?" Yang Ling immediately released Lin Wan. Aunt Wan, is someone else coming? Yes. You can cut it. Lin Wan composed herself, patting her flushed cheeks, though her heart still raced. She hurried to open the door. Mom, I was planning to go to the party tonight. Why did you call me back? Ha? We have guests? It's Xiao Ling. Lin Feifei spotted the figure in the kitchen and felt a surge of anger well up inside her, only to be replaced by a hint of joy. After all, they'd agreed last time to treat young Ling like an older brother. But this guy, he's really sucking up, isn't he? Actually following her all the way home? These past few days, her mom had been brainwashing her, saying that even though they'd broken up, she couldn't hurt young Ling's feelings or humiliate him. After all, they'd shared so many years together. If they couldn't be lovers, they should at least be good siblings. To be fair, Yang Ling was genuinely a good person. He made a decent brother, but as a lover? Constantly hovering over her like a fly, it was unbearably annoying. She recalled her best friend Lin Layuan's words, since he loved being a suck-up so much, couldn't be her boyfriend, and still wanted to be her brother, she might as well let him keep fawning over her. Having such an attentive sucker pampering her, giving her money to spend, how satisfying was that? Plus, she realized she actually enjoyed it when he spanked her. Oh, brother Yang Ling's here. Lin Feifei ran over with a beaming smile. To reassure her mother and secure a loyal sycophant for the future, she had to put on a good act. Brother Ling, Feifei wants to apologize again. Lately, I've been listening to my mom and reflecting on all the good things you did for me. I really regret it. Yang Ling looked at Lin Feifei, her face brimming with remorse, then glanced at Lin Wan, who wore a satisfied smile. What a picture of maternal kindness and filial devotion. But he had already seen through Lin Feifei's true nature, otherwise, she wouldn't have spoken so rudely. So, she definitely hadn't realized her mistakes. Well then, since that's the case, I'll see just what you're up to. Alright, Feifei, I forgive you. Go play. Aunt Wan and I will make you something delicious. Wow, brother Ling is so kind. I want sweet and sour spare ribs. She wrapped her arms around Yang Ling's arm. Yang Ling was speechless. Damn it, after being with him for years, this woman has learned to put on a show. Her acting is so convincing. Alright, I'll cook a few of your favorite dishes later. Wah, I finally realized that in this world, brother Ling is the only one who truly cares about me. I was so foolish before, so selfish. Now I've woken up. From now on, you'll be my one and only Ling. Holy. She's playing the innocent card. If he hadn't been so heartbroken, he might have fallen for her again and become her lapdog once more. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Ha, things were different now. He was determined to be her father. Xiao Ling, Feifei truly understands her mistake. Tonight, I specifically asked you both to come back so we could help resolve your conflict. Aunt Wan, thank you for your thoughtfulness. What happened in the past is water under the bridge. Lin Feifei's lips curved slightly. Heh, this guy really is such a softie. What a total suck-up. Brother Ling, so starting today, we'll be brother and sister, okay? Because of what happened before, I feel like lovers won't last forever, they'll break up. But siblings never will. Will you still protect your little sister like you always have? Damn it, showing your true colors now, huh? You want me to be your brother and play the sucker? But he also wanted to put Lin Wan at ease. She'd worked so hard to bring them together and resolve his conflict with Lin Feifei, how could he not give her face? Yeah, siblings are fine. That way, I can always protect you. After all, we've known each other for years. I want Aunt Wan to feel at ease too. You, just don't go splurging at school. Aunt Wan works hard for every penny. Yeah, I'll definitely be thrifty. Lin Wan watched her brother and sister reconcile, feeling deeply happy and grateful to young Ling. What a sensible boy. Then go keep Aunt Wan company. I can handle things on my own. Sure, Ling, thanks for all your hard work. Lin Feifei turned and sat on the sofa to send a message, snapping a photo of young Ling in the kitchen. Hey girls, the lapdog's back. He's wagging his tail around cooking in my kitchen. Wow, I'm so jealous of Feifei for having such a devoted guy. Yeah, that dog is top-notch in looks and physique. 5 years of unwavering devotion, that's true love. Feifei, why not just marry him? We'll see about that later. Right now, I just want to have fun. If he ever hits it big, I might actually consider marrying him. But his family situation isn't great, he's got 2 kids to support. Feifei, why don't we set up a dinner tonight to see if he's really that devoted? Didn't you say you've been dying to try that amazing frog restaurant? Sure, but his family's struggling right now. Let's not make it too big. At that moment, Lin Wan sat down. Feifei, now you see how good Xiao Ling is, right? Yeah, Mom, I get it. I won't talk about him like that anymore. Having a brother like him isn't so bad. After graduation, if I feel it's right, maybe I'll marry him. Alright, Mom's relieved. Lin Wan entered the kitchen and joined young Ling in the preparations. Xiao Ling, thank you. Aunt Wan, what are you thanking me for? You gave me money and helped me find a job. This little thing is nothing. It's no big deal. Besides, I told you before, my feelings for Feifei are purely brotherly. The person I like is... Shut up. Lin Wan's face flushed with embarrassment and anger. Don't say things like that when Feifei is around. Oh, then I'll say it when Feifei isn't around. Lin Wan felt a tinge of excitement, but she still shot him a fierce glare. Soon, the meal was ready. Wow, Brother Ling's cooking is as amazing as ever. I absolutely love it. Really? You're used to gourmet delicacies and you can still stomach these home-cooked meals? Of course. Nothing outside tastes as good or healthy as what you cook, Lin Feifei laughed. Soon, after eating their fill, Lin Feifei said she wanted to go shopping with her classmates. Xiao Ling, you should come too. You've been taking care of your mom all week and studying hard, you deserve a break. No, I have things to do later. Lin Wan's gaze toward young Ling made her heart skip a beat. This guy, he wouldn't be thinking of. After Lin Feifei left, young Ling washed the dishes and mopped the floor. Xiao Ling, you should go home. I'll handle this. Aunt Wan, are you really in such a hurry to send me away? Yang Ling set down the mop, took Lin Wan's hand, and pulled her into his arms. Xiao Ling, calm down. I'm perfectly calm, Aunt Wan. You know how I feel. He leaned in and kissed those red lips. Chapter 41, Learning New Skills. The kiss lasted a long time. Lin Wan panicked and pushed Yang Ling away. Xiao Ling, we can't keep making the same mistake. We agreed this was just a fling. Aunt Wan, what exactly have we done wrong? I'm 20 years older than you, that alone is wrong. Come, sit down. We need to talk. She turned and walked over to the sofa. Xiao Ling, what do you like about me? All these years, I've always treated you like a younger relative. But now you're acting like this. Honestly, it's putting a lot of pressure on me. I'm not a young girl. I can't just act on impulse when considering things. I never imagined having a romantic relationship with someone 20 years younger. Especially when that person is you. You know very well if I agreed to date you, your mother would absolutely hate me. Aunt Wan, I just like you. I liked you the moment I first saw you, especially when you wear your business attire and black stockings. You're all I see when I close my eyes. I didn't dare say it before, but now I can. And you're so kind to me, so gentle. Oh, you. As you've grown older, you've become bolder. But I don't believe you could truly harbor romantic feelings for a woman 20 years your senior. It's just that kind of urge, isn't it? Xiao Ling, are you really doing this to get back at me because of Feifei? If that's the case, I can agree. Come on, just this once. After this, our 2 families will sever all ties. Yang Ling frowned. Aunt Wan, it's all your fault. Last time you took me to that nightclub and kissed me. Now, every time I close my eyes, I remember that feeling. And after we got back, you didn't completely reject me. You kissed me for so long just now. Why are you saying this now? This. Lin Wan felt helpless inside. She knew she was in the wrong. But deep down, she still couldn't take that step. There were practical reasons, and there were her own reasons. Because she, too, wanted a man who could accompany her for the rest of her life. This man absolutely wasn't young Ling, he simply wasn't suitable. In another decade, she would be old, while he would still be in the prime of his youth. Ling, we can't do that. Let me introduce you to a girlfriend. No. Lin Fei was right, I truly can't make any promises to anyone. Yang Ling stood up. And Wan, I'm sorry for causing you trouble lately. It won't happen again. Lin Wan's refusal, coupled with her words about severing ties, poured a bucket of cold water on him. He pulled out the 20,000 yuan Zhang Fangya had given him from his bag, placed it on the table, and hurried out. Ling. Lin Wan pressed her forehead, feeling utterly exasperated. Sigh. How did it seem now that both mother and daughter had betrayed his sincerity? Thinking of Yang Ling's 5 years of devotion, only to be dumped by her daughter and humiliated if he hadn't truly loved her, how could he forgive so easily? He even vowed to continue protecting Fei for the rest of her life, under the guise of brother and sister. Yet she had just said those words, suspecting he was seeking revenge and not sincere. How deeply that must have hurt him. He was so desperate for money, yet now he'd even returned the 20,000 yuan to her. Was he cutting ties with her? Would he hate her? Would he take it out on their daughter? She rushed out immediately and grabbed Yang Ling's arm. Ling, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken like that earlier. Take the money. You need it. Yang Ling looked at Lin Wan and sighed inwardly. He recalled how kind she had been to him, struggling to make ends meet herself, forced to work in nightclubs entertaining wealthy women. She'd even scraped together 20,000 yuan for his mother's medical treatment. He had no right to be angry with her. Besides, with such a vast gap in their social standing, he couldn't offer her any future. Wasn't it only natural she refused? Aunt Wan, you don't owe me anything. You'll always be my Aunt Wan. Please don't give me any more money. You've got enough on your plate paying for Fei's education, the mortgage, and the car loan. Try to cut back on the drinking from now on. I don't want you getting taken advantage of. Lin Wan bit her lip. Ling, come inside with me. Yang Ling followed her into the room, puzzled. Lin Wan immediately closed the door, her expression stern as she looked at him. Ling, Auntie Wan will teach you some things, so you won't get dumped by girls again next time you date. Remember this, women don't love nice guys. Men can't be too honest. Yang Ling froze, then Lin Wan pressed her lips to his. He responded. Ling, remember this, the final step absolutely cannot happen. If you can't handle it, stop right now. If it does happen, this will be our one and only time. Afterward, we must sever all ties and never meet again. Auntie Wan, I promise. Over the next hour or so, Yang Ling learned many new things, broadening his horizons. He experienced the majestic grandeur of snow-capped mountains and witnessed the murmuring streams in secluded valleys. His understanding no longer remained confined to textbooks, he even grasped the deeper significance of the numbers 6 and 9. Though Lin Wan hadn't yet taught him more advanced concepts, he was already deeply satisfied. Aunt Wan, thank you. Ling, when you start dating, don't let a girl dump you. I'm not going to date anyone. You promised. You have to agree with Aunt Wan. Otherwise, starting today, we're done. Lin Wan's expression was stern. Though she had taught Yang Ling much, a sliver of reason remained within her heart. Alright, I promise Aunt Wan. But no matter what happens in the future, whether I get married or not, and whether Aunt Wan remarries or not, I will take care of Aunt Wan for the rest of my life. Yang Ling felt deeply moved inside. Good, that's thoughtful of you. You're still young. Focus on your career first. These days, you absolutely can't get by without money. Yes, I'll work hard to earn money. I want to help Aunt Wan and ease her burdens. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. Just do your best at Aunt Lan's place. Here, take this 20,000 yuan. She took out her phone and transferred another 2,000 yuan to Yang Ling. Aunt Wan, why are you giving me money again? Fei has gotten used to spending money freely. She won't change that overnight, but I've already cut her allowance. I'm afraid she'll start spending other people's money. Giving her these 2,000 through you will also strengthen your sibling bond. Alright, Aunt Wan. Good night. After leaving Lin Wan's home, he resolved to prioritize his career from now on. Only with money could his mother and sister live well. Aunt Wan wouldn't have to attend those kinds of business gatherings anymore. The urgency within him only intensified. He would make money by any means necessary. Finding a job wouldn't happen overnight, so he'd explore other avenues first. Back at Ning University's voice acting club, he had experienced narrating audiobooks. Maybe he could take on that kind of side gig. He recalled a senior named Qin Jinyan, 2 years his senior. Back in his freshman year, Qin Jinyan had brought him into the club. She was the one who taught him voice acting and performance skills, offering him countless opportunities. They'd even worked together as partners before, and they'd been a great team. He recalled that after graduating, Qin Jinyan had started her own voice acting studio. Perhaps he could ask her about the market rates. After all, he had told his sister and mother that the money he earned from Jiang Xue and Zhang Fangya came from audiobooks. If he could truly make a name for himself in this field, it would be quite promising. He immediately sent her a message. Qin Jinyan replied with an address: a restaurant on Shangyuan Road. Shangyuan Road was a well-known commercial street near the University district, packed with snack stalls perfect for taking his sister out for a stroll. Before long, he met Yang Momo at a subway station. She ran over happily and wrapped her arms around Yang Ling's arm. Chapter 42, Heartbreak. Bro, are we hitting Shangyuan Road tonight? Yeah, I'll treat you to some delicious food. Yay! Soon they arrived at the Good Eats Frog restaurant on Shangyuan Road, the address Qin Jinyan had mentioned. Hey, Yang Ling? A sweet voice rang out. Yang Ling looked up, his face filled with surprise. The tall, sweet-looking waitress greeting guests at the door was actually Qin Jinyan. Senior Qin, why are you working as a waitress here? Didn't you stop doing audiobooks? I still do it as a hobby, though. It's not officially registered or anything. Just a few enthusiasts pooled our money to buy a copyright, and we record when we have time. Qin Jinyan studied Yang Ling, thinking to herself, how did this junior get so handsome? His aura was completely different from before. And, he's got a new girlfriend? This line of work seems pretty good. Why not go full-time? Full-time? That's tough. It only brings in 1,000 or 2 a month. I just treat it as part-time income. Junior, have you found a job yet? We're still short-staffed here. If you're interested in part-time work, you could join us. I kind of miss working alongside you. Sure. When do you get off work? We should catch up properly. Around 10, but aren't you worried your girlfriend might get the wrong idea? Qin Jinyan glanced at Yang Momo. This is my sister, Yang Momo. She also attends Ning University. I brought her to try some delicious food. Let's just eat here. What? Oh, she's your sister? Come on in then. Qin Jinyan explained the menu. Yang Ling wasn't very hungry, so he just ordered one of their signature dishes. Bro, this is way too expensive. We could have just grabbed some street food. No problem. We're already here. It's only 98 yuan. Soon, the dishes arrived. Yang Momo, who had never experienced such a lavish meal before, ate with great relish. Just then, he received a text from Lin Feifei, sending him an address and a photo. Bro Ling, wanna grab dinner? I'll introduce you to my girlfriends, they're all stunners, you know. Yang Ling frowned, glancing at the photo. There were indeed quite a few beauties. He recognized one of them, Lin Feifei's toxic best friend, Lin Yuan. This woman was the epitome of a manipulative, two-faced. Her change in temperament, her reckless spending, and her gradual distancing from him were largely due to this woman. He immediately headed toward that private room. Inside the private room, Lin Feifei was showing everyone her phone. Feifei, what do you think? Is that loser coming? Of course he will. I know him well, he's been licking my boots for 5 years. Even after I dumped him, he still tries to act like a big brother and keep licking. When he sees us leaving all this food for him, he'll be touched. He's got a huge ego, he'll definitely insist on picking up the tab. At that moment, Yang Ling stood at the doorway. Hearing Lin Feifei's words, his expression turned cold. Sure enough, this woman still thought she could take advantage of him. They'd already eaten most of it, leaving only scraps and leftovers, and now she wanted him to pay? Knowing full well his family's struggles, she still pulls this? What an ungrateful daughter. An idea formed in his mind as he stepped inside. Oh, Brother Ling, you're here already? Come sit down. We saved plenty of food for you. Yang Ling sat down beside Lin Feifei. Feifei, you've really disappointed me. My mother is seriously ill and still hospitalized, yet you deliberately set me up to pay for you and your friends? Lin Feifei's face paled. You heard everything? I heard it all. If Aunt Wan found out about this, how disappointed would she be in you? Brother Ling, please don't tell my mom. Lin Feifei was horrified. She feared Aunt Wan most of all. If she found out what kind of person she really was, it would be disastrous. Feifei, you don't want Aunt Wan to know. So, can I keep an eye on you like I used to, as your big brother? Of course you can, Ling. From now on, you're in charge of me. Alright, then get down on all fours. Huh? What for? Lin Yuan and the others looked utterly confused. When I tell you to get on your stomach, you get on your stomach. He placed Lin Feifei's body directly across his thighs. Her chest pressed right against his thigh. Sure enough, this woman wasn't even a C-cup. Probably hadn't fully developed yet. Brother Ling, what are you doing? Smack. A slap landed on Lin Feifei's butt. Lin Feifei, you idiot. Tell me, what did you gain by making me pay for you just to prove you have a submissive lapdog? Lin Feifei didn't know how to respond. The atmosphere in the room turned eerie. Yang Ling, what are you doing? It's only 180 yuan. It's not 1,800 or 18,000. As her brother, what's wrong with helping your sister pay? The green tea, Lin Yuan screamed. Off. You green tea. If it weren't for you, would Lin Feifei be like this? Women like you are toxic best friends. You've got money, yet you make others pay for you? You're a hypocrite. You bastard, Yang Ling. Let go of me. Who do you think you are, insulting my friend? Yang Ling slapped her again. Don't I have the right? You knew my family was struggling, yet you deliberately set me up just to feed your vanity. And these so-called friends? Not only did they fail to stop you, they pushed you into this mess. What kind of toxic friends are they? You think money comes easy? When Aunt Wan started her business, she was living on just a few bucks a day. And lately, her business has been struggling. Making money is even harder now, with mortgage and car payments to cover. Last time I saw her, she was drinking with clients and nearly had a stomach hemorrhage. She even nearly got assaulted by another man. If I hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yet you're splurging money recklessly and bragging about your pathetic sucker here. If it weren't for Aunt Wan, I wouldn't care how you end up or how many men take advantage of you. What? When did this happen? Lin Feifei was horrified. Not long ago, but she kept it from you so you could focus on your studies. Lin Feifei, I was an orphan growing up. I wandered until I was 10, then my mom took me in. I know life isn't easy. I've always volunteered for chores since I was little. After you and Aunt Wan became our neighbors, I saw her working dawn to dusk. Out of respect for her hardship, I helped care for you, cooked your meals, and walked you to and from school. Looking back now, Aunt Wan and I protected you too well. We shielded you from the hardships of the world, making you think money comes easily. You even delude yourself into thinking you've entered some so-called high society, unaware that every penny you spend is Aunt Wan's blood and sweat. Lin Feifei's eyes were blurred with tears. Senior Yang Ling, I'm sorry. We'll split the bill for tonight's dinner. One girl's eyes were slightly red. That's right, Senior Yang Ling, you don't need to pay. Lin Yuan looked thoroughly displeased, but with the mood already set, she dared not say anything. Fine, I'll cover it. Who else would have such an idiot little sister? I don't need you to pay. Get lost. Aunt Wan already cut your allowance. You're paying? Are you going to eat dirt this month? If you dare spend another man's money, I'll beat your butt to a pulp. He pulled out 500 yuan and handed it to Lin Feifei. This money, of course, was what Aunt Wan had given him. No matter how unreasonable a daughter may be, she's still his daughter. This time, he was giving her money in the name of a father. Here, take it. I'll just pick up a few extra shifts to make it back. Lin Feifei was incredulous. Yang Ling stepped out of the private room. An awkward silence settled over the private room. Chapter 43, Lin Wan's Gratitude. A sudden pang of bitterness welled up inside Lin Feifei. For the first time, regret began to stir within her. Does Brother Ling love me this much? He knew I deliberately set him up, yet he still gave me money? He loved her too much. If we can't be lovers, then he'll be my brother loving me anew. What a pathetic loser. This guy is beyond pathetic. Lin Yuan sneered with utter contempt. Lin Yuan, stop it. A girl's face darkened. What's there to hide? His own mother's hospitalized, yet he still gives you money and takes on extra part-time jobs. If that's not a suck-up, what is? At that moment, Lin Feifei stood up. I'll pay the bill. I need to go home. You guys head back to campus first. Yang Ling returned to the table. The table was tucked away in a corner, so Lin Feifei and the others couldn't see him. Bro, where'd you go? You took forever. Ran into someone I knew. Eat up. Moments later, he watched Lin Feifei pay the bill and storm off. Brother, you mean she was the acquaintance you mentioned? Yang Momo pouted. Yeah, I gave her a piece of my mind earlier. After all, she's Aunt Wan's daughter. Sigh, Lin Feifei used to be so nice. After college, she changed. Be careful who you hang out with from now on. Don't let others lead you astray. Bro, I don't really have any friends. Yang Ling frowned. He understood young Momo lived frugally, had little spending money, and was naturally introverted. She'd never dare make friends. With that personality and appearance, she'd likely attract trouble and get bullied. Momo, from now on, make friends freely. If you need money, just tell me. Spend what you need to, don't be too frugal. Half an hour later, Yang Ling paid the bill. Just as he and Yang Momo reached the doorway, someone wrapped their arms around his leg. Looking down, he saw a teary-eyed little cutie, and his heart instantly melted. Daddy, I finally found you. Mom and I have been looking for you for so long. Did you abandon Cici? Yang Ling immediately crouched down and lifted the adorable child into his arms. Cici, how did you find Daddy? Mom brought me here. She said this area is where you go to school. We've been searching for so long. Daddy, will you please come home? Don't be mad at Mommy anymore. Yang Ling looked around left and right but didn't see Wen Ruyan. Cici, where's your mom? Daddy, Mom said she feels really sorry for you. She was afraid that if you saw her, you wouldn't go back with her. So she sent me here and left right away. The little one looked utterly serious. Mom said if you don't take me home, Cici won't be able to go back either. She'll have to stay with you. Yang Ling's lips curved slightly. Mrs. Wen was practically forcing him to return. Daddy, please come back with me. Mom knows she was wrong. When we get back, she'll let you punish her however you want. The little cutie whispered softly in his ear. Daddy, I'll tell you a secret. Mommy said she wants to give you a kiss and let you spank her bottom. He planted a kiss on Cece's cheek. Alright, let's go home. Yay! That's great! Cece cried tears of joy, planting many kisses on her dad's face. Yang Ling looked at Qin Jinyan. Senior, I have something to attend to. I'll come find you another time. Oh, sure. Qin Jinyan's eyes were filled with surprise. Does my junior have a daughter this old? Could it be he's living off her? With his looks, rich women would definitely be drawn to him. After all, that doggy waist is something to behold. Meanwhile, Lin Feifei had already returned home. Mom, where are you? She called out, her voice trembling with tears. Lin Wan hurried out of the room, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Feifei, what's wrong? Did someone bully you? Mom! Lin Feifei threw herself into Lin Wan's arms and burst into tears. Mom, I won't waste money anymore. I won't go to nightclubs anymore. I'll study hard and help you after I graduate. Lin Wan was utterly astonished inside. Oh my little Feifei has grown up. Tell me, what happened? Lin Feifei fidgeted awkwardly. Nothing. I just suddenly came to my senses. Mom, from now on, I'll be more careful about who I hang out with. Lin Wan wondered if this had anything to do with Yang Ling. She'd ask him about it later. Good. From now on, listen more to your brother Ling. He's very sensible and capable. He's bound to have a bright future ahead. I'm not listening to him. Lin Feifei was furious. That jerk actually spanked her, but it still stung a little. He even called her an idiot, making her feel humiliated in front of her friends. Go take a shower and get some sleep. Early to bed, early to rise. I don't want to shower. I just want to cuddle with Mom and sleep. I haven't slept with you in so long. Alright, come on, let's go to bed. As soon as they entered the room, Lin Feifei pounced onto the bed. Home beds are just so much more comfortable. Ha! Mom, what's that smell? It's so weird. Nothing. I accidentally spilled something on the sheets earlier. I'll change them. Lin Wan remained completely unfazed as she promptly changed the sheets. In truth, it was because she and Yang Ling had gotten it dirty tonight, and she was too tired to bother changing it. Lin Feifei didn't suspect a thing and helped her mother spread the sheets. Soon, mother and daughter laid down on the bed. Before long, Lin Feifei drifted off, her face radiant with contentment. Lin Wan took out her phone and texted Yang Ling, asking if something had happened. Yang Ling recounted tonight's incident at Delicious Frog. Xiao Ling, you're such a skilled educator. Not only did you discipline her, but you also appealed to her emotions. Then you gave her 500 yuan to make her feel your love. No wonder she came back tonight and fell asleep hugging me. Aunt Wan, Feifei isn't a bad person. She just made new friends in college and got led astray. As long as we correct her in time, it'll be fine. Xiao Ling, thank you. Aunt Wan, what are you thanking me for? Tonight, I was just standing in Dad's shoes. Get lost. Say another word like that, and next time I'll smack your mouth shut. Aunt Wan, I miss you again. Time to sleep. Good night. Lin Wan put down her phone, her eyes wide open, sleepiness nowhere in sight. Tonight's events kept flashing through her mind. Though they hadn't taken the final step, she and Yang Ling had already laid everything bare to each other. Enough of that. From now on, she'd keep this relationship a secret. Not long after, Yang Ling returned to Ruyan apartment. The little one was already fast asleep in his arms. She must have been utterly exhausted today. He rang the doorbell, and when Ruyan opened the door. Tonight, she was dressed formally and had ordered a lavish late-night feast, complete with a large cake. When Ruyan's eyes were filled with apology as she looked at Yang Ling. She bowed deeply to him, the snow scene inside her collar glistening brightly. Yang Ling, I'm so sorry for causing you such pain. It's all my fault, I have a fiery temper. It's in the past. Yang Ling's expression remained calm. Xiao she is tired and has fallen asleep. From now on, don't leave her with strangers, and don't use her. You're not an outsider. You're her father. Ms. Wan, I'm quite busy lately. I have work the week after next and won't have much time. You'd better find someone else. Yang Ling shook his head. Yang Ling, from now on, you'll be Cece's father. I'll pay you well. How about it? Can I do it for the rest of my life? Yang Ling shook his head. Chapter 44, I want to be your husband. When Ruyan couldn't answer that question. Yang Ling, even if you find a good job, your monthly income would probably be under 10,000 yuan. How about this, I'll pay you 50,000 a month. I'll only need your evenings and weekends. Is that acceptable? Yang Ling shook his head. When Ruyan clenched her jaw, gazing at him with tender eyes. Yang Ling, I'm begging you. You're just so good at this. Cece is completely attached to you. I really can't handle it. Please stay. Yang Ling still shook his head. Then what would it take for you to agree to stay? I can continue being Cece's dad, but only on one condition, I want to be your husband. Yang Momo listened from behind, her eyes wide in shock. Ha? What did you say? Wen Ruyan's eyes flashed with a hint of anger. Yang Ling, you don't seriously think that just because she likes you, you can do whatever you want, do you? A flicker of disdain crossed Yang Ling's face. Don't worry, I've lost interest in you. Your false accusations already made me dislike you, and I know we're from different worlds. You? Wen Ruyan's heart burned with anger, yet he sighed. This incident had indeed caused Yang Ling immense pain. Then what did you mean by what you said earlier? I said you're not a qualified mother, you don't even know what kind of person your own daughter is. Do you think it's normal for Cici to become so dependent on me after just 1 week of playing together? Wen Ruyan was startled. She needs her father's love. Is spending a week playing with her what fatherly love is? I can play that role, and so can anyone else. Are you suggesting she should just go off with some random man? No. Cici's personality was unstable before because she lacked paternal love. But paternal love isn't just about having a father play with her, it's about creating a positive family environment that influences her subtly. A healthy family atmosphere isn't something I can create alone. By hiring me to be her father, you subconsciously place yourself above me. She wants to see us close, but you show no affection. Children are sensitive. She'll think you don't love her father, which is why she has no father. That will make her feel even less secure and more dependent on me. Therefore, this time, you are the primary client. You're hiring me to play your husband. Daily interactions are what create a positive family atmosphere. I'll do my best to play the strict father, while you play the nurturing mother. That way, when I leave, she won't become so dependent on me. Wen Ruyan looked utterly astonished, suddenly realizing Yang Ling had made perfect sense. But she couldn't shake the feeling that Yang Ling might be getting back at her, perhaps even trying to take advantage of her. But first, let's be clear, I'm only acting. I won't provide any physical services. Don't get any funny ideas about me. Put. Yang Momo had just taken a sip of water and immediately sprayed it out. Haha, Big Brother is so cool. You? Wen Ruyan's eyes widened. This guy, he's got the nerve. What did she mean by harboring improper thoughts? I'm the one who can't trust you. You think I'm dying to come to your place? Last night's events are still fresh in my mind. If it weren't for Cici, I wouldn't bother with you. If you're so worried, you could install cameras with no blind spots in your house, or plant listening devices on Cici. Or just get it over with, lay everything out on the table with Cici. Remember, I don't want to have to throw money in your face again. After all, your face is beautiful, and I don't want to ruin something so lovely. This. Wen Ruyan frowned. Let me think about it. Alright, goodbye. Come on in and eat. I've prepared lots of delicious food. Not hungry. Plus, Cici said you promised to kiss me and let me spank your bottom, you'll have to make good on that tomorrow. He led his sister away. Wen Ruyan watched their retreating figures, feeling a sense of defeat unlike any she'd ever known. She used to think that money could solve so many problems. But now she realized that money couldn't fix emotional issues. That bastard actually wants to spank her? Forget it. For my daughter's sake, I won't bother with him. Letting her grow up happy is what truly matters. But I have to admit, this guy is pretty professional. Fine. I'll hire him, just make sure he doesn't cross certain boundaries. Yang Ling and Yang Momo returned to the Bohemia community. Brother, you were so cool just now. Yang Momo clung tightly to her brother's arm. Yang Ling stopped in his tracks. What did she offer you? You must have been the little mole. Sorry, bro. I just thought this job was pretty good. This way, you wouldn't have to work so hard. Plus, Sister Ruyan gave me 10,000 yuan as a bonus. That's money well earned. Bro, you're not mad at me? Why would I? It's no big deal. Back at the rental apartment, Yang Ling received a friend request from Wen Ruyan and accepted it. Yang Ling, my friend is urging you to come online. It's 1,000 yuan per session. Got it. Also, head back to the apartment. I'll give you all the computers and recording equipment I bought for you earlier. Consider it my apology for what happened before. Alright. He headed out immediately. Momo, you go ahead and sleep. I'm heading out for a bit. Brother, so late at night? Still got things to do? Don't push yourself so hard, your health comes first. Don't worry, I'll only be gone about an hour. He returned to Ruyan apartment and saw Wen Ruyan standing at the door of their former rental unit. You, staying here tonight? You can come to my place and grab some essentials. No, I'll head back after I finish up. He entered the apartment and closed the door. Wen Ruyan's face darkened with anger. That brat. I owe you, but I'll endure it. Thinking of what was coming next, she clenched her legs together, hurried back, and turned on her computer. You're finally online. I'll send you the script. Moments later, a script appeared. A script about a couple making up after a fight? Strange. Why does this lady have so many scripts about married couples? In this script, the couple had a fierce argument, but in the end, they reconciled and were even more deeply in love. Half an hour later, the other end went silent. She must have fallen asleep. Ah, that sound made him feel so restless. He missed Aunt Wan again. Back at Purple Orchid Community, young Momo hadn't gone to bed yet and was lying on the fold-out bed in the living room. Brother, you're back. Go take a shower and get some sleep. You should go to bed now. Don't stay up too late. It was unbearably hot outside. After showering, drenched in sweat, he considered stepping out wearing only his underwear. But with Yang Momo here, that wouldn't be appropriate. He thought to himself, his sister had grown up, and many things were indeed awkward now. Living alone was definitely better. Yang Momo went inside immediately. Soon, he finished showering. Even cold water couldn't extinguish the heat coursing through his body. Suddenly, Yang Momo opened the door. Brother, that folding bed isn't comfortable. You should come in here. You're the main breadwinner of our family, everything should be prioritized for you. Yang Ling hurriedly grabbed something to cover a certain area. Just go to sleep. Okay. Yang Momo closed the door, her face flushing crimson. The image she'd just witnessed kept flashing through her mind. Brother, does it hurt? Back when Lin Feifei was around, he could find relief, but now? He must be tossing and turning all night. If he can't sleep, he won't have the energy to work. How could that be acceptable? Chapter 45, Playing Husband. She opened the door and stepped out, only to find Yang Ling already snoring away. Knowing her brother had been exhausted lately, she didn't disturb him. Early the next morning, after completing the NPC quest, when Ruyan called him over. Momo, Mom is in your care. And remember to buy the books I listed for you. Got it, big bro. Arriving at Wen Ruyan's place, she looked refreshed. Had she slept well last night? The house was tidy and organized. The little one came out of the room and, upon seeing him, immediately scampered over. He rushed over and picked her up. She, go eat breakfast first. Your dad and I need to talk about something. Entering the gym, Wen Ruyan pulled out an agreement. Take a look. If you're okay with it, you can sign. Yang Ling glanced over it. It was quite good. Both parties' obligations and restrictions were clearly outlined. One clause stipulated that physical intimacy in front of their daughter couldn't go beyond kissing. What pleased him most was that when Ruyan, expressing her apology and aware of his financial needs, had directly offered 3 months service fees up front, a total of 150,000 yuan. Yang Ling, take this 150,000 yuan for now. But if you breach the agreement, our partnership ends. If you leave before the term ends, you'll have to return the money. Thanks. Soon, the agreement was signed. Yang Ling began stepping into his role. This time, he would play the role of a husband and become a father. Yes, the husband was an act, but the father was the real deal. Because he genuinely adored the little cutie. As for Wen Ruyan, she was merely paying for his service. Ever since Wen Ruyan believed Zhao Hong's lies and framed him, he understood he was nothing but a minor figure in her heart. A billionaire socialite and a penniless nobody. What connection could they possibly share, were it not for the little cutie? So stepping back into Wen Ruyan's home now meant starting a whole new life. Yang Ling, it's been ages since I took her to the amusement park. Would you happen to be free today? Sure. Emerging from the gym, he noticed the little one staring intently in his direction. Daddy, did mommy pick on you again? The little one asked, eyes brimming with tears. Oh? Why would you think that, Cici? Last time, you two were arguing in the gym. The little one looked at Mom with a hint of fear in his eyes. Mommy, please don't be mad at Daddy anymore, okay? Cici will be good from now on. Mommy isn't angry. I was just apologizing to your dad. I was wrong last time and I won't do it again. Wen Ruyan felt utterly defeated. Sigh. That incident had left such deep fear in her daughter's heart. Yay, really? It's true. How about Mom and Dad take you to the playground today? Yay. Mom and Dad are the best. But, Mom, you used to hit me and say that mistakes deserve punishment. Mom, tell me, how should Dad punish you? The little one tilted her head. Wen Ruyan's heart trembled. Yang Ling's lips curved slightly as he looked at Wen Ruyan. Wen Ruyan planted a kiss on his cheek. Is that better? Not quite. Back when I was little, Mom used to spank my bottom when I misbehaved. So Dad should spank Mom's bottom too. No. Wen Ruyan's expression turned icy. The little one was frightened again and quickly hid in Yang Ling's arms. Alright. But since Mommy's afraid of pain, how about Cici takes Dad's place to punish you? Wen Ruyan shot Yang Ling a frantic glance. Yang Ling pretended not to notice. Mommy's being mean. She knows I'm little and can't hurt her, yet she makes me hit her. But when Mommy hits me, she hits really hard. The little one looked at Yang Ling. Daddy, you hit me. At those words, Wen Ruyan froze. Yang Ling silently gave the little one a huge thumbs up in his heart. She really is my daughter. So considerate of her dad. Wen Ruyan just wanted to get this over with. Steeling herself, she glared at Yang Ling, signaling him to hurry. Yang Ling stepped forward. This angle won't work. Bend over and lift it up. Don't push it too far. Wen Ruyan gritted her teeth. Cici, looks like Mom still doesn't know she's wrong. She's even yelling at Daddy. Wan Ruyan hurriedly bent over, lifting her hips. Yang Ling's hand came down hard on that raised bottom. Smack! Loud and clear. Wan Ruyan's face flushed crimson with shame and anger. Just as she tried to stand, another slap landed on the other cheek. Why so many slaps? Only twice. That's enough punishment. Come on, let's continue breakfast. Yang Ling acted as if nothing had happened, cradling the toddler as he sat down at the dining table. Wan Ruyan's face was flushed crimson with shame and indignation. That bastard, he really hit hard. Just you wait. Daddy, have you forgiven mommy? Will you leave again? I won't leave without saying goodbye like last night. Even if Daddy has to go on a mission or work, I'll tell Cece. When I have time, I'll come back to be with Cece, okay? Yay! Daddy's so kind. Come here, give me a kiss. The little cutie planted a kiss on his cheek. Daddy, after mommy punished me, she'd hug me and kiss me, and then I wouldn't feel sad or hurt anymore. Will you hug mommy and kiss her too, okay? No need. Mom isn't hurt or sad anymore. Let's eat breakfast. Yang Ling, however, pulled her close and whispered in her ear, we have to play along, you know. Keep up the good family atmosphere. Wan Ruyan was caught off guard as his lips brushed hers, sending a jolt through her like an electric shock. She glared at Yang Ling with fury. That bastard, pushing his luck. But who was to blame? She owed him. After breakfast, Wan Ruyan pulled out the new outfit she'd bought last time. Yang Ling, wear this, it'll make us look like a proper couple. Yang Ling put it on immediately. Ruyan, could you help me fix the collar? Can't you do it yourself? Nope, I need my dear wife's help. Hearing the words my dear wife, Wan Ruyan felt a strange sensation flicker through her heart. Since she'd already asked him to play the role of her husband, she might as well fulfill her duties as a wife. This small gesture could also help her daughter feel the warmth of a loving atmosphere. She immediately walked over. Seeing the dashing Yang Ling, her heartbeat quickened as she gently adjusted his collar. Truth be told, when Mrs. Wan turned gentle, she could truly make a man lose his footing. This was truly a lush, tender embrace. Alright, wait a moment. I need to add a few more things. Wan Ruyan fetched a high-end watch and a fake beard. Why do I need a mustache? It makes you look more mature, more suited to me. Plus, I don't want anyone to know your identity. Alright. After putting it on, Wan Ruyan went to change clothes. She tried on several outfits, each radiating the allure of a sophisticated, mature woman. Yang Ling never would have dreamed he'd end up with such a perfect wife even if it was just for show. After packing everything, they set off immediately. Soon, they reached the city center. After parking the car, he and Wan Ruyan each took one of the little cutie's hands, strolling through the streets like a family of three. A handsome man, a beautiful woman, and an adorable little one. This combination instantly drew the attention of many passers-by. Yang Ling, are you worried someone might recognize you? Wan Ruyan whispered. Why should I? Aren't you afraid people will say you're living off someone else? Living off someone else's money is a skill in itself, Yang Ling replied with a broad smile. Ms. Wan, are you afraid? Afraid people will say you're keeping a sugar baby? Not at all. I used to keep to myself and didn't have many friends, Wan Ruyan replied. That's good. Daddy, I want that candied hawthorn. No way. It'll rot your teeth. Wan Ruyan flatly refused. The little cutie instantly looked all sad and pouty, lifting her head to gaze at Yang Ling. Good girl, listen to mommy. We need to hurry to the playground, Daddy can't wait. Okay, let's hurry. Yang Ling scooped the little one up in his arms, then took Wan Ruyan's hand with his other arm. Wan Ruyan instinctively pulled away. Yang Ling stood still, watching her. A flash of anger flickered in her eyes. This guy really was trying to take advantage of her. But whatever. It's just holding hands, might as well treat it like walking a pet. Yang Ling's lips curved slightly. Ms. Wen's hand felt so soft, though a bit cold, probably due to poor blood circulation. Soon they arrived at a large indoor amusement park. This VIP membership is so expensive? Yang Ling was speechless. Membership started at 2,998? Still, the playground was indeed huge. Wan Ruyan went straight for the highest tier membership card, shelling out 6,888. Yang Ling suspected this was a scam preying on parents' gullibility. But he suppressed his inner excitement. Forget amusement parks like this, he'd never even played in one of those inflatable castles by the roadside. Wow, who'd have thought being Cece's dad would let him make up for his own childhood regrets? Ruyan, come in and play with us. Yang Ling glanced at the towering slide. Sliding down with both of them in his arms would definitely be a blast. Chapter 46, Daily Affairs. No, you two go ahead. No matter how he pleaded, Wan Ruyan refused to go inside. He had no choice but to take the little one inside, diving straight into the ball pit. Fun. So much fun. In that moment, Yang Ling transformed into a big kid, playing with the little one to his heart's content. Wan Ruyan watched from outside, her gaze tender, the corners of her mouth slightly turned up. Truth be told, she didn't enjoy playing. Nor did she enjoy taking her daughter out to play. On weekends, they'd only venture out occasionally, spending most of their time holed up at home. Because taking the child out to play was simply too exhausting. The child has boundless energy, while she, due to late nights and insomnia, is severely drained. Every time she stepped out, she lacked the patience. It always ended with her yelling at the child. Like just now, when the child wanted a sugar-coated hawthorn on a stick, she instinctively snapped, "No, you can't have it." Even when they'd visited the playground before, she'd just sit quietly playing with her phone while the child played on her own. But now, young Ling was like a big kid, playing so well and so fully engaged with her daughter. No wonder, after just 1 week, her daughter adores him and depends on him so much. Deep down, she envied him. If only she had that kind of energy. Moving forward, she needed to be a good mother and play the role of a good wife. She had to maintain emotional stability. It seemed she needed to see a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner to regulate her body. Her best friend had long ago recommended a TCM practitioner to her. Word was this doctor was highly skilled, practically a renowned expert in Ningxing. The consultation fee alone was 500 yuan, and even then, you couldn't get an appointment. But her best friend had connections, so it was possible. She immediately texted her friend to help book an appointment for that afternoon. After a long while, Yang Ling had played with the little one to their heart's content, both thoroughly delighted. He glanced at Wen Ruyan and saw the envy in her eyes. TSK, Ms. Wan, and you said you didn't want to come in. Just the three of us, having a great time. He walked over with the toddler, but Wen Ruyan still refused to come in. He whispered something in the toddler's ear, then swept Wen Ruyan up in a princess carry and entered the playground. Wen Ruyan hadn't even processed it before a flicker of irritation flashed across her face. This jerk is getting more and more outrageous. He'll drive me crazy sooner or later. Ruyan, don't get angry. We need to stay calm. Wen Ruyan took a deep breath, set her down, and began playing with her daughter. Wow, this is so great. Finally, I get to play with mommy. The family of three continued playing together. At first, Wen Ruyan felt awkward and hesitant, but under Yang Ling's enthusiastic lead, she began to laugh genuinely. Physical contact was inevitable during their play, and she didn't dwell on it. Unfortunately, Yang Ling didn't get to realize his idea of sliding down the slide while holding both mother and daughter. Before long, Wen Ruyan was panting heavily, drenched in sweat. I'm exhausted. I need to sit down for a bit. Ruyan, you seem a bit weak. You used to stay up late often, but lately, you look much healthier. Wen Ruyan flushed slightly. How could she not be weak when she did it every single night? Maybe it's from all those late nights before. This afternoon, I'll go see a traditional Chinese medicine doctor and get myself properly regulated. They played until noon and had lunch at the mall. Going out with a rich woman has its perks, always dining at fancy places. After eating, the little one fell asleep and they immediately headed to a TCM clinic called Fuheng. The place was packed. Even with Wen Ruyan's connections, they still waited an hour. Or rather, many people only got appointments through connections. The doctor who took her pulse was an elderly practitioner with a kind, benevolent expression named Wu Yun. Rumor had it he was formerly a specialist at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital and now practiced here after retirement. After a moment, Wu Yun looked at Wen Ruyan, then turned to Yang Ling. This young man, is he your husband? Wen Ruyan hesitated before nodding. Come, young man, sit over here. Let me take your pulse too. Yang Ling looked surprised but sat down as instructed. After taking his pulse, Wu Yun's expression turned shocked. Holy crap, what's with the shocked look? As the saying goes, the worst thing is when a TCM doctor's expression changes after taking your pulse. Could he have some kind of cancer? Doctor, is there something wrong with me? You're fine. In fact, your pulse is excellent. It shows your body has abundant yang energy and robust kidney qi. Young man, you're the healthiest young person I've seen in all my years of practice. Wu Yun's face was full of admiration. Do you maintain a strict routine, exercise regularly, practice some kind of health-preserving art? And have you kept it up for years? Yang Ling's face turned pale with shock. Holy crap, he could tell just from that? This guy's got something. Yes. Besides working out, I practice breathing techniques and the Eightfold Vajra method. I've been at it for 4 years, every single day. Now my mind feels incredibly sharp and my memory is exceptional. I wonder if it's related. Oh? Exceptional memory? I can't say for sure. Many people practice their whole lives and only gain physical health. Even those who meditate daily in Taoist circles might not develop any special abilities. Maybe you just hit a breakthrough by chance. Keep at it, the benefits are immense. Especially after 30, you'll be pleasantly surprised. Wu Yun looked at him with admiration. I will keep at it. Doctor, how is my wife doing? She used to stay up late all the time. Last time she went running, she got cramps after just a short while. Then today, she got really tired after playing at the amusement park for a bit. She doesn't like moving much anymore. Why not teach her to practice health cultivation too? You're in great shape from your training, but she's not. From now on, don't be so frequent in your intimate activities. Once or twice a month is enough. How can you do it every single day? Yang Ling was stunned, turning to look at Wen Ruyan. What the hell? Every day? The look in Wen Ruyan's eyes was pure contempt. Oomph. I thought she was different. Turns out she's just like everyone else. Good thing the agreement stipulates no crossing the line. Every single day? TSK. Probably different roles, I guess. What if she catches something? Damn it, from now on it's just role-playing, no physical contact. Wen Ruyan's face flushed crimson, wishing she could sink through the floor. Oh dear, I should have known better than to come. Wu Yan frowned, as if she'd caught something, then suddenly shot Yang Ling a sympathetic glance. Young lady, cherish the man before you. This lad is in peak physical condition. I'll prescribe a week's worth of medicine. During that time, abstain from intimate relations. By the way, go upstairs for an acupuncture session. Wen Ruyan couldn't meet Yang Ling's gaze. She hurried to pay and went upstairs to wait for the acupuncture. Yang Ling sat on a bench in the first-floor corridor, cradling the little one, his eyes vacant as he stared out. Sigh. Daily intimacy? How complicated. If only I'd stayed away. He glanced at the little one in his arms, feeling her plight grow ever more pitiable. CC, why not just live with daddy? Let your mother be free. He suspected Wen Ruyan's recent insomnia and irritability stemmed from their daily intimate encounters. Just then, Wu Yan walked over, glanced at Yang Ling, and patted his shoulder. Young man, no need to be sad. Since you've practiced health-preserving techniques with such success, reducing intimacy or even abstaining can be beneficial. I'm fine, thank you, doctor. By the way, Dr. Wu, my mother has late-stage liver cirrhosis. How much longer do you think she has? Does traditional Chinese medicine have any treatments for this? It's a bit complicated, but traditional Chinese medicine is actually the best approach for this. Bring her to see me. Thank you, Dr. Wu. I'm quite interested in traditional Chinese medicine and would like to study it on my own. Could you recommend some books? Certainly. Dr. Wu Yun wrote him a list of books and added him on WeChat. It seemed he had taken a liking to Yang Ling. After waiting an hour, Wen Ruyan finally came down. Her expression was icy. She took the medicine and left immediately. Finding the car, Yang Ling handed the sleeping child to her. When Ruyan noticed Yang Ling wasn't his usual self, he seemed slightly distant and instantly felt annoyed. Do you think I'm being improper? That's your business. I'm just doing my job. It's none of your business, after all. You're not anyone special to me. When Ruyan thought this was for the best, at least it would keep him from getting handsy. Take me to that place where we bought clothes last time. Then just drive the car back. You don't need to pick me up. Fine. The ride passed in silence. Soon they reached downtown. Yang Ling carried the toddler as he and Wen Ruyan arrived at the store. Inside, a tall, stylish, and stunningly beautiful woman emerged. Chapter 47, My Little Sister Got Bullied. The woman looked at Yang Ling, then at Wen Ruyan, as if she'd just discovered a whole new world. Oh my god, Ruyan, you finally woken up? And you're this skilled too? This little hottie is quite the catch, great physique, strong body. That's the spirit, Ruyan. Life's too short not to enjoy it. Oh, and that time you bought clothes at the store, you got them for him, right? Wen Ruyan flushed. It's not what you think. Yang Ling, you should leave first. Fine, Ms. Wan. If you want to keep our partnership going, you'd better listen to the doctor. Wen Ruyan stared at him, her expression finally turning icy. Who do you think you are? Do I need your reminders? My apologies. Goodbye. Yang Ling promptly departed. Why did he have to stick his nose in? What business was it of his how his clients lived their private lives? When Ruyan hesitated, words on the tip of her tongue, but turned away with an air of haughty pride. Let the misunderstanding stand. This was better. If he thought she was promiscuous, he wouldn't harbor any lingering feelings for her. But for some reason, being misunderstood by him left her feeling unexpectedly gloomy. Sigh. Why did I start caring about his opinion? Ruyan, what's up? All right, you went to see the doctor today. How did it go? When Ruyan shook her head. Zhang Qian looked serious. Ruyan, if there's anything wrong, don't keep it from me. No matter what, we'll face it together. She knew when Ruyan's ex-husband had died of cancer. She was genuinely afraid when Ruyan might be facing something similar. I'm really fine. Zhang Qian frowned, then immediately dashed out to catch up with Yang Ling. Hey, handsome, you went to the clinic with Ruyan today, right? Tell me the truth, what's wrong with Ruyan? Nothing major, but there's a problem. Spit it out. You're killing me here. The doctor said Ms. Wan has been engaging in intimate relations too frequently, leading to severe ENE deficiency. She must abstain from such activities while taking her medication. Well, I can't really interfere with Ms. Wan's private life. You should try to persuade her. Wait, is she asking you for it that often? Not with me. What? That promiscuous? Fine, I got it. You go ahead. Zhang Qian entered the shop with a peculiar expression, staring at Wen Ruyan's gloomy face in utter astonishment. Ruyan, you can't judge a book by its cover. Have you completely given up? But you can't come here every day. No. Let's talk inside. They entered the inner tea room. Wan Ruyan recounted everything that happened with Yang Ling. Lately, I've been chatting with this guy online who's really good at role-playing. I need to talk to him every night just to fall asleep, but he got the wrong idea. Zhang Qian was stunned. It was completely beyond her comprehension and imagination. Then, she burst out laughing. Ah, this is hilarious. Too much intimacy? Abstaining during medication? Oh my gosh, Ruyan, this is so embarrassing. Wan Ruyan's face flushed with embarrassment and anger. She grabbed a clothes hanger and swatted Zhang Qian's butt with it. What the hell are you laughing at? This is so embarrassing. God, he must think I'm a two-faced hypocrite. Aren't you going to explain? Why should I explain to him? He's not my significant other. If it comes to it, I'll just fire him. Wan Ruyan retorted stubbornly. Fine, fire him. I'll hire him as my boyfriend. TSK, such an interesting little hottie. I'm quite intrigued. You dare. He's still my husband. You want to steal my husband? TSK, Ruyan, you're acting strange. You care about his opinion? Who cares about him? He's just a guy who sells himself. But Cece really likes him, and I can't help it. He's been so good to Cece, better than I ever was. You wouldn't believe it, this past week has been the most carefree time for me, and our home has been filled with more laughter than ever. Yet in her mind, images of Yang Ling shielding her and their daughter at the playground suddenly surfaced, stirring another wave of irritation within her. Seriously, are you really okay with him being Cece's dad? Wan Ruyan didn't hide anything and explained the misunderstanding with Yang Ling. This guy seems pretty great. Now that you mention it, I'm even more curious. I'll drop by your place sometime to meet him. No. Don't even think about him. Relax, I wouldn't steal my bestie's husband. At that moment, Yang Ling pulled the car over to the side of the road, removed his beard, and changed into his own clothes. Wan Ruyan's work uniform was too expensive. Truth be told, he didn't want to wear it. If he got it dirty, he couldn't afford to pay for it. He got out of the car and headed straight for Xinhua Road. Earlier, he'd called to ask if young Momo had gone to school yet. Learning she was at Xinhua bookstore, he figured he needed to buy some books anyway. Soon he arrived at Xinhua bookstore and saw young Momo browsing books. She sat quietly, radiating a sense of peaceful tranquility. His little sister had blossomed into a beauty, growing more radiant by the day. The thought of some pig getting to her in the future filled him with resentment. She was the sister he'd raised, why should some pig get her? He walked over, picked up a book, and sat down beside her. Yang Momo frowned slightly, shifted her position, and continued reading. Yang Ling leaned closer. What are you doing? Yang Momo's voice trembled slightly, timid and soft. Spotting Yang Ling, she hugged him in delight. Brother, you scared me. Next time a guy does this, speak up louder. Whispering like that just encourages the bad guys. I'm just a little timid. Sigh, you really worry me. Be braver next time, shout loudly. That's what makes the bad guys feel guilty. Brother, what are you doing downtown? I came downtown with Wan Ruyan. She went to meet her friend. Wait here, I can drop you off at school. Sounds good. Yang Ling looked around for a while, then bought many books according to the list Dr. Wu Yun had given him. Bro, why are you buying Chinese medicine books? Self-study. Who knows? Maybe I'll find a way to cure mom someday. Bro, you're amazing. You think of everything. Unlike me, I just want to cry when things get tough. Girls cry sometimes, what's wrong with that? But remember this, with me around, you've got nothing to fear. Yang Momo hugged Yang Ling's arm tightly, her face beaming with joy. After leaving the Xinhua bookstore, they planned to drop the books off at the car first. After walking for a while, they were blocked by a group of young men and women. Yang Momo lowered her head the moment she saw them. Yang Ling frowned. Seeing Yang Momo's expression, anger surged within him. Could it be that Yang Momo was being bullied at school? He felt deeply guilty, realizing how he'd neglected his sister these past years, causing her to become so timid and cautious. She was beautiful and innocent, yet timid and weak, likely making her an easy target for trouble. Ha! Yang Momo, Lin Dongliang's been chasing you, and you're pretending you don't want a relationship. Who knew you'd end up dating him yourself? They scrutinized Yang Ling. Earlier, Yang Ling had changed into his clothes, making her look ordinary. TSK. You turned down a rich boyfriend to date some broke loser? Yang Momo, that's all you've got? What a waste of that pretty face. The ringleader reached out to pinch Yang Momo's cheek. Smack! Yang Ling slapped her hand away. Several young men behind the woman immediately stepped forward. Bro, why hit her? Looking for a fight? These young men were likely trying to impress the beautiful woman, putting on an act of arrogance. But Yang Ling saw the fear in their eyes. Want to fight? Fine. Just wait a moment, I need to put my things down first. Yang Ling pressed the car key fob, and the S-Class Maybach parked by the roadside lit up as its trunk opened. Amidst the stunned stares of onlookers, he loaded a large stack of books into the trunk. Momo, bring your things over. You get in first. I'll practice with them. Yang Momo walked over with a dazed expression, placed the books and backpack into the trunk, and was then pushed into the car by Yang Ling. Chapter 48, Playing the Role of My Sister's Boyfriend. Bro, don't hit. Relax, I know my limits. Yang Ling walked toward the stunned group. My girlfriend mentioned someone's been bullying her at school. I was planning to send someone to check it out tonight. That'd be you guys, right? The thought of his sister being bullied over romantic matters made him decide to just say he was her boyfriend. He lunged forward, grabbing the girl by the collar and yanking her up. The girl, who seemed to have some weight to her, was lifted effortlessly by one hand. You guys believe me when I say I can make your school life a living hell? Yang Ling channeled the domineering CEO persona he'd voiced before, his demeanor shifting as his tone grew imperious. Though he wore the same clothes, the confidence and dominance in his eyes sent shivers down their spines. Do you believe I could get you expelled with ease? Do you believe I could make your life impossible in Ningcheng? No. No. It wasn't us. We didn't bully Yang Momo. Please, spare me. The girl's face was frozen in terror. Sir, it's all her fault. Because the guy she likes is pursuing your girlfriend, she's been targeting us. We had nothing to do with it. The boys immediately turned and fled. Wah, please let me off. I'll never do it again. Yang Ling set her down. Get lost. If I ever hear you bully Momo again, you'll face the consequences. The girl took a few steps, nearly stumbling, and soon vanished into the crowd. Yang Ling's lips curled slightly. Damn. That performance was absolutely exhilarating. For characters he was more familiar with, he didn't even need to build up his emotions, he could pull it off instantly. What he'd learned from Jiang Xue and Zhang Fangya was pretty solid. Especially playing Qin Shen, it really boosted his acting skills. He turned back, opened the car door. But he saw Yang Momo, tears streaming down her face, looking utterly wronged. Instantly, she threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. Yang Ling didn't scold her, he simply held her tightly. After a long while, Yang Momo's emotions gradually calmed. Brother, I thought you were going to fight just now. It scared me to death. But, how did you get so strong? Yang Momo felt Yang Ling was somewhat unfamiliar. Earlier, she had witnessed a dramatic shift in his demeanor. The domineering style made her heart pound wildly. Gosh, he was like a domineering CEO. She suddenly wanted to be the little white rabbit in his arms. Huh? Isn't she already a little white rabbit? Suddenly, her pert bottom was slapped. Brother, why did you hit me? She asked, her face flushing crimson. Yang Ling cleared his throat to hide his awkwardness. Back then, whenever Yang Momo did something wrong, she'd get a spanking. Only now did he realize she wasn't the little sister she'd been years ago. She had grown up. Mistakes deserve punishment. But if anyone bullies you in the future and you don't tell me, I'll spank you until your bottom blooms. Yang Momo felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Brother, I was wrong. Go ahead and spank me. Hard. She turned around and lay face down across the car seat. Yang Ling swallowed hard. Get in the car first. We're going to eat. He immediately drove toward Shangyuan Road. On the way, Yang Momo recounted her conflict with that girl earlier. It was simple enough, just the usual romantic entanglements between men and women. Momo, when you run into stuff like this, you absolutely can't just swallow your pride and keep quiet. And you definitely can't be scared. Otherwise, if it happens once, it'll happen again. Bro, could you pretend to be my boyfriend? Yang Momo's cheeks flushed, her eyes brimming with hope. That way, Lin Dongliang won't bother me anymore. I really dislike guys like him showing off everywhere just because they have money, even though they didn't earn it themselves. Is his family really that wealthy? I don't know. Anyway, everything he wears and uses is top-notch. He's always buying bubble tea for the girls in our class, spending like crazy. A guy like that doesn't deserve to be my brother-in-law. Fine, I'll pretend to be your boyfriend. You focus on your studies for these 4 years of college. Yay, that's great. After parking the car, Yang Ling took Yang Momo for a stroll down the bustling Shangyuan Road nearby. Why are you hugging me so tight? Loosen up a bit. Yang Ling inwardly gasped. This figure, it's not much different from Wan Ruyan's. His little sister truly possessed extraordinary talent. Bro, this is how boyfriends and girlfriends act. When we see someone we know, I'll introduce you right away. Yang Momo squinted her eyes, her face beaming with joy. Fine. To play the part of a rich kid, Yang Ling went all out as the domineering CEO. He bought cups of Bawang Tea Princess, a brand he'd never splurge on before, one for each of them, sipping as they walked. It was actually pretty good expensive for a reason. Hey! Momo, out shopping? Two girls approached, their faces full of surprise. Yeah, Xiaoqin, Xiuchan, you two heading back? Nah, just looking for a place to grab dinner. This is my boyfriend. Yang Momo hurriedly introduced. These were her classmates Li Xiaoqin and Chen Xiuchan, both quite attractive. Chen Xiuchan had a tall, athletic frame, like a sports student. Wow, Senior Yang Ling, you're so handsome. Since you're with Momo, why don't we all grab dinner together? My treat. That's not right, we don't want to be the third wheel. It's fine, you can join us, Yang Momo said. In the end, they all headed to Good Eats Frog, where Qin Jinyan was. Senior, I'm here to support your place again. Great. Welcome back. Qin Jinyan beamed at Yang Ling. After placing their orders, she went back to work. Yang Momo stared at Yang Ling, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Qin Jinyan's figure wasn't any worse than hers, and she had this mature, sophisticated aura. Could her brother have fallen for her? Otherwise, why would he always choose this place? Or was he just trying to learn about the voice acting industry? Over 2 hours later, everyone was full and satisfied. The two girls helped each other out of the restaurant. Yang Momo still had her arm around Yang Ling. Oh my, we're stuffed. Senior, sorry for the spectacle, we've never had food this delicious before. Glad you enjoyed it. Since you're all Momo's roommates, she can be a bit scatterbrained. Could you keep an eye on her from now on? I'm not silly. Momo is kind-hearted. Don't worry, Senior. We're all her roommates. After buying quite a few things for Yang Momo and loading them all into the car, Li Shaoqin and Chen Xiuchan also rode back with them. Their expressions were utterly stunned. Yang Momo's boyfriend drives such a fancy car, just how rich is he? Upon arriving at campus, they parked in the lot and headed together to the girls' dormitory. Li Shaoqin and Chen Xiuchan helped carry the items upstairs. Brother, I don't want to go up. Yang Momo wrapped her arms around his waist, tilting her head up to gaze at him. Her breathtakingly beautiful face left him dazed. Alright, everyone's upstairs now. You go up and tidy your things, get ready for bed. Remember, your brother is capable and can make money. Have confidence in yourself. We don't start trouble, but we don't fear it either. We don't splurge, but we don't shortchange ourselves either. Also, college studying is crucial. College degrees aren't worth much these days, so don't even think about getting a job. Focus entirely on getting into grad school, even a PhD. Of course, you could also join the voice acting club to learn voice acting. Yang Momo basked in her brother's nagging. Did you hear that? Got it. Then go upstairs. Suddenly, Yang Momo lifted her foot and planted a kiss on his lips before turning and running away. Yang Ling stood there for a moment, a faint smile spreading across his face. He felt incredibly happy inside. The silly little sister who used to cling to him was back. He drove to Good Eats Frog, planning to ask Qin Jinyan about the voice acting industry later that night. He had to find every possible way to make money. At the very least, to cover up the source of his recent earnings. Otherwise, if his mom found out how he'd gotten his recent cash, she'd be absolutely furious. Even though he hadn't sold his body, his mom would never understand, no matter what. Chapter 49, The Voice Acting Industry. After leaving Ning University, Yang Ling parked his car by the roadside. He saw Qin Jinyan still standing at the entrance handing out flyers. She just looked a bit annoyed. Because next door, at the late-night snack shop called Delicious Chicken, the person handing out flyers was a stunningly curvaceous woman wearing a low-cut, form-fitting skirt. Her curves were so enticing, it made people want to go in and eat chicken. It was past 9 o'clock, yet Good Chicken was still packed to the rafters. Meanwhile, Good Frog had plenty of empty seats. Junior Qin Jinyan, it's been so long, why can't you let go? Why wrap yourself up so tightly? I'm not that shameless. Hee, is it about having dignity, or simply lacking the capital? The voluptuous older woman proudly puffed out her chest. Who says I don't have the capital? Are you blind? Qin Jinyan also puffed out her chest defiantly. Though not as voluptuous as the other woman, she was still quite impressive. In terms of body proportions and harmony, Qin Jinyan was top tier, looking like a beauty straight out of a manga. However, he did feel that Qin Jinyan lacked confidence when handing out flyers. She wasn't bold enough, causing many to go untaken. Senior, let me help you hand these out. Ha? Junior, you're here? Great. I'm so exhausted today, my feet feel like they're about to fall off. Yang Ling took the flyers. He'd done this kind of work countless times before, achieving supreme mastery in it. Plus, he now possessed acting skills and wanted to integrate them into real life. This would also serve as good practice. He pulled off his t-shirt, revealing a body of lean, muscular definition. His 8-pack abs stood out particularly prominently. Qin Jinyan was stunned. This move from my junior. Hey, junior, that's not fair. The older woman grew flustered, yet her eyes sparkled as she stared at Zhao Yuzhu's abs. Senior, you're not playing fair either. Junior, how about joining our shop? We could team up, the pay would definitely be better than next door. No thanks. I'm just helping my senior sister out. Before long, several groups of girls had been lured into Good Frog by him. Qin Jinyan beamed with delight. Just then, someone tapped Yang Ling on the shoulder. Damn, Yang Ling, it really is you. Yang Ling frowned at the short, chubby guy in glasses before him. This guy was Li Hongliang, a local whose parents ran a roast meat shop. After buying a house nearby, he developed a serious chip on his shoulder. What's more, they'd known each other since high school because this guy had also pursued Lin Feifei. In college, they'd even become roommates. He was intensely jealous of Yang Ling having such a beautiful girlfriend like Lin Feifei. He was also Lin Yuan's boyfriend, and he shared some blame for Lin Yuan corrupting Lin Feifei. Ha! You really are the ultimate suck-up. Lin Feifei dumped you, yet you still give her money to spend? You'd rather take on this kind of part-time job yourself? God, Yang Ling, you're such a loser. What can I say? I like being a bootlicker, Li Hongliang replied with a sneer. Yang Ling, you were such a model student and you still haven't found a job? Come on, let me snap a pic and post it in the group chat. Maybe someone can hook you up. He immediately snapped a photo and posted it in both their high school and university class groups. Hey everyone, Yang Ling still hasn't landed a job. He's doing this part-time flyer distributing gig and even took his shirt off. How pathetic is that? If anyone has job openings, give him a hand. Instantly, many people tagged Yang Ling in the class group chat. Especially a lot of girls. Yang Ling couldn't be bothered to respond. Li Hongliang wore a look of pure sarcasm. Yang Ling, how about working at my shop? Deliver goods for me, and I'll pay you 3,000 a month. In Yang Ling's eyes, people like this were nothing but clowns. Just then, a young woman stepped out, her face beaming with joy. Jin Yan, is this your junior? Has he found a job yet? Not yet. How wonderful. Handsome young man, come work for me. I'll pay you 5,000 a month, plus a year-end bonus. Thanks, but I've already found a job. I came to see my senior for something. I see. Jin Yan, since your junior came to see you, consider this your commission. You can leave early today. Sure thing, thanks, Manager Yang. Jin Yan beamed. Junior, thanks to you, I got to leave early and even earned a commission. Hold on, I'll just grab something inside. Jin Yan immediately entered the store. Yang Ling, you turned down a job paying 5,000 a month? You found work? Lin Yuan was astonished. None of your damn business. People like him just care about saving face at the expense of their own happiness. Forget him, let's go. Li Hongliang pulled Lin Yuan away. A moment later, Jin Yan emerged. Junior, I'll bring over a few buddies from the old days we were all in the voice acting club together. Tonight, we can get to know each other properly, and I'll fill you in on what's happening in the voice acting scene. If you're interested, I can bring you in. Honestly, I miss working with you back then. We could form a voice acting couple duo and specialize in romantic roles. Sounds good. Yang Ling also cherished the memories of working with Jin Yan. Alright, let's go. First, grab some bubble tea. Yang Ling offered to treat her, but she insisted that since he just graduated, it was her turn to pay and she wouldn't take no for an answer. As they walked, Jin Yan told him about her life after graduation. After graduation, she and a close friend started a voice acting studio, later adding 2 junior classmates to collaborate. But they soon discovered the industry was incredibly tough to break into. Take audiobooks alone, they required massive team coordination and expensive copyright purchases. Only the top teams dubbing big-name authors made money. Without a hit, the team couldn't sustain itself. The most critical factor was the emergence of AI. Now, various novel apps had their own audiobook production teams. Teams like theirs, lacking funds, resources, and connections, found it hard to survive. They eventually shifted from full-time to part-time work. They used to take on freelance gigs, but later they pooled money to buy the rights to a novel they liked. But they couldn't secure quality rights, nor did they have sufficient time for proper production. The resulting audiobooks weren't high quality, and their monthly revenue share was only around 5 or 6,000 yuan split among 4 people. Yang Ling felt a pang of disappointment. He'd thought Jin Yan had made something of himself. Little did he know they were still scraping by at the bottom of the voice acting industry. But he understood how crucial copyrights were in this industry. Jin Yan explained that even subpar rights cost over 50,000 yuan, mid-tier authors' rights ran from 100,000 to 200,000 yuan, and top authors' rights were exorbitant, sometimes exceeding 1,000,000 yuan. To create a blockbuster hit, one must acquire the rights from top-tier authors. Yang Ling fell deep in thought. He knows quite a few wealthy people, but I wonder if any of them would invest in him. Forget it, no point thinking about it now. Better to focus on the part-time gig first, gain experience, and make a name for myself in the voice acting scene. Getting regular hourly gigs would be great. Once I build some reputation, I'll approach those wealthy women for funding. After ordering his bubble tea, a trio arrived shortly, 2 men and a woman riding electric scooters. 1 man and 1 woman shared a scooter, clearly a couple. The other tall guy rode alone. He recognized them, they were indeed members of the voice acting club. The girl was in the same class as Jin Yan, likely Chen Xia, the close friend Jin Yan had mentioned. The tall guy Chen Xia was hugging on the scooter seemed to be named Liang Hao, a year below Jin Yan and Chen Xia, but a year above Yang Ling. Seemed like a relationship with a significant age gap. The other guy, a tall, lanky guy with glasses, was named Lin Chengdong. He seemed to have harbored a secret crush on Jin Yan for a long time. After Jin Yan graduated, she showed hostility toward him. After no one wanted to partner with him, he stopped attending the voice acting club. Now he was hanging out with Jin Yan? Had he finally won her over? Seeing him standing with Qin Jinyan, Lin Chengdong's eyes instantly filled with hostility. Ah, it's Junior Yang Ling. Just graduated, right? I've met a few seniors. Ha, all the better if we know each other. Qin Jinyan promptly introduced everyone. Junior Yang Ling is exceptionally talented. We've collaborated on numerous scripts before, so let's have him join us. Chapter 50, The Shield. Qin Jinyan cut straight to the chase. Shen Xia and Liang Hao looked at Lin Chengdong with astonished expressions. Lin Chengdong frowned. Jinyan, we're just freelancers not actually running a company. The four of us work well together, and we're not short-handed right now. We can handle minor roles ourselves. Why bring someone else in to split the profits? Qin Jinyan shook his head. Lin Chengdong, one more person won't hurt. That junior's voice is truly exceptional. What if he's the one who helps our work break out? Going viral isn't that easy. I'm firmly against it. Lin Chengdong's face was set in determination. He'd always had issues with Yang Ling. Never imagined he'd run into him again, and now Qin Jinyan actually wanted to bring him into the team? Yang Ling was far more handsome than him. Standing beside Qin Jinyan, they looked perfectly matched. Therefore, Yang Ling absolutely couldn't be allowed in. Sorry, Yang Ling, but our team already has a solid dynamic. Plus, we're part-timers with day jobs, we just don't have the time to adjust to you. I'm doing this for the team's sake. We're stuck in limbo knowing we only make a pittance each month, yet we have to update daily. If we don't update, we get no recommendations, and our income drops. It's agonizing. Qin Jinyan's expression was stern. Our passion and enthusiasm have been slowly eroded by poor performance. Bringing Yang Ling into the team to tackle new tasks might actually boost our income. I think Jinyan has a point. Adding one more person won't hurt, Zhang Xue said. I think Lin Chengdong's right. We really don't have time to adjust, Liang Hao countered. Everyone, don't feel pressured. I won't be joining. With Lin Chengdong around, he never intended to join anyway. The guy was a bit petty and had a gloomy personality, he didn't like him. Fine. Here's what we'll do. Junior, you and I will form another duo just like in college, specializing in couple voice acting gigs. Senior, that's not right. Don't let me cause trouble between you and your boyfriend. Don't get the wrong idea, Lin Chengdong isn't my boyfriend, just a collaborator. He joined the team with Liang Hao. Be careful what you say. Shen Xia hesitated. Shen Xia, I know you and Liang Hao have been trying to set me up with Lin Chengdong. But I've already made it clear multiple times that I'm not interested. If you keep pushing this, I'll have to quit the team. It's become too much of a distraction for me. Lin Chengdong instantly lost his composure. His face darkened and he erupted in anger. Jinyan, is it because of him? Yang Ling rubbed his nose. Oh man, this is unwarranted trouble. Just as he was about to deny it, Qin Jinyan wrapped her arm around his. Yes. Back in college, I collaborated with him many times. We had great chemistry. I'd secretly liked him for ages, but he had a girlfriend then. Nothing I could do. Now we've met again, and he's broken up. It's my chance. What the hell? Yang Ling was utterly baffled. Was this real? How had he never known Qin Jinyan had feelings for him? He knew Qin Jinyan well enough, she was an ambitious woman. How could she possibly fancy a penniless guy like him? Most likely, she just wanted to use him as a shield. Honestly, he hated being a shield. But seeing the look in Lin Chengdong's eyes, he knew this shield role was unavoidable. Besides, deep down, he'd already been annoyed with Lin Chengdong for a while. Back at the voice acting club, Lin Chengdong had made his life miserable, denying him assignments and even pressuring other girls not to partner with him. Now was the perfect chance for payback. And while he was at it, he could take advantage of his senior. Helping the senior with this favor should open doors for future collaborations with her, definitely promising. And it would also repay her for helping him back in college. He wrapped his arms around Qin Jinyan and kissed her forehead. Senior, so you like me too? I like you too. Qin Jinyan was a bit stunned. Wait, did he just kiss her? What was this junior thinking? Couldn't he tell it was all an act? Back then, they'd been so in sync. But she had no choice but to play along. Lin Chengdong's face darkened. Jinyan, you're not choosing me with my stable job, but instead someone who just graduated and is still job hunting? Jobs can be found, but I chose him because he's handsome. You know I'm a total sucker for good looks, Qin Jinyan replied. Besides, I've made it clear to you many times before, you and I are just ordinary friends who gather because of shared interests. Now that we've cleared this up, I'll withdraw from the team. I'll transfer my share of future copyright royalties to you. If you can't find a replacement, I'll complete my portion of the work. Qin Jinyan pulled Yang Ling away. Jinyan, just say no. It's no big deal. Is it really necessary to make things so awkward? Shen Xia, this is a big deal. I know Lin Chengdong is Liang Hao's friend, and you've been trying to set me up with him all along. I've explicitly refused multiple times, yet you ignored my objections and kept creating opportunities. To prevent further conflict, let's be clear now. Well, let me put it this way, Lin Chengdong is a decent person, but I don't want to spend my life worrying about daily necessities. In this life, I'll either marry a wealthy man or become wealthy myself. That's my value system. I'm outta here. Lin Chengdong snorted. So you're just a gold digger, huh? Chengdong, Jin Yan's perspective isn't wrong. Everyone has different needs in life, Chen Xia frowned. You shouldn't have rebutted Jin Yan so bluntly just now. You should know her character, the person she values probably isn't half bad. You're always so impatient. What's wrong with being a little more gracious? I know her character, she probably wasn't interested in that junior in the first place. She was just using him to reject you. Go chase after her, apologize, and invite Junior Yang Ling to join us. You'll still have chances later. I won't apologize. I didn't do anything wrong. Didn't you all agree with my idea just now? Chengdong, just do it already. Do you really want Jin Yan to quit our team? Who will you turn to then? $1,000 a month is still money. Liang Hao urged. Fine. Lin Chengdong immediately hopped on his electric scooter and sped off after her. Jin Yan, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have refused to give you face earlier. Here's the deal, we agreed to let Yang Ling join. Sorry, I'm no longer interested, Yang Ling replied calmly. Junior Yang Ling, breaking into this industry isn't easy. We're a well-established team. If you join, you'll get over 800 yuan a month, enough to cover rent and utilities. I don't need that kind of money. Yang Ling took out his car keys, pressed the button, and unlocked the door. Senior, I'll drive you back. Qin Jinyan was stunned as Yang Ling gently pushed her into the back seat. Lin Chengdong's face flushed crimson with shock and embarrassment. He spun around on his electric scooter and sped off. The next moment, he nearly collided with someone, slammed on the brakes, and fell flat on the ground. He scrambled back up, righted his scooter, and walked away without checking if he was hurt. To be honest, he didn't want to embarrass Lin Chengdong. But with his knowledge of psychology, he could see that Lin Chengdong was the kind of person who was sensitive, self-centered, and insecure. Once misunderstood by such a person, it was difficult to clear the air, and impossible to escape. Better to make himself appear powerful and unbeatable in the other's eyes. That was the only way to resolve the trouble completely. Jin Yan, so you're not just a shallow person who judges by looks, you're after his money. He's a rich kid, Liang Hao said coldly. Yes, you're right, Jin Yan replied coldly. Liang Hao, what are you saying? There's nothing wrong with Jin Yan finding a wealthy boyfriend. Chen Xia's expression was complex. Yang Ling, sorry about tonight, man. Oh well, guess we just missed out on a rich kid friend. No big deal. Let's go. Yang Ling immediately started the car. Chapter 51, Senior Sister Stays at Home. Qin Jinyan in the backseat wore a look of mixed emotions. Junior, are you really hooked up with a rich woman? Living off her money? That little girl last time, was she the rich woman's daughter? Yeah, I guess you could say that. He didn't bother explaining would only be covering things up. After all, ordinary people wouldn't believe him anyway, might as well own it. After all, he was a professional sycophant, so switching to living off someone else's money wasn't exactly a change. Man, if I'd known, I wouldn't have let you be my shield earlier. What if that rich woman finds out? Will she abuse you? Make you do perverted things? Senior, I'm in deep trouble tonight. I might get misunderstood by that rich woman and end up offending those petty bastards like Lin Chengdong. What should I do? Yang Ling wasn't actually angry. Qin Jinyan had helped him immensely before, teaching him so much. She was the kind of girl who was both a mentor and a friend. He just hadn't seen her in a while and wanted to tease her a bit. Junior, are you in trouble? Short on cash? I've got a few thousand to spare. I'll lend it to you, don't go sugar dating. I hear some rich women play really twisted games, like using steel wool pads and stuff. Yang Ling looked utterly astonished. Senior, you're offering to lend me money? Aren't you afraid I won't pay you back? Anyone who can live off others must possess extraordinary skills. Once you overcome this hurdle, repaying me won't be difficult. Thanks. But no need. Making money these days is tough enough. Yang Ling felt a bit touched inside. Speaking of which, haven't you and those three been partners for years? To just fall out like this, isn't that a waste? Should I not have come looking for you? Qin Jinyan shook her head. They've lost all passion in the recordings. Every day is just going through the motions, a complete waste of my time. A change of scenery can be refreshing. You coming to me is actually giving me an opportunity. I see. Senior, I'm full of passion. Let's work together. Work together? On what? Voice acting. I miss the days of working with partners. All right. We'll start with hourly gigs. Once we build our reputation, gain enough experience, and earn some money, we can buy the rights. Yang Ling felt genuinely pleased inside. He genuinely loved voice acting and acting. He'd actually made a decent amount of money from it recently. If he could make this work, he'd have the freedom to manage his schedule and take care of his mom. He soon arrived at Qin Jinyan's residence, the urban village near Ningda East Gate. The environment wasn't great, chaotic and disorganized. Senior, you live in this village? Yeah, it's cheap, just $600 for a single room. Lots of young people live here. Senior, this place must be full of noise, not good for recording. The apartment complex I rent has a nice environment and is quiet. Let's share a one-bedroom apartment together. $600 each would be enough. What do you think? Qin Jinyan looked at Yang Ling with surprise. Junior, you want to live with me? That's called sharing a rental. Is there such a thing as co-living between a man and a woman? Why not? Didn't you just say you wanted to be my girlfriend? You little rascal. Forget it. Junior, I don't want to get mixed up in your game with that rich woman. I don't want to be labeled the other woman, and I certainly don't want her to hire someone to beat me up and ruin my reputation. Relax, Senior. I won't be staying at your place. I'll be in another building. We'll collaborate online as usual. I'll think about it. After Qin Jinyan went upstairs, he finally left. Just as he started the car, he spotted a familiar-looking electric scooter. And the person wearing the helmet, that figure, wasn't it almost identical to Lin Chengdong's? He recalled Lin Chengdong's look as he left tonight. Oh man, was he about to witness that love unrequited, so I'll destroy it scenario? Watching from his car, he saw the guy swipe his card and enter Qin Jinyan's building. Could Lin Chengdong live here too? He immediately called Qin Jinyan. Senior, I just saw Lin Chengdong swipe his card into your building. Does he live there too? What? No way. Damn it, someone's coming to the door. Bastard. Over the phone, Qin Jinyan scolded a few times and Lin Chengdong ran downstairs. Spotting Yang Ling charging toward him, Lin Chengdong abandoned his electric bike and bolted into an alley, vanishing from sight. Yang Ling wasn't familiar with the area. It was too dark to pursue him. Moments later, Qin Jinyan came down to open the door, her face still pale with fear. Oh my god, that bastard actually had a copy of my key made. Senior, it seems he'd been planning this for a while. He must have assumed you'd be out on a date with me and return late, so he entered your room early, hiding under the bed and behind the curtains. When you came back, don't say another word. Qin Jinyan's face drained of color. Oh my god, isn't that something only in movies? Senior, he's been stalking you for ages. Tonight, you got into a luxury car that must have really triggered him. It's over. Once a creep like that targets you, you won't find peace. Call the police immediately. His electric bike is still here. Forget it. I didn't lose anything. Qin Jinyan pulled out her phone, dialed, and told Chen Xia what had just happened. Chen Xia, tell Lin Chengdong that if this happens again, I'll call the police and make sure he gets a criminal record. Also, my boyfriend has considerable influence. He said he'd retaliate, but I talked him out of it. Make sure Lin Chengdong stops bothering me. Yang Ling stared at Qin Jinyan in surprise. This senior was clever. She didn't push him to the brink but issued a subtle warning instead. Junior, let's go to your place. Huh? You're really going? You're right. I should stay somewhere decent. Drop me off near your neighborhood. I'll stay at a hotel there tonight and look for a place tomorrow morning. What hotel? Just stay at my place. Qin Jinyan glanced at him. Junior, tonight you served as my shield and you saved my life. I'm truly grateful. But I'm not just any woman. If you want to pursue me, you need to break up with that rich woman first. Senior, you've got the wrong idea. That place I rented is empty right now. It's empty anyway. You can stay there all week, giving you more time to find a place. It's not far from Business School Road, and there's a direct subway line. Really? Really? Qin Jinyan looked at Yang Ling for a moment before nodding. Alright, then I'll bring my stuff over too. Qin Jinyan didn't have much, just some recording equipment and daily necessities. Soon, they arrived at Zijing Community and moved his things into his apartment. Senior, please make yourself at home. I'll be going now. Qin Jinyan stepped forward, blocking his path. You're really just leaving like this? Chapter 52, I don't chase after other men. Senior, is there anything else I can help with? Yang Ling asked in surprise. Qin Jinyan embraced him, kissed her, then placed his hand over her chest. He froze for a moment. What are you staring at? I owe you this, but that's all it is, okay? Qin Jinyan's face flushed slightly, yet she was bold. From now on, you're free. We'll be boyfriend and girlfriend again and live together. Yang Ling wrapped his arms around Qin Jinyan's head and kissed her directly on the lips. Not long after, Qin Jinyan pushed him away. No wonder rich women like you really are charming. Alright, Senior, I won't take advantage of you anymore. You can go now. Senior, aren't I the one taking advantage of you? Bull. I'm the old cow munching on tender grass. Qin Jinyan turned away with a haughty air and slammed the door shut. Yang Ling touched his lips, savoring the taste of what had just happened. Senior, you're so smooth. He drove back to Ruyan apartment. Using Wen Ruyan's car for personal errands tonight felt a bit off. He'd wash it for her tomorrow morning instead. Back on the 20th floor, he immediately fired up his computer and logged into the chat room. But tonight, there was no private message from that client. Does that mean no voice acting tonight? Or had Wen Ruyan gotten so angry that even this client had stopped contacting him? Damn it! How dare you party every night and expect me not to find out? Forget it. Whoever cares. Let's just pretend this never happened. As long as he doesn't feel awkward, the awkwardness will be on someone else. Tomorrow, I'll go to Wen Ruyan's place as usual, playing the role of husband and father. But now that he knows Wen Ruyan's secret, will he still let him keep up the act tomorrow? Wait, that doesn't make sense. He's playing her husband, doesn't he have to get angry knowing she's out partying every night? If she's out partying every night, what if that man finds out about him and comes looking for trouble? He absolutely mustn't get entangled in such complicated emotional affairs. He'd heard that wealthy women's romantic entanglements were particularly troublesome. After all, she's a single wealthy woman. If that man covets Wen Ruyan's fortune, it could involve enormous stakes. It could even lead to loss of life. It would also bring major trouble to her family. No, this must be resolved tonight. He immediately went upstairs, stood at the door, and instead of ringing the bell, knocked. After all, the doorbell was too loud. He didn't want to disturb his daughter's sleep. Oh, it must be Daddy coming home. A sweet voice rang out as the door opened. Little Manhwa stood there, her teary eyes fixed on him. Daddy, why did you come back so late? Cici waited for you for so long. Yang Ling immediately crouched down and scooped up the little one. Cici, it's so late and you're still awake. You'll turn into a night owl. Cici can't sleep without Daddy coming home. That won't do. Daddy has to work late sometimes, but Cici has school tomorrow. You can't stay up too late. But Cici was scared Daddy wouldn't come back. Sweetie, even if Daddy comes home late at night, he'll still come to take Cici to school in the morning. Really? Yes. Come on, let's make a promise. From now on, no matter if Daddy gets home early or late, Cici will go to bed at 9 o'clock sharp, okay? Okay, I'll listen to Daddy. Pinky swear, no changing our minds for 100 years. After they made the promise, the little one hugged him tightly. He entered the room and closed the door, finding Wen Ruyan sitting on the sofa with her arms crossed over her chest, her expression dark. She shot Yang Ling a cold glance, and Yang Ling returned her icy stare. He carried his daughter inside and read her a story. She was already very sleepy and fell asleep almost instantly. Not long after, he emerged. You're back this late? Just to see who I'm sleeping with night after night? Wen Ruyan's voice dripped with sarcasm. Exactly. I do want to know who you're sleeping around with. I don't want to get involved in your dirty business. Right now, I'm only fit to live at the bottom, just trying to get by day to day. Also, even if I'm just playing a role, I want Cici to grow up in a healthy environment. If you're such an irresponsible mother, I see no point in continuing. I don't want Cici to one day see her mother's lover and witness her father being hurt. For her, that would be the sky falling. Originally, Wen Ruyan was furious. She believed Yang Ling thought she was a bad woman, looked down on her, and was lecturing her. What gave him the right? He wasn't even related to her. But hearing his later words that he was thinking of their daughter, wanting to prevent the very scenario he described, most of her anger instantly dissipated. She wasn't a bad mother. Nor did she want to be one. She didn't want this misunderstanding to continue. But the doctor had already said it, and this guy believed it too. How could she explain? Why should she explain to him? She felt deeply resentful inside. She wasn't that kind of woman, yet she still had to explain herself. Don't want to talk? Fine. This is the end of it. If even you, her own mother, don't care about CC, then why should I give a damn? Goodbye. Can't I use my hands? Can't I use a tool? I don't have any other men, and I never will. With that, Wen Ruyan flushed crimson and dashed into another room, slamming the door shut. Yang Ling froze. Holy. Seriously? Deep down, he felt a flicker of surprise. Ever since the first day they rented the place, Wen Ruyan had given him those appliances, and later even waived the rent. Deep down, he'd always thought she was a kind-hearted woman. Even after the recent misunderstanding, his initial impression of her remained unchanged. After all, she was a single mother managing so many apartments. How could she possibly have time to chase after some random guy? She loved her daughter. She wouldn't do something like that and cause trouble for her child. Had he truly misunderstood? If that were the case, a woman like her would be truly rare. So wealthy, still in her prime, yet she hadn't sought out a man for her daughter's sake. Just then, her daughter began to cry. He rushed inside to embrace her, just as Wen Ruyan burst in. CC, did you have a nightmare? The little angel looked up at Wen Ruyan through tear-filled eyes, her face pleading. Mommy, please don't be angry with Daddy. Please don't scold Daddy. CC will be good. Wen Ruyan felt even angrier inside. It was this jerk who misunderstood her, making her angry. How had it all become her fault now? Today Daddy misunderstood Mommy, that's why Mommy got angry. I apologize to Mommy. Yes, when you do something wrong, you need to be punished. Come, let Mommy spank your bottom. He stuck his bottom out. Wen Ruyan glared at him, thinking, this guy has some nerve. Asking her to spank his bottom? Wasn't that just taking advantage of her? Remembering how hard he'd spanked her last time, she decided to get her revenge. She delivered a hard slap. Ouch, Ruyan, that hurt. You're getting revenge. Yang Ling chuckled inwardly. His prisoner workout routine spared no muscle in truth, though when Ruyan's blow was hard, it didn't hurt a bit. Oomph, it is payback. Who made you misunderstand me? The doctor said it himself. How could I not misunderstand? You didn't explain anything back then. Why should I explain to you? Because I'm your husband, Cece's dad. How could I not explain something like this? Do you even want to keep living together? Husband and wife. Do you even know what that means? When Ruyan realized Yang Ling was right. She really did need to explain. Sigh. It was her poor acting she hadn't gotten into character. Next time, I'll explain. And I'm not the kind of woman you think I am. I understand. Let's put this behind us. Come on, give me a kiss. When Ruyan glared at him, pretending to plant a kiss on his cheek, but she didn't actually touch him. The little cutie giggled happily. Daddy, give mommy a kiss too. Sure thing. Chapter 53, each gets what they want. Yang Ling leaned in and kissed her. Alright, Cece, sleep tight. I want mom and dad to sleep with Cece. Okay. Yang Ling and Wen Ruyan lay on either side of the little stream, gazing at each other. Wen Ruyan waited for him, yet a strange feeling stirred within her. This rascal actually slept in the same bed as her. Yang Ling felt strange too. This young woman actually uses it every day. So she really needed a man. And he, lately, had been feeling quite uncomfortable too. He needed a woman. What if we each get what we need? Before long, Cece fell asleep. The two exchanged a glance, rose in perfect unison, stepped outside, and closed the door. Get back to your place immediately. Ms. Wan, Dr. Wu specifically said to abstain during medication. You absolutely can't do that again. I said get back to your place. When Ruyan's face flushed crimson. Also, using your hands and tools too much isn't good. As the saying goes, yang alone cannot thrive, nor can yin alone flourish. You need yin-yang balance. If you need it, I can help. This service is complimentary, we both get what we need. When Ruyan grabbed a broom and swung it at Yang Ling. Yang Ling caught the broomstick with precision. I'm serious. You heard Dr. Wu too. I've been practicing health cultivation techniques, the eightfold Vajra method, plus fitness training. At night I cultivate breathing techniques. So my kidney chi is abundant, my yang energy is robust, and my body is in peak condition. I could transfer some of my yang energy to you, but this, well, we'll have to wait until you've properly regulated your body first. Yang Ling spotted the bag of herbs on the table. He opened it and found they truly hadn't been boiled. You haven't taken them yet? Don't know how to decoct them? But it's late now. You can take them tomorrow. I can decoct the herbs for you. When Ruyan flushed crimson with fury. How could this guy say such things without batting an eye? As if he were discussing the most ordinary matter. Yet, somehow, it actually made sense. Besides, Dr. Wu said Yang Ling was one of the few young people he'd ever seen with such excellent health. To understand health preservation at such a young age? That's impressive. Could I ask him to teach me? In recent years, after her husband passed away, she'd been raising their child alone. Exhaustion and frustration piled up, her mood was off, and she couldn't sleep well at night, creating a vicious cycle that made her snap easily. She'd even stopped doing yoga and had no energy left for exercise. She couldn't even manage the apartment buildings properly anymore. If she could truly restore her health, she'd surely be happier. Then, even if we just took what we needed from each other, it wouldn't matter. After all, she is a woman and needs that kind of life. And he really is quite good. Can I learn the health practices you know? Sure, but it takes patience. When I was a freshman in college, I had to juggle part-time jobs and studies. To have more energy, I started learning these methods. It became a habit, and it took a long time before I saw any results. Alright, teach me. Help me regulate my body and restore my health. When you do, I'll give you 100,000. Alright, let's start tonight. I'll make sure you sleep well. When Ruyan's heart trembled. To sleep, she had to do that thing, release the loneliness and emptiness within. It was a dependency cultivated over time. Yang Ling and Wen Ruyan lay on the bed. He began by teaching Wen Ruyan the breathing technique. Ms. Wan, the breathing technique doesn't require effort. At first, just breathe normally. What you need to do now is focus your attention inward. Whatever you see, accept it. For instance, if you feel your mind is filled with scattered thoughts after closing your eyes, making it hard to sleep. That's okay. Welcome them. Be with these thoughts. Treat them like friends. Don't force yourself to sleep either. It's okay if you can't. For those with poor sleep, the more you force it, the harder it becomes. It's better to accept it willingly. Over time, you'll stop caring. This is also a method in psychology. But change doesn't happen overnight, it takes cultivating habits over the long term. Today had been exhausting, and using breathing techniques, he soon drifted into deep sleep. When Ruyan turned her head, staring at him speechless. This guy really thinks he's family now? Just falls asleep whenever he wants. Never mind. Let him sleep. She studied young Ling closely, finding him more handsome the longer she looked. A certain thought flashed through her mind. Well, she was a normal woman. What was wrong with having thoughts? He was so handsome, and Dr. Wu had said he was in great shape. Her mind raced with thoughts, leaving her unable to sleep mainly because her body had developed a dependency on that kind of thing. Staring at young Ling, her mind began to fantasize about him. She desperately wanted to heed the doctor's advice, but she simply couldn't resist. Soon, exhausted in body and mind, she finally drifted off. Early the next morning, the alarm rang. The little cutie woke up, saw mom and dad beside her, and was overjoyed. She planted a big kiss on both their cheeks. Mom's still sleepy. Let dad take you to school. When Ruyan couldn't open her eyes. With the hot weather, she was covered only by a thin blanket, and when Ruyan's natural endowments were strikingly evident curves in all the right places. Yang Ling was already furious, and now, in the morning, his anger only grew. Shishi, time to get up and brush your teeth. The little one obediently climbed out of bed. Yang Ling watched Wen Ruyan, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He straddled Wen Ruyan, pinned her down, planted a fierce kiss on her lips, then bolted out the door. Wen Ruyan sat up in shock, her face flushed with fury, her chest heaving. Yang Ling, she gritted her teeth. She lay back down, burying her face under the covers, her cheeks flushed crimson. After dropping off Cici, Yang Ling went to deliver breakfast to his mother and happened to see Lin Meijing making her rounds. Good morning, Dr. Lin. Good morning. Your mother's condition is recovering very well. Please come to my office shortly so I can go over some important precautions with you. Lin Meijing led the other doctors out to continue their rounds. Xiaoling, I can manage breakfast on my own. Go about your business, no need to stay here with me. Yang Qianyu was indeed in good condition and could take care of herself. Alright, Mom. If anything comes up, call me immediately. I'll get the doctors and nurses. Got it. Go ahead. Yang Ling went to Lin Meijing's office and waited for quite some time before she returned from her rounds. He entered the office and closed the door. Chapter 54, Teaching the Rich Lady Wellness. Young Yang, not bad. You actually got Fangya to take that step. Huh? What step? Kissing. Getting intimate with a man. Sister Fangya actually told you that? Of course. She and Jiang Xue tell me everything. You really have a knack for acting. Aunt Meijing, I've noticed that when Sister Fangya isn't in character, she becomes extremely repulsed whenever she comes into contact with men. I don't think it's just some so-called platonic love, it's psychological trauma. Yang Ling looked serious. You can actually tell? Isn't psychology just an elective for you? How deep have you studied it? It was an elective, but I learned more than in my major courses. I'm actually planning to apply for Ms. Zhang's graduate program. What? You're actually applying to be her graduate student? Haha, not bad, not bad. Go for it, Yang. Maybe you really could solve their problems. Yeah, about Fangya, that's why I asked you to come over. I wanted to tell you this. Fangya is indeed using this so-called platonic love concept to mask her own psychological trauma. It's a form of self-preservation. But I won't go into specifics. Maybe when she trusts you enough, she'll tell you herself. Just be mindful of your boundaries when interacting with her going forward. Yeah, I know. Aunt Meijing, thank you. I've been meaning to thank you. Let me treat you to a meal sometime. He felt immense gratitude toward Lin Meijing. This beautiful woman wasn't just intelligent and stunning, she also had a kind heart. In his eyes, she was the perfect woman. Don't overthink it. I'm just looking out for my two best friends. As for you, focus your energy on improving yourself. Also, I'm a married woman. Going out to dinner with a handsome young man like you, if someone saw us, it wouldn't look good. Oh, I see. My bad. Yang Ling felt a bit embarrassed. No problem. You should go now. Goodbye, Aunt Meijing. As he left the office, Lin Meijing watched his retreating figure, a hint of worry in her eyes. Sigh. I don't know if I did the right thing. I'm so afraid this kid will get caught up in that emotional whirlpool again and become another Qin Shen. If that happens, I'll be the one to blame. Yang Ling returned to the hospital room. Xiaoling, what did Dr. Lin say? She said your recovery is going very well. Just stay happy from now on. Oh, and I have some good news to share. I found a great job and will start next week. Also, my audiobook project is going well. I've found another great collaborator, my mentor who first brought me into this field. We'll be working together. Yang Qianyu beamed with pride. My Xiaoling is simply amazing. Oh my, young sister, I'm so jealous. Having a son like that is such a blessing. The patient in the ward beamed with envy. Yang Qianyu felt even happier. She grabbed her lunchbox and picked up breakfast for Wen Ruyan on her way back. When she arrived at Wen Ruyan's place, Wen had just gotten out of bed and opened the door yawning. I haven't had enough sleep yet. Just remember the password, XXX. She told him the code. Ms. Wan, aren't you afraid I'll discover your secret? Hasn't my biggest secret already been discovered by you? Wen Ruyan glared at him, yet her expression was full of allure. Yang Ling stared at her chest and swallowed hard. When did she take off her bra? Holy crap, she wasn't wearing anything underneath. What a natural. Ah. Wen Ruyan hurried into the house and emerged wearing a tracksuit. Yang Ling, ready to start exercising? Right now, you should rest, not move. Have breakfast first. I'll prepare your herbal decoction and then teach you the 8 brocades. He prepared medicine for his mother before. First soak the herbs in water for 20 minutes, then bring to a boil over high heat before simmering gently for 30 minutes. While the herbs steeped, he taught Wen Ruyan the 8 brocades. Wen Ruyan had exercised regularly before and had some foundation, especially since she'd practiced yoga in the past. It was just that she hadn't done it in a long time and had become stiff. Starting this slower, health-preserving practice now wasn't difficult. However, the finer details of the movements in the 8 brocades needed correction. Particularly the shaking head and wagging tail to clear heartfire movement proved difficult to coordinate. No matter how many times Wen Ruyan practiced it, she couldn't quite get the hang of it. Ms. Wan, come here. Let me guide you step by step. At the beginning, there's no need to strive for perfection right away. That's right, just like that. Your feet don't need to squat too deeply, we'll gradually lower them later. Good. Lean left, twist right, shake your head, sway your tail now, move those hips. That's it. Yang Ling cupped both sides of Wen Ruyan's hips with his hands, helping her find the rhythm. Ms. Wen's hips, they're so perky. I really want to. But Wen Ruyan slapped his hands away. What are you touching? You're getting more and more out of line. Ms. Wan, I'm just guiding you step by step, okay? I hope so. Alright, I've got it. How long until I see results? Combined with Dr. Wu's medication, it should be quick. You should see improvements in your sleep, but abstinence is essential. In about a month, you'll notice your body gradually improving. That long? Didn't you tell Dr. Wu you practice the eightfold Vajra technique? Why won't you teach me? Keeping secrets? Once you've mastered this first. For those with weaker constitutions, the 8 brocades are suitable. They gradually improve physical condition, though progress is slow. The eightfold Vajra practice, however, is advanced. It consumes energy to unlock the body's potential and is best suited for those with a foundation. Remember, wellness is a lifelong journey. Don't expect quick fixes. It requires consistent healthy habits too. Alright. Seeing Wen Ruyan's eagerness, Yang Ling wondered inwardly, how long will she stick with it? Many start with enthusiasm only to give up soon after. The decoction is ready. Drink it while it's hot. Alright, I'll transfer you 100 yuan. This is extra work for you, and I don't want to owe you. Whatever you say. Why not take it? By the way, Ms. Wan, I logged into the chat room last night but didn't see your friend. Will she be online tonight? Wen Ruyan's expression shifted slightly. She picked up the medicine, blowing on it to mask her awkwardness. Oh, she's traveling in another country. There's a time difference, so she probably won't be online anytime soon. How could she log in when she's practicing abstinence? I see. If she's still having trouble sleeping, she can reach out to me even with the time difference. Alright, I'll tell her. Yang Ling began his intensive study session. He'd be starting work next week, so he needed to thoroughly study the materials Li Jilian had given him. He couldn't let Lin Wan down. He utilized Wen Ruyan's gym to learn many things. The professional knowledge he'd previously lacked was gradually filling in. It must be said that 4 years of consistent training had paid off handsomely. He found his mind working exceptionally well, his memory was sharp, his comprehension quick, and he absorbed new information rapidly. Yang Ling, are you free? Could you help me out? It's an opportunity to make some money. Go ahead. The unit directly below yours, 1905, has been rented. I haven't had time to clean it yet. Could you help out? The tenant is coming to view it around 10 o'clock. It's not much work. I'll give you 500. No problem. Yang Ling immediately grabbed his tools and headed downstairs. The workload really wasn't much. He suddenly wondered if Wen Ruyan was just using this as an excuse to give him money. Was this some kind of indirect arrangement? Chapter 55, Stay at home from now on. To be honest, deep down, he was genuinely grateful to Wen Ruyan. Despite all the misunderstandings, they hadn't affected his first impression of her. She had given him so many things upon their first meeting. That was a major reason he chose to keep working with her. Having wandered as a child and witnessed the coldness and warmth of human nature, he remembered every act of kindness shown to him. He finished quickly, leaving everything spotless, then returned to continue studying. Ms. Wan, I'll be back at work next week, so you really need to find a cleaner soon. Sai, couldn't you just stay and help me? I'll pay you well. I've hired quite a few maids before, but none of them were satisfactory. Some didn't do their jobs properly, cutting corners. Others had sticky fingers, and things kept disappearing. After that incident where my distant aunt framed you, I don't even want to hire anyone anymore. No way. I want to build my own business. I think you should outsource to a professional team. Let them manage their own staff. You only pay after you're satisfied. It might cost a bit more, but you can rest easy. That's a good idea. I'll think about it. My tenant just contacted me. I need to go downstairs. Wen Ruyan went downstairs and returned with the contract a long time later. It's already noon. Aren't you hungry? Wen Ruyan asked. I'm making noodles. Want some? You're cooking? Yang Ling instinctively looked at Wen Ruyan, his expression odd. Can I eat it? Wen Ruyan froze, then her expression turned annoyed. What are you thinking? Why is your mind so dirty? I'm starting to reconsider whether you should keep being Cece's dad. Yang Ling looked utterly innocent. How am I being dirty? What are you talking about? I was just asking if I could eat the noodles you made. I'm flattered you'd cook for me. None for you. Though when Ruyan said this, she ended up cooking an extra portion. And it was crab roe noodles so delicious. Oomph. Life was pretty sweet. Ms. Wan is truly a perfect match, so kind and considerate. Spending each day at her home, bantering with her, was a tremendous pleasure. Ha! He glanced at the contract on the table, his expression turning peculiar. The tenant's name was Qin Jinyan. He immediately texted Qin Jinyan to ask if she'd found a place yet. Hey Junior, I found a place already. But I'm not telling you where it is. Sorry, Junior. I really don't want to get entangled in any romantic complications. If someday you overcome your difficulties, stop living off others, and build your own career, and if I'm still unmarried, maybe then I could consider being your girlfriend. I'm sorry for using you as a shield, but I'm also grateful for your help. I'll thank you properly later. As for the voice acting collaboration, let's just handle it online. Yang Ling's expression turned peculiar. Senior, you don't want to get too close to me, afraid the rich woman will find out and cause trouble. But why did you rent an apartment right below mine? Sigh. Looks like I'll have to keep avoiding you whenever I come back. If Qin Jinyan finds out, she'll move out immediately. Then I'll never get my deposit back. But Qin Jinyan works late. After all, Good Eats Frog mainly serves dinner and late-night snacks. Everyone's at work during lunch, so meals are simple then. Only at night do people indulge in big meals. So they probably wouldn't cross paths. Sigh, this senior classmate, using him as a shield. After just one night, she's already avoiding him. But he wasn't upset. After all, Qin Jinyan was his mentor in voice acting, someone who'd helped him tremendously. A genuinely good person. Alright, senior. No rush with the apartment keys. Just bring them to the shop on Friday, and I'll have my sister pick them up from you. Alright. Are you still upset, Junior? I am angry. Senior, if you won't be my real-life girlfriend, how about being my online one? We'll be doing couple scenes together soon, so we need some emotional foundation, right? Fine, but you can't let your rich girlfriend find out. Also, once we both have significant others, this has to stop. Alright, senior. Kiss. Kiss, blushing. Yang Ling found it all quite amusing. Senior, you still need to watch out for Lin Chengdong. If he notices I'm never by your side, he'll definitely catch on. If he gives you any more trouble, you have to tell me, I'll beat the crap out of him. Mei Chem, I'll be careful. I found a decent hourly gig. Log into your computer, I'll send you the details. Record a sample voice clip and I'll forward it to them. Yang Ling immediately logged into his computer to accept the file. This hourly gig was posted by an audiobook team that had already handled all the preliminary work. He and Qin Jinyan would send their sample recordings, and if approved, they could start working. The pay was pretty good. Thanks, senior. When Ruyan watched Yang Ling grinning like an idiot at his phone and felt a twinge of discomfort. Was he chatting with his girlfriend, looking so happy? But hadn't Yang Momo said he'd just gone through a breakup? Wait, who cares who he's talking to? What's it to me? Why should I care? Could it be that I care about him? Impossible. I just don't want to get entangled in emotional complications. Wen Ruyan couldn't help but ask. What are you grinning about? Got a new girlfriend? Let me tell you, if you're dating someone, our collaboration stops. I don't want to get entangled in any romantic complications. Nope. I just landed a decent online voice acting gig. It's just a side gig. Is it really worth getting so excited over? It won't make you much money. Of course I'm happy. I'm genuinely interested in this field. Someday, I want to become a renowned online novel narrator. This is a great start. He finished his meal in big gulps. I'm full. Gotta head to the recording studio. Thanks for the noodles, Ms. Wan. They were delicious. You brought your equipment home, didn't you? You're staying at my place from now on. Yang Ling stared at Wen Ruyan in utter astonishment. She actually wanted him to live at her place? A single mom and a young woman who's intimate daily, inviting a young, single man in the prime of his life to live in her home? A man and a woman alone together. Could it be that Ms. Wan was planning to take that step? If it's mutually beneficial, he wouldn't mind. Besides, this place is comfortable, especially Wen Ruyan's bed. So soft. So big. And free meals. Crab roe noodles absolutely delicious. And he gets to flirt with Wen Ruyan. What if one day she decides to take what she wants? Anyway, I still have to brew her medicine, play with Cece at night, and I can use her gym anytime. Might as well stay. What are you staring at? Don't get any ideas. I just want to be able to ask you about health and wellness anytime. Plus, I want Shishi to see us together every day when she comes home. It helps create a good family atmosphere. Also, I want to learn more about voice acting. I'm interested in that too. You're interested in voice acting too? Yang Ling was even more surprised. Could Ms. Wan really be developing feelings for him? Was she trying to find common ground? Yeah, it'd be a nice hobby. Better than wasting time on meaningless stuff every day, like endlessly scrolling through my phone. Feels like a waste of life. Mainly, she thought, if she learned voice acting, wouldn't her next online roleplay with Yang Ling feel more immersive, offering a better experience? Alright. Yang Ling immediately went downstairs to fetch the equipment. Chapter 56, My Role. When Ruyan's lips curved slightly, then suddenly, her expression froze. How strange. Why did she let him stay at her place? After he agreed, she felt a surge of happiness inside. And a hint of reassurance. In her mind, she recalled Yang Ling standing before her, protecting her. Then she recalled the joyful times he spent playing with their daughter. He seemed to know everything: how to maintain health, how to prepare herbal remedies. It felt like there was nothing he couldn't do. Unconsciously, she found herself developing a sense of reliance on him. Mainly, when she was with him, she felt as though her lifeless heart was being infused with vitality. She'd spent so much money hiring him to play the role of her husband, she had to squeeze every last drop of value out of him. She couldn't let him take all that money without doing his part. Yes, that was it. She'd found a perfectly good excuse. She pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Shanshan, do you happen to know someone who runs a housekeeping service? Yeah, she's a high school classmate of mine. Her approach is really innovative. She's built her housekeeping business into a thriving operation. Are you looking for housekeeping services? When Ruyan explained the situation with several apartment buildings. Ruyan, you finally come around? You should have changed your mindset long ago. With so many apartments, you should hire professionals to manage them. Sure, it'll cost a bit more, but you'll get to enjoy life more. You'll have more time to improve yourself and explore other industries. Then set up a meeting for me. Have her come over and draft a plan. When Ruyan didn't want to manage things herself anymore. All she wanted now was to focus on getting her health back on track. All right. After work, I'll go with her to your place. Have some drinks and snacks ready. And while we're there, I'll take a look at your little husband. Don't you dare do anything reckless. Ruyan, you're in a vulnerable position right now, you know? You begged him to come back. What if he really has improper intentions toward you? Can you even stop him? Then you and Xiaoxu will be devoured in no time. So let me help you find a reason to fire him anytime. Before long, Yang Ling brought the equipment upstairs, set it up, and powered it on. Deep down, she felt a flutter of excitement. It had been ages since he'd worked on an audiobook. Taking this first step meant that once he succeeded, he could justify it to his mother and sister. Qin Jinyan had already sent over the audiobook script with all the preliminary work done. He just needed to finish his part. Ha! This novel? Secret marriage, secret love, my overbearing husband spoils me rotten. Though it's a female-oriented novel, he'd read it too. Qin Jinyan had introduced him to the genre, and Qin Jinyan himself preferred female-oriented works. It's quite famous, a masterpiece by a top author. Senior, this novel's pretty good. We've both read it before. How did you land this assignment? Industry connections. Junior, this assignment is crucial. Since it's a top author's work and the production team is highly respected in the field, this should be a great opportunity for us. Don't worry, Senior. He carefully recalled the book, pondering the character's psychology. Unconsciously, he recalled his recent portrayal of Qin Shen. To embody Qin Shen convincingly, he'd pulled out all the stops. He poured every skill and bit of knowledge he'd acquired into the role. He even practiced self-hypnosis, striving to become the character rather than merely act the part. It was mainly the self-hypnosis technique, essentially inner self-construction. Otherwise, Zhang Fangya wouldn't have been so moved after seeing him as Qin Shen, even kissing him. Before long, he truly immersed himself in the role, imagining the character's environment, his personality as depicted in the book, and even considering the character's background story. It was a strange sensation. When Ruyan's personality actually resembles that of this character's wife. And when she's gentle, she's truly gentle, the model of a devoted wife and mother. I'll just think of her as the character's wife. He watched when Ruyan walk into the kitchen. Stop. Where are you going? To wash the dishes, when Ruyan replied, momentarily taken aback. Mind your place. As my woman, Yang Ling's woman, you are forbidden from entering the kitchen. His voice was magnetic, hinting at a subtle dominance, not the kind born of loudness or emotion. It was an aura that seemed to radiate from his very being. What the hell is wrong with you? Seeing Yang Ling's transformed demeanor and hearing that magnetic, commanding voice, when Ruyan recalled their online voice acting sessions and instinctively clenched her legs together. She immediately entered the kitchen, picked up the frying pan, and prepared to wash it. Yang Ling followed her in immediately, snatching the skillet from her hands. I'll say it again, my woman, Yang Ling's woman, is not allowed in the kitchen. A woman's hands are only meant to touch base metals like gold and silver, beautiful jewelry, and designer handbags. I don't want this happening a second time. Wan Ruyan was utterly dumbfounded. Are you out of your mind? Get out. Go sit on the couch. Eat snacks and binge-watch shows. This is an order, not a discussion. Wan Ruyan felt an intense, fiery masculine aura emanating from behind her, sending a shiver down her spine. Her heart pounded wildly as she obediently turned and walked out. Ha, not bad. Ms. Wan, I'm done acting. You can continue washing now. Wan Ruyan instantly felt her blood boil. You were acting? Yes, what did you think? I was acting out a role from an audiobook, treating you as the character's wife. Thank you for your cooperation, Ms. Wan. You can wash the dishes now. I'll get back to it. Wan Ruyan's face flushed with shame and anger. Good heavens. What just happened? Why was she being so obedient? And why did it feel so sweet inside? Could it be she also craved a domineering husband to dote on her? But then again, who wouldn't? Too bad this guy was just putting on a show. Damn it, I still have to wash the dishes. Why did I invite him over? But deep down, she couldn't help but admire Yang Ling. That acting was incredible, like he'd become a completely different person. As she washed the dishes, she pricked up her ears to listen to Yang Ling's voice acting. She thought this guy was truly talented, with boundless potential. Soon after finishing the sample recording, Yang Ling sent it to Qin Jinyan. Not long after, Qin Jinyan sent him a voice message. Junior, you've improved so much. Seriously, that character should be exactly like this. After hearing the recording, a fully three-dimensional character popped into my mind. Qin Jinyan sounded genuinely pleased. I wouldn't dare disappoint you, senior. Closing his laptop, he felt a bit tired. Ms. Wan, wanna take a nap together? No, I'll skip it. I got up late. Then sleep with your husband. Sure. Wan Ruyan walked toward him. Chapter 57, Zhang Qian's probe. Almost upon him, she casually picked up a broom and swept it toward him. He hurried into the master bedroom and flopped onto the bed. Get out of there. From now on, you sleep in the guest room. That's unnecessary, isn't it? Last night we slept together. If we don't tonight, what will Xiaoxi think? Besides, I still need to hypnotize you tonight, guide your meditation, and teach you breathing techniques. Wait until Xiaoxi falls asleep before you sleep in the guest room. Fine. Sleeping in the guest room wasn't so bad. The room was spacious, and the bed was very comfortable. In the afternoon, I went to keep mom company and read in the hospital. Wan Ruyan said someone was coming over later, so she needed to prepare at home and could only send him to pick up the kids. Cece's dad, Cece was so happy all day today. Did you succeed? Lin Xiaolei smiled sweetly. Preschool teachers are different, especially at this high-end kindergarten. The female teachers are all quite attractive. I guess you could call it a partial success. That's wonderful. I'm so happy for Cece. Bye, Cece. Back home, she pressed her fingerprint to unlock the door and stepped inside. Sure enough, there were guests at home. One of them was none other than Jiang Qian, that stunning older woman he'd met at the downtown mall last time. She was the shop owner at the clothing store Wan Ruyan had taken him to earlier. Oh, auntie, you're here. Cece ran over happily. Jiang Qian bent down, arms wide open to welcome her. Yang Ling gulped. Holy crap. This mature woman clearly doesn't treat him like an outsider. Wearing that soft, low-cut spaghetti strap dress was bad enough, but now she was bending over, leaning toward the doorway. What a bombshell. She was every bit as stunning as Wan Ruyan, with an even taller, more slender figure. She must practice yoga regularly. Her lines were exquisite, especially those long legs. Paired with black stockings, it was pure visual overload. But this woman must know Wan Ruyan has him at home. Why dress like this? Or did Wan Ruyan not mention him? Or perhaps she's so confident in her figure that she doesn't care about men's gazes? He couldn't quite grasp the mindset of women like this. Wasn't this practically seduction? Well, since she doesn't care, he might as well admire her openly. So, he stared straight ahead, not letting his gaze wander. Jiang Qian scooped up the little one, catching Yang Ling's gaze out of the corner of her eye. A faint smile touched her lips. Oomph, what man could resist her dressed like this? TSK, this little man, his doggy waist is quite alluring. Once she lured him in and had him hooked, Wan Ruyan would finally have a reason to fire him anytime she wanted. It's like a safety net for Wan Ruyan. She and Wan Ruyan were very close, having been best friends for many years. Several years ago, Wan Ruyan's husband Liang Qihua passed away from cancer, leaving her deeply concerned about Wan Ruyan, fearing she might be mistreated. Although Wan Ruyan had shared details about Yang Ling with her, one could never truly know someone's heart, especially someone she had only recently met. Wan Ruyan was so beautiful, the perfect wife and mother type, and a wealthy single woman to boot. What man wouldn't be drawn to her? Yang Ling was so poor it would be strange if he wasn't tempted. Even if Wan Ruyan were to marry him, they'd need to arrange property notarization and such. She had to help Wen Ruyan navigate this carefully. Ha! Cece, who's this? Auntie's never seen him before? He's my daddy, and he's so nice. The little one was sweet as honey, making Yang Ling's heart soar. What a good girl, all the love she'd given her hadn't been wasted. Hello, brother-in-law. I'm Zhang Qian, Ruyan's best friend and godsister. You can call me godsister, sister Qian, or even sister-in-law. Yang Ling's expression turned peculiar. What's with this woman? Why did she feel so provocative? A certain wildly popular action film instantly popped into his mind. The Big Busted Sister-in-Law series. Hello, I'm Yang Ling, Shishi's father. Yang Ling's gaze was unwavering, not the least bit intimidated. Though born into humble, impoverished circumstances, years of experience and a robust constitution filled with righteous energy and abundant yang had given him confidence. We're all human, why belittle yourself? Be confident, and others will respect you more. Of course, it also helped that his sister-in-law was dressed rather provocatively. Ruyan is discussing business. Come to the kitchen and lend me a hand. He glanced toward the study, where Wen Ruyan and a stunningly beautiful mature woman dressed in high-end silk were sipping tea and discussing something. Cece, go play for now. Auntie and I will cook dinner, it'll be ready soon. Tonight, Daddy will play house with you. Okay. Zhang Qian was utterly astonished. When had this little one become so well-behaved? Before, she'd always drag people into playing with her. It seemed having a dad really did make a difference. Entering the kitchen, Yang Ling was stunned by the ingredients inside. 4 fist-sized lobsters for congee, enormous oysters, 2 king crabs. He'd seen these ingredients before at the supermarket, and they'd always piqued his curiosity. Those lobsters seemed to cost 600 yuan per pound, and this one alone was probably over a pound. And those king crabs? Even pricier. The world of the wealthy was truly. A single meal could devour an ordinary person's salary for months. Tonight, he was in for a real treat. Yang Ling, do you know how to prepare lobster? No idea. Come here, I'll show you. You handle the rest. Zhang Qian donned gloves, picked up a lobster, and grabbed a pair of chopsticks. First, you have to drain the lobster's bladder. Here, find the hole underneath and slowly poke it with this chopstick. Poke it a few times, and the bladder fluid will come out. Go ahead, give it a try. Yang Ling picked up a lobster and carefully searched for the hole. Right there. Push it in. Give it a few good pokes. The urine will come out. Got it? But Yang Ling was simply too unskilled. He didn't know how deep to poke, and after several attempts, no urine emerged. Yang Ling, it seems you really have no experience at all. Zhang Qian grabbed his hand from behind. Come on, let me help you get the hang of it. Yang Ling felt something brush against his back, instantly distracting him. What was going on? Why was Wen Ruyan being so forward? They'd only just met, were they already this intimate? Or was this simply her naturally passionate and outgoing personality? Wen Ruyan's gentle, reserved nature actually complements Zhang Qian's personality perfectly. That kind of personality is truly wonderful. Both my sister and my aunt are truly wonderful. Fully matured, utterly captivating, and without a trace of reserve. Her embrace felt so comforting, radiating warmth. But he felt this was getting a bit too intimate. After all, she was Wen Ruyan's best friend. And he was playing the role of Wen Ruyan's husband. Or was this simply how they interacted? Had she always treated Wen Ruyan's husband this way before? Never mind. He didn't want to overthink it. He was actually quite enjoying this ambiguous atmosphere. Shi Qian smelled so good, such a pleasant scent. Who would have thought? A nobody like him has been getting close to high-caliber women lately. Back then, he could only dream about it. Yang Ling, are you done yet? In this state, how could he possibly focus on peeling the lobster? Not yet. Could you show me again, Ms. Zhang? A cold smile flickered at the corner of Zhang Qian's lips. Just as I suspected, the pig's true colors are showing. Fine, then I'll just add fuel to the fire. You're standing too high up. It's hard for me to teach you from behind. Come here. I'll stand in front and you stand behind me. Watch carefully. Chapter 58, Seduction. Zhang Qian moved to the front and picked up the lobster. Yang Ling stood behind her, his hands sliding from her waist to the front. This position was incredibly intimate, like a couple. The key point was that Zhang Qian had an incredible figure, her hips deliberately arched backward. Yang Ling's desire flared instantly. Zhang Qian seemed to sense something, her body trembling slightly, yet she boldly reached her hand back. Yang Ling, what's in your pocket? It's poking me and hurting. Yang Ling's eyes widened. Oh, you. How dare you have such improper thoughts about me? I'm telling Ruyan. Sis Qian, I'm sorry. I'm just a mortal. After getting this close to you, I can't control myself. Zhang Qian leaned closer to Yang Ling, her tone mysterious. Yang Ling, besides role-playing, do you offer that kind of service? Yang Ling was stunned. Holy crap. Could it be she thought he offered that kind of service? Was that why she acted like that earlier? Heaven forbid, even if he did, this woman couldn't possibly ask here. He was playing the role of Wen Ruyan's husband. And she? She's his sister-in-law. How twisted is that? Though it felt a bit thrilling, it instantly reminded me of that wealthy woman I saw at the bar last time. The kind who likes to hire male escorts. Could Zhang Qian be one of those women with such a messy lifestyle? Sis Qian, I only provide emotional support and companionship, not that kind of service. Oh? So you and Ruyan don't offer that kind of service either? No. I only play the role of her husband, creating a positive family atmosphere for Xiaoxi. Really? You don't have those kinds of feelings for her? Having thoughts and acting on them are two different things. Zhang Qian felt even more astonished inside. Then how about this, I'll buy your services. Just serve me well, and I'll give you 10,000 yuan each time. Holy crap, is it that blatant? 10,000 a session? That's a lot of money. And I get to be with such a top-tier mature woman. There's no reason to refuse. But he didn't hesitate, he firmly refused. Deep down, he couldn't help but wonder if Zhang Qian was actually sent by Wen Ruyan to test him. Or perhaps it wasn't Wen Ruyan at all, maybe Zhang Qian was testing him on her own initiative. After all, Wen Ruyan was a single mom and a wealthy woman. As her close friend, Zhang Qian's concern was understandable. Otherwise, there was no reason for her to act so boldly without even getting to know him properly. Even if she wasn't testing him, he couldn't agree to this. Between a short-term meal ticket and a long-term meal ticket, he knew exactly which to choose. Physical relationships grow stale. But being Cece's dad long-term meant a steady 50 grand every month. Besides, Wen Ruyan had already given him 3 months' worth of money. Zhang Qian was even more astonished this guy actually refused. Wasn't he desperate for money? His mother's illness was a bottomless pit. Is it because the price isn't right? How about 20,000? If I come 5 times a month, that's 100,000. If I want it every day, that's 600,000 a month. Enough. Ms. Zhang, I wouldn't do it for $1 million a time. Let's drop this topic. Your approach shows a lack of respect for both me and Ms. Wan. He turned and walked out to play with Cece. Zhang Qian stood frozen in the kitchen for a moment, then a faint smile touched her lips. This guy has a solid moral compass. Not bad. A moment later, when Ruyan entered the kitchen. Did you settle it? It's settled. It's quite good. The man you found is pretty decent too. You mean Yang Ling? What did you do to him just now? Zhang Qian recounted what had just happened. He's very rational and principled. He's not driven by desire or self-interest. I feel a bit more at ease now. Oh, you. Isn't this just tarnishing your own reputation? You're clearly not that kind of woman. Even though you've dated quite a few guys, you've always taken each relationship seriously. It's fine. I just couldn't stand the thought of you getting hurt. Wen Ruyan wrapped her arms around Zhang Qian from behind. Thanks, dear. Next, I have more tricks up my sleeve. I need to test him thoroughly before I can feel at ease. Don't go overboard. Don't play with fire and end up burning yourself, don't blame me then. Relax, I know my limits. Soon, the dishes arrived. Wow, Qian, Ruyan, this spread is amazing. Nothing special, really. Just easy to make, doesn't require much skill, Zhang Qian chuckled. Yang Ling, Shi, dinner's ready. Yang Ling and Cece washed their hands and came over to eat. The beautiful woman looked at him in surprise. Ruyan, Qian, who is this? Ruyan's husband. Pretty impressive, huh? Zhang Qian winked. The beautiful woman seemed to get it instantly, her eyes widening. Good heavens. I thought he was the early childhood teacher. Oh dear, my apologies, Mr. Yang. I was rude earlier not greeting you in your own home. I'm Sui. No worries. You two go ahead. Just pretend I'm invisible. How can you be invisible? You were playing so well with Cece earlier, so happy. I really envy your little family. When Ruyan introduced her, Sui was the owner of Perfect Home Services, a well-known domestic service brand in Ningqing. Yang Ling was taken aback. This housekeeping company was quite well known. He'd even worked part-time for them before, learning many of his organizing and tidying skills from that very company. After that, the 3 beautiful women chatted about everything under the sun while he focused on eating. So incredibly delicious. Lobster, king crab, all premium protein. Suddenly, he felt something unusual on his foot, a stocking-clad foot slowly creeping upward from his ankle. Whose foot was it? Both Zhang Qian and Sui were wearing stockings. But Sui was Wen Ruyan's business partner, they weren't close, so she definitely wouldn't do something like this. That left only Zhang Qian. He glanced at Zhang Qian and caught her casting him a sultry, half-smiling look. My goodness, this scene was truly thrilling. But what was this woman playing at? Was she actually trying to seduce him? Is she that desperate? Flirting with her brother-in-law like this during dinner? Doesn't she fear Wen Ruyan's wrath if he finds out? This woman is so bold. Her feet slowly moved upward, calf, thigh. You have to admit, Zhang Qian's legs are really long. Chapter 59, you have athlete's foot? Damn it. Again? Right in front of Wen Ruyan? Yang Ling's lips curled slightly. His hand seized Jiang Qian's foot, slowly pulling it toward him. Jiang Qian was utterly horrified she couldn't control herself. Fortunately, Yang Ling stopped the next moment. Sis Qian, do you have athlete's foot? Your feet itch? Ha? Jiang Qian looked up. No, I don't. She was seething with frustration. No? Then why did you put your foot on my thigh? And rubbing it like that, don't you dare give me athlete's foot. Sui stared wide-eyed at Jiang Qian. Wen Ruyan's expression darkened with slight anger as she shot her a glare. Jiang Qian flushed crimson, glaring viciously at Yang Ling. That bastard. Even in this state, he had to expose her in public? Good heavens, could it be that some men truly never stray? Or was it that she just wasn't charming enough? Ha, it's just a bit uncomfortable. My feet keep wanting to rest on something. Oh, I see. Well, I'll get you a small stool. Yang Ling fetched a small stool for Jiang Qian. Qian, eat properly. Wen Ruyan shot Jiang Qian a fierce glare. I am eating properly. Just felt itchy earlier. Ruyan, got any wine? Haven't had a drink in ages. Tonight, I'm not leaving until I'm drunk. Jiang Qian's lips curved slightly. She knew Yang Ling was staying at Wen Ruyan's house. If she got drunk tonight, would he finally give in? If he didn't, what if she pretended to be drunk and crawled into his bed? Could he really resist? It's on the liquor cabinet. Help yourself. Jiang Qian immediately grabbed a bottle of baijiu and poured 4 glasses. Sui, Ruyan, to seal our partnership today, come, let's drink. Ruyan is taking Chinese medicine, she can't drink alcohol. Yang Ling quickly intervened. Oh right, I almost forgot. Yang Ling, that's thoughtful of you. Wen Ruyan gave Yang Ling a tender glance. Yang Ling, then have a few drinks with me and Sui. Yang Ling flatly refused. He knew his tolerance was poor. He still had to entertain the little one later. Yang Ling, you're not giving your sister face. Ruyan can't drink, but what's wrong with you joining us for just 1 glass? Yang Ling frowned. What's with this woman? He looked at Wen Ruyan. Ms. Wen, do I need to drink with her? Qian, if Yang Ling doesn't want to drink, he doesn't have to. He'll be accompanying Cici later, Wen Ruyan interjected immediately. Here, Sister E, I'll drink water instead of alcohol with you all. Once I'm fully recovered, we'll have a proper drink together. Alright, here. A flicker of surprise crossed Sui's eyes. Jiang Qian was actually flirting with Wen Ruyan's husband? What were these two best friends up to? After finishing his meal, Yang Ling went off to play with Cici. Ruyan, you're being unfair. I was clearly helping you, yet you undermined me. Qian, the way you acted just now was disrespectful. If he leaves, he'll never come back. You need to help me take care of Cici. What's the big deal? It's just playing with a kid. Anyone can do that. Sure, it's easy when you come once or twice. But try doing it every day, see if you have the patience. This week is my easiest time. Seriously, spending money to buy peace of mind while helping Cici grow up healthy is totally worth it. Don't mess this up for me. Fine, I'll leave it be. From what I saw earlier, he seems decent enough. But you still need to keep your guard up. If you ever do fall for him, remember to get a prenuptial agreement notarized. That's your safety net. Don't be foolish and hand everything over to him. We'll see about that later. Sui stood by, listening with her jaw hanging open. Jiang Qian explained to her. Goodness gracious, there's actually a profession like that? How novel. Qian, I thought you were so desperate you'd snatch any man off the street, even Ruyan's. I was planning to take you out for a nice meal tonight. As if I'd be that desperate? Jiang Qian shot Yang Ling a glance. I used to think all men cheat. Now I see otherwise. Goodness gracious, I flirted with him in the kitchen, and then just now, and he wasn't even tempted? It made me think I'd lost my charm. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. If he can provide emotional support and fulfill my romantic needs, then couldn't I just hire him to play my boyfriend? You little stinker, don't even think about it. Wen Ruyan sprang to her feet like a cat with its fur standing on end. Jiang Qian stared at Wen Ruyan in astonishment. You're done for, Ruyan. You're finished. Wen Ruyan flushed. She couldn't understand why she'd reacted that way just now. She simply didn't want Yang Ling to be taken by someone else. She didn't want Yang Ling to serve anyone else besides her. Finished? What finished? Until I fire him, he's still my daughter's father and my husband. Alright. Jiang Qian found herself growing curious about Yang Ling. Maybe she could secretly hire him as a boyfriend. She'd tease him daily, never giving him what he wanted, just to make him squirm. Night fell, Cici fell asleep, and Yang Ling was finally free. Truth be told, playing with kids was genuinely exhausting. But tonight, Jiang Qian's teasing had really gotten under his skin. He pulled out his phone and texted Lin Wan. Aunt Wan, I miss you. Are you asleep yet? Ling, come pick me up. Hurry. Lin Wan sent him an address. Yang Ling was alarmed. Had something happened to Aunt Wan? He rushed out immediately. Ms. Wan, CC's asleep. I'm off work now. Tonight, just go to sleep using the method I taught you. Wan Ruyan and the others were still chatting. Where are you going so late? I have something to attend to. Watching Yang Ling leave, Wan Ruyan frowned, feeling distinctly uneasy. Ruyan, are you sure he's single? Absolutely. He just got out of a relationship. Then, is it possible he's still hanging around with other rich women? I don't know. Stop asking. Wan Ruyan felt increasingly irritated. Downstairs, Yang Ling hailed a taxi and headed towards South Lake Park. Meanwhile, near Nanhu Park, Lin Wan emerged from a bar. She wore a tight-fitting pencil skirt, nude stockings, and a pair of cinnamon-pink high heels that made her look quite alluring. Clearly drunk, her face flushed, she staggered along the roadside, crouching down and hugging her knees. Two young men spotted her, their eyes lighting up instantly. Hey, beautiful, where you headed? Got a ride. Need a lift? Get lost. If you're thinking dirty, go home to your mom. Don't come bothering this lady. Lin Wan shot them a glare. She was usually quite feisty, and it was precisely because of this that she could survive in the business world. What a feisty lady, I like that. The two young men weren't offended, instead, they teased her playfully. Chapter 60, Learning the Most Profound Knowledge. The two young men stood before Lin Wan. Auntie, come on. We'll walk you home. Get lost. If you don't leave, I'll call the police. Ha! At your age, playing innocent? Coming to a place like this? You've been around the block. We'd be the ones disgusted. In this day and age, with the police patrolling everywhere, they dared not push things too far. Lin Wan waited over 10 minutes before finally spotting Yang Ling stepping out of a taxi. She immediately stood up and staggered toward him, nearly falling until Yang Ling caught her in his arms. Xiao Ling, you finally came. I almost got bullied by some bad guys just now. What? Who was it? Yang Ling's face darkened with fury. Never mind. Two punks. They ran off. Come on, take me home. Though Lin Wan had acted boldly just now, deep down, she was genuinely frightened. Over the years, she'd encountered such people often enough to know how to handle them. The more afraid you appear, the more brazen they become. But the more fearless and assertive you are, the less they dare to do anything. This was the skill Lin Wan had honed over the years to protect herself in the business world. Xiao Ling, here are the keys. My car's over there. Yang Ling helped Lin Wan to the car. She was already drunk. She'd barely managed to hold herself together after leaving the bar, but now the alcohol was hitting her full force, and she couldn't hold it together any longer. Ugh. And Wan, vomit outside the car first. It'll be a hassle to clean up later. It's fine, just drive already. I can hold it. Alright, then take this bag and try to vomit into it. He immediately closed the door and started driving. And Wan, hang in there, we'll be there soon. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at Greenland Puyues City. After getting out of the car, Lin Wan couldn't hold it any longer and started vomiting by the parking spot. He quickly fetched her some water. Lin Wan rinsed her mouth and felt a bit clearer. Drinking, it's just awful. And Wan, why did you go drinking again tonight? Those ES keep trying to drag me into their filthy ways, getting me to hire gigolos. Tonight they were still thinking about you, asking why you didn't show up. I said you were busy, but they just wanted to get me drunk. What a bunch of ES. Sigh, these days, running a business is just so damn hard. And Wan, next time you're in this kind of situation, just call me. But you can't hold your liquor. What if they get you drunk? And Wan, is there really no way around it? Sigh, these clients are pretty wealthy and stable. Losing them would cost me big time, I might not even be able to pay the staff. Enough. Let's go home. Back home, Lin Wan took a shower. After a long while, a cry of pain echoed from the bathroom. Xiao Ling, come here. I twisted my ankle. Yang Ling rushed in and saw Lin Wan wrapped in a towel, instantly showing his respect. At that moment, she was sitting on the floor, having apparently slipped and fallen, likely because her mind wasn't fully clear yet. He examined her. And Wan, you've twisted your ankle. We'll need to apply some ointment. Let me carry you outside first. He lifted Lin Wan into his arms. She was surprisingly heavy, easily 130 pounds. But then again, she had impressive assets, not skinny, but full-figured and curvaceous. That weight was perfectly normal. But for him, it was no big deal. Xiao Ling, you're so strong you can lift me up so easily. Didn't Ant-One already see how strong I am last time? Get lost. We agreed not to bring it up again, and there won't be a next time. Oomph, with the mood like this, and you still won't bring it up? Once they were on the bed, he applied anti-swelling and pain-relieving ointment to Lin Wan's injuries and gave her a massage. It's nothing serious. Just take tomorrow off. MHM. Lin Wan gazed at the tender, attentive young man before her, and her heart suddenly couldn't hold back. She was a normal woman, after all. Forget it. I don't care anymore. Live for today. Ever since her husband passed away, Lin Wan had suppressed her loneliness all these years. For her daughter's sake, she hadn't wanted to find another man. She feared choosing the wrong person and harming her daughter. After all, as a remarried woman, good men were hard to come by. Her greatest fear was that a stepfather might harbor improper intentions toward her daughter. After all, her daughter was exceptionally beautiful. She didn't want that kind of tragedy, that kind of horror, to happen. But the young man before her, she had known for years and understood well. He had grown up and become more responsible. Ling, have you mastered the knowledge Aunt Wan taught you last time? Not yet. Then tonight, Aunt Wan will teach you again. Sure. Gradually, Ling reviewed the previous lessons and gained new insights. Ling, have you learned it? Don't get dumped by your girlfriend later. Ling found Lin Wan rather adorable. She hadn't been doing this long, yet she acted like a seasoned pro. Aunt Wan, I want to learn more. Ling's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Sure. Auntie Wan will teach you right now. Though Lin Wan had vomited and showered, the alcohol still lingered in her system. Had she been sober, or had tonight's events not occurred, she certainly wouldn't have been so proactive. In her hazy state, she not only repeated the previous lesson but ended up imparting even more advanced knowledge to Ling. Ling immersed himself deeply in the learning, utterly captivated by the ocean of knowledge. The next morning, Ling woke up on time. For the first time, he felt such intense exhaustion, his lower back aching. Last night, he had released years of pent-up affection. And Lin Wan, too, had released years of pent-up loneliness. Back and forth, it was perfect in every way. Gazing at the sleeping woman beside him, her fair face showing traces of time, yet this mature woman's charm held an even greater allure for him. Good heavens! He had actually spent the entire night learning profound knowledge with Lin Wan. Were it not for his utter exhaustion and the dull ache in his lower back, he might have thought it all a dream. Though exhausted, he had to get up. Lin Wan had been even more exhausted last night, so she slept soundly. He rose slowly, careful not to wake her. He left her a note, then immediately went out to buy breakfast. He hailed a taxi back to the hospital, first delivering breakfast to his mother before rushing back to Ruyan apartment. Fortunately, he made it in time. The little cutie had just woken up and was getting ready for school. When Ruyan, however, wore a cold expression. Where did you go all night? Ling looked at her in surprise. Ms. Wan, just one night apart, and you already missed me? Miss you? Yeah, right. I just don't want to get caught up in emotional entanglements. If you have a girlfriend, we have to end our partnership. I don't have a girlfriend. Last night, I went to rescue my aunt. Huh? Your aunt? What happened? Well, she runs a women's spa. But lately, her business has hit some rough patches. Last night, she was at a business dinner and got plied with alcohol. She called me before passing out, asking me to pick her up. Oh, you have an aunt like that? Yes. Over the past few years, she's often helped our family out. When my mom got sick, she even gave us 20,000 yuan. After I drop off Cece, I still need to go take care of her. Last night was too wild. He wasn't sure if Lin Wan could even walk. Chapter 61, Lin Wan's Dilemma. For some reason, when Ruyan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Go ahead. If you don't make it back, I'll pick up Cece tonight. Alright, Ms. Wan. You should catch some more sleep. I'll take Cece out, and when I return, I'll prepare your medicine. Alright. He first placed the herbs in the pot to steep. After dropping off Cece, he'd return just in time to start the fire. Half an hour later, the decoction was ready. He poured it out and set it aside. Just then, when Ruyan emerged from the house. Seeing the steaming potion on the table, her heart warmed. Ling, where is your aunt's shop? I have plenty of time now and would like to get some treatments done. It's nearby, in the city center at Fuyu International. The Shui Yang Women's Spa Wellness Center. If you go, ask for my Aunt Lin Wan and mention my name. He'd been to that place once, but hadn't gone inside because they didn't accept male guests. Why mention your name? I don't want your family knowing about our relationship. Remember, I'm only partnering with you professionally. I have no interest in associating with your other family members except for that girl, Momo. When Ruyan's face was flushed with pride. Also, I just want a spa treatment. I'd go anywhere for that, it's not because of you. If I don't like your aunt's place, I won't go. Yes. Drink your medicine while it's hot. I'm leaving now. I'll text you once my aunt gets to the shop. After Ling left, he bought some breakfast by the roadside. He devoured 9 hard-boiled eggs to replenish the protein he'd lost the night before. By the time he returned to Lin Wan's place, it was already 10:30 a.m. Lin Wan hadn't woken up yet. He slowly climbed onto the bed, gazed at her face radiating mature charm, and couldn't resist kissing her again. Lin Wan's eyelids fluttered. Her cheeks flushed, and she turned away. Ling embraced her from behind. Aunt Wan, awake? I'm ready to study again. Lin Wan jolted awake and sat up abruptly. Don't. You need to balance work and rest, understand? Your body will suffer. A flicker of pain crossed her face. Aunt Wan, what's wrong? What else could be wrong? You have no idea how to treat a lady gently. It's burning hot. What? Should we go to the hospital? No need. I'll just apply some ointment at the shop this afternoon. Her mind was far from calm. She never imagined it would come to this and that she'd be the one to initiate it. Her mind replayed last night's events. Last night, she'd been drinking at the bar and nearly got drunk. Feeling miserable, she'd been harassed by those two punks outside the bar. Later, young Ling came to pick her up. After getting home, she twisted her ankle. This little man's attentive care made her unable to suppress her feelings, completely disregarding the consequences. Xiao Ling, I'm going to take a shower. Get dressed and head straight to the pharmacy across the street. Get me some, the aftercare kind. Ha? Okay, and one. He hadn't even thought of that. After leaving, Lin Wan immediately cleaned up the mess on the bed, tossing the sheets and mattress cover into the washing machine before heading into the bathroom. But walking caused a dull ache not just from the ankle she twisted last night, but also. By the time young Ling returned with the medicine, Lin Wan had finished showering. She wore soft silk pajamas, her voluptuous figure faintly visible beneath the fabric. That mature woman's charm was utterly irresistible to him. At the same time, he felt a surge of inner joy. Just as Dr. Wu Yun had said, his body was incredibly resilient. After such a long night of passion, he was now as energetic as ever. He walked over, embraced Lin Wan, and was about to kiss her. Lin Wan tapped him on the head. Alright, even if you're young, you should know when to hold back. Go take a shower too. I'll cook something delicious for you later. After Yang Ling showered, he found Lin Wan bustling about in the kitchen. Auntie Wan, what are you cooking? I bought 2 soft-shell turtles and some kidneys in the fresh produce group earlier. I'm stewing them for you. Thanks, Aunt Wan. Let me handle it. You should rest. Lin Wan's foot hurt too, so she had to rest on the sofa. After a while, Yang Ling finished cooking. Auntie Wan, dinner's ready. It smells so good. Xiao Ling, you've truly inherited Sister Qianyu's culinary skills. You could even open a small restaurant. Aunt Wan, I'll come by often from now on and cook for you. No way. Remember what I told you, career comes first. Lin Wan set down her chopsticks, her expression turning stern. Her aura instantly grew more commanding. Xiao Ling, last night, just consider it a drunken mistake. It was an accident. Don't dwell on it. I'll always be your Aunt Wan, understand? Yes, I understand, Aunt Wan. Yang Ling knew that once Lin Wan regained her rationality, this was exactly how she would react. He had mentally prepared himself. Last time, Aunt Wan had said the same thing. So, if it happened once, it could happen again. Better to let actions speak for themselves. Good to know. Lin Wan exhaled in relief. After we finish eating, you should go. I still need to head to the shop this afternoon. Aunt Wan, aren't you taking the day off? I didn't attend to those clients properly last night. They'll probably cancel their memberships. I'll go try to win them back this afternoon. Lin Wan sighed. Xiao Ling, work hard. If Aunt Wan loses her job someday, you'll have to bail me out. Yang Ling frowned. It seemed Aunt Wan was facing serious trouble in her business. Auntie Wan, tell me what's going on. I can introduce you to some clients. Lin Wan tapped his forehead again. We're a mid to high-end club. The minimum membership deposit is 10,000 yuan. Where would you even find friends like that? Who knows? Maybe some rich lady will take a fancy to me. Don't you dare. Focus on your work and don't try to cut corners. Otherwise, I'll tell Sister Qianyu. Once I start working at the gym, I'll definitely meet people. Auntie Wan, just tell me I'm helping you expand your business. Fine. Lin Wan explained the situation. On the same floor as Lin Wan's watery beauty spa, a new shop called Yaohong Women's Spa had opened. Its owner was deep-pocketed and immediately launched a fierce competition. After Sister Ching and the others renewed their membership at the bar last time, they received additional benefits promised by Yaohong Spa and now plan to cancel their membership. Yesterday, Lin Wan had gone out drinking with them to try and win them over, but they refused. Their reason? Apparently, Lin Wan hadn't given them her virgin college boyfriend. Seriously? It's because of me? What kind of guy do they want anyway? They genuinely like you, but it's just for fun. The real draw is the Yaohong Club's discounts and the owner's status. Honestly, them leaving isn't the real problem. What we fear most is the therapists who serve them leaving too. That would be a much bigger loss. Competition in this industry has been brutal these past few years. I've been barely breaking even with insufficient funds, and this is just adding insult to injury. Aunt Wan, do you have any male therapists at your place? Of course. Female clients like Qin Cheng prefer to be served by someone of the opposite sex. And most of the clients who come to our kind of establishment are like Qin Cheng. Only for intimate care services do we assign female technicians. Of course, some clients prefer male technicians, but it's all strictly professional. Aunt Wan, what skills do therapists need to master? Yang Ling believed he possessed a photographic memory. If he learned the relevant techniques, could he become a therapist too? And he believed he could master them better and more comprehensively. I know you want to help me, but you're not trained in this field. Don't even think about it. Just stick to what you're good at. All right. After lunch, Yang Ling took a nap, then drove Lin Wan to her shop in her car. He also sent a message to Wan Ruyan. Arriving at the underground parking lot of Fuyu International, Lin Wan glanced at her phone and frowned. They're here after all. Xiao Ling, I'll head up first. Chapter 62, Yaohong Club. As soon as Lin Wan stepped out of the car, she nearly stumbled. Yang Ling immediately got out and caught her. Aunt Wan, let me help you up. No, Sister Qing has asked me several times already, wanting me to give you up to her. She'll definitely use this as an excuse to cause trouble later. If I refuse, the staff will assume I'm fighting over you with a client, causing her to cancel her membership. They'll all quit. So you absolutely cannot show up. From now on, try not to be seen with me in public. Got it? Fine. But if anything happens, you must call me. Relax, your Auntie Wan isn't some weakling. Lin Wan immediately entered the elevator lobby, quickly ascended to the 8th floor, and stepped into the store. Oh, Wan, why are you so late? We've been waiting forever. Could it be you and your little lover were too wild last night? The wealthy woman Qin Qing wore a look of sarcasm. It really was wild. You guys will never know how amazing Xiao Ling is. Oh, Sister Qing, we've known each other for years. Don't cancel your membership. Whatever discounts Xiao Hong gives you, I can match. Lin Wan stepped forward, forcing a smile. Enough, Lin Wan. We don't get along. Don't force us to hang out. Cut the chatter and just refund us already. Fine, we'll cancel. Lin Wan had already tried her best. These women were dead set on canceling their memberships, and there was nothing she could do about it. After getting their refunds, the women immediately left, heading toward the nearby Yaohong Women's Spa Club. From inside the club, a beautiful woman dressed in red emerged, warmly greeting Qin Qing and her companions. The woman glanced in Lin Wan's direction, her face dripping with sarcasm. Ms. Lin, what should we do now? These clients are all silver members. With their refunds, we've lost a full 150,000 yuan. The biggest problem is that their therapists are all our most skilled and popular ones. If they get poached, we're in serious trouble. And Sister Jie already knows about this. She said she'd come take a look. If she withdraws her investment, our funding chain will break. Don't worry. I'll use my connections to find new clients. Everyone just focus on your work. As for Sister Jia, I'll handle the explanation. No sooner had he finished speaking than an elegant, sophisticated woman entered. Taller than Lin Wan, she wore a black silk dress with an elegant blazer draped over her shoulders. Her long legs were clad in nude stockings, and she sported a pair of sunglasses, giving her an undeniably stylish and sophisticated air. She was Zhang Fangya, the largest shareholder of Shuiyang Women's Spa Club. However, she held non-voting shares and was not involved in management. Back when Lin Wan worked as a therapist at another high-end women's club, Zhang Fangya was her client and later became a close friend. Later, when Lin Wan resigned due to her advancing age, Zhang Fangya's assistance enabled her to start a business with some sisters, opening this very club. Otherwise, she truly wouldn't have been able to get it off the ground. Sister Jia, you're here. I heard there's been some trouble at the club. Several silver members have cancelled their memberships. What's going on? Zhang Fangya sat down, crossed her legs, removed her glasses, and fixed the room with an icy stare. Jia, it's like this. Lin Wan explained the whole situation. Oh? So you're saying they quit the club because you chose not to hang out with them? Lin Wan nodded helplessly. Well then, why not just hang out with them? At our age, we're not little girls anymore. We all have those needs, right? It's time to let loose. I'm sorry, Sister Jia, but I have a daughter. I don't want to get entangled in messy relationships. Even if I were to seek a man, I'd choose someone I know while I don't want to engage in promiscuity. Lin Wan bowed to the beautiful woman. Sister Jia, thank you for your guidance these past years. I'm afraid I can't fulfill my earlier promise. I'm resigning. I'll relinquish my shares and dividends. Please find another partner. Zhang Fangya stood up, a faint smile touching her lips as she patted Lin Wan's shoulder. Xiao Wan, don't you think I know your character? Frankly, you're not cut out for business. But why did I choose to help you? Precisely because you won't abandon your principles for money, nor would you harm my interests for profit. Keep going. It's just a few silver-tier clients. Besides, you think Yao Hong is targeting you? You're overestimating yourself. Li Yaohong from Yaohong Club is after me. What? Is that so? Lin Wan's face was filled with shock. That's right. I'm here for you, Zhang Fangya, you. At that moment, a figure in red swept into the room, none other than Li Yaohong, the owner of Yaohong Club. This beautiful woman still possessed her charm, though her aura fell far short of Zhang Fangya's. Zhang Fangya was elegant, while Li Yaohong was vulgar and garish. Li Yaohong, after all these years, you still haven't grown an inch. All you know how to do is resort to these low-down tricks. They may be dirty, but they work and they're not illegal. If you've got the guts, follow me. But I hear your old Zhao's been having a rough time lately, huh? Zhang Fangya's expression turned icy. Heh, got nothing to say now, huh? Li Yaohong sneered, turning her gaze to Lin Wan. Lin Wan, you're a talent. Come work for me. I'll make you general manager. And if you bring your team over, I'll give you a 10% stake. Lin Wan shook her head. Sorry, Ms. Li. Either I stay at Shuiyang or I leave the industry altogether. Fine. Quit then. Sooner or later, I'll poach every single one of your Shuiyang clients anyway. Just then, 3 elegant, mature beauties emerged arm in arm from the elevator. They scanned the room left and right. Each woman radiated a distinct aura. One was gentle and refined, another fiery and passionate, while the third was poised and efficient. They were Wan Ruyan, Jiang Xue, and Sui. Oh my, ladies. Fancy a spa treatment? Come to my place, we've got great deals. Li Yaohong had a keen eye and immediately approached them with enthusiasm. Wan Ruyan glanced at Li Yaohong, then looked at the sign Watery Women's Spa Club and promptly walked inside. Perfect. We're here for a spa treatment. Go ahead and sign me up with a VIP membership, we want the best service available. The warmth on Li Yaohong's face instantly froze. Ladies, my shop is over there, Yaohong Women's Spa. It just opened recently, so all the equipment and products are brand new. Huh? Your shop isn't here? Why are you greeting guests here? How awkward. But never mind, we'll just stay here. Lin Wan, Zhang Fangya, and the others immediately beamed with smiles and began attending to them politely. Ladies, Shuiyang isn't up to par anymore, their equipment's outdated. Unlike our Yaohong Club, which uses only the most advanced technology. Our therapists are the youngest and most handsome, and we have great promotions right now. Wan Ruyan smiled lightly. It's an established brand, trustworthy, right? Besides, you're soliciting customers right at our doorstep. That just proves how popular we are. So this Yaohong Club was the direct competitor to Yang Ling's aunt's business. Li Yaohong's expression darkened. No, I'm just passing by. Ladies, at Yaohong, you can enjoy a free trial day. If you like it, join our membership, pay for 1 month, get the next one free. Chapter 63, Wan Ruyan wants to invest. Li Yaohong, are you annoying or what? Do you think everyone will fall for your measly little discounts? Zhang Yiji's expression turned icy. 1. Escort these 3 ladies inside. Today, we'll offer new members a complimentary trial session. Got it, Sister Jie. Lin Wan led Wan Ruyan and the other 2 into the finest private room. Heh, who'd have thought coming for a spa would lead to such a pleasant surprise? Ruyan, you sure know how to pick a place. Zhang Chen beamed with delight. Little did she know that Wan Ruyan had come specifically because of Yang Ling and Lin Wan's connection. Wan Ruyan had only told them she'd heard from a friend that this place was good, so she came. Lin Wan introduced the services to the 3 of them. This place doesn't look very big, but the services are surprisingly comprehensive. It reminds me of Yi Jianan's offerings, Zhang Chen remarked, her face full of surprise. I used to be the top therapist at Yi Jianan. As I got older, I decided to strike out on my own. So that means we're in for a real treat. Zhang Qian's eyes lit up. Ms. Lin, is the competition really that fierce here? That female boss over there was practically poaching customers right at your doorstep. Wan Ruyan asked casually. That Li Yaohong has a grudge against our boss. But competition pushes us to do better. Well said. I noticed you have quite a few male technicians here, pretty handsome ones too. Could they serve us? Zhang Qian's eyes sparkled. Of course they can. Alright, get me a good-looking one, younger, too. I want a guy too. Service from the opposite sex feels better. Ruyan, what about you? Zhang Qian asked with a hint of a smile. Ms. Lin, would you still be up for it? Or maybe you could serve me? Sure. I promise you'll be satisfied. Lin Wan was delighted. I've personally served both of our VIP members here, so my skills haven't deteriorated. Ruyan, now that you have a man, are you planning to stay pure for him? I have a daughter. Unlike you, I'm not single and free as a bird. You have a daughter too? Mine's in her sophomore year at Ning University. I agree with your approach, I'm also preserving my virtue for my daughter, setting a good example. Lin Wan seemed to have found common ground. A few silver members felt I wasn't joining them in finding gigolos and couldn't get along with them. They just got poached by that Li Yaohong. Wan Ruyan's eyes lit up. That's great. I always thought that by being the best version of myself, I could set a good example for my daughter. I certainly don't want her bringing some punk kid home one day. Exactly. But girls grow up fast, don't they? My daughter was so well behaved before college. Once she got to university and encountered new things, she started acting a bit rebellious. As they chatted and bonded, they quickly became close. Wan Ruyan and Lin Wan shared similar personalities, and they felt like they'd known each other for ages despite meeting for the first time. They chatted happily. She even sought Lin Wan's advice on raising her daughter. I'm ashamed to admit it, but these past years I've been so focused on my career that I neglected my daughter. That's why she's rebelling now. Your daughter is still young. Finding a good father figure now could be beneficial. But when my husband passed away, my daughter was already in middle school. I stopped thinking about that. Ouch, it hurts a little. Your body is quite congested, so some discomfort is normal. But it'll ease up soon. Before long, Wen Ruyan moaned softly in pleasure and soon drifted off to sleep. 2 hours later, the entire process was completed. The three of them, body and mind relaxed, each had rosy, glowing complexions. They walked back to the main hall, thoroughly satisfied. And there was Li Yaohong again. How was it, ladies? Lin Wan felt a bit anxious inside. Honestly, it's really great. As promised, we'll choose this one from now on. Yes, Ms. Lin, get us the most expensive membership. Ah? Certainly. If the three of you frequently come together, you could simply get one supreme membership to share among yourselves. No need. Just get us 3 separate memberships. We won't always come together, and we might bring our own friends in the future. Jiang Qian and Sui looked utterly surprised. Ruyan, is this really necessary? It's fine. Let's just do it this way. Lin Wan, Zhang and the others were stunned. The supreme membership? The annual fee is a whopping 150,000 yuan. Li Yaohong's face turned pale with shock. These 3 women were clearly wealthy socialites, either the wives or mistresses of some big-time tycoons, or perhaps successful businesswomen in their own right. Ladies, why not come over and experience our place first before making a decision? No need. We're not here to take advantage of small perks. It's about fate. We had a wonderful time earlier, Wan, and I seem to have quite the connection. Li Yaohong's expression darkened. Damn it, this Lin Wan really has some skills. She'd already secured 3 wealthy women so quickly. Ladies, be careful your membership fees go down the drain. I guarantee this watery spa won't last long. Don't let your money get swindled away. Wen Ruyan frowned. Ruyan, maybe we should be cautious? 150,000 in membership fees wasn't exactly pocket change for them. Running a business these days was tough. Sister Wan, are you struggling with operations? Short on funds? If so, I could invest and take a stake. I have plenty of spare cash. I worked so hard to find such a wonderful healing sanctuary, I can't let it go under. Lin Wan's mouth fell open, her eyes wide with shock. Jiang Qian and Sui stared wide-eyed in utter disbelief. Ruyan, have you lost your mind? Don't make rash investments. The beauty salon industry is fiercely competitive these days. You have no idea what you're getting into. I genuinely want to invest. That 100 million of mine is just sitting idle. Besides, I bring in millions every month, how could I possibly lose? Wen Ruyan spoke with a calm, matter-of-fact tone. Her high-profile stance was mainly to back Lin Wan, letting Li Yaohong know that someone was supporting Lin Wan and that she should rein herself in a bit. After all, Lin Wan was Yang Ling's aunt. By being kind to her, Yang Ling would surely treat Xiaoxi even better. Lin Wan and the others stared wide-eyed. Over 100 million just sitting there? Millions coming in every month? Damn, that's practically $1 billion fortune. Fine, if you have your own ideas, go for it. But if you're really investing, you'd better do your due diligence and understand it thoroughly. You can't just throw money down the drain. We do need capital injection. And Li Yaohong's targeting of Shui Yang is because of me. So I plan to withdraw my shares. Ms. Wan, could we discuss this further later? Zhang Ji's husband was facing business troubles and she desperately needed funds. Wen Ruyan's appearance now presented the perfect opportunity. Sure. Alright, I'll arrange a gathering. We can discuss things over dinner. In that case, I won't need to pay for membership. Oh my gosh, Ruyan, you're serious? Staying home all day is boring. Might as well find something to do. The health industry aligns perfectly with my vision. Li Yaohong listened from the side, her expression growing even more grim. Damn it. She poured so much money into malicious competition just to destroy Shui Yang and Zhang Ji. But now, Shui Yang was fine and getting invested in? And Zhang Ji is walking away unscathed. In an instant, her entire advantage vanished. Even if she had some savings, they couldn't compare to over 100 million yuan, plus millions coming in every month? Zhang Ji stared at Li Yaohong with utter scorn. Li Yaohong, remember this, those who do wrong will meet their downfall. Just wait for your investment to go down the drain. Li Yaohong could only slink away in defeat. Lin Wan felt immense satisfaction inside. She had braced herself for the worst today. She never imagined Wen Ruyan would show up. What incredible luck. Recalling the ultimate pleasure she'd experienced as a woman last night, and now this good fortune today, could it be that this young man was her lucky star? For some reason, she now instinctively wanted to share her happiness with him. Chapter 64, Yang Ying passes the preliminary audition. Yang Ling spent the entire afternoon reading before heading out to complete an NPC quest. Finally, at 9 o'clock in the evening, the baby fell asleep. Taking care of a baby was exhausting. Moms really had it tough. Hearing movement, he immediately went out and saw Wen Ruyan returning. Ms. Wan, you look well rested and radiant today. Did you visit my aunt? Yes, I did. And I ended up becoming her boss. Huh? What happened? Wen Ruyan explained the situation. They finalized the deal tonight. She'd invest capital, hold non-voting shares, and not participate in management. So you went for a spa treatment and conveniently solved my aunt's predicament? You could say that. But with Yao Hong Club as competition, the crisis remains. Yet it's precisely through crisis that we can excel. Yang Ling felt deeply moved. Ms. Wan, I don't know how to thank you. How about I offer myself to you? Get lost. I'm not doing this for you. I just think your aunt has great skills and is a nice person. We clicked. That's why I invested. Also, don't tell your aunt about our partnership. We'll keep our business separate. Yang Ling certainly didn't want Lin Wan to know about his relationship with Wen Ruyan. Otherwise, Lin Wan would surely think he was living off her and might even tell his mother. Alright, Ms. Wan. Thank you. Alright, time to shower and sleep. After bathing, Wen Ruyan went into the room to sleep with her daughter. Yang Ling, however, continued reading in his study. With his photographic memory, he seized every spare moment to absorb knowledge. He had already expanded his knowledge base. Before, he only knew prisoner workouts. But now, he had delved into exercise anatomy, physiology, biomechanics, and mastered various advanced training techniques alongside nutritional science. It could be said that within days, he had mastered what professional athletic students took years to learn. He had also memorized numerous theories of traditional Chinese medicine, including diagrams of acupoints and meridians. His mind was filled with numerous massage and manipulation techniques, as well as muscle and fascia relaxation methods. What he had learned far exceeded what Li Zhilian had intended for him to master. His photographic memory was truly extraordinary. Now all that remained was practice. In any case, he held himself to the exacting standards of a formally trained professional. He believed that continuing this way would surely make him a master of all disciplines. He had acquired extensive theoretical knowledge, completely compensating for the weaknesses of his self-taught cultivation. Yes, he admitted he had been self-taught before. At best, he possessed some natural talent. But now, he was no longer self-taught. His knowledge system was gradually becoming more refined, even surpassing that of formally trained students. Just then, sensing something, he glanced toward the study door. Wen Ruyan, clad in pajamas, leaned against the doorframe, staring intently at him. He glanced at the clock. It was already 11:30. Yang Ling, why are you pushing yourself so hard? I have to. Even though this husband role is just a performance, I still need to be worthy of you, someone you can be proud to show off. Otherwise, wouldn't I just embarrass you later? Role playing? I'm a pro at it. Wen Ruyan froze. He was working so hard just to play the part more convincingly? Her heart warmed. But you still need to balance work and rest. Right now, your boss orders you to go to sleep immediately. Boss. He was indeed exhausted. The ability to memorize everything at a glance was incredibly taxing on both mind and body. The real issue was that last night with Lin Wan had been utterly exhausting. Sleep was the best medicine and the best way to take care of himself. No sooner had he lain down than Lin Wan sent a message. Xiao Ling, are you asleep yet? Just got into bed. I was about to text Aunt Wan. We really are on the same wavelength. Xiao Ling, my problem's been solved for now. You know what? I'm so lucky today. Lin Wan excitedly recounted the day's events. Auntie Wan, looks like I'm your lucky charm. What does it have to do with you? You didn't even introduce me. How isn't it my business? You know the saying, a solitary yang cannot rise, a solitary yin cannot grow. Before, when you were alone for so long, your energy field became heavy and gloomy, filled with yin energy. That's why you had bad luck. Last night, after receiving my yang energy to replenish yours, your energy field balanced out. That's why the good fortune came. You little rascal, you know all these tricks too? Fine, I'll take it. You are my lucky star. Aunt Wan, I miss you. Go to sleep. You don't know how to treat a lady. Just then, Lin Wan transferred him 10,000 yuan. Aunt Wan, why are you sending me money again? Just take it. You don't have a job yet, and everything costs money: food, clothes, housing, transportation. Plus, Sister Qian Yu hasn't been discharged from the hospital yet, and she's spending a lot every day. Aunt Wan, are you back on your feet now? Yes. Before, I didn't have much money because it all went toward payroll and company operations. Now that wealthy lady invested, my own salary has finally come back over 100,000 yuan. Thank you, Aunt Wan. He didn't refuse it. Once he started earning money and his voice acting career got on solid footing, he'd repay her. After all, he wasn't working yet, and with his mom in the hospital, it would be hard to explain. Early the next morning, after completing the NPC quest, he received a message from Qin Jinyan. She said the sample voice recording he'd done earlier had passed the initial screening. He'd have to do another audition later, where the producers and creators would select together. Senior, is it that much trouble? Qin Jinyan explained. These days, to create a hit, it had to be a masterpiece by a top creator. The production and distribution companies needed substantial investment to buy traffic and run ads. Audiobook production demanded even higher quality standards. Therefore, the selection process was extremely rigorous. Lead roles require industry heavyweights, the kind who command four-figure hourly rates. Even for non-lead roles like theirs, competition was fierce. Even minor industry stars vied for them. Yang Ling was speechless. The voice acting industry was truly a case of too many wolves and not enough meat. But he believed in himself. Once he got his foot in the door, he was sure he could make it happen. Senior, aren't we just here to make up the numbers? Junior, what can we do? At least we get to show our faces to the producers and production team. What if we get picked? Assignments for big-name novel adaptations like this don't come around often, and it's rare for a small fry to get a shot. And on the production team is Qin Mu, the president of our Ning voice acting club, 1 year below me, who's actually the lead actor for this audiobook. He's the one who approached me. As long as we don't fall short compared to others, we have a chance. Yang Ling had a vague recollection of Qin Mu. This guy was the campus heartthrob at Ningda. He was truly talented. Who would have thought that just a year or two after graduation, he'd already become a top-tier talent? Qin Jinyan added him to a group chat. This was a temporary group Qin Mu had set up for screening candidates. Welcome, Junior Yang Ling. Please update your nickname, Qin Jinyan promptly announced. So you're the new guy, Qin Jinyan added? Welcome, welcome. Freshmen joining the group have to either send a red envelope or share a photo, your choice. That's the rule, okay? A girl named Lian sent a voice message. Her voice was sweet and seductive, instantly giving off the vibe of a flirtatious girl. Yang Ling didn't want to send a red envelope, so he had no choice but to post a photo. He sent over a photo that made him look pretty handsome. Instantly, the group erupted in admiration. Several girls sent all sorts of suggestive emojis. So handsome, little fresh meat. Does he have a girlfriend? Should he consider his senior? Liang Yan posted a photo of her legs in stockings. Oomph. Who'd have thought an amateur with no formal training in acting or broadcasting could pass the initial audition? Ha! Lin Chengdong is in this group too? And he's being so sarcastic. Chapter 65, Performance. As soon as Lin Chengdong spoke, someone chimed in. Through a back-and-forth exchange, Yang Ling's situation was laid out clearly. A mechanical engineering major, he'd been in the voice acting club for 2 years but only voiced minor roles with little pay, essentially a complete newbie. Qin Jinyan, this group consists of members from all graduating classes of Ningda's voice acting club. Most are from related broadcasting and performing arts majors, with substantial professional experience. Some are even fairly well known, capable of working full-time. Don't just bring him in because he's your boyfriend. Senior Qin Mu specifically wants experienced people. Lin Chengdong, why are you bringing this up? This industry requires talent. Even if Junior Yang Ling doesn't have much experience, he's still better than you. Oof. Whether he's good or not isn't up to you, it's up to Senior Qin Mu. He's the producer and the lead actor. This project is based on a best-selling novel. It's not meant to be a training ground for newbies. Once we enter the chat room, we'll need to test his ability to improvise on the spot. Does he have that capability? Let's not waste everyone's time, okay? Several voices chimed in, agreeing with Lin Chengdong. Yang Ling was even more speechless. Is the competition in this industry really this cutthroat? Everyone in this group was competing for these minor roles. But then again, after audiobooks became popular, many did enter the field as a side hustle. Yet only a handful actually made money from it. Alright, cut the chatter. Senior Jingyan, I do need someone with substantial voice acting experience, not a newbie. But since you're here, give it a shot. Group admin Qin Mu sent a voice message. His voice was incredibly magnetic. Enter the chat room in 10 minutes. Begin your performance. Do your best. Thank you, Junior Qin Mu, Qin Jinyan replied. Yang Ling sent Qin Jinyan a message. Senior, why is Lin Chengdong in this group? How dare he cross me? Doesn't he fear me exposing his past? Don't, Junior. This is Qin Mu's group for work communication. Don't settle personal grudges here. Just ignore someone like Lin Chengdong. Got it. He immediately began preparing. He had read this novel long ago, and with his photographic memory, he knew the characters inside out. He knew every shift in their personalities and emotions at each stage like the back of his hand. After a moment's thought, he went to change into an outfit Wen Ruyan had bought for him. Where are you going? Wen Ruyan frowned. I'm about to do a video performance for an audiobook. The character is a domineering CEO-type male supporting role. A domineering CEO? The clothes I bought you lean more toward casual. Hold on a moment. Wen Ruyan went into the room and brought out another outfit. This was bought for my husband, but he never wore it. The tags are still on. If you don't mind, you can have it. I don't mind. Thank you, Ms. Wan. This outfit was indeed the perfect fit for the role. This was the beginning of his voice acting career. He had to break into the industry through this role and seize this opportunity. After putting it on, he found it actually fit quite well. Yang Ling looked at Wen Ruyan strangely. He noticed Wen Ruyan still kept so many mementos of her late husband, like the watch she'd given him last time. It seemed she and her late husband had been very close. Yang Ling, are audiobooks really that strict nowadays? Yes. The top-tier audiobooks now use sound to paint vivid pictures. Those premiere works immerse you completely, sometimes even more thrilling than watching TV. Yang Ling entered the study, sat down at the computer, logged into the chat room, and typed in the ID posted in the group. Soon, he entered the 9-person video chat room. He saw 6 people, 3 men and 3 women, and 2 more who hadn't entered yet. Ha, Yang Ling, you actually dared to show up. Don't embarrass yourself later. Lin Qingdong's face was thick with sarcasm. Lin Qingdong, don't turn the opportunity Senior Qin Mu gave you into a stage for your grudge. We'll settle our personal grudges offline. For now, let's see who's got the real skills. Yang Ling was already in character, his entire demeanor becoming sinister and domineering. The male lead he was portraying was a slightly wicked, domineering CEO. Everyone's expressions turned astonished. Lin Qingdong's expression hardened, but before he could speak, Chen Xia and Liang Hao immediately interjected. Lin Qingdong, keep your mouth shut. Lin Qingdong dared not utter another word. At that moment, another girl looked curiously at him. Hello, Junior Yang Ling. I'm Liang Yan, 2 years your senior. Wow, is this your study? It's so spacious and luxurious. Look at those solid wood bookshelves and all these books. Are you a rich kid, Junior? Liang Yan had a seductive, mature beauty about her, radiating allure. The curve of her cleavage was subtly visible. Senior Liang Yan, Yang Ling really is a rich kid. Last time he even picked up Jin Yan in a Maybach. Damn it! Why is Lin Qingdong saying all this? Yang Ling stole a glance toward Wen Ruyan standing by the door. He caught her glaring at him with icy eyes. This is bad. Total hell. Yang Ling, if you ask me, you're already a rich kid. Why bother competing with us poor folks for jobs? Lin Qingdong's lips curled slightly. He knew this Liang Yan. Back in college, she was a social butterfly. If she set her sights on him, could Yang Ling really resist her charms? Would a rich kid like him pass up such a seductive woman? Xin Jinyan, I'll be damned if I don't see how you handle it when Yang Ling cheats. And by the way, you're not farming anymore, are you? Xin Mu has his eye on you. What? A Maybach? Liang Yan's eyes lit up. Just then, the last 2 people entered. One of them was Qin Mu. He looked around 25, quite delicate and refined, with a slightly effeminate, soft-spoken demeanor, the kind of guy who might be into boys. Alright, everyone's here. Let me introduce the other gentleman, Mr. Zhao Ling, the head of the production company. The other video showed a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Hello everyone, I'm Zhao Ling. You're all friends and classmates of the great Qin. Make a good impression, collaboration would be ideal. Even if we don't work together this time, you're qualified to join our company's task group. You'll never lack for assignments. Next, everyone took turns performing the sample vocals they had recorded earlier. Xin Jinyan performed exceptionally well, steady and polished. Liang Yan also did quite well. Lin Qingdong and the others delivered competent performances, though nothing particularly outstanding. After Yang Ling finished his performance, the room fell silent. Lin Qingdong, in particular, looked rather displeased. Xin Jinyan and Liang Yan's eyes sparkled with admiration, and even Chen Xia's gaze flashed a hint of respect. Excellent! Excellent! What talent! I heard his sample recording earlier and thought it was superb. That role was meant to be played just like this. Zhao Ling beamed with admiration. Now seeing his appearance and aura, he's practically the character himself. Junior, just as Jin Yan said, you're truly gifted. A hint of wariness flashed in Qin Mu's eyes. Next, they performed a new scene, a particularly famous Battlefield of Demons sequence from the book. Each character's emotions were intensely charged. Qin Jinyan started first, and she slipped into character quite quickly. However, her emotional delivery had several flaws. Still, for a voice actor, it was quite impressive. At the very least, it didn't feel awkward. But there were a few mistakes in her lines. Liang Yan's performance was slightly weaker. As for Lin Qingdong and the other 2, it was watchable but somewhat awkward. They made quite a few mistakes in their lines, likely due to improvising on the spot and struggling to maintain emotional intensity. Yang Ling, however, delivered his lines flawlessly, with rich emotion. Combined with his appearance, it left everyone speechless once more. Lin Qingdong's face darkened even further. Damn it, you're a rich kid, what's the point of being so talented? How are we lowly commoners supposed to get by? Standing at the study doorway, Wen Ruyan pressed her legs together, stars flashing in her eyes. Chapter 66, A Battlefield? Earlier, Yang Ling's performance had seemed to flip a switch within her, leaving her body weak and trembling. Earlier, when role-playing with Yang Ling online, she knew he was a good actor, but seeing him perform in person, she'd underestimated him. He must be a professional actor by now. Yet he still had to compete with these amateurs, still had to be chosen by others. Could it be, he really is a big shot in the industry? Was creating that alternate account just to collaborate with that senior student? I remember last time how he stared at his phone with a silly grin, saying he'd landed a voice acting gig. And he claims he doesn't have a girlfriend. Even though Yang Ling was just her higher contract husband, it still stung. In the chat room, everyone burst into applause. Xiaoyang, what's your online alias in the audiobook community? Which big shot are you? Did you take this role just to save face for Xiao Qin? Zhao Ling's eyes lit up. Mr. Zhao, I have a secondary account. How much per hour do you think my skills are worth? In the audiobook community, the minimum hourly rate was 50, with no upper limit. For newcomers, 70 or 80 was considered high. For top-tier talents, 4-digit or even 5-digit figures were common. Yang Ling believed that with his solid theoretical foundation and decent voice, becoming a top-tier creator was just around the corner. He might as well say he was maintaining a secondary account. A secondary account? May I ask who your main account belongs to? What are your achievements? If you have impressive results, I can personally approve a 4-figure hourly rate for you. Earlier, Yang Ling's performance as the second male lead was absolutely outstanding. He could easily carry a leading role. The crowd gasped. A 4-figure hourly rate placed him firmly in the mid-tier talent bracket. Qin Jinyan looked utterly stunned. Currently, the highest hourly rate she could command for assignments was just 150. Yang Ling, who she still considered a novice, was actually earning 4 figures? Evidently, his earlier performance had made a strong impression on the producer. Could he really be some kind of big shot? But then, why was he asking her about the voice acting industry? Or, a possibility flashed through her mind, and her face flushed instantly. Could this junior be trying to win her back after their breakup? Was he just pretending to be clueless to get close to her? Now he's created a new account to grow alongside her? Very possible. Otherwise, with acting skills that good, how could he possibly be a newbie? Sorry, Mr. Zhao, I can't reveal my main account. But if you give me more tasks, handling this alt account shouldn't be too hard. In that case, fine. I can only offer you 900 per hour. 900? Yang Ling knew that book inside out and could roughly calculate that at 900 an hour, he should earn around 50,000 yuan. With his skills, he should be able to finish the entire project within a month. 50,000 a month, not bad at all, especially since this was his first official assignment in the field. I object, Qin Mu said calmly. Mr. Zhao, this novel only needs one lead actor. Me. He was the lead actor and didn't want anyone stealing his spotlight. Well. Zhao Ling frowned. Fair enough. Sorry about that, young Yang. We'll bring you on board for our next project. Clearly, Zhao Ling held Qin Mu's opinion in high regard. Qin Mu is known in the industry as a master of playing the domineering CEO type, a real pro with millions of fans, just to be clear. Of course, he's in a league of his own no minor account from some big shot can compare. Yang Ling, since you already have a main account, why bother using a secondary one to compete with your classmates for work? You can join if you want, but the hourly rate will be for newbies. I'll give you 100. This book should keep you busy for 3 months and earn you 5,000. A faint smile touched Qin Mu's lips. Zhao Ling had his eye on Yang Ling, so he had to give the production company some face, letting them pay a small fee to secure a professional supporting actor. If Yang Ling accepted, he wouldn't do a great job for such low pay anyway, so it wouldn't affect him. Honey, who are you talking to? 3 months, 5,000 yuan? Wan Ruyan stood at the study door, her voice loud. Ha? Who are you chatting with online? Don't tell me you're sneaking around with some little vixen behind my back. Yang Ling stared at her in bewilderment. Meanwhile, the chat room members were even more bewildered. Yang Ling, you're married? You're cheating on your wife and making Qin Jinyan your mistress? Lin Qingdong's face was flushed with anger, but inside he was laughing his head off. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought Yang Ling was married? That lady, Yang Ling, has indeed been cheating on you with another woman, Lin Qingdong shouted. Junior Yang Ling, I never imagined you'd be this kind of person. We absolutely cannot collaborate with you now, Qin Mu said, his expression turning cold. Senior Qin Jinyan, it seems you've been deceived. Qin Jinyan never imagined such a thing could happen. In that moment, a cliché plot unfolded in her mind. Yang Ling, facing hardship, had resorted to living off a wealthy woman. With her support, he'd risen to become a big shot in the voice acting industry. But living off someone else likely meant no dignity, maybe even abuse from a twisted rich woman. Like, steel wool pads or something. Or perhaps she'd even made him eat old cured pork. So, having had enough, he pretended to be a novice to seek her out, hoping they could grow together. Qin Jinyan's expression flickered between shock and disbelief. She desperately wanted to help Yang Ling escape his misery. But she was just an ordinary person from a modest background. How could she possibly stand up to a wealthy woman who could afford a Maybach? To her, crushing her would be as easy as squashing an ant. Yet she knew Yang Ling had become the shield precisely because he'd helped her. Even if she explained everything now, that wealthy woman would surely suspect Yang Ling. He would suffer for it. Alright, she'd explain it anyway. If Yang Ling still faced persecution from that woman, she'd simply take him away from Ningxing when the time came. She immediately recounted the events of that night. She explained that she had used him as a shield to reject Lin Qingdong. She even revealed Lin Qingdong's ulterior motives. Ma'am, my relationship with my junior classmate is completely innocent. I hope you won't misunderstand. After learning he was married, I didn't even tell him where I rented my place. I kept my distance, only collaborating with him online. At that moment, Qin Mu erupted in fury. You bastard! Lin Shengdong, I never imagined you could be such a disgusting person. You told me Jean Yan was your girlfriend. I never imagined that after being rejected before even winning her over, you'd stoop to this. Starting today, I, Xin Mu, have nothing to do with you. I'll make sure you're blacklisted in this industry. Offline, Xin Mu immediately messaged Lin Shengdong. Shengdong, things have come to this. Threaten Qin Jinyan into helping me win her over and I'll make you rich. Lin Shengdong glanced at his phone, his expression brightening. He then feigned hysteria. Who needs it? Oomph. Qin Jinyan, just you wait. You dared to publicly destroy me, I'll make sure you never find peace. Qin Jinyan paled and promptly went offline. The others exchanged bewildered glances. Mr. Zhao, I'm truly sorry this happened. It's fine. With you, the expert, on board, this project is in the bag. The others? Irrelevant. Everyone logged off. In the group chat, Xin Mu sent a voice message. Senior Jingyan, I'll talk to Lin Shengdong and warn him. Don't worry. Alright. I'll head back to Ningxing tonight. Wait for me. No need. I'm not afraid of Lin Shengdong. Sorry for the trouble. I won't take this assignment either. That's final. Qin Jinyan exited the group chat. Yang Ling also exited the group. He stood up and looked toward the doorway. Leaning against the doorway, Wen Ruyan stared at him expressionlessly. Chapter 67, The Plan. Yang Ling hadn't stepped out of character. A hint of mischief played across his face as he walked toward the doorway, pinning Wen Ruyan against the door with a wall slam. His gaze locked onto hers, intense and unwavering. Woman, you look beautiful when you're jealous. So, you've fallen for me already? He slowly tilted his head, drawing closer to Wen Ruyan's sensual red lips. Wen Ruyan's face flushed crimson, her eyes darting nervously. She hastily blocked Yang Ling's face with her palm and shoved him away. What are you doing? Wen Ruyan shot him a glare, looking strangely alluring. Stop playing around. Tell me honestly, is what your senior said true? It's true. Yang Ling recounted the events of that night once more. Ms. Wen, my senior sister is in for it. That pervert used to think I was some rich kid driving a Maybach, so he didn't dare do anything. But now, he hates my senior even more. He knows I'm just a decoy, and since he has a wife now, he won't fear me anymore. Wen Ruyan frowned. You're already a big shot. Why did you seek out your senior to collaborate? What big shot? I'm just a good actress. I haven't even broken into the industry yet. I don't have any so-called big accounts. Otherwise, I wouldn't be struggling for money. Oh, I see. Sorry about that. Well, to make it up to you, just tell me which rights do you want to buy? Anything under 5 million is fair game. Wen Ruyan gazed at him with tender eyes. Yang Ling was stunned. He placed his hand on Wen Ruyan's forehead. Ms. Wen, you don't have a fever, do you? What nonsense are you talking? What nonsense? I'm serious. The way you handled yourself just now to me, you're a god. Wen Ruyan smiled. So, investing in you will definitely yield huge returns in the future. Really? Yes. My money is just sitting there anyway. I plan to invest wisely, and you are someone worth investing in. Ms. Wen, are you sure you're not just attracted to me? You're overthinking it. I've told you before I can't forget my late husband. I don't want to find someone else in this lifetime. Just focus on being a good father to Cece. Go secure those copyrights. You can set up a studio, use the apartment as your office space. I'll provide a unit. Understood, Ms. Wen. Yang Ling gazed intently at Wen Ruyan. Ms. Wen, although I warned you not to harbor improper intentions toward me when we last collaborated, I'm deeply grateful for your recent help with my aunt and now with me. If you're after my body, I'll agree I'm quite capable. Wen Ruyan spat out, enough. I'm going to make lunch. What would you like? I'd like noodles made by Mr. Wen. He sat down and sent a message to Qin Jinyan. Senior, you need to be careful around Lin Shengdong. I know, Junior. You're free to text now? That rich woman didn't do anything to you, did she? She yelled at me and accused me of having an affair, but my skills in that department are pretty impressive. She's too exhausted to keep yelling now. She even said as long as I don't leave her, I can have as many lovers as I want. Holy crap. Qin Jinyan sent a barrage of shocked emojis. Junior, were you working out every day back then doing pull-ups while hula hooping just to hook up with rich women? Of course not. I was building a healthy body so I could work part-time jobs every day. Never imagined a rich woman would notice me. Guess I'm putting my skills to good use. You're something else, Junior. Sorry, I was gonna bring you into the biz, but I messed it up. No worries, Senior. Let's just buy the rights and do it ourselves. We'll go with a dual host setup. I've noticed that many of the hit podcasts on Himalaya feature dual narration. I could handle both the main narration and minor characters. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Junior, copyrights are really expensive, you know. No problem. I've made a decent profit. Let's start by buying a popular novella to test the waters. I've researched it online. Audiobook rights for this type of book usually go for around 50,000 to 100,000 yuan. Alright, let's team up. I've had my eye on one book for a while. Take a look when you have time. If it's good, we'll grab it. I think it's at least a small hit and it's perfect for us. Qin Jinyan sent over an e-book file. Yan Ling opened it and skimmed through it quickly. The book wasn't long, just around 300,000 words, but the writing was concise, the characters were well-rounded, and the emotional conflicts were rich and explosive, with a dash of suspense. With his photographic memory, he'd already imprinted the entire book in his mind. Senior, it's excellent. We'll take it. How much for the audiobook rights? This author is a minor deity-level talent. Fortunately, the word count isn't excessive, so it'll only cost 100,000 yuan. Alright, let's buy it. Also, for your safety, you should quit your job. We'll start a studio together. If you don't want to take the risk, I'll handle it myself. You can work for me, and I'll pay you a salary. Let's partner up. I've saved some money over the years. Let's see how much to invest and give me corresponding equity. I'm willing to take a chance. I'm already 25 this year. I don't want to be an employee anymore. After ironing out the details, he invested 60,000 yuan while Qin Jinyan put in 40,000 yuan, with profits split 60-40. Junior, thank you. What are you thanking me for? You're the expert, yet you're giving me 40% of the profits. Senior, let's work hard and aim for financial freedom. With that, he sprang into action. Qin Jinyan said he'd quit after finishing today's shift. Yang Ling wrapped up all the paperwork for the studio that afternoon. The government now offers substantial tax exemptions for small-scale businesses and emerging industries. For a small studio like theirs, taxes were practically non-existent, and the paperwork was incredibly straightforward. He didn't use Wen Ruyan's money for the investment. Because if Qin Jinyan found out a wealthy woman held shares, she would never agree. The 3 months advance payment Wen Ruyan had given him earlier remained untouched, perfect for this investment. Test the waters first, build up a following and reputation. Yang Ling, however, was highly motivated. He needed to save at least 2 million yuan for his mother's medical expenses, preparing for the possibility that her liver cirrhosis might become irreversible, requiring a liver transplant. He also needed to buy a house outright, at least a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom unit of 100 square meters. Based on Ningxing's property prices, that would cost over 900,000 yuan. He also needed substantial savings to ensure his mother never worried about food or shelter, living happily and carefree. He wanted his sister to be financially secure too, to raise her in comfort, fostering her confidence and self-assurance. He also wanted to ease the burden on Lin Wan, sparing her from compromising herself for the sake of their business. He wouldn't let any money-making opportunities slip by. After some thought, he decided against starting his gym job next week. Following Li Jilian's plan, next week he'd start as a sales rep distributing flyers or finding clients. He could gradually familiarize himself with the fitness industry and work towards certifications. But with his photographic memory, he could master vast knowledge first, elevate his skills to top-tier trainer level, and then pursue the industry's most prestigious certifications. Then, he could join Li Jilian's club, instantly becoming a top-tier trainer. This would allow him to better serve wealthy women, tap into more high society circles, and earn even more money. For now, he'd focus on the voiceover studio. Even if it failed, it could serve as a cover story for his mother and sister, preventing them from overthinking things. Anyway, with Wen Ruyan, Jiang Xue, and Zhang Fangya as his safety net, his monthly income already reached 500,000 or 600,000. Whenever he had free time, he read more books, arming himself with knowledge. Only then could he better serve these wealthy women, providing greater emotional value and fulfilling their affective needs. With a plan in place, his anxiety faded. After completing the NPC quest, the little cutie fell asleep. Stepping out of the bedroom, he saw Wen Ruyan soaking her feet. Her snow-white feet danced playfully in the saffron-infused footbath. Wow, Wen Ruyan's feet were truly beautiful. If she wore stockings, then. He immediately walked over, crouched down, and reached into the tub, lifting her delicate feet. Chapter 68, Xin Mu arrives. Wen Ruyan froze in surprise, instinctively pulling her feet back. What are you doing? You've been having trouble sleeping, so I learned some massage techniques specifically to give you a foot rub. Oh, thank you. Warmth filled Wen Ruyan's heart as she gazed tenderly at Yang Ling. What are you thanking me for? You pay me way too much, 50,000 a month. I don't have to give up my body, and there's no whips or wax stripping involved. Honestly, I feel a bit awkward about it. Come on, let's start with your pulse. What? You know how to take pulses? I just started learning not long ago. For now, he only knew the theory. He'd have to carefully examine Wen Ruyan's pulse later to see if it matched any of the case studies in the medical texts. Of course, he wouldn't dare act recklessly. But once he identified the general issue, he'd know exactly which acupoints to press. After taking her pulse, the knowledge in his mind automatically surfaced. Here we go. Tell me if it hurts. He examined Wen Ruyan's foot, locating the acupoints and applying pressure. Ouch. I'll go easier then. No, keep the same pressure. It hurts, but after the pain, it feels so good. All right. He continued pressing. Oh, ouch, easier, harder. Yang Ling watched when Ruyan's expression and swallowed hard. It's just a massage, right? How come she's making these kinds of sounds? After a long while, he finished the foot massage. Wow, I feel so relaxed all over. Yang Ling, how did you get so skilled? Even at massage? That felt better than when your aunt massages me. Yang Ling felt a surge of inner joy. After all, he had taught himself traditional Chinese medicine. If he went to seek out Wu Yun next and apprenticed under him, wouldn't he be able to master medical skills quickly? He had already devoured every medical text Wu Yun had recommended, committing the knowledge entirely to memory. Ms. Wan, that's enough. Wipe your feet first, then go inside and lie down on the bed. I'll press other acupoints to promote sleep. Once inside the room, Yang Ling pressed the Shenmen point on her wrist, followed by the sleep point behind her ear and the Tianshu point at the base of her neck. Before long, she actually fell asleep. Holy crap, traditional Chinese medicine is amazing. His eyes lit up. He went to the study to continue reading when he received a message from Qin Jinyan. She said she'd successfully resigned and could focus on the audiobook project tomorrow. Senior, you're back? Want me to pick you up? No need. I'd rather you didn't know where I live. Junior, don't you have to sleep with the rich lady tonight? She and her daughter are already asleep. Senior, did Lin Chengdong bother you again today? Didn't see him. He probably wouldn't dare, now that so many people know about that incident. Liang Hao and Shen Xia would definitely have advised him against it. I'm on the subway now. Gonna close my eyes and rest for a bit. At that moment, on the subway, Qin Jinyan sat down and closed her eyes. She worked late every day and was exhausted. Little did she know, a man wearing a baseball cap and mask stood nearby, watching her secretly. A few stops later, she arrived at First People's Hospital station and got off. The man also got off and followed her from a distance. She made it back to Ruyan Apartments without incident. Meanwhile, the man stood nearby, took a photo, and made a call. Xin Mu, she lives here, but I don't know the exact location. Alright, I'll wait for you to move in. Over the next 2 days, Yang Ling and Qin Jinyan collaborated online to prepare the groundwork, assigning tasks to each person, drafting narration, and so on. Junior, you're amazing. This prep work used to take me and Shen Xia at least a week, but you finished it in just 2 days. The key is, you do it so professionally, no wonder you're a pro. Looks like I've really hit the jackpot. Could you tell me which account is your main? I want to learn from you. No way. Come on, Junior, just tell me. Worst case scenario. Senior, what's the worst that could happen? The next moment, Yang Ling received a photo. A pair of beautiful legs clad in flesh-colored stockings. These legs were beautiful, perfectly proportioned, making one want to caress them at first glance. He immediately sent back a suggestive emoji. Senior, are these your legs? Yes. Junior, can you tell now? No. Driving me crazy. Junior, what will it take for you to speak? Senior, I need to see more. Do you have full body shots? Preferably in pajamas, bikinis, or something like that. Fine, I won't say anything. I'm logging off now. Haven't left the house in 2 days, gotta go shopping for some stuff. I'll start recording when I get back. Junior, after I record it, I'll send it to you. If you're not satisfied, criticize me harshly, don't go easy on me. We have to make this perfect. Alright. Recording wasn't difficult for Yan Ling. For most people, recording takes forever. Managing an hour of dry audio daily is already impressive. That's why most people in this business don't make money. But he usually nailed it in one take. At that moment, Qin Jinyan stepped outside and stretched lazily. She wore flesh-colored stockings and a short skirt on her lower body, paired with a shirt on top. She looked youthful and vibrant, yet carried a hint of mature allure, innocent yet seductive. Senior, what are you doing here? Qin Jinyan looked over, her face filled with surprise. Junior Qin Mu, what are you doing here? This Qin Mu had a somewhat effeminate, delicate appearance, the polar opposite of Yang Ling's rugged masculinity. After learning about Lin Chengdong and you last time, I got worried and came back to Ningcheng. Just returned yesterday and rented a place here. Are you staying in this building too? Yeah, what a coincidence. You're such a big shot now, why are you still renting this kind of apartment? Big shot? I'm just scraping by, making a few tens of thousands a month at best, Qin Mu chuckled. It's not a luxury apartment, but it's pretty close to downtown. Since I'm back, I figured I'd stay in Ningcheng for a while. Who'd have thought we'd cross paths like this? Why don't you join my studio? I'll hook you up with resources and mentor you, turn you into a big shot. Sorry, Qin Mu, I've already teamed up with Yang Ling to start our own studio. Qin Mu's expression darkened. Senior, when did this happen? Just the day before yesterday. Does Yang Ling live here too? No, he doesn't. Junior, I have to step out for a bit. Alright, Senior. Later, could you mention to Junior Yang Ling that I'd like to treat you both to a meal? We're all in the same circle, let's have a good chat. Sure thing. Senior, I just got back and don't know Ningcheng well yet. Where are you headed? I'll tag along for a walk. I'm heading to the supermarket. Perfect timing, I need to pick up a lot of things too. Xin Mu immediately followed. Xin Jinyan didn't think twice about it. They'd known each other since college, but their relationship had always been superficial. Back then, Xin Mu was quite the popular figure, with many campus beauties vying for his attention. Dubbed the man with the most female friends among the campus beauties, she hadn't particularly liked him. They went to the nearby Walmart and bought a lot of things. Senior, why are you stockpiling so much food? Yang Ling and I bought the rights to a book. We're about to start recording. Wow, buying the rights to your first book? Looks like Junior Yang Ling is a real big shot with his own connections. Perfect timing. I don't have much on my plate right now. I'll cook for you and offer some guidance while I'm at it. Chapter 69, Why isn't he angry? No need, Junior. I can handle it myself. Soon, they arrived at the roadside of Rian Apartments. Senior, it's too heavy. Let me carry it up for you. Xin Mu eagerly stepped forward to take the bag. Soon, they arrived at Qin Jinyan's room. Junior, you know you shouldn't just walk into a girl's room like that, especially one belonging to a single woman like me. So, please excuse me. Yes, I understand. I'll take my leave now. After Qin Mu left, a faint smile touched the corner of her lips. Previously, among the girls he knew, this senior ranked above average. Plus, she was more proper and not as wild as the others, so he hadn't paid her much mind back then. But now, he cared deeply. Because he no longer wanted to play around. He wanted to find a woman to marry. Someone like Qin Jinyan with her great figure and that innocent yet alluring vibe was absolutely perfect for his taste. Last year, while chatting with Lin Shengdong, the latter had bragged and sent him photos of Qin Jinyan, claiming she was his girlfriend. Xin Mu had been intrigued from the start. He dismissed it then, thinking don't mess with a friend's wife, and his busy career left little room for such thoughts. But now, his career was established. Not only had he become a legend in his field, but he also owned his own studio. He was determined to win her over. With proximity working in his favor, it would be easier than ever. At that moment, Yang Ling picked up the adorable toddler. Yang Ling, I've made plans with Zhang Qian and Sui for a fancy dinner tonight. Will you join us? Wan Ruyan's eyes brimmed with hope. It was Friday, and she really hoped Yang Ling would accompany them. That way, their daughter would be happier, and she'd have one less thing to worry about. Yang Ling hesitated, meeting Wan Ruyan's gaze with an apologetic look. I'm sorry, Ms. Wan, I have other commitments. Oh. Wan Ruyan felt deeply disappointed, but there was nothing she could do. After all, the agreement stated clearly, Friday evenings, Saturdays, and Sundays were Yang Ling's personal time. As Yang Ling stepped out of Wan Ruyan's home, shedding the role of her husband, he seemed like a different person. He reverted to his true identity, that of a lowly nobody. He felt a peculiar sensation, as if the world had shifted, or as if he were living another life. It was quite remarkable. Returning to the 20th floor, he suddenly felt free and at ease. Though his days at Wan Ruyan's home had been comfortable, immersed daily in her tenderness. He was merely playing the role of a husband. That place was not his home. After showering and changing into his own ordinary clothes, he immediately headed out. Just then, Lin Meijing sent him a red envelope transfer. He tapped it open and it contained 50,000 yuan. Just as he was about to ask, Lin Meijing called. Xiaoyang, I have good news, your mother should be discharged from the hospital next Monday. That's wonderful, Aunt Meijing. You've been so thoughtful these past 2 weeks. But really, I should be the one sending you a red envelope. Xiaoyang, are you going to Jiang Xue's place tonight? Yes. Is this money for me to buy something for Ms. Zhang? No, the money is for you. Xiaoyang, it's all my fault. This morning I took Jiang Xue to a wedding, and there happened to be someone from Shanghai there who knew her. That old hag brought up the past again and asked if Jiang Xue had married into Ningcheng. Her mood instantly soured. She turned and left. I imagine she's still feeling pretty upset. Tonight, when you go to Jiang Xue's place, it might be a bit difficult. Auntie begs you, could you please be patient? This money is Auntie's way of compensating you. Aunt Meijing, you don't need to give me money. I'll handle this properly. No. Jiang Xue was already doing much better, but because of me, all your previous efforts were undone. This is what you deserve. Auntie is counting on you. Alright, Aunt Meijing, rest assured. He felt their relationship with Jiang Xue was already quite good. Last time, I made him wear thick pajamas before whipping him. She even confided in him, kissed him after drinking, and when she woke up, she didn't do anything to him. Surely, even if he was angry inside, he wouldn't go too far. It wasn't like he was the one who upset her. One more thing, don't tell her about this money. After hanging up, Yang Ling bought some groceries, planning to cook her a few special dishes tonight. As he approached the entrance of Yulan Tianxiang, just about to step inside, a car horn blared. He looked up to see a white BMW parked by the roadside. Jiang Xue sat in the driver's seat, her gaze cold as ice. He slipped silently into Qin Shen's role and immediately jogged over. Get in the car. Jiang Xue's voice was icy cold, chilling him to the bone. Damn it, why is she bringing up the past? He had thought this week would be easy. But now it looked like it wouldn't be. He climbed into the passenger seat without delay. Xue, it's been a week. I kinda missed you. I'll make you something delicious later. Jiang Xue glanced at him, her breathing noticeably quickening as her legs clamped together involuntarily. Yet, the hatred in her eyes only grew more intense. The man before her seemed to be the very scumbag who had abandoned her, dooming her to a lifetime of ridicule. How despicable. This isn't the time for acting. Who gave you permission to call me Xue? Remember your place. You're nobody. You're just a prostitute out here. Ha? Yang Ling's expression froze, his smile faltering. He had assumed that no matter what, Jiang Xue would never speak harshly to him. After all, they'd grown quite familiar over their previous 2 encounters, and their interactions had been relatively pleasant. He never imagined this meeting would bring such hurtful words. But his shock lasted only a moment. The next instant, he was smiling again, his eyes still filled with deep affection, as if he hadn't heard a word. In that moment, he actually felt a sense of relief. Yes, he was out there selling himself. She was the wealthy woman buying his services, the client, the one in charge. The client's mother was the boss. Whatever she said went. Besides, coming from the lips of that cold, alluring goddess professor, the words carried no trace of aggression. Let's just say her condition worsened. But Xue, I just miss you so much. I look forward to Fridays every single day, finally getting to cook for you again. Are you in a bad mood? Don't worry, when we get back, you can take it out on me. Yang Ling smiled. Let me help you park the car, okay? Jiang Xue frowned. She had just berated Yang Ling precisely to see sadness, anger, and heartbreak on his face. But why was there none? After humiliating him like that, why wasn't he angry? You're such a pathetic piece of trash. What a waste of that pretty face. So, for money, you'd do anything? Whatever Xue asks me to do, I'll do it. Seeing Xue happy and content makes me happy too. Get in the back seat. Don't show your face. Yang Ling moved to the back seat. Jiang Xue immediately drove into the villa complex and parked in the designated spot. Help me carry the stuff from the trunk into the house. Yang Ling opened the trunk to find a well-sealed delivery box inside. Entering the villa, he saw Jiang Xue had changed into a silk nightgown. It was completely sheer underneath, and with each step, the fabric billowed, revealing tantalizing glimpses of what lay beneath. Open the box and put on what's inside. Chapter 70, Love What You Do. Yang Ling opened the box and was instantly struck dumb. Holy! A 3-piece BDSM collar set. Leather collar, leash, and bells. Damn, they sure know how to have fun. No way. Absolutely not. Unless you pay extra. He looked up at Jiang Xue and saw her wearing a faint, enigmatic smile, her expression carrying a hint of allure. Put this on, and you'll be good as gold. You won't go looking for your white moonlight anymore. Xue, I'm already obeying you perfectly. You're my white moonlight. This lifetime, I only love you. A man's words are worthless. Who can't spout such nonsense? You don't want to wear it, do you? Didn't you say you'd do whatever I asked? You're lying to me after all. Yang Ling thought of the 50,000 yuan in his phone. He thought of Lin Meijing's kindness. Fine. Love what you do, master what you do. Xue, of course I'm not deceiving you. If you like it, I'll wear it. Yang Ling looked at her with deep affection, picked up the collar, and slipped it around his neck. He even playfully shook the bell. Jingle jingle. Xue, does it look good? Jiang Xue's breath quickened. It looks good. Xue, hold the chain. This way, I'll never escape your grasp. Okay, let's go inside. Jiang Xue led Yang Ling inside by the leash, retrieving the same fluffy monster pajamas from the wardrobe as last time. I'll turn on the AC. You put it on. No. Xue, I won't wear it. If I do, you won't be able to vent your frustration properly. I don't want you to be angry. I want you to be happy and joyful every single day. I said put it on, so put it on. Fine. He slipped into the monster suit. Xue, starting today, I'm your guardian bear. Put. Jiang Xue burst out laughing, then raised the whip with a sharp crack. After a long while, Jiang Xue collapsed onto the floor, still holding the chain in her hand. Xue, have you vented your anger? Jiang Xue gazed into the eyes before her, eyes that held such deep affection even for a dog, and she felt like crying. How could he be like this? Why was there not a trace of resentment, anger, or scorn in his eyes? Instead, it was filled with deep affection and tenderness. If it were about money, he couldn't have acted so convincingly. He was just a mechanical engineering graduate. So there's only one truth, he fell in love with me. And it was deep love, the kind that would sacrifice everything for her. Her trembling hand brushed Yang Ling's hair, then slid down the side of his head, past his soft ear, finally resting on the bell of his collar. She saw the marks on his neck. Does it hurt? It hurts, but this little pain is nothing. Jiang Xue looked at Yang Ling's face, free of any trace of grievance or resentment, and knelt up. She cradled Yang Ling's head in her arms, holding him tightly, enveloping him with her vast and tender embrace. Yang Ling's nostrils filled with the woman's fragrance. Only, he found it a bit hard to breathe. He couldn't help but twist his head. Xue, I can't breathe. Jiang Xue released Yang Ling, her cheeks flushed slightly. Take off your shirt. I'll apply the ointment for you. Yang Ling took off his shirt. This time, even though she was wearing a fluffy monster pajama, Jiang Xue's hatred ran too deep, and the lashing was so intense it still stung fiercely. Soon after, the ointment was applied. I'm hungry. I want that spicy and sour shredded potatoes from last time. Sure. Yang Ling prepared a few small dishes. Smells so good. Little Yang, you're such a great cook. Whoever marries you will be so lucky. In my heart, there's only Xue. Yang Ling emerged from the kitchen to see Jiang Xue wearing a white dress. Her entire appearance transformed from a bewitching, alluring beauty to a pure, blooming white lotus. He was stunned. What are you staring at? Jiang Xue couldn't bear Yang Ling's intense gaze. Xue, you're so beautiful. Oh, stop it. I'm not playing along. She tapped his forehead playfully, then pulled out a stack of cash from a drawer. Today, I'm in a terrible mood. I'm so irritable, I feel like destroying everything. Thank goodness for you. From now on, your commission goes from 2,000 to 20,000. Xue. Don't refuse. Take what you deserve. Jiang Xue hesitated. Xiao Yang, we're just partners acting. Don't read too much into it. Ha? Oh. Sure enough, Ms. Jiang gave him another hint. These wealthy women were merely paying for services. That was fine by him. He played the roles others needed, acquired wealth, and once he stepped out that door, he returned to his true self. This role play had been quite successful. His commission had multiplied tenfold. From now on, each session would be 20,000, totaling 80,000 a month. He tucked the money away and silently began eating. Jiang Xue, however, mistook his silence for sadness. Her heart ached, and she felt uneasy. She took out another stack of money and handed it to him. Ms. Jiang, what is this? You did very well this time. This is a reward. Go buy yourself some nicer clothes to wear next time. Yang Ling accepted without hesitation and continued eating in silence. Ha? Was he still unhappy? Young Yang, you mentioned wanting to pursue a master's in psychology last time. How's that going? I finished all the books you recommended, and I've worked through all the past exam papers. Ha? That fast? Yeah, I've been studying every day. I want to get into your graduate program. Jiang Xue's heart fluttered. She looked at him tenderly. All right. I'll give you another set of past papers later to see how well you've mastered the material. I'll tutor you while I'm at it. This kid was working so hard, he must truly care for her. If he gets into her graduate program someday. Well, that's for the future. After dinner, Jiang Xue promptly handed Yang Ling a set of past exam papers. Yang Ling scanned the questions, and relevant knowledge points automatically surfaced in his mind. After a moment's thought, he began writing down the answers. Jiang Xue froze in surprise. That fast? She glanced at the answers and was utterly astonished. Perfect answers. Is he really a mechanical engineering student? He's just taking psychology as an elective? Next, she was even more stunned. Every single answer was flawless. Good heavens! For most test takers, getting half of this exam right would be considered a decent score. Yang Ling got every single one right? This level of expertise, isn't this already graduate-level psychology? A flicker of doubt crossed her eyes. Xiao Yang, are you really a mechanical engineering major? Graduating this year? Yes, I am. But how come you have such deep knowledge in psychology? Some of these questions, even regular university psychology professors might not get right. I took psychology electives throughout college and read many books on the subject multiple times. I know where to find the answers to these questions. Yang Ling pulled a book from the shelf, flipped it open, and effortlessly located the relevant knowledge points for the questions. Wow, you really are amazing. It's just that diligence makes up for shortcomings. I genuinely love psychology. He spoke the truth. Back then, when he first took psychology as an elective, it was Jiang Xue's class. And he'd been hooked ever since. Great, you'll definitely get in. I'll be waiting for you at Ning University. By the way, where did you do your undergraduate studies? Yang Ling's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 71, I'm a bad student. Was it time to tell her? Would she hit him? Would she still let him come around? But last time, when they drank and confided in each other, she had already revealed her identity to him. This was their third meeting. Their collaboration was solid enough. He might as well tell her proactively. After all, he'd be her graduate student soon enough. She'd find out eventually. He put on a deeply hurt expression. Professor Jiang, I'm feeling a bit down. Ha? What's got you so down? Last time, I told you that you've lit the beacon for countless people, including me. I always sit in the very front row during your classes. Don't you remember me at all? Jiang Xue's mouth fell open. Her face flushed red as she stammered. What did you say? You're also from Ning University? Yes. Because of you, I fell in love with psychology. I've been taking it as an elective for 4 years now. I've studied psychology more than my major, but sadly, I'm still too ordinary to catch teacher Zhang's eye. A tidal wave of emotion surged through Jiang Xue. The mystery was solved. So that was why he harbored no resentment. This was also why he understood her, why he empathized with her. He had admired her for 4 years, harbored a secret crush for 4 years. He truly loved her so much. But she immediately put on an indignant expression, adopting the icy demeanor she'd worn at school. She grabbed a book and smacked him on the head with it. "You naughty student! Why didn't you say anything the first time?" Ling watched Jiang Xue's demeanor shift completely, as if she'd returned to the classroom. "I thought Aunt Meijing had told you. Since you didn't ask, of course I didn't say anything. Besides, if I had told you back then, you wouldn't have let me stay. Teacher Jiang, you wouldn't want your students to know about your other side, would you? Oh, really? You dare threaten me? I'll beat you to a pulp." Jiang Xue picked up a book and threw it at Ling, her face flushed crimson. "Ms. Jiang, I won't dare." But Jiang Xue didn't stop. She tripped over the table leg and nearly fell. Fortunately, Ling immediately rushed forward and caught her in his arms. "Teacher Jiang, are you okay?" "I'm fine. Let go of me." "I won't. Otherwise, you'll hit me." Ling held her tightly. "Teacher Jiang, I know my status is far below yours. I hope to be your student, your disciple, your lifelong listener. You needn't feel any burden about this, for I am merely one among many admirers." Jiang Xue felt deeply moved. She felt this young man before her was a gift bestowed upon her by heaven. He was her student, her admirer, and yet he bore such a striking resemblance to that scumbag. He had found a way to connect with her through this path. But the gap between their statuses was simply too vast. She's a professor, he's just graduated, and she's so much older than him it's just not possible. Looks like I'll have to correct the students' views on romance. Then why haven't you let go of your teacher? Jiang Xue's face turned stern, projecting the authority of a professor. Ling let go of her, looking utterly confused. "Professor Jiang, I look a lot like that jerk, right? So why didn't you notice me back in college?" Jiang Xue was utterly speechless. "I dislike socializing and making friends with anyone. That's why, even with severe nearsightedness, I never wear glasses. That way, I only see double images of everyone. I don't have to remember anyone's face. When someone greets me, I just nod. So everyone called me the Ice Queen. But can you really teach without glasses? Why not? I know the course materials inside out. I could recite them with my eyes closed." Jiang Xue opened a drawer, took out a glasses case, and slipped on a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles. Instantly, she looked very intellectual. "Come sit down. I'll tutor you. Ask me anything you're unsure about." She sat across from Ling, her expression serious. Ling had indeed accumulated many questions. His photographic memory allowed him to memorize textbook content and grasp most concepts, but many principles remained elusive. Jiang Xue proceeded to explain things to him in great detail. Before they knew it, it was very late. "It's getting late. Let's call it a night." "Thank you, Teacher Jiang. You've opened my eyes." Jiang Xue's eyes brimmed with admiration. This kid is really something. Unlike those foolish college students who struggle to grasp even the simplest concepts. But he grasped it instantly. A true genius. His future accomplishments might just rival hers. "You can go now. Be careful on your way back. Teacher Jiang, will you still call on me in the future? From now on, I won't hit you anymore." "Ha? There's no one more suited for this job than me, right? You're a good student." "I don't hit good students." "Then I'll be a bad student." Ling embraced Jiang Xue and pressed his lips fiercely against hers. Jiang Xue froze. Before long, this student became even more outrageous. She hurriedly pushed him away. "You naughty student, you really deserve a spanking." Her face flushed crimson as she grabbed a book and hurled it at him. "Teachers disciplining misbehaving students is only natural, right? Goodbye, teacher." "Put." Jiang Xue watched Ling slink away, laughing heartily. "This guy, he really is bold. Looks like I'll have to whip him a few more times in the future." Ling exited the Imperial Fragrance Pavilion, still savoring the softness of moments past. "Teacher, you hit me, so I'll definitely have to get revenge. But, it's starting to hurt." He glanced at the time. It was already 10 o'clock at night. His sister texted him, asking when he'd be back. He told her to go to sleep first because he missed Lin Wan. He texted Lin Wan. "And Wan, are you asleep yet?" "Not yet. Just got home. Wan, I miss you. Come over. I'll be right there." He immediately hailed a taxi and headed for Greenland Puyo City. A few minutes later, he arrived, rushed into the residential complex, and quickly reached Lin Wan's door, ringing the bell. The door opened. Lin Wan stood inside, looking lovely in her silk pajamas. He immediately stepped inside, closed the door, embraced Lin Wan, and kissed her. "For a long time. Auntie Wan, I want to reinforce what we learned last time. Tonight, let's learn something new." "Oh? What new material?" Lin Wan gestured toward the bathroom. Every pore on Yan Ling's body rejoiced. Soon, he learned new material, putting much theory into practice. He felt his self-discipline might just crumble and be rendered useless. After a long while, the two returned to the bedroom, and he still wanted to continue solidifying his new knowledge. Enough! You really don't know how to treat a lady. I have to go to work tomorrow. She was utterly shocked inside. How could this guy have such incredible stamina? He was like a tiger in his prime and was almost too much to handle. Alright, Auntie Wan, time to sleep. He held Lin Wan close as they fell asleep. Just then, they both heard the sound of the fingerprint lock opening. 010, unlocked. Lin Wan immediately sat up, her face filled with panic. Quick, get out! But the voice was already at the door. Mom, are you back? Did you fall asleep? Lin Feifei pushed open the door and entered. Lin Wan was lying down, while Yang Ling was hiding under her covers. Fortunately, she liked to sleep with the air conditioner on cold and a thick blanket, and with the lights off, it was impossible to tell there was someone else under the covers. Feifei, you're back so late. I've already fallen asleep. Go take a shower and get some rest. Close the door behind you when you leave. Mom, I'm not showering. I'm so tired and sleepy. I want to sleep with you. Lin Feifei didn't turn on the light. She climbed straight into bed and burrowed under the covers. Chapter 72, I'm not engaged, you're not married. Lin Wan was absolutely terrified. If Lin Feifei found out there was a man in her bed, Yan Ling, no less how could she ever show her face again? But she couldn't overreact, that would only make Lin Feifei suspicious. Feifei, you never come back this late. I thought you were out all night with your girlfriends. Ever since Yang Ling gave me a good scolding last time, I haven't stayed out all night. No matter how late it gets, I'll be back from now on. Oh my Feifei's grown up so much. Looks like I owe Xiao Ling a debt of gratitude. Oh. Lin Wan jumped in surprise. She felt a hand creeping up her thigh. That little rascal. Mom, what's wrong? Nothing. Just felt a little itchy. Where? Let me scratch it for you. It's fine now, Feifei. You should go back to your room to sleep. You're so big now, why are you still sleeping with Mom? No way. I haven't slept with you since I started boarding school. But when I come home for breaks, I'll always sleep with you. Alright, then go back to sleep. Lin Wan nearly gasped again as that naughty thing grew even bolder. But she could only suppress her reaction. Mom, that bastard Yang Ling. Lin Feifei hadn't finished speaking when Lin Wan suddenly turned pale with fright. Fortunately, she breathed a sigh of relief the next moment. It turned out Lin Feifei had asked if Yang Ling had found a job. You know about it too? My bestie said she saw him handing out flyers outside a restaurant. It worked so well that the owner came out right then and offered him a job, 5,000 a month. He turned it down. He's starting at Antlan's fitness club next week. Base salary of 8,000 plus commission. Not bad at all. What? With his self-taught fitness experience, he can get hired at such a high-end gym? Aunt Lan would agree? He met with Aunt Lan and had a great conversation. Though Xiao Ling isn't professionally trained, he's self-taught and knows a lot. Aunt Lan was very impressed and plans to mentor him. That makes me feel much better. You pulled such a big favor for him. Even if I turn him down, it'll still repay his past kindness, right? Lin Wan sighed inwardly. Feifei, I've repaid your favor for you. Mom, you did that jerk such a huge favor. It's Friday already, hasn't he come by our place to visit? Even just bringing a gift would be nice. He's very busy studying every day and taking care of his mother. Oh. Does he usually keep in touch with you? Lin Wan stared at Lin Feifei in shock, her voice trembling. Feifei, you still like him? Like I do. That jerk hit me twice, both times on the butt. Lin Feifei snapped angrily. After a moment, her voice softened. But after he scolded me at the restaurant last time, I suddenly realized it's nice to have someone care. And he really does mean well. But then I think about how he meddles in everything, it's so annoying. He doesn't act like a young person at all. Poor kids grow up fast. He was homeless as a kid, taken in by your aunt, and did all kinds of work. Of course he's different. I know. Never mind. I won't think about it for now. I'll just focus on studying hard. We'll see after graduation. Mom supports that idea. Studying hard is best. Alright, go to sleep now. Lin Feifei was genuinely exhausted. Soon, her breathing evened out. Lin Wan exhaled in relief, but the next moment, shame and anger surged through her. She grabbed Yan Ling's flesh and gritted her teeth. You bastard! Are you looking for trouble? Get out now. And remember to take all your things, leave no trace behind. Otherwise, there won't be a next time. Aunt Wan, let's wait until she's sound asleep. Yang Ling silenced her with a kiss, lingering tenderly for a long while before slipping out quietly. Lin Wan followed him out, urging him to slow down and keep quiet. Xiao Ling, what we're doing is wrong. I'm not engaged, you're not married, what's wrong? Regardless, our age gap is too great. This won't end well. Remember, right now we're just fulfilling each other's needs. Later, when you have a girlfriend, this can't continue. Then I won't date anyone. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go. Young Ling left. It was already 2 in the morning. Thinking about it, his sister was probably already asleep. He decided to head back to the 20th floor of Ruyan Apartments to sleep. There was actually movement downstairs. Someone was cooking something. He stepped out onto the balcony and looked down. Sure enough, the lights were still on below. He sent her a message. Senior, are you asleep? Not yet. I'm starving, so I got up to make a late-night snack. Girls shouldn't stay up late. You really should adjust your schedule. I was reading a novel and lost track of time. Why aren't you asleep yet? Hanging out with the rich lady that late? Yeah, pretty much. Hug Junior, we have to succeed and make big money. Then you can finally break free from that rich lady. Suddenly, Qin Jingyan sent over a photo. She wore a cute long t-shirt nightgown, revealing a pair of beautiful legs, holding a small stainless steel pot filled with egg noodles. Junior, wanna some? Yes, I do. Where are you, Senior? We'll talk about that later. Hee, this Senior is so adorable. The next day, he slept in late but woke up feeling as energetic as ever. Unlike his previous roommates who'd watch adult films and be exhausted the next day. But last night, he was with the lovely Lin Wan, all thanks to the benefits of breathing techniques and sleep cultivation. The longer he practiced, the better the results. He felt these techniques, once dismissed by the West as superstition, undoubtedly held extraordinary power. He headed to Wen Ruyan's home gym for a workout, then practiced his health-preserving exercises. The little cutie stood beside him, mimicking the movements with all seriousness. Watching the father and daughter together, Wen Ruyan's lips curved into a gentle smile, her eyes brimming with happiness. She too stepped onto the balcony to practice the 8 brocades. Cici, it's time for the big cleanup. Yang Ling, I'll have Suyi's people come up to clean. No need to waste time. It's a rare chance for family bonding, and it lets Cici experience the hard work of labor. Why not? Besides, I don't want anyone else here to get jealous of me and frame me. You still remember that? You're so petty. I'll remember this for the rest of my life. Oh, please don't, honey. I'm begging you. You have no idea how mortified that incident made me. Yang Ling watched Wen Ruyan pouting and swallowed hard. Beautiful young wife, Cici's mom, widow, landlady, buffs stacked to the max. Alright, I won't bring it up again. Let's get to work. The family of 3 worked together in perfect harmony. Wen Ruyan's heart had never known such peace as it did today. Not even when her late husband was still alive had she ever felt this way. This was what home truly felt like. Ruyan, the area Zhaohong rummaged through earlier still needs tidying up. Not yet. Don't touch it, I'll take care of it. Wen Ruyan immediately entered the room and saw Yang Ling holding a piece of sheer lingerie in his hand. Her face flushed instantly. What are you looking at? Put that down. Ms. Wan, every time I see this, I envy Cici's father. Wen Ruyan's expression darkened abruptly. Her voice trembled as she asked, Yang Ling, do you think, could it be that I wear this every day, making him unable to resist, and that's why he got sick? Chapter 73, The Spirit Room. Yang Ling had read so many books on traditional Chinese medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine advocates moderation in sexual activity. Excessive frequency could indeed cause problems. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels are interconnected. When one organ malfunctions, it affects the others, manifesting symptoms. Over time, this disrupts the body's yin-yang balance, allowing pathogenic factors to invade and cause illness. As for cancer, it generally stems from chronic illness or prolonged exposure to damp pathogenic factors. As I said, this isn't your fault. Cancer is largely genetic, don't blame yourself. Is that so? But my late husband's family all say I'm a fox spirit, specifically draining men's vital energy, a husband killer. Nonsense. The union between man and woman is the convergence of yin and yang. There's no such thing as draining essence. You, go out. I'll handle this. Alright. Wen Ruyan turned and left. Yang Ling frowned. He felt Wen Ruyan's poor sleep and heavy worries these past years were closely tied to the things in her home connected to her late husband. For worry harms the body. He noticed that many of Wen Ruyan's late husband's belongings were still present. But since they shared such deep affection, he couldn't interfere. She would have to resolve this herself. Since she'd spent the money, he resolved to cherish her from now on, doing his utmost to keep her from dwelling on the past. After some thought, he decided to gradually replace all the belongings of Wen Ruyan's late husband through everyday tasks like cleaning subtly, bit by bit. He sealed all these items in a box and stored it in the most hidden place. He also packed away more conspicuous items like watches, rings, and clothing. Stepping out of the bedroom, he saw Wen Ruyan curled up on the sofa, her face tinged with sorrow. He went to the playroom, found the little cutie, and whispered something in her ear. Little Manhwa nodded solemnly, acting like a little adult, and went to comfort Wen Ruyan. Tears welled in Wen Ruyan's eyes as she kissed her daughter, then looked at Yang Ling with tender eyes. Ruyan, is this room a storage closet? I've never seen you open it. I'll tidy it up while I'm at it. He opened the door and stepped inside. No. Wen Ruyan cried out. What met his eyes was an eerie glow emanating from the room, giving it a sinister feel. A chill crept over him. Inside stood a massive altar, adorned with spirit tablets and a memorial platform. Electronic candles burned perpetually, and a large portrait of the deceased hung prominently on the wall. This. Holy crap! A spirit room? Doing this at home? Was Wen Ruyan that devoted? Who told you to open the room? Get out! Don't ever come back! Wen Ruyan erupted in fury. This room held her deepest secret. Not even her daughter had ever set foot inside. Inside lay her profound, almost unnatural longing for her late husband. The little one clung to Yang Ling's leg, staring at Wen Ruyan with terror etched across her face. Yang Ling picked up the little one and soothed her softly. He looked at Wen Ruyan, ignoring her fury, his expression gentle and composed. She was paying for a service, so he certainly couldn't add fuel to the fire. Or perhaps, even if this wasn't an act, in reality, a husband shouldn't pour fuel on the fire either. He now understood why Wen Ruyan had behaved as she did earlier. Setting up such an altar at home, no wonder she was preoccupied, no wonder her health suffered. This wasn't superstition. Traditional Chinese medicine taught that emotions could also cause illness. For instance, fear harms the kidneys, anger harms the liver, worry harms the spleen. Ruyan, I'm sorry. I really shouldn't have opened that door. He closed the door, cradling the toddler in one arm while wrapping his other around Wen Ruyan. He stroked her long hair, smoothing it gently. Ruyan, you're the most devoted woman I've ever known. Truly a wonderful woman. May I take Cece with me to offer him a stick of incense? Wen Ruyan stared blankly at Yang Ling. Don't you think I'm being unreasonable? Don't you think it's taboo? Don't you think I'm crazy? Superstitious about what? Honoring the deceased is an excellent tradition of our people. Yang Ling's expression was solemn. I'd like to honor my own ancestors too, but I don't even know where my roots lie. I want to take Cece to pay respects, to tell him that you and Cece are doing well, and that from now on, someone will protect you both. Wen Ruyan stared at Yang Ling in disbelief. Before, anyone who knew about this room would urge her, forget it. Look forward. Even Jiang Xue had persistently urged her to discard or sell everything belonging to her late husband to avoid dwelling on the past and living in nostalgia. She even suggested Wen seek psychological counseling. Only Yang Ling hadn't urged her to move on. Instead, he thought it was perfectly normal. Ruyan, what are you spacing out for? I saw it was pretty messy in there earlier, lots of dust on the altar. I'll help you clean it up and tidy everything. Then we can buy some more offerings and hold a proper memorial service. Cece never met him, but he's still her biological father, right? Alright. Wen Ruyan felt tears welling up, but she held them back. This guy, how could he be so kind? Come on, let's tidy it up together. The door finally opened. Yang Ling even went to draw back the curtains. Instantly, the gloomy atmosphere vanished. Daddy, who's the uncle in this photo? Cece asked, her face full of curiosity. He's your daddy too. Huh? I have two dads. Yes, this dad gave you life, but he's become a shooting star now, flying off to another world and can't come back. That's why he sent me down to become your dad. Wow, so he's Big Daddy and your little daddy? Yes. Look, your Big Daddy is so handsome. Looking at the portrait, Yang Ling was completely stunned by his handsomeness. Wen Ruyan's late husband was incredibly handsome. Yang Ling thought he was pretty handsome himself, but at that moment, he felt utterly inadequate. A gentleman of peerless grace, a peerless nobleman even in a mere portrait, he radiated refined elegance and otherworldly charm. No wonder Wen Ruyan had remained single all these years, yet remained so deeply devoted. In terms of looks alone, who else could possibly catch your eye? He thought to himself, bro, you hit the jackpot. Even after all this time, your widow still loves you this much. He felt deep admiration for Wen Ruyan's devotion to her late husband. My little daddy is handsome too. All my classmates envy me. Really? Then Cece is so lucky. Come on, let's clean up. Wait, I'll get you something delicious for your Big Daddy. Yang Ling brought a bucket of water and a rag, intending to wipe the dust off the altar and even clean the incense burner. However, instead of burning incense, they used electronic candles. Watching Yang Ling and her daughter, Wen Ruyan felt deeply moved. For the first time, she felt that honoring her late husband this way could be done openly and honestly, no need to draw the curtains, no fear of being seen. She didn't have to be so sad. Instead, she smiled. Soon, the cleaning was complete. The entire room was spotless, the altar, incense burner, and portrait all polished to a shine. All done. Come on, Cece, let's go buy some things. He and Cece went to buy a roast duck, a roast chicken, and some local snacks. They also bought joss paper, incense, candles, and the like. They returned shortly. Ruyan, you don't know how to handle these memorial rituals, do you? Isn't that how it's done? Of course not. Electronic candles can't communicate with the spirits, only incense can. Can I get rid of these electronic candles? Damn it, these electronic candles look so real. If you saw them from outside the window, you'd think there was a fire. Chapter 74, Can you pretend to be my husband? Wen Ruyan looked at young Ling's earnest expression and nodded. Alright, I'll get rid of them then. Without a second thought, he dumped all the electronic candles into the trash bin. Just throw them away? Wen Ruyan looked hesitant. Of course. Why keep them? These things are just gimmicks merchants use to make money. And those policies banning paper money offerings? Total nonsense. They go against tradition. Yang Ling was helping Wen Ruyan practice letting go and simplifying her life. It was a form of psychological therapy. He didn't lecture Wen Ruyan or explain any psychological concepts. Instead, he quietly leveraged tradition. Oh, and this altar, it needs to be placed in a spot away from direct sunlight. Don't put it in the middle of the room. When you open the windows, the sunlight streaming in isn't ideal. Mainly, it's too conspicuous here. Looking in from the window, it feels a bit eerie. Placing it in the innermost corner meant it wouldn't be immediately visible upon entering, reducing Wen Ruyan's preoccupation. Ruyan, I'll move it. Go ahead. Soon, it was moved to the new spot and the portrait and other items were rearranged. Alright, come. Let's light incense together. He lit the incense and candles, handing them to Wen Ruyan and Cici. He let them offer incense together. See? This is the incense offering. Only then can a channel of communication be formed. He arranged the offerings in wine, then poured the wine. Ruyan, if you have anything to say, speak now. Come on, Cici, repeat after Daddy. Dear Father, I'm Cici. I'm 4 years old now. I've never met you, but both Mom and I love you very much. Thank you for sending a little father to be with us. The little one mimicked the words with perfect imitation. Wen Ruyan's face was wet with tears. Ruyan, do you have any traditional festivals over there? Yes, like the 3rd day of the 3rd month and the 5th day of the 5th month. Alright, then. We'll just observe the traditional days for worship from now on. Huh? Why? What are you talking about? You worship every single day. How busy is this guy? Are you even letting him reincarnate? The purpose of honoring the departed is to help them reincarnate, so the living have something to hold on to and live better lives, not to burden each other. Got it? I learned all this from various martial arts texts. Those books contain such knowledge? Of course. Oh, okay. Then from now on, I'll only worship during festivals. Wen Ruyan stared at young Ling, thinking to herself, does he take me for a 3-year-old? Still, thank you. Thank you for everything you've done for me. But in my heart, no one can ever replace him. After burning the paper offerings, the memorial rites concluded. At that moment, Wen Ruyan opened the large wardrobe in the room. Inside, neatly arranged were clothes, various photo albums, and all sorts of decorative items. Yang Ling was utterly stunned. This late husband of hers sure knew how to dress well in life. The clothes were all exquisite designer labels, some very trendy. The ornaments included gold, silver, and jewels, along with various luxury watches. Young Ling, if there's anything here you fancy, feel free to take it, no need to be superstitious about it. Take them? What for? These watches, jewelry. I'll just keep them. Maybe they'll appreciate in value someday. After all, they're Cici's big daddy's inheritance. As for the other clothes, you can burn them, throw them away, whatever you like. Oh, okay. Could you seal up everything in here for me? All right. Yang Ling felt quite pleased inside. It seemed his earlier display had been enough to convince Wen Ruyan to commit to living properly. This was a good start. Going forward, her emotions would gradually stabilize, reducing those outbursts of rage and irritability. His role would become easier to play. He sealed away the expensive watches and jewelry, then packed all the clothes into a bag. His gaze fell upon a box filled with photo albums and diaries, along with USB drives and other items. Curiosity got the better of him, and he flipped through the pages. Wow, Wen Ruyan was absolutely stunning in her youth. Not slender, but slightly plump, her figure was absolutely perfect. Liang Qihua, on the other hand, was the epitome of a scholarly gentleman in ancient times. He would have been the peerless prince who captivated countless young women. Standing together, they looked perfectly matched. They traveled to countless places, and every single photo radiated their deep affection and devotion. The way they looked at each other, those lingering gazes that could turn into kisses at any moment, made you think they'd just start kissing on a whim, then get lost in the moment. No wonder Wen Ruyan has so many sexy lingerie sets at home. Guess they're pretty adventurous in bed. Brother Liang, though your life was brief, it was worth it. Why are you looking at these? Wen Ruyan's face flushed slightly. Can I keep looking? Well, I'm a bit nosy. I want to understand your past too. That way I can play the role better and provide better service. If you want to see it, go ahead. Can I see the diary too? Go ahead. There's also a USB drive, take it home to look through. Wen Ruyan hesitated, then added, after you've finished reading, could you try to embody his mannerisms? Could you capture his essence? What? Holy crap. This woman is utterly devoted. The past affection runs too deep. Could it be she wants him to impersonate her late husband to replace him? I'll give it a shot. Do your best. If you're convincing, I'll pay you extra. He flipped through the notebooks filled with numerous diary entries. Wow, this handwriting is incredible. A master calligrapher. This handsome guy must be incredibly talented. Reading through them felt like reading beautifully crafted essays. He managed to make even the smallest details of daily life so interesting. Clearly, life with this man would be anything but dull. Between the lines, he could feel Liang Qihua's love for Wen Ruyan. Even when there are worries, complaints, or arguments, his love for Wen Ruyan never wavers. He's also a warm-hearted man. After every argument, he's the one to compromise, cuddling up in Wen Ruyan's arms, sparing no effort to save her face and indulging her little quirks. He took the USB drive and CDs from the box and inserted them into his computer. Opening them revealed numerous video files. But these weren't the kind of videos one might expect. They were travel footage and amusing snippets of their daily lives. He gained deeper insights into Wen Ruyan and Liang Qihua's personalities. The seemingly gentle Wen Ruyan was actually a strong, independent woman. Liang Qihua, on the other hand, was a big man in matters of importance but a little man in daily life, a perfect match for Wen Ruyan. What woman could forget a man like that? It was enough. A three-dimensional image of the character had already formed in his mind. He'd need to study it thoroughly before stepping into the role next week. After helping Wen Ruyan wrap up the remaining tasks, he departed. Tonight, he had to go to Zhang Fangya's place. Earlier, he had finished watching the works featuring Xingya, the female lead of Spiritual Love. He had noticed that several of them bore traces of Zhang Fangya and Qinshen's relationship. He'd even picked up some simple dance moves from one of the films. Playing the part this week shouldn't be too difficult. He'd head back to shower and leave immediately. Meanwhile, at Zhang Fangya's villa, she stared at the paternity test results in her hand, visibly uneasy as she paced back and forth in the room. Chapter 75. It's his son. Last week, Zhang Fangya had secretly taken a lock of Yang Ling's hair back to the metropolis. Long ago, she and Qinshen had exchanged locks of hair as keepsakes. That's why, even after Qinshen vanished abroad for years, she could still arrange a paternity test. She had no legal right to do so, but with connections in the metropolis, the process went smoothly. What shocked her was the DNA similarity between Yang Ling and Qinshen, a staggering 99.9%. He was indeed Qinshen's son. She sought out some of Qinshen's acquaintances to learn more. She uncovered a long-buried story from decades past. When Qinshen was 15, he had participated in a television program similar to The Transformation, where he swapped lives with a child from a small village in the south for a period of time. However, for certain reasons, that television program was never aired. Qinshen had never mentioned this story to her. He seemed unaware of this son's existence, otherwise, he wouldn't have remained completely silent. Or perhaps this was a secret Qinshen had buried deep within himself, one he refused to confront. Besides, the internet wasn't as widespread back then as it is today, so even if something had happened, it wouldn't have snowballed. Even now, she was still deeply shocked and found it utterly unbelievable. Qinshen actually had a son and he was already so grown up. What's more, she had shared such an intimate connection with his son. Though it was all an act, it had felt far too intimate. Especially during that intimate game we played last time we kissed each other dozens of times. He'd seen her body, held her close. He had even become the boyfriend she was pretending to be, a substitute for Qinshen. The thought made him feel utterly ashamed, yet a tinge of excitement stirred within him. She plopped down on the sofa, her hands trembling slightly. He was coming soon. How should she face him? She'd been wrestling with this question for days. Before coming, she had resolved not to ask him to play Qinshen anymore. But now that she was here, her resolve wavered. Because she needed him so badly. After returning last week, she felt at peace. She slept well every night, ate heartily, and her work efficiency soared. Deep down, she even harbored a glimmer of hope, eagerly anticipating the arrival of this day each week. After much deliberation, she slipped the paternity test results into a crevice in the suitcase. She intended to conceal it. Because Qinshen's family was too complicated. An illegitimate child of unknown origin returning to the family would only invite utter ruin. Better to let him live peacefully in this southern town. She would simply support him more. Yes, let him play the role of Qinshen, her boyfriend. Ding dong. Her heart fluttered even more than last time, and she scampered to open the door. Yang Ling stood at the doorway dressed as Qinshen. A red rose was still tucked between his lips. It felt as though she'd stepped through a time corridor, seeing her beloved waiting for her at the far end. She took his hand, closed the door, and swiftly turned on the old record player. Retro music began to play. The two began to dance the tango. Yang Ling had picked up some dance steps from movies he suspected were related to Zhang Fangya. Though he'd never danced with a woman before, his intellect and physical coordination allowed him to quickly adapt and move in perfect harmony. After a long while, the music ceased. Their fingers intertwined. He gazed at her deeply. She lifted her head slightly, meeting her lover's eyes. He leaned in to kiss her, and she responded. His hand began to climb. But she panicked and pushed him away. As if to repeat the script from last time. Shingo, I'm sorry. You. Just punish me. Punish me severely. Yang Ling held Zhang Fangya close in his arms. He already knew that Zhang Fangya had encountered something terrible in her childhood, which was why she rejected men. Xiaoya, I don't want to punish you because it would break my heart. I've made up my mind. From now on, no matter what happens, I won't get angry with you. I won't make you do anything you dislike. I only want to protect you, to love you, for a lifetime. His words were filled with deep affection. Zhang Fangya was stunned. Why wasn't this little one cooperating with her? The next step should have been punishment. His emotions were overflowing, his feelings intense. If this was an act, then his performance was truly masterful. If it wasn't acting, then he truly loved her, accepting her completely. He wouldn't force her to do things she disliked just to satisfy his own desires. But Xingu, Xiaoya likes it, punish me. Yang Ling swallowed hard. Alright, she's a masochist. Is that so? Then how would you like me to punish you? I brought this with me this time. Yang Ling stared at the red candles and swallowed hard. At that moment, how could he not understand? He'd once read a women's fiction novel with exactly this kind of scene. Seeing Zhang Fangya so eager, how could he possibly refuse? After experiencing some unspeakably thrilling events, Yang Ling stared at Zhang Fangya motionless on the bed and the red candles on her back, feeling like he was about to explode. Moments later, Zhang Fangya sat up, her face radiant with satisfaction. Brother Shen, please forgive Xiaoya's little hobby, okay? It's nothing, but I was truly afraid you might get hurt. It won't. These candles are low temperature. Zhang Fangya beamed with excitement. I want to take a bath. Will you carry me there, Shen? Thrilling. He picked her up in a princess carry. But she was only wearing her nightgown. To him, this was utterly tempting. They entered the bathroom. He first placed Zhang Fangya on a stool, then cleaned the bathtub. He soaked roses in 80-degree water, placed them in the tub, and adjusted the water temperature. Zhang Fangya's bathtub was truly spacious, easily accommodating two people bathing together. Soon, the bath was filled, its surface dotted with floating rose petals. Xiaoya, it's ready. Zhang Fangya looked at him, a flicker of struggle in her eyes. Xingu, Xiaoya is hungry. Could you go order takeout for me? Just get from that place we went to last time. Sure. Yang Ling ordered some takeout, including a few dishes perfect for playing that kind of intimate game they had last time. Before long, Zhang Fangya called him back in. Xiaoya, I'm coming in. Come in. Upon entering, Zhang Fangya was submerged in the misty steam, her entire body hidden beneath the water. Rose petals completely covered her, concealing the beautiful view below. Suddenly, Zhang Fangya rose slowly, crouching slightly to reveal her back. However, she had already wrapped a towel around her chest beforehand. The curves below her waist were faintly visible beneath the crimson rose petals. This scene of a beauty emerging from the bath was utterly breathtaking, overwhelming his senses. Brother Shen, there are some places I can't reach. Put on this glove and scrub me there, okay? Just wash off the candle wax. Sure. He promptly scrubbed the marks off her back. Her skin was truly as smooth as jade, supple and elastic. He poured water over Zhang Fangya's back. Suddenly, the swirling water parted the rose petals, revealing the hidden beauty beneath. Chapter 76, Zhang Fangya's Assistance. But he remained composed, admiring the view while helping Zhang Fangya remove the candle wax from her back. He knew that psychological issues like Zhang Fangya's required her to overcome them independently through her own initiative. Xiaoya, all done. Xingu, you can go wait for the takeout outside. Half an hour later, Zhang Fangya emerged wrapped in a towel, her entire body radiating fragrance. Seeing her voluptuous, full figure, Yang Ling swallowed hard. Xiaoya, it's time to eat. Just a moment, I'll comb my hair first. Zhang Fangya's hair was quite messy. Perhaps she'd been playing too hard earlier and was now exhausted, making the task look difficult. He immediately stepped forward and began combing it gently. Zhang Fangya looked utterly content. Xiaoya, there. All smooth now. Zhang Fangya turned around and wrapped her arms around him. Xingu, you, hold me tight like last time, and tell me those imagined words. Yang Ling immediately complied. He could feel the resistance in Zhang Fangya's body. However, over the past week, he had studied extensively on psychology and made significant progress in psychological hypnosis. Soon, Zhang Fangya calmed down. They held each other for a long time. Xingu, how long has it been? Half an hour already. Good. You're making progress. That's great. Come on, let's go eat. They sat down and started playing the same game as last time. This time, however, Zhang Fangya had made significant progress, able to stay close to him for longer. Soon, they were full and satisfied. Zhang Fangya took a deep breath, as if transformed. Her demeanor seemed to shift from that of an innocent young girl to a mature beauty. She stepped out of her acting mode. Yang Ling was inwardly stunned. Zhang Fangya's acting was truly remarkable. She embodied every role she played. And she transitioned out of it effortlessly. Little Yang, your acting has improved so much. Sister Fangya, how did you know I was acting? Zhang Fangya froze, her heart skipping a beat. Could it be, this boy had developed feelings for her through the play? She gently tapped Yang Ling's forehead with her finger. Quickly step out of character. Don't let it affect you too deeply. Remember, acting is just acting, never confuse it with real life. Otherwise, you'll suffer greatly. Yang Ling understood that Zhang Fangya was guiding him. She was reminding him to keep acting separate from real life. Sister Fangya, I've been playing Qinshan so intensely, I've practically internalized the character down to my bones. Even when I step out of character, I still carry traces of Qinshan with me. What's more, I actually want to become Qinshan. A ripple stirred within Zhang Fangya's heart. But it was merely a ripple, not enough to stir significant waves in her frozen heart. After all, their statuses were worlds apart. She would only permit her relationship with Yang Ling to remain confined to the stage. She would never permit Yang Ling to enter her real life. At the very least, not now or not as a lover. Given Yang Ling's current status and abilities, forcing his way into that circle would bring him no benefit whatsoever. Though Yang Ling possessed acting talent, she didn't want him to enter the entertainment industry, that great melting pot. Not everyone could navigate the treacherous world. Xiao Yang, you just graduated, right? What kind of job are you looking for? Yang Ling explained his current situation and mentioned the audiobook project. Audiobooks? Voice acting? That's great. Zhang Fangya's eyes lit up. This kind of behind-the-scenes work related to acting suited Yang Ling perfectly. And she happened to be in a position to help him. When will it be released? I'll give it a listen. Next week. Alright, here's the deal, send me the recording first after you finish it. Ha? Fangya, didn't you say acting is acting and life is life? It's fine. It won't affect me. Then I'm truly grateful. I wasn't confident before, but now I feel very confident. He knew Zhang Fangya must have some connection to the diva Xingya. But since Zhang Fangya didn't bring it up herself, he didn't want to ask. Keep working hard. You have acting talent. You can showcase your skills through voice acting too. If you truly succeed, I'll have a surprise for you then. She walked into the room, took out a card, and handed it to Yang Ling. Yang, this card holds 1.05 million yuan. 5,000 is tonight's commission. The rest is a loan for your startup capital. Pay me back when you start earning. In the past, she wouldn't have given Yang Ling such a large sum outright. After all, he was just hired to play a role. Once they left the door, they would each go their separate ways. But now it was proven, Yang Ling was indeed Qinshan's son. Their paths would inevitably cross in the future. As for what form those connections would take, she couldn't say for certain yet. It all depended on how far Yang Ling could go, whether, with some assistance from her, he could rise to the upper echelons of society through his own abilities. Yang Ling was utterly dumbfounded. Borrow $1 million? No. What the hell was going on? On one hand, she insists that acting is acting and life is life. Yet on the other hand, she was helping him with his career and even directly lending him $1 million? Sister Fangya, are you trying to make me your real boyfriend? Zhang Fangya tapped him on the head. Kid, I could be your mother. Stop imagining things. In the future, once I no longer need you to play Qinshan, at most, I'll be your aunt. As for this money, consider it an investment after witnessing your acting skills. I believe you'll succeed. Just remember to pay me back later. Oh. Though he knew their status difference made any relationship impossible, he couldn't hide his disappointment. That's just how this line of work goes. One moment he was the boyfriend of a beautiful woman, the next, stepping outside the door, he reverted to his ordinary self. The contrast was stark. Of course, his disappointment lasted only a moment. Because he knew himself well. He believed in himself this life would bring him success. Seeing his slight dejection, Zhang Fangya felt a pang of pity. But this matter must be made clear. Because she couldn't make any promises to Yang Ling. She had already betrayed that person back then. She didn't want to betray his son in the second half of her life. Yang, it's getting late. Time to part ways again. See you next week. I have a flight to catch shortly. Sister Fangya, why must you always come and go in such a hurry? Can't you let me spend just one night with you? I can't help it. There's so much to do. The next moment, her demeanor shifted and her voice changed. Brother Shin, we have all the time in the world. Come, let's kiss goodbye. Yang Ling slipped into character, embracing Zhang Fangya for a deep French kiss. Xiaoya, while I'm gone, make sure to eat well and get plenty of rest. Zhang Fangya thought this sounded childish. Yet, coming from this boy's lips, they touched her heart. Brother Shen, I will. Brother Shen, continue. She tilted her head back and closed her eyes. Yang Ling leaned in and kissed her. This time, it lasted longer and was more passionate. His hand involuntarily reached inside. But Zhang Fangya firmly pressed his hand down. Brother Shen, I'm sorry. I just can't go that far. Next week, punish me severely. Yang Ling felt unsatisfied. Just now, I was so close to reaching the summit. It's so frustrating. But since I used candles this week, what should I use next week? He was already thinking about seeking out Lin Wan to learn something new. Last night in the bathroom it was truly mind-blowing. Texting Lin Wan, he learned she and Lin Feifei were out at the night market and wouldn't be back until late. With Lin Feifei home tonight, there wasn't much he could do. Besides, his little sister had already sent him numerous messages saying she missed him. He might as well head back. Returning to the Bohemia community, he entered the door and was instantly stunned, his pent-up frustration boiling over. Chapter 77, Imagining the Future. Yang Momo had just stepped out of the bathroom wearing only her underwear. Seeing Yang Ling enter, she froze for a moment before flushing crimson and retreating into the bedroom. Moments later, she emerged wearing a cute cartoon print long-sleeved pajama top. "Brother, you came back without telling me?" Yang Ling frowned. "Next time you're home alone, remember to lock the door from the inside, okay? What if a burglar picks the lock? That's so dangerous." "Brother, I know. I'll be more careful from now on. One more thing, could you bring your pajamas into the bathroom when you shower? Bro, the bathroom's a bit cramped and hot showers make me sweat like crazy. I just wanted to cool off outside." "That is a problem. I'll rent a bigger place tomorrow." "No need. Don't waste money, this place is fine." Yang Momo was scheming in her mind. Next week, Mom gets discharged from the hospital. She'll take the bedroom, so she and her brother can just squeeze onto the bed in the living room, right? Fine. I'll work hard to earn money and buy you and Mom a place of our own. Yang Ling also felt it wasn't necessary. This place was already much larger than their old village house, there was no need to move again. Once he saved more money, he planned to buy a place. "Brother, don't put so much pressure on yourself. Mom and I are perfectly content living here." "Alright, you go ahead and sleep." "Bro, are you going to your cosplay gig as Tanshin again? Can we reenact it one more time?" "No, it's too late. We'll disturb the neighbors' sleep." "Alright, big bro, I wanna sleep with you. Stop messing around. Go inside and sleep. Just let's talk, please, big bro. I have so much I want to tell you." "Fine." After lying down, Yang Momo told him about what happened at school. "Bro, ever since you pretended to be my boyfriend last time, that Li Dongliang stopped harassing me. A lot of girls in class are jealous that I have a boyfriend who drives a Maybach. They even asked me to get you to set them up with rich second-generation boyfriends." "That's great." The siblings chatted for a long time, imagining many wonderful futures together. Yang Momo couldn't help but feel tears welling up in her eyes. She felt this life was infinitely better than before. "Brother, you're so kind. Why are you getting sentimental again?" "Nothing. I'm just happy." "Alright, go to sleep." "Brother, I'm asleep." Yang Momo snuggled into Yang Ling's embrace. Yang Ling could do nothing but let her be. He practiced his breathing technique, entered a meditative state, and gradually drifted off to sleep. Yang Momo opened her eyes, pouted her lips, and looked sullen. "Seriously, big brother? Does he really only see me as a little sister?" Early the next morning, he and his sister went to the hospital, arriving just as Lin Meijing was making her rounds. "Young Yang, come to my office later. I need to discuss your mother's condition with you." Lin Meijing's gaze toward Yang Ling seemed slightly off. "Okay." Lin Meijing led the other young doctors out. "Dr. Lin is truly a wonderful doctor, so responsible. Ling, you must thank her properly later." "Mom, I know." He waited at the office door for Lin Meijing. Soon, she returned from her rounds. "Xiaoyang, thank you. You're so dedicated. Jiang Xue is very pleased with you. I just found out you're actually her student. Fate really is a strange thing, isn't it? How could it not be?" It had genuinely startled her. Fortunately, Jiang Xue was highly satisfied with Yang Ling and even planned to take him on as a disciple, intending for him to pursue graduate studies under her supervision. But what shocked her most was what Zhang Fangya had told her. Good heavens, he really was Qin Shin's son. It was utterly unbelievable. If she weren't a staunch materialist, she might almost believe that heaven itself had arranged for Yang Ling to appear before her. "Aunt Meijing, I should be thanking you. Teacher Jiang and Sister Fangya both recognize my worth and treat me so well. They gave me so much money, I should return that 50,000 yuan to you. This is simply what I should do." "No, just take it. Think of it as pocket money from your aunt. Don't feel any burden about it." Before, Lin Meijing had viewed the 50,000 yuan purely as a transaction. But now, she felt it was simply pocket money from an aunt to her nephew. After all, her relationship with Qin Shen had been decent back then. It was just that later, things changed. "Aunt Meijing, you're a true angel in white. Thank you for the compliment. By the way, what are your plans for the million Fanya lent you? Have you set your sights on anything? Need my help? I have a plan. I'll be careful. I will succeed." Yang Ling was confident. "I believe in you." Lin Meijing's eyes brimmed with admiration. "Here, I'll also go over some post-discharge precautions for your mother. Following them properly will reduce the risk of complications recurring." Lin Meijing listed numerous precautions and even sent them to his phone. "Aunt Meijing, do you know much about traditional Chinese medicine? Could I take my mother to see a TCM practitioner for treatment? How should I put it? I'm not opposed to TCM, but these days, finding a good practitioner is difficult, and the quality of herbs is often subpar. If you can't find a truly skilled practitioner, it could actually be harmful. Remember, all medications are metabolized by the liver. If the herbs are subpar, they could worsen her liver condition or even lead to liver failure. You must be very careful about this. Yang Ling nodded urgently. Alright, go ahead. Aunt Mei Jing, if you ever need my help in the future, don't hesitate to ask. Even though I'm just a nobody, I'll do whatever I can. Alright. Lin Mei Jing didn't take it seriously at heart. Little did she know that one day in the future, Yang Ling would indeed do her a huge favor. But that's another story. Yang Ling returned to the hospital room and went over some important points with his mom and sister. Mom, you mustn't overwork yourself anymore. I'll handle the money making. By the way, my audiobook is doing incredibly well. Just the other day, I got another 50,000 yuan commission. He couldn't mention that when Ruyan gave him 150,000, Lin Mei Jing gave him 50,000, Jiang Xue gave him 30,000, and Zhang Fangya gave him 1.05 million. That would be terrifying. See? Just hearing 50,000 yuan had his mom and sister thrilled beyond measure. Mom, from now on, you can sleep in every day, take strolls downstairs, cook whatever meals you crave. I can even teach you the 8 brocades. You can lead a group of your peers in practicing downstairs. Take good care of your health so you can help me raise the kids later. Oh my, Xianyu, I'm so jealous. Your son is so filial, makes a fortune, and best of all, takes care of you. You're truly blessed. The elderly neighbor across the hall beamed with envy. Yang Xianyu couldn't stop smiling. Alright, Mom, take care of yourself. Well, I'd better get back to work. He left the hospital and returned to Wen Ruyan's home only to find Zhang Qian there. She was wearing a tight-fitting tracksuit and carrying a backpack. It must be said, this woman's figure was simply stunning, especially those gorgeous legs straight and slender. Dressed like this, she radiated pure vitality. Chapter 78, The Little Cutie Gets Bullied. Yang Ling, hurry up and change your clothes. We're about to head out. Got it. Yang Ling noticed that when Ruyan and Zhang Qian had prepared a variety of delicious foods. Outdoor gear, 2 tents, sunshades, camping stoves, folding tables, folding chairs, mats. Plus plenty of meat rolls, skewers, and some fruit. Will there be many people today? Quite a few. Shanqian and Sui's friends are all coming. We're camping on the big grassy area up on Green Mountain. What the hell? Yang Ling had assumed today would just be a trip with Wen Ruyan and her daughter, maybe with Zhang Qian joining too. But he never imagined there would be so many people. He found this woman a bit peculiar. Usually, she'd remind him to mind his place once they stepped outside the store. He was just himself, not her husband. But now, she was actually bringing him into her social circle? Ruyan, you're letting Yang Ling come? Zhang Qian looked utterly astonished. Of course. He can help us look after Xiaoxi. Ruyan, you need to think this through. Once he goes, everyone will know you have a husband, a fresh-faced young guy straight out of college. Besides, what could Yang Ling possibly do there? Play the pretty boy? Those people are all millionaires. Yang Ling would just be making a fool of himself. Well, fine. Yang Ling, you shouldn't go. Go tell Xiaoxi instead. Oh, she's so excited about it. Rationally, when Ruyan knew this was the best arrangement, she didn't want others to know she was keeping a fresh-faced graduate as her sugar baby. But for some reason, she felt deeply unhappy inside, even tempted to skip the event altogether. Yang Ling, coincidentally, didn't want to go either. Wouldn't it be better to use that time for recording? Besides, running into acquaintances out there wouldn't be ideal. Who would be responsible for the awkward situation? Though the odds were slim, it wasn't impossible. He immediately went to comfort the little one, and with Zhang Qian keeping her company, she behaved quite well. Yang Ling helped them carry things downstairs before heading upstairs to record. In the car, when Ruyan seemed a bit downcast. Ruyan, are you unhappy? You wouldn't have actually fallen for him, would you? No way. It's just like we agreed, bringing him along gives Cece more fatherly affection and saves me the trouble. Oh, come on. He's been with you all week. One more day won't hurt. Besides, you should give him some personal time. True. Never mind. Wen Ruyan remained unhappy. Because all night long, she'd been picturing the beautiful scene of the three of them going out together. Besides, deep down, she wasn't really fond of socializing. What good did socializing do anyway? Aside from Zhang Qian and Sui, whom she'd recently met, the rest were merely casual acquaintances. As a landlord, she had no business dealings with them either. But things were what they were, and she couldn't change them. They soon arrived at Green Mountain. They boarded the scenic area shuttle, heading straight to the large grassy area atop the mountain. Wow, it's so beautiful. I wish Dad could be here, the little one said regretfully. Xiaoxi, next time, shall we bring Dad along? Sure. Ruyan, let's go. They're already over there. They walked toward a gathering of people. There, several tents had been set up, along with a canopy. Some men and women dressed in expensive clothes sat around, while children played in frolic nearby. Seeing Zhang Qian and Wen Ruyan approach, they all stood up. The women's eyes brimmed with jealousy. The men, their eyes gleaming. Good heavens, how long has it been? Wen Ruyan, how come you still look so young? Tell me, have you been secretly keeping a few young lovers these past years? Is that why you look so radiant? A plump-looking beauty exclaimed loudly. Wen Ruyan frowned. Sister Lian, the child is here. Please refrain from such remarks. The woman before her, named Meng Lian, was actually only 36 or 37, roughly the same age as Wen Ruyan, but her figure had already begun to fill out. Alright, my bad. Oh, this must be Xiao Shi, right? So pretty. She'll probably charm my son into a daze someday. Cici, call her Aunt Lian. Aunt Lian. Such a good girl. Go play with those big brothers and sisters over there. After sitting down, everyone caught up. The young and beautiful women introduced their husbands or boyfriends. Ruyan, are you really still single? Goodness, you and Zhang Qian were such close friends, yet you're polar opposites. Zhang Qian has had several boyfriends, while you've remained so devoted. How could I not be devoted? If I were in her shoes, I'd be devoted too. Liang Qihua is so handsome and accomplished. Wen Ruyan felt uncomfortable hearing these people discuss her, especially with the men stealing glances at her. Hey, let's not bring up that old story, okay? Zhang Qian said. Right, let's drop it. Just then, Xiaoxi stood over there and burst into tears. Wen Ruyan and the others hurried over. Xiaoxi, what's wrong? They took my Barbie doll. It's just to play with for a bit. How petty. We're not playing with her anymore. The chubby boy in charge tossed the Barbie doll onto the ground. Xiaonan, taking things without permission is wrong. Apologize to Cici right now, Meng Lian said sternly. Oh, sorry. I shouldn't have taken your things. It's okay, I forgive you. The little cutie took back her Barbie doll, beaming with joy. Wow, Cici is so generous. Kids having a little spat, nothing much to say about it. But soon, the men joined in the parent-child games. Each child had their dad playing with them, while Cici crouched nearby, playing house with her Barbie doll. Dad had said that when he was busy, she could play by herself, and she listened to him. Before long, the flabby dads returned to their seats, panting heavily. The chubby boy led the other children towards Cici. Seeing the exquisite Barbie doll in her hands, his face lit up with longing. Xiaoxi, if you give me your Barbie, I'll have my dad play with you. No way. I'll play with my dad when I get home tonight. You cheapskate. My dad says you don't have a dad. I have a daddy. He's at home. The little cutie puffed out her chest, her face flushed with indignation. My dad says your dad's dead. Give me your Barbie, and I'll have my dad be your dad. Then we'll play with you too. Otherwise, no one will play with you. No way. My daddy isn't dead. You're mean. I won't play with you. The little cutie stormed back to Wen Ruyan, fuming. Xiaonan, did you bully Cici again? Meng Lian looked furious. Cici, tell Aunt Lian, did Xiaonan bully you? They said my dad died, but my dad isn't dead. I don't want his dad to be my dad. I only want my own dad. Wen Ruyan's expression turned cold. The room instantly filled with awkwardness. Meng Lian shot her husband a glare. Shuozhou, why did you tell the child all that? Well, I just saw Cici looking so lonely playing by herself, so I mentioned it to Xiaonan, telling him to play with her more. Who knew the little rascal would get so restless? Ruyan, please believe me, I had absolutely no ill intent. This fat, pig-faced bloke spoke with a flippant tone, his gaze fixed unabashedly on Wen Ruyan. Chapter 79, Making Them Feel Inferior. Wen Ruyan shrugged. She knew that even if Shuozhou harbored ill will or malice, he would bury it deep within, showing no sign of it. But she understood a truth, like father, like son. Zhang Qian had long warned her. Zhuozhou, emboldened by his wealth, ran wild outside and had taken advantage of numerous female employees within the company. He was a bloated, flabby man with a receding hairline, the very picture of someone who'd indulged in excess. And his son, that little chubby kid, was the epitome of a brat, arrogant and selfish. Hey, Ruyan, you've got your hands full raising him alone. Why not find someone else? Let Xiaoxi have some fatherly love. I know plenty of people. Want me to set you up? Yeah, Ruyan, it's time to move on. Meng Lian and the others chimed in. Enough, you meddlers. Zhang Qian looked thoroughly annoyed. Thanks for your concern, but no thanks. Cici's right, she already has a dad. Wen Ruyan smiled. Shishi, call your dad and ask him to come play, okay? Ha? Really? But dad said he turned into a shooting star to go on a mission. He's already back. Here, mom will dial it. You can talk to him. Zhang Qian stared at Wen Ruyan in astonishment, giving her a meaningful look. Wen Ruyan dialed the number with unwavering resolve. Wow. The little cutie hadn't even spoken yet and already started crying, looking so pitiful. Sweetie, what's wrong? Daddy, they said you died, and they want to take the Barbie doll you gave me. Will you come play with Cici? There was a moment of silence on the other end. Okay, wait for daddy. I'll be right there. She hung up. Everyone looked at Wen Ruyan in surprise. Ruyan, didn't you just say you hadn't found him yet? We've been together for a while but haven't registered yet. I was planning to register first before introducing him to everyone. Well, why wait for another day when today is as good as any? Ha, that's more like it. Which family's rising star in Ningxing could possibly catch your eye? He must be far more accomplished than Liang Qihua, right? He is quite outstanding. In her eyes, Yang Ling truly was outstanding. At this age, he was so knowledgeable and hardworking, how could he not be outstanding? She sent Yang Ling her location. Sis Ruyan, what line of business is he in? What's his annual income? You're so young and beautiful, plus a millionaire landlady. Only a man earning over 100 million a year would be worthy of you, right? Zhuo felt a pang of heartache upon learning Wen Ruyan was married. Wen Ruyan was stunningly beautiful, truly a prime specimen of a young wife. And the key point was that she was a landlady, the kind with extremely stable income. That was a steady cash flow. He was still looking for a chance to get his hands on her. If he couldn't get her himself, he could get his friends to do it. Meng Lian, keep your man in line, Jiang Qian said coldly. Zhuo, why are you meddling in other people's business? Meng Lian's expression darkened. Ha, I was just saying. Never mind. Sorry, I shouldn't have spoken out of turn. Jiang Qian and Wen Ruyan both wore icy expressions as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Meanwhile, at Wen Ruyan's residence, Yang Ling frowned. She had been upset because of her father's situation. Probably encountered some bratty kids. Wen Ruyan had called him, so he had to go. Though Wen Ruyan hadn't explicitly said it, he understood perfectly well this was her way of asking him to stand up for their child. Alright, when it involves the child, he absolutely had to go. After all, he was playing the role of a husband for Xiaoxi's sake. Since he was backing her up, he couldn't let Wen Ruyan lose face. He changed into the clothes Wen Ruyan had bought for him. He wore no other jewelry but added a fake beard to appear more mature. The most crucial element was his demeanor. Wen Ruyan's friends were undoubtedly wealthy individuals. Besides pretending to be wealthy, he also had to project an air of power. So, he would adopt Qin Shen's demeanor. Qin Shen's aura ran deep in his bones. Instantly, he seemed like a different person. That noble, aristocratic air about him was truly intimidating. After all, Qin Shen hailed from a prominent Shanghai family. The aura cultivated since childhood was anything but ordinary. Crucially, his physique was impeccable, slim in clothes yet muscular underneath, not effeminate at all. Instead, his sword-like eyes and star-shaped brows framed a resolute face, radiating pure masculinity. Let's get going. He hailed a taxi. Driver, take us to Qingshan. Sure thing. The female driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror and nearly hit someone the next moment. Sorry, handsome, you're too good-looking. Are you a celebrity? No. Just focus on driving. I'm in a hurry. Soon they arrived at Green Hill. He boarded the scenic area shuttle and quickly spotted Wen Ruyan. He strode confidently toward her. The little one spotted him and excitedly ran over. He crouched down, picked her up, and kissed her. Cici, I'm sorry I couldn't come with you this morning. It's okay, Daddy. You said that if any kids don't want to play with me when you're not here, I can play by myself. Cici is such a good girl. He carried Cici toward Wen Ruyan. Wen Ruyan's eyes were already filled with stars. As for Jiang Qian, she swallowed hard, utterly unable to resist as she felt her body change. Good heavens! He's Yang Ling? That lowly nobody? Was he some rich kid here to experience life? Meng Lian and the others swallowed hard, their eyes glued to the scene. The men with 9-month pregnant bellies looked thoroughly displeased, but they all stood up immediately, forcing smiles onto their faces. They were all businesspeople, sharp as tacks. They could tell at a glance that this young man before them was no ordinary fellow. Ruyan, I'm here. Right. Let me introduce you. Wen Ruyan introduced everyone. Hello, everyone. I'm Yang Ling, Ruyan's husband and Cici's father. Hello, Mr. Yang. I'm Zhuo from Ningxing Zhuo Construction Company. Here's my business card. Meng Lian's husband handed Yang Ling his business card. The others also handed over their business cards. Yang Ling accepted them politely. Playing the role of Qin Shen, he had naturally studied the etiquette of prominent families from the materials provided by Zhang Fangya. His every gesture carried the air of an aristocratic young master from an ancient family. Yang Ling sat beside Wen Ruyan. Wen Ruyan and Jiang Qian stared intently at him, their eyes filled with disbelief. Zhuo and the others appeared somewhat stiff. Before long, Zhuo couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. If I may ask, what does Mr. Yang's family do? No offense meant, but there's an air of immense nobility about you, nothing like this nouveau riche guy here. Oh, nothing much. My grandfather held a minor government position, and my mother runs a small business. Well, his so-called grandfather had indeed been the village chief back in the day. When his mother was young, she ran a noodle shop. He wasn't lying. But to these sharp-eared folks, it sounded different. A minor official is a major official, a small business is a big business. Otherwise, it would be impossible to raise offspring like this. At that moment, they felt a twinge of inferiority. Ruyan, I'll take Cece out to play. Qing Mountain has all kinds of plants and insects, I'll introduce her to them. I'll come with you. When Ruyan took Yang Ling's hand. Chapter 80, Raising the Price. The trio strolled across the vast lawn, a picture of perfect harmony that instantly drew many gazes. Oh my gosh. So handsome, such class, so tall, so young, and they look perfect together. Meng Lian exclaimed in awe. I was handsome in my youth too, you know, Zhuozhou retorted indignantly. Handsome my ass. He's not even worth a single finger of his, Meng Lian retorted with utter disdain. Truth be told, the moment she saw Yang Ling, her body stirred with desire. You see, at this age, Zhuozhou was no longer up to the task, he couldn't satisfy her anymore. Shanxian, what's his background? Is he the son of some high-ranking official? Or from a family that controls a listed company? Zhang Qian was utterly baffled. Had she not known Yang Ling's background, she too would have assumed he came from a powerful family. Could an actor really project that kind of aura? Don't pry so much. Shanxian, just tell us you must know. Oh, just forget it. You two are from completely different worlds. Zhang Qian was telling the truth. These people were worth tens of millions, even hundreds of millions, with companies thriving. Yang Ling, on the other hand, was just a recent graduate and nobody, a pretty boy living off his wife. Alright, we get it. But since he's become Ruyan's husband, there'll definitely be opportunities down the line. Their hearts burned with fervor. Even a mere drop of soup from such a wealthy family would be enough to fill them to the brim. But wait, Ruyan has a child. Doesn't her family care? Of course they do. Whether it'll work out is still up in the air, so don't get too excited just yet. Zhang Qian gave everyone a reality check. Even if it doesn't work out later, no one will say anything. But how did they even hook up? Ruyan hardly ever leaves the house. Fate. It's truly mysterious. By now, the family of three had walked far ahead. The little one spotted an ant nest by the roadside and crouched down to observe it. Yang Ling let out a quiet sigh. This act is exhausting, Ms. Wan. I need a raise, I gave it my all. Truth be told, playing this role in front of those successful people was exhausting and mentally draining. After all, he had to maintain his composure at all times and never show weakness. When Ruyan stared in disbelief at the completely transformed Yang Ling before her. You really were acting? What did you think? You're incredible. Keep acting like this, and I'll pay you extra. Rest assured, I'll make sure you're satisfied. Those are all business people. They'll definitely keep an eye on you from now on. What if they find out your real information? Just keep it hidden. Tell them I'm from the Magic City, came to Ning City alone. And you? You absolutely can't have any contact with my family, friends, or acquaintances. I don't want to cause them trouble. He mainly didn't want to face the hellish scenes that would unfold. Ms. Wan, I'm putting myself on the line here. You'd better compensate me. Don't worry, you little money grubber. From now on, I'll give you 100,000 yuan every month. Is that okay? When Ruyan shot him a sidelong glance, radiating alluring charm. The moment Yang Ling appeared, she found her anchor. It felt like, no matter what happened, she could always rely on him. Her daughter's reaction made her realize how crucial having a father was for her child. It was the backbone that gave her daughter strength when facing bullying. Yang Ling was stunned. How much? 10,000 a month? He stared at Wen Ruyan with a strange expression. Don't overthink it. It's just that earlier, someone like Zhuozhou thinking I'm a widow, a single mother spoke with disrespect and gave me disgusting looks. So I need someone to stand by me in public. You embody the noble, reserved, and well-mannered demeanor of a young master from a prominent family. You're worth every penny. With your acting talent, you're bound to shine brightly in the future. That's why I need to sign a long-term contract with you now so I won't lose you once you become famous. 5 years. 5 years? How is that any different from just keeping me as his own? With his talent, even he couldn't predict what heights he might reach in 5 years. But regardless, these wealthy patrons had been kind to him. He couldn't bite the hand that fed him. Fine, 5 years it is. Since you're offering such a generous price, I'll cultivate Xiaoxi into a star. I look forward to it. When Ruyan flashed a faint smile. The two accompanied the little one as they strolled along, stopping here and there. Xingshan was Ningxing's premier 5-A-rated scenic area, vast, breathtakingly beautiful, and home to every imaginable rare plant species. For any they didn't recognize, they simply scanned them with their phones, and relevant information appeared instantly. This was also part of his learning process. His memory was sharp, he could recall everything after just one glance. The little one was quite fascinated. They walked until past 1 in the afternoon. The little one was exhausted and hungry, so they headed straight for the large lawn. But after walking for just a little while, Wen Ruyan couldn't go on. My body still isn't up to it. My legs are so sore. Yang Ling had her sit down and massaged her feet. Wen Ruyan's cheeks flushed slightly. Feeling better? A little better. It doesn't hurt as much, but I'm still exhausted and can't walk anymore. Could you carry me? I want to show those people I have a strong, capable husband, one who puts those fat, lazy men to shame. All right. He crouched slightly as Wen Ruyan climbed onto his back. He stood up, wrapping his arms around Wen Ruyan's thighs. He felt the gentle pressure against his back, his mind wandering. The little one tilted her head, watching Mom and Dad with squinted eyes, her face radiant with happiness as she bounced along ahead. Back on the large lawn, they naturally drew many admiring glances. Jiang Xue watched Yang Ling effortlessly carry Wen Ruyan on his back and couldn't help but swallow hard. Meng Lian and the other women felt the same way. Zhuozhou and the others felt a bit resentful inside, but what could they do? Who could blame him for being young? They were already approaching 40, drained by years of indulgence in wine and women. Mr. Yang, you're incredibly strong. Do you work out regularly? Meng Lian couldn't help asking. Not bad. I work out every day, hit the gym. Everyone had already started grilling. Yang Ling, lacking experience, decided to play it cool. He stood by, waiting to eat. Meng Lian and the others enthusiastically offered him all sorts of food, showing more warmth than they did to their own husbands. After eating their fill, the little one had already fallen asleep. Wen Ruyan was also a bit tired, so she went into the tent with the little one to sleep. Yang Ling, come rest a bit. It's cooler inside the tent. Yang Ling promptly entered the tent. These wealthy ladies certainly knew how to live it up. The tent even came equipped with its own cooling system, and it was spacious with an inflatable mattress on the floor. It was much more comfortable than outside. He knew Wen Ruyan wanted him to play along with the loving act. The customer's wishes are paramount. After lying down, Wen Ruyan's expression softened into a coy smile. You, move your head closer, At least make it look like you're kissing to anyone watching. Yang Ling immediately complied, swiftly drawing closer to Wen Ruyan's lips. Both could feel each other's warm breath. Though it was just an act, a thick, suggestive atmosphere filled the air. Gulp. Both swallowed simultaneously. Chapter 81, Crossing the Line. I heard that during kissing scenes, you can use camera angles to fake it. Do you know how? I want them to believe we're actually kissing. Huh? Yeah, I can. Yang Ling immediately leaned his head above Wen Ruyan's, coming within inches of her lips, then mimicked the motion of a passionate kiss. Watching Yang Ling's earnest, professional expression, Wen Ruyan swallowed hard, a tinge of irritation stirring within her. Is this guy really just acting? Doesn't she look tempting? Staring at the handsome face before her and those fiery lips, Wen Ruyan found herself inexplicably lifting her head to meet Yang Ling's mouth, wrapping her arms around his head. Yang Ling was momentarily caught off guard. This woman had been reminding him not to cross the line, yet here she was, crossing it herself. I think a real kiss would be more convincing. Play along, and I'll pay you extra. Yang Ling paused for a moment, then kissed her directly. Lin Wan had already taught him all kinds of kissing techniques, and now they came in handy. Outside, Zhang Qian and Sui exchanged stunned glances. They swallowed hard, whispering to each other. Honey, I'm tired too. Let's go inside the tent. Get lost. You've been sitting here eating non-stop, what's there to be tired of? Exactly. Look at your figures, all flabby bellies and bad breath. Disgusting. These women looked at their husbands with utter disgust. Zhuozhou and the others were speechless, thoroughly annoyed. Damn it, it's all that guy's fault. Not only is he handsome, but he's also incredibly strong, and he's got powerful connections backing him. Honestly, comparing people is just depressing. Inside the tent, they kissed for a long time. Just as Yang Ling's hand slipped beneath her clothes, Wen Ruyan stopped him. What are you doing? It's just a kissing scene. Wen Ruyan's cheeks flushed crimson, her breath quick and shallow, a hint of regret flickering across her face. I'm sorry, I crossed the line this time. Don't overthink it. I'll transfer the money to you right now. Seriously? After getting this far, she was still playing coy with him? His hand deftly dodged Wen Ruyan's grasp and continued the kiss. Don't struggle, or we'll give ourselves away. A wicked smile played at Yang Ling's lips. Hey, Ms. Wan, this time you were the one who started it. After a long while. Though they hadn't taken the final step, Yang Ling now knew the exact dimensions of a certain part of Wen Ruyan's body like the back of his hand. Ms. Wan, I crossed the line too. We're even now. No need to pay. Wen Ruyan's face flushed with anger and embarrassment, but this time she was in the wrong. She felt utterly helpless against this guy. She silently warned herself to keep a tighter rein on herself in the future. This time, out in public, he hadn't taken that final step. But what if next time was at home? You may leave now. I'm going to take a nap. After Yang Ling left, Wen Ruyan patted her flushed cheeks. It had been so long since she'd felt that way. This guy, his kissing skills were actually pretty good. She almost couldn't resist turning this pretend act into the real thing. But there was still a barrier in her heart she simply couldn't overcome. Back then, at his hospital bedside, she had vowed that Liang Qihua would be the only man in her life. Just then, Zhang Qian burst in. Ruyan, are you for real? No, just a little acting. You're lying. There are marks on your lips. Ha! At first, I really did just want to pretend, but I couldn't help myself. Oh my gosh, you really did? You little stinker, you tricked me. Ha, as promised. What's there to be embarrassed about? It's just a game, nothing serious. But don't get serious about it. You need to know that everything Yang Ling does is just an act. Zhang Qian's expression turns serious. The thing is, if he can put on a show for you, he can do it for anyone else too. No matter how perfect he seems, he's still just an actor. Well, that's the polite way of putting it. The less polite version? He's out there selling himself. You just play your part. If you want that kind of thing, you can have fun with it, but don't ever get serious about it, understand? Wan Ruyan frowned. Got it. Ruyan, I'll have a private investigator look into him. See if he has other clients. That isn't a good idea. What if he really does? If he does, then he'll have to choose. If he chooses you, he can't have other clients. Even if it's just acting, you can't share a man with other women. Fine. Outside the tent, Yang Ling ate by himself. Zhuozhou and the others approached him enthusiastically, striking up conversation and using various tactics to probe his identity. His responses were vague and enigmatic. This was the benefit of reading extensively. In the afternoon, Yang Ling and the little cutie played to their heart's content, filling the air with laughter and joy. He even helped her integrate with the other children. That little chubby kid was thoroughly tamed by him, and every child looked up to him with admiration. The fathers joined in the fun, creating a warm and joyful atmosphere. Meanwhile, the women munched on snacks and gossiped. Ruyan, he's such a natural with kids. And he seems to have boundless energy, not a hint of fatigue. What incredible stamina. You're so lucky. The women looked at Wan Ruyan with envy. Ruyan, is he fierce in bed? Like a wolf dog? You don't even have to ask. You can tell just by looking at him. Check out that back, that legendary doggy back. Wan Ruyan was utterly speechless. Hey, you naughty girls, why ask such things? Don't you know my Ruyan is shy and proper? If you're feeling frisky, go get yourselves a little wolf dog. Zhang Qian quickly spoke for Wan Ruyan. Shanxian, don't tell me you're not smitten? Heh, you and Ruyan are besties. Watch out for your besties, just like you watch out for thieves. No need to guard against it. Ruyan and Shanxian are so close, they could share one together. A glint of mischief flashed in Zhang Qian's eyes. Truth be told, she was smitten. Alright, you're taking this too far. Sui quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Soon evening fell. The group from Zhuozhou suggested camping overnight on the mountain. But Wan Ruyan wasn't keen on the idea, as she felt it wasn't good for the child to spend the night outdoors. He returned home with Wan Ruyan and her daughter. Mom and Dad, I had so much fun today. The little one was still beaming with excitement. Mommy's happy too. From now on, shall we ask Daddy to come out and play with us more often? Sure. Throughout the journey, Wan Ruyan spoke with such gentle warmth that Yang Ling felt as if he were bathed in spring breeze. In that moment, he was completely immersed in the warm family atmosphere, almost reluctant to wake up. Back home, he quickly boiled some noodles. After eating and washing up, the little one fell asleep soon after, exhausted from playing. He practiced his massage techniques on Wan Ruyan again. He had already memorized the location of every acupoint and mastered the appropriate pressure techniques. Though he studied through her clothes, he'd essentially massaged every part of the landlady's body. Wan Ruyan bit her lip lightly, her gaze growing hazy. Yang Ling, you can sleep here tonight. Ha? Yang Ling looked at Wan Ruyan with a peculiar expression. Had this woman gotten addicted to being touched in the tent today? What I just want Xiaoxi to wake up in the morning and see her mom and dad. That'll give her a greater sense of security. Alright. Yang Ling immediately lay down beside Wan Ruyan. You're in the wrong spot. Go to Xiaoxi's side. Wan Ruyan's voice trembled slightly. Chapter 82, I'll take care of you. Yang Ling was already lying behind Wan Ruyan, pressed tightly against her. Ms. Wan, when I massaged you at Qingshan today, I found a nodule there. It must be due to emotional distress over the past few years. I'll give it extra attention. Go ahead. Just massage, okay? Wan Ruyan's voice trembled slightly. She also grabbed a pillow and placed it behind her hips. Yang Ling began massaging her with focused attention. This was a technique for dispersing nodules he had learned from medical texts. Nodules, though mostly benign initially, can grow larger over time if left untreated. If they become malignant, that's cancer. Consistent use of this knot-dissolving technique offered a chance to disperse the nodule. This was a technique for unblocking meridians. After a long while, alright, just half an hour each day. Ms. Wan, how does it feel? It feels good. I'm sleepy. Let's rest. Wan Ruyan felt completely limp. Perhaps exhausted from the day's exertions, Wan Ruyan drifted off quickly. Just as he was about to drift off, he heard Wan Ruyan mutter to herself. Xihua, don't leave. Don't abandon me. I'm sorry, Xihua. I promised to love only you, but today, I kissed another man. If I remarry someday, don't blame me. Yang Ling couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration for the couple's bond. Even years after his passing, she remained so deeply devoted. It seemed she needed to experience more romantic stirrings to fully move on. He secretly removed the pillow between them. Holy! He couldn't take it anymore. But no matter how unbearable it gets, I have to endure. This kind of thing had to come from the client. Otherwise, he'd be handing them leverage, putting himself at a disadvantage later. After all, he was just a professional bootlicker providing emotional value. The next morning, when Ruyan woke up and instantly flushed crimson, she scrambled up and slapped young Ling's thigh. Ruyan, what's wrong? What do you mean, what's wrong? Where's the pillow? Ha? I have no idea. How did it end up down there? Nothing happened between us, right? No, we didn't. Get up. You take Xiao Shi. The little one opened her eyes and saw both mom and dad there, instantly closing them in blissful contentment. After dropping the little one off at school, when Ruyan immediately went into the bathroom for a hot shower, she stared at her reflection, patting her flushed cheeks. When Ruyan, what the hell were you thinking? Letting him hold you for so long, letting him sleep behind you. If it weren't for the nightgown. She felt her body go limp. She had to admit that Guy's physique was truly exceptional. He was built like a tank. Thinking about Yang Ling's recent appearance, she realized it had brought positive changes to her life. Truthfully, she was starting to fall for him. She wanted him to be Cece's father forever, to be her real husband. First she'd have Jiang Xue hire a private investigator to look into him, see if he had other clients. If he didn't, then she'd seize the moment and make him real, transforming his role from acting into something genuine. If he does, it's likely because of his mother's illness, leaving him no choice. She'd better pull him back before he gets too deeply involved. After dropping off the little one, Yang Ling headed to the hospital to complete the discharge paperwork. Yang Momo had also taken the day off. Returning to the ward, she found Lin Wan and Lin Feifei there as well. Aunt Wan, why are you here? He noticed Lin Wan looked much healthier than before. Her complexion was rosy, and she seemed years younger. Xianyu's being discharged, how could I not come? Come to my place later, and we'll celebrate properly. Let's go to my place. Mom's just fine, no need to make a fuss. Sounds good. Soon they returned to the Bohemia community. Xiaoling, didn't you rent an apartment before? I figured living in a community would be better. Mom can take walks around the neighborhood, meet people downstairs, and maybe even join a dance group or something. That's thoughtful. Xianyu, you're so lucky to have found Xiaoling. Young Xianyu beamed with joy. Xiaowan, isn't Xiaoling like your own child? A son-in-law is half a son, after all. Lin Wan shuddered at the words. Child my ass. That guy was nothing but a pervert obsessed with his aunt. Mom, Lin Feifei and brother have already broken up. Yang Xianyu was still hospitalized earlier, so she hadn't told her yet. Now she could. Aunt Xianyu, even though I broke up with brother Ling, I've now accepted him as my brother. We're still family. Lin Feifei hurriedly explained. Yang Xianyu froze for a moment before suddenly understanding. She was intelligent and well-traveled. She let out a soft sigh. Is that so? That's good. If they can't be husband and wife, being brother and sister is fine too. What's so good about that? You just want to take advantage of my brother. Yang Momo looked thoroughly annoyed. Momo, what are you saying? Sister Qianyu, Momo, Feifei was immature before, and some unpleasant things did happen. But she's grown up lately and changed. She comes back every week to keep me company. Feifei was always a good kid at heart. Momo, you and Feifei help Mom tidy up the room. Aunt Wan and I will go out to buy groceries. He and Lin Wan were about to head out when Yang Ling tried to kiss her the moment they stepped into the elevator. But she dodged him and even gave him a light smack on the head. Xiaoling, our relationship ends here. Because I'm getting married. She'd been thinking about it for days. Seeing the young family's warm and harmonious scene earlier and hearing Yang Qianyu's words, she felt a pang of shame. Though they weren't blood-related, she felt this situation was detrimental to Yang Ling. Yang Ling should find someone his own age to marry and start a family with. So she could only use these words to make him give up hope. Oh, really? What kind of person is this uncle? When will Aunt Wan introduce him to us? Yang Ling stared intently at Lin Wan, his expression earnest. But then who would take care of Feifei? Maybe I should try wooing her again. She only rejected me before because I had no money. Now that my career is on the right track, I should be able to provide her with a good life soon. When that time comes, I'll visit your family with her. We'll honor you together. Lin Wan stared at young Ling, his expression utterly serious, her face drained of color. This bad boy. Tonight, come to my place. Ha? Won't uncle get the wrong idea? No, uncle. You little rascal. Promise me you'll keep this absolutely secret. I don't want to die of embarrassment. Yang Ling flashed a faint smile. Aunt Wan, I'll take care of you for the rest of your life. Lin Wan sighed. She knew that one wrong step, and there'd be no turning back. The two headed to the nearby market and bought a large amount of groceries, with Lin Wan insisting on paying for everything. Back home, Yang Ling switched into chef mode. Chopping vegetables, preparing ingredients, he worked with professional precision and speed. Lin Wan, her daughter, and Yang Momo helped wash the vegetables. Soon, the aroma of cooking filled the rental apartment. Sister Qianyu, Ling has truly inherited your skills. We're in for a treat. Ling has always been very diligent. Besides what I taught him, he also reads books and learns on his own. He knows more than I do now. When Yang Qianyu spoke of Ling, her face beamed with pride. Yang Momo gazed at Ling's back with admiration. As for Lin Feifei, she felt a twinge of regret. Seems like this guy has changed a lot lately. He's become more handsome, more mature, and his aura, it's like he's a completely different person. Compared to those immature guys who chased after her in college, he's so much better. He was so devoted to his family and such a warm-hearted guy. Having a boyfriend like this would actually be pretty great. But forget it. After everything that happened, it's good enough to just be friends now. Besides, he's so broken, his family has such heavy burdens, she wouldn't want to marry him. After all, poverty brings sorrow to a couple. After dinner, Lin Wan told Ling to go see Li Jilian that afternoon. "And Wan, I was just about to tell you I won't be going to work for now. I plan to get certified in various fitness qualifications first." "How can you not work? Earn money first, then take your time getting certifications," and Wan frowned. "Brother Ling, your family needs money everywhere. Jobs are hard to come by these days. You have to seize opportunities. My mom works so hard she can't support your whole family." Chapter 83, Touched. Hearing this, young Momo's face flushed with anger. "Lin Feifei, do you always look down on my brother like this?" "Momo, I'm just being honest. My friends told me the job market's terrible right now, lots of graduates can't find work. My mom finally found Brother Ling a job. How could he not take it? He should at least give it a shot. We're all grateful to Aunt Wan for finding my brother a job. But he isn't unemployed, he has his own business. He earns 8,000 yuan a month from his audiobook narrations, and that will only grow." Lin Wan and Lin Feifei looked utterly shocked. "Ling, is that true?" "Aunt Wan, the audiobooks I've narrated recently gained some traction. Conservatively speaking, I'm making around 10,000 a month. As I narrate more novels, my income will keep growing. Right now, I've started a studio with my classmates. We've already secured one copyright and are in development." Lin Wan's face lit up with delight. "You little rascal, why didn't you tell me before?" "It wasn't official yet, so I kept it quiet. Yeah, this venture is freelance work. I plan to keep doing audiobooks while getting certified. After all, without credentials, I'd only be able to work as a salesperson or something at Aunt Lan's place. Becoming a fitness trainer is also one of my dreams." Alright, Jianyu, Ling really has talent. Now you can rest easy." "Yeah, I was shocked too. If he couldn't earn money, I wouldn't feel at ease focusing on my treatment." "Lin Feifei, do you still look down on my brother?" Yang Momo beamed with pride. "Poof. So what if he makes over 10 grand a month? For most people, 10,000 yuan is barely enough for afternoon tea." Though she put on a tough front, regret flickered in Lin Feifei's eyes. In Minqing, the average salary was 2 or 3,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan already placed him among the upper echelons of white-collar workers. After all, the reality wasn't like what TikTok claimed, everyone earning over 10,000. Moreover, Yang Ling's ability to earn money demonstrated his exceptional voice acting skills, guaranteeing a bright future. And he was freelancing. If she married him, she'd never have to worry about money again, plus she'd have a jack-of-all-trades-man to take care of everything. How perfect would that be? But she'd let him slip away, after saying all those hurtful things to him. "Feifei, what nonsense are you spouting? How many people spend 10,000 on afternoon tea? I've told you before, we earn a decent living, but we're just ordinary folks. Don't get ahead of yourself." "Mom, I know." Lin Feifei's eyes twinkled as she wrapped her arm around young Ling's. "Brother Ling, I want to learn voice acting too. Can I still make money with you? Is it too late?" "It's not too late." This Lin Feifei would be perfect for playing a manipulative female supporting role." "Really? You're not mad at me anymore?" Yang Ling gazed at Lin Feifei with a look of paternal affection, ruffling her hair. "Of course it's true. I could never repay Aunt Wan for all she's done for me. You're her daughter, helping you earn money would ease her burden, wouldn't it? Feifei, both Aunt Wan and I genuinely want what's best for you. Stay away from toxic friends like Lin Yuan from now on." He had once truly hated Lin Feifei. But he had already taught her a lesson, and now that Aunt Wan was sparing no effort to educate him, his hatred had faded. He only wanted Lin Feifei to get on the right path, secure a bright future, and spare Aunt Wan some worry. That way, Lin Wan could focus more on teaching him new things. Lin Feifei's eyes welled up with tears. She was genuinely moved. She had simply been led astray by her toxic best friend. After being scolded by young Ling at Good Eats Frog last time, she had a sudden awakening. And now, this man she had once heard was not only forgiving her past wrongs but repaying her with kindness? Thinking of her past childish actions, she was overcome with shame. Little did she know, she had already been stolen from. Lin Wan gazed at young Ling, her mind racing with thoughts of what new knowledge she could teach him tonight to show her gratitude. Yang Momo pouted, feeling a bit annoyed. But she was a sensible girl. Knowing how well Lin Wan had treated her family, she held her tongue. Seeing the misunderstanding cleared and the family in harmony, Yang Qianyu beamed with joy. Lin Feifei immediately sought Yang Ling's guidance. Yang Ling recommended some books for her to read on her own and briefly covered some foundational knowledge. Xiao Wan, they're so perfect together. They really seem made for each other. What's so well matched? Feifei isn't good enough for Xiao Ling. How is she not good enough? Feifei is so beautiful. She'll definitely be as wonderful as you one day. Let the young folks handle their own affairs. We'll mind our own business and worry less. Lin Wan felt a twinge of hesitation welling up inside her again. She felt quite uncomfortable. That afternoon, Yang Ling and Lin Wan drove Lin Feifei and Yang Momo back to school. Feifei, Momo, you two must help each other at school, understand? Got it, Mom and Wan. After getting out of the car, the two girls snorted and immediately went their separate ways. Ah, those two girls. Lin Wan glanced at young Ling, only to find him looking back at her. Their gazes locked, their throats clearing simultaneously. Yang Ling drove straight ahead, picking up speed quickly. Before long, they arrived at Greenland Puyo City. They got out, hurried home, entered the house, and closed the door. Entranceway, sofa, bedroom, bathroom. A long time. You little rascal, you don't know how to treat a lady gently at all. And we still have to meet Jilan later. And Wan, it's already 5 o'clock. Shouldn't we head out? Truth be told, he couldn't resist this exquisite beauty. He just wanted to sink into this sea of tenderness and do nothing else. Lin Wan gave him a light smack on the head. Jilan said she wants to talk to you. Go to her fitness club yourself. Right now, I just want to lie down and get some sleep. Yang Ling also happened to want to ask Li Jilan if there were any relevant professional certification exams coming up. As long as they held any value, he wanted to take them. He could sign up directly himself, but going through registration, training, and obtaining the certificate would take months at the very least. But through Li Jilan's connections, it wouldn't take nearly that long. Changing into his clothes, he headed to Li Meihui Fitness Club at Wanhui City. Before long, Li Jilan emerged. Tall and curvaceous, she radiated an exquisite aura. It was hard to believe she was older than Lin Wan. Aunt Lan, good afternoon. Wow, you look so much younger than the last time we met. Li Jilian paused, then beamed. Sweet talker. Not bad, you've got the makings of a salesperson. But I heard from Aunt Wan that you want to get certified first. What's that about? He told Li Jilan directly that although he wasn't formally trained, he had already read all the necessary books and gained practical experience, so passing the exam wouldn't be a problem. Li Jilan frowned. Xiao Ling, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that even formally trained students need 6 months to a year to get their national vocational certification. International certifications are even harder. Since you're self-taught, it'll be tough to pass. Don't get overconfident or set your sights too high. You don't want to waste everyone's time. Start as a salesperson first. Get familiar with the industry gradually, then spend a year or two later on getting your certifications. I can guarantee you'll earn over 4,000 a month. Pretty good for Ningqing. Chapter 84, The Workplace. Aunt Wan recommended me. If I didn't have confidence, I wouldn't be here. Go ahead and test me. Yang Ling's face radiated confidence. His mind was packed with countless relevant knowledge points. Human anatomy, exercise physiology, nutrition, health management, training science, plus traditional Chinese meridian theory and more. He had memorized every single book listed in the study plan Li Jilan had given him earlier. Alright. I'll test you. Forget the theory for now. Let's start with a physical fitness assessment and a skills evaluation. Follow me. As he entered the gym with Li Jilian, they immediately drew the attention of many people. Some female clients glanced over, their eyes lighting up. Yang Ling was quite handsome, and with his recent acting roles, his aura had become extraordinary. Moreover, his physique was well proportioned, not overly muscular, giving him a natural, harmonious appearance. Coach Gao, is that handsome guy also one of your trainers? Gao Chang, who was guiding a young woman through her workout, felt his heart skip a beat. Holy crap, Yang Ling actually came to work? Having worked here for a long time, he'd figured out that while his burly build appealed to male clients, female clients weren't into it. The wealthy women preferred young studs like Yang Ling with his physique and looks. Not a coach yet. Just a new hire. He'll probably be handing out flyers to attract clients or something. Gao Chang felt a twinge of unease. Back in college, he had humiliated Yang Ling badly and kicked him out of the fitness club. He still feared Yang Ling might seek revenge. After all, Yang Ling was connected to Li Jilian. This job was hard-won and paid well. He didn't want to lose it. Miss Chen, please start training as I instructed. I have something to attend to and will be right back. After leaving, he went to a training room and peered inside through the glass. Drawing on his experience, he quickly realized Li Jilian was conducting a physical fitness test on Yang Ling. After watching for a moment, his expression changed. Damn it, this guy isn't self-taught? His form is actually this precise. It must be said, Yang Ling completed the physical fitness test flawlessly. Before long, Li Zilian led Yang Ling out. Gao Chang pretended to be passing by. Coach Gao, hold on a moment. Ms. Li, hey? It's Yang Ling, my junior. You're here for work? Coach Gao, Yang Ling is preparing for the National Vocational Certification exam. Since you're professionally trained and also his classmate, could you give him some guidance later? Please also remind him about the exam rules and precautions. Ha? Junior Yang Ling doesn't have his National Vocational Certificate yet? Not yet. Instantly, an idea flashed through Gao Chang's mind. Where there are people, there are cliques, especially in the treacherous workplace. Le Manhwa Fitness Club was a chain with a strong national reputation. Li Zilian was the store manager and head of the first business group. Logically, such a high-end sports brand would only hire people with formal training. Even for leaflet distribution at the very least, they'd need a National Vocational Qualification Certificate. Yet Yang Ling didn't even possess a National Vocational Qualification. Li Zilian hired him through connections. Wasn't she just handing her competitors ammunition? I'll pass this information on to Li Zilian's rivals right away. Ms. Li, a client is looking for me over there. I need to attend to them first. Later, I'll speak privately with my junior colleague. Alright, go ahead. After Gao Chang left, he immediately pulled out his phone and sent a message to someone. Manager Lu, I need to tell you something. He told him about Yang Ling. Gao Chang, are you serious? It's true. Yang Ling doesn't even have a National Vocational Qualification Certificate. Very well. Let's wait until he's officially hired first. Later, if I become store manager, I'll assign some clients to you. Thank you, Manager Lu. Gao Chang was overjoyed. This manager Lu, whose full name was Lu Yunyuan, was the manager of the second business group and the strongest contender for the store manager position. Due to differing philosophies, she and Li Zilian had clashed several times. Rumor had it that Lu Yunyuan had connections with a certain company executive, which is why she wasn't afraid of Li Zilian and had repeatedly snubbed her. Had she not been unable to find any dirt on Li Zilian to use against her, she would have become store manager long ago. The key point was that Li Zilian was already in her 40s, while Lu Yunyuan was only 28, with boundless potential ahead of her. Between Li Zilian and Lu Yunyuan, he knew exactly which choice to make. Once Lu Yunyuan became store manager, Yang Ling would surely face dire consequences. He, meanwhile, would gain more clients and potentially secure a promotion with a raise. At that moment, in the fitness area, Yang Ling demonstrated the equipment and explained its use as part of the simulated exam. Gradually, Li Zilian's eyes began to sparkle. His Mandarin was impeccably standard, his voice magnetic and pleasant to listen to, radiating genuine warmth. If she were a client, she'd want him as her trainer. Moreover, his use of the equipment was textbook perfect, and his explanations were incredibly easy to understand. As a business professional, she could tell at a glance that with her training, Yang Ling would be an absolute star in the field. Moreover, Yang Ling's knowledge was remarkably comprehensive. No matter what question she asked, he could answer it quickly and accurately, like a textbook. This guy is practically a straight-A student, right? After over 2 hours, she beamed with delight. Xiaoling, I never imagined you were so capable. I trust you now. Next, I'll arrange for you to take the exam and obtain your National Vocational Certification as soon as possible. Thank you, Aunt Lon. But I'd like to earn more certifications before starting. Then, after an internship, I can handle clients directly. Alright, I'll make it happen. Within a week or two, I'll get you some high-value certifications. Hungry? Aunt Lan's treating you to dinner. I should be the one treating you, Aunt Lon. Don't be so chivalrous. When you're with Aunt Lon, you never pay. Come on. They exited the fitness area. Hey, Yang Ling, when are you starting? Gao Chang approached. Not anytime soon. Alright. Once you start, I'll mentor you. Consider it my way of making amends for what happened back in college. What happened in the past is water under the bridge. You don't need to dwell on it. He just wants to focus on his career and make big money, no conflicts or power struggles. Wouldn't that just cause trouble for Li Zilian? Besides, he was brought in by Li Zilian herself. He certainly didn't want people saying he was using his connection to her to target the old employees. That's precisely why he wanted to secure all the necessary certifications first. With all the proper credentials in place, no one could say anything. After all, this fitness club was quite upscale. He went to a nearby restaurant with Li Zilian. She ordered a table full of dishes. Aunt Lon, why so much? That's a bit extravagant. There's someone else coming. Look, here she is. Yang Ling turned around and saw Lin Wan walking in. However, she seemed a bit uncomfortable as she walked. No sooner had she sat down than she noticed Li Zilong staring intently at her. What are you looking at? Is there something wrong with me? TSK, something's definitely off. Your complexion is rosy and glowing, you look years younger. Clearly, you've been well taken care of. And the way you walk, it's a bit off. Xiao Ling, you weren't spending time in Aunt Wan's bed before coming here, were you? Yang Ling was inwardly shocked. Li Jilan had a sharp eye. But he had nerves of steel, and after countless practice runs, his acting was top-notch. Aunt Wan, you have an uncle now? When will you introduce him to me? Another time. Ha? Another man? Li Jilan frowned. Well then, I'll be making my move on Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling, after dinner, come to my place. I'll give you some hands-on guidance on human anatomy. It'll help you with your upcoming exams. Chapter 85. Aunt Lan wants him. What? Hands-on practice? Enough. Watch your language in front of Xiao Ling, mind your image. Fine, fine. The way you're protecting him, someone might think Xiao Ling is your kept man. But Xiao Wan, you really found me a gem. Xiao Ling is absolutely incredible. He'll definitely become a top-tier trainer. He might even get to manage the physiques of celebrities and the like. Seriously? Are you exaggerating? In Lin Wan's view, Yang Ling had already made a name for himself in voice acting. How could he possibly have the energy to study fitness science? Of course it's true. Xiao Ling is more skilled than many formally trained graduates, and he's mastered everything comprehensively. Just wait, within 2 weeks, I'll have him get the most prestigious certification. Li Jilian described Yang Ling's performance. Lin Wan's face lit up with delight as she ruffled Yang Ling's hair. My little Ling is so talented. She couldn't help but wonder if her daughter was blind. How could she have let such an outstanding boyfriend slip away? Sigh. If they hadn't broken up, none of this would have happened. Though thrilling, it also made her deeply anxious. What if someone found out someday? Soon, all the dishes were served. Yang Ling was genuinely hungry after all. He'd exerted himself heavily this afternoon and spent over 2 hours at the gym, leaving him thoroughly exhausted. Lin Wan and Li Jilian took turns serving him food. Xiao Ling, Aunt Lan has something she'd like to ask for your help with. Aunt Lan, just say it. If it's within my power, I'll do whatever it takes. You said it yourself. Then become my kept man. Ha? Jilian, what are you saying? I'm serious. Li Jilan explained her situation. She was firmly against marriage, but this stance was met with incomprehension. Her parents were retired and spent all their time arranging blind dates for her. It used to be manageable, just introductions through acquaintances. But now they'd gone mad, constantly browsing matchmaking websites. Not long ago, they'd even been scammed out of over 100,000 yuan. But she couldn't tell them, because if she did, they'd pressure her to find a man to marry quickly, have children, and let them raise them. To placate them, she has to find someone to use as a decoy. But her age is a bit awkward. Men her age are all shrewd, they wouldn't help her like that. They'd likely try to take advantage of her instead. Better to be labeled as a rich woman keeping a young lover. After all, in this society, wealthy women keeping young lovers were a dime a dozen. She was beautiful and had money. Keeping a young stud was something people would understand. No way. If word gets out that Xiao Ling's hooked up with a sugar mama, it'll ruin his reputation. Are you kidding me? Guys her age would try to take advantage of her. Did she really think this young stud wouldn't? Lin Wan knew this all too well. What if, in the end, Li Jilian gets devoured too? How would they even interact then? Xiao Wan, even you don't support me? Find someone else. You know my situation. Do you really think I can find someone else? Well, let Xiao Ling decide. Aunt Lan, why can't you find someone else? Because I'm not interested in men. All that talk before was just a cover for my true orientation. Xiao Ling, you know me inside out. You're the only one I can turn to. I see. Aunt Lan, I'll help you with this. Really? Yeah. Aunt Lan is Aunt Wan's friend and has helped me so much. This little favor's nothing. Even if word gets out, so what? Hooking up with a rich woman? Others would kill for that chance. Ha, so it all comes back to his profession, doesn't it? Pretending to be a boyfriend? He's got experience with that. Alright, thank you, Xiao Ling. There's 100,000 yuan in this card, pocket money for you. When I need your help in the future, I'll give you 50,000 at a time. This money is better off earning for you than anyone else. Aunt Lan, you really don't have to pay me. You must take it. Business is business. Plus, you'll need to sign a confidentiality agreement. Don't overthink it. To outsiders, you're just my employee, understand? I understand. Fine, I'll take it. After dinner, Li Jilan and Lin Wan took him shopping. Wanhui City was a large, high-end mall in Ningqing's affluent district, where everything was extremely expensive. Li Jilan bought him 3 outfits, spending over 10,000 yuan. She also bought him watches, jewelry, and other accessories. Dressed in these new clothes, he effortlessly transformed his demeanor. Instantly, he looked like a well-bred young gentleman. Li Jilian and Lin Wan stared at him in stunned silence. Both women swallowed hard. Seeing the two beautiful women's expressions, Yang Ling's lips curved slightly. Aunt Wan, Aunt Lan, do I look good? Gee, good, very good. Truly, clothes make the man, and a saddle makes the horse. You've transformed completely in this outfit. I've decided you're coming home with me right now. So soon? You should give Ling some time to adjust. We haven't even bought a gift yet. Alright, then. Tomorrow morning. I'll buy the gift. Aunt Lan, tell me about your parents, their personalities and habits so I know how to handle them. Li Jilan described her parents' situation. Her father was a professor of Chinese language, obsessed with nitpicking over words. He loved studying classical texts and famous works from China and abroad, with a particular passion for Dream of the Red Chamber. Her mother was an associate professor of psychology. Both were already retired. Aunt Lan, coming from such a background, how did you end up as a fitness trainer? A mistake I made in my youth, I suppose. But it's fine, I've achieved success in my career now. Ling, you absolutely won't be able to handle my parents. Just play it safe, say less, answer questions truthfully, and let them think I'm keeping a pretty-faced young lover. Poof. Anyway, they're traditional. My mom is 10 years older than my dad. Got it. After buying the clothes, they parted ways. Lin Wan was going to Li Jilian's place, so he had to head back on his own first. He stopped by a nearby bookstore and bought various literary classics. Particularly Dream of the Red Chamber, along with various annotated editions of the novel. In his view, Li Jilian was already his client. Having paid him 150,000 yuan, he had to take this seriously and help the client resolve the issue. He returned to Purple Jasmine Community first, where his mother had already gone to bed. He immediately began reading the newly purchased books. With his photographic memory, he imprinted the book's contents into his mind as if printing them. However, a book like Dream of the Red Chamber proved quite difficult to grasp. He turned to the annotations. He stopped reading at 11 o'clock, lay down on his bed, and reviewed the content. The annotations automatically aligned with the original text. The next morning, he rose early, arranged his mother's meals, and headed to Wen Ruyan's house. He hadn't returned at all yesterday. Would Wen Ruyan be upset? But he had already prepared a plan to handle her anger. Opening the door, he found Wen Ruyan and the little cutie already dressed and ready to go out. Yay! I told you Daddy would come back to take me up. Mom, I won. Alright, Mom admits defeat. Wen Ruyan looked at young Ling with gentle eyes. Yang Ling, your mother just got discharged from the hospital. You can stay home and take care of her first. I'll handle picking up and dropping off Xiaoxi this week. This. Not angry? Instead, she looks completely gentle? Her emotions are remarkably stable. It's fine. My mom lives nearby. If she didn't come back last night, she'd definitely come back this morning to send Cici. Come on, Cici, off to school. Let's walk together. It's still early. We won't drive, let's take a stroll. Wen Ruyan naturally took young Ling's hand. What's going on? She's so gentle and full of affection. Could she be turning this pretend act into the real thing? Did she wake up yesterday morning, see his impressive physique, and suddenly feel her heart flutter? Chapter 86, The Atmosphere. They soon reached the school. She's entering the school now. Aren't you going to let go? Oh. He'd thought Wen Ruyan had developed feelings. Turns out it was all about creating a better family atmosphere. It worked quite well just now. The little one skipped and jumped all the way, looking utterly delighted. Ms. Wan, you were so gentle just now that I couldn't help but get swept up in the moment. Let's keep this kind of atmosphere going. She will definitely feel more secure and happier. You handled yourself quite well too. Wen Ruyan's lips curved slightly. Hearing Yang Ling's praise, she felt a surge of joy inside. She reached out and wrapped her arm around Yang Ling's. Yang Ling felt his arms sink into her warmth, momentarily dazed. Now, play the part of my husband properly. I gave you so much money, it's not something you can just take lightly. Wen Ruyan's smile held a hint of playful mischief. Husband, I'm hungry. Let's go have breakfast. Seeing Wen Ruyan's playful expression and hearing her tender words, Yang Ling felt completely melted. Wow. Seriously, wow. Who could resist this young wife's tenderness? He certainly couldn't. Fine. The price went up, but so did the workload. Before, it was just about creating a happy family atmosphere. Now, he also had to play the role of her husband outside. Always providing emotional support and emotional value. He swiftly switched roles. Come on, let's go get breakfast. I know a Hong Kong-style cafe nearby with great breakfast. I'll take you there. They arrived at a nearby restaurant called Maxim's Cafe. The place looked a bit dated, its time-worn decor blending with the bustling street life. It was packed inside. Wen Ruyan was clearly a regular here, navigating with ease as she headed straight to the farthest corner. Honey, what would you like to eat? Anything is fine. You order, honey. Whatever you like, I like. Alright, then I'll get a pineapple bun with butter and a cold milk, plus a bowl of wonton noodles and some shrimp dumplings. Soon, breakfast arrived. It looked exquisite and expensive. Yang Ling thought this small amount wouldn't even be enough for him to finish in one bite. But this wasn't the time to wolf it down. Instead, he needed to cultivate that romantic, intimate atmosphere between lovers. He recalled a recent scene from the novel he'd been dubbing with Qin Jinyan, where a similar situation unfolded. And it was set in this kind of tea restaurant. The classic pineapple bun with butter and iced milk. Though he'd never tried it before, it posed no challenge. He picked up the knife and fork, sliced open the pineapple bun, speared a piece, and brought it to Wen Ruyan's lips. Wen Ruyan took a bite. Then he popped the rest into his own mouth. Wen Ruyan stopped chewing, her cheeks flushing rosy as her heart began to pound wildly. He had actually eaten something with her saliva on it. And so naturally. This atmosphere was unbearable. She longed to snuggle into his embrace. Oh dear, Wen Ruyan, are you playing with fire? She hurriedly picked up her milk tea and took a sip. Honey, I want some shrimp dumplings. Sure. Suddenly, Ling picked up a tissue and gently wiped the milk tea from the corner of her mouth. My adorable little kitten. Ling picked up a shrimp dumpling, let her take a bite, then naturally popped the rest into his own mouth. Wen Ruyan felt a wave of happiness welling up inside her. And so it went, one bite for you, one bite for me. Only one shrimp dumpling remained on the table. Both felt they hadn't had their fill. This was the most delicious breakfast Ling had ever eaten. The food was already excellent, and with the gentle young wife by his side, it was utterly satisfying. This job was simply perfect. The client gained emotional value, and he himself thoroughly enjoyed it. A faint smile touched his lips as he sat beside Wen Ruyan. He picked up the shrimp dumpling. This is the last one, you know. You eat it. I'm full. But the shrimp dumpling was already at her lips, so she had to open her mouth. The next instant, her chopsticks slipped. Just as the dumpling was about to fall, Ling's mouth swiftly caught it. The speed honed with Zhang Fangya was no joke. In an instant, their lips met. Wen Ruyan froze, flushed crimson. She hurriedly pulled away, frantically tucking her hair behind her ears, both ears already flushed crimson. Honey, I wanted to kiss you. Ling's voice was magnetic and deeply affectionate. After all, the mood had built up to this point. I'm full. Let's go back. Wen Ruyan stood up and hurried out. Ling followed, taking her hand. Wen Ruyan quickened her pace. Ling's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Ms. Wen didn't want to kiss in public and just wanted to hurry home? He quickened his pace. Before long, they returned to the apartment, entered the room, and closed the door. I'm going to catch some more sleep. You do as you please. Ha! I could use a nap too. Let's do it together. Get lost. Wen Ruyan immediately entered the bedroom, closed the door, and locked it from the inside. She touched her own face, then flopped onto the bed. She pulled out her phone. Suddenly, a photo of Liang Qihua appeared in the auto-displayed album on the home screen, sending a chill down her spine. She tapped on the photos. Turns out, they were photos stored in the cloud, automatically displayed by the system. Qihua, are you trying to remind me? She sighed and lay back on the bed. Ling stood at the bedroom door, scratching his head. Damn it, I was ready to hang myself, and this is it? Women's hearts are truly unfathomable. He entered the study, closed the door, and switched on the recording mode. After recording for over an hour, he exchanged the files with Qin Jinyan so they could review each other's mistakes. Qin Jinyan sent him the finished recording. He listened and thought it was pretty good, but there was still room for improvement. He sent his suggestions to Qin Jinyan. Junior, you're so talented. Your suggestions are spot on. I'll make the changes right away. Senior, it's actually fine as is. No need to change it. Don't push yourself so hard. He knew these recordings must have taken Qin Jinyan a tremendous amount of effort. No, it has to be better. Junior, feel free to tear me apart. Suddenly, Qin Jinyan sent over a pair of stocking-clad legs. Junior, thank you so much. Senior, please show us the full body. Next time. Ling felt his temper flare again. Especially since the vibe with Wen Ruyan had just reached that point. Just then, Li Jilan texted him, instructing him to go to an address. He immediately went downstairs, changed into the clothes Li Jilian had bought for him, and headed to Yongtai Garden. Ha! Why was that tall, elegant woman staring straight at him? Being this handsome really does make you the center of attention wherever you go. He immediately called Li Jilian. What's the matter? I'm right in front of you. I've been watching you for ages. Can't you see me? Ling immediately looked at the woman, utterly stunned. Good heavens, Aunt Lan, you look like you're 18 now, okay? The Li Jilan he knew before always wore tight workout gear and fitness outfits. While she looked fit and healthy, you could still see the signs of age on her face. Now, she looked like a beautiful older sister next door. Sweet talker. But don't be so sweet later, and don't be smooth talking either. My parents don't like that. Just act honest and keep quiet. Li Jilan explained that after retiring, her parents had moved into this old Yongtai Garden neighborhood. Even though she bought a spacious apartment, they didn't want to move there. Chapter 87, the conversation flowed. This old neighborhood had a strong sense of community. Moreover, the environment is excellent. Everywhere you look, elderly residents are exercising, practicing Tai Chi, performing the 8 brocades, playing chess, or dancing. At a glance, you could tell they were the kind with generous pensions. Each one radiated such grace. Just then, Li Jilan suddenly wrapped her arm around Yang Ling's, pressing close to him. Instantly, he caught a whiff of her lovely feminine scent. "Xiao Ling, there's someone I know. Quick, act more affectionate." Yang Ling immediately slipped into character. Before coming, he'd already planned out this persona. He couldn't listen to Li Jilian. She wanted him to act honest and awkward. That would make him too passive. He doubted it would help Li Jilan much. Only by gaining the approval of Li Jilian's parents could he accomplish this mission. So, though he looked young, his demeanor had transformed calm and reserved. He even pulled a pair of glasses from his pocket, projecting an air of refinement and intellectual sophistication. He gazed at Li Jilian with deep affection. "Oh? Xiaolan, you're back to visit your parents? And this gentleman is?" An auntie in a cheapao looked utterly surprised. "My boyfriend." "What? Handsome, right? Handsome. But don't make your parents so mad they end up in the hospital." The woman shook her head and walked away. "Ha, that lady's got a big mouth. Word'll get out in no time." Li Jilan turned to look at Yang Ling and suddenly froze. "Xiao Ling, how come you feel like a completely different person?" Goodness. If not for the arm she'd just been holding and that handsome face, she almost would have thought it was someone else. "Lan, don't you think I look like a cultured person now?" "Your parents would definitely prefer this version." No way. My parents hate hypocrites the most. If he asks you questions later, you'll give yourself away. Lan, trust me." Yang Ling patted Li Jilong's hand. Li Jilan found herself increasingly unable to figure this young man out. In her understanding, Yang Ling came from humble origins, was grassroots, studied mechanical engineering, and only taught himself prisoner workouts. At the end of the day, he was just an ordinary young man. But now, his demeanor was completely different. She opened her mouth to speak, but suddenly felt uneasy, as if she'd encountered someone terrifying. "Lan, what's wrong?" My mom's here." "Oh no, I regret it now. I shouldn't have let you come. How could I possibly fool that old witch?" Yang Ling saw a stern-faced woman wearing glasses approaching, her expression a mix of amusement and disapproval as she studied them. Yang Ling felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. It was like facing his high school homeroom teacher again, terrifying. But he quickly composed himself. Right, this was his mother-in-law. "Xiaolan, is this the boyfriend you found?" "Yes, Mom. His name is Yang Ling. He's quite handsome. Come on, let's go home first. We don't want people laughing at you." The woman's tone was calm, but Yang Ling could sense the anger beneath it. It was the first time Yang Ling had ever seen the fiery Li Jilian act so girlishly. Soon they returned home and closed the door. Inside, the decor was simple. There was no sofa. Instead, a massive desk stood in the center of the living room. Along the walls, 2 rows of large solid wood bookshelves were filled to the brim with books. Instantly, Yang Ling fell in love with this atmosphere. Seated at the desk was a middle-aged man with glasses and graying hair. He merely lifted his head slightly before returning to his magnifying glass, continuing his examination. Oldly, Xiaolan brought her boyfriend home. "All right, have a seat. I'll be done shortly." The woman invited Li Jilan and Yang Ling to sit at the dining table before returning to her book. The atmosphere in the entire house was quite solemn. Li Jilan looked like a wilted red rose. Yang Ling, however, remained calm and composed. He had already steeled himself mentally. So what? Even if he got scolded, it wouldn't cost him a single hair. After all, this elderly couple clearly looked like cultured, refined people. Besides, they might not even scold him. "Xiao Ling, my parents are leaving us hanging like this just to force us to compromise. Why don't we come clean? I won't let you be the scapegoat anymore. Aunt Lan, relax. I promise to handle this smoothly for you." Yang Ling stood up. He walked over to the bookshelf. He examined it closely. Wow, so many great books. Some psychology classics even Jiang Xue didn't have. He pulled down a book with yellowed pages. The title read, Shuyu Rituals, Ancient Chinese Psychology. He flipped it open and was instantly captivated. This? Shuwayo Shu? How fascinating. This was actually a branch of psychology within traditional Chinese medicine. He sat down, completely engrossed, immersed in the ocean of knowledge. The old woman lowered her book slightly, frowned, and glanced at Yang Ling. A flicker of disgust passed through her eyes. Li Jilian sighed. Ah, youth is still so naive. She told him before her parents despised hypocrites most of all. And here he was, putting on airs. Isn't this just making her parents dislike him even more? Well, she had planned to come clean anyway. Soon, Yang Ling finished flipping through the book and furrowed his brow. There were many things he didn't understand, and he felt this Shuoyo technique was a bit superstitious. He recalled the Huangdi Neijing that Wu Yun had previously asked him to read. Much of its content was also mentioned in the Huangdi Neijing. He approached the old woman. Hello, auntie. Excuse me, but could ancient people really cure illnesses with this Shuoyo technique? The old woman looked at Yang Ling in surprise. You can understand it? I understand some of it. I've studied the Huangding aging, which states, in ancient times, to cure illness, one could only shift essence and transform qi through incantations. But I wonder if it's superstition? How does the concept of incantations and prohibitions in this text relate to modern psychology's concepts of psychological suggestion and hypnosis? What are the differences? The old woman's eyes lit up. Even the elderly scholar, engrossed in ancient texts, lifted his head. You know modern psychology too? Yes, I'm planning to apply for a psychology graduate program this year. Li Jilian, sitting over there, was dumbfounded. Holy cow, they're actually hitting it off? Could they really hit it off? After all, her mother was an associate professor of psychology, a university professor who looked down on everyone. At that moment, the old woman's eyes grew even brighter. To answer your question, since the Tang dynasty, the Imperial Medical Bureau had a dedicated department for curses and prohibitions. During the Ming dynasty, the Imperial Medical Academy also established the 13 divination departments. Go over there. Third row, second shelf on the left. Find a book titled The 13 Divination Departments. Yang Ling immediately went to look and found it quickly. May I take a look? Go ahead. Yang Ling sat down and slowly opened the book, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. Li Jilian was even more baffled. Could this guy really understand those books? Or was he just pretending? But Yang Ling read intently for over an hour. This touched Li Jilian's heart a little. This little guy was actually quite responsible. But sooner or later, he'd be found out. Before long, Yang Ling set down the book and furrowed his brow. Young man, do you really understand this? What insights have you gained? Mom, he's so young and not even in this field, how could he possibly understand? Li Jilian was ready to lay her cards on the table. Chapter 88, You Want a Child. Auntie, I've started to understand. The essence of Joyo magic lies in using incantations to unlock the patient's mental barriers. Just as acupuncture requires precise needle placement, the rhythmic chants, incense burning, and even the unique sounds of bronze bells in Joyo rituals function as meticulously calibrated psychological needles. But in today's society, patients probably wouldn't believe in these incantations anymore. Still, if we grasp the essence of Joyo, couldn't we modernize it? For instance, burning incense and bronze bells could be replaced with modern aromatherapy and music therapy. He believed this ritual could help Jiang Xue and Zhang Fangya. Li Jilian froze in place upon hearing this. Yang Ling actually answered? Not bad. Seems you have some foundation. Come, let's continue our discussion. Although Yang Ling had memorized the book's contents and understood most of it, some aspects remained unclear, perfect for seeking clarification. Thus, after over 2 hours of discussion, Yang Ling gained profound insights, fully grasping the 13 branches of shamanic healing. Moreover, during the session, he brought out several related books, which he also read casually, applying what he learned to new situations. His discussions with Li Jilian's mother, Chen Shufan, were exceptionally lively. True to her nature as a teacher, Chen Shufan relished imparting knowledge. Seeing Yang Ling's eagerness and sharp intellect delighted her, and she spoke with boundless enthusiasm. Li Jilian sat on a stool, idly sipping her tea. Her gaze fixed on Yang Ling as if she could devour him, and she even swallowed hard. She never imagined Yang Ling possessed such knowledge in this area and that he truly understood it. It had been ages since she'd seen her mother this happy. Teacher Chen, thank you for your guidance and wisdom. I hope to visit your home more often to learn from you. I also plan to pursue a master's degree in psychology. Of course. You're always welcome. I'm retired now, so I have plenty of time. Ha! It's already noon. I'm getting hungry. Why don't we eat first? Goodness, it's so late already. Jilan, why aren't you cooking? Just sit there. Mom, you know I can't cook worth a dime. Fine, I'll do it. Mr. Chen, have a seat. I'll show you what I can do. Hey, this was right up his alley. Xiaoyang, you know how to cook? Of course I do. I've been cooking since I was a kid. Just wait and see. An hour later, Yang Ling served up several dishes that were a feast for the eyes, nose, and mouth. Delicious. Truly delicious. Little Yang, you're quite the capable one. Chen Shufan beamed like a mother-in-law admiring her son-in-law, growing fonder by the minute. Not bad. Li Jianmen, who had been silent until then, offered his praise. Li Jilan's eyes sparkled with admiration. This boy was truly a hidden gem. After the meal, Chen Shufan went to slice some fruit. Xiaoyang, it's time to discuss your relationship with Jilan. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Xiaoyang, you're an outstanding young man and a very intelligent one. So I'll get straight to the point, are you truly Jilan's boyfriend? I hope you'll answer me honestly. Yes. Then what do you like about her? She's caring, gentle, beautiful, has a great figure, a wonderful personality, and she's wealthy. With her, I could skip years of struggling, never worry about money, and spend more time on my studies and research. The old woman looked utterly astonished. You're very sincere. But Zilan is already in her early 40s, while you're still young. Being together will subject you to the scrutiny of society. In a few more years, when Jilan has aged and you're in the prime of your life, successful and accomplished, will you still love her? Teacher Chen, I don't know. But I do know that my love for her now burns like a raging fire, nothing can extinguish it. Yang Ling gazed at Li Jilan with deep affection. Young Yang, I don't believe that at your age, you truly love Jilan. Only two things about her could attract you: sex and wealth. The old woman's eyes brimmed with reason and wisdom, her composure unwavering. Therefore, I cannot approve of you two being together. Jilian cannot afford to waste her time. This is what I propose: leave Jilan, and I will take you as my student. I will fund your advanced studies, and you won't owe me anything in return. Yang Ling shook his head. Teacher Chen, I won't leave Sister Lan for any reason unless she rejects me. I understand your concerns for Sister Lan, but for her happiness, may I share my perspective? Oh? You may. Yang Ling then proceeded to articulate his perspective at length. Essentially, he argued that while it was true Li Jilan was in her early 40s, marrying someone her own age, even if that man was accomplished and seemed like a perfect match to outsiders, wouldn't necessarily bring her happiness. She already had financial freedom. What she needed was comfort for both body and soul. Men her age would inevitably struggle physically. Their lives wouldn't be harmonious to begin with. Marital crises would loom even before they stepped into the institution. Teacher Chen, Sister Lan has been free for half her life. You can't possibly make her spend the rest of it trapped in a prison of marriage, can you? The family of three stared in stunned silence. Li Jilan's eyes brimmed with admiration. Yes, a woman in her early 40s admiring a 23-year-old boy. Li Jianmen and his wife, meanwhile, were filled with admiration. Young Yang, you quoted passages from at least 5 famous Chinese and foreign classics just now. Do you enjoy reading classics in your spare time? Absolutely. Since my freshman year, I've been very disciplined practicing Qigong, working out, so I have boundless energy. Whenever I have free time, I either take on part-time jobs or immerse myself in the library, accumulating knowledge. Good, good. Truly outstanding. You've made me want to take on a student myself. Oldly, we're discussing Jilan's future. Chen Shufan shot Li Jianmen a sharp glance. Xiao Yang, I must admit, you've convinced me. Who doesn't want their daughter to be happy? But what worries me is Jilan's future. Do you understand? The future? When you've achieved success and fame, she'll be old. Her beauty will fade, and you won't need her money anymore. What will she do then? Teacher Chen, true love transforms into familial devotion over time. In the future, I'll honor Sister Lan like my own mother. Put. Li Jilan sprayed water from her mouth. No. When she's young, she's your woman, but when she's old, she becomes your mother? You two can be together, but you must agree to one condition. Teacher Chen, please speak. You two need to have a child quickly. Jilan is already of advanced maternal age, she can't wait. You're handsome and smart, your genes must be excellent. Oldly, what do you say? Right. I agree. Have the baby, and let us raise it. You two can go have fun, we won't interfere. Yang Ling and Li Jilian stared in disbelief. Damn it. Wasn't this just supposed to be a cover-up? How did I get myself into this mess? Oh dear, I've overacted. But at this point, refusing would probably mean we couldn't get past this hurdle. Alright, Mom, we'll have a baby as soon as possible. Now that's more like it. We'll be off then. Xiaoling, let's go make babies. Chapter 89, he's got good genes. You're a lesbian, what the hell are you having a baby for? No rush. I still want to read books here with Uncle and Auntie. How about you go ahead and get busy, Lan? What's there to read? Hurry up and go. You're the one who should be leaving. You're useless all day long. If you had even a third of Xiaoling's dedication to learning, you wouldn't have ended up at a third-tier university. We're so embarrassed. Xiaoling, you can read as long as you want. Li Jilan was speechless. Oh boy, oh boy. Fine, I'm heading to the office. Find me tonight. She had no choice but to leave. Facing her parents put immense pressure on her. After leaving, she immediately called Lin Wan. Wan, did you lie to me? Xiaoling isn't from an ordinary background, is she? I didn't lie to you. What's wrong? Didn't it work out? It's normal if it didn't. Xiaoling just graduated, how could he possibly satisfy your parents? They're both professors. No, that's not it. My parents are very pleased with him and want me to have a child with him as soon as possible. She recounted today's events. Tell me, does that sound like a kid from an ordinary background? He spent hours discussing things with my mom. Lin Wan fell silent for a long time. So what are you going to do? Just stall for now. On the other end, Lin Wan put down her phone, her expression darkening. She wanted to go beat the crap out of Lin Feifei right now. Good heavens. Such an outstanding boy, such a hard-working boy, and she just dumped him like that, acting all high and mighty, saying Yang Ling wasn't in her league. Unbelievable. Yang Ling spent the afternoon at his parents' place. He read most of the books on the bookshelf. He'd already read most of the modern psychology books before this time. He focused on those related to shamanic healing. He also discussed literature with Li Jianmen, gaining quite a bit from the conversation. What surprised him was that Li Jianmen turned out to be a highly accomplished writer. Specializing in ancient mysteries and modern detective novels, his royalties exceeded 1,000,000 yuan annually. To keep up with Li Jianmen's conversations, he naturally finished reading both of his books. They weren't lengthy, each was only about 300,000 words and had already been published. But they were far more compelling than typical online novels. That evening, the two elders bid farewell with reluctance, their eyes brimming with earnestness. "Ling, please visit often." "Yes, I will. You two stay warm." After he left, the two elders exchanged a glance. "Li, this youngster must have excellent genes. We absolutely must have him father a child with Jilan." "Agreed. Once he has a child to bind him here, we'll take him as a student. He'll never leave Jilan then. Even if he leaves eventually, it won't matter. Our money will ensure our grandson never wants for anything." Ling walked to the roadside and spotted Li Jilan's large Land Rover. The window rolled down, revealing Li Jilan in a sports tank top, a look that perfectly complemented the SUV. Watching her ample chest pressed against the steering wheel, Ling couldn't help but swallow hard. She truly was a vision. "Ling, get in. Aunt Lan, may I sit in the front passenger seat?" "Of course." As Ling slid in, Li Jilan stared intently at him, then leaned in so close her lips nearly brushed his. Li Jilan was curious why he performed so well, even suspecting he was a player. He had conveniently crafted an image of an academic prodigy. After all, his credentials were verifiable. Li Jilan's eyes brimmed with admiration, even a hint of reverence. "Ling, you're so impressive, a true academic star. Listen, if you get into grad school, or even a PhD program, I'll cover all your tuition and living expenses." "No need. I can earn my own money. It's just a shame I couldn't help Aunt Lan." "How haven't you helped? My parents think the world of you. They're eager for grandchildren. It'll be obvious eventually. We'll worry about that later. Come on, Aunt Lan is treating you to a nice meal." Knowing that Li Jilan was a lesbian, he behaved perfectly properly throughout the meal, never crossing any boundaries. After dinner, Li Jilan drove him back to the Bohemia community. After he left, Li Jilan sat in her car, her expression shifting between light and shadow. "I really am getting older. In a few more years, I won't be able to have children anymore. I really need to think seriously about the future. While I can still enjoy life now, having a child around later on wouldn't be so bad. Yeah, that little guy is healthy and smart. His genes must be good." In the past, she hadn't liked men. She'd never entertained such thoughts. But now, for the first time, that thought crossed her mind. She took out her phone and transferred 50,000 yuan to Ling, the payment for this mission. Ling returned home to find his mother still awake, reading a book. "Mom, how was your day? Feeling okay?" "It's fine, but it's a bit lonely being alone. In this neighborhood, it's all young moms or grandparents taking care of kids. I just don't click with them." Yang Qianyu looked at Ling. "Ling, there's a girl around your age in your uncle's village. She doesn't mind our family situation. She knows you're a college student and really wants to marry into our family. Would you like to meet her?" Ling looked utterly speechless. "Mom, I'm focused on my career. I just want to see you settle down sooner, before it's too late." Ling understood his mother's worries. "All right, Mom. I'll get married soon and have kids quickly so you can hold your grandchild." He didn't know if his mother's health might deteriorate someday. So he really did need to start thinking about it. "All right, but Ling, given our family's situation, you can't be too picky." Seeing his mother still worried, Ling realized that to earn a good income, he must first properly arrange for her livelihood. A plan began to form in his mind. Traditional Chinese medicine teaches that the liver governs the free flow of qi. With her liver not functioning well, she tended to overthink things. To extend her lifespan, internal regulation through TCM seemed necessary. First, he could have her practice breathing techniques and health-preserving exercises to unblock her meridians and strengthen her immune system. As the saying goes, where there is free flow, there is no pain. This practice will also keep her occupied, reducing idle thoughts. Moreover, this interest could help her connect with like-minded friends. Let's get started right away. Mom is naturally quite intelligent and has decent learning ability, so she quickly grasped the fundamental principles of breathing techniques. It wasn't actually very complicated, just proper abdominal breathing. Inhale and expand the abdomen, exhale and contract it. With conscious practice over time, it becomes a habit that greatly benefits the body. Early the next morning, he took his mom downstairs, bringing along a phone stand. "Ling, I feel a bit self-conscious." "What's there to be embarrassed about?" "Mom, remember no one cares what we're like." Quite a few people were already exercising downstairs. Most were middle-aged or elderly. Young people were surprisingly scarce. Most were just walking. Very few were practicing health exercises. He turned on his phone and played the most liked Bajuanjin routine on TikTok. He taught his mom step by step. After she learned the movements, he had her practice alongside him. Before long, a few elderly men and women joined in. They all seemed experienced, moving with practiced ease, probably feeling a bit self-conscious. Gradually, the group grew to 6 people. Soon, they finished their routine. Seeing how professional he was, the seniors all praised him. "Young lady, you're so lucky to have such a bright and handsome son. Is he married yet?" "Not yet. He just graduated." "Just graduated? What's he doing now? Does he have a girlfriend?" "Yes, he does." Yang Ling hurriedly answered. "Mom, I've got to get to work now." Seeing the aunt's piercing stares, he made a hasty retreat. The next 3 days turned out to be quite eventful. He provided Wen Ruyan with daily affection, massaging her at night, but alas, he never managed to cross that final boundary. Mom's life also became more vibrant. She made quite a few friends in the neighborhood. Meanwhile, he and Qin Jinyan had finished recording their book. 10 episodes were already uploaded, and from now on, they only needed to release 2 episodes daily to maintain steady traffic for the serialization. He wasn't rushing to invest in promotion just yet, choosing instead to wait for the platform's recommendations. Friday rolled around again. "Ms. Wen, thanks for working over the weekend. I'll get back to my tasks now." "Alright, go ahead." As soon as he left, Wen Ruyan sent a message to Zhang Qian. "Qian, he's gone." Chapter 90, being followed. Wen Ruyan knew this wasn't right. But over the past few days, Yang Ling had completely ignited the fire within her. She had made up her mind, she would turn this pretend into the real thing. Even if it was just role-playing, she would make Yang Ling serve only her. She would buy him out. The thought that soon she could be with Yang Ling like that made her body grow weak. She entered another room and lit a stick of incense for her late husband. "Xihua, I've decided to move on. I hope you won't blame me. These days, Cici is very happy, and so am I." Downstairs, Yang Ling changed into his everyday clothes and shoes. He was now a recent graduate. His demeanor had shifted to the youthful innocence of a new university graduate, tinged with a hint of uncertainty. Truthfully, he did feel a bit lost inside. Because these past few days, when Ruyan had been acting a bit off. She'd been too kind, too gentle toward him. Every day, she let him focus on recording and work, while she acted like a homemaker, cooking delicious meals for him. In the evenings, the 3 of them play games together, enjoying a warm and harmonious time. At bedtime, he held her close and massaged her there. He was drifting into a haze, truly beginning to lose himself. He wanted to stay immersed in this tender embrace forever, even if it was all an act. He could play the part for a lifetime. She was so good. Now that her emotions had stabilized, she was the most normal among all his clients. She wasn't Jiang Xue's dominant type, nor Zhang Fangya's submissive type, nor Li Jilan's lesbian type. She was the epitome of a devoted wife and mother. If only he could marry her, have children with her. But before that, he still had to go to Jiang Xue's place. In a way, she was his mother's savior. Leaving Ruyan Apartments, he hailed a taxi immediately. Gazing at the neon lights and bustling nightlife outside the window, Yang Ling felt an unprecedented sense of peace. Everything was moving in the right direction. Before long, he'd be able to buy his mother and sister a house. If he could marry Wen Ruyan and start a family, it would also give his mother peace of mind and a worry-free life. A moment later, he frowned. He caught sight of a car behind him in the rearview mirror. His memory was now exceptionally sharp. He could recall everything he saw and his senses were highly attuned. While waiting for a cab outside Ruyan Apartments, he scanned left and right. He was certain this car had been parked near the entrance. After he got into the taxi, that car also started moving. At first, he didn't think much of it. But now, after driving for over 10 minutes, halfway through the journey, he could still see that car? Was this a coincidence? "Driver, take the expressway." "Yeah, make a detour." "Sure." After driving for a while, Yang Ling still noticed the other car following them. He was certain now. They were tailing him. A sudden spark of interest ignited within him. The detective novels he'd read at Li Jianmen's place flooded his mind. Who would be following him? Who knows he lives in Ruyan Apartments? Is someone investigating him? Those people he met on Green Mountain before? Or Wen Ruyan's friends? Or perhaps Wen Ruyan himself? No matter who it was, he couldn't let them know he'd entered Yulan Tianxiang, entered Jiang Xue's home. Because he knew this matter was crucial to Jiang Xue. "Master, let's head to Ningda first." They soon arrived at Ningda University. Sure enough, that car followed them to Ningda University, and a bespectacled, scholarly-looking man stepped out. "Humph. Still following? Once we're at Ningda, it's my turf." He strode quickly into the campus and soon lost the man. The guy stood at a corner, looking left and right, his face full of frustration. Yang Ling frowned. He really was being followed. What was the other guy's motive? Whatever the motive, he had to deal with it. He had to prioritize privacy. It was for his client's sake. But for now, he had to go to Jiang Xue's place. He didn't have time to deal with this person just yet. He crossed Ningda University, walked a bit further, bought groceries at a supermarket, and headed to Jiang Xue's place. He rang the doorbell, and Jiang Xue opened it immediately. She seemed in a good mood, even a bit cheerful. "Bad student, you're here. Yang Ling hadn't expected Jiang Xue to joke like this, and he felt a surge of joy inside. Tonight wouldn't be difficult at all, it would be quite pleasant. Closing the door behind him, he fixed Jiang Xue with a piercing gaze. Ms. Jiang, shall I become that naughty student right now? He still remembered the taste of their last goodbye kiss. Jiang Xue gave him a light smack on the head, her voice tinged with playful irritation. I'm hungry. Get cooking. Got it. I'll cook 2 new dishes tonight. I'll help you out. Jiang Xue and Yang Ling headed into the kitchen together, washing vegetables and bustling about happily. Teacher Jiang, you seem to be in a good mood. Yes, this whole week has been wonderful, all thanks to you. I'm so glad I could help you, Teacher Jiang. He had been considering whether to use the healing ritual, but now it seemed unnecessary. He noticed Jiang Xue was being careless while washing the vegetables. Ms. Jiang, you need to separate these greens. Look, there's sand inside. Oh my, I haven't washed them yet. Moments later, Jiang Xue let out a shriek, dropped the vegetables, and hid behind Yang Ling, clutching his arm tightly. Teacher Jiang, what's wrong? There's a bug, a caterpillar. Yang Ling picked up the greens and saw a green caterpillar indeed. Ha! Teacher Jiang is afraid of caterpillars? A slight smile touched his lips. Teacher Jiang, why don't you take a seat on the sofa? I'll handle this myself. All right. Soon, 3 dishes and a soup were served. Wow, it smells amazing. This soup is so delicious. Yang Ling, you're really talented. Teacher Jiang, I've got even more impressive skills. The moment the words left his mouth, Yang Ling regretted them. Oh dear, he'd gotten carried away and let his guard down. Jiang Xue froze for a moment, her face flushing as she glared at him. Looking for a beating? Just you wait. Yes, I wouldn't feel right if I didn't get a beating from you within a week. A mischievous grin spread across Yang Ling's face. Just then, the doorbell rang, startling both of them. Yang Ling thought the stalker must have some supernatural ability to track them down here. Jiang Xue, however, was worried about being seen with Yang Ling here. She opened her phone and connected to the front door camera, seeing a middle-aged couple standing at the entrance. They were dressed impeccably, exuding an air of distinction. The woman, in particular, wore a cheongsam, her skin fair and radiant. Though her face bore the marks of time, it was clear she had been a stunning beauty in her youth. Her bearing and appearance bore a certain resemblance to Jiang Xue. It's my parents. Why did they suddenly show up? Quick, you tidy up, then go upstairs immediately and hide in my room. Ms. Jiang, I'm your student. Is that okay? No. You don't understand. You must hide. Don't let them see you. Hurry up, no more talking. All right. Yang Ling sprang into action, grabbing his shoes by the door and rushing upstairs to hide in Jiang Xue's room. Suddenly, it felt a bit thrilling. Jiang Xue's room was as tidy, clean, and tasteful as ever, radiating a delicate feminine fragrance. Downstairs, Jiang Xue opened the door. Mom and Dad, couldn't you have given me a heads up? Why didn't you just call me so I could pick you up at the airport? Jiang Xue was nearly scared out of her wits. Xiao Xue, why did it take you so long to open the door? Why are you so nervous? Is there someone hiding in the villa or something? Of course not. It's just me. I was cooking. Cooking? Xiao Xue, you know how to cook now? It smells delicious. We're just getting hungry. Of course I can. Jiang Xue flushed slightly. She had wanted to help Yang Ling earlier, but in the end, she hadn't been able to do anything. The family of 3 sat down, and Jiang Xue went to serve the food. Wow, this is delicious. Who knew my little girl could cook? How wonderful. The woman gazed at Jiang Xue with tender affection. But Xiao Xue, don't you feel lonely living all alone in such a big villa? Look, you cooked 4 dishes, yet you're eating them all by yourself. Chapter 91, Fresh and Clean. Jiang Xue shook her head. I'm not lonely. You get used to it. Xiao Xue, that incident from years ago is long behind us now. Mom and Dad, I moved on long ago. It's not about the past. It's just that my age is awkward. So, I might as well stay single. Really? I'm so glad you've moved on. The woman's face lit up with joy. Sweetie, your age isn't a problem. Many people marry and have children later these days. Why don't I use my connections to set you up? No. Your connections are all back in Shanghai. I don't want to go back. What happened back then was so embarrassing. If I'm going to look, I'll look here. I'll find someone myself. And another thing, I'm 38 now. Stop calling me little girl. What's wrong with 38? In Mom's heart, you'll always be that little girl. Sweetie, you've been looking here on your own, but haven't found anyone suitable, have you? In this small town, who could possibly be good enough for you? There is. For some reason, a face flashed through Jiang Xue's mind. He said she was his guiding light. And just now, when he made that kind of joke to her, she found herself not angry at all. Instead, she thought it was kind of funny. All right. Seeing you like this puts Mom and Dad at ease. The woman chuckled. By the way, now that you're out and about, how are things with you and Fangya? We just saw her at the airport earlier. Jiang Xue shot to his feet, shouting, "What did you say? That came to Ningchun? What the hell is she doing here?" Her parents were startled. "Xiao Xue, you. Mom, Dad, I'm sorry. I haven't forgiven her. Just hearing her name makes me lose control." Jiang Xue's hands trembled slightly as she struggled to control herself. All right, we won't mention it. It's Mom's fault, my dear little girl." The woman immediately embraced Jiang Xue, her face filled with heartache. "Come on, Xiao Xue, let's eat." "All right." After sitting down, Jiang Xue lost all appetite. Her mind was now consumed by rage, and she struggled to maintain a shred of sanity. Why did that come to Ningcheng? What business does she have in Ningcheng? Bitch. First she stole my man, and now she's trying to steal him again? Lin Meijing. Are you playing the good guy between me and her again? Did you introduce him to that too? And that bastard. He played Lin Shen so convincingly. Did he get Lin Shen's information from that? It must be. I'll beat him to a pulp tonight. Sweetie, why aren't you eating? Mom and Dad, I just need some time alone. Sweetie. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. Hearing that name just unsettled me. I won't do anything foolish. I'm a psychology expert. I know how to calm myself down. Alright, then Mom and Dad will stay at a hotel. Call us when you've calmed down. Remember, Mom and Dad will always love you. Thank you for understanding, Mom and Dad. The couple grabbed their suitcases and left, the man still grumbling under his breath about his wife's careless words. Watching her parents walk away, Jiang Xue closed the door, walked to the liquor cabinet, pulled down a bottle of white liquor, and started chugging it down. Before long, she belched. She continued drinking as she climbed the stairs and entered her bedroom. Her expression was icy. "You. Get on your knees." Yang Ling had heard Jiang Xue's furious shout earlier and was mentally prepared. His back was already bound with thick padding, and he was wearing that furry monster pajama suit. Seeing the madness in Jiang Xue's eyes, he sighed inwardly. Things had finally improved, and they were getting along so well. Even when he told her raunchy jokes, she didn't get angry. Instead, she was full of charm. He thought tonight might be the night they could finally share some tender moments. But now. Damn it, she's gone mad again. It seemed her inner hatred was simply too deep. His weekly visits only provided temporary relief, a band-aid solution, not a cure. Given this situation, she simply had to vent her fury. He knelt on the ground, lifting his head to gaze at Jiang Xue with deep, tender eyes. Clatter! Jiang Xue smashed the wine bottle straight onto the first floor. Then she pulled out the whip. Crack! This time, Jiang Xue lashed out with fury and force. Even with the blanket he'd placed beforehand, it still stung. Yang Ling endured the blows while gazing deeply at Jiang Xue, whispering sweet nothings. The force of each lash gradually weakened. Finally, Jiang Xue collapsed onto the floor, perhaps exhausted from whipping, perhaps intoxicated by the alcohol, her gaze unfocused. Ugh! Jiang Xue collapsed face down on the floor, retching violently. A choking stench of alcohol filled the air. The worst part? Her hand slipped, and she ended up face planted in her own vomit. Holy! Even goddesses have their down days? Damn it, what do I do now? Her clothes are completely soiled. I can't just leave her like this. Leaving a client in such a mess felt unprofessional. Maybe I should just call her parents? Nah, she probably doesn't want her parents seeing her like this. After some thought, he decided she needed a change of clothes and a bath while he was at it. To prevent her from freaking out when she woke up tomorrow, he pulled out his phone and snapped a photo. He first removed the monster pajamas and blanket, then carried her into the bathroom. She was only wearing a silk nightgown, which was easy enough to undo. The next moment, he gulped hard. Holy crap, this scene. Well, Professor Jiang, I'm just helping you clean up the mess, you know. Let's wash you clean with some body wash. His hands trembled. He applied the soap first, then picked up the shower puff to lather her up. He'd never been this thorough before, not even when washing himself. It was like washing a snow-white mermaid. He was especially thorough with certain key areas, not allowing a single speck of grime to remain. That's just how dedicated he was to his job. Washed clean, dried off, then carried her back to bed. Something's off. She's awake? Yang Ling clearly saw her eyelashes flutter and her skin flush warm. Damn it, how could I forget she'd already thrown up all the alcohol? After all that scrubbing in the bathroom, no wonder she's out cold. What to do? Got it. Last time, she already knew he was her admirer. So I'll pretend I don't know she's awake and keep confessing to her. Delivering emotional value to the client is what makes an excellent professional bootlicker. Otherwise, that beating would have been for nothing. Let her know he's willing to endure her hatred for another man because he loves her so deeply. That way, she'd definitely feel guilty. And give him more money. He sat on the bedside, took Jiang Xue's hand, and kissed her forehead. Miss Jiang, do you know? Loving you is like a one-act play, only I know the script. Because I know you're my unattainable dream, a stubborn pursuit I know is impossible yet cannot resist. All those countless flutters of the heart during college eventually turned into hesitant silences. I've written about countless stars and moons, but what I truly long to put to paper is your name. In this lifetime, being able to be so close to you is already my greatest fortune. I no longer crave anything else. I hope that in the future, I can always remain your student, always by your side. He recited for a long time. He'd used up half his knowledge reserves. Hey, no woman could resist such an intense offensive. Ha! He noticed Jiang Xue's eyelashes fluttering more and more violently, with 2 tears seeping from the corners of her eyes. Alright, I'll step out for now and let her compose herself. Stepping outside, he breathed a sigh of relief. That was just too intense. Chapter 92, Jiang Xue recovers. Inside the room, Jiang Xue gently tapped Hongwen's face, biting her lip as a complex mix of emotions churned within her. In her fury tonight, she'd lashed out at him without a shred of reason. She'd hit him hard. In that moment, she hadn't seen him as a human being. He was merely an outlet for her hatred. But now, the more brutally she had struck him, the more profoundly guilty she felt inside, so deeply ashamed she could barely bear it. How could she vent her hatred for other men on the one who loved her most? Was she a devil? She felt her soul had been seized by a demon. Ever since she was abandoned at her wedding over a decade ago, she had been under its control. To the point that whenever she heard that name, she couldn't control herself. Yet even in her fury, he showed no complaint, no retreat, only the same deep devotion as always. He witnessed her distress, yet instead of walking away, he earnestly helped her clean up. Finally, believing she had fallen asleep, he confessed his love with such profound tenderness. He loved her far too much. But she could never be with him. She was 38, while he was only 23. She was his teacher. Let's just pretend she really was asleep tonight. Oh dear, he was so rough tonight, I hope he didn't hurt himself badly? She hurriedly sat up, dressed, and quietly opened the door. She saw Yang Ling downstairs, sweeping out the glass she had shattered, utterly focused. He even got down on his hands and knees, meticulously cleaning every nook and cranny beneath the sofa. Finally, he entered the kitchen. She pretended to have a headache and slowly descended the stairs. Just then, Yang Ling emerged from the kitchen. Miss Jiang, awake? Have a cup of warm water first. You drank too hard tonight. The vomiting must have hurt your stomach. I'll cook you some congee. Jiang Xue walked into the kitchen and immediately lifted Yang Ling's shirt, revealing faint whip marks on his back. Are you okay? Teacher Jiang, I'm clever, right? I laid out a blanket ahead of time and even put on my monster pajamas. Yang Ling smiled as if seeking praise, his expression sweet and innocent. Yes, very clever. Thank goodness you're okay. I'm sorry, Yang Ling, tonight. It's okay. Because I know Teacher Jiang doesn't hate me. I'm happy I could help you control the demon inside you. Teacher Jiang, I'll study hard. Someday in the future, I hope I can enter your heart and fight that demon to the death. Jiang Xue stared blankly at Yang Ling. She stepped forward, embraced him, and kissed his forehead. You've already entered my heart. You will always be my most beloved student, my most valued pupil. For the rest of my life, I will help you achieve success and fame. Teacher Jiang, I don't want fame and success. I just want to remain your student forever. Jiang Xue felt deeply moved. She stood on tiptoe and ruffled Yang Ling's hair. Alright. A man can't live without ambition. You're still young, focus your energy on your studies and career. I know. I'll work hard. I'll become a psychology master who stands shoulder to shoulder with Teacher Jiang. I believe in you. Jiang Xue sat in the dining room, watching Yang Ling cook porridge with a dazed expression. Inside, however, she was filled with doubt and alarm. Had he really served Zhang Fangya? He was too much like that man. Moreover, she knew about Zhang Fangya's situation. In the past, Lin Meijing had made numerous efforts to reconcile her with Zhang Fangya, revealing Zhang Fangya's suffering to her. Zhang Fangya had come to Ningcheng, and it was highly likely that Lin Meijing had also introduced Yang Ling to her. At the time, Yang Ling's mother had fallen seriously ill, and he needed money. Therefore, even if he had provided services to Zhang Fangya, it wasn't his fault. Even if he was keeping it from her now, it wasn't wrong, it was client confidentiality, a matter of professional ethics. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Even if she had served Zhang Fangya, it wouldn't matter. He loved me so deeply, having secretly adored me since college. With me, it was true love. With that, it was just a performance. Besides, that is a stone woman. She rejects men's intimacy and won't do anything with him anyway. Let him go earn that money. Best of all, let that fall for him, become utterly dependent on him. Then, I'll finally accept his advances and make him leave her. Let that suffer. Isn't that the best revenge? That stole my man before. Now I'll steal his. Ha ha ha. Yes, that's exactly it. Thinking this way, Jiang Xue realized her heart felt a little clearer. Suddenly, she realized that her hatred for that man compared to this young man's love for her was nothing. You, Qin Shun. She pulled out her phone and texted Lin Meijing. Meijing, my parents are in Ningcheng. They saw Zhang Fangya at the airport. She waited a while, but Lin Meijing didn't respond. Perhaps she dared not reply, or perhaps she was busy after all, she was a doctor. Meijing. I'm not putting you in a difficult position. It's just, I've moved on. Yang Ling has this magical charm. He helped me let go. Really, he's such a dedicated and kind person. His acting was so compelling, so deeply emotional I almost lost myself completely. As a psychology expert, I believe this kind of role-playing could genuinely help patients move forward. Immersing patients in scenarios they yearn for, letting them experience that life, then helping them see themselves clearly. Introduce him to Zhang Fangya. She could use this. After all these years, I don't want to put you in a difficult position or cause us both pain anymore. Moments later, Lin Meijing sent an emoji. Surprised. Oh my gosh, Jiang Xue, you're finally better. I'm so excited you finally let go. I knew I wasn't wrong about that kid. He's truly amazing, so talented. Fangya is actually in Ningcheng now. Want to meet up? Old stomping grounds for drinks? Jiang Xue's lips curled into a faint sneer. No thanks. Even though I've let it go, I don't want to see her again. Of course, I don't mind if you talk about her in front of me. Also, if you introduce Yan Ling to her, don't mention that he once cured me. It might rub her the wrong way and backfire. Alright, thanks, Jiang Xue. We've been best friends for years, and you're thanking me? If anyone should be thanking anyone, it's me. So will you continue your professional relationship with Yan Ling? No. From now on, he's just my student. I'll help him get into graduate school and achieve success in psychology. That's my way of thanking him. Alright. Are you free tomorrow? I'll come find you to celebrate. Come on over. I haven't seen you in ages. I've really missed you. Just then, Yang Ling brought out the porridge and served Jiang Xue a bowl. Professor Jiang, be careful, it's hot. Hold on a moment. Jiang Xue pulled a stack of cash from the drawer. Take this. Yang Ling took it and weighed it in his hand at least 100,000 yuan. Teacher Jiang, this. Settling accounts. Our partnership ends here. Though Yang Ling had braced himself for this, he felt it was no big deal. But he still had to put on a show. Teacher Jiang, you won't even give me this one chance to get close to you? Chapter 93, Becoming Boyfriends. Don't jump to conclusions. I've just come to terms with it, I don't want to hold a grudge anymore. Yang Ling, you're the one who healed me. Jiang Xue's face softened with tenderness. From now on, we don't have to pretend anymore. You're not anyone's substitute. Yang Ling was dumbfounded. Did this mean he had to behave properly from now on? No more taking advantage of her? What's with that look? Not happy? I am happy, but it just feels like you won't need me anymore. Jiang Xue saw Yang Ling wasn't as cheerful as before and understood his thoughts. He loved her too much, but from now on, returning to a normal relationship, they could never be as intimate as before. She herself had quite enjoyed that intimacy. An idea formed in her mind. Who said I don't need you? I need you to play a new role, my boyfriend. Jiang Xue thought it was a good idea. Someday in the future, once Zhang Fangya fell in love with Yang Ling, she would make Yang Ling official. Ha! You saw it yourself, my parents came secretly, scaring the living daylights out of me. They're also in a hurry about my marriage. They're afraid I'll end up alone forever. So I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend to put their minds at ease. But won't they see right through this? Why wouldn't they? These days, age gap relationships aren't uncommon. Besides, they know my past situation. If I can take this step and start a new relationship, it'll show them I've moved on and that'll put their minds at ease. Right. The price stays the same as before, 2,000 a week. You don't need to pay me. I'm happy just playing your boyfriend. Let's keep things separate. You need the money, don't refuse. I earn well, and my parents have considerable wealth in Shanghai. Don't feel any burden about it. Oh, and just so we're clear, this is strictly acting. Don't get any ideas. We're limited to kissing and below. Nothing else. Crossing that line is off limits. Got it. It's still Friday. Let's rehearse first. Tomorrow, I'll introduce you to my parents. Yang Ling's eyes lit up. Was she hinting at him? He quickly slipped into character. This time, he wasn't Qingshan. He was being himself. Deeply buried emotions, secret admiration, reverence, adoration, tenderness all surged to the surface. Whether these feelings existed or not, he could now act them out. His gaze instantly became profoundly tender. Xue, today, I no longer need to suppress my feelings. I love you. Jiang Xue was startled. This. He loved her so deeply, it ran through his very bones. Simply by pretending to be her boyfriend, the moment he stopped holding back, his feelings became so intensely rich. Those eyes, filled with such deep affection, made her lose herself. She tilted her head back slightly and closed her eyes. The next moment, soft lips touched hers. Once they started kissing, they couldn't stop, until she nearly couldn't breathe. This guy was way too passionate. She patted his head. Alright, that's enough. Your porridge has cooled down, you can eat now. I'll feed you. Why would I need you to feed me? I'm not helpless. I just like feeding you. Today, I want to treat you like my princess. Oh my, that's so cheesy. Fine, then feed me. Is this how young people date nowadays? So passionate. Jiang Xue felt her mindset had suddenly become years younger. Back then, between her and Qinshin, she had been the one feeling inferior. But now, she finally tasted what it felt like to be loved. After finishing the porridge, they settled on the sofa, snacking and binge-watching shows. Xue, I want to hold you. Sure. Jiang Xue snuggled against Yang Ling's shoulder. They were watching a romance drama when suddenly, the male and female leads shared a passionate kiss before tumbling onto the bed. His hands started getting restless. What are you doing? Let's watch the show properly. Jiang Xue's face flushed. With such a beauty in his arms, what was there to watch? Nothing, just wanted to give you a massage. You rascal, you're just trying to take advantage of me, aren't you? Don't get too bold, or I'll kick you out. It's a real massage, I swear. Come on, Xue, let me take your pulse. Yang Ling smiled as he took Jiang Xue's wrist to check her pulse. Ha! Her liver qi stagnation is quite severe. Worse than one Ruyan's. Probably due to years of pent-up frustration and irritability. But she hasn't been able to find a way to release it. She needs massage therapy. You've got quite a few physical issues. You really need a massage. Come on, let's watch a show while I work on you. Fine. Jiang Xue thought to herself, this guy already knows me inside out, might as well give it a try. He had Jiang Xue sit on a dining chair and began massaging her from the head down. Before long, Jiang Xue let out an "oh" and looked utterly astonished. You really know what you're doing? Of course. After my mom got sick and we couldn't afford treatment, I taught myself traditional Chinese medicine. I took your pulse earlier, you have quite a few issues. Some pressure points will hurt a bit, but bear with it. It'll feel better afterward. An hour later, he had massaged her entire body. Jiang Xue was drenched in sweat. Throughout the process, many areas were excruciatingly painful, but afterward, she felt completely refreshed. Now she felt light as a feather. Wow, Yang Ling, you're really skilled. This is amazing, better than any spa I've ever been to. Your pressure is just right, perfectly balanced. Xue, the real focus is yet to come. Jiang Xue gasped, here, no, please don't. Don't be afraid to face your issues. Think of me as your doctor. Come, let me examine your hands so you can see the problem. Oh, hard lumps? Is that okay? I've had it checked, the doctor said it's normal. They said it's normal because it hasn't developed yet. If it keeps growing and reaches category 5, there's a high chance it could become malignant. What I'm doing now is preventing illness before it starts, using special techniques to break it down. Oh, okay, then, go ahead. Jiang Xue covered her head with a pillow, burying her head in the sand. To cover up her unease, she shared her parents' information with Yang Ling. After hearing it, Yang Ling was speechless inside. Good heavens, these aunts, their family backgrounds were one more impressive than the next. Her parents were officials back in the Magic City, and pretty high up at that. Even though they were retired, he and they weren't even in the same league. Alright, best not to dwell on it. Yeah, just play the boyfriend, take the money, and that's it. Yang Ling, don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's not like you need them to approve of you. They won't accept you until you achieve significant social status and accomplishments. What I want is to show them I've made it on my own. That way, they can relax and go back home. At worst, they'll think you're just my kept boyfriend. So tomorrow, just act honest and shy. Sit beside me, and they won't ask you too many questions. Alright, I understand, Xue. Is that sufficient? Oh yeah, that'll do. After a long while, the massage ended, and Yang Ling felt his hands grow slightly numb. Yang Ling, why did you stop? Don't stop. Yang Ling's heart skipped a beat. Alright, I'll keep massaging. Xue, have you ever been to a spa? Have you heard of lymphatic detox massage? Would you like to try that? Chapter 94, Jiang Xue's parents find out. You mean that inguinal triangle lymphatic detox thing? You know how to do that? I do. It feels really good. The techniques were documented in that comprehensive manual on massage and acupressure. Lin Wan had also told him that similar services existed at spa salons, such as men performing inguinal triangle massages on women. This is a standard therapeutic technique. He'd only ever practiced it on Lin Wan. Wan Ruyan hadn't even experienced it yet. Forget it. Next time. Tonight ends here. It's too late. You should go home first. She sat up immediately. She knew that so-called lymphatic detoxification meant massaging the lymph nodes on the inner thighs. Earlier, she'd nearly lost control. How could she possibly continue? She dashed into the bathroom. Lock the door after you leave. After waiting half an hour, Jiang Xue finally emerged, who knew what she'd been doing in there. Why haven't you gone back yet? Jiang Xue flushed slightly. Xue, since I'll meet your parents tomorrow anyway, how about I stay here tonight? No, you should go back. Drive carefully. Alright, I'll be going then. Yang Ling opened the villa gate. Stop. Jiang Xue walked toward him and planted a kiss on his lips. That's enough. Go back now. Yang Ling turned around, only to be stunned. On the steps of the gate stood a middle-aged couple. The man exuded an imposing presence while the woman radiated refined elegance. Their faces were etched with shock and concern. Dad, Mom, why haven't you checked into the hotel yet? Jiang Xue's face flushed crimson. Oh my god. Earlier, her parents had seen her initiate a kiss with Yang Ling? Nan, we were worried about you. How could we sleep? We feared something might happen, and we wanted to be able to react in time, so we didn't leave. I'm sorry for worrying you, but it's okay now. I've completely let it go. Really? Of course it's true. Otherwise, I wouldn't have found a boyfriend. Jiang Xue pulled Yang Ling close. Let me introduce you. This is Yang Ling, my boyfriend. Great, that's wonderful. As long as you're moving forward. Can we come inside? Of course. You can stay at my place tonight. Tomorrow and the day after, I'll take you out to have some fun. Yang Ling couldn't leave just yet as Jiang Xue pulled him inside. He obediently sat beside Jiang Xue, waiting for the elder's questions. Having gained experience with Li Jilian, he wasn't nervous. Besides, he wasn't Jiang Xue's real boyfriend, just a paid professional bootlicker. What was there to be nervous about? After the two elders sat down, they scrutinized Yang Ling closely. Suddenly, their expressions turned startled. They exchanged glances, a look of realization dawning on their faces. They inquired about Yang Ling's background, and he disclosed everything without reservation. Young Yang, we're very open-minded parents. As long as Xue likes you, we won't stand in the way. But what about your family? I can handle that. Alright, then there's nothing more to say. Just take good care of each other and be happy. Ha? That's it? No tests or anything? This open-minded? Xiao Yang, come on, let's connect on WeChat. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Jiang Xue's father, pulled out his phone. They added each other on WeChat quickly. Xiao Yang, it's getting late. Be careful on your way home, Jiang Xue's mother, Liao Xiling, said with a smile. Alright, I'll head back now. Yang Ling was sharp, knew when to back off, and had keen observational skills. Combined with the psychology knowledge he'd recently absorbed, he'd already picked up on Jiang Hua and his wife's micro-expressions. When they first looked at him closely, their expressions betrayed surprise. It must have been because he resembled Qin Shun. Then it dawned on him they must have assumed Jiang Xue's recovery was because he had become a substitute for Qin Shun. That's why they didn't ask any further questions. Because he was merely a substitute irrelevant. Asking too many questions might lead to topics that upset Jiang Xue. These parents were truly seasoned individuals, not the type to pry relentlessly. They loved Jiang Xue deeply. Mom and Dad, you accepted him so easily? Jiang Xue asked in surprise. She had expected to need all sorts of explanations. As long as you like him, as long as you're happy, we'll support you. Besides, at your age, finding someone your own age might be mentally compatible, but physically, it might not be a good fit. And Xiao Yang comes from a poor background. He endured hardship growing up, so he's very mature mentally. Thank you, Mom and Dad. He really is very mature. Around him, I feel like the little girl being taken care of. It makes me feel years younger. He's exceptionally talented and deeply knowledgeable in psychology. He even cooked tonight's dinner. Most importantly, he's secretly loved me since freshman year. He adores me and can tolerate any mood swings I throw at him. That's wonderful, Xiao Xue. It's getting late, we've been sitting out here for so long, I'm a bit tired. I'm going to bed first. Okay, I'll make up the bed for you. After making the bed, the couple closed the door, their faces filled with worry. Oh dear, how did Xiao Xue end up like this? It's truly worrying. Yeah, keeping a young lover to satisfy her emotional needs is bad enough, but having a student who likes her get plastic surgery to look like Qin Shun? If this gets out, she'll ruin her reputation. Old Jiang, what do you think? We have to clean up this mess for her. Jiang Hua pondered for a long moment. Whatever it takes, we must get him away from Xiuxua before something truly terrible happens. Tomorrow, we'll talk to him face to face. Alright, let's get some sleep first. Yang Ling stepped out of Yulan Tianxiang and headed toward the nearest subway station. He felt quite pleased. Tonight's performance had been a success. From being a scapegoat for punishment, he had become Jiang Xue's boyfriend. This also meant Jiang Xue was doing better. It seemed the previous performances had also been successful. Tonight, when her parents came and mentioned Zhang Fangya, it provided the perfect outlet to release all the deep-seated resentment. Only now is she truly healed. You know what? This job actually gives me a sense of accomplishment. After all, Jiang Xue was a university professor and psychology expert, yet he had managed to cure her. In truth, what he did tonight aligned with the principles of shamanic healing. That is, he made Jiang Xue believe completely that he loved her deeply, unconditionally. By immersing her in an overwhelming sense of being loved, the hatred within her became insignificant. Otherwise, Jiang Xue wouldn't have let him play the role of her boyfriend and become so intimate. Taking the last subway train, he soon arrived near Ruyan apartment. At that moment, a thought struck him. Someone had been following him tonight. And it had started at Ruyan apartments. Had the tail lost him? Were they still at Ruyan Apartments tonight? He approached cautiously and scanned the area, but saw neither the car nor any suspicious figures. He thought back to the afternoon only when Ruyan knew he had left Ruyan Apartments. Could it really be her? He'd see tomorrow. By the time he returned to the 20th floor, it was already late at night. Truth be told, he felt a bit weary. After closing the door, he didn't even turn on the lights, he simply collapsed onto the bed. What am I lying on? Something soft? Chapter 95, I'll give you 500,000, just leave her. Wait, this texture, it feels just like when I massaged Jiang Xue tonight? Yang Ling was startled. Holy crap, did I walk into the wrong room? He immediately flipped on the light. Yang Momo sat up in bed, her face flushed crimson. Brother, what are you doing? You come back and start doing this to me? Yang Ling walked over and playfully tapped her head. Mo, why are you sleeping here? You didn't even tell me beforehand. Brother, you didn't come back until so late and didn't answer your phone, so I came here to wait for you. Alright, then go back to sleep. Bro, you must be exhausted. You should sleep too. Sleep my ass. I already got myself into trouble at Jiang Xue's place tonight, and then what just happened? You sleep. I'm going to Ruyan's place. Yang Momo's eyes welled up as she lowered her head. Brother, do you despise me? Why would I despise you? What are you thinking? Then why can't you treat me like you did when we were kids? It seemed all those years of neglect had made her heart grow sensitive. Yeah, why couldn't he treat her like he did when they were kids? He only saw her as a little sister. Alright, it's my fault. But we're grown-ups now, things can't be like they were when we were kids. You take the bed, I'll sleep on the floor. Hurry up and get some rest, it's late. No way. You're so tired, how could I let you sleep on the floor? It's freezing cold. What if you catch a cold? Bro, it's nothing. Why are you being so picky? Could it be you have improper thoughts about me? Like hell I do. Fine, you sleep a little further in. He was too exhausted and fell asleep quickly. That night, he had a dream filled with ripples. The next morning, he rushed into the bathroom to shower, changed into fresh clothes, and then casually washed the dirty ones to destroy any evidence. Momo, go keep mom company. I've got things to do today. Sure, big bro. After Yang Momo left, he texted Zhang Fangya. Ling, forgot to tell you I'm busy this week. I'll let you know the exact time later. Fangya, I miss you. If you can't come, can I come to Shanghai to see you? Sweetie, I miss you too, but I'm afraid that's not possible. For now, you should focus more on your career. That audiobook you mentioned last time, has it come out yet? If it has, let me listen to it. He sent her the link. Alright, gotta get back to work. Yang Ling immediately texted Lin Meijing to inquire about the situation. Xiaoyang, Fangya arrived yesterday, but she flew back early this morning. She told me something came up suddenly, but I suspect it's because she ran into Jiang Xue's parents at the airport. Xiaoyang, you've already helped Jiang Xue move on. You can definitely help Fangya do the same. Once the three of us are back to normal, I'll prepare a big red envelope for you. Don't worry, Aunt Meijing. I'll figure something out. At that moment, he received another message. Zhang Hua and his wife had arranged to meet him downtown. He immediately headed to a dim sum restaurant downtown and met with Zhang Hua and his wife. Xiaoyang, have you had breakfast? We ordered too much. Sit down and join us. Not yet, he replied without hesitation. Uncle and aunt, you asked me to come so early in the morning, is there something you need? Xiaoyang, we know about you and Xiao Xue. You've been through so much. Zhang Hua and Liao Xiling studied Yang Ling's face intently. Sai, how many surgeries must it have taken to reshape that face? Was he in it for the money, or did he genuinely care for Xiao Xue? Yang Ling opened his mouth. What? Suffering? Did Zhang Xue even mention the beating? Uncle and aunt, it's nothing. Yang, do you truly care for Xiao Xue? Yes. If you truly love her, you must leave her. Liao Xiling's expression was stern. We're not blaming you, nor are we dissatisfied. On the contrary, we're grateful you've been with Xue. But Xiao Xue is a professor. If your relationship becomes public, it will inevitably spark a lot of criticism. People will say she manipulated him for her own selfish desires. She couldn't bring herself to finish. Xiaoyang, do you understand our concerns? Xiao Xue has been hurt emotionally before. We don't want her to endure that kind of public scrutiny again. Zhang Hua took out a card. Xiaoyang, there's 500,000 yuan inside. Consider it our gratitude to you. Yang Ling frowned and pushed the card back. Uncle and aunt, are you aware of teacher Zhang's situation? We do. We've known for a long time. That's why we're grateful to you for helping her become a normal person again. Good to know. She still needs me by her side. I understand your concerns. How about this? I plan to apply for her graduate program. That way, I can be with her as a student, quietly supporting her. No one will question it. When she no longer needs me, I'll leave. Zhang Hua and his wife shook their heads firmly. Xiaoyang, we couldn't sleep all night worrying about this. So today, no matter what your reasons are, we won't allow you to stay by Xiao Xue's side anymore. Yang Ling frowned. You came to me without telling teacher Jiang, right? Shouldn't you hear her opinion? She doesn't know. We're doing this for her own good. Yang Ling shrugged. Fine, for her own good. Xiaoyang, do you think this $500,000 is too little? I'll raise it to $1 million. Jiang Hua's expression turned stern. This is more than enough compensation. After all, you've already earned $1 million right after graduation, something many people might never achieve in their entire lives. Yang Ling sighed inwardly. Suddenly, he felt his own mother was far better than most other people's mothers. At the very least, she always respected him, and they discussed things together. She never interfered in his life under the guise of caring for him. Uncle and aunt, it's not about the money. Xiaoyang, you should know when to stop. You're only a substitute for that person. You can't spend your whole life with Xiao Xue. If you want to enter our social circle, I'll use my connections to help you, but never through Xiao Xue. Don't even think about it. Besides, given your background, joining this circle might not be beneficial. You'd be better off earning a living and settling into an ordinary, worry-free life. Fine. Yang Ling didn't get angry. He remained remarkably composed. With things put so bluntly, refusing now would just be being unreasonable. Fine. I won't contact her. Yang Ling stood up. Thank you both for breakfast, uncle and aunt. Young Yang, wait. You must take this money, we won't feel at ease otherwise. If Xiao Xue contacts you later, just tell her you're at marriageable age and should find someone your own age to marry and start a family. Young Yang, please grant us this favor. She's our only daughter. After all she's endured to reach this point, I won't allow any mishap at this stage. Then, 1 million, Yang Ling said calmly. Alright, 1 million it is. Take this card. We'll deposit the money into it. The pin is. Yang Ling took the bank card and turned to leave. Xiaoyang, since you've accepted the card, you'd better deliver. You should understand the power our circle wields. The power of this class? Ah, those who've wielded power are truly different. Professor Jiang, I'm sorry. As a mere nobody, I couldn't overcome the barriers of class. If you still need me, then you'll have to break through this barrier yourself. Still, he felt Jiang Xue was already fine, his presence or absence likely didn't matter. Nevertheless, he must proactively inform the matchmaker, Lin Meijing, about this matter. After Yang Ling left, Liao Xiling looked deeply concerned. Old Jiang, shouldn't we avoid making such threatening remarks? Young people these days have no sense of their place. They dare to harbor feelings for their own teacher. Threats are necessary to prevent him from harboring false hopes. Otherwise, the deeper the entanglement, the harder it will be to sever. Chapter 96, I can't let him leave me. At that moment, Lin Meijing was at Jiang Xue's home. She had just received Yang Ling's message, and her mood instantly soured. She and Yang Ling had worked so hard to help Jiang Xue improve, yet now her parents were sabotaging their efforts. While their intentions were good, acting unilaterally without consulting anyone was truly infuriating. Meijing, what are you looking at? Nothing. Ha? Keeping secrets from me now? Spill it, you've got some pretty boy on the side too, haven't you? Like hell I would. If anyone found out, I'd be ruined in a heartbeat. You know my husband, he can keep a mistress, but he'd never let me have a lover. Jiang Xue's expression darkened. Has he cut ties with that woman yet? No. That woman gave him a son. She's still his favorite. Have you ever thought about divorce? He's at a critical point in his career. He'd never agree. Sigh, let's just leave it at that. We've been living apart for ages anyway, no feelings left. Fighting over it now won't get me more money later. I'm not some bitter wife. You're so rational. If it were me, I'd go down fighting. A man like him isn't worth my going down with him. Lin Meijing studied Jiang Xue intently. Xiao Xue, are you sure you've moved on? Absolutely certain. Alright, then I'll have Yang Ling leave. You two had better not meet again. Ha? Why? I told him to keep pretending to be my boyfriend. Jiang Xue's face was filled with panic. Haven't you considered his future? He can't keep pretending forever. He has a sick mother and a sister in school. He has responsibilities. He needs to date girls his own age, get married, and have children. The thing is, you're a professor and he's a student. If word gets out, it'll be terrible for your reputation. And if someone you know sees them together? That's even worse. After all, Yang Ling looks just like Qinshen. This. Jiang Xue frowned. It's impossible, at least not anytime soon. I can cover his mother's medical expenses. I can pay his sister's tuition. I can even buy him a house and a car. He's only 23. Marriage isn't urgent, his career comes first. I'll help him get into my graduate program and make him a success. Ha? You wouldn't be seriously interested in him, would you? I don't know. Jiang Xue flushed. Meijing, the thought of him never coming back, of him leaving me forever, makes my heart race. I'm afraid of becoming my old self again. Please don't let him go, okay? Lin Meijing looked utterly stunned. Holy crap! Could my longtime bestie really be falling for Yang Ling? Is this like going from hating Qin Shen to falling for his stand-in? Or worse, does she love Yang Ling as much as she hates Qin Shen? Xiao Xue, are you sure you want to do this? It could even end up hurting you. Yes, I'm sure. But what if Yang Ling already plans to date someone? He won't. He loves me so much. Then why did you let him serve Zhang Fangya? I want her to let go too, to go back to how things were. But what if your parents object? No, they won't oppose it. Lin Meijing felt torn. If she told Jiang Xue that her parents had threatened Yang Ling, it would likely lead to a major falling out. If Jiang Xue really argued with her parents or worse, fell out with them, her parents would inevitably conclude that Yang Ling had taken the money and still acted maliciously, making them hate him even more. On one side was her best friend, on the other a kind young man she found appealing, not to mention Qin Shen's son. Forget it. Let her parents deal with the headache. She stepped into the bathroom and sent Yang Ling a text. Xiao Yang, just take the million. Since they won't let you come and are threatening you, just do as they say. Don't come next Friday. If Xiao Xue contacts you, tell her what her parents said, that you're planning to get married. Aunt Meijing, I'm a bit worried about teacher Jiang. Take care of yourself first. Remember, don't get too emotionally involved. Otherwise, you'll be the one who gets hurt. Thank you, Aunt Meijing. Lin Meijing sighed. She felt a twinge of regret for letting Yang Ling take this job. It felt like she'd dragged him into a tangled web of complicated emotions, plunging this ordinary person into an unsolvable crisis. In this society, ordinary people had no choice but to keep their heads down. But the die was cast. She had no choice but to treat him better from now on and protect him when it mattered most. At that moment, Yang Ling entered the Xinhua bookstore, picked up a few books, and sat down in a corner to read. Oh, junior classmate, you're here too? It's Saturday, aren't you supposed to be spending time with your wife and daughter? Yang Ling looked up to see Qin Jinyan approaching with a book in hand. Today, she wore long jeans and a white shirt, her hair tied in a ponytail, looking like an innocent, next-door older sister. Saturdays and Sundays are my days off, Yang Ling smiled. Senior, does this count as meeting in person? What do you mean, meeting in person? We were in an online relationship before. Qin Jinyan snorted, her cheeks flushing slightly. It was only an online relationship. We were virtual lovers. Back in reality, we're just friends, business partners. Fine, business partners. Sit down and watch together. Qin Jinyan sat down beside Yang Ling. Yang Ling began to get into the zone, absorbing knowledge voraciously, completely focused. Qin Jinyan, however, kept stealing glances at Yang Ling. This junior is so handsome. And incredibly talented. Too bad he's hooked up with a rich woman. I wonder when he'll be able to break free from her. I'll just wait for him. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry to get married. First, make big money, buy a house and a car. Not necessarily achieve financial freedom, but at least not be constrained by money. Senior, you're here to buy books too? Qin Mu approached, holding a book. Qin Jinyan glanced up and frowned. Lately, she felt like she kept running into Qin Mu everywhere. Sometimes, she'd just go out to buy groceries and run into him at the market. She even began to suspect he was following her. She was a sharp girl and had already guessed that Qin Mu was pursuing her. But she wasn't interested. Back in college, she'd learned Qin Mu was the type who couldn't keep his distance from women. He had several female best friends, and besides, he was too effeminate. Yes. Senior, may I sit next to you? Sorry, there's no room. Sir, could you please switch seats? I'd like to sit with my friends. Qin Mu patted Yang Ling on the shoulder. Yang Ling closed the book, having just finished reading it. He looked at Qin Mu in surprise. Ha? What's the great Qin doing here? Qin Mu looked at Yang Ling in surprise. Upon closer inspection, his expression changed abruptly, though he quickly concealed it. You're Junior Yang Ling? That's me, Senior Qin Mu. Pleased to meet you. You're in Ningcheng too? Pleased to meet you. I just returned not long ago. Qin Mu frowned. Junior Yang Ling, you're married, right? Why are you still so close to Senior Jingyan? If your wife finds out, you'll get her into trouble. You're overthinking it. Senior Qin and I are business partners. He stood up to look for other books. By the time he returned, Qin Mu had already taken a seat beside Qin Jinyan. He had no choice but to find another spot. Just then, Qin Jinyan walked over and sat beside him. Senior, why aren't you sitting next to Qin the Great anymore? He seems interested in you. I don't care for him much. He seems a bit too calculating. Tell me, someone of his stature, with all that money, why would he come back to Ningcheng and rent a luxury hotel or apartment? Instead, he just happens to live in the same ordinary apartment building as me? The thing is, these past few days, every time I go out, I keep running into him. It feels like I'm being watched, and it's really uncomfortable. Yang Ling looked surprised. Qin Mu lives in Ruyan apartments too? And how did Qin Mu even know Qin Jinyan had just moved into Ruyan apartments? Could it be? A possibility occurred to him. Lin Qingdong and Qin Mu were in the same class and seemed quite close. Could it be that Lin Qingdong was following Qin Jinyan? It was entirely possible. If that were the case, Qin Mu must have had ulterior motives. Chapter 97, Thick-Skinned. Senior, you've got a real knack for attracting attention, but it's no surprise. You're pure yet alluring, elegant in public yet capable in private, and those legs are made for stockings absolutely perfect. You're going to get yourself killed, Junior. You really have gone bad. Qin Jinyan playfully smacked Yang Ling on the head, their banter laced with teasing affection. Qin Mu, who had just been walking over, saw this scene and his eyes filled with icy coldness. His naturally effeminate features twisted into the visage of a jealous specter. But he was a skilled actor, quickly concealing his true feelings. Junior, Senior, how's your new book coming along? Might I have a listen? I could use my team to help promote it for you. No need, Qin Jinyan hastily declined. We're just dabbling in this, nothing worthy of the great Qin's attention. Oh, come on, Senior, why so formal? What Master Q? We're all classmates here. It really isn't necessary. I'm already promoting it. Yang Ling planned to wait until the word count was higher before launching the promotion. Besides, competitors or rivals never reveal your true identity. Oh? Junior, might you tell me what your main account is? No comment. Qin Mu felt extremely annoyed inside. It now seemed that the relationship between Yang Ling and Qin Jinyan wasn't as straightforward as it appeared. It was even possible that Qin Jinyan had become the other woman. But what puzzled him was that Yang Ling's family seemed rather ordinary. And they'd just graduated, how could they be married already? Could it be? He looked at Yang Ling's chiseled, ruggedly handsome face. And that tall, straight posture, the narrow waist, the broad back. Holy crap, could he be living off his wife? It's actually possible. But if he really is a big shot in the voice acting world, getting married right after graduation makes sense. Junior, why keep it a secret? Were classmates isn't helping each other a good thing? Yang Ling had already concluded that Qin Mu harbored ulterior motives toward Qin Jinyan, so he grew wary. He didn't want to get too close to this guy. Senior, we're in a bookstore. If you don't have anything urgent, how about we browse some books first? Alright, I won't bother you. Yang Ling immersed himself in his book. He read until noon, when hunger finally prompted him to put the book down. Senior, it's lunchtime. Let's grab a bite together. My treat, Qin Mu suggested. No need. Qin Jinyan glanced at Qin Mu. Junior Qin Mu, just say it, are you trying to pursue me? Qin Mu froze. Yes, Senior. I've had my eye on you for quite some time. Then I'm rejecting you outright. Don't waste your time on me. Qin Mu hadn't expected Qin Jinyan to give him no chance at all. Senior, is it because of him? Could it be that your relationship is really as Lin Qingdong said? At the mention of Lin Qingdong's name, Qin Jinyan's expression turned icy. Whatever you think it is, that's what it is. Yang Ling, let's go eat. All right. I'm sorry, Senior. I was just worried about you. Qin Mu hurried to catch up. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have mentioned that scumbag's name or doubted you. You're not that kind of person. It must be said, Qin Mu had thick skin and was quite the actor. He followed them into a snail noodle shop and sat down beside them. Senior, I apologize again. Alright, since you've rejected me, I won't entertain those feelings anymore. Can we at least be ordinary friends? He sounded genuinely sincere. Qin Jinyan exhaled in relief and nodded. That's acceptable. Qin Mu, you were too focused on your goal before. It made me feel pressured. I'm sorry, Senior. It's fine. Senior, may I listen to your books? I can help promote them, place ads directly in the new chapters or opening chapters of my own books. Qin Jinyan felt a flicker of interest. Getting promotion from a big shot like Qin Mu would definitely make things easier. She glanced at Yang Ling. Really, it's not necessary. We're just dabbling, we'll build up slowly. Junior, that mindset won't do. In this day and age, if you can make quick money, you should. With my help, you'll be earning over 10,000 a month in no time. Maybe later. Fine. If you ever need anything, just ask. Qin Jinyan ate her noodles while checking her phone. Whenever she had a moment, she checked the back-end data for her audiobook. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock, only to be immediately choked by the chili in her snail noodles, triggering a coughing fit. Yang Ling hurriedly patted her back. Senior, could you grab a bottle of milk? Or cold soy milk would work too. Moments later, Qin Jinyan recovered and suddenly planted a kiss on Yang Ling's cheek. Her face was flushed with excitement, though she coughed for a while afterward. Yang Ling was a bit dumbfounded. Qin Mu's heart was filled with jealousy. Damn it, they really are having an affair. Senior, you're coughing like that, how can you still be so happy? It's not that. The back-end data exploded, over 1,000 comments appeared all at once, and they're all positive. I'm just so thrilled. Yang Ling was inwardly surprised. Could it be Zhang Fangya helping out? But it's still a new book. Could so many people really be reading it? Could it be fake data? But he remained calm and collected. Senior, calm down, okay? I'm not used to this. I can't stay calm. Mu was stunned. Is this for real? It didn't seem like it was recorded that long ago, did it? Or uploaded that long ago? If so, it's bound to go viral. Damn it, looks like this Junior really is some kind of legend. Junior legend, thanks for taking me for a ride. Xin Jinyan felt immense gratitude. She grew increasingly convinced that Yang Ling must be trying to escape that rich woman. She also felt certain that Yang Ling must like her, which was why he'd created a secondary account to guide her. Senior, we need to start a second project. This time, let's try a long-form piece. Budget, under 200,000. I have a goal now. Alright, I'll get started as soon as I get back. Xin Jinyan was brimming with determination. Because she saw the glimmer of fortune ahead. You're amazing, Junior. No wonder you didn't need my help with promotion. Not bad. I've got enough loyal fans. Might as well help my senior soar too. Yang Ling was bragging without a care. Senior, your equipment still isn't up to par. I suggest you buy top-tier gear. Ha? That's a bit pricey. I can't afford it right now. Senior, I have a spare set lying around. I'll give it to you. Xin Mu chimed in immediately. Yang Ling thought this guy had potential as a suck-up. Senior, I'll cover the cost up front. You can pay me back once you get the money. It'll cost tens of thousands. No problem, I've got the cash. Xin Mu's heart turned cold. Damn it, all this trouble and effort, and this senior is completely unmoved. Yang Ling is already married. When push comes to shove, can he really protect you? He sent a message to Lin Shengdong. After finishing their snail noodles, Yang Ling and Xin Jinyan went shopping. Xin Mu still followed them. Since he was so thick-skinned and loved playing third wheel, Yang Ling couldn't very well kick him out. They stopped by the place where Wen Ruyan had bought top-of-the-line recording equipment earlier and purchased an identical set. Senior, you've got quite a lot of stuff. We're taking a taxi back together, let me help you carry it upstairs, Xin Mu said with a smile. Junior Yang Ling, I live in the same building as my senior. That probably isn't on your way, right? Chapter 98, The Immature Brat. Yang Ling thought Xin Mu was a childish fool and a total suck-up. It really isn't on my way. Then I'll have to trouble you, senior. Why pass up free labor? If he enjoyed sucking up, what did it matter to him? Besides, Xin Jinyan didn't want him to know where she lived. Yang Ling, come to my place. Tonight we'll finalize the copyright for the next book. Yang Ling looked at Xin Jinyan in surprise. Sure. They returned together to Ruyan apartment. Suddenly, he frowned. He spotted the car that had been tailing him again. Beside the car, someone was taking photos of him with a camera. He glanced over, and the person hurriedly hid behind the car. Senior, you guys go ahead up. I've got something to take care of. Ha? Okay. Yang Ling hid behind a pillar, then exited through another door of the apartment building. Taking a detour, he made his way toward the car. The bespectacled, refined-looking man was admiring his camera with satisfaction. Suddenly, the camera was snatched away. Yang Ling glanced inside. Sure enough, it contained photos of him and Xin Jinyan. You bastard, The bespectacled man stared in disbelief, swallowing hard. Bro, can you give me back my camera? You've invaded my privacy by investigating me and taking secret photos. I'm sure there are plenty more compromising pictures in there. I'd be happy to hand them over to the police. The well-dressed man's expression changed. Bro, I just like snapping pictures randomly. You're too handsome, that's why I took them. Really? Go tell that to the police. The dapper guy tried to grab it back, but Yang Ling pinned him down with one hand. Bro, please. I'll delete your photos right now. Spill it. Who sent you to follow me? Last time, you followed me to Ningda. What? You spotted me last time? The dapper man grimaced. Bro, in our line of work, we can't betray our clients. Fine. Go tell the cops. Hey, bro, don't you know how many boats you're rowing? Why do you think I was waiting here for you? Wen Ruyan? Why is she investigating me? Wondering if I have other clients? Give me that camera. I need to examine it. No way. Then I'll call the cops. I just want to study it. Add me as a friend, and I'll give it back later. Fine. After adding him as a friend, Yang Ling took the camera back, flipping through it as he walked. He found quite a few photos of himself. There were also all sorts of other photos. Looks like this guy is some kind of private investigator. Back at Xin Jinyan's place, Xin Mu was bustling about inside. Xin Mu, Yang Ling is here. You can go now. Senior, let me adjust the sound for you. Really, you don't need to go out of your way. It's fine. We're all friends. It's no trouble at all, easy to do. Moreover, he seemed oblivious to the impatience in Xin Jinyan's tone. Xin Jinyan didn't want to offend him too much, so he didn't speak harshly. Soon, the equipment was set up and the sound was adjusted. Thanks a lot, Xin Mu. You can head back now. I need to discuss the copyright issues with Yang Ling. All right. Xin Mu stepped outside, his earlier smile instantly replaced by a dark, sullen expression. Inside the room, Qin Jinyan's excited shrieks echoed. Junior, look! Oh my god, over 1,000 new comments. So many people begging for updates. Junior, you're incredible. Who are you, really? Top secret. Oh, come on, Junior. We're so close, why keep it a secret? Qin Jinyan clutched young Ling's arm, pouting playfully. Senior, this little account will become a big shot too. Fine, Junior. Have a seat. Help yourself to drinks if you want. Qin Jinyan suspected Yang Ling's legendary account might be backed by that wealthy woman's investment. Was that why Yang Ling wanted to cultivate a secondary account to escape the wealthy woman? She entered the bedroom and emerged shortly after. Yang Ling stared at her intently, gulping hard. She was wearing a black miniskirt, her stunning legs encased in black stockings looking incredibly alluring. Senior, what's with this? Didn't you want to see? I'll let you look your fill, but only look. A flicker of shyness crossed Qin Jinyan's eyes, but she forced herself to remain composed. All right. Yang Ling savored the sight before him. It had to be said, Qin Jinyan's figure was absolutely stunning. Pair that with a tailored blazer, black stockings, and high heels, and she'd be absolutely stunning. Sit down. I'll show you a few books I've picked out. See which one you like. These are all on the bestseller lists of major websites. She opened her phone and introduced several books to Yang Ling, briefly outlining each one. After talking for quite a while, she felt a bit unhappy. Because Yang Ling truly only watched and did not act. In truth, by bringing Yang Ling back and dressing like this, she had already prepared herself to accept him. But why was this guy being so honest? Was he all talk and no action? No way. He's the type to hang around rich women. What kind of scene hasn't he seen? Half an hour later, she selected one of the books. Senior, I'll transfer the money to you. You handle the purchase. All right. Let's split it 60-40. I owe you money, so I'll deduct it from the profits. All right, I'll head back now. I need to make the most of my time studying. Junior, wanna grab a bite? Chen Xia invited me for late-night snacks. No thanks. I've got things to do. He immediately turned to leave. Wait, Junior. Qin Jinyan gritted her teeth and stepped forward. Could you take a photo for me? Ha? Sure. Yang Ling took Qin Jinyan's phone and snapped a few flattering shots. He swallowed hard again. These photos were definitely wallpaper material. Junior, when will you finally break free from that rich woman? I don't know. After Yang Ling left, Qin Jinyan sighed inwardly. This Junior was great, and she was genuinely attracted to him, wanting to pursue a relationship. But he was hooked up with that rich woman. That circle? She didn't want any part of it. Too much trouble. She sent the photos she'd just taken to Yang Ling. By then, Yang Ling had reached the 20th floor. He boiled some noodles and immediately copied the contents from the camera. Then he sighed. Wan Ruyan actually hired someone to follow him? Could this woman have genuinely taken a liking to him? What about the agreement to just play a role? Ah well, best to pretend he never knew about this. No point fighting money. He moved a recliner onto the balcony and immediately began reading the novel he'd picked out earlier. Since Zhang Fangya had already helped him out, he needed to step up his game and produce more audiobooks. The more books he produced, the more money he'd earn. Meanwhile, downstairs, Qin Jinyan changed into workout clothes and headed out to the Sichuan hotpot restaurant downtown. Upon entering and spotting Chen Xia, he immediately frowned. Besides Chen Xia, there was also her boyfriend Liang Hao and Qin Mu. Jinyan, over here. Come quickly. Qin Jinyan had no choice but to approach. So the friend senior Chen Xia mentioned is actually senior Jinyan. Why didn't you say so earlier? We could have come together. Ha? Qin Mu, you live near Jinyan? Yeah, same apartment building. No way. Your intentions are so obvious. You come back to Ningqing and suddenly live in the same building as Jinyan? Chen Xia looked at Qin Jinyan with pure envy. Jinyan, being beautiful is the ultimate advantage. Even our legendary Qin Mu came back specifically to pursue you. I've already turned him down flat, Qin Jinyan said calmly. What? You turned him down? So you and Yang Ling. Jinyan, Yang Ling is married. You said his family was struggling before, but now he's married right after graduation? Did he hit the jackpot with a rich woman? Yang Ling and I are just collaborating. I trust senior Qin Jinyan wouldn't do that. Besides, junior Yang Ling is truly talented, he must be some kind of literary genius. His new book just launched and it's already gone viral. Jinyan, is this the book? Chen Xia opened the audiobook app. It was indeed their book. She frowned. It seemed Chen Xia had recognized her voice. She could only nod. Oh my god, it really is this book? No wonder the female lead's voice sounded so familiar. You guys are amazing, I got completely hooked listening to it. So it is this one. From my experience, it's bound to be a smash hit. Congratulations, senior. You're practically booked as the next big author. Thanks for the good wishes. Well, looks like Jinyan made the right call changing things up earlier. A tree thrives when transplanted but dies if forced to stay put. Jinyan, are you and Yang Ling still hiring? How about me and Liang Hao coming to work for you guys? I'll have to check with Yang Ling. Alright, go ask him. We've worked together for so long, we've got that chemistry. Soon, the dishes arrived, along with a case of beer. I'll pass on the beer, got work to do when I get back. Jinyan, why push yourself so hard? It's already late. Have a drink, it'll help you sleep better tonight. No thanks. I'm done with drinking altogether. Jinyan felt a bit uneasy inside. He thought it was just Xia inviting her, but unexpectedly, Mu had been summoned too. Over an hour later, everyone headed home. Mu offered to walk Jinyan back since they lived in the same building, so they just hailed a taxi. As they arrived at the base of Rian apartment, suddenly, a dark figure darted out. What are you doing? Mu rushed forward. Pansy, get out of my way. The shadow kicked Mu hard, sending him sprawling to the ground, unable to get up. Mu clutched the assailant's leg fiercely. Run, senior! Jinyan dashed into the apartment, dialing 911 while shouting, help! Someone, please help! But it was late at night. Security had already clocked out. Everyone was asleep. Even if someone woke up, no one came out. Someone upstairs shouted back, saying they'd already called the police. Chapter 99, The Performance. Outside the door, the criminal was slapping Mu's face. Mu, sorry about this. Remember, if I get caught, you owe me 100 grand and a settlement. Don't worry. Hit me harder. Get me hospitalized so Jinyan will come take care of me. Lin Shengdong landed another dozen punches on Mu, his movements exaggerated for effect. Alright, he's coming out. That's enough. You run now. My car's in that alley over there. Once you get there, hide inside immediately. Lin Shengdong delivered a fierce kick and Mu rolled backward dramatically, making it look like he'd been sent flying. Lin Shengdong sprinted away, darting into the alley. But just then, Yang Ling burst out of the apartment building at incredible speed, quickly catching up to Lin Shengdong. Lin Shengdong had just gotten into the car when Yang Ling yanked him out and swiftly subdued him. Though tall, Lin Shengdong was thin and out of shape, no match for Yang Ling. Yang Ling, why is it you? Let me go now, or I'll never let this go. Lin Shengdong roared in fury. Damn it, why does this guy show up everywhere? Once caught, he'd be at a disadvantage. And to make matters worse, he'd been caught just as he got on the car, Mu's car, no less. Lin Shengdong, you again? I let you off last time, and you still dare to show your face? Soon, sirens blared. Several officers rushed over and apprehended Lin Shengdong. Junior, are you okay? I'm fine, senior. This is Lin Shengdong. What? Lin Shengdong? That bastard. I let him off last time, and now he dares to come after me again. Jinyan was still shaken. The officers immediately began questioning them. Jinyan explained the situation to the officers and provided information about Lin Shengdong. The owner of this vehicle is named Mu. Do you know him? Jinyan glared at Mu, her face twisted with fury. Mu, is this a setup you orchestrated with Lin Shengdong? A ploy to frame me? Mu's face darkened. Damn it, all this hard work was for nothing. He knew the car's exposure left him with no defense. But he still made excuses, roaring with rage. Damn you, Lin Shengdong. I lent you my car out of goodwill, and you use it for this kind of thing? Are you heartless? Hurting our senior is one thing, but you actually hit me? If it weren't for Yang Ling catching you red-handed, I'd never have known you were doing this. Lin Shengdong's face twisted with fury. But he knew that getting caught alone was better than having Mu caught too. If Mu got caught, he'd lose everything. Damn it, Mu, you better hand over 100 grand, or this isn't over. You, Mu, you sissy. What gives you the right to like her? She's mine. I've been chasing her for years. And the moment you got back, you moved into the same apartment building as her, claiming you'd protect her? Look at you sissy, like you could protect her? Of course I can. I'd give my life for her. Fine, you're ruthless. Lin Shengdong turned to Jinyan. Jinyan, I never meant to hurt you. I came tonight just to test whether Mu could protect you. He truly would risk his life for you. Fine. From now on, I won't harbor any feelings for you anymore. Jinyan was utterly speechless. She knew these two were putting on a show. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been such a coincidence. But their acting was passable enough that she couldn't really say anything. Enough of this nonsense. Do you realize this constitutes public disturbance? You're coming with us to the police station for legal processing. And you, ma'am, along with this gentleman who intervened, please come with us to give your statements. Soon, they emerged from the police station. Lin Shengdong was detained. Senior, this really has nothing to do with me. I had no idea Lin Shengdong was this crazy, Mu continued to explain. Jinyan's expression was icy. Mu, do you really think I'd believe you? You moved back and live in the same building as me. If Lin Shengdong hadn't told you, how would you have known? Tonight, Chen Xia invited me to dinner and you were there too. Right after we got back, we ran into Lin Chengdong. He even tried to escape using your car. You call that a coincidence? From now on, I have nothing more to say to you. Hey, senior, this is a huge misunderstanding. Qin Mu, there's one way left to prove it by pursuing legal action against Lin Chengdong. Forget it. We're classmates. No need to make things so tense. Qin Mu said, since you don't believe me, let's just stop contacting each other. I'll move out immediately. Qin Mu walked away quickly. He was seething inside. Bastard. It's all Yang Ling's fault. Why did he leave the apartment? Had he already moved in with Qin Jinyan? He must find out who his wife is and have her catch him in the act. Who would have thought someone so respectable on the surface could harbor such a dark soul inside, Qin Jinyan remarked. Junior, thank you for this. If they'd succeeded, I might have actually developed feelings for Qin Mu. But how did you get out of Ruyan Apartments? Senior, I live upstairs. I was on the balcony reading that book all night. When I saw you in trouble, I rushed down. Look, I didn't even have time to get dressed. What? Qin Jinyan's eyes instantly welled up with tears, her heart overflowing with emotion. Good heavens! He'd rented the apartment above hers just hours after she left this evening? At the critical moment, he appeared like a knight in shining armor. And he was brave enough to fight the thugs. These days, no one dares to get involved in others' business. He was so brave. So strong. His muscles were so well-defined 8-pack abs. Junior, did you suspect Qin Mu was up to something all along? I did have some suspicions. Like you said, it was too coincidental Qin Mu and Lin Chengdong were classmates in the same year. I figured Lin Chengdong must have been following you, which is how Qin Mu found out where you lived. I just didn't expect them to use this method. Thankfully you're okay. Senior, you're a pretty girl living alone, it's still a bit dangerous. Junior, don't I have you now? Yeah. So if anything happens in the future, you can come to me. We live close anyway. Alright. As they walked back to the apartment, Qin Jinyan hesitated repeatedly, wanting to say something but holding back. She desperately wanted to say, Junior, be my boyfriend. Yang Ling genuinely gave her a sense of security. Guys like him were truly rare. Once this opportunity passed, it might never come again. But he was already hooked up with a rich woman. What should she do? What if, secretly? Secretly that could work. He wouldn't be happy with her, losing his dignity. So, I'll give him love and dignity. Once we've saved enough money, we'll leave the rich woman behind and move to another city. Right, that's the plan. But it has to be on the sly. Returning to the apartment soon, he saw Qin Mu talking to Wan Ruyan at the door. Wan Ruyan spotted him and hurried over. Honey, are you okay? Yang Ling's heart skipped a beat. Why was she downstairs? And calling him husband? He remembered they had agreed that in front of the tenants, they had to play the part. Qin Jinyan was stunned too. Good heavens, the wealthy woman Yang Ling hooked up with is this stunning landlady? So that's why he's been living here all this time? Qin Mu froze for a moment, then felt wild joy mixed with jealousy. Holy! What the hell does this guy have going for him? But he understood this guy had the landlady backing him. Ha ha ha, he'd been trying to find out who Yang Ling's wife was, turns out it was effortless after all. Chapter 100, I Want It All. Qin Mu immediately walked over. Ms. Wan, were you the woman who appeared during our online voice recording session last time? Is Yang Ling your husband? Wan Ruyan looked utterly surprised. You were in that dubbing session too? A friend of Yang Ling's? Did Yang Ling introduce you to stay here? You bet. I'm Yang Ling's love rival, back to pursue my senior classmate Qin Jinyan. Qin Mu wore a look of regret. Too bad. Qin Jinyan's living with Yang Ling now. Ha, blind as a bat under the lamp, isn't he? Keeping a mistress right under his wife's roof? Damn impressive, Junior. You're a role model for us all. So skilled, so admirable. Ha. I get it now. No wonder your traffic skyrocketed during the new book period, turns out a rich woman invested in you. Junior Yang Ling, I'm genuinely impressed. You've mastered the art of living off a sugar mama. When Ruyan glanced at Yang Ling and Qin Jinyan, her brow furrowing. A surge of anger instantly welled up inside her. Last time, Yang Ling had claimed he was merely that senior's shield. Who would have thought Qin Jinyan was that senior, living right below Yang Ling's rented apartment? Wasn't this essentially having an affair right under her nose? So that's why Yang Ling hadn't returned these past 2 days he'd been with Qin Jinyan? If this had happened before, she wouldn't have gotten angry. At most, she would have ended her partnership with Yang Ling. But now, she'd developed feelings for him and wanted him to be her husband. Moreover, this past week, Yang Ling had played the role of her husband, engaging in all sorts of flirtatious behavior daily and even holding her while they slept. It made her feel that Yang Ling had also developed feelings for her. Turns out, he really was just acting. His acting was just too convincing. Does he turn into a different person the moment he steps out of her door? So he only sees her as an ATM? Earning money from her to spend on other women? The more she thought about it, the angrier she grew, nearly losing control. Yang Ling, is she your girlfriend? Wen Ruyan asked in a low voice. Just as Yang Ling was about to speak the truth, Qin Jinyan stepped forward and wrapped her arm around his. Yes, I am Yang Ling's girlfriend. We've had feelings for each other since college and recently started dating. Ms. Wan, we truly love each other. Please let Yang Ling go and give us a chance. Qin Jinyan decided that since they'd run into each other, it was time to lay all cards on the table. She saw this as her chance to help Yang Ling escape this wealthy woman. She believed Yang Ling had no dignity left with this wealthy woman. No matter how he explained it, Yang Ling would surely face trouble if he returned. She could also use this chance to confess her feelings. Yang Ling, however, was dumbfounded. Damn, this senior is so bold? Wen Ruyan frowned, then let a faint smile touch her lips. Let Yang Ling go and give them their chance? Oomph. Seems Qin Jinyan still doesn't know about Yang Ling and her relationship. She thinks Yang Ling is her kept man. But she doesn't know it's a partnership. It seems Yang Ling has even kept Qin Jinyan in the dark. That little rascal is enjoying himself here, getting all that money every month, plus getting to kiss me, touch me, and hold me while we sleep. Oomph, kid, you've got quite the charm. But she knew Yang Ling was handsome and talented. If even she had fallen for him, what chance did these young girls stand? She stepped forward, wrapping her arm around Yang Ling's, her face softening with tenderness. Yang Ling, come back with me. She and I can't live without you. These past 2 days without you at home, I've been so lonely at night I couldn't sleep. Cece has been looking for you too. Didn't you say you preferred someone mature and gentle like me? Why don't you just end things with your senior? She clung tighter, her face full of hope. Whether genuine emotion or acting, it was impossible to tell. Come on, come back with me. If you must, tonight. I'll wear those stockings. Her cheeks flushed, she bit her lip lightly, radiating alluring charm. Oh my god. What kind of enchantress is this? Yang Ling was utterly bowled over, nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Qin Mu stood beside him, utterly dumbfounded. Holy crap. A peerless beauty. Holy moly, what on earth did Yang Ling ever do to deserve this? But seeing Yang Ling's physique, he couldn't help but feel a crushing blow to his ego. A physique like that? Not something he could ever hope to achieve. This was the kind of doggy waistline wealthy women craved, a perpetual motion machine. I thought he'd be humiliated and discarded by the rich woman, but who knew she'd be so infatuated with him? Qin Jinyan watched Wen Ruyan's expression and thought to himself, this woman is a demon. She must be insatiable. No matter how strong Yang Ling's body is, could he endure it? In another year or two, he'd be a wreck. No way. Absolutely not. Judging by his expression, he seems eager to return. But it must be said, this kind of young wife charm is undoubtedly deadly to a man like Yang Ling. And there's money to be made, too. Yang Ling, don't let her charm you. Come with me. Wearing those clothes like anyone wouldn't know how. Tonight, I'll wear that black stocking set you like. This. Qin Mu nearly choked on his own blood. Qin Jinyan had cast him aside like a worn-out shoe, yet now she was competing with other women for Yang Ling? Yang Ling swallowed hard. On one side, the mature charm of Wen Ruyan, on the other, the youthful vibrancy of Qin Jinyan. Only children make choices, adults want it all. I like both of you. How about we all? Qin Jinyan and Wen Ruyan froze. Holy crap. At that moment, Yang Ling whispered softly in their ears. Senior, Ms. Wan, do me a favor. Let's go inside first, then we can talk properly. Alright, let's go home first. Yang Ling wrapped his arms around them and led them inside. Outside, Qin Mu was left reeling. Critical hit. Absolutely a critical hit. A role model for us all. Once inside the elevator, Wen Ruyan and Qin Jinyan immediately let go of him. Junior Yang Ling, what's going on? Ms. Wan, earlier, I was indeed my senior's shield. But after she found out I was dating a wealthy woman, she started keeping her distance from me. In fact, she rented the apartment below mine. I only found out today. Honestly, I was reading on the 20th floor balcony earlier when I saw her being bullied, so I went down to save her. I never told her about our relationship. She always thought I was clinging to a rich woman, humiliated by her, stripped of my dignity. That's why she tried to save me just now, to free me from that woman's control. My senior is a good girl. She doesn't want to get entangled in complicated emotional affairs. So please don't misunderstand her. Qin Jinyan frowned. Yang Ling, you two aren't that kind of relationship? Yang Ling looked at Wen Ruyan. Ms. Wan, can you speak? Sure. He laid out the difficulties he'd faced earlier. He also explained the collaboration model with Wen Ruyan. Qin Jinyan was utterly dumbfounded. So, your relationship with Ms. Wan isn't a traditional sugar arrangement? Just providing emotional support and fulfilling her emotional needs? You two haven't had a physical relationship? Yes. I stumbled upon this line of work by chance. I call it professional emotional support. What Ms. Wan needed was a father figure who could create a positive family atmosphere for her daughter. To create that loving family atmosphere, physical contact is essential, but it's all acting. Put simply, it's paying for emotional support and affection. Qin Jinyan was dumbfounded. There's actually a job like this? But it feels like Ms. Wan wants to turn this fake act into the real thing? Make it real, my ass. Having to hold her every night is driving me up the wall. Yang Ling looked thoroughly annoyed. He'd been holding back these past few days. Wan Ruyan flushed slightly, a hint of guilt flashing in her eyes. She knew Yang Ling must be suffering terribly. But every time they reached the final step, she couldn't bring herself to go through with it. Her late husband always came to mind. The scene of his dying husband's final moments was too deeply etched in her memory. Alright then, everyone back to their own homes. Senior, we're at the 19th floor. Oh. Qin Jinyan stepped out of the elevator, feeling a bit annoyed. This wasn't right. She truly had wanted to confess to Yang Ling. How did it turn out like this? The elevator reached the 20th floor. Goodbye, Ms. Wan. Wan Ruyan blocked the elevator doors, her previously gentle expression turning cold. Yang Ling, since you're partnering with me, you shouldn't be flirting with any other women. Can you do that? If not, then our partnership ends. Chapter 101, Termination of Cooperation. Yang Ling heard this and thought of Wan Ruyan having someone follow and investigate him. He let out a cold laugh. It's definitely time to end our partnership, Ms. Wan. To be honest, I have other clients and they found me before you did. Wan Ruyan's face paled. You mean it? I am. Break ties with them. I can pay you more. Otherwise, don't come back. Yang Ling shook his head. Without them, my mother wouldn't have gotten timely treatment. She'd probably be gone by now. So as long as they still need me, I can't leave. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'll find a place tomorrow and leave. Yang Ling turned and walked away. Wan Ruyan's face darkened. As if her world had crumbled beneath her, she collapsed onto the floor. Yang Ling had carefully considered entering the house and leaving. Because Wan Ruyan hiring someone to follow him had crossed his line. If private investigators really captured it on camera, it would have a huge impact on Jiang Xue and Zhang Fangya. Jiang Xue was a professor at Ning University, a psychology expert. A public scandal would be devastating. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Senior, why are you up here? Qin Jinyan hesitated, words on the tip of his tongue. Junior, how much are you getting paid to serve Wan Ruyan? She wanted to persuade Yang Ling to quit this job. About 300,000 a month. 300,000? Qin Jinyan gasped. Not 3,000? Not 30,000? Exactly 300,000. Good heavens. Is Wan Ruyan some kind of rich fool? Paying you that much and not even eating you alive? Qin Jinyan was utterly incredulous. Yang Ling, you're doing this to treat your mother's illness? Yeah. My mom's illness is a bottomless pit. In the future, it'll probably cost millions, maybe even tens of millions. So, senior, I'm not a good match. My ex-girlfriend broke up with me over this exact reason. What a pity. I just ended my partnership with Wan Ruyan. Huh? Why? Things seemed fine just now. Wan Ruyan isn't some rich fool. She paid me, so naturally she expects me to serve only her, no contact with any other women. Huh? Is it because of me? Didn't I explain everything clearly just now? Senior, it's nothing to do with you, Yang Ling chuckled. Senior, now that you know the truth that I'm no voice acting superstar, are you terribly disappointed? Honestly, without the rich lady's support, someone like me would probably still be screwing bolts in some corner. Our book wouldn't have gone viral either. Why would I be disappointed? Junior, you're so talented, you're bound to succeed someday. Let's hope so. But senior, our studio's registered address was at Ruyan Apartments before. We'll have to move out soon, and I'll be moving too. What about you? I'm moving too. Alright, I'll start looking for a place tomorrow, something bigger so you can live right in the studio. And you? Me? I can go back to Zijing Community. Alright, I'll cover half the rent. Alright. Once I find the place tomorrow, you can check out of your place and arrange for a moving truck to transport your stuff over. Alright. It's late now. Go get some sleep. Qin Jinyan went downstairs. Yang Ling lay on the bed, pulled out his phone, did a quick calculation, and immediately transferred back the money Wan Ruyan had given him earlier. Meanwhile, upstairs, Wan Ruyan was completely sleepless. She sat on the sofa with a gloomy expression. She had been sitting there blankly for 2 hours. Zhang Qian watched her with a look of deep concern. She had stayed here last night. It was on that Friday night that she had hired a private investigator to follow Yang Ling, only to lose track of him. Ruyan, why bother with that scumbag? I told you before, he's just an actor. Don't take him seriously. See? He admitted it himself, he has other clients. One moment he's sweet-talking you, whispering in your ear, and the next he's out the door, downstairs, being all lovey-dovey with another woman. At that moment, when Ruyan pulled out her phone and saw the red envelope Yang Ling had sent, her heart felt utterly hollow. It felt as though her emotional anchor had vanished in an instant. She went mad. Yang Ling, you can't leave. You can't leave without my permission. Get back here immediately. I'll allow you to have other clients. But young Ling didn't respond. You bastard. Don't you want the money anymore? What about your mother's medical bills? Wan Ruyan grew even angrier. I'll earn it myself, Ms. Wan. Good luck to you. And one more thing, don't waste your money hiring private investigators to follow me. That one was utterly unprofessional. Having your privacy invaded feels absolutely awful. Boom. Wan Ruyan's head felt like it was exploding. Her phone fell to the floor. He knew. He knew. This must be why he ended their partnership, right? It's over. He'll never trust her again. He wouldn't be coming back. An overwhelming emptiness suddenly filled her heart. Right, I still have Chihua. She looked a bit out of her mind. Zhang Qian saw Wan Ruyan's state and looked worried. She picked up her phone to check. That private investigator actually got exposed? What a useless piece of work. Ruyan, since it's come to this, just cut ties. It was all an act anyway. Fine, let's end it. Anyway, I can't give him a definite answer. I promised Chihua I'd never remarry. Wan Ruyan stood up. Chihua, from now on, I'll burn incense for you every day. She entered the spirit room, moved the altar back to its original spot, lit the candles, and sat before it. Chihua, you still love me most. You'll never leave me. Zheng Qian was startled. Holy crap. What's going on? Why did she go back? No, please don't. Zheng Qian was genuinely shocked. Could Wan Ruyan really be ill? And Yang Ling, had he cured her? Little did she know, Wan Ruyan did indeed suffer from depression. For years, she'd suffered from poor sleep, constantly dwelling on the past. It was only after Yang Ling arrived that she found emotional solace and gradually began to improve. Now that Yang Ling was gone, that emotional anchor vanished, leaving her to revert to her former state. Ruyan, what's wrong? Nothing. Returning to my old life is just fine. Qian, you should go to sleep. Don't worry about me. How could I not worry? Ruyan, what if we asked Yang Ling to come back? No. He wouldn't believe me anymore. It's just hiring someone to follow him. You paid so much, isn't that normal? Qian, you never respected Yang Ling. You always thought he was just out there selling himself. That's why you seduced him, tested him, and finally hired a private investigator. Sigh. Truth be told, deep down, subconsciously, I still think that way. Forget it. We're just not meant to be. Wan Ruyan went to bed, but once she lay down, sleep eluded her. All week, Yang Ling had massaged her before finally holding her close as they fell asleep. She felt completely at ease. But now, an unexpected emptiness filled her heart. She couldn't help but recall her actions before meeting Yang Ling. Enough. She couldn't hold back any longer. In an instant, her body felt like a dam about to collapse. Once the floodgates opened, the torrent was unstoppable. In another room, Zhang Qian added Yang Ling. Chapter 102, You're sick. Zhang Qian texted Yang Ling. Xiao Yang, I need to confess something. When I tested you and flirted with you before, it was to gauge your character. I was afraid Ruyan might get bullied. And I felt that since you're already serving Ruyan, you should only serve her. That's why I hired a private investigator to look into whether you had other clients. Ruyan opposes both of these things. They were entirely my own decisions. Please don't misunderstand her. Before all this, she planned to sign a lifelong partnership agreement with you, essentially accepting you as her husband for life. I never imagined tonight's misunderstanding would happen. So, will you come back? A moment later, Yang Ling sent a message. Are you out of your mind? Completely insane. Zhang Qian was furious. What do you mean? How dare you insult me? But a red exclamation mark appeared. You jerk, you actually blocked me. Think Ruyan can't manage without you? From now on, I'll take care of her and Cece. I'll spend more time with them. Early the next morning, Yang Ling left before Wan Ruyan took the kids to school. He planned to buy 2 apartments today. One for his family to live in, and one to set up a studio. The real estate market had been sluggish these past few years. Except for prime locations, prices had dropped significantly everywhere else. Properties were practically unsellable. Take Puyu City, where Lin Wan lived, for example. When it was first sold, prices were just over 10,000 yuan per square meter. But now, larger units can't even sell for 7,000. Foreclosed properties are even hitting 6,500 yuan per square meter. An 89 square meter 3-bedroom unit, including deed tax and other miscellaneous fees, costs less than 600,000 yuan. He had immediate need and the funds available, so he decided to buy it first and figure things out later. Once in the taxi, Yang Ling thought for a moment, pulled out his phone, and opened the class group chat. He recalled someone mentioning they were a real estate agent in the group before. At the time, he thought buying a home was impossible for him, so he hadn't paid attention. After searching for a while, he found the relevant information. It was Chen Feng? Even she had become a real estate agent? Chen Feng was the class beauty, a cheerful and outgoing girl. Every time she saw him, she'd tease him playfully. She'd even go so far as to touch his abs. She used to be a top student who'd have thought she'd end up selling houses? Looks like the industry really isn't easy to break into. Given her personality, she should do well in real estate. Her business card was in the group chat, so he went straight to her. Driver, change course. Head to Chihua Real Estate on University Road. All right. Soon, they arrived at Chihua Real Estate. Chen Feng stood by the roadside handing out flyers, dressed in a short skirt, a tailored blazer, black stockings, and flat leather shoes. Chen Feng wasn't as pretty as Qin Jinyan, but she had a voluptuous figure, the kind of girl with curves in all the right places. Dressed in her uniform, she looked quite charming. Back in college, Chen Feng had been the kind of class beauty who drew everyone's attention, the type who could attract a crowd effortlessly. He immediately walked over to greet her. Yang Ling? Wow, you've gotten even more handsome. Let me see, still got those 8-pack abs? Chen Feng reached out, lifting Yang Ling's t-shirt. Her eyes lit up as she stared at the 8-pack abs, swallowing hard before running her fingers over them. Yep, still there. Cut it out, or I'll grope your chest. Chen Feng stared at Yang Ling in surprise. How dare you talk to me like that? He. Getting bold, huh? Been through some tough times lately? I saw Li Hongliang post your photos in the group chat. He said you stripped down to hand out flyers? That's rough. Found a job yet? How about I join you in selling houses? Yang Ling chuckled. With your looks, you'd make a great real estate agent. But timing's bad, the economy's down, and houses aren't selling well. Chen Feng sighed and shook her head. I've been in the industry for 2 months now, but I'm only getting the base salary. I haven't sold a single property. No way? Chen Feng, you were such a good student. Why didn't you apply to those big companies? Well, for some reasons. I won't go into it. Just then, a rather beat-up Toyota sedan pulled up to the curb. A balding middle-aged man in a suit stepped out, holding a bouquet of roses. He smiled warmly at Chen Feng. Feng, these are for you. Chen Feng looked utterly disgusted. Mr. Li, I told you I have a boyfriend. Here, this is him. Feng, you're young, don't waste your time. That guy clearly doesn't have much money. If you struggle alongside him, how many years will it take before you can afford a house? If you come with me, I'll buy a wedding home right away. You'll earn commissions, and the property will be registered under your name. Yang Ling was stunned. Chen Feng still had that knack for attracting admirers. Only this time, she'd attracted a bald, obese butterfly. He stepped forward. With that overindulged, bloated face of yours, you think you can marry my girlfriend? You're a complete idiot. What's this brat saying? Daff? Need me repeat it? Poof. I'm a big-hearted man. I won't stoop to your childish level, the bald middle-aged man said. Feng, agree to it, okay? Otherwise, I'll give the order to another agency. You! How dare you harass my girlfriend? Yang Ling picked up a rock, stormed forward, and swung it at the bald man. Oh my god, murder! The bald man crouched down in terror. But he was completely unharmed. With your pathetic attitude, you think you can chase after young girls? Get lost, you idiot. The bald man's face flushed crimson with shame. He scrambled into his car and sped away. Just then, a woman emerged from the shop. Chen Feng, playing innocent? These days, pretending to be pure won't get you anywhere. If I were you, I'd pretend to agree with him, maybe even sleep with him first, sign the bill, make him spend more on you, then kick him to the curb. You think I'm you? I'd rather starve to death than sleep with someone like that. You just haven't been beaten down by society yet. Well, then, get ready to be fired. Chen Feng's face darkened. Yang Ling made you laugh, didn't I? You saw it too, that's just how things are. No, I came to see you about buying a house. Ha? Seriously? But you haven't even found a job yet? I'm being kept by a rich woman. Look at this body, rich women all say they love it. Seriously? If a rich woman's supporting you, why are you buying a place yourself? Cut the jokes. I've got clients to see. I'm serious. Come on, help me check out Greenland Puyo City for any good units, and also Shaanxi Lake Apartments over by University Road. Ha? Seriously? Yang Ling nodded. So you've struck it rich? Yeah, I've made a bit of money lately. The audiobook I did earlier went viral. Holy crap, really? Didn't Li Hongliang just mock you, saying this was a total waste of time? He even claimed you couldn't afford to support your girlfriend. He's just a dumbass. Yeah, total jerk. Ha! He even mocked you in the group chat for handing out flyers naked, not realizing you're the real deal. Chen Feng stared at him with eyes sparkling. Chapter 103, Buying a House. Yang Ling, you're so talented, handsome, fit, kind, disciplined, hardworking, and loyal. Why haven't I met a guy like you? I'm so jealous of your girlfriend. We broke up. She dumped me because I graduated without a job. What? Chen Feng wrapped her arms around his. Good riddance. Perfect timing. Does that mean I have a chance? Yang Ling rolled his eyes. Cut it out. What about your rich kid boyfriend? I remember you went through 3 during college, right? You think I'm not good enough? Forget it. Let's talk business first. Yeah, hurry up. Get this sorted for me. Chen Feng led him into the shop and immediately began showing him around. Soon, Yang Ling found a decent apartment layout. An 89 square meter unit in Greenland, Puyo City, 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms, large balcony, fully renovated, asking price 7,000. A 56 square meter studio apartment in Xiangxi Lake Garden, priced at 8,500 per square meter. Suitable. Manager, I'm taking a client to view properties. Can I drive there? Sure, just drive carefully. Everyone else had just witnessed Chen Feng's introduction, their faces brimming with envy. 2 apartments at once. The woman who had just mocked Chen Feng looked extremely displeased. First stop, Xiangxi Lake Apartments. This upscale complex borders Xiangxi Lake, featuring a small garden below and offering a pleasant environment with convenient amenities. The main draw is the surrounding universities, giving the area a vibrant, youthful atmosphere. It would be quite suitable to temporarily settle our little family here. These apartments come fully furnished and decorated just by some furniture, and you can move in with just your bags. Chen Feng, this is the one. Sign the contract. The contract was signed quickly, paid in full roughly 500,000 yuan. Chen Feng was stunned. She had assumed they'd take out a loan, but to pay in full? That afternoon, she visited Puyo City, viewed the property, and negotiated directly with the owner, settling on 630,000 yuan. Taxes and such could be handled online, and since it was a cash deal, there were no other loan procedures to deal with. It was easy. Spending money felt truly satisfying. Earlier, Zhang Fangya had given him 1 million yuan in startup capital, Jiang Xue had given him another million, and he still had considerable other income, so he now had nearly 1 million yuan left. He believed he could succeed. Even if he had to repay Zhang Fangya later, he should be able to manage it. Chen Feng, how much commission will you get from these 2 deals? 4,000 yuan. That little? Yeah, what can you do? I'm already satisfied. At least I finally got started. By the way, none of your boyfriends worked out? Not a chance. They were all just flings. Yang Ling, do you think I'm a gold digger? Everyone has their own values. By the way, I want to keep this low key. Don't spread it around. I won't spread it around. Because I've decided I'm going to pursue you. Pursue my ass. Just take me to the Ningqing Civic Center. What for? To change the studio address to the apartment. It's zoned for both commercial and residential use. You opened a studio? Now I'm even more determined to pursue you. Yang Ling, do you believe I'm still a virgin? Can a so climb a tree? You bastard. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Chen Feng flicked her hair seductively. Honestly, this woman was a real vixen. But he didn't want to try. At the Civic Center, the paperwork was processed quickly. Chen Feng's eyes fixed intently on Yang Ling. This guy was seriously impressive. Fresh out of college, he's already running his own studio, bought 2 apartments, and knows how to get things done. If she could marry him, she'd soon live a good life. And he's devoted too. Too bad her reputation was ruined back in college. But she believes men are driven by their baser instincts. Hey, she's confident she could win him over. Even if it was just a fling, that would be great. Where are you headed? I'll give you a ride. Xiangxi Lake Apartments. Oh? Need to pick something up? I can help you out, Chen Feng chuckled. Yang Ling, I don't have a place to stay right now. How about we just move in together? Upon arriving at Xiangxi Lake Apartments, Yang Ling bought some items and waited for an hour before a whole delivery truck arrived. Qin Jinyan had already vacated their apartment at Ruyan Apartments. There wasn't much to move, mostly recording equipment. Yang Ling, this is a high-end commercial residential apartment. The rent must be expensive, right? No problem. The environment is great, the rooms are spacious enough for our voiceover studio. I've already paid a year's rent and changed the studio address to this location. You can stay here with peace of mind. What? A year's rent? You bastard. Fine, this place really is nice. It's right next to Xiangxi Lake, perfect for exercising. They quickly moved everything upstairs. He helped Qin Jinyan organize her belongings, set up the equipment, and ensure she had everything she needed. Senior, you can gradually add the rest of your daily necessities. I'll head out now. Qin Jinyan pulled him back. Yang Ling, how long do you plan to be a professional suck-up? I don't know. Then tell me when you stop. I'll wait for you until I turn 30. Ha? What ha? I mean, before I turn 30, I won't date or marry anyone. I'll wait for you. When that time comes, if you're unmarried and I'm unmarried, we'll get married and have kids. Sounds good. Qin Jinyan pulled him close and kissed him. I'm stamping you as mine in advance, got it? Senior, I want to stamp you too. Go ahead. Yang Ling pressed his lips directly against Qin Jinyan's. Qin Jinyan wrapped her arms around him. Yang Ling, give me your hand. Yang Ling looked puzzled. Qin Jinyan took his hand and placed it on her chest, measuring her height. Yang Ling looked utterly bewildered. Don't let those mature, wealthy women fool you, okay? By the time I'm their age, I'll be far more charming than any of them. Got it, senior. I was just wondering. Don't think about it. We'll talk later. Let's go back. Yang Ling was utterly speechless. Seriously, this is just adding fuel to the fire. He stretched lazily by the roadside. This week had been exhausting mentally, mostly. Portraying a role demanded intense emotional investment, and maintaining that state was truly draining. He hailed a cab back to Ruyan Apartments, planning to move his belongings back to Zijing Community tonight. At this moment, at Ruyan Apartment, Zhang Qian was playing with Xiao Shi. But she was half-heartedly playing while glued to her phone, so the little one ran over to Wen Ruyan with a clearly unhappy expression. Wen Ruyan sat on the sofa, engrossed in flipping through photo albums. Her eyes were misty as she looked through them. Mommy, I want to play with Daddy. Why hasn't he come back these past few days? He's on a business trip and will be gone for a long time. You can play with Auntie. Auntie isn't fun at all. She just plays with her phone all day. Wen Ruyan glanced at Zhang Qian inside. Shanqian, you should go back. You have work tomorrow. No, I'll stay here for now and keep you company. I don't need company. You should go back. The more you insist, the more I'll stay. Come on, Cece, let's keep playing. I don't want to play. I just want to play with Daddy. Daddy plays so well. He never plays the driver. Alright, Auntie won't play with her phone. After playing for a long time, the little one finally fell asleep. Zhang Qian held her waist. Playing with kids is exhausting. Shanqian, Yang Ling can play with Cece for hours without getting distracted. He's just acting. He gets paid to do it. Sigh, never mind. I'll spend more time with Cece from now on. And hey, stop bringing these things out to look at. It just stirs up old feelings. Even if Yang Ling is gone, you can still keep up your recent good habits. Why revert to your old ways? Doing this is just punishing yourself. Punish? Yes, I deserve punishment. Back then, it was because I demanded too much that Chihua got sick. Now I've hired someone to play the role, yet I want more. I want him to be my husband. I want to buy his only genuine feelings with money. Ha, how greedy. Money can never buy true feelings. Zhang Qian was speechless. She felt Wen Ruyan had truly lost her mind. Perhaps it was a psychological disorder. Should she see a psychiatrist? She recalled that Ning University had a rather skilled psychologist named Jiang Xue. She'd go consult her. Chapter 104, You have half a month to conceive. Not long after, Yang Ling returned to Ruyan Apartment, gathered his things, and headed back to Zijing residential area. Brother, you're back? Why are you moving things back? Yang Momo looked utterly surprised. I cancelled the lease on that place. I'll be staying here for now. Ha? What happened? The partnership ended. Oh, that's good then. Brother, can you take me to school? You haven't spent any time with me these past few days. Sure. Is there anything else you need? I'll buy it for you. Nothing else, just your company. Alright, I'll take a shower first. He casually inquired about Mom's condition. She said she'd been doing well these days, keeping busy every day and getting to know quite a few people downstairs. Yang Qianyu used to run a dessert shop and she's actually quite good with people. Mom, Momo, I've got some great news. My new book is a huge hit. Before long, I should be able to buy a house. What? Really? Yang Momo's face lit up with excitement. Of course. At the very least, it'll cost hundreds of thousands. Oh my gosh, hundreds of thousands? That's incredible. Keep it under wraps for now, okay? I'll tell you once it's settled. He wanted to prepare his mom and sister beforehand, so they wouldn't worry later. After showering, he drove his sister to Ning University. He stopped by Business School Road to buy her a few outfits and some daily necessities. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He spotted Lin Wan and Lin Feifei on Business School Road. One was voluptuous and radiated mature charm, while the other was slender and youthful, a stunning mother-daughter duo. And Wan, it's been so long. I've missed you. Lin Wan startled, her gaze carrying a hint of reproach as she looked at young Ling. That rascal hadn't come to see her in a week. She really missed him. If she hadn't known Li Jilan was a lesbian, she almost would have thought they were together. Brother Ling, did you miss me? Like hell I did. Oomph, you jerk. Lin Feifei glared at him, then noticed the large and small bags in his hands. Brother Ling, buying so many clothes? Did you get any for me? Nope. All for Momo. Oh. Lin Feifei felt a pang of disappointment. Back then, Yang Ling always considered her when buying anything. Now she'd fallen out of favor. After dropping them off at school, Yang Ling and Lin Wan left. Suddenly, Yang Ling took Lin Wan's hand. What are you doing? We're still outside. Don't get any ideas. Lin Wan quickly pulled her hand away. What's wrong with me holding my aunt's hand? You still remember I'm your aunt? Not my biological aunt. Aunt Wan, I missed you. Yang Ling's gaze was intense, burning with passion. Lin Wan's heart fluttered and she suddenly felt weak. Let's go back first. They reached the parking lot, found the car, and as soon as they got in, Yang Ling couldn't wait. Are you crazy? Drive already. Yang Ling drove fast, reaching Puyue City in just over 10 minutes. It was already 11 p.m. The underground parking lot was nearly empty, so he simply scooped her up in a princess carry and hurried back. Tonight promised to be another sleepless night. One was young and full of drive, the other was as fierce as a wolf. This night, too, was utterly perfect. The next day, they slept until noon before waking up. It's already noon. Hungry? I'll get up and cook some noodles. And Wan, I don't feel like noodles. Then what do you want to eat? You little rascal, stop it. To be honest, Lin Wan was starting to feel a bit intimidated by him. And now, returning to her senses, a voice deep inside her told her this wasn't right. But her body was honest. Sigh. She really couldn't live without him. Get up quickly. Jilan wants you to come to her house. Lin Wan stroked Yang Ling's hair with a look of satisfaction. Little Ling, you're amazing. You even won over Jilan's parents, they're both professors, you know. And Wan, I'm not really feeling up to going. Huh? Why? This is a golden opportunity. With their backing, anything you pursue will be so much easier. Well, I guess I did too well. They're so pleased with me, they want me to have children with Aunt Lan. Well, just stall for time with Jilan for now. I can't stall them for long. They're getting older and think Aunt Lan is already advanced in age. If she doesn't have a child soon, she might not be able to anymore. They're also worried she'll be lonely later. That is a problem. But Jilan isn't interested in men anyway. You should still go. The two elders miss you. You can't stand them up. All right. After finishing their noodles, Lin Wan drove him to Yongtai Garden. Wanner, from now on, every Sunday after we drop Feifei and Momo off at school, I'll come over to your place, okay? Sure. Yang Ling entered Yongtai Garden and found Li Jilan's home. They were having lunch. The two elders were delighted to see him and immediately brought out bowls and chopsticks. Xiaoling, why haven't you come by in so long? What have you been up to lately? Reading. I've gained quite a bit of insight into psychology lately. I'll discuss it with Teacher Chen later. Great. Xiaoling, you could also focus on literature, you've got real talent for it, Li Jianmin chuckled. Like me, write novels that sell well. The royalties and copyright fees are quite substantial. I'll study everything. I'm still young. Li Jilan felt a twinge of jealousy seeing her parents' eyes fixed only on Yang Ling. Hey, hey, hey! I'm still here. Xiaoling, can't you see me? Get lost. You're useless. Do you even understand what we're discussing? Exactly. If you cared about your mind as much as your body, would you be in such a mess? If you don't start studying, you and Xiaoling won't be on the same level in the future. Fine, fine, fine. I'll shut up. Just treat me like I'm invisible. Li Jilian felt secretly pleased inside. Her parents finally stopped focusing all their attention on her. What do you mean nobody? You and Xiaoling need to have a baby ASAP while we're still able to help out. Besides, you're 40 now. You're considered an older mother. The sooner, the better. Don't try to brush this off. You have 2 weeks. By the end of that time, we need proof you're pregnant. Yang Ling was speechless. Li Jilan pressed her hand to her forehead. Xiaoling, don't blame Auntie for being old-fashioned. I'm just so worried about Jilan. Chen Shufan pulled out a card. Here, Xiaoling. This is pocket money from your uncle and me, just $500,000. It's not much, but don't let money hold you back. Focus on your research and studies. Leave raising the child to us. We earn so much money, we don't even know what to spend it on. Just our combined retirement pensions alone add up to tens of thousands a month. I know you're still young and not ready for marriage yet. It's fine. These days, having children before marriage isn't unusual. Yang Ling froze. Cough cough. He glanced at Li Jilan. Just take what your parents gave you. Alright, thank you, uncle and aunt. It seemed the two elders were genuinely worried. Yang Ling spent the afternoon at the Li residence. Uncle, auntie, thank you for your guidance. It's truly enlightening. It's our honor to teach such a bright student. Ah, if only we hadn't retired yet. Well, I'll be heading out now. Next time I'll read more books and come back for more guidance. Go on, go on. Look at this good-for-nothing woman, she's getting impatient waiting. Li Jilan was speechless once more, wrapping her arm around Yang Ling's and pulling him out. Xiaoling, let's go to my villa. We'll start making babies tonight. Chapter 105, Li Jilan's heart flutters. Aunt Lan, don't joke like that with me. Who's joking with you? Huh? Really? Yang Ling swallowed hard. Then what else do you think I could do? If you ask me, you should just come clean with your parents, or find someone to marry. I'm not getting married. Being single is so much better. Aunt Wan isn't planning to marry either. From now on, I'll just live with her. I can't just come clean either, my parents will definitely keep setting me up with guys. Then what? How about artificial insemination? Are you crazy? If we want a child, why go artificial? My body's perfectly fine. Li Jilan looked at young Ling, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Xiao Ling, you're smart, handsome, and tall. Your genes must be excellent. I'll consider you. As for how we'll do it, I haven't figured that out yet. You better be mentally prepared. Aunt Lan, don't you think I should have a say in whether I agree? You little. Li Jilan felt a pang of irritation. Did she hold no attraction for this young man? Come on, let's go to my villa. Ha? I don't think so. This week, I've arranged for you to take certifications at multiple locations. I'll personally take you there. Multiple places? Yes. Ningqing is just a small city. If you want widely recognized, high-quality certifications, you have to go to first-tier cities. I have connections in Shanghai and Shenzhen, and there are sessions available. Thanks, Aunt Lan. Yang Ling realized the fitness industry was actually pretty important. Especially high-end fitness clubs, where he could meet wealthy clients. If they were female clients, he could even refer them to Lin Wan's spa salon. This was another high-income opportunity. Arriving at the Riverside Villa. Aunt Lan, do you live alone? Aren't you afraid? What's there to be afraid of? Aunt Wan hasn't told you about my other special skill yet? What skill? Wait a moment. Moments later, Li Jilian emerged wearing a white training uniform, her gaze sharpening into a fierce, spirited look. Entering the training room, she saw numerous punching bags and wooden stumps. Various fitness equipment was also present. Suddenly, she let out a sharp ha and kicked her leg high into the air. Thud! The punching bag erupted with a loud crack. Holy crap! What incredible power! Good grief! That kick, if it hit someone, wouldn't it cripple them? Next came several more roundhouse kicks and sweeping kicks, each executed with overwhelming force. Li Jilian paused, noticing Yang Ling's stunned expression, and let a faint smile touch her lips. Oomph, kid, got you stunned yet? Aunt Lan, you're amazing. Do you practice taekwondo? Yes, I'm an 8th degree black belt. I teach taekwondo classes at our club. I'm the head coach. Awesome. With Aunt Lan around, I won't have to worry about being bullied anymore. Anyone who dares bully you, I'll kick them to death, Li Jilian chuckled. Go change into your workout clothes. Tonight, I'll give you some more coaching. Let's aim to get a few certifications in the next few days. Sure. Li Jilan's home had a large fitness room. It must be said, she was truly professional. She wasn't the uneducated person her parents claimed. She'd reached a high level of expertise in certain fields. You could say she was a true expert. Before long, Yang Ling lay on the flat weight bench and began lifting. Suddenly, Li Jilian appeared behind his head, squatting into a horse stance. She leaned forward, gripping the barbell's crossbar with both hands. Xiao Ling, be careful with this exercise. Know your limits. Overdoing it can lead to injury. Here, I'll hold it loosely. If you can't keep going, tell me right away. Yang Ling stared blankly upward. Xiao Ling, what are you spacing out about? Oh, okay. I'll start now. Wow, Aunt Lan really has a killer body. No wonder she works out. She looks so toned. The scale is truly magnificent. Li Jilong paused for a moment, a faint smile curling her lips. I knew it. How could any normal man not fantasize about her? Yang Ling kept his eyes fixed upward while lifting weights. Well, might as well enjoy the view. Before long, his form was flawless. Next, we'll move on to other projects. For some reason, Li Jilian grew increasingly intimate with him, sometimes pressing close behind him, reaching around to guide his hand step by step. The sensation on his back instantly made him salute. What's with this woman? Wasn't she supposed to be into women? The entire process was driving him absolutely wild. After a long while, he finally got it done. Xiao Ling, you passed with flying colors, Li Jilan said, her eyes brimming with admiration. Xiao Ling, you're so smart. How come you're also so athletically gifted? Speaking of which, how could such an outstanding child like you have been abandoned by your parents when you were little? Yang Ling shook his head. I don't know. I don't even remember which village I was in as a child. If you knew which village, maybe you could find out. Do you want to find them? No, I won't. My current mom is wonderful, and I have a little sister. I'm quite happy. But deep down, Yang Ling still wanted to find them. Truthfully, he was more suspicious about whether he and Qin Shin shared some connection. After all, how could they possibly look so much alike? But he planned to search secretly. That's right. There's no point in searching anyway. Li Jilian ruffled Yang Ling's hair. Little Ling, from now on, Aunt Wan and I will both be your family. Thank you, Aunt Lan. Come on, go take a shower. I've ordered some delicious food. We'll have a late-night snack together later. After washing up, Li Jilian ordered the late-night snack. Surprisingly, it was also a light, healthy meal. After eating his fill, he went to bed. He also told his mom and Lin Wan that if anything came up, his mom should contact Lin Wan. He also informed Qin Jinyan. Inside the room, Li Jilan lay lazily on the bed. Recalling the sensations from earlier, she suddenly realized that men weren't as repulsive as she'd once believed. Some men could be quite good. She had once planned to team up with Lin Wan in her old age. But what fun was there in being with an old woman? Having children was what mattered. Besides, if she refused to have children, her parents would beat her to death, resorting to crying, tantrums, and even threatening suicide. After all, she was their only daughter. This trip seemed like a perfect opportunity. Early the next morning, the two headed to the airport and boarded a flight bound for the metropolis. Upon landing, two women were waiting to greet them. One had a mature, sophisticated aura, with a figure similar to Li Jilian, slightly shorter but more curvaceous, with a voluptuous, sensual body and a face radiating charm. The other woman also had a great figure, youthful and vibrant, looking full of energy. Judging by her age, she should be around 25 or 26. Jilian, you've taken on a student? And such a handsome young man at that. TSK, you're such a busy person, yet you came personally? This relationship must be special. The woman scrutinized Yang Ling from head to toe. My best friend's nephew. Your best friend's nephew? You're quite the player, aren't you? Cut the crap, you flirt. Get this sorted out. Fine, I'll see what I can do to get the examiners to lower their standards a bit. No, just keep it normal. So confident? He's pretty young. You know, even I, someone who's been in the field for years, might not pass this exam. Chapter 106, Getting the Certificate. That's how confident I am. Alright, that makes things easier. No need to spend extra favors or money. Stepping into a minivan, Yang Ling gazed out the window like a curious child. It must be said, the metropolis truly lived up to its name, nothing like the small southern city of Ningcheng. Young Yang, is this your first time in the Magic City? Ji-Nana continued to size him up. Ji-Nana, the mature, sophisticated woman, classmate of Li Jilan, now held a high-ranking position within the Magic City Fitness Association and also owned a fitness brand. In a metropolis like Shanghai, the fitness industry thrived, giving rise to private commercial organizations like the Fitness Association. She, moreover, was a specially invited examiner for this test. Yang Ling nodded. Jilian has such confidence in you, you must be truly exceptional. Why not stay and develop your career here in the Magic City? Opportunities here far outnumber those in a small town like Ningcheng. Yang Ling was naturally tempted. With his photographic memory, coming to the metropolis would undoubtedly bring more opportunities and easier money. But now wasn't the time. Hey, Anna Jean, are you getting this brazen now? Daring to poach my guy right in front of me? Your best friend's nephew, wouldn't staying in the Magic City be better for him? I thought you'd agree. He's the future star of my fitness club. Get lost. This makes me even more interested. Little Yang, once you get your certification, we'll discuss your salary. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Sorry, Aunt Anna. Aunt Lan has helped me tremendously, and my family is in Ningcheng. I'm not considering moving to Shanghai for now. But in the future, once I make a name for myself in the industry, I might reconsider. All right. After lunch, he headed to a fitness training base in the western suburbs of Shanghai. After completing the formalities, he entered the exam waiting area alongside Jean Anna's student, Li Youyu. Li Youyu was a coach at Jean Anna's fitness club with 2 years of experience. Yang Ling, you're the first person I've ever seen attempt an advanced certification without even holding the national vocational qualification. Don't embarrass yourself later and put my teacher in an awkward position. Li Youyu was quite proud. Ever since getting in the car, she hadn't given Yang Ling a proper glance. She kept muttering under her breath about how he must be a connected insider. Ms. Li, relax. Don't worry. Look around this waiting area, do you even look like a fitness enthusiast? Yang Ling glanced over and was instantly speechless. One after another, they were all muscle-bound men. Most were broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, with biceps bigger than the next guy's. At the very least, they all had substantial muscle mass. Not a single one had a lean, well-proportioned physique like his. These guys were clearly professional bodybuilders. And he? Just a self-taught practitioner. Just then, 2 handsome-looking musclemen approached. Youyu, you're here too? And this is Yang Ling. He pulled strings to get in touch with my instructor. He hasn't even earned his national certification yet. What? The two looked utterly astonished. Brother Yang, this doesn't look like you're into fitness? Your muscles are decent, but they're a bit small. I'm not professionally into fitness. I'm self-taught in prisoner workout. Prisoner's workout? Seriously? That's like a poor man's fitness routine. Why bother getting certified? You can't sell protein powder with that. Just for fun. Yang Ling, you're completely wasting my teacher's precious favor. Li Youyu looked thoroughly displeased. Bro Yang, how about I teach you? I'm from Shanghai Sports School, my expertise is solid. Ask me anything you don't get. Ha, cramming at the last minute won't do you any good, another man sneered. Youyu, check out my muscles, pretty impressive, huh? I've bulked up a lot lately. The man flexed his fist, pressing down on his arm. Instantly, massive biceps bulged out. He beamed with pride. I don't like muscle heads, Li Youyu stated. They were soon ushered into the exam section. First came the theoretical knowledge section, all computer-based testing, with scores displayed immediately after completion. Pretty easy. Because he read many books specifically for exam preparation. An hour later, he aced the written exam. He stepped out of the exam hall. Yang Ling, what score did you get? Did you pass? Li Youyu frowned. Yang Ling nodded. Just then, those two men reappeared. No way. Yang Ling, I didn't even pass. How could you, a self-taught guy, pass? Damn it, this exam was brutal. I messed up on several major questions. My knowledge is outdated, I didn't review the latest updates. The two looked thoroughly displeased. Yang Ling, open your phone and log into the backend. Yang Ling opened his phone and logged into a fitness app. It displayed a perfect score of 100. The three of them stared in disbelief. Holy crap! 100 points? Are you some kind of athletic prodigy? Nah, just an amateur. Self-taught. They were speechless. Li Youyu looked astonished. So you really have some skills. No wonder teacher Jilan has such confidence in you. Yang Ling, I underestimated you and wronged you. I'm sorry. It's fine, I didn't take it to heart. Yang Ling shrugged. Theory's one thing, but practical skills are another. Brother Yang Ling, your self-taught methods won't cut it. What nonsense are you spouting? You don't even have the qualifications for the practical test, Li Youyu retorted sarcastically. The two men, their faces twisted with displeasure, walked away grudgingly. Soon, the practical test began. Yang Ling's movements were textbook perfect, his explanations precise, truly exemplary. Even the examiners were left speechless. As for Jean Anna, her eyes sparkled. This is the true essence of fitness, not chasing massive muscles, but pursuing natural, harmonious, and healthy form. Yes, each of his muscles seems to work independently yet in perfect coordination, truly remarkable. He aced the theory exam, and now his practical skills are equally impressive. He's a natural-born coach. Yang Ling successfully obtained both certifications. With these credentials, he could now work at an international chain gym or start his own business. That evening, Jean Anna first took Li Jilian and Yang Ling to the hotel to settle in. They happened to be adjacent suites. After settling them in, she found a seafood buffet restaurant and treated Li Jilong and Yang Ling to dinner. Jilian, Yang Ling is such a genius. It's a shame he's stuck in that small town with you. Why don't you both come to the Magic City with him? I won't come. My parents are getting old and Xiaoling can't come either. How much could you pay him monthly? I'll double it. If the salary isn't enough, I'll support him myself. Oh, I see. You really are up to no good, hitting on your best friend's nephew. Enough. This is getting ridiculous. At that moment, Yang Ling wandered around, and soon his tray was piled high with all kinds of seafood delicacies. Opportunities like this don't come often. Yang Ling, are you really not considering staying in the Magic City? Li Youyu had changed into a stylish, well-fitted outfit, looking chic and glamorous, a true modern lady. Earlier, Li Youyu had believed Yang Ling's backdoor connections might tarnish Jean Anna's reputation, hence her cold attitude. But now, she felt quite fond of Yang Ling. Not only was he handsome with an impressive physique perfectly aligned with her aesthetic preferences, but he carried himself with an effortless poise and confidence that radiated from every pore. A genius like this had boundless potential. I might come back someday. When I do, I'll need Sister Yoyu's help again. Sure. When you do come, you must contact me. And if I ever travel to Ningcheng, can I reach out to you? Sure. After finishing the buffet, Anna Kim suggested Yang Ling and Li Jilian head back to rest for a bit, take a shower or something. She mentioned there'd be a special event later that night and planned to take Yang Ling out to broaden his horizons. Back at the hotel, Yang Ling entered his room and was about to close the door when Li Jilong pushed her way in. Chapter 107, Androphobia. Xiaoling, I need your help with something. Just say it, Aunt Lan. Oh? You'll help with anything? Of course. Aunt Lan has done me such a huge favor. Alright. Give me a minute. Li Jilong went into the next room and brought her luggage over. Aunt Lan, what are you doing? These hotels all have king-size beds. That should be plenty for 2 people, right? Ha? What ha? Didn't you say you could help? This is the favor I need from you, Li Jilian replied. Help me treat my misandry. What? Androphobia? Yes. Back in school, I was almost raped by that beast of a coach. Ever since, I've hated men. A flicker of hatred passed through Li Jilian's eyes. Otherwise, I would have married long ago. All these years, I've had to hide my real problem by pretending to be attracted to women. But lately, you haven't made me dislike or fear you. I feel this is the moment to cure my misandry. I see. Aunt Lan, how can I help you? Just contact. Everyday contact. I hope this trip over the next few days will help me recover completely. Alright, leave it to me. This was his specialty. Recently, he'd cured Jiang Xue, and Zhang Fangya had also shown significant improvement. Wan Ruyan had completely shaken off her previous state. Xiaoling is so kind. I'll go take a shower. Li Jilian took her clothes into the bathroom. Yang Ling suddenly felt a bit warm, so he grabbed the remote and turned on the air conditioner. Then he tried to turn on the TV, but the two remotes looked so similar he couldn't tell which was which. He pressed a few buttons at random. Suddenly, an odd sound echoed through the room. He glanced toward the bathroom, and just then, the curtain draped over the glass shower door slowly parted. Instantly, the beautiful scene inside the bathroom was laid bare. Holy crap! Li Jilian also saw him through the glass. Yang Ling frantically pressed the remote control, and finally, the curtain closed again. This bathroom design is so unnecessary. Moments later, Li Jilian stormed out, glaring at him. Sorry, Aunt Lan. I was just trying to turn on the TV. Is it good? It was, the TV was good. You didn't even turn it on. What's so good about that? Your turn. Okay. Yang Ling entered the bathroom, but the scene from earlier kept replaying in his mind. Tonight, it's going to be tough. But to cure Li Jilian, he had to endure. Suddenly, he froze in shock. Because the curtain slowly began to open. He quickly crouched down. But before long, the curtain closed again. Outside, Li Jilian's face was flushed, her eyes filled with disbelief. Good heavens! That boy! How terrifying! Yet, for the first time in over 20 years, she found herself harboring such thoughts toward a man, and her body began to stir. This delighted her. After a long while, Yang Ling emerged, fully dressed. Aunt Lan, you just... Oh, I got it wrong too. I was just going to turn on the TV. Come sit down, let's watch together. Yang Ling sat down on the bed. He noticed that Li Xilan had changed into a silk nightgown. Gone was the spirited vigor she'd displayed during the day. Instead, she now exuded a soft, alluring charm. She held a bottle of mixed cocktail, sipping it. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Xiaoling, come sit beside me. Let's drink and watch TV together. He sat directly beside her, leaning against the headboard. His hand fell naturally, brushing against hers. He clearly felt her hand tremble and instinctively pull away. But he gently took her hand and lifted it to look at it. Aunt Lan, your hands, you handle instruments all the time, yet there aren't any calluses at all? I haven't handled tools in years, and I've been using some exfoliating skincare products. No wonder it's so fair and soft. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Jilian's eyes. Wow, this kid knows his stuff. Is he really a newbie? He's like a seasoned pro. But she'd already planned on it, so she went along with it. This feeling wasn't bad. No wonder Kim Anna mentioned earlier that many women her age prefer younger guys. It really made her feel younger, like passion had returned. Ever since that beastly man nearly assaulted her in college, she'd grown to despise men over the years. You could say she'd missed out on a lot of the joys of being a woman. Come on, Xiaoling, drink up. To celebrate your first victory today, cheers. Alright, thanks, Aunt Lan. Yang Ling felt genuinely happy inside. Since the cocktail wasn't too strong, she downed it too. You're welcome. I just gave you a little push. It's mainly because you're talented. When you achieve great success in the future, don't forget Aunt Lan. I won't. They drank several more bottles. Yang Ling felt a bit dizzy. Li Jilian's lips curved slightly. Ha! This kid really can't hold his liquor. Thinking this cocktail has low alcohol content? This is a blend of several spirits. If you don't have a high tolerance, it's easy to get drunk. Aunt Lan, I can't drink anymore. I'm feeling a bit lightheaded. What's there to be afraid of? We're not going anywhere. If you get drunk, just lie down and sleep. Fine. Just then, a romantic drama began airing on TV. Ha! What caught my eye was a steamy scene between a young hunk born in the 2000s and a mature woman born in 1988. The female lead was played by Qin Lan, quite captivating. Li Jilian's eyes lit up, finding it quite intriguing. The young male lead, who preferred older women, pursued the female lead. But the female lead felt he was too young and rejected him, even after they'd shared an intimate moment. The female lead experiences some physical issues and visits a doctor, who diagnoses her with irregular menstruation. The female lead asked the doctor if she was experiencing early menopause. The doctor reassured her, "Don't worry, you're only 40. Menopause doesn't happen that quickly. If you're still worried, find yourself a boyfriend quickly. A fulfilling life will fix everything." The female lead thought of the younger male lead and invited him to a hot spring. As they relaxed together, their fingers intertwined. She decided he was the one and planned to confess her feelings. But then the doctor called with the results. Her irregular periods were due to pregnancy. That one passionate encounter had resulted in pregnancy. The drama, combined with the alcohol, created a certain atmosphere between them. They exchanged a glance and continued drinking. What an interesting show, a May-December romance that even cures menstrual irregularities. Li Jilan reached out and interlaced her fingers with Yang Ling's, but the next moment, she quickly let go. What's wrong, Aunt Lan? Xiaoling, just now. I think I got electrocuted. Ha? Is this what an electric shock feels like? Let's try again. Li Jilian grasped his hand once more, then nestled naturally into his embrace as she continued watching television. This feeling, it really is wonderful, Xiaoling. Thank you for giving me this experience. Just then, the male and female leads shared another kiss, a particularly passionate one. Li Jilian turned her head and leaned in to kiss Yang Ling directly. They remained frozen like that for a long time. How strange. I actually don't dislike this at all. Xiaoling, could you be heaven's messenger sent to save me? She leaned in to kiss him again. After a long while, Li Jilian felt a bit dizzy with desire. Hey, Aunt Lan, you're crossing the line. After kissing for so long, your fear of men should be cured. You can let go of me now. Yang Ling, tipsy, tried to push Li Jilong away, only to discover she was incredibly strong. He couldn't budge her. Not cured yet. It's not truly cured until we take the final step. Xiaoling, please, cure me completely. I'm counting on you. Li Jilong was also feeling the effects of the alcohol. Chapter 108, Passion. The next morning, Yang Ling woke up with a splitting headache. Who would have thought those delicious cocktails could knock you out so easily? Ugh, what a lightweight. How was he supposed to handle social engagements from now on? What's going on? Yang Ling felt as though his entire body was submerged in a hot spring. So warm. The next moment, the scene before his eyes made his brain explode. Holy crap. Last night, he actually, with Li Jilian. Looking at the mess on the bed and fragments of last night's memories. He remembered they'd both been drunk last night, then saw the passionate scene on TV. It seemed pretty wild. Holy crap. What the hell do I do now? Forget it, just deal with it. He immediately got up and went into the bathroom to shower. When he came out, he saw Li Jilian had also gotten up, staring straight at him. Xiaoling, last night we. That's right, Aunt Lan. Your fear of men is completely cured. Oh, thank you, Xiaoling. You're welcome. Xiaoling, don't feel burdened. I'm not some young girl anymore. I'm the one who took advantage, so I won't ask you to take responsibility or anything. Li Jilan's face softened with tenderness. Yang Ling was deeply moved. Truly, youth fails to recognize the value of an aunt, mistakenly treasuring a young girl instead. Aunties have money, are gentle, know how to take care of you, and after getting what you want, you don't have to take responsibility. Truly, nothing but advantages. Oh dear, I'm running out of time. Li Jilan hurried into the bathroom. After taking a few steps, she nearly stumbled. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, her complexion rosy, looking years younger, her heart pounded wildly. Turns out, a young stud really can be delightful. She quickly gathered her things, went downstairs to buy breakfast, and immediately headed to the parking lot. Anna Jin's car was already waiting there. Once inside the car, Jean Anna stared intently at Li Jilian. What are you looking at? Jilian, have you been, well taken care of? Li Jilan jumped in surprise, thinking to herself, is it that obvious? What nonsense are you talking about? I just had a spa treatment last night. Oh? Jean Anna looked skeptical, turning to Yang Ling. Little Ling, why don't you stay? Auntie can arrange a job for you, at least 30 grand starting salary. Plus, you'd meet tons of high-end clients. With your perfect theory, flawless practice, and great looks, you could even become a personal trainer for beautiful CEOs or female celebrities. Yang Ling's heart stirred. He really did want to come. He was practically identical to Qin Shun. But now wasn't the right time. Aunt Anna, I'll likely come to Shanghai eventually, but I need to establish my reputation in Ningxing first. Alright then. Good luck. Soon after, they arrived at the airport and boarded the plane. They sat together. He took her hand and intertwined their fingers. Upon arriving in Shenzhen, however, no one was there to greet them. This time, the test was for a nationally recognized certification. They simply followed the prescribed steps. 2 days later, it was finally done. As expected, he passed with perfect scores across the board. During this time, whenever they had a moment, they returned to the hotel, their passion burning bright. By the time they returned to Ningxing, it was already Friday morning. Xiaoling, this trip has been the most unforgettable for me, Li Jilan said, her face radiating tenderness. Aunt Lan, it was unforgettable for me too. How could it not be unforgettable? Over these days, they tried every position imaginable. But there are some things we still need to think through carefully. You're still young with a bright future ahead. As your Aunt Wan's best friend, I can't let this get in your way, otherwise, she'd beat me to death. So don't harbor any illusions about me. At most, we're just fulfilling each other's needs. And this relationship must remain strictly confidential. To Aunt Wan, you're just the boyfriend I hired to reassure my parents. To outsiders, I'm only your boss, understand? Understood, Auntie Lan. Alright. Take 2 days off. Start work again next Monday. Alright. But Aunt Lan, I still need to study for my graduate school entrance exam. Could I skip the attendance requirement? I have commitments with my clients before heading to the store. There's no precedent for this, but if you genuinely bring clients to the company and they approve of you, it might be acceptable. Back at Ruyan Apartments. How did I end up here again? He chuckled and walked back to the Purple Jasmine community. Xiao Ling's back? How'd it go? Smooth? It went very smoothly. I got 5 certificates and start work next Monday. Excellent. My Xiao Ling is so capable. Yang Qianyu beamed with pride. Mom, you haven't felt any discomfort this week, have you? Not at all. But my stamina and energy aren't what they used to be. That's perfectly normal. Yang Ling pondered for a moment. Once Mom finished her current medication, he'd schedule an appointment with Dr. Wu Yun. See if traditional Chinese medicine could help. He lay down on the bed for an afternoon nap. He pulled out his phone and texted Zhang Fangya. Little Yang, I won't be able to make it this week either. I'm tied up with things. I'll let you know when I can. Oh, Sister Fangya, I miss you. Had he not been pressed for time on this trip to Shanghai, he would have reached out to Zhang Fangya. Focus on building your career first, then publish a book. You've got talent, don't waste it. I'll help promote you and make you a big shot in the industry. Thanks, Sister Fangya. But I'm a little worried about you. Don't worry. After what happened last time, I'm in a much better place emotionally now. Remember, focus on your career while you're young. Later on, I'll give you a surprise. Okay. Yang Ling thought to himself that Zhang Fangya must have powerful connections. Since she was helping him, he needed to focus on building his career. He guessed her connections likely involved the entertainment industry. Why not pursue opportunities in that direction? For instance, writing novels, whether for online platforms or traditional publishing, could work. Having devoured so much literature with his photographic memory, he figured writing his own wouldn't be too hard. He could also become a screenwriter. Short dramas were all the rage now, and churning out scripts could be a lucrative path. But one must take things step by step. Even with his boundless energy, he couldn't afford to overwork himself. Lately he's been overindulging a bit. He even feels a twinge in his lower back. Truly, pleasure is the grave of heroes. He contacted Qin Jinyan and learned she'd already purchased the rights and completed some preliminary work. Senior, you can start recruiting now. If you have reliable contacts you trust, bring them on board. The next book is quite lengthy, the workload will be substantial, and there will be many characters. Or you could post tasks and hire people to do them. Alright, I'll head to Ning University to recruit juniors. They're affordable, obedient, and I can offer them internship opportunities. Great, I'll leave it to you. Yang Ling immediately dove into the work. Meanwhile, outside Ruyan Apartments, Zhang Qian waited anxiously. Soon, a red BMW pulled up. A beautiful woman in a short skirt and tailored blazer stepped out. Zhang Qian hurried over, her face brimming with respect. Professor Jiang, I'm so relieved I finally got you here. I was practically dying of anxiety. Just call me Jiang Xue. I've already analyzed the situation you described. Wait here, I'll go up as your close friend, and you'll introduce me to her. That way, she won't be guarded. I'll chat with her as a friend to understand her inner thoughts. Chapter 109, Depression. Sure. Even if it's fake, becoming Professor John's best friend would be a huge honor for me. Zhang Qian beamed with joy. These past few days had been utterly agonizing. When Ruyan's condition had worsened. This past week, she'd barely slept, drifting through each day in a haze. Her temper flared unpredictably at times, even scaring Zhang Qian. No matter how she tried to reason with her, it didn't work. Let alone Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi came home from school every day asking where daddy was and when he'd return. It was getting harder and harder to deceive her. She goes to school every morning feeling very unhappy. Her teacher even mentioned she's unhappy at school too, and her temper has gotten worse. She was driving me crazy. Deep down, she deeply regretted hiring a private investigator to follow Yang Ling. Who the hell knew that guy was so important? That he meant so much to Wen Ruyan and her daughter? What infuriates her most is that she can't even add Yang Ling anymore. That guy is just too heartless. So she's been making appointments with Jiang Xue all week. Jiang Xue is a psychology expert and professor at Ning University, as well as a renowned psychologist in Ningcheng. He's very busy and his schedule is already fully booked. Professor Jiang, what might be the issue with my best friend? Depression. What? How could that be? She's been doing fine lately. It's only after that person passed away that she became like this. Based on what you've described, she hasn't been well since her husband passed away. Those behaviors are all symptoms of depression, though not severe at the time. Jiang Xue's expression was serious. Recently, we hired someone to play the role of her husband, the father of her child. Because this person performed so well, it created a harmonious family environment. The child is happy, and her emotions have undergone a subtle shift. Compared to her previous emotional turmoil, she's very satisfied with her life since that person arrived. Her old depression has been suppressed. But after that person left, she feared slipping back into her old state, afraid of the children's noise, afraid life would become more miserable. Without that emotional anchor, she lost control and actively sought to return to her former state. The spirit tablet and belongings of her deceased husband were, in fact, her emotional anchors. By the way, does she harbor guilt over her husband's death? Could the departure of that impersonator be linked to her actions? Truthfully, when Jiang Xue heard Zhang Qian recount these events over the phone, she found it astonishing. Wasn't this remarkably similar to her own situation? After Yang Ling arrived, he gradually mended her heart, giving her a new emotional anchor. Hate is no match for love. She thought this was actually a rather effective form of psychological therapy. Zhang Qian's heart skipped a beat. Professor Jiang, before her husband passed away, Ruyan had a very active sex life with him. Her late husband's family even called her a star of misfortune and accused her of being a husband killer. Deep down, she also believed that perhaps her excessive indulgence had caused her husband's health to deteriorate and led to his cancer. This time, Ruyan intended to turn the charade into reality and marry that man. That's why I had someone investigate him to see if he had other clients. But he found out and left. That's troublesome. Did you try to persuade him to stay? We did. He said I was sick. All right. I already have a plan. But when the time comes, don't admit you told me everything about her. I need her to reveal it herself, especially the part about hiring someone to play her husband. Understood. Arriving at Wen Ruyan's home. Wen Ruyan looked noticeably thinner, with heavy dark circles under her eyes and a poor complexion. She sat alone on the sofa, lost in thought. Spotting Zhang Qian and a beautiful woman entering, she immediately stood up and forced a smile. Qian, who's this? My new bestie, Jiang Xue. She loves chatting with people. Since you've been feeling down lately, I thought I'd bring her over. Really? Hello, I'm Wen Ruyan. Ruyan, no need to be so formal. Zhang Qian's friends are my friends. Jiang Xue's words carried an innate warmth that instantly put people at ease. All right, have a seat. What would you like to drink? Alcohol? Do you have any? I usually drink on Fridays because tomorrow's Saturday perfect for getting properly drunk. Sounds great. Let's drink together. Zhang Qian promptly brought down some fine liquor. Ruyan, you look a bit pale. Haven't been sleeping well lately? A bit. Got something on your mind? I'm the best listener around and I'm super discreet. Whatever's bothering you, just dump it on me. Ha? Thanks, but nothing's wrong. No problem. Come on, drink up. A drunken stupor solves all troubles. Exactly. A drunken stupor eases all sorrows. After a few drinks, when Ruyan gradually opened up, sharing her story about her late husband. She even revealed the part about hiring someone to impersonate him. Zhang Qian thought Jiang Xue was truly resourceful. Jiang Xue, do you think I'm being too greedy? Before, I was intimate with my husband every day. I heard that if a man has too much of that, it can harm his health. Do you think I'm cursed to bring misfortune to my husbands? And that boy, he was just an actor. Yet I even hired someone to follow him, wanting to keep him all to myself. If he really had other clients, wouldn't that make him feel guilty toward them? Jiang Xue froze for a moment. Truthfully, she felt the same way about young Ling. She didn't want young Ling to have other clients either. Except for Zhang Fangya. She was still trying to steal Zhang Fangya's man. But now it seemed if Yang Ling did have other clients and she demanded he cut ties with them, would he be happy? Would he still come? He would definitely come, he loved her so much. As for Wen Ruyan, the actress playing this role, she probably didn't truly love her, she just wanted money. Wen Ruyan had become emotionally invested, which is why she was hurt. But she couldn't analyze the patient's situation directly, instead, she listened and sought solutions. If I never let myself get genuinely attached, just let him keep playing the part, always playing the part, he'd always show me his best side. Wouldn't that be fine? Why must I tie him to my side? Being together for too long can get stale, but when he comes every week, it keeps things fresh. I was wrong. Completely wrong. I shouldn't have entertained those thoughts. If he ever comes back, I won't demand anything official. My daughter can call him dad for life, and I can call him husband forever, but he can leave anytime. Too bad he won't be coming back. I've broken his heart twice already. Enough. Let's not talk about it. Come, drink. Jiang Xue and Zhang Qian exchanged glances, looking at each other in silence. Ruyan, don't drink so hard, your body can't handle it. Don't stop me, Qian. You pick up Xiaoxi tonight. Let me get drunk. When Ruyan drank heavily and with the lack of rest these past few days, it wasn't long before he passed out drunk. Is she okay? She should be fine. Professor Jiang, is there anything we can do? First, follow standard depression treatment, medication combined with psychological counseling. Jiang Xue's expression was grave. But the results might not be very effective, and it could also harm her body. I believe the one who tied the bell must untie it. Chapter 110, please come back. Ha? You mean bring that person back? No way. Absolutely not. If he comes back, won't he just keep taking advantage of Ruyan forever? You're her best friend, but you interfere too much, all in the name of caring for her. Jiang Xue shook her head. But, he might not even come back. That's where you two need to step in. One more thing to note, before, she had transferred her emotions onto the actor, but now, her fixation on her deceased husband has deepened. You said that actor is very talented. If he were to portray Wen Ruyan's deceased husband, it might have a profound effect. But, Professor Jiang, wouldn't that mean keeping her trapped in a false reality? Depression is dangerous. Our priority is to keep her mood stable and anxiety-free. Even if she temporarily lives in a fabricated reality, it's preferable. Besides, depression is linked to physical health. When her mood improves, she sleeps better, eats well, and her body gradually recovers. That will naturally influence her emotions. Eventually, she'll find her own way out and learn to distinguish between illusion and reality. This approach stemmed from her own personal experience. She had once been immersed in that illusion herself, but recently, she had learned to distinguish between illusion and reality. She had transformed her hatred for Qin Shin into love for Yang Ling. Suddenly, she felt that student was truly remarkable. Perhaps he could indeed discover a new approach to psychological therapy. Alright, Professor Jiang, I'll follow your advice. No matter what, I'll make sure that person comes back. Alright, I'll head back now. I have other matters to attend to. Take your time, Professor Jiang. I'll transfer the payment to your card. Jiang Xue left Ruyan apartment and headed straight back to the villa. She was looking forward to tonight. Yang Ling came over to cook a lavish dinner, which made her parents even happier. For the past week, her parents had been sightseeing in Ningxing, staying at her place every night. She had enjoyed a week of parental care, feeling as if she had returned to childhood, which made her very happy. At that moment, Zhang Qian tried adding Yang Ling on WeChat several times in a row, but got no response. Gritting her teeth, she grabbed Wen Ruyan's phone, snapped a few photos of her passed-out friend, and sent them to Yang Ling. Yang Ling, it's Zhang Qian. Help me. After you left, Ruyan felt so guilty that she reverted to her old self even worse than before. The psychologist said she's severely depressed. She can't sleep at night, and now she's drinking herself into a stupor. I don't know what to do. This past week, Xiaoxi hasn't been doing well either. She keeps asking where daddy is. You're the one who caused this mess, you'd better take responsibility. But after waiting a while, there was no reply. Yang Ling, I'm begging you. I was wrong. Here's the deal, if you can help Ruyan recover, I'll give you 500,000. From now on, whatever help you need, just ask. This is a matter of life and death. That senior psychologist said Ruyan's symptoms are severe. The next moment, the message finally appeared, the other party is typing. I understand. I'll pick up CC shortly. Alright, thanks. Bastard. Just as I thought, all an act, all about the money. He only responded after I mentioned 500,000. Tell me about her situation. Soon, Zhang Qian recounted everything. Yang Ling, I need to delete this information. When you come later, don't mention I called you. Just say you're afraid Xiaoxi will be upset. Your return is entirely for Xiaoxi, it has nothing to do with her, nor is it about continuing our partnership. I'll handle the money discreetly. After you return, help her gradually calm down and return to her previous state. At that moment, in the Bohemia community, Yang Ling stared at his phone and sighed. What's going on? Things were going fine before, weren't they? She'd even learned self-discipline. He taught her meditation techniques and breathing exercises before bed. He'd even taught her the 8 brocades. He even went to Wu Yun to get medicine. Why did it suddenly become so severe? It seemed her attachment to her deceased husband ran too deep. Previously, she had been gradually moving on through role-playing. But she hadn't fully recovered. Suddenly, it worsened again. He hadn't wanted to go, but he knew depression could be deadly. He felt sorry for the little one too. Was he really indebted to this mother and daughter from a past life? Lately, he'd been discussing psychology with Chen Shufan and reading extensively, especially on traditional Chinese healing practices. A treatment plan began to form in his mind. Then he would play the role of Liang Qihua. Earlier, when Ruyan had already given him all of Liang Qihua's materials. He had already reviewed everything, diary entries, video files, storing it all in his mind. Carefully recalling it all, he had an idea. He took a shower, put on a high-end outfit, then went to buy a pair of glasses. He entered a barbershop and asked the stylist to give him Liang Qihua's signature hairstyle. Once finished, he gazed at his reflection in the mirror, feeling a bit intoxicated. Handsome. He was handsome to begin with, but now, with the added effort, he was even more handsome. He carefully recalled Liang Qihua's demeanor, gradually adjusting his appearance in the mirror. His mind kept repeating the mantra, he was Liang Qihua. Soon, he was fully immersed in the role. Though their appearances differed greatly, his attire, glasses, and hairstyle compensated for much of the gap. The transformation in his demeanor made him, at first glance, Liang Qihua. At that moment, the beautiful woman who had just washed his hair stared at him intently. Hey, handsome, can I add you on WeChat? Sorry, I have a girlfriend. Oh. The woman looked utterly disappointed. Yang Ling glanced at his phone. It was time to pick up Manhwa. He could head out now. Meanwhile, at Wen Ruyan's home, she had recently vomited, purging all the alcohol from her stomach, which had jolted her awake. Ruyan, are you okay? I'm fine, Shanshan. Do you think I'm a total idiot? No. I'll wash my face. Let's go pick up CC together. I can't let her see me like this, it'll make her feel even more insecure. Zhang Chen didn't know what to say. Being a mom with a child is so hard. Even when you're falling apart, you still have to take care of your child. Soon, they arrived at the kindergarten gate together. They were early and stood at the front of the line. Before long, the children began streaming out. The little one spotted his mom and Jiang Xue, his face falling with disappointment before darting his eyes around. Mommy, it's been a whole week. Has Daddy still not come? I told you, he'll come back once he finishes his mission. Let's go home. Wen Ruyan forced a smile. Wah! The little one burst into tears on the spot. Mommy, did you chase Daddy away again? Wah! Stop crying. What's there to cry about? You have both Mom and your godmother here with you. Wen Ruyan suddenly yelled. The little one was startled and began trembling. Warm Ruyan was filled with regret as she pulled her daughter into her arms. Teacher Lin Xiaolei was also startled. What on earth was going on? Until last week, when Ruyan and his wife had come to pick up their child, filled with such happiness and joy. But this week, something had gone wrong. Yang Ling hadn't even shown up. It seems Wen Ruyan has driven Yang Ling away again. The situation between Wen Ruyan and Xiaoxi seems to have reverted to how it was before. Even worse than before. Suddenly, she spotted Yang Ling in the crowd, the same face, but with a different hairstyle and glasses. His demeanor was worlds apart. Could he be a twin? Puzzled, she asked uncertainly, Cici, is that your dad? The little girl looked over, equally puzzled, unable to confirm. Jiang Xue turned around and froze in shock. Wen Ruyan stood up, casting a cold glance her way. Instantly, as if struck by lightning, her entire body froze. Her icy gaze completely shattered, her eyes brimming with tears she struggled to hold back. Chapter 111, let's role play. Yang Ling pushed his way to the front, his eyes and expression filled with hurt, like a child who'd been deeply wronged. He shot Wen Ruyan a haughty, icy glance before crouching down. Cici, Daddy's been away on business for a week. Did you miss me? Wah! The adorable toddler threw her arms around Yang Ling's neck and burst into tears. Daddy, I thought you didn't want Cici anymore. Sweetie, how could that be? Come on, let's go home with Daddy. Home. The little cutie glanced at his mom. Daddy, can you put me down? Yang Ling set the little cutie down. Suddenly, she took one hand of Yang Ling and the other of Wen Ruyan. Mommy and Daddy, we're going home now. Wen Ruyan stood frozen in place, being led away by the little cutie. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Good heavens! This kid, how could she look so much like Liang Qihua? Especially the voice, if not identical, then at least remarkably similar. And the demeanor, the tone of voice, were uncannily alike. Once in the car, Jiang Xue sat in the driver's seat, glancing back at Yang Ling in utter disbelief. Holy crap! This guy must be some kind of Oscar-winning actor. Last time at Green Hill, he was a completely different person. Now, he's turned into Liang Qihua. Jiang Xue started the car immediately. Wen Ruyan, however, kept staring out the window, as if she dared not look at him. Her heart was in turmoil, unsure how to face him. Why did he suddenly return? And impersonating Liang Qihua so convincingly. What was he up to? Did Zhang Qian call him back? Come back to pity me? Suddenly, Yang Ling, cradling the toddler, kept shifting closer to her. Soon, he was pressed tightly against her. Wen Ruyan stiffened, frozen in place. What are you doing? Just wanted to be close to you. Yang Ling rested his head on Wen Ruyan's shoulder. My darling Ruyan, did you miss me? Wen Ruyan shuddered. Back then, when Liang Qihua wanted to make up with her, this was exactly how he acted. Regardless of who was right or wrong, it always ended with Liang Qihua coaxing her, calling her Ruyan, my darling. Who's your sweetheart? Yang Ling collapsed directly, resting his head on Wen Ruyan's thigh. He wrapped his arms around her waist and pressed his head firmly against her stomach. My darling Ruyan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have stormed out after our fight. Will you forgive me? You, don't push it too far. Wen Ruyan's eyes sparkled with surprise and a hint of bashfulness. Yang Ling lifted his head, flashing a mischievous grin, and nuzzled toward her chest. If you don't forgive me, I'll push my luck. A storm raged within Wen Ruyan's heart. Good heavens, that little expression, that cheeky look, how could it be so familiar? And his aura, those glasses, that hairstyle, that voice. How did he pull this off? Alright, I forgive you. Wen Ruyan had been feeling irritable and low, but now, suddenly, she was jumping for joy. How did you do it? Why are you so much like him? Because I am Liang Qihua. Speak plainly. I am speaking plainly, Ruyan. I miss you so much. Tonight, shall we play a role-playing game together? Shut up. Wen Ruyan's face flushed crimson. Holy, this is wild. So intense. Ruyan, can I watch your performance? Zhang Chen found it incredibly thrilling. Goodness, is role-playing that much fun? This guy is seriously impressive. Yang Ling's lips curved slightly. In truth, he had long suspected that the person he'd been role-playing with online was Wen Ruyan. Ever since he'd played the role of Wen Ruyan's husband last week, that woman had vanished. He'd also uncovered some information from those diaries. And Wu Yun mentioned she had sex every day. So, in the past, when Ruyan and Liang Qihua had been enthusiastic about role-playing, he immediately adopted Liang Qihua's persona, demeanor, and voice to reenact the night's intimate conversation between husband and wife. Baby, I was so distracted at work today. Did you steal my heart? The magnetic, deep voice spoke slowly. Wan Ruyan suddenly clenched her legs together and let out a soft gasp. Yang Ling's voice seemed like a switch. Baby, I've already conquered the hilltop, but now I'm homeless. Can I find shelter in your heart? He continued to lie across Wan Ruyan's thighs. Oh, baby, I've moved in. Your home is so warm, I never want to leave. Clunk. Crash. The car collided. Yang Ling and Wan Ruyan were startled. Turns out it was a rear-end collision. They were entirely at fault. Damn it, Yang Ling, can you stop being so reckless? Can't you just go home first? Zhang Qian was furious. That last line, baby, I've moved in. Your home is so warm. I don't want to leave, had made her instinctively slam on the gas pedal. Good heavens. What kind of god is this guy? Qian, you handle this. Zhang Qian got out of the car to negotiate with the driver of the vehicle ahead. Finally, the police arrived and ruled the Maybach fully at fault. From there, it was up to the insurance adjusters to handle the rest. They had no choice but to walk back. After getting out, Wan Ruyan suddenly collapsed to the ground. Her physical condition was dire. She'd gotten drunk that afternoon, and now, after that sudden jolt, her entire body felt drained of strength. Ruyan, sweetheart, are you hurt? No. I'm fine. I haven't slept well these past few days. Right now. I'm just so weak. I really want to sleep. Yang Ling set the toddler down and immediately picked Wan Ruyan up. No, don't. Wan Ruyan's face flushed crimson. Yang Ling sensed something too. Ruyan, sweetheart, I've discovered your secret. Don't say that. Wan Ruyan was mortified beyond words. She could only hide in Yang Ling's embrace. She peeked at Yang Ling's chin, tears streaming down her face. He seemed. Qihua had returned. But a sharp pang of pain pierced her heart. She knew he would never truly return. Qihua, can I let him take your place? I miss you so much, it hurts. I can't sleep thinking about you. For Shishi's sake, can I let him take your place forever? If you don't answer, I'll take that as your consent. Wan Ruyan rubbed against Yang Ling's chest like a kitten. Zhang Qian followed behind, holding the little cutie's hand, her eyes fixed intently on Yang Ling. He's truly the ultimate man. He's such a showman, with boyfriend material in spades. Carrying a beautiful woman for so long without even breaking a sweat. Before long, they returned to Ruyan's apartment. Yang Ling placed Wan Ruyan on the sofa. Wan Ruyan tried to get up immediately, but he stopped her. Don't move, honey. I'll run you a bath. So can get some good sleep. Yang Ling promptly entered the bathroom. Inside, there was a large bathtub even bigger than the one at Zhang Fangya's place. He cleaned it thoroughly, filled it with water, then steeped roses in boiling water before adding them to the bath. He carried Wan Ruyan into the bathroom. Ruyan, baby, let daddy undress you. You should leave. What are you being shy for? We're an old married couple now. You go out first. I need a moment to catch my breath. I won't leave. I'm afraid you'll fall. Yang Ling supported Wan Ruyan from behind. Ruyan, do you remember? We once bathed together. After so long apart, why are you so guarded toward your husband? Chapter 112, She Loves Me Deeply. Wan Ruyan trembled at these words. Gazing at the red roses in the bathtub, she sank into memories. Back then, she had loved bathing together with Liang Qihua in there and then. But her rationality remained intact. The man behind her wasn't Liang Qihua. Yang Ling, you can leave now. I can manage on my own. All right. Call me if you need anything. Wan Ruyan first rinsed herself clean with the shower outside the tub before stepping into the water. Instantly, a wave of bliss washed over her entire body. Ah! So comfortable. It had been ages since she'd last soaked in a bath. This bathtub had a soft shelf that could support her arms, preventing her from sinking into the water if she fell asleep. She slowly closed her eyes and drifted off into a deep sleep. Outside, Zhang Qian continued to stare intently at Yang Ling. How did you do that? Why are you such a good actor? You must be a professional, right? Yang Ling glanced at her coldly. Where's the money? Why, the rush? Wait until she's better first. Ha! Wait until she's better? You'd still give it to me then? In your eyes, I'm just a prostitute, right? Pay first, then service. Otherwise, I'm leaving right now. You? Fine. Give me your account number. I'll transfer it immediately. With the 50,000 in hand, Yang Ling's lips curled slightly. This money came too easily. Though Zhang Qian felt annoyed inside, what dominated her thoughts was curiosity about Yang Ling. This guy, he's truly fascinating. Yang Ling, how did you come up with the idea to impersonate Liang Qihua? Her emotional attachment was centered on Liang Qihua. After I arrived, she immersed herself in a false scenario. But after I left, her emotional reliance on Liang Qihua only deepened. If I'd just returned as young Ling, she wouldn't have accepted it. She'd have been even more furious, thinking I pitted her. In her situation, she doesn't need others to persuade her or pity her. What she needs is recognition. What's wrong with being unable to forget her late husband? What's wrong with deep affection? You? How do you know what that psychologist said? Are you studying psychology too? I do. I'm quite proficient in psychology and am preparing for graduate school entrance exams. You're amazing. Yang Ling, I apologize for my previous prejudice against you, Jiang Xue said. You were at Ning University before, right? Do you know Professor Jiang Xue? She's the one who examined Ruyan this time. What the hell? Yang Ling was startled. Not very well. Psychology wasn't my major, just an elective. But I know she's Ningda's goddess professor. Yang Ling hurried into the kitchen. Ms. Zhang, do we have any ingredients at home? It's time to cook dinner. Plenty left. Zhang Qian followed Yang Ling. Yang Ling, from now on, call me Sister Qian. I'm Ruyan's best friend, and now I'm also Xiaoxi's godmother. Sure, Sister Qian. You should probably step out. I'm worried you'll make me lose control like last time. Last time, I was just testing you. You really thought I was that kind of woman? For some reason, Zhang Qian hurried to explain. Who knows? Half an hour later, a simple dinner was prepared. Steamed spare ribs, shrimp, and greens. It's been so long. Why hasn't Ruyan come out yet? Zhang Qian knocked on the bathroom door. Getting no response, she hurried inside. Yang Ling, Ruyan's fallen asleep. Should we wake her? The water's getting cold, soaking too long isn't good for her. But she finally managed to doze off, and I just can't bring myself to wake her. Wake her up. Zhang Qian had no choice but to wake her. Moments later, when Ruyan emerged, gliding out in her silk nightgown. The nightgown swayed, hinting at the fullness beneath. One must admit, she truly glowed. A true masterpiece of beauty, utterly breathtaking. Her gaze turned cold again as she fixed it on Yang Ling. Ruyan, darling, dinner's ready. You, come with me. Mommy, please don't be mad at Daddy anymore, okay? Please don't make Daddy leave, okay? The little one sensed the tension, reacting sensitively, and looked at Ruyan with pitiful eyes. Yes, sweetheart. Mommy won't let Daddy leave. We just need to discuss something. Mom, Pinky swear. Okay, Pinky swear. Clearly, Ruyan's mood had improved considerably. They entered the bedroom. Shanqian must have asked you to come back. After dinner, you can leave. I don't need your pity. You have other clients, but I can't accept that. The words were out before Ruyan could stop him. But that was her nature, proud to the core. Yang Ling walked to the window, gazing outside, lost in thought for a long while. You, why aren't you speaking? Ruyan, I once thought I was merely playing a role, that leaving your home would allow me to return to my true self. But after this week, I realized my acting was poor. I got too deep into the role and can't step out. Last week, I was already lost in your embrace. Yet at every crucial moment, you refused me. I know Liang Qihua holds an irreplaceable place in your heart. So this week, I've been striving to embody Liang Qihua. I've pored over his belongings countless times. Finally, I become him. Yang Ling turned around, embodying Liang Qihua's essence to perfection. Ruyan, let me stay. I don't want money. Let me be Liang Qihua. I want to be with you and CC. I want to see you both happy. Suddenly, Ruyan embraced him, holding him tightly. Then, lifting her head slightly, she murmured, "Kiss me." They kissed passionately for a long time, lost in desire, drifting toward the bed. Just then, Zhang Qian pushed open the door. Dinner's ready. The food's getting cold, Zhang Qian's eyes widened. Carry on. Ruyan hurriedly pushed Yang Ling away. Let's eat first. I'm starving. All right. He picked Ruyan up and carried her out, sitting them both on stools. The little cutie watched them, eyes crinkling, unable to suppress a smile. Hey, I'm still here. Could you two tone it down? This is my home. Why should we hold back? Ruyan said. Qihua, feed me. All right. Yang Ling fed Ruyan. I can't take this anymore. I'm leaving right now. Zhang Qian stood up. Oh, Shanqian, don't go. Just take CC with you for a couple days. I want some alone time with Qihua. You? Fine. I owe you one. Zhang Qian sat back down, chewing her food with obvious resentment. After dinner, Zhang Qian took Cici out to play. Cici, wise beyond her years, saw how affectionate her parents were and didn't disturb them. Yang Ling and Ruyan sat on the sofa, snuggled close, their gazes melting into each other. Yang Ling was entirely putting on a show. Ruyan knew it was an act, but she was utterly lost in the moment. Meanwhile, at the Yulan Tinshan Villa complex, the Zhanghuas had already prepared a lavish dinner. But Jiang Xue sat on the sofa, phone in hand, frowning. Where did he go? Why isn't he replying? Is he stuck in traffic? Or did something come up? But he should at least let me know. Xiao Xue, come eat. The food will get cold. You guys go ahead and eat. I'm waiting for young Ling. He hasn't shown up this late. Maybe he's too busy. No, even if he's busy, he would have told me beforehand. Hey, Jiang Xue, maybe he only approached you for your money. Aren't you overestimating him? No, absolutely not. He loves me so much. Jiang Xue's face radiated confidence. Chapter 113, he's getting married. Jiang Hua and his wife were a bit worried. They waited for a long time. Jiang Xue dialed Yan Ling's number. After it connected, he hung up. What was going on? Was he really unavailable? But what could possibly be inconvenient? Could it be he was attending to Zhang Fangya? She sent a text to Lin Meijing. Meijing, has Zhang Fangya arrived? No, she said she's busy. What's up? Yang Ling isn't replying to my messages and hung up on me. I wonder what's wrong with him. I have no idea either. Jiang Xue kept dialing, only to get hung up on several times, growing increasingly irritated. She began to suspect that Yang Ling had left because she was already better. Meijing, last time you told me to let Yang Ling go. Did you actually let him go? Please don't let him leave, okay? I didn't make him leave. Really? Then I'll keep calling. Meanwhile, at Wan Ruyan's residence. Yang Ling had called several times in a row. Wan Ruyan frowned. Is it your client? Go ahead and answer it. It's fine. Yang Ling sighed. Recalling the Jiang Hua's attitude, he answered the call with unwavering resolve. I'm getting married. From now on, I won't be coming to your place anymore. For the sake of your reputation, we should cut off contact. With that, the call ended. Wan Ruyan stared at him blankly. He was turning down a client? He said he was getting married? Without hesitation, she sat directly on his lap and planted a kiss on his lips. Hey, hey, hey! Don't you know this is inappropriate for minors? Zhang Qian looked utterly speechless. Honestly, these two were just like a couple making up after a fight. So clingy. Inside the Yulan Tianxiang villa, Jiang Xue stared blankly at her phone. He was getting married. He betrayed me. He's just like that scumbag. He went looking for another woman. He doesn't want me anymore. Suppressed hatred surged wildly within him, growing ever more intense. This wasn't a simple matter of 1 + 1. She had long believed that Yang Ling truly loved her. Yet he slipped away without a word, even going so far as to divorce her. Without even telling her a word. Ah! She screamed. She swept the fruit platter off the coffee table. Clatter! Fruit scattered everywhere. She grabbed the bottle of liquor and smashed it down. Instantly, her hand was cut by the glass, blood gushing out. Jiang Hua and his wife were startled. Jiang Xue, what's wrong with you? He's getting married. He won't come. He's just like Qin Shen, a scumbag. I hate him. I hate him. Why? Why does everyone treat me this way? What did I do wrong? Why does everyone betray me? The Jianghuas exchanged glances. Jiang Xue, don't be so upset. There are plenty of people who like you. Why don't I introduce you to someone? No need. Not just anyone can betray me. Jiang Xue's expression turned icy. Before, when Qinshan went abroad, his family was wealthy and powerful. I had no choice. But now, he wants to betray me too? Then I'll go find him. I'll find his wife. I need to ask him where all those words he said to me lies? No. Jiang Xue, don't go. He's just your student and you're a university professor. Calm down. They had Yang Ling leave precisely to protect Jiang Xue's reputation. What if Jiang Xue caused a scene? I can't stay calm. I'll risk my reputation and everything to find him. She rushed inside, changed her clothes, and made a call. Meijing, you know where Yang Ling lives, right? Jiang Xue, what are you planning to do? I'm going to find him. Don't go. It won't be good for either of you. Lin Meijing, if you won't tell me, I'll find out myself. I'll hire a private investigator. I refuse to believe I can't track him down. Jiang Xue, I shouldn't have let him come find you. He's innocent. Don't drag him into this. Innocent? He's about to get married and you call that innocent? Jiang Xue, last time I urged you to let him go because someone offered him 1,000,000 yuan to leave you. They threatened dire consequences if he refused. How could you expect an ordinary person to handle that? What? Who? Jiang Xue looked at her parents. Ah, Jiang Xue, they were only trying to protect you. They feared your reputation would be ruined. Why didn't you tell me before? Because we were afraid you'd fall out with your parents. They love you. And Yang Ling also felt that continuing this would indeed be bad for your reputation. He thought you'd moved on and it was time for him to leave. If you hadn't overreacted now, I wouldn't have told you. Please don't go looking for him, okay? So, did he get married? In his situation? What marriage? But he will marry someday. His mother's cirrhosis is irreversible. He's a devoted son. He'll want her to see him married with children. So please, don't go looking for him. He's not from the same world as you or your family. Jiang Xue calmed down. I understand. Thank you, Meijing. You're thanking me? Why don't you come over sometime? We can have a drink. Sure. She immediately left. Jiang Xue and his wife wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come out. It's over, old Jiang. Looks like Xue isn't better. She's just transferred her feelings to young Ling. Good heavens, that was terrifying just now. Yeah, her condition is serious. Her emotions are so volatile. What if one day we were wrong? We shouldn't have interfered. Compared to her health, reputation means nothing. Exactly. Health comes first. Old Jiang, what if we ask young Ling to come back? Worst case, he could marry into our family. That million could be considered his dowry. Alright, let's talk to him again. They called young Ling. Hey, Yang, got a minute? We need to talk. No time. Don't call me anymore. We're not from the same world. I'm just a commoner, while you're big shots. The call ended. What, he's getting sassy. Joining our family as a son-in-law is his honor. Old Jiang, keep texting him. Tell him joining our family means we'll give him a future, let him leapfrog the class divide. Got it. Jiang Xue kept texting. But he didn't reply to a single one. That kid. Fine, I can bend when I need to. I'll apologize for now. Once he marries into our family, he'll see what's coming. Xiaoyang, we were wrong before. We didn't understand Xiao Xue's feelings for you. We're sorry. Just come back. You're our only daughter. From now on, all our resources will be invested in you. You'll never have to worry about money again, and your family will live comfortably. Still no reply. Because at that moment, Yang Ling and Wen Ruyan had already entered the bedroom. Ruyan, sweetheart, it's late. Time for bed. Before we sleep, shouldn't we do some role-playing? How about a husband-wife nighttime chat? You really want to do this? Wen Ruyan's face flushed crimson, her heart pounding wildly. Was he really going to do this? Tonight, was she truly going to surrender herself completely to him? Chapter 114, next Friday. Wen Ruyan seemed to think of something. Can we wait until next Friday? Why? Next Friday is the safest. What? We can bring an umbrella. I don't want to. For our first time, I don't want to use protection. I want to give you the most wonderful experience. Plus, I need a week to prepare my body. I want to be in the best possible condition. Yang Ling's heart fluttered. Alright. Then I'll give you a massage so you can sleep well. He massaged her entire body. Finally, he held her close. Soon, she drifted off to sleep. She'd been so exhausted lately. Yang Ling stepped out. You, so fast? Zhang Qian looked utterly surprised. What were you thinking? She's in such poor health. Let her get some proper rest. Oh, young Ling, you're quite the gentleman considering her health. I thought you'd be reckless for your own sake. Seems in Ms. Zhang's eyes, I'm still just a nobody who can't be taken seriously. No, not at all. Never mind. It doesn't matter. We'll never have much to do with each other anyway. Yang Ling shrugged and entered the playroom. Cece, it's bedtime. Come on, let's go get cleaned up with your godmother. Daddy will read you a story later. Yay! Finally, by 10 o'clock, the little one fell asleep. He went into the study, picked up his phone, and saw the messages Jiang Xue had sent. That old guy actually begged him to come back? Wasn't Jiang Xue doing just fine? Hadn't she come out? Then he glanced at the message Lin Meijing had just sent him. Xiaoyang, Jiang Xue is heartbroken. She's been drinking heavily here and won't listen to reason. She keeps saying she wants to find you. What should I do? This is serious, I'm at a loss. You really need to come see her soon. An address was attached below. He really didn't want to go. But if Lin Meijing insisted he go, it must be urgent. He'd better go. He immediately headed out for Emerald Community. This community was located in one of Ningxing's more upscale areas. While properties in Puyue City only cost 7 or 8,000 yuan per square meter, here they were over 13,000, definitely among Ningxing's pricier neighborhoods. Seems Lin Meijing lives pretty well. Upon reaching the entrance, he informed the security guard. The guard made a phone call. The owner says they don't recognize you. Did you get the wrong place? Just as Yang Ling was about to call Lin Meijing, he received a text. Xiao Xue sent you a message using my phone. She's fine. Don't come to my place. Tell the guard you have the wrong room. Yang Ling looked utterly bewildered and hurriedly told the guard he had the wrong place. He turned and left. The guard glanced at the visitor list, frowned, then looked slightly surprised. Alright, you can go in. Meanwhile, at Lin Meijing's home. She had just emerged from the bathroom, wearing a white low-cut bathrobe that did little to conceal her curves. Xiao Xue, what are you up to? Did you trick Yang Ling into coming? Meijing, he's coming soon. He really does love me, Jiang Xue beamed. Love my ass. It'll never work between you two. You're from different worlds. Who says it's impossible? I got him to apply for my graduate program, and I secretly. You? Xiao Xue, don't do anything reckless. It won't end well. I don't care about the outcome. I just want the experience. Don't worry, I won't ruin his reputation. I'll help him achieve greatness. I want us to be the Gu Gu and Gui heir of the psychology world. Lin Meijing pressed her hand to her forehead, utterly speechless. This bestie of hers was still hopelessly love-struck. Jiang Xue, what's so great about him? He comes from a poor background, he's not in the same social class as you. He's perfect. He loves me, truly loves me. That's all that matters. There are plenty of people who love you. Just pick anyone who wouldn't love you? It's different. He's loved me for years. You're just love-struck. Fine, I'm done with you. But I'm warning you, don't let young Ling come near me. The consequences will be serious. What could be so serious? That man has risen to power and is about to divorce me. Lately, I've noticed someone following me. If anyone finds out a young stud showed up at my place late at night, he'll definitely suspect me. I put up with him keeping a mistress all these years just to get a bigger share of his assets. Don't mess things up for me. Ha? My bad. Alright, it's late. Let's sleep. Meijing, I need to hold you while I sleep. How is it comfortable to sleep holding me? Lin Meijing glanced at her own chest, then looked at Jiang Xue's. Why wouldn't it? I have a way. Yang Ling took a taxi back to Ruyan apartment. He entered his study and continued reading. This time, he was reading a modern Taoist medical book titled Ancient Taoist Meditation Techniques and Modern Life Research. The author was a renowned Taoist physician. He believed his ability to memorize everything he read was connected to his breathing techniques. This was an internal transformation. If he could understand the underlying principles, the benefits would be manifold. An hour later, he finished reading the relatively slim volume. His eyes shone brightly. According to this book, the emergence of abilities related to the brain signifies that one has already touched upon the spiritual realm. Finding one's spiritual core and entering the spiritual realm would enable free meditation, greatly benefiting life and vitality. His photographic memory was undoubtedly linked to his brain. In other words, years of self-discipline and practicing breathing techniques had, by a stroke of luck, allowed him to touch upon the spiritual realm. He closed his eyes and entered a state of breathing meditation. Gradually, his thoughts drifted, and he began to see various scenes. This scene, everyone can see it when they close their eyes in the dark. Yang Ling was searching for his spiritual realm. But this dark world felt like a thick barrier, preventing him from finding the entrance. He felt that if he persisted, he would surely find it. He reached for another book to read. Just then, Zhang Chen entered the study. Fresh from her bath, she was wearing a form-fitting spaghetti strap nightgown as she leaned against the desk. Yang Ling caught a glimpse of her snow-white thighs. It must be said, this mature woman was truly alluring. Yang Ling, thank you. I finally feel at ease. You brought this on yourself. Yes, I brought this on myself. Zhang Qian stared intently at Yang Ling. Do you have other clients? Is that any of your business? Of course it is. If you have time, I'd like to ask you to play the role of my boyfriend. You want someone to pretend? No. Finding a real boyfriend should be easy. Why bother with an actor? No. At my age, if I were to date a younger guy, they'd be full of issues, immature, always needing coddling, no fun. And if I went for someone mature, they'd be past their prime and constantly pushing for marriage. You're different. You're mature, you can roleplay, and you're in great shape. Paying for a perfect boyfriend with no strings attached? That's absolutely perfect. Come serve me. I'll give you 100,000 yuan a month in spending money. And tonight, you can start. What do you say? Seeing Zhang Qian's coquettish expression, vivid images instantly flashed through Yang Ling's mind. Chapter 115, Becoming Wu Yun's Disciple. Ms. Zhang, you must undergo a comprehensive physical examination first. Then I'll consider it. Yang Ling's expression turned stern. You bastard. Zhang Qian's face flushed with anger as she turned and stormed into the guest room. Yang Ling shrugged, read for a while, and promptly went to bed when the hour struck. Early the next morning, he sensed something and opened his eyes to find Wen Ruyan staring intently at him. Yang Ling leaned closer and captured her small lips with a kiss. Don't. I have morning breath. I don't care. They kissed passionately, lost in each other's embrace. Mommy and Daddy, you're so naughty. The little one's eyes widened, her face beaming with happiness. Wen Ruyan and Yang Ling quickly pulled apart. Time to get up, Ruyan. We'll go see Dr. Wu Yun later and take Cici out to play. Okay. After breakfast, they headed to Fuhong Clinic. After waiting in line for over an hour, it was finally their turn. Oh. You two little lovebirds. You skipped last week's follow-up. Come, sit down. Let me take your pulse. Wen Ruyan sat down immediately. Dr. Wu Yun's expression turned serious. Young lady, if you don't take care of yourself, no one can help you. Wen Ruyan flushed with embarrassment. Dr. Wu, is my condition serious? It's still treatable, but if it progresses further, I can't guarantee anything. Right now, have you noticed any lumps in your breasts? Yes. After you return home, you must maintain a positive mindset, go to bed early and rise early every day. Start taking this medication for 1 week. During this period, you must abstain from sexual activity. Can you manage that? Wan Ruyan glanced at Yang Ling. I can. My health comes first, Yang Ling replied. Come here, young Yang. Let me take a look. I'm fine, Dr. Wu. No need to examine me. Yang Ling worried. Had his lack of restraint with Lin Wan and Li Zhilong over the past 2 weeks been noticed? Oh, I just wanted to see if there were any changes in your body. Yang Ling had no choice but to sit down. Your Yang energy is still too strong. Little Yang, let me tell you, don't insist on preserving your virginity. Taoist priests can maintain celibacy, but you're not a priest. You can't withdraw from the world. You live in the mortal realm, and with such a beautiful wife, you face temptation constantly. It's best to seek balance between yin and yang. Otherwise, you'll follow commonly known as stifling yourself to death. I have excess yang energy? It was true. After each time with Li Zhilian and Lin Wan, he still felt unsatisfied. Seems all these years of cultivation have been too effective. When Ruyan's eyes flickered with guilt upon hearing Wu Yun's words. Could it be he's been suppressing it all along? Hasn't engaged in that kind of relationship with other clients? This won't do. Perhaps she should let him be with Zhang Xian. The thought made her cheeks flush. Dr. Wu, I understand. I've finished reading the medical texts you recommended recently. Would you be able to suggest some systematic Chinese medicine books? I'm most interested in pure Chinese medicine and Taoist medical practices. Oh? You've read them all? How much do you remember? I remember it all. Really? Of course. You can test me anytime. Wu Yun pulled out a copy of Shanghan Luan and randomly opened to a case study. Yang Ling immediately recited it. He continued to pick different sections and even other books, and Yang Ling recited them all flawlessly. Wu Yun's eyes lit up. Excellent. Excellent. It seems these years have made you a destined disciple of the cultivation sect. Your spirit has been awakened, granting you extraordinary memory. Wu Yun's face brimmed with admiration. Young Yang, would you be willing to become my true disciple? Wan Ruyan was utterly dumbfounded. He came for a medical consultation and now he's being offered to become the doctor's disciple? After all, Wu Yun had been a renowned expert at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital before retiring to practice at this clinic. Who would have thought he'd take notice of me? What couldn't this guy do? He's simply incredible. Greetings, Master Wu. Yang Ling bowed immediately. He genuinely had an interest in traditional Chinese medicine and other indigenous practices. Because of his mother's illness, in the end, the only solution Western medicine offered was a liver transplant. It was agonizing. Perhaps traditional Chinese medicine could offer a solution. Excellent, excellent. Ha ha. Never imagined I'd find such a promising disciple after retiring. Young Yang, with your remarkable memory, you've absorbed so much textbook content in just 2 weeks. Focus on building your theoretical foundation first. Once you get certified, I'll personally guide you step by step. Head home for now. After work, I'll send you an address to pick up the books. All right. Leaving the clinic, Wan Ruyan gazed at Yang Ling with admiration. Honey, you're so amazing. I've got even more impressive skills, but unfortunately, you won't be able to see them just yet. Wan Ruyan flushed. Honey, I'm sorry. It's fine. Your health comes first. This time, we need to take good care of you. MHM. Wan Ruyan wrapped her arm around his. You didn't do it with those clients. I'd love to, but they're just like you, they won't let me. That afternoon, after spending half the day at the playground with the little one, he received a message from Wu Yun and headed to an old residential complex. Wu Yun's home was old but kept clean and tidy. His wife, Yang Qianqin, appears to be an intellectual woman, clearly an educated person. She was also a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. Upon learning of Yang Ling's abilities, she was delighted. Young Yang, preserving the legacy of traditional Chinese medicine is no easy task. I hope you can become a true practitioner of this art. Rest assured, both of you. I will strive to do so. Receiving so many TCM books filled him with excitement. This lifetime, even if he couldn't cure his mother, he would significantly extend her lifespan. Returning home, Zhang Qian had already prepared a meal. It was quite a feast, all expensive dishes. Qian, didn't you go back? What? Did you want me to leave so you could have space and I wouldn't be the third wheel? No. Wan Ruyan, you're all about the opposite sex and none about humanity. Oh, come on, it's not like that. I just think you've been pretty tired this week. No problem. Going back to my lonely place is boring. It's more lively here with you. Fine. Stay as long as you want. Great. What did the doctor say today? Wan Ruyan pulled Zhang Qian aside and explained the situation. I have to abstain until I'm fully recovered, so from now on, I can't get too intimate with him. Well, your health comes first. Don't be reckless again. I know. Wan Ruyan hesitated, as if she had more to say. Qian, Yang Ling is so impressive. He has such a strong memory he taught himself traditional Chinese medicine and even caught the eye of Dr. Wu Yun, who took him on as a disciple.
What? He taught himself Chinese medicine? And Dr. Wu Yun took him on as a disciple?
Dr. Wu Yun is one of the most respected TCM practitioners in Ningcheng. He's the retired director of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital.
Yes.
We just went to Dr. Wu Yun's place and brought back a bunch of books. No wonder his massage techniques have been so professional lately, they feel amazing. With him around, I sleep like a baby every night.
Zhang Qian looked utterly envious.
Sis, I've been taking care of you in Shaoxi lately, and my back and shoulders are killing me.
Could you ask him to give me a massage? If you want, just go ask him.
Forget it. I tried to flirt with him before, and he's got a huge prejudice against me. He thinks I'm not clean.
I'll put in a good word for you. Huh? You'll talk to him for me?
Yeah. You've been working hard this week, Wen Ruyan smiled.
After you freshen up, I'll have Yang Ling give you a massage. Chapter 116, Yang Qianyu's Thoughts. After dinner, everyone took turns showering.
The little one, exhausted from playing all day, fell asleep quickly. Yang Ling emerged from the bedroom and suddenly spotted Wen Ruyan and Zhang Qian, both wearing silk nightgowns, sprawled across the sofa playing with their phones. Each lay on opposite sides, their beautiful legs stretched out, occasionally playfully intertwining. The scene was utterly blood-boiling.
Better get out of here fast. It's torture to look but not touch.
But before that, he needed to give Wen Ruyan a massage.
Ruyan, come inside.
I'll give you a massage so you can get some rest. Just do it here. Wen Ruyan turned back.
Yang Ling, I need to tell you something.
Earlier, when Shanshan flirted with you, she was testing you.
I knew about it back then.
Actually, she's not the kind of woman who just sleep around.
Don't misunderstand her. And about hiring the private investigator, I knew about that too. She was doing it for my sake. Please don't blame her, okay?
Yang Ling frowned and shrugged.
I don't hold it against her.
Wen Ruyan sat up, glided toward Yang Ling, and wrapped her arms tightly around his.
Shanshan is my best friend. This past week, if it weren't for her, I wouldn't have made it through. Do it for me. Let's just wipe the slate clean between you two, okay? Please?
Yang Ling felt the warmth against his arm and swallowed hard. My goodness, when this landlady turned on the charm, it was utterly irresistible.
Wen Ruyan stood on tiptoe and whispered softly in his ear.
Later, when I'm fully recovered, I'll make it up to you.
Those clothes in the wardrobe, you can look at anyone you want. Alright, all forgiven. Yay. Thanks, Yang Ling. So from now on, we're friends, right? You can call me Sister Qian. Zhang Qian sat up. If you ever need help, just ask. I may not be as wealthy as Ruyan, but I've got connections. I heard from Ruyan that you're studying under Wu Yun. I'll refer patients to you. Yang Ling's mind stirred.
Next Monday, I start working at the Lamaihui Fitness Club in Wanhui City.
How about you come support me?
Of course, you'll have to pretend we don't know each other and be my first client.
You're working at a gym? And Lamaihui?
I know that place, it's super upscale.
The standards for trainers must be sky high. How'd you get in?
The owner is a friend of my aunt's, but I've got real skills.
Yang Ling opened his backpack and pulled out several certificates.
These certifications are highly recognized in the industry, but my true abilities go far beyond what these papers represent.
Sis Qian, I can make you healthier and more energetic. Holy cow! Those really are certifications from the American Athletic Association. Yang Ling, you're seriously impressive. Wen Ruyan was utterly stunned inside.
Wu Yun had mentioned Yang Ling joining some kind of cultivation sect, which she didn't understand, but now she felt it was incredibly impressive.
Does that mean he can master anything? Wouldn't that make him a jack of all trades in the future? A wave of intense unease washed over her. Yang Ling was far too young. At just 23, he already possessed so many abilities. And what did she have?
35 years old, raising a child. Besides having some money and decent looks, she seemed to have nothing else. In a few more years, she would be old, while he would be in the prime of his life. What could she possibly offer to keep him? No, she must get Zhang Qian to join forces with him.
No matter what, he must remain Cici's father forever. Yang Ling, weren't you studying traditional Chinese medicine? Why are you working at a gym now? You're also narrating audiobooks. How do you have time for all this? My aunt got me this job.
It's her friend's place, and she's investing her connections and effort to train me.
I have to take it. Alright, next week we'll come support you. Great, thanks. Alright, you two get back in bed and lie down. I'll give you a massage. After that, you should be able to sleep. Tonight, I need to head back home. Sounds good.
The two women immediately returned to their beds. Yang Ling was deeply shocked by the scene before him. Ruyan, I'll massage Zhang Qian first, then you last.
I'll help you sleep. Okay. He began the massage. Oh, this feels so good.
Ruyan, you've been secretly enjoying this for a whole week without telling me. Zhang Qian's body was in much better shape than Wen Ruyan's, likely due to her yoga practice. The first round went smoothly, with almost no blockages. A cheerful disposition truly does wonders for the body. The massage was completed quickly.
Sis Qian, you can step out now. Ha? Already? I'm not done yet. Yang Ling, can you do another round? Please? Your technique is better than any of the therapists I've hired before.
Zhang Qian turned back, her eyes and brows radiating charm.
Alright, more isn't necessarily better. Alright.
After Zhang Qian left, he proceeded to massage Wen Ruyan. Finally, he embraced her from behind and performed the technique to release the knot. After a long while, he left and returned to the Bohemia community. Making money was important, but spending time with family was essential too. Upon entering the house, he saw Yang Momo pacing around in short shorts and a crop top.
Oh, big brother's home.
Yang Momo ran over, her face beaming with joy, her crop top bouncing up and down as she skipped.
Momo, go change your clothes. You're a big girl now, what kind of example is this? Yang Qinyu scolded urgently. Mom, what's the big deal? Last week, I even slept cuddled up with brother. Hurry up and change. Fine. Yang Momo pouted and went into her room to change.
Yang Qianyu frowned, then a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Lately, her daughter's every word seemed to revolve around her brother. A mother knows her child best.
She understood.
Her daughter had grown up without a father's love, and Yang Ling's arrival had filled that void. Back then, when Yang Ling and Lin Feifei became a couple, Yang Momo had cried bitterly. Now that Yang Ling had broken up with her, the feelings buried deep within Yang Momo must have erupted completely. Suddenly, her eyes lit up.
Seems not bad at all. Why let the good things go to strangers? Yang Ling is an adopted son, and he's so outstanding.
If he married another girl, he'd be less available to her in the future. She'd met quite a few people lately, and they all said that these days, once sons got married, they had to listen to their wives. And some daughters-in-law are particularly difficult, leading to severe mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts. She worried she'd become a burden.
What if Yang Ling's wife disliked her? Wouldn't that put Yang Ling in a difficult position? If Yang Momo married him, this problem wouldn't exist.
But first, she had to legally terminate her adoption relationship with Yang Ling to make things proper and legitimate. But she needed a place to register her household.
She'd wait until Yang Ling earned enough money to buy a house. Yang Momo came out after changing clothes.
Brother, I joined the voice acting club this week and learned some techniques.
Take a look, how do you think I'm doing? To Yang Ling's delight, Yang Momo truly showed talent.
He proceeded to teach her more.
He was no longer self-taught, he now possessed systematic knowledge.
He was now fully capable of teaching others. Yang Qianyu watched the joyful scene of her brother and sister learning together, a contented smile spreading across her face.
Family, always together, it was truly wonderful. Xiaoling, I'm going to bed now. Don't study too late.
Better give them more time alone together.
Chapter 117, Hiring. Yang Ling tutored Yang Momo for quite some time. Bro, you're so professional. Even more so than that senior who taught me in the voice acting club. Can you tutor me every week from now on?
Sure. From now on, if you have any questions about voice acting or psychology, you can ask me anytime.
It's late time to sleep.
Brother, Mom's already asleep.
I don't want to wake her. Let's just stay out here. Alright. I'll teach you a breathing technique while we're at it. It'll be very beneficial for your future studies. After lying down, he taught Yang Momo a new breathing technique.
This breathing technique incorporated more of the Taoist knowledge he'd been studying recently. To his surprise, Yang Momo entered a meditative state remarkably quickly and gradually drifted off to sleep.
This girl is really something.
He lay down to cultivate himself, seeking to enter his own spiritual realm.
That state was called inner vision, illuminating the self. Early the next morning, Yang Qianyu rose early, intending to go downstairs for her morning exercises.
Stepping out of the bedroom, she saw Yang Ling and Yang Momo sleeping side by side and couldn't help but roll her eyes. This little girl still curled up in her brother's arms just like when she was a child. It truly gave her a sense of security. She brushed her teeth and washed her face with utmost care before heading downstairs. This was a habit she'd maintained since last week. Every day, she practiced the 8 brocades with a few sisters she'd only recently met. The moment she stepped out, Yang Ling was awakened by the sound of the door.
He instinctively pinched it soft and yielding.
The next moment, he jolted awake and sat up, seeing Yang Momo's flushed face.
Damn it! I'm so used to massaging Wen Ruyan in the mornings. I thought I was still at Wen Ruyan's place. Brother, what are you? Momo, you should sleep on your own from now on. No way. I'm not mad at you.
Yang Ling didn't want to dwell on the topic, so he got up immediately, washed his face, and brushed his teeth.
Momo, I'm heading out. Follow the study schedule I wrote for you last night.
You can go to school early, I won't be able to drive you tonight.
Okay, big bro. I actually have something to do anyway, so I'll head to school now. After he left, Xin Jinyan called him. Yang Ling, I've already spoken with the current president of the voice acting club.
We're going to the club today for auditions to see if we can find suitable people for some of the main supporting roles in the next book.
We can offer them roles, it'll be good practice and they can earn some pocket money.
Senior, your execution skills are impressive.
You've laid such a solid foundation for me, how could I not work hard? Are you coming? I'm too busy, senior. Thanks for handling the operations side. He didn't want to get too involved in the studio's operations. Instead, he let Qin Jinyan take charge. He had plenty of other things on his plate. Or rather, even when he started other companies before, he never wanted to manage them personally. With his photographic memory, he could easily venture into any industry. But personally overseeing every single one would exhaust him, leaving insufficient time for learning. He believed that by investing capital and participating in key projects, he could entrust the rest to people he trusted. Qin Jinyan was one such person he trusted implicitly. After hanging up, Yang Ling headed to Puyu City. He had already joined the neighborhood group chat and contacted relevant people, inviting them to the apartment today to discuss some matters, such as bathroom renovations, custom cabinetry, aluminum thermal break windows for the balcony, security grills, and so on. Meanwhile, Yang Momo arrived at the Ning University Voice Acting Club activity room. Inside, over a dozen people were already seated. Oh, Yang Momo, you're here too? You don't seriously think a newbie like you could get hired, do you? A girl sneered. She wore a short skirt that showed off her beautiful legs, paired with a low-cut blouse revealing a hint of cleavage. She was Lu Shuriying, a sophomore in the broadcasting department. Earlier, when Yang Momo joined the club, her docile personality and childlike appearance with a voluptuous figure made her popular among many male members. Among them was Vice President Liang Ran. Lu Shuriying, however, was pursuing Liang Ran. Therefore, she viewed Yang Momo as a thorn in her side. Kindness invites abuse. Yang Momo was the type of girl who was gentle and soft-spoken, even a bit introverted. She never dared to argue, so Lu Shuriying had always acted with complete impunity. I'm just here to give it a shot, Yang Momo murmured. Test what? You're just wasting everyone's time. Lu Shuriying, who are you to accuse others of wasting time? Are you so great? Just then, Lin Feifei walked in. After learning Yang Ling earned money through audiobooks, she joined the voice acting club too. Of course I'm great, at least better than you lot. You can't even speak Mandarin properly, Lu Shuriying sneered. Your pronunciation is perfect, just like a duck's voice. Lin Feifei, you dare call me a duck voice? So what if I do? Come hit me then. Damn it, you bully my sister? You better believe I'll find someone to take care of you. You're so rude. And they call you the school beauty? You bully my sister, and I'm supposed to be polite? Momo, next time she picks on you, fight back. What's there to fear? Can't get a guy yourself, so you take it out on others? You. Lu Shuriying seethed with fury. Oomph, just you wait. I'll make sure no one dares tutor you in the voice acting club. I'll make sure you don't get a single assignment. Enough, Lu Shuriying. Cut it out. A handsome-looking guy interjected. Liang Ran, why are you always defending her? Don't tell me you've got a crush on her? Lu Shuriying's face twisted with displeasure. Momo is a great person. It's only natural if I like her. Senior Liang Ran, I'm sorry, but I already have a boyfriend, Yang Momo hurriedly explained. Liang Ran, did you hear that? She's got a boyfriend now. A flicker of displeasure crossed Liang Ran's eyes, but he maintained a gentlemanly demeanor. No problem. We can still be friends. If you ever need help, Momo, just let me know. I can tutor you too. No need, thank you, Senior Liang Ran. Though it might hurt Liang Ran's pride, she felt she had to be upfront to prevent misunderstandings from growing later. Deep down, there was simply no room for anyone else. Ha! Look at that, our little junior ISNT feeling your vibes, Liang Ran. Lu Shuriying's face was pure sarcasm. Enough bickering. The club president and Qin Jinyan are here. Liang Ran appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly, he was thoroughly annoyed. Ever since Yang Momo joined the voice acting club, he'd liked her, but his advances always fell on deaf ears. Just then, Qin Jinyan and another girl walked in, chatting and laughing as they approached. The girl was the current club president, Li Sisi, the sophomore beauty of the broadcasting department. Her speech was clear and melodious, and she was tall and slender, every bit as striking as Qin Jinyan. Let me introduce everyone. This is Qin Jinyan, who runs a voice acting studio. He'll soon be releasing a 3 million-word novel and will be providing roles for all of you. This is an excellent opportunity for practice and can even earn you some money. Make sure to give it your all. Everyone applauded enthusiastically. Hello, juniors and freshmen. Qin Jinyan beamed with a smile. Was this considered returning to one's alma mater in triumph? Suddenly, she spotted Yang Momo and immediately greeted her. Momo, you joined the voice acting club too? Yes, Senior Jinyan. Who would have thought you'd be the one recruiting when I came back? You're so impressive. Impressive? Your brother's the big boss of the studio. Didn't he tell you? I'm just a partner, well, his errand girl. Chapter 118, Linga, let's be girlfriend and boyfriend again. What? Yang Momo and Lin Feifei gasped in disbelief. My brother never mentioned this, Senior Jinyan. Is this really true? Of course it's true. No need to audition. When the time comes, I'll give you all kinds of roles, take your pick.
Thank you, Senior Jingyan.
Lu Shuriying and Liang Ran looked utterly shocked. Haha, Lu Shuriying, what did you just say? That Momo and I wouldn't get any assignments in the voice acting club, that no one would dare mentor us? Lin Feifei's face was dripping with sarcasm. Qin Jinyan frowned. Momo, what's going on?
Ever since I joined the voice acting club, that Lu Shuriying has been picking on me.
She explained. Deputy President Liang, I really do have a boyfriend now. Please keep your distance from me going forward.
And Lu Shuriying, stop picking on me.
Oh, I understand.
I won't target you anymore, Lu Shuriying hurriedly replied.
My apologies, Yang Momo.
I'm sorry for the trouble I caused you, Liang Ran also chimed in hastily.
It's fine. Everyone, let's get back to the auditions. Senior Jingyan, I'm Ling's sister too. Do I still need to audition? Qin Jinyan looked at Lin Feifei in surprise. Isn't she Yan Ling's ex-girlfriend? How did she become his sister now? Had they not fully broken up yet? She glanced at Yang Momo.
Yang Momo had been annoyed with Lin Feifei, but lately, Lin Feifei had been defending her constantly.
She was tongue-tied and couldn't argue, so Lin Feifei argued for her. Recalling Lin Wan's assistance to their family, her resentment gradually faded.
She explained the relationship between the two families to Qin Jinyan.
I see. Alright, you're in. Neither you nor Momo need to audition. I'll personally teach you both from now on. Thank you, Senior Jinyan.
Seriously, your brother should have told me beforehand.
Alright, everyone else, if you're interested in joining, let's get started. Qin Jinyan smiled.
Everyone began their auditions.
They worked until noon, finally confirming quite a few members. Senior Qin, I think I'm pretty good? Why wasn't I chosen? Is it because I offended Yang Momo? Lu Shuriying looked very upset. I don't care if you think you're good.
I care if I think you're good, Qin Jinyan said calmly.
Maybe next time, for the next book. I'm not trying anymore. It's just a minor role anyway. It won't make me much money.
Based on my estimates, those selected will earn around 10,000 each.
It's not much money, that's true. Ha? Senior, really? 10,000? That's so much.
I've been in the voice acting club for 2 semesters and only made a little over 1,000 from some gigs.
Yeah. Those hourly rates are way too low.
I came to find you all because I want to train you as a core team. After graduation, if you're interested in working in the voice acting industry, put in the effort.
Everyone was thrilled. Senior Jingyan, can I join? Li Sisi asked with a smile.
Sisi, you're already at the intermediate level.
Why join my fledgling team? I can't afford you. I don't have a fixed team either, I'm just working hourly. If it's possible, I'd like to join your studio. Could you offer me a supporting female role? Let's discuss it further. All right.
That afternoon, after selecting a few more people, Qin Jinyan finally completed the task.
The voice acting club wasn't a mainstream club at Ning University. Since it required vocal talent, membership wasn't large.
Members usually took on hourly gigs, though those were increasingly hard to come by. An opportunity like Qin Jinyan's directly recruiting them into a team to voice a single book spanning millions of words was practically unheard of. A book of several million words meant at least 200 hours worth of work for them.
Momo, are you free? Let's grab a bite.
Sure.
Senior Jinyan, can I come too?
Lin Feifei hurriedly asked.
Sure. By the way, didn't you used to dislike Yang Ling? Why the sudden change? I was such an idiot back then. I got led astray. Lin Feifei admitted. I've seen the light. Brother Ling is the most outstanding man. I'm going to pursue him again. Qin Jinyan was a bit speechless. Why are there so many competitors? Those unknown rich women didn't matter, maybe they wouldn't end up with Yang Ling anyway.
But this Lin Feifei. You have to admit, Lin Feifei is stunning at campus beauty level.
Then you'd better not pursue him. I'm Yan Ling's current girlfriend. What? Lin Feifei and Yang Momo both paled simultaneously. So, are you still going?
Qin Jinyan's lips curved into a slight smile.
Ling Ge has been pursuing me for years. The one he loves most is definitely still me.
Besides, my mom and his mom are like sisters.
You can't compete with me. Lin Feifei's face was full of defiance. I'm not going to dinner. Bye.
She planned to head home and have her mom talk to young Qinyu.
Momo, come on, let's go eat. Oh, Senior Jingyan, are you really my brother's girlfriend? Do you like me being your sister-in-law? I do, but do you really know my brother? Yang Momo didn't care that her brother was playing the role of father to Wen Ruyan's daughter.
Nor did she care what he had done. In this life, whether as his sister or his wife, she wanted to stay by his side. But she feared that if Yang Ling started dating other girls and learned about this, they might misunderstand him, leading to an unhappy parting.
Qin Jinyan looked at Yang Momo in surprise. Did Yang Momo also know that Yang Ling was a professional suck-up? Momo, I know him inside out. Oh, then I'll have my brother come over. She made the call, but Yang Ling didn't answer. Your brother's busy. Come on, let's grab a bite. Afterward, I'll take you to the studio. I'll teach you more in the future. At that moment, Yang Ling locked up his new apartment in Puyue City.
He'd come to Puyue City today to find people to measure the space, build cabinets, install aluminum thermal break windows for the balcony, security grills, and kitchen appliances. He'd just finished everything. All that remained was to finalize the move and preparations. He immediately headed to Lin Wan's place. Unfortunately, Lin Wan was still at work today and hadn't returned yet. However, Lin Wan had already given him the electronic lock password earlier. Soon, he entered Lin Wan's home. After a busy day covered in dust, he stripped off his clothes and headed straight for the bathroom to shower. His mind drifted back to the wild times they'd shared before. Truth be told, Lin Wan was his first love, his naive first crush, and the embodiment of his teenage dreams. Therefore, the fulfillment he found with Lin Wan far surpassed anything Li Jilian could offer. Not just physically, but emotionally too. It felt like finding a warm harbor. That's why he eagerly anticipated coming to Lin Wan every week to learn new things. After washing up, just then, he heard someone open the door and come in. Ha? Lin Wan back already? She's in quite a hurry. He rushed out only to find Lin Feifei staring at him in shock. Ah! Ling Ge, you're being so naughty. Lin Feifei flushed crimson and turned away instantly. Yang Ling was speechless. He'd thought Lin Wan had returned. He quickly grabbed a large bath towel to wrap himself in. Feifei, didn't you go to school? I thought a thief had broken in. Aunt Wan said she was still at the company, so I rushed out in a panic. Lin Feifei turned around and saw Yang Ling's well-defined chest and abdominal muscles, swallowing hard. Goodness, how could I have been so foolish before? I gave up such a perfect boyfriend. It's all that green tea Lin Yuan's fault. She must be jealous that I had such a perfect boyfriend. She immediately rushed over and threw her arms around Yang Ling. Brother Ling, can I be your girlfriend again? Not like before, but your real girlfriend. I'll give you anything. Lin Feifei blushed bright red. Chapter 119, I won't marry anyone but Brother Ling. Just as Yang Ling was about to speak, Lin Wan opened the door and walked in. Seeing Yang Ling wrapped only in a towel around his waist, with her daughter clinging to him, her expression instantly darkened. She'd been at the office just moments ago. When Yang Ling asked for the home's electronic lock password, she'd rushed back immediately. She had waited a whole week for the happiest moment in decades. Yet upon her return, this was the scene that greeted her. Could this little rascal be trying to? Aunt Wan, I just got out of the shower when Feifei came back and hugged me, saying she wanted to be my girlfriend again, Yang Ling explained. Feifei, tell me what's this unsolvable problem? Don't tell me you're pregnant by some guy and now you're back to make me the happy dad? Lin Feifei flushed crimson with shame and fury at the suggestion. How could he think such despicable things about her? Brother Ling, I'm telling the truth. What's real about it? Are you out of your mind? You discarded me like an old shoe, and now you suddenly want to be my girlfriend again? Something fishy is definitely going on. Spill it. Whatever happened, as your godbrother, Aunt Wan and I will stand by you. Lin Wan felt a wave of warmth wash over her at Yang Ling's words. Feifei, tell us what happened. Did you really, with some boy? Aunt Wan's expression turned stern. Mom, I didn't. I just regret it. I want to marry Brother Ling. Oh, Feifei, you can't just target one honest soul to torment, can you? Spill it, whose child is it? If he won't take responsibility, just get rid of it. Yang Ling, you bastard. Lin Feifei turned away, her face flushed with anger, and flopped onto the sofa. Lin Wan frowned. Feifei, come inside with me. Quickly. Lin Feifei reluctantly followed her inside. After much persuasion, she finally eased Lin Wan's suspicions. Mom, I truly regret it. Brother Ling is so amazing. She recounted today's events at the voice acting club. Lin Wan sighed. Feifei, after how you treated him before, now that he's achieved a little success, you regret it? What do you take him for? Mom, I know I was wrong, but I genuinely want to start over with him. He's pursued me for so many years, he must have deep feelings for me. Why don't you talk to Aunt Qianyu? I can register with Brother Ling right now, we won't even ask for a dowry. Lin Wan frowned. Truthfully, she had already considered Yang Ling her future son-in-law. She was satisfied, believing her daughter would be blessed to marry Yang Ling. But now, everything was in chaos. Utter chaos. Feifei, just as you never liked Xiao Ling before, he could never feel romantic feelings for you now. You hurt him too deeply back then. Boys are like that, once their hearts are broken, they give up. That he still treats you like a sister is already a blessing for us. I can't even face your Aunt Qianyu now. Lin Feifei kept her head bowed. Mom, I understand, but I won't give up. He loved me so much before, I still have a chance. Lin Wan felt a sudden headache. She never imagined her daughter's personality could change so drastically in such a short time. She must have been softened by love.
After all, Yang Ling was such a good man. Even after she dumped him, he still treated her like a little sister, caring for her and guiding her. Before, she'd been led astray, caught up in vanity, brainwashed into believing Yang Ling had no future. But now things were different. She'd realized just how exceptional Yang Ling truly was. Alright, stop overthinking it. Focus on your studies. I'll tell you this: Xiao Ling has already earned several professional fitness certifications. Tomorrow he'll start working at Ant Land's fitness club. He's becoming more and more outstanding. If you stand still and get lost in romantic feelings, you won't be worthy of him, you know? Ha! He got fitness certifications in such a short time? You bet. You never paid him any attention before, so you had no idea how exceptional he really is. His expertise in psychology and literature even impressed Ant Land's parents, their professors themselves. Mom, I'm blind. Wha? Fei, it's okay. Xiao Ling still treats you like a little sister, right? Being a little sister is pretty great too. No way. But you're right, Mom. I need to become outstanding. Alright, it's late. Get to school early tomorrow. Mom, can you and brother Ling walk me there? We can grab dinner on the way. Alright. Yang Ling was speechless. Ugh, this girl really ruined his plans. I won't be joining you tonight. I've got a lot of reading to catch up on and prep for work tomorrow. Alright, then. You go ahead and get busy, Ling. When you head back, remember to lock the door from the inside. Got it, Aunt Wan. By 9 o'clock that evening, Lin Wan finally returned. He immediately rushed over to hug her. Lin Wan pushed him away. He looked at her in confusion. Xiao Ling, it seems Fei has truly fallen for you, the kind of love where she won't marry anyone else. What should we do? Forget it. I don't even like her. Yang Ling pulled her close again. Wanner, you're my one true love. You're my first love, my safe haven, my... Enough, stop it. Lin Wan felt both conflicted and delighted inside. Ah, well, might as well enjoy the moment. Why overthink all these trivial things? Tonight, Lin Wan taught Yang Ling something new, giving him a fresh experience. It was truly different. She was different from everyone else. 2 hours later. The quiet moments after being fully satisfied always made one think more deeply. Lin Wan sighed. Why sigh? Nothing. If you won't tell me, I'll have to resort to coercion. Yang Ling's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Oh, you little rascal. Look, I know you have special feelings for me, but let me make this clear, our relationship is doomed from the start. Lin Wan hurriedly cut him off. You need to find a girlfriend, you know? Earlier at school, I saw that Qin Jinyan you're collaborating with. She's beautiful, poised, and a wonderful girl. No matter what happens in the future, I'll take care of you for the rest of my life. So don't worry about it. Yang Ling said firmly. My little angel, I feel so blessed. After a night of tenderness, Yang Ling didn't want to leave the next morning, but he had to go to work. Lin Wan gently adjusted his collar. Handsome. I really wish you didn't have to go to work. Remember, don't get too close to your clients, just stick to teaching normally. Got it, Auntie Wan. I'll be off then. I'll give you a ride. Arriving at Wanwiching, Yang Ling entered the Lemaihui Fitness Club to report to HR. Li Zhilong had already made arrangements, so the onboarding process was completed swiftly. Young Yang, go familiarize yourself with the place first. Ms. Li is here and will personally show you around. Stepping out of the HR office, he spotted Gao Chang emerging from the locker room. Hey, Yang Ling, you're back? Is this your first day? Yes. Senior, I look forward to your guidance. No problem. Go ahead and get acquainted. I've got a class to teach. A flicker of excitement passed through Gao Chang's eyes. Chapter 120, The Report. Gao Chang hurried away, excitedly pulling out his phone to send a message. Manager Lu, Mr. Li's acquaintance, has started work. Yang Ling changed into his trainer's uniform and began exploring the club's facilities. The place offered numerous programs, standard equipment, fat loss boot camps, yoga, taekwondo, boxing, rehabilitation training. As he looked around, a curvaceous, mature woman in athletic wear approached. It must be said that the female trainers working at this club were all stunningly attractive and well-built. He had already seen several of them, all exceptionally beautiful. And this mature woman was the most beautiful of them all. Even Li Jilian couldn't compare. New here? Yes. Alright, take these flyers and distribute them outside Wanhui Mall. Ha? What ha? This is mandatory training for new hires. Go. Alright. Handing out flyers wasn't a problem for him. Perfect timing, he could text Wen Ruyan and the others to come meet him. He'd just pretend they were customers he'd attracted through the flyers. The mature woman watched Yang Ling's retreating figure, a hint of surprise flickering at the corner of her mouth. He's quite handsome, but unfortunately, since you're connected to Li Zhilan, don't blame me for making you a sacrificial pawn in workplace politics. This woman was none other than Lu Yunyuan, manager of Business Group 2. Ever since Gao Chang tipped her off last week, she'd been preparing to challenge Li Zhilan for the store manager position. All she needed to do was plant a few seeds with headquarters, and Li Jilian would have no choice but to step down. After that, she, Lu Yunyuan, would be the store manager of Wanhui City. Just as she turned away, she saw Yang Ling walk in. Why are you back already? It's the peak shopping hour now with all these people coming and going, it's the perfect time to find customers. I asked him to come back. He's part of my team. Li Jilan followed him inside. Oh? Sister Lan, you actually hired a new recruit? I thought it was someone from HR's talent pool. Lu Yunyuan looked at Yang Ling. Lan, he's so young, just out of college, right? Does he have his certification? Your team is full of veterans and top performers. Bringing in a newbie like him might upset the others, don't you think? How about letting me mentor him? You're just bored, questioning my judgment? Not at all. I just worry you might tarnish your reputation. With that, Lu Yunyuan turned and walked away. Yang Ling frowned. Aunt Lan, that woman sure is arrogant. She's got connections at headquarters. Over the years, her business has been decent enough, but her ambition has swelled. She wants to replace me. I see. So getting my license before starting work was the right move? It did save me some trouble. But even if you hadn't gotten your license, it wouldn't matter. I've been in this business for years. She's just a mistress, a cheap whore. She can't push me out. Li Jilan's face was filled with disdain. Xiao Ling, get familiar with the environment first. I'll change clothes and personally train you. You'll be my assistant for a while, then I'll introduce some clients for you to handle. All right. Li Jilian changed clothes and led Yang Ling into the training room. As Yang Ling watched Li Jilian's curvaceous figure swaying before him, memories of their journey together flooded his mind. Aunt Lan, you have such a great figure. Li Jilong turned back, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. Still haven't had enough of the view these past few days? No, Aunt Lan, I was thinking. After work tonight, come to my place. All right. At that moment, Lu Yunyuan entered with several people. Leading the group was a middle-aged man with an exceptionally well-built physique. His hair and beard were streaked with gray, yet he exuded undeniable charm. He was absolutely the type of older man who could captivate countless young women possessing great charm and charisma. Oh? Mr. Hu, why didn't you let me know you were coming? I could have picked you up. Li Jilian looked utterly surprised. The middle-aged man, however, wore a dark expression. Ms. Li, I received a report alleging favoritism in your hiring practices. Specifically, you brought an acquaintance into Lamaihui who lacks professional systematic training, holds no certifications, and isn't even a sports major. Ms. Li, as a veteran of Limeihui, you should be thoroughly familiar with our corporate culture. We've always adhered to a professional approach to survive in this industry. The worst thing we can do is resort to that whole connections routine. Li Jilian looked at Lu Yunyuan and the members of her team. Mr. Hu, don't say I've never done such things. Even if I had, it wouldn't be your place to interfere, would it? I can't control it, but I've already reported this to headquarters senior management. They've temporarily granted me this authority. Oomph. Lu Yunyuan, are you that eager to take my seat? Li Jilian's face was thick with sarcasm. Lan Jia, what are you talking about? This has nothing to do with me. I just found out about it myself. Lu Yunyuan looked utterly innocent. Is that so? Then let me formally respond to Mr. Hu. I haven't engaged in nepotism, nor have I brought anyone without professional certification into Lamaihui. Li Jilian's expression remained calm. Lan, this new hire seems pretty young, just graduated, right? Sports major? Got the certification yet? Lu Yunyuan asked with a smile. Of course. Yang Ling, show them your certificates. Yes, show them with confidence because you hold more certifications than anyone here. Yes, Ms. Li. Yang Ling produced his certificates. The middle-aged man took it and examined it, his expression shifting abruptly. Lu Yunyuan examined it closely, her expression turning wild. How is that possible? A certificate obtained last week? He clearly isn't formally trained, and he didn't have any certificates before last week. How could he possibly get so many in just 1 week? Oh, would you like to verify it on the official website? By the way, Yang Ling scored perfect marks in both theory and practical exams this time. He's a genius and will be my key talent for development going forward. Alright, let me look into it for you. I'll verify whether these certificates are genuine. Soon, the results came back, all genuine. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Perfect scores across the board? That talented? Even if these scores were inflated through connections, that's still impressive. This young man must have some serious connections in the fitness industry. Instantly, the people behind Lu Yunyuan were filled with regret, wishing they hadn't gotten involved in this mess. Both Mr. Hu and Lu Yunyuan wore grim expressions. But quickly, they regained their smiles. Excellent, excellent. It seems that accusation was completely unfounded, just a misunderstanding. Mr. Hu looked at Yang Ling. Young Yang, you're doing great. Keep up the good work. With your talent, how about I transfer you to headquarters for further training? Sorry, I only report to President Li.
Sister Lan, congratulations on recruiting such a prodigy.
But your team consists of veterans. No one will willingly hand over clients to Yun Yang, will they?
Even if they agree, long-term clients won't trust a newcomer, Lu Yunyuan remarked with a smile.
To accelerate Yun Yang's development, I suggest assigning him to my team too.
I'll have him take on clients as soon as possible.
Little Lu, that's a great suggestion. Talent deserves our full attention, General Manager Hu chuckled.
Just then, 6 stunning young women, mature beauties, and elegant ladies were escorted in by a receptionist. Excuse me, who is Coach Yang Ling? The young receptionist asked, looking puzzled.
Chapter 121, Fired. I'm Yang Ling.
Yang Ling's heart skipped a beat upon seeing Wen Ruyan, Jiang Xue, Sui, and the other 3 mature women.
Weren't they supposed to pretend they didn't know him? Why were they looking for him the moment they walked in? Ha! The receptionist looked utterly bewildered. They're all here to see you. Ha! Me? Ladies, hello. I'm Yang Ling. He put on an act of not recognizing them. So you're Yang Ling? Quite the handsome young man. Is Lin Wan your aunt? Yes. Had he run into Lin Wan in the underground parking garage? We're her friends. We're here to join the gym.
She said you're very professional, so we came looking for you. First, sign us up for membership cards, then show us your best program for us.
Everyone was utterly stunned.
Good grief, these women each dressed in expensive clothes, with an air of wealth about them.
And they're all here to see Yan Ling? Could this guy be a rich kid? Lu Yunyuan's expression darkened further. She had thought she could use Yang Ling to undermine Li Zhilong. Who knew Yang Ling not only obtained all sorts of certifications, but now has 6 clients coming straight to him? He's hitting the top tier right off the bat.
You see, many coaches have been here for ages yet still have few clients. High-quality clients were even rarer, and most clients would stop coming after a while. Never before had 6 wealthy women come at once and all seeking the same person.
Just imagine the commission that would bring in.
Li Zhilian looked surprised.
Had Lin Wan referred them?
She recalled Lin Wan mentioning several major clients who had invested in her spa club.
Could these be the same people? Yang Ling, you'll be handling these guests. Yes, Ms. Li. Yang Ling led Wen Ruyan and the others out.
At the doorway, he spotted Gao Chang and shot him a cold stare.
Gao Chang forced an awkward smile. Congratulations, Junior. Who'd have thought you'd become so powerful? Yang Ling ignored the morally bankrupt giant and turned to leave.
Looks like you won't need to bother with cultivating Yang Ling after all. Now, let's talk about who reported me, causing you all to come after me first thing this morning.
This has damaged my reputation and constitutes slander. I will pursue this to the end. Mr. Li, this is a misunderstanding. You think a simple misunderstanding will make this go away? Fine. I'll have to report this to headquarters. Ha! You like fighting, do you? I'll see it through to the end.
Mr. Hu shot Lu Yunyuan a meaningful glance.
Lu Yunyuan gritted her teeth.
Not only had they failed to bring down Li Zhilan, but they'd actually made her look good.
Once this reached headquarters, both she and Hu Yunjie would be utterly disgraced.
After all, Li Zhilan was the store manager, while she was merely the head of business group 2, backed by Hu Yunjie.
It seemed Gao Chang would have to be sacrificed today. Otherwise, there would be no way to account for this to Li Zhilan.
If this reached headquarters, both she and Hu Yunjie would face disciplinary action. Manager Li, Gao Chang told me himself.
He said he was Yang Ling's classmate and knew Yan Ling's background.
Outside the door, Gao Chang's face paled. He insisted firmly, everything I said is true.
I had no idea Yang Ling could obtain so many certificates in just 1 week. There must be something fishy going on. He got them through connections, not real ability.
Gao Chang, effective immediately, you're fired.
Li Zhilian's expression was icy. On what grounds?
You're jealous of your colleagues, you frame your superiors, and your character is corrupt. Our club has no use for someone like you.
Pack your things and get out.
Gao Chang clenched his fists, his face twisted with anger. This job was a rare opportunity for someone like him, trained in sports science.
Many of his classmates had ended up in trucking or construction. How could they ever match his respectable position?
He got to mingle with wealthy clients, even spending nights with rich women.
Moreover, Li Meihui was among Ningqing's top fitness clubs. Once fired, who would dare hire him? Ms. Li, I'm sorry. Please give me one more chance. I still have many clients.
Your clients are the club's clients. I'll reassign them to other trainers, Li Zhilian said expressionlessly. She had to make an example of him today.
Gao Chang turned to Lu Yunyuan. Manager Lu, won't you say a word for me?
Lu Yunyuan shot him a cold glance.
Look at this S face, everyone. Better watch out from now on.
A mistress who climbed her way up. And Mr. Hu, let me tell you, this has slept with who knows how many clients just to land business.
Hey, you've got a whole grassland growing on your head. Gao Chang, what nonsense are you spouting? Believe me, I'll call the police right now. Lu Yunyuan snapped. Go ahead, call them. Everyone knows what kind of woman you are. With that, he turned and walked away. Mr. Hu, it's not like that. Lu Yunyuan's face paled. Is that any of my concern? Hu Yunjie's expression turned icy. Mr. Li, I'm truly sorry about this. I'll be heading back now. Take your time. Li Jilian didn't dare to offend Hu Yunjie too much. Everyone, back to work. Let what just happened serve as a lesson. Yes, Ms. Li. At that moment, Gao Chang, having retrieved his belongings, approached the front desk and spotted Yang Ling. Yang Ling, I'm sorry. It was me who reported you to Ms. Li. Could you ask her to give me another chance? I'll repay you handsomely. I never considered you an enemy before. I've long forgotten any grudges from college. It was your own fault for not handling things properly. Yes, I was the petty one. Yang Ling, I have mortgages and car loans, and I have to support my wife and kids. I really can't afford to lose this job. Could you please spare me for the sake of our college days? I don't have that kind of influence. Gao Chang gritted his teeth. Yang Ling, could you ask Mr. Li not to include this incident in my background check? I'll definitely repay you handsomely. I can't influence Mr. Li's decisions, but he's not the petty type to destroy someone completely. Gao Chang turned and walked away, his steps heavy. Wow, Yang Ling, you're impressive. You've already outmaneuvered a veteran employee right off the bat, Zhang Qian chuckled. I wasn't trying to fight at all. That mindset won't cut it. Once you're in the workplace, you have to compete. Because you have conflicting interests with everyone, you understand? I get it. Thanks for coming out today. But you've spent too much on this. What expense? As long as you create the most suitable health plan for each of us, it won't be an expense. We don't care about the money, what matters is our health, Zhang Qian said. I've bragged to my sisters about how amazing you are. Don't let me down. Rest assured, I guarantee each of you will become healthier and achieve your ideal physique. Xiaoyang, you're so young, are you really up for this? Yeah, Xiaoyang, we came to you because we really want to get in shape. Feel my waist, it's got so much extra flesh. You've got to help me shed it. Xiaoyang, look at me, I feel heavy and sluggish when I walk. Do you have any solutions? Gulp. Yang Ling swallowed hard. What are you doing? You, don't even think about it. Zhang Qian's face flushed with anger, inwardly regretting bringing them along. What thoughts? We just want Xiaoyang to help us. Xiaoyang, first assess our bodies and design a program for us. Alright, ladies, follow me. Not long after they left, Lu Yunyuan approached the front desk. Xiaomei, did they sign up for memberships? 3 Supreme memberships and 3 Gold memberships. They're so wealthy, and they seem to have a great rapport with Coach Yang. A flicker of regret crossed Lu Yunyuan's eyes. Oh well, looks like I messed with the wrong people. After all, she was just an ordinary fitness instructor backed by Hu Yunjie. Now even Hu Yunjie suspected she was messing around with clients. How could she possibly keep working here? No, she had to clear up the misunderstanding with Yang Ling. Chapter 122, The Client. Yang Ling led everyone into a room. This space primarily housed physical assessment equipment. Next, he assessed each person's physical metrics. Among the group, only one woman of beauty named Jiang Xue was overweight. Oh dear, Young Yang, to weigh someone, measure their 3 body measurements, and calculate body fat percentage. You have to take off your clothes for accurate results. Maybe if I took mine off, I'd be within the standard range. Xiao Shangxue looked thoroughly unconvinced. This woman possessed an allure even more captivating than Zhang Qian's. If Zhang Qian embodied the allure of a sophisticated older woman, then Xiao Shangxue radiated the charm of a mature beauty. Her measurements were particularly impressive. While this held immense appeal for men, it was detrimental to her own health. Because as she aged, her stamina couldn't keep up, and losing weight became increasingly difficult. Shangxue, stop fooling yourself. Even naked, you're still a fat cow. Just look at all that flab on your belly, Zhang Qian chuckled. Yang Ling, you start by designing a fat loss plan for Shangxue. Work her hard. No way. Little Yang, I hate exhaustion in running. Besides, isn't being curvy better? Xiao Shangxue stuck out her chest. Xiao Yang, do you like me like this, all plump? Of course I do. But I have a way we can just target the flab around your waist. The rest of you won't change much. Ha? Really? MHM. Come on, let me take your pulse. Check my pulse? Xiao Shangxue was baffled. Zhang Qian had told them that Yang Ling was now Wu Yun's disciple. Clearly, they too believed in regulating the body through traditional Chinese medicine and knew Wu Yun personally, causing them to gasp in surprise. Wait, you're Master Wu Yun's disciple? How come you're doing fitness training? It's not a contradiction. I haven't obtained my traditional Chinese medicine certification yet, but I can integrate TCM principles into fitness training. In truth, Yang Ling had already developed his own unique fitness theory. It was grounded in modern kinesiology, rehabilitation science, TCM meridian theory, massage techniques, and more. Fat loss is achieved by consuming fewer calories than you burn. Dieting leads to a host of problems, so it's not the solution. However, for modern individuals with low physical activity levels, normal eating habits simply won't facilitate weight loss.
Therefore, one must find ways to increase energy expenditure.
One approach is exercise, another is boosting the body's metabolic capacity.
Exercise isn't suitable for many overweight individuals, as it can cause significant physical harm.
Additionally, those with chronic health conditions may also find exercise unsuitable.
Traditional Chinese medicine, however, is precisely the discipline that can regulate the body and enhance metabolic capacity without side effects.
One of his primary reasons for working at the gym is to put his knowledge into practice.
This helps him master his knowledge, deepen his understanding of the human body, and improve his medical skills. After taking her pulse, he asked Xiao Shangxue to stick out her tongue. Xiao Shangxue slightly parted her lips, extended her tongue, slowly raised it, and even licked her red lips.
Yang Ling froze for a moment, his entire body trembling. This tongue-flicking technique? Hey, Xiao Shangxue, can you act properly? Zhang Qian's face flushed with embarrassment and annoyance. I am being serious, little Yang.
Take a look, Xiao Shangxue said with a smile.
Yang Ling took a look. The issue isn't major.
Excessive dampness is causing internal obstruction, hindering metabolism, which easily leads to fat accumulation around the waist and abdomen.
He tailored plans based on each person's physical condition. Xiao Yang, you're not going to teach us a class? What program? Just using the gym equipment can yield great results.
Once your bodies reach the appropriate condition, I'll design an advanced plan for you.
Xiao Yang, aren't you worried about getting in trouble with management?
When I went to another gym before, that trainer kept pushing courses on me and made me spend over 100,000.
You're all friends. Just getting memberships is already a huge support. How could I scam you? Rest assured, I promise you'll all achieve healthy, beautiful bodies.
He knew traditional programs were intense and delivered quick results, but they also made people quit easily.
He could tell these wealthy ladies weren't necessarily focused on fat loss.
Therefore, he needed to help them achieve their fitness goals while enjoying the process. Besides, pushing classes they disliked from the start would only turn them off.
Better to take it slow and steady. Xiao Shangxue and the others' eyes lit up. Great.
Xiao Yang, if you help me lose weight successfully, I'll give you a big red envelope.
Alright, let's get started.
First, I'll stretch you out, relax your muscles, and awaken your bodies before we exercise. He massaged their major muscle groups before stretching their legs and arms. Physical contact was unavoidable during the stretches. Considering they were here to support him, he didn't mind taking a little advantage. But that Xiao Shangxue was a tease. She deliberately brushed against him in certain places. After the stretches, he led them to the fitness area and taught them how to use various machines based on each person's physical condition. After teaching them for quite some time until they all got the hang of it, he finally sat down to catch his breath.
Xiao Yan, come here for a moment, Li Zhilong said, her face beaming with a smile as she looked at him. He immediately went over and entered the office with Li Jilian. Ms. Li, what's the matter? Not bad at all.
On your first day, you landed 6 clients and every single one signed up for a membership card.
Next month's paycheck will have some serious commission. What courses did you recommend to them? Do you need my input? I didn't recommend any courses yet. They're all friends of Aunt Wan, and their situations aren't suitable for those programs. Let's wait for the next phase. I can suggest yoga or something similar for them. Excellent. You understand the principle of slow and steady wins the race. I was worried you might recommend too many courses at once and turn them off. Mr. Li, have you resolved this morning's issue? It's handled.
Just be careful around Lu Yunyuan from now on, that woman has some tricks up her sleeve.
Mei Chem, I know.
One more thing with those clients, keep your boundaries clear.
Never cross that line. It'll drag you into an emotional whirlpool. Rest assured, Mr. Li. Alright, get back to work. Wait for me tonight. Yang Ling stepped closer and whispered, Aunt Lan, I just want to. Are you trying to get yourself killed?
Li Jilan nearly collapsed from weakness. To be honest, after those few days of travel, it felt like a switch had been flipped in her body and it wouldn't turn off. These past few days, her mind kept drifting back to this guy.
Come on, I'll take you to meet them.
Returning to the fitness equipment area, she saw several people gathered around Wen Ruyan and the others, explaining something.
She immediately frowned.
Approaching closer, she heard them pitching course packages. They even claimed Yang Ling was just a newbie with no experience, while they themselves had years of industry expertise and knew exactly which courses suited them best. They were all talking at once, their eloquence undeniable as they spun elaborate tales.
Get back to your stations. If this happens again, you're fired.
Their expressions changed instantly, and they slunk away dejectedly.
Everyone, I apologize. I promise there won't be a next time. No problem. You're Ms. Li Zilian, Wan's friend, right? Wan Ruyan said. Yes, Lin Wan and I have been close friends for years. Would you like to grab a simple lunch together? I'll treat. It'd be nice to get to know everyone. Sounds good.
By noon, a large group of women gathered for lunch.
He couldn't get a word in edgewise, so he didn't join them.
Mainly, those women like Xiao Shangxue were too clingy, always trying to take advantage of him.
He asked Li Jilian to bring him a takeout box later.
He settled in the gym's lounge area, pulling out a few books to read. Hey, Xiaoyang, I'd like to treat you to lunch to make up for this morning.
Would you do me the honor?
Lu Yunyuan stood before him, her face beaming with smiles.
Chapter 123, Practicing Yoga. Sorry, Miss Lu, I'm afraid Mr. Hu might misunderstand. Oh, you've misunderstood me and Mr. Hu. There's nothing between us.
And hey, we're all colleagues now.
Just call me Yunyan. Come on, let's go.
Lu Yunyuan stepped forward and hooked her arm around Yang Ling's, trying to pull him up. Yang Ling quickly shook her off.
Miss Lu, please behave yourself. Fine, I'll go by myself then. Lu Yunyan turned away, her expression darkening.
In this club, no one had ever refused to give her face.
And this guy actually tells her to behave?
Don't think that just because you come from a wealthy family and have connections, you can act however you please.
The workplace isn't that simple. You've got all those rich women friends, right? Well, I'll introduce you to a real freak, let's see how you handle that. She sent a text as she walked away. Yang Ling watched Lu Yunyuan's retreating figure, his brow furrowing. He really didn't want to waste his time on this pointless squabbling.
He came to the gym to make money and put some theoretical knowledge into practice. But clearly, he'd gotten caught up in the workplace rivalry between Li Jilian and Lu Yunyuan. Even the power struggles among the upper echelons of the Li Meihui fitness group. Forget it. Instead of worrying, he'd face it head-on and arm himself in advance. Once he became formidable, he wouldn't fear any conflict. Given how many wealthy women he knew, as long as he served them well, he'd never have to worry about anything for the rest of his life. His goal wasn't merely to be a professional sycophant or fitness consultant, he aimed to become their lifelong health advisor and spiritual mentor. Over an hour later, Li Jilian returned after her meal. She brought back a lot of delicious food. Ms. Li, where are they? They've left already. Said they had things to do this afternoon. They'll contact you when they're ready to come back, Li Jilian replied with a smile. Xiao Ling, I've looked into it. Wen Ruyan, Zhang Qian, and Sui are all major clients at your Aunt Wan's club.
The other three are friends of Zhang Qian and Sui. Your Aunt Wan actually held back the big reveal until you started working here before introducing them. She leaned closer to Yang Ling and whispered, Xiao Ling, tell me honestly, is there really nothing between you and Aunt Wan? Yang Ling remained unflappable. Absolutely nothing. She's my ex-girlfriend's mom and also my mother's best friend. Lin Wan insisted on absolute confidentiality, so naturally, he wouldn't tell anyone. Xiao Ling, Aunt Wan is so kind to you. Looks like she really did treat you like a son-in-law back then. A son-in-law is half a son. She doesn't have a son of her own. When Feifei gets married someday, you'll have to help her out. Aunt Lan, rest assured. No matter what happens, I'll take care of her and you too. Li Jilan's lips curved into a faint smile. Good. Then Aunt Wan and I won't start a family of our own. How about we both live with you? Yang Ling looked at her with a peculiar expression. Unspeakable images instantly flashed through his mind. He rubbed his waist, feeling a dull ache. Seems I need to focus on strengthening my waist and kidneys. Breathing techniques could strengthen the body internally, while Gu Hong's health exercises specifically fortified the kidneys. Forget it. By then we'll both be old, and your wife will surely look down on us. Aunt Lan, then I won't marry a wife. How could that be? Your mother would scold us to death, Aunt Wan and I. But I'm delighted you answered that way. Tonight, I'll reward you with something delicious. Come on, let's go to my office. I have a sofa there. You can take a nap after eating. Aunt Lan, aren't you afraid of people gossiping? After what happened this morning, who wouldn't gossip? People are probably speculating about our relationship. I'll just tell my team you're my best friend's nephew. All right. He followed Li Xilan into the president's office. Inside was a large sofa and a coffee table. Just then, a female trainer walked in. Her figure was no less impressive than Li Jilian's, and her physique was strikingly curvaceous. Unlike the other trainers who were lean and muscular, she had a voluptuous, full-figured appearance. Sister Lan, let me introduce you to Xiao Yang. Come on in. Have you eaten yet? Just a light snack. Then join Xiao Yang for a bite. I packed plenty. Does Xiao Yang mind? Not at all. Li Jilian introduced the woman as Ling Yufei, the head of the club's yoga program and its most accomplished yoga instructor. Yang Ling's thoughts stirred. He wanted to learn yoga too. This practice greatly benefits physical flexibility. Besides, with his photographic memory, he could learn anything he set his mind to. Could Sister Yufei teach me yoga? He planned to learn the basics and key points from Ling Yufei, then continue studying on his own afterward. Ha! I can pay tuition. What are you saying? If you want to learn, I'll teach you for free. But Sister Lan is a senior yoga master. Not only does she hold a National Sports Administration certified 9th degree yoga certificate, but she also has a yoga instructor certificate from the Bodybuilding Association and the most highly recognized RYT certification from the International Yoga Alliance YA. Why not ask her to teach you? Ha! Yang Ling looked utterly astonished. Aunt Lan, you're seriously that amazing? No wonder her body is so flexible like a beautiful snake. He'd assumed Li Jilan's flexibility came from practicing taekwondo, never imagining she was this accomplished in yoga. You've seen what kind of people my parents are. Back then, they opposed my pursuing sports, wanting me to follow in their footsteps. But I really didn't want to do research, so I insisted on studying sports. To earn their approval, I worked incredibly hard. Over the years, I finally made a name for myself and became the store manager for the international fitness brand Ling. Aunt Lon, please teach me. Why learn so many things? You can't chew more than you can swallow. Just focus on fitness. A skill in hand is a friend in need. You know how quick I am at picking things up. Fine. Come to my place after work and I'll teach you. Wait, you could go to the yoga studio and practice with Yufei. She has a beginner's class this afternoon. You can learn the basics there first. After lunch, he dozed off on the sofa for a bit. The afternoon turned out to be pretty quiet. Several colleagues came over to chat, asking about his relationship with Li Zilong. They were all quite enthusiastic. Though new to the workplace, Yang Ling knew some unwritten rules. Never bare your soul to any coworker. So he put on a new persona. He chatted and joked with everyone, putting on an act of being completely without guile. When Ling Yufei started teaching, he blended in. He noticed that besides women, there were also some men. The men who looked a bit effeminate and delicate, a rugged guy like him walking in immediately drew a lot of attention. He sat down without batting an eye, listening attentively to the lesson. What shocked him was that yoga had multiple schools. The most significant distinction lay between classical yoga and modern yoga. Classical yoga emphasized breathing, meditation, and spiritual cultivation, the authentic ancient Indian practice. Modern yoga, however, has been adapted to suit the general public. Modern yoga is further divided into numerous sub-styles. For example, Hatha yoga is suitable for beginners, Vinyas yoga is ideal for those seeking weight loss and detoxification, Iyengar yoga is suitable for beginners and older adults, Ashtanga yoga is more challenging and suited for advanced practitioners, Pilates is beneficial for individuals with muscle weakness, and there are also aerial yoga, Yin yoga, dance yoga, hot yoga, and more. Ling Yufei taught Hatha yoga. After an hour and a half of practice, he grasped the movements almost instantly, learning them effortlessly. Moreover, his flexibility was quite good, though not as precise as Ling Yufei's. It far surpassed that of other beginners. Xiao Yang, you really have no background? Ling Yufei looked utterly shocked. Yeah, just started. Looks like you're a natural at sports. No wonder you've earned so many certifications at such a young age. Xiao Yang, now that you've learned it, you're not going to take my spot, are you? Ling Yufei's face was filled with reproach. Don't worry, Sister Yufei. I won't be around long. Soon I'll be applying for grad school. Wow. That's amazing. Ling Yufei's eyes sparkled with admiration. Xiao Yang, do you have a girlfriend? I have a younger sister who's a junior this year. I can introduce her to you. Already have one. Too bad. Sis Yufei, can I look at the books here? Sure, they're all about the basics of yoga. Feel free to browse. After reading for over an hour, Yang Ling gained a systematic and comprehensive understanding of yoga. Tonight, he was sure to learn even more. After work, he got into Li Zilong's car. Sweetheart, I've missed you these past few days. Li Zilian's eyes were filled with longing. Chapter 124, New Client. In the basement, inside Li Zilian's car. Li Zilian gazed at Yang Ling with dreamy eyes. Truth be told, she'd missed Yang Ling terribly these past 2 days. That trip had turned her into a dam. The floodwaters rose, and no dam could hold them back. Now, the floodwaters were rising again. If the underground parking lot hadn't been crowded, she wouldn't have cared. Soon back at the villa, she entered the door, unable to wait. Xiaoling, tonight, Auntie will teach you all kinds of yoga poses, okay? I know so many different ones. Yes, Aunt Lon, I want to learn them all. Teach me step by step. Alright, come on. Now, let's start with the first pose. Over an hour later, Yang Ling had mastered numerous yoga poses. Li Zilan's hands-on instruction allowed him to experience each pose firsthand, making his learning exceptionally effective. He finally understood why some claimed yoga originated from the dual cultivation practices of ancient Indian temple monks. It was truly remarkable. Still, yoga was indeed an excellent way to relax both body and mind. Aunt Lon, I want to learn more. No. I'm exhausted from practicing. I need to rest properly. Li Jilan had never attempted yoga practice like this before. It elevated her body and mind, transporting her into the legendary realm of bliss. I really want to learn. Ha? Oh, let's eat first, then rest. I'll continue teaching you tonight. You can read a book for now. Li Jilan ordered takeout directly. Soon, the delivery arrived. Yang Ling stared speechless at the turtle soup, grilled pig's penis, bull's penis, pig's kidneys, chives. Did he really need this? Still, the food was incredibly delicious. He ate with great relish. After eating, one shouldn't practice yoga immediately.
Li Jilian's home contained numerous books on taekwondo, yoga, and various disciplines related to sports science and rehabilitation. He was completely engrossed in reading them. Li Jilian gazed at him with a dazed look, sighing inwardly. Ah, this guy, why didn't I give birth to him sooner? He was far too young for her. That evening, Li Jilian continued teaching young Ling yoga. She taught him every pose she knew. Soon, she was utterly speechless. You've mastered all the yoga poses I've spent years learning in just one night. You synchronize each movement perfectly with your breath, like a seasoned practitioner with years of training. How are we orthodox yoga practitioners supposed to compete? Auntie Lan taught me well. Auntie Lan, I want to learn more. We have work tomorrow. Get some rest. We have plenty of time. Oh, and since you're focusing on yoga lately, I'll pull some strings to get you more certifications. The next day, the two headed to work together. Soon after, the front desk called him. Coach Yang, another client is here to see you. She's in the conference room. Yang Ling walked over and saw a beautiful woman in a red dress. His eye for detail was sharp now. He could tell at a glance that she was around 40, her skin slightly sagging, her makeup a bit heavy. Her facial features and eyes suggested a history of excessive indulgence. Having mastered the 4 diagnostic methods of traditional Chinese medicine: observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation, and having recently interacted with many women of this age group, he could discern the underlying issues. Hello, ma'am. I'm Yang Ling. You were looking for me? The woman's eyes lit up as she scrutinized Yang Ling. That's right. My friend said you're very professional, so I came to see you. My name is Li Yaohong. You can call me Sister Hong. Yang Ling was surprised. Could it be that Wen Ruyan and the others had referred them? Hello, Sister Hong. May I ask if you're looking to lose weight or improve your posture? Both. Just recommend a program. I'm ready to buy anything. This, a big client? This client has quite a few issues. To address them properly, she definitely needs a professional program tailored for her. After pulse diagnosis, observation, inquiry, and examination along with body fat scale readings, Li Yaohong's physical results were finally obtained. Sister Hong, your body has several issues. To achieve the best results, you'll need long-term conditioning and a structured program. Here it comes. They think I'm a sucker. Using traditional Chinese medicine for diagnosis? What a joke. Typical rookie, way too green. But hey, I'm here to eke you out of house and home. If you want to land me as a client, you'll have to pay a little price. Tell me more about it. Yang Ling pulled a report from the printer. He analyzed it with her point by point. Sister Hong, if I may be blunt, you really need to exercise a bit more restraint in your bedroom activities. As Li Yaohong listened to Yang Ling's analysis, her expression grew increasingly shocked. Good heavens, does this fitness coach actually know traditional Chinese medicine? And he was so right. He described her physical symptoms exactly. He even knew about that certain spot that always felt prickly. She wasn't an amateur, she ran the Yaohong Spa Club and naturally understood health issues well. This young man is genuinely professional. He knows so much. I thought he was a newbie, but he turned out to be so professional. Good. This is good. Her heart burned even hotter. Handsome, intelligent, knowledgeable. If she could win him over, she wouldn't have to worry about anything in the future. Well, Yang, looks like I found the right person after all. Li Yaohong stared intently at Yang Ling. But what's the point of life if you abstain? That's just not my style. Sister Hong, since you were referred by a friend, I'll be honest with you. If you want to feel energetic every day, go out without makeup, and maintain a slender, graceful figure, not flabby, then you'll have to listen to me. Yang Ling's expression turned serious. In your case, if you keep this up, you'll accumulate fat around your waist, your limbs will gradually thicken, and it'll become harder and harder to reverse. The imbalance in your body will also lead to a series of problems, especially some embarrassing ones. Besides, you already have gynecological issues. Engaging in intimate activities now is unsafe. It's better to focus on restoring your health first. Once you're in good shape, things with your husband will be much more harmonious. Oh, okay, then. You make me a plan. I trust you. This time, Yang Ling wasn't being polite, he had to make money for the club. Yesterday, when Ruyan brought people to support the place, so he couldn't really run any courses, they didn't need them. But Li Yaohong did. He devised a 1-month plan for Li Yaohong. Sis Hong, my approach is similar to traditional Chinese medicine, a personalized plan for each person. I guarantee you'll lose fat happily and become healthier. So, the price is a bit higher, okay? No problem, little Yang. I've been to a few gyms before. So many trainers would just weigh me on a body fat scale and then recommend all kinds of exhausting classes. I couldn't stick with any of them. Only you can explain my body's condition. Alright, I'll plan 3 months for you. Come 3 times a week, 2 hours per session. 1,500 per session. This price is set at the maximum rate. The most expensive private training sessions at the club only cost 1,500 yuan. He believed his approach was absolutely worth the price. Xiaoyang, could I try it out first? For Li Yaohong, 4,500 yuan a week, less than 20,000 yuan a month, was a small price to pay if it meant a healthier body.
Chapter 125, Foolishness Backfires.
Next, Yang Ling began massaging and manipulating Li Yaohong's body to awaken its functions.
Soon, her face betrayed utter astonishment. Xiao Yang, your massage techniques are so professional. I just opened a spa club and need someone like you. Why don't you come work for me?
I'll pay you well, at least 30,000 a month.
Interested? Sorry, Sister Hong, but I'm quite satisfied with my current job. Alright then.
The more she massaged, the more satisfied Li Yaohong felt. Truth be told, none of the therapists at her spa could hold a candle to Yang Ling. Yang Ling didn't just know how to massage, she understood which pressure points to apply more or less pressure to based on a person's physical condition. It felt incredibly good. The therapists at her spa merely knew how to massage, they couldn't diagnose anything. Half an hour later, she felt completely refreshed. Her earlier fatigue had vanished, replaced by renewed energy.
Sister Hong, the massage is done. Next, I'll help you with some stretching. It might hurt a bit, but you'll feel great afterward. Li Yaohong clearly didn't exercise much, her body was a bit out of shape. Soon, she was yelping and groaning, but after half an hour, she was thoroughly satisfied.
The remaining hour was dedicated to implementing the initial exercise plan.
Just then, Lu Yunyuan happened to walk by. Seeing Yang Ling coaching Li Yaohong through her exercises, she flashed a hint of sarcasm. Just wasting your time. Li Yaohong is the type who won't budge until she sees results.
If you don't sleep with her, don't even think about getting her to buy a course.
Then I'll make sure you're disgraced and kicked out of Li Mei Hui.
An hour later, Li Yaohong was drenched in sweat, her workout clothes clinging tightly to her voluptuous figure.
Sis Hong, here, have some electrolyte water.
I'll continue with the massage and stretching. Soon after, Li Yaohong stood up, her gaze fixed on Yang Ling with admiration.
Young Yang, you really are professional. I've decided I'll buy the course. Great, Sister Hong. If you follow my instructions including dietary and sleep recommendations, you'll see noticeable results in 2 weeks. Within 3 months, you'll be transformed and develop lifelong habits.
He escorted Li Yaohong to pay for the course. 3 months, 12 sessions per month, 36 sessions total.
At 1,500 yuan per session, the total came to 54,000 yuan. The girl at the front desk and the finance staff stared at him with admiration. Goodness, he's amazing. 6 members yesterday, another today, and he just sold a 54,000 yuan course? That's just insane. He's definitely the top salesperson. Sis Hong, take it easy on the way back. Xiao Yang, my legs are a bit wobbly. How about you give me a ride home? While you're at it, could you give my housekeeper some dietary advice?
Sorry, I still have to teach a class.
Well, how about this? I'll compile some content and send it to your phone. Just follow the instructions there. Throughout the entire process, how could he not see what this woman was thinking? Yeah, she wanted him.
But he had no interest in women like her.
That was the truth. After all, she had so many gynecological issues. And she was clearly indulging in excessive pleasures. He wasn't that desperate, so he certainly wouldn't settle for just anyone. Come on, Xiao Yang. I've paid so much money, can't you at least come over for a session?
I have a client later who's paid over 100,000 for lessons. Besides, Sister Hong and I have plenty of time together, no rush.
We've only just met.
Later, once Sister Hong's health improves and she's looking her best, I'll come to her place to celebrate with you.
Li Yaohong thought about it. It seemed reasonable enough. Having him come now wouldn't accomplish anything. It might even make him resentful. He's so accomplished, he certainly doesn't need her. Fine then. But we've gotta stay in touch from now on. Li Yaohong left. Yang Ling went to report to Li Jilian. What did you say? Li Yaohong? She didn't do anything to you, did she? Aunt Lan knows her? How could I not? She's your Aunt Wan's rival. Earlier, your Aunt Wan's club nearly went under because of the dirty tricks she pulled. If it weren't for Wen Ruyan and the others investing, Aunt Wan wouldn't have been able to keep going. Yao Hong's club. Li Yaohong. I see. Aunt Wan mentioned this before, but why would she come looking for me? Surely Aunt Wan and the others didn't introduce her? This woman, she's overindulged herself, her health's poor, and she has gynecological issues. The moment she saw me, her eyes lit up. At first, she clearly had those kinds of intentions. But I won her over with my expertise. She paid the membership fee and even bought over 50,000 worth of courses. Li Jilan beamed with pride. Xiao Ling, you're my treasure boy. You're amazing. This Li Yaohong, she was probably introduced to you by Lu Yunyuan. Those two women know each other. Damn it, that Lu Yunyuan. Looks like she's still out to get you, trying to get you to sleep with Li Yaohong. Heh, let her fail miserably. Don't worry, Aunt Lan, I can protect myself. I have no interest in women like that. Only someone like you, Aunt Lan, is my type. Sweet talker. Come on, go change. Aunt Lan's treating you to dinner. At that moment, Lu Yunyuan approached the front desk. Yang Ling signed another client? Yes, Manager Lu. Coach Yang is simply amazing.
This client not only signed up for membership but also purchased over 50,000 yuan worth of private training sessions.
What? Over 50,000 for private lessons? Lu Yunyuan gasped. Yes. 36 sessions, each costing 1,500 yuan.
That's incredible, it's already the top tier coach pricing.
Only you and CEO Li charge that much. How is that possible? How did he close the deal? Was the client very satisfied with him? Satisfied. Very satisfied.
She even asked Coach Yang to come to her home, but he declined. She didn't get upset, just said they should stay in touch.
A flash of anger flickered in Lu Yunyuan's eyes. How could this happen?
She knew Li Yaohong's character.
How could she have paid before the service was even provided? Damn it, what the hell is going on? She turned and walked away. Xiaomei, why are you saying all that? Can't I speak my mind? Besides, Manager Lu has the authority to know anyway. Her checking it herself is different from you telling her. Didn't you notice? Manager Lu and President Li don't get along, and Coach Yang is President Li's guy. Oh, well, I guess I said it. Anyway, I'm just a lowly receptionist. I'm sure Coach Yang isn't the petty type.
Coach Yang is really impressive and handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend.
Stop daydreaming. Like it had ever happened to you? At that moment, Lu Yunyuan entered the office and called Li Yaohong. Ms. Li, you bought Yang Ling's lessons?
Yunyan, thank you for introducing such a professional coach to me.
This time, I owe you a favor. Lu Yunyuan was utterly speechless. Wow. So she'd been won over by Yang Ling's expertise. Is Yang Ling really that good? What exactly is his course? Mr. Li, how did he teach you? I want to learn by osmosis. You're already a top-tier coach, what's there to steal?
I chose Yang Ling because I'm impressed by him.
Gotta go, bye.
After hanging up, Lu Yunyuan slammed her palm on the desk, then shook her hand.
Stepping out of the office, she spotted Yang Ling and Li Jilian leaving. Sis Lan, Young Yang, heading out for lunch? Can I join you? Chapter 126, New Mission. Pretend to be Zhang Qian's boyfriend. Yang Ling stared intently at Lu Yunyuan, sizing her up from head to toe. Sis Yunyan, I know you like me, but I'm sorry I already have a girlfriend. At most, we can be friends.
Lu Yunyuan was dumbfounded. Li Xilan was also stunned.
Employees and clients coming and going were equally astonished. Lu Yunyuan likes Yang Ling? And she got rejected by Yang Ling? Xiaoyan, who likes you? Don't go saying things like that. Am I making this up?
You've tried to treat me to meals several times. Today, you even secretly introduced a major client to me, letting me close a deal worth over 50,000 yuan in one go.
If you didn't like me, why would you do all that? He found out? Could it be Li Yaohong who told him? Oh well, if he knows, he knows. Xiao Yang, you've misunderstood. I just wanted to apologize for yesterday. Oh, I see. My mistake. I accept your apology. But dinner isn't necessary. It's best we keep our distance, just to avoid any misunderstandings from Mr. Hu. With that, he and Li Jilian left. Lu Yunyan's face was flushed with anger. Sis Yunyan, you actually referred such a big client to Yang Ling? He's from Team 1. Why didn't you refer the client to us? Yeah, team leader, are you planning to compromise? Several members of Team 2 approached. The client I introduced is Li Yaohong. You want her? This. Damn it. Forget I ever said anything. Let Yang Ling have his fun with steel wool. What's so funny? Yang Ling's got some serious connections. Li Yaohong didn't even do anything to him, she just handed over the cash. What? That impressive? Yeah, hurry up and find clients.
Otherwise, we'll never get past Group 1.
Though inwardly furious, Lu Yunyuan couldn't immediately think of a way to deal with Li Jilian.
After a moment's thought, her eyes lit up.
She immediately entered the office and opened the employee files. She quickly located Gao Chang's file. This guy slandered his superior, pretty nasty behavior. I'll give him a bad review. Let him be cornered.
When No Jim will hire him, he'll surely blame Yang Ling and Li Jilong. Yang Ling, your physique is impressive, but when it comes to raw strength, you can't hold a candle to that muscle-bound Gao Chang.
If he snaps and hurts you then.
Yang Ling ate a simple lunch and returned to his reading. The afternoon was quite leisurely, and he had no plans to seek out more clients for now. His current clients were already enough to keep him busy for quite some time. He needed more time to study. After Ling Yufei went to class, he continued practicing yoga. Finally, the workday ended. Aunt Lan, tonight I'd like to learn more yoga poses. No. Ling, you may be young, but you must take care of your body, Li Jilan hurriedly said. Last night's yoga session had been utterly exhausting. He hadn't been in the right frame of mind for teaching today. Aunt Lan, what are you thinking? I'm talking about proper yoga practice. I want to get certified as soon as possible. Ha? You little rascal. Fine, tonight I'll teach you everything I know. After arriving at Li Jilan's home and finishing dinner, they immediately dove into practice.
He practiced with intense focus, completely absorbed. Combined with his photographic memory for theoretical knowledge, he mastered every yoga pose rapidly. In truth, it wasn't just Li Zhilan who was astonished, he himself was even more shocked by his own learning ability. Was this what Wu Yun meant by entering the realm of cultivation? It was truly miraculous. It was as if his wisdom had been unlocked, as if he had attained enlightenment. Learning anything had become effortless. He discovered that yoga shared a remarkable similarity with the breathing techniques he had previously studied. Alright, there's nothing more I can teach you. Aside from a few advanced moves you haven't quite mastered yet, you've learned almost everything. This week, keep practicing and stretching to perfect each move. Next week, I'll take you to get certified. Yang Ling clung tightly to Li Zhilian. I don't want to go back. I want to keep practicing. Be a good boy. Go home now. Come back next week. I still want to teach properly tomorrow. Fine, I'll let you off the hook. Yang Ling kissed her forehead. Good night. Good night. Li Zhilian felt profoundly happy in that moment. She finally had a man. Watching Yang Ling's retreating figure, she caressed her belly with a look of love. Perhaps, in there, a new life was beginning to take shape. From last week until last night, she had told Yang Ling they were using protection, but in truth, they hadn't. She planned to keep it from Yang Ling. She didn't want to burden him with too much pressure. By the time Yang Ling returned to Wen Ruyan's home, it was already 10 o'clock. Wen Ruyan and Zhang Qian were still awake. Yang Ling, why are you so busy? I went to learn yoga from an instructor. Huh? Why are you doing yoga? Is it just yoga, or? Sis Qian, you're so suggestive. You're the one being suggestive. You're the one who makes people think dirty thoughts. Let me show you my progress, so you won't think I'm up to something shady. He immediately began practicing yoga. Gradually, Wen Ruyan and Zhang Qian were left speechless. They only knew a few yoga poses themselves and couldn't spot any flaws in Yang Ling's movements. To their eyes, Yang Ling was a yoga master of visual delight and artistic experience. Goodness! You've really mastered it? Of course. I've mastered every yoga pose, plus meditation and breathing techniques. I'm taking the certification exam next week, then I'll teach you guys. Hee hee, and when I do, my fees will be pretty steep, you know. Good heavens, you really learned all that in just 2 days? Yep, I'm a natural. Wen Ruyan and Zhang Qian exchanged stunned glances. Great, learn as much as you can. You can be our personal trainer then. No problem. Ruyan, it's late. You should get some rest. Come, let me give you a massage. Alright. Wen Ruyan's face softened with tenderness. Entering the bedroom, Yang Ling gave Wen Ruyan a thorough massage. Yang Ling, I'd like to ask you to do Qian a favor. Go ahead. Her parents are pressuring her to find a boyfriend. She has to go on blind dates every week, but Qian doesn't like any of them. She wants you to pretend to be her boyfriend and go home with her once. Yang Ling was speechless. Ruyan, you're actually pushing me onto another woman? No. That's not it, Yang Ling. Over the years, Qian has treated me like a sister. Without her, I might not have made it this far. She's my best friend. Besides, you'd only be pretending. Just placate her parents. Are all other men dead? Must it be me? Men like you really are rare. You're handsome, a skilled actor, highly capable, and come from an ordinary background perfect for the role. The key is, we know each other inside out. Nothing too messy will happen. Before, Qian hired someone else, but that guy tried to turn the fake relationship real and ended up blackmailing her. Fine. Then warn her not to seduce me. I'm a powder keg right now, one spark and I'll explode. He waited until Wen Ruyan fell asleep before leaving. Zhang Qian rose from the sofa. Yang Ling, Ruyan texted me. Thanks for agreeing. We're just helping each other out. You did me a huge favor yesterday. When should we go? Tomorrow night, after you get off work. Alright. Tell me about your parents' situation so I can prepare. Zhang Qian described her family situation, leaving Yang Ling utterly astonished. Chapter 127, The Wealthy Heiress is Truly Generous. Wow. This is going to be tough. Zhang Qian's parents were both businesspeople and highly successful ones at that. Their net worth had already surpassed the 100 million mark. And they're all in tangible industries running garment factories, furniture plants, real estate, commercial complexes, and more. They're the real deal when it comes to wealth. He could pull off playing Li Zhilian's boyfriend because he has the knowledge. But playing Zhang Qian's boyfriend? There's no way her parents would approve. Sis Qian, you'd better find someone else. It won't work. Families like yours insist on matching social status. No. Yang Ling, I want you to embody that ultra-wealthy playboy aura you had last time on Green Hill. Just fool my parents for now. Ha? Your parents are loaded, won't they investigate me? Besides, I can't bring any benefits to your family. What if they ask me to hook them up with business deals? I'll tell them I'm trying to win you over, but you haven't agreed yet, you just see me as a friend. Anyway, it's all an act. Just make it convincing. Now that you mention it, I get it. But won't your parents hate me to death later when they find out? After all, I'm also pretending to be Ruyan's husband. Relax, I've got this. When the time comes, we'll just come clean. Honestly, I've never really liked any of the guys they've set me up with anyway. Zhang Qian explained. She mentioned how awkward her age really was. Wealthy people who wouldn't want a younger woman? Those from well-off families, a good match in status, would never take a fancy to her.
If they did marry her, it would only be for gain. Such men would inevitably stray elsewhere.
Why bring that misery upon herself?
As for those from less privileged backgrounds, even if they had good character, she wouldn't want to marry them. A mismatched marriage would bring unhappiness, hurting both parties.
She's living comfortably on her own now, why invite trouble? Fine, but I need a few days to prepare. Tomorrow night won't work. Alright, I'll transfer the money now. You better bring your A game. No need to transfer anything. You already gave me $500,000. Of course I'll transfer it. That's separate. I've got tens of millions in my account with nowhere to spend it.
She transferred another 500,000 yuan to Yang Ling.
Yang Ling, 500,000. 1 year, okay? No contract needed. Fine. Money for the taking, might as well take it.
He entered the bathroom to shower.
Zhang Qian's lips curved into a faint smile. Hee, I'm not signing any agreement that ties us down. It's better to have freedom. I'll just treat you like my boyfriend. Zhang Qian thought Yang Ling was the ultimate boyfriend.
From now on, she'd have him embody a different persona each week, like getting a new boyfriend every week.
Absolutely brilliant. The next day, Yang Ling went to work as usual. Li Yaohong didn't show up today, so he had some free time.
In the afternoon, Zhang Qian came to work out and immediately asked him to start the session.
Sis Qian, I was just joking last night. I'll teach you privately, we're friends, after all. Oh, just do it. It's a rare chance to pay you properly. Besides, now that you're entering the workforce, as your girlfriend, shouldn't I give you a little boost?
I used to spend over 100,000 yuan at the gym every year.
From now on, I'll spend it all on you. You're worth every penny, so don't feel any guilt about it. Is this what a rich girl is like? So spoiled.
Yang Ling felt like he was meeting Zhang Qian for the first time, shattering his previous perceptions of her.
Alright, Zhenjie, I won't hold back then.
From now on, beyond role-playing, both you and Ruyan are my real-life friends.
Alright, let's get started. Set the highest possible price. Let's say half that.
With classes twice a week, just set up 200 sessions for me first.
200 sessions, that's 300,000 yuan. Zhang Qian actually did it. He could have taught privately and had Zhang Qian give him all the money.
But Li Jilong had done him a favor, so he couldn't possibly do that. Besides, he genuinely needed to establish himself in the fitness industry. He harbored ambitions for the future. He aspired to become a high-end private health management consultant, catering to big-name celebrities and wealthy tycoons. Therefore, he needed to build his credentials within the industry.
Coach Yang, are you sure this lady wants to sign up for 200 sessions? The front desk girl was utterly dumbfounded once more. Is there a problem? No problem. I'll process it right away. The paperwork was quickly processed and signed.
He then led Zhang Qian to the training area.
Just then, Lu Yunyuan approached again. She was keeping a close eye on Yang Ling's movements. Xiaomei, did Coach Yang sign another contract? Yes, he's amazing.
He just closed a 300,000 yuan deal today, that's 200 sessions.
Lu Yunyuan was stunned.
She'd been in this industry for years, yet had never sold so many lessons at once.
Moreover, no client had ever paid 300,000 yuan up front. How much faith did they have in him? What kind of skills does he possess? Could it be? Yes, absolutely.
She must be selling her body and even her emotions, making these wealthy women willingly pay the price. You have to admit, the guy is handsome, has great charisma, and isn't some muscle-bound hulk. He's actually quite well proportioned. Especially that dog-like waist, just seeing it makes her heart flutter. Oomph. These rich women are willing to spend money, but they're all selfish. If they ever found out he'd slept with other women, his fate would be grim.
And this is a transaction of money for sex.
She had to get proof of him sleeping with these rich women, then she could blackmail him later.
After work that evening, Yang Ling headed straight for the bookstore.
Since he was playing the role of Zhang Qian's boyfriend to help her deal with her parents' marriage pressure, he had to be professional about it. Last time at Green Mountain, to save face for Wan Ruyan, he had adopted Qin Shen's demeanor. But that was merely superficial.
If anyone asked too many questions, he'd be exposed.
When he went home with Zhang Qian, he would inevitably face her parents' inquiries. Therefore, he needed to build up his substance. He needed to read every book related to business. Economics, finance, taxation, business principles, that sort of thing. Even if this knowledge wasn't immediately useful, it would come in handy later. In any case, learn everything you can, memorize what you must, and when the right environment and situation arise, you'll be able to put this knowledge into practice and truly master it. Success always favors the prepared. Deep down, he harbored a tiny sliver of hope that he might be connected to Qin Shen. After all, if he ever did uncover his true origins, he'd have to confront certain realities. He could memorize an entire book in just 1 hour, reading until 10 o'clock at night when the bookstore closed before returning home. His head felt a bit foggy. It was simply because this knowledge was entirely new to him, and much of it was beyond his comprehension. Over the next few days, he worked at the fitness club during the day. Jiang Xue and Jiang Xue occasionally dropped by, while Li Yaohong came every other day. The rest of his time was devoted to practicing yoga. Evenings were devoted to reading, watching videos by economic leaders, and scouring the internet for information. He had even finished all the books from the top business school courses. Yes, books that took others years to study, he finished in just a few days. Titles like Competitive Strategy, Blue Ocean Strategy, Corporate Financial Management, Investment Science, The Practice of Management, The Leadership Challenge, Marketing Management, Freakonomics, Operations Management, Harvard Business Case Studies. He had read them all and committed them to memory. Of course, he understood that the wealthy kids who attend business school aren't there purely to study. More importantly, it's about building connections. That was the core of doing business. But for him, the knowledge he needed was just enough to play the part. Friday evening, he accompanied Zhang Qian home to meet her parents. But just then, he received a phone call. Chapter 128, Going to Zhang Qian's home. Xiao Yang, I'm begging you please come over. Xiao Xue hasn't been doing well this week. She's been in a terrible mood every day, easily irritable, and even throwing things. She's been taking days off to stay home. We're at our wits' end. We deeply recognize how important you are. You're Xiao Xue's cure. Just come over, name your price. Jiang Xue's mother, Liao Xiling, pleaded earnestly. Yang Ling was utterly astonished. Hadn't Lin Meijing said Jiang Xue was doing fine? She hadn't contacted him for a whole week. Why was she reaching out again on Friday? I'm busy today. Let's do it tomorrow. I'll let you know the exact time later. He didn't want to go, but since Liao Xiling was pleading so earnestly, and besides, he genuinely worried about Jiang Xue. Alright, I'll go. Not a bad deal. Alright. We'll wait for you. After hanging up, he stood before the mirror, meticulously adjusting his demeanor and aura. This time, he would still embody Qin Shen's demeanor. Even more convincing than last time. His gaze was deep, brimming with liveliness and wisdom. Indeed, reading extensively and gaining knowledge truly transforms one's demeanor. He looked at his reflection as if he were the heir apparent groomed by some megaclan in a TV drama. Brilliant! When he arrived at Wen Ruyan's home, Wen Ruyan and Zhang Qian stared at him intently the moment he entered. Good heavens! What have you been up to these past few days? Why do you seem like a completely different person? Tell me, are you the heir to some powerful family? If I were the heir to a major family, would I be living off someone else? But right now, following the plot of a web novel I read, I am the heir to a wealthy family. I'm out here gaining experience and won't accept help from the family for now. Once my training is complete, I'll return to inherit a fortune worth trillions. Also, not long ago, I just left the family when I fell on hard times. Sister Qian saved me, and over time, we fell for each other and became boyfriend and girlfriend. That's funny, but when exactly did we fall for each other? Wen Ruyan tapped her head. Speak properly, stop being so sassy. Yang Ling, this story works. Let's go with it. So, what family do you come from? Where are you from? I'm from the Magic City. As for my family background, I can't reveal it until I've inherited the family business. Once I've succeeded in my career and gained the family's recognition, then I'll tell you. Alright, starting today, you're officially my boyfriend. Zhang Qian wrapped her arm around Yang Ling's. Seeing Zhang Qian's starstruck expression, Wen Ruyan immediately stood up and wrapped her arm around his other side. Shanqian, we agreed this was just a temporary roleplay to accompany you home and deal with your parents. Don't take it too far. So what if I do? Yang Ling is so perfect, I plan to make this pretend relationship real. Oh, really? Just when you think you've got it all figured out, you have to watch out for your best friend. You actually had that idea? Yang Ling, don't go. Yang Ling, come on, let's go home with me. You can do whatever you want to me. I regret it. Yang Ling, I can't go. You. Tonight, do whatever you want. It's too late for regrets. Yang Ling has already taken my money. I'll pay him back for you. The two women clung tightly to his arms, pulling him into their embrace. Yang Ling examined them carefully. Both were about the same size and both were the real deal. A faint smile touched his lips as he gathered both women into his embrace, kissing each gently on the forehead. Only children make choices. Adults take it all. When Ruyan and Zhang Qian exchanged a glance, their eyes flashing with a strange look. Then they hurriedly pulled away. Alright, you two should go now. We can't keep the elders waiting. Got it. Yang Ling and Zhang Qian descended the stairs and climbed into her Iwan-U8. This electric vehicle, released in recent years, boasted an exceptionally luxurious interior. They soon arrived at the Lanshan Villa district near the scenic area of Green Mountain. At the entrance, Yang Ling's expression grew solemn. He took a deep breath, then flashed a carefree smile as he slipped into character.
Xian, I'm getting into character now. Meichem, just relax. Worst case scenario, they'll see through it. Even if it doesn't work out, you don't have to return the money I gave you. I'll still have you play my boyfriend and run away with me. No sooner had they stepped out of the car than a handsome young man approached. Holy crap, sis, you really brought a boyfriend home? And he looks younger than me? You want me to call him brother-in-law? This young man was Zhang Qian's younger brother, Jiang Xue. Yep. Got a problem with that? Go ahead and call him brother-in-law.
I'll call him, but I'm warning you, Auntie 1 and Auntie 2 are back. They're all ears to see what kind of guy you brought home. Hey, they've set you up with plenty of guys before, rich kids, government officials' sons, and you turned them all down. That really hurt their pride. If this brother-in-law doesn't meet their standards, just wait and see. And Li Dongqiao has been chasing you for years without giving up. If this brother-in-law isn't impressive enough, you'll be hurting him. Think it through carefully. With that, Zhang Xue turned and climbed into his flashy supercar, roaring away. Zhang Qian's expression darkened. Yang Ling, I was wrong. I shouldn't have dragged you here. You should leave. Just then, the door opened. Oh, Zhang Qian, you're back. Young man, is this your boyfriend? Quick, come inside. Your dad and the others have been waiting forever. An auntie pulled Yang Ling and Zhang Qian into the house. Yang Ling couldn't refuse, so he steeled himself and followed. Stepping into the villa, he found the atmosphere heavy. A row of people sat on the sofa, 10 pairs of eyes fixed intently on Zhang Qian and Yang Ling, scrutinizing him as if in judgment. Zhang Qian took a few steps, her legs suddenly feeling weak. She instinctively wrapped her arm around Yang Ling's. Yang Ling, however, remained calm and composed, wearing a smile as he fought to control his nerves, projecting an aura of strength. Stepping up to the coffee table, he patted Zhang Qian's hand. Sis Qian, what are you spacing out for? Hurry up and introduce me to your family. Look at me, I don't even know how to address them. His demeanor surprised everyone, yet their eyes lit up with admiration. Oh. This is my father, this is my mother, this is my eldest aunt, this is my eldest uncle, this is my second aunt and second uncle. Yang Ling inwardly scoffed. What was with this family? Why would they bring the entire family to meet her boyfriend? It was like they were watching a sideshow. Uncle, aunt. Hello. I'm Yang Ling, Xian's boyfriend. This is my first time visiting to meet you both. Here's a small token of my respect. Good, hello. Zhang Cheng stood up, a satisfied look on his face, and accepted the gift. Young Yang, come, let's chat for a bit. Once the chef finishes preparing the meal, we'll sit down to eat. Yang Ling sat down. The entire family stared at him, sizing him up. Before long, the women pulled Zhang Qian to the dining table, whispering among themselves. Zhang Qian, where did you find such a handsome, young boyfriend? Look at his poise and bearing, he seems like he was raised in a prominent family. Which family's young master is he? Zhang Qian, is he reliable? You're getting older. Will he really marry you? If you ask me, Li Dongqiao is quite suitable, same age as you, and he's already achieved a lot. Yes, Zhang Qian, you can't afford to waste time. If you can't be sure he'll marry you, you really need to think carefully. Even if you're pregnant now, you're still an older mother. The man I introduced you to comes from a family connected to the China Merchants Group. That could be beneficial for our family business. Chapter 129, Acting Too Real. All these aunts and cousins chattering away was driving Zhang Qian crazy. Zhang Qian, tell mom honestly, did you hire an actor for this? Zhang Qian's mother, Lin Xiao, looked stern. Actors? Impossible. He doesn't seem like he's acting. If it were staged, how much would we have to pay for that level of performance? He's not acting. It's real. He's from Shanghai, a scion of a prominent family. He came here to gain experience and start a business. He hit rock bottom before I rescued him. He's a bit unique. He prefers older women. So he's from Shanghai? No wonder he has that aura. Lin Xiaoxi sighed in relief. Just then, laughter drifted from the coffee table area, drawing their attention. They saw Yang Ling and Zhang Cheng chatting animatedly with the others. His speech was elegant and confident, flowing effortlessly as Zhang Cheng and the others listened intently. Whatever he said must have struck a chord, for Zhang Cheng suddenly clasped Yang Ling's hands, his face aglow with excitement. My dear son-in-law, truly, one conversation with you is worth more than 10 years of study. You've really opened my eyes. Yes. How did I never think of that? This idea is brilliant. This business plan is a stroke of genius worth millions. Zhang Qian was utterly speechless, filled with immense admiration. Good heavens! How could this guy be so amazing? He's acting so convincingly. Anyone unaware would genuinely believe he came from a prominent family. And what's more, his arrogant father and uncle were actually so moved. What on earth did he say? Yang Ling was genuinely baffled. Earlier, Zhang Cheng and the others deliberately tested him, mentioning some business challenges they'd encountered. He synthesized various business cases and shared his insights. It was all just piecing together bits and pieces. Who knew these people would react so passionately, as if he'd solved some major problem for them?
He desperately wanted to warn them, don't take my advice too seriously. If you fail, don't blame me, I'm just talking theory here. Harvard Business School case studies might not fit your situations. Uncle, gentlemen, I'm just theorizing here. Don't copy my approach verbatim, you need to adapt it to your own circumstances. Though I can recite Harvard Business School's textbooks by heart, my practical experience remains limited. Coming to Ningqing is precisely to gain that experience. We understand, young Yang. We all built our businesses from scratch with limited formal education. What we lack is precisely the strategic vision and knowledge you possess. Exactly. Our business has hit a wall. We want to grow but can't find the right path or have the capability. Some investment banks even approached us about going public, but we were too scared. Once you marry our Qianqian, you'll be family. You'll have to help us strategize properly. Yang Ling nodded. If you want my opinion, just ask. Great, wonderful. Who would have thought Qianqian could find such a wonderful boyfriend? Yang, we're very pleased with you. So, when might we arrange to meet your family? Yang Ling frowned. Uncle, I've just graduated and am out gaining experience. I can't go home until I've achieved something. Well, what kind of achievements do you mean? Without relying on anyone else, just using the startup capital provided by my family, I need to build a publicly listed company. A publicly traded company? The group exchanged stunned glances. Zhang Cheng felt a pang of doubt. Was this young man a professional con artist? Was he trying to scam them through Zhang Xian? Young Yang, where's your family from? Which clan? Shanghai. Family. Can't say for now. Can't say yet? Could he really be a con artist? Shanghai? Young, Qianqian is already 36. Would your family approve? My family isn't full of old fogies. They won't treat my marriage like a tool. As long as I do well, no one will object. That's good, Xiao Yang. Whatever help you need, just say the word. We've got some connections here in Ningqing. Yang Ling waved his hand. Please don't help me. Helping me would only harm me. If my competitors find out I'm relying on women or others, I'll lose my eligibility to compete. Are you kidding? If I take your money, how could I ever break free? I'm just a professional sycophant, I've already taken Zhang Qian's money. Xiao Yang, are you sure? We can offer more funding and connections. No. What I do has nothing to do with your traditional industries. I'm in the cultural sector. Besides, I absolutely cannot accept your help. If you assist me, Chen and I would have to part ways. Hearing Yang Ling's words, they felt completely reassured. At the same time, they felt profound respect for the family Yang Ling belonged to. Only such a family could cultivate a truly qualified successor. Just how powerful was this family? Their heir graduated from Harvard Business School. And their trial task involves a publicly listed company? That's seriously impressive. But they couldn't help but worry about Zhang Qian. Before, they thought Zhang Qian was outstanding. Now, suddenly, they're thinking, outstanding my ass. It's already good that someone wants her. But could she and Yang Ling really have a future? Besides, he's so young, just out of school. Outstanding young men from prominent families like him had no shortage of exceptional women pursuing them. Especially those from the Magic City. The city's elite families are overflowing with socialites and heiresses. Zhang Cheng and the others suddenly felt a pang of inferiority. Our family background isn't substantial enough, we're holding our daughter back. Xiao Yang, let's not bring this up again. Just focus on gaining experience. Right. Little Yang, you and Qianqian should focus on building your relationship. By then, all the dishes had been served, and everyone immediately sat down at the table. Zhang Cheng gestured for Yang Ling to take the seat of honor. Uncle, you're trying to put me in an awkward position. Of course, elders come first, I'll sit with Sister Qianqian. Fine. All the aunts and uncles were quite pleased with Yang Ling. Polite, talented, handsome, with elegant and confident speech, he carried himself with grace and poise. Especially Lin Xiao, like a mother-in-law admiring her future son-in-law, she grew fonder with every glance. Zhang Qian was thoroughly impressed. She was truly impressed. Yang Ling had managed to win over the entire extended family. But deep down, she grew even more anxious. What if Yang Ling's true identity was exposed someday? Wouldn't the whole family explode? The greater their satisfaction now, the fiercer their anger later. Could she really protect him? She began to regret her actions, fearing she might have doomed Yang Ling. Her father and those uncles weren't exactly saints. She never imagined Yang Ling would prove so talented, winning her family's approval. No, she absolutely couldn't let the worst-case scenario unfold. She'd have to turn the charade into reality. As long as he became her real man, or even if she got pregnant with his child, then later, even if the family found out the truth, they wouldn't do anything to him. Yes, that's exactly what she'd do. The guests clinked glasses and drank late into the night. Yang Ling couldn't hold his liquor and was already thoroughly drunk. He was assigned to a large guest room. Zhang Qian's other relatives had all left. At that moment, Lin Xiao pulled Zhang Qian into the room. Qianqian, are you sure he'll marry you? I'm 36 now, an old maid. How could I be sure? He's so outstanding. Ah, he's so young and just looking for love. Not like me, who's after marriage. So where are you two at? Have you done that? No. He's always been perfectly proper with me. He really is a good man, Shanshan. A man like that is hard to find.
You need to take the initiative, maybe even get pregnant with his child to tie him down.
What? Mom, that's not right, is it? What's wrong with that?
It might be a bit underhanded, but it's just a means to secure your happiness. You have no advantages over others in his eyes. If you want to become a wealthy family's wife, you need to play your cards right.
Chapter 130, After the Drinking. Mom, I still think it's wrong. It feels like taking advantage of someone. You're already dating. If something happens after drinking, it's no big deal. Girl, he's dating you because you're the older one. You're the one getting the advantage. Don't act like you're some innocent maiden. Mom, how can you talk to your own daughter like that?
Oof. If you'd found true love when you were young, I wouldn't be saying this now. At your age, if you find someone good, they won't look at you. If you find someone not so good, you won't look at them. How embarrassing. Lin Zhao's face flushed with anger. If her daughter weren't at this age and so picky, she wouldn't have this idea.
Mainly, Yang Ling's performance had satisfied her completely.
Whether purely from a financial standpoint or considering her daughter's future, this was the best choice. Zhang Qian was deeply tempted. To be honest, she'd had her eye on Yang Ling for quite some time. Before, it was purely physical desire, now, it encompassed both body and soul. Yang Ling was so versatile, and he hadn't even reached the peak of his success yet. If she could get him under her thumb now.
But when Rian trusted her so completely, offering Yang Ling as a temporary boyfriend,
she couldn't betray that trust.
Shanshan, stop hesitating. You're already 36. Are you really going to wait for him for years? By then you'll be 40, struggling to conceive, considered an advanced maternal age. You'll have squandered your last bit of capital. Better to act now and give him an heir. Even if the worst happens and he doesn't marry you, you'll still have a bond with him. That's a wealthy family in the metropolis. With that connection, you'll never have to worry for the rest of your life. As for the child, our family is large and prosperous. Raising a child is no trouble at all. Mom, what if you knew he wasn't from a wealthy family at all? Mom, that won't work. He'll hate me.
Oh, you silly girl, why so honest?
Everyone says it's the alcohol talking.
Go now, or else you should break up with him sooner rather than later. Hurry up and marry him, have children. We can't climb that high into the top tier of the elite. Finding a local powerful family is the most realistic option.
But
Zhang Qian thought, this way, she could not only silence her family's marriage pressure but also lay the groundwork for future revelations.
Ruyan, I'm sorry. I'm doing this for Yang Ling's sake. Stop all this hesitation. Go now.
Whatever problems arise later, your mother will cover for you.
Mom, you're the one who told me to go, okay? Zhang Qian entered the room where Yang Ling was staying.
Over an hour later, she emerged leaning against the wall, her face flushed and rosy, radiating a spring-like glow.
They say drunk men can't perform. But that guy was too good. The next morning, Yang Ling woke up with a headache. He'd drunk too much last night. Sigh, how does one build up a tolerance for alcohol?
Every time I drink, I get drunk.
Seriously.
And it seemed like he'd had a very vivid dream. In the dream, Zhang Qian was kissing him, passionately.
It felt so real. Could it be he has feelings for that woman? But then again, Zhang Qian is so beautiful, isn't it normal to have feelings for her? Never mind. It was just role-playing.
No need to dwell on it. Last night's role-play must have been a success.
But what happens when this family discovers the truth?
I'll just have to play it by ear.
You can't pass up a chance to make money.
But the risks are high.
As expected, rich people aren't stupid. No wonder Zhang Qian gave him so much money.
This shield is facing arrows that are far too sharp. Now he had no choice but to play along until the end. He sat up, suddenly feeling a twinge of pain in his thigh.
How strange. How could drinking cause thigh pain?
He got up to stretch, practiced a set of yoga poses, and then performed the 8-step Vajra exercise. With his chi and blood flowing smoothly, he finally felt refreshed. As soon as he stepped outside, Lin Xiao greeted him.
Xiao Yang, I drank too much last night.
Brush your teeth, then come down for a bowl of medicinal soup. It's good for your health.
After Yang Ling washed up, he came downstairs and drank a bowl of soup. His eyes lit up instantly. Auntie, this soup is quite professional. It must be an authentic hangover remedy.
Drinking it after alcohol helps nourish the liver.
That's right. Your uncle and his colleagues often drink during business gatherings, so I asked a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner for a recipe. Now it's become our household's essential post-drinking remedy.
Come, young Yang, have breakfast. I had the housekeeper stew a soft-shelled turtle and chicken soup to nourish your body.
Ha! Auntie, I'm perfectly healthy, no need for such nourishment. It's fine. Drinking always takes a toll on your body. You need to replenish it quickly. Alright, thank you, Auntie.
He worked out regularly, so foods that boosted young energy were actually quite beneficial. It's already 10 o'clock and Sister Qian still hasn't gotten up. Nope, that girl loves sleeping in. Lin Xiao glanced at young Ling and thought to herself, youth really has its perks. And he certainly looked in great shape. Girl, how could you possibly be worthy of him? Yet you still foolishly wait. Can you really afford to wait? After breakfast, Ling Xiao dressed up beautifully and went out. This beautiful woman was already in her 50s, but she maintained herself remarkably well, appearing to be only in her early 40s. Her figure was particularly striking, curvy in all the right places. From behind, she appeared even more voluptuous than Jiang Qian. It wasn't until past 11 that Zhang Qian finally got out of bed. Sis Qian, you didn't drink too much last night, did you? Why did you sleep in so late? My mom kept asking all sorts of questions, so we ended up chatting longer than expected. Zhang Qian descended the stairs, her gait appearing slightly awkward. Sis Qian, what's wrong with your foot? Nothing serious, just a little sore. Your feet hurt too? Mine were a bit sore when I got up this morning. Not sure what's going on. Zhang Qian flushed. Are you okay? I'm fine, it's already stopped hurting. Go wash up, have some breakfast, and I'll give you a massage to loosen up your muscles. Okay. The two ate breakfast together. Sis Qian, did I do okay with my act yesterday? Are your folks still pushing you to get married? Not anymore. But you were so convincing, they're thrilled. Now my mom wants us to get married right away. What should we do? Just find someone to marry quickly. I warned them last night if it doesn't work out between us, it's no big deal. Let's wrap up this mission fast so they won't come after me later. Don't worry. Even if they uncover the truth, I'll take the blame. You have nothing to fear. Hopefully. Since the mission's done, I'll head out now. Hey, you're just leaving? You're still my boyfriend. Shouldn't you do what boyfriends are supposed to do? Yang Ling frowned. This rich woman, she can't seriously be thinking about that, can she? Still, she was incredibly generous, giving him $1 million both before and after. It's just acting. If it really came down to that level of role-playing, it wasn't impossible. What else do you want me to do? Forget it, forget it. Just go. She'd been too wild last night and was still feeling the effects. After Yang Ling left, he headed to Xiangxi Lake Apartments. Soon, Qin Jinyan opened the door. She wore only a pair of shorts and a crop top, looking cool and revealing her beautiful legs and snow-white skin. Junior, what brings you here? Qin Jinyan looked at young Ling, her eyes lighting up. Today, he looked even more handsome, radiating an air of a wealthy young gentleman. Senior, you look stunning. Qin Jinyan flushed, her lips curving slightly. Junior, who's prettier, me or Wen Ruyan? Chapter 131, Seeking Jiang Xue. That was a loaded question. You're beautiful, Senior. Wen Ruyan was merely a client. But Qin Jinyan, she's the girl who said she'd wait for him in real life. Good for you for knowing your place. Come in and close the door. Yang Ling briefed Qin Jinyan on the week's developments. The initial work for the second book was complete and recording had begun. The people recruited earlier from Ning University's voice acting club had started working, but since they were all students, they could only work part-time, not full-time. Fortunately, they were all supporting roles, so it wasn't too urgent. The main work still fell to her and Yang Ling. Senior, are there any top-tier voice actors in the club now? Yes. The current club president, Li Sisi, is considered mid-tier talent. She specializes in ancient mystery and detective novels. Her voice has great texture and a distinct martial arts world vibe. She's quite good. She expressed interest in joining us, but I pointed out that our current catalog consists entirely of modern romance titles. We can't afford to acquire suitable rights for her niche at this stage, so I declined. Accept her. Bring her on board. We can acquire the rights immediately. If she proves truly exceptional, she could become a partner. Ha! Those ancient detective dramas have pretty pricey rights. No problem, we can afford it. Tell her to come. Qin Jinyan immediately called Li Sisi. Incidentally, he had Yang Ling listen to a novel narrated by Li Sisi. She's really good. That authentic martial arts world vibe, it draws you right in, like stepping into a martial arts realm. She's the one. Half an hour later, Li Sisi arrived. Wow, Senior, you rent this place? The rent seems pretty steep. She glanced at Yang Ling. Is this your boyfriend? Yeah, he's also the big boss of the studio. Yang Ling. He agreed to let you join. So you're Senior Yang Ling. Pleased to meet you. I've listened to your and Senior sister's narrated novels, they're superb. Your portrayal of the domineering CEO is truly unmatched. Seeing you in person now, I understand you embody the role yourself. You flatter me, Junior. Let's discuss business first. After confirming Li Sisi's genuine talent, Yang Ling proceeded to discuss the terms of their collaboration. He remained the majority shareholder with 51% equity, while the other two split the remaining shares. That afternoon, they also finalized a suitable copyright for Li Sisi, arranging for them to purchase it. Senior, you really are a real-life tycoon and you get things done with such refreshing efficiency.
Li Cici's eyes sparkled. Hey, Cici, rein in your gaze, Qin Jinyan promptly warned. Li Cici stuck out her tongue. Senior, don't worry. I won't compete with you for him. But in truth, she was already scheming. Well, Senior is rich, talented, and even gave her shares. Who wouldn't be tempted? Alright, you two, I'm leaving the studio's operations in your hands. You'll handle the initial work. Good luck with that. Senior, rest assured. We'll handle it well. Yang Ling departed, heading toward the Yulan Tianshang villa. Senior, doesn't he live here? No. Ha? You guys aren't living together yet? Why ask so many questions? Get to work. Alright, get to work. Before long, Yang Ling arrived at the gates of Yulan Tianshang. He pondered how to proceed with Jiang Xue. Her parents' concerns were justified. In this age of information overload, if her secret were exposed, she could easily be ruined. He pulled out his phone and called Lin Meijing, telling her about Liao Suling's plea for him to return. To his surprise, Lin Meijing revealed something unexpected. The week before last, Jiang Xue had actually asked Lin Meijing to recommend him to Zhang Fangya. Xiao Yang, back then, I truly believed Xiao Xue had moved on. I never imagined she'd react so strongly after you left. She hasn't been doing well this week, but I didn't want to bother you, so I didn't mention it. Yang Ling's expression turned slightly peculiar. He quickly analyzed Jiang Xue's motive. Could it be she wanted to snatch him away from Zhang Fangya? Was this her way of getting back at Zhang Fangya? He thought it was quite possible. Teacher Jiang really is childish. Xiao Yang, are you planning to go back? I truly hope you can help her let go completely, but I'm also worried that Xiao Xue's parents' fears might come true. It wouldn't be good for either of you. So whether you go back or not is entirely up to you. I don't want to meddle anymore. Lately, I've been overwhelmed with my own problems. Alright, Aunt Meijing. I'll decide for myself. He paused, adopting Qin Shen's demeanor as he entered the villa complex and soon arrived at Jiang Xue's residence, knocking on the door. Liao Xiling, Jiang Xue's mother, opened the door. Hello, Ms. Liao. I'm one of Teacher Zhang's students. I'm here for a tutoring session. Is that okay? Liao Xiling paused for a moment before nodding. Of course. Please come in. Inside, he saw Jiang Xue lounging lazily against the second-floor railing in her pajamas, her hair disheveled, looking somewhat haggard. He set down his backpack and immediately rushed upstairs. Ms. Jiang, have you been very tired this week? You look so worn out. I just learned massage and acupressure. Let me give you a session. Sure. Jiang Xue turned and went inside. Yang Ling followed her in and closed the door. Downstairs, Zhang Hua and his wife exchanged glances. Good heavens, old Jiang, did you see it? Did you see it? I did. He looks just like Qin Shen in his 20s. So much like him, absolutely identical. Yes, last time I only noticed the physical resemblance. But now, even his demeanor is so similar? Just now, I almost thought young Qin Shen had returned. Xiling, it seems this Yang Ling truly loves Xiao Xue. He loves her so much that he's willing to go to such lengths for her. Yes, but the more he does this, the more I worry about Xiao Xue. She's forcing a student who admires her to become her first love just for herself. It's terrifying. That kind of mindset is terrifying. The couple's faces were etched with worry. Old Jiang, what should we do now? Are we just supposed to stand by and watch them continue like this? This twisted mindset and abnormal relationship will severely damage her reputation and credibility. Zhang Hua frowned, pacing back and forth, until suddenly his eyes lit up. Earlier, didn't he say he came to tutor Xiao Xue? Looks like he's a smart guy. He's already found the best way to interact with her. In that case, we'll help them project a purely teacher-student relationship to the outside world. As for what happens behind closed doors, that's none of our business. Exactly, that's the way to go. But how do we pull it off? Don't worry, I've got a plan. Upstairs, inside the room. Jiang Xue stared intently at Yang Ling, her eyes flashing with intense hatred and a complex mix of emotions. Qin Shen. Why do you resemble him so much? Did Mei Jing recommend you to Zhang Fangya? I see. She truly understands Qin Shen. She's molded you into this. Yes, I went to see Sister Fangya. Sister Fangya? Poof. That woman still loves playing the innocent act. Jiang Xue's expression darkened. She's quite the actress, isn't she? Pretending to be gentle, intellectual, knowledgeable, artsy. Poof. Did her alluring charm captivate you? Is that why you didn't come see me last week? Chapter 132, Make her fall for you, then discard her. Hearing Jiang Xue's words, filled with resentment and jealousy, Yang Ling's face fell. Wasn't it Teacher Jiang who pushed me towards Sister Fangya? So in Teacher Zhang's eyes, I'm just a tool. Of course I'm just one of many ordinary admirers. How could I ever catch your eye? Yang Ling forced tears from his eyes, his eyelids damp. This look made him resemble both a manipulative schemer and a wronged puppy. And your parents made me understand my place. If I don't know my limits, I'll pay the price. It's nothing. I've come to terms with myself.
I don't want the day to come when the goddess I admire most is tarnished by negative rumors talked about behind her back. I don't want to come here, but I'm pathetic hearing you're struggling. I just can't help but show up.
His gaze fixed on Jiang Xue, brimming with adoration, hurt, and inner turmoil. In that moment, he poured every ounce of his acting talent into the performance. Jiang Xue's eyes welled up. She abruptly stood, threw herself into Yang Ling's arms, and clung tightly to him. I'm sorry. She could only repeat the words over and over. You don't need to apologize. Because loving you is my own affair, it has nothing to do with you. From now on, I'll bury my admiration and love for you deep within my heart. Please allow me to remain by your side as your student. Just hearing your voice and seeing your face and smile is enough to satisfy me. I won't ask for more, okay? Jiang Xue looked up at young Ling, meeting those eyes filled with deep affection and hurt. Her heart melted. She resented herself for treating a man who loved her so deeply this way. He wasn't Qin Shen, he was young Ling. No more. I don't want him to pretend to be Qin Shen anymore. He is who he is. She stroked his face, her touch gentle. All right. From now on, whenever you want to come here, just come. Think of this place as your home. Come, help me get dressed. We'll have dinner together. Tonight, I'll give you a proper makeup lesson. All right. Yang Ling stood behind Jiang Xue, helping her get ready. She studied her reflection in the mirror and sighed. I really have aged. Compared to before, I look like your mother. Where's the old? Look, your skin is fair and soft. With a little dressing up, you're just my older sister. Sister? That's good. From now on, when we're alone, will you call me Sister Xue? Just like how you call Zhang Fangya sister, I'll pretend to be young too. You're already young at heart, no need to pretend. Smooth talker. I always have been. Back at Ningda, you were the goddess of countless male students. Stop with the goddess talk. From now on, just treat me like your ordinary next-door big sister. Alright, Sister Xue. After losing her hair, Yang Ling pinned up her long locks into a mature woman's style, instantly enhancing her charm. This style suits you. I'll wear it like this from now on. Come on, let's go eat. She stood up, took Yang Ling's hand, and beamed with joy. Downstairs, the Zhanghua stared at them. Mom and Dad, what are you looking at? Xiao Xue looks lovely. Together with Xiao Yang, they really are a perfect match. Liao Xiling had no choice but to accept Yang Ling and Jiang Xue's relationship. See? He only came for a little while, but Jiang Xue is so happy, glowing with radiance. They hope to see their daughter like this from now on. Mom, don't go saying things like that. From now on, Xiao Ling is just my student. She'll be coming by often for tutoring sessions to prepare for graduate school. Right. Look at Mom, talking nonsense, Liao Xiling hurriedly said. Xiao Yang, from now on, this is your home. You can come anytime to tutor Xiao Xue. Yang Ling nodded. After dinner, the Zhanghuas tactfully stepped out for a stroll. Jiang Xue and Yang Ling entered the study. Have you finished reading all the books I asked you to look at? Yes, I have. Good. I'll test you. At first, they were genuinely focused on studying. But for some reason, perhaps the attraction between opposites, or perhaps their past connection, they kept drawing closer. Eventually, their shoulders touched, and their heads gradually drew closer. Jiang Xue explained, while Yang Ling listened. The hands that had touched beneath the table gradually clasped together, fingers intertwining. Xiao Ling, you're such a genius. With your current knowledge of psychology, you could easily get into graduate school. Not yet. I want to come to Sister Xue for tutoring every week from now on. I'm going to surpass you. All right. Then I hope you surpass me in the future. That way, I'll have even more face. When I become famous, I'll announce that I have the best teacher ever. Jiang Xue stared fixedly at that determined, handsome face, slightly dazed. Yang Ling, too, gazed at her stunningly beautiful, mature face, unconsciously drawing closer. Jiang Xue deftly dodged him, her expression a mix of amusement and teasing. What are you doing? I wanted to kiss you. In what capacity? Play boyfriend. Do me a favor, and I'll let you kiss me. Go ahead, Sister Xue. Make Zhang Fangya fall completely in love with you. Then, you abandon her and come back to me. Holy crap. Is that really the plan? How childish. Do you think I'm childish? Truth is, I've truly let it go, no more hatred, but deep down, it still stings a little. I have to get revenge, make her taste the sting of betrayal. It's not childish, just incredibly difficult. Acting is acting after all. Sister Fangya was perfectly rational once she stepped out of character. I know. That's exactly what I mean, acting. That woman has such complicated social ties. How could she possibly truly love you? But by molding you into Qinshan like that, she must have been trying to satisfy her own emotional needs through the act. What I want is to recreate that scene from over a decade ago. Back then, Qinshan left me for her. This time, I want you to leave her for me. But I know this puts you in a tough spot. After all, she's your benefactor and client. You don't have to agree, it's fine. I agree. Huh? Really? Yes.
I want Sister Xue to fully move on and live as her true self. Jiang Xue wrapped her arms around his head and kissed him fiercely. I'm really looking forward to it. Here's a little reward for now. Oh, and didn't my dad give you $1 million last time? What? He's not going to take it back, is he? What a loss. He had no choice but to pull out the card. Feel free to spend whatever's in there. I'll jot down the card number. If you need money, just tell me and I'll transfer it to this card. This. Thanks, Sister Xue. I'm the one who should thank you. You didn't have to come back, but you did. I'm really glad. Jiang Xue ruffled Yang Ling's hair. From now on, you'll have to play several roles. In public, you're my student. At home, you're my little brother. And when we're alone, you're my boyfriend. Sister Xue, we're alone right now. I was hoping to. Jiang Xue gazed at Yang Ling's face, at that aura identical to Qin Shen's, and a surge of desire welled up inside her. She recalled those years how she'd groveled before Qin Shen, begging him to marry her, yet he'd never once touched her. Now she realized Qin Shen had merely used her as a pawn to provoke Zhang Fangya. The Yang Ling before her was more handsome, younger, and in better shape than Qin Shen, and he deeply loved and admired her. Chapter 133, Becoming His Godson. However, she had already spotted her parents returning. Before that, she wanted to clarify one thing. Was Yang Ling connected to Qin Shen? He was too much like Qin Shen. In this world, could unrelated people look so alike? If he was Qin Shen's son, then the son would pay for the father's sins. Xiao Xue, Xiao Yang, are you still reading? It's late time to rest. Sister Xue, I'll head back then. Didn't you say you'd give me a massage? Don't go back tonight, there are plenty of rooms. Alright, I'll take a shower first. I'll give you a proper massage later. Massage? A massage in the middle of the night? Ah, it seems something happened. Zhang Hua and his wife sighed inwardly. The facts couldn't be changed. After quickly washing up, Yang Ling and Jiang Xue entered the room and closed the door. He massaged her, and before long, she had fallen into a deep sleep. It seemed she really hadn't rested well this past week. When he stepped outside, he saw the Zhang Hua couple watching from a short distance away. Young Yang, has Xiao Xue fallen asleep? Yang Ling nodded. That's wonderful. She hasn't slept well all week and has been in such a strange mood. Young Yang really knows how to handle things. Xiao Yang, could we talk downstairs? Sure. Once downstairs, the couple's demeanor was different from last time. Xiao Yang, your demeanor and bearing are remarkably similar to Xiao Xue's fiancé, Qin Shen. How did you manage that? I taught myself acting. Once I understood what Qin Shen was like, I just imitated him and became like this. Self-taught acting? Imitation? The Jiang Huas were stunned inside. How could he mimic him so perfectly? This young man is incredibly talented. And for Jiang Xue's sake, he'd gone this far. He'd abandoned his own appearance and dignity. Even if it was for money, the sacrifice was immense. How deeply he must love her. Xiao Yang, you know our concerns. How do you plan to handle things with Xiao Xue from now on? In public, I'll approach her openly as her student. As for private matters, she can do as she pleases. I won't let negative opinions affect her. Alright, Xiao Yang. I apologize again for my arrogance last time. No need. It's only natural for parents to feel that way. Liao Xiling sat beside Yang Ling and took his hand. Xiao Yang, thank you for everything you've done for Xiao Xue. Thank you. Only family would do this. So, your uncle and I have decided to take you as our godson. We'll make this public too. To outsiders, you and Xiao Xue will be seen not only as teacher and student, but also as sister and brother. This will prevent the very situation we fear. And we can openly support you. What do you say? Yang Ling looked utterly astonished. Adopt him as a godson? Well, they're wealthy and influential. Even if it means caring for them in their twilight years, it wouldn't be so bad. Do you have any sons? 1. He's Xiao Xue's older brother. But rest assured, he's built his own business in the metropolis. He won't covet our modest fortune. In fact, he'd be delighted to have such a young and capable godson like you. Alright then, Dad, Mom, from now on I'll openly call teacher Jiang Sister Xue. As the saying goes, you need thick skin and no sense of dignity to get ahead in this world. Given their age, they could easily be his grandparents. But he still called them Mom and Dad without hesitation. What's there to be afraid of? Alright, good son. But regarding your relationship with Xue, we can't go through with the adoption paperwork. Otherwise, things would get a bit messy. But in the future, if you ever need help anything at all, just let us know. Whether it's for your career, money, or connections, don't hesitate to ask. While most of our network is in Shanghai, we still know some people here in Ningcheng. Got it. After chatting a bit longer, he went inside, took out his phone, and sent a message to Lin Meijing. Aunt Meijing, are you asleep? Not yet. How's Xue doing? He told Lin Meijing about Jiang Xue and her desire to get back at Zhang Fangya. Are you free? Let's talk in person. Ha! Before this, Lin Meijing had always kept her distance from him.
Last time he went to her place late at night, he couldn't even enter the community gate. Now she was actually asking him out? Ms. Jones asleep. I'm free. Send me the address. After receiving the address, he headed straight there and soon arrived at the Folksong Tavern in Shanghai City. This was a tourist commercial district, artfully designed with an art gallery, a theater, and other such venues. The Folksong Tavern resembled a bar, but it was the quiet, intimate kind. The melodious strains of folk songs drifted from inside. Many patrons sat sipping drinks, quietly listening to the singer on stage. Aunt Mei Jing is so romantic? After entering, I quickly found Lin Mei Jing in a private booth. Aunt Mei Jing, are you here alone? Yes. When I'm troubled, I like to come to places like this alone for a drink. Feeling troubled? Could he help her? He was grateful to Lin Mei Jing and had long wanted an opportunity to thank her. He sat across from Lin Mei Jing. Aunt Mei Jing, tonight I'll risk my life to keep you company. We'll drink until we're satisfied. Hee, sounds good. I'll order you some drinks. Soon, the drinks arrived. Yang Ling knew he couldn't hold his liquor well, so he drank slowly. Aunt Mei Jing, I'm happy to be your dumping ground. If you have any emotional baggage, feel free to unload it on me. Nothing major. I'm mentally strong, unlike Jiang Xue and Fangya, who've held grudges for over a decade and never speak to each other. Aunt Mei Jing, no matter how strong your mindset, emotions still need release. I've long wanted to thank you. My abilities might be limited, I can't help you with anything major, but listening to you vent? That I can do. At the very least, I'm a great listener. Alright. I'll give you that chance. The two clinked glasses and downed their drinks. Lin Mei Jing began her story slowly. It turned out that several years ago, she had discovered her husband's infidelity. Her husband's family wielded immense influence and was on the rise. Everyone urged her to be magnanimous, to avoid making a scene. It wouldn't benefit her. If she made a scene, she risked being cast out, and her family would suffer the fallout. She was just an ordinary doctor, and her family had fallen on hard times in recent years. Knowing she couldn't win, she could only let her husband live with his mistress while she chose to live separately. She waited for the 2-year separation period to pass and for her husband's career to reach new heights before filing for divorce. This time, the divorce went smoothly, and she received her fair share of the assets. But her daughter, who had always lived with her, refused to go with her, and that was what left her feeling so depressed. It's not really a big deal, right? I got what I deserved. My daughter not choosing to live with me means I'm single again, no more worries or burdens. I've achieved financial freedom. I should be happy, but the words my daughter said to me made me feel like a failure. All these years, I worked so hard to escape life that I truly neglected her. I intended to make it up to her after the divorce, but now I never will. Yang Ling hadn't realized Lin Mei Jing had such an unhappy marriage. Aunt Mei Jing, does your daughter know what kind of man her father is? No. All these years, I hid it from her because I wanted her to have a father's love. I see. Well, Aunt Mei Jing, you've done everything you could in good conscience. Perhaps if your daughter goes back to her father's family, she'll have more opportunities and a brighter future. Ha! You're right. Come on, let's drink to that. They drank another round. Lin Mei Jing must have had quite a bit earlier. She was slightly tipsy. Her gaze locked onto Yang Ling. Young Yang, I'm a single, wealthy woman now, you know. And I've been lonely for 2 whole years. Chapter 134, Sister Mei Jing. What does Aunt Mei Jing mean by that? Saying she's a single rich woman and lonely for 2 years? That's a blatant hint. To be honest, Lin Mei Jing is beautiful. Beyond the charm of a mature woman, she possesses a unique aura. She's intellectual, composed, and rational. Just imagining her in that white lab coat, it's pure uniform appeal. He'd long wanted to thank Lin Mei Jing. Now that she had this need, he would naturally agree. Just as he was about to go along with her suggestion, Lin Mei Jing flashed a faint smile. Xiao Yang, I was just kidding. Come on, drink up. Joking? Absolutely not. He had seen the desire surging from Lin Mei Jing's eyes just now. Tonight, Lin Mei Jing had actually asked him out. It was obvious what she had in mind. All those psychology lessons paid off. He could instantly read her state and thoughts. A woman who'd been suppressed for years. Before, she hadn't divorced yet, and her husband's family wielded considerable influence, so naturally she dared not act recklessly. If she had, she would have been cast out without a penny. So in the past, she had harbored resentment and repression, deprived of a woman's joy, trapped in an invisible cage. Now, finally free, all the pent-up emotions surged forth uncontrollably. And the simplest way to release these emotions was through that kind of thing. But she was a rational person, so she called it a joke. After all, he was still serving Jiang Xue and Zhang Fangya. Moreover, he knew full well that Lin Mei Jing was a doctor, a respectable profession, and she undoubtedly had a cleanliness complex. She was also aware that seeking out gigolos like ordinary women would pose health risks. There was also the possibility of facing negative public opinion, even ruin. She couldn't afford that kind of embarrassment. That's why she came to him. He was the safe choice. She knew him inside out and trusted he wouldn't spill the beans. Aunt Mei Jing, since that's the case, let me help you make the decision.
I'll make sure to repay you handsomely. He sat right next to Lin Meijing and grabbed her hand, which was resting under the table.
Aunt Meijing, I'm not much of a drinker. How about we take the drinks back to your place? We can order some barbecue or something. That way, we can drink until we're properly drunk. Otherwise, once we're both drunk, we won't be able to get back. I don't mind, but you're so pretty, what if someone takes advantage of you?
Lin Meijing felt the warmth of his hand. Already slightly tipsy, her heart began to race uncontrollably.
Alright, let's go back then.
The two bought some wine and hailed a taxi back to Emerald Community. Lin Meijing's home turned out to be a spacious, luxurious flat with lavish decor.
Aunt Meijing, when I came last time, you didn't let me in because you were afraid it would affect your divorce?
Yes. If you had come in and someone saw us, my ex-husband would have had an excuse. All these years, I've been suppressing myself, making sure I never slip up. Only by working overtime every day did I have no time to make mistakes.
Aunt Meijing, you've finally achieved your dreams: financial freedom and single status. Now you can do whatever you want. Let's raise a toast. Come on, drink up. Alright, let's drink.
Yang Ling drank without restraint because he wanted to give Lin Meijing a chance. Soon, the barbecue and other dishes arrived.
Numerous empty bottles now littered the ground beneath them.
They sat directly on the ground, thoroughly intoxicated. He clung to his senses, forcing himself to stay awake. He leaned directly against Lin Meijing's shoulder, then slumped drunkenly onto her lap, gazing up at her from below.
Ha!
Where was her face? Why was it blocked?
Aunt Meijing, you smell so good, you're so beautiful. What's so beautiful about me? I'm just an old auntie.
Besides, I deal with patients all day long. I've even touched many dead bodies.
Even my ex-husband was repulsed by me. That's not true at all.
I was so desperate before, but Aunt Meijing helped me.
In my heart, you're an angel. And your profession? To me, it's incredibly noble. And listen, don't ever call yourself old. That mature, intellectual charm of yours is incredibly attractive to a man my age.
He sat up, wrapped his arms around Lin Meijing's neck, and leaned close to her earlobe.
Meijing, can I call you sister? Sure, call me that from now on.
Meijing, let me tell you a secret. I'm into women your age.
I really am.
Lin Meijing felt the warm breath against her ear, and that long-forgotten sensation returned.
Really? Can you tell me why?
Lin Meijing's voice trembled slightly.
Women this age know how to care for others, they're down to earth, financially independent.
And of course, the most important thing is.
Yang Ling lowered his gaze to the neckline of Lin Meijing's blouse.
His hand rested on her back.
Meijing, I like you. I want to.
He pressed his lips directly against hers.
Boom!
Lin Meijing's mind exploded.
Forget it. Forget everything. Tonight would be a sleepless night.
The next morning, Yang Ling woke up feeling sore all over. His head throbbed like a cloud. Looking at the woman in his arms and the mess on the sofa, fragments of the night's events began to surface in his mind. It was too wild.
How many years had Lin Meijing been holding back?
Just then, Lin Meijing opened her eyes and stared straight at him. He leaned in and kissed her.
After a moment, Lin Meijing pushed him away. I can't get up. Can you still get up?
Yes.
Okay, go get me a glass of water. And while you're at it, grab a pill from the bag I brought back last night. I need to take it right away.
He immediately got up, fetched the water, and retrieved the pill as well.
Lin Meijing swallowed it right away. Help me up.
These years have really taken a toll on my body. Just a few rounds of exercise, and my frame can't handle it anymore.
A few exercises?
Yang Ling thought to himself. Meijing, your health really has taken a turn for the worse.
But don't worry, I can help you. How? Let's talk about it after you've rested. I'll go make breakfast.
After he left, Lin Meijing's eyes brimmed with complex emotions. She raised her hand, intending to slap her own face hard, but upon reaching her cheek, her hand fell gently. Oh, how foolish of me. I've been completely consumed by desire, losing all sense of reason. He was now the man both Jiang Xue and Zhang Fangya adored, and above all, he was Qin Shin's son.
Heavens! How could she have been so foolish?
She snapped back to her senses. She knew that going out drinking last night was meant to be a chance encounter. Seeing Yang Ling's message, she'd inexplicably agreed to meet him. Because, in her eyes, Yang Ling was the safest choice.
She didn't want to just pick anyone. Even if she were to keep a guard dog, it would have to be Yang Ling. Sure enough, trouble had struck.
But recalling last night's experience, she finally felt like a woman again. She relaxed her body and mind, stretched lazily, and slowly made her way out.
Watching Yang Ling's busy figure in the kitchen, she sighed inwardly. How could I ever leave such a wonderful man? Chapter 135, Lin Meijing's daughter.
Lin Meijing admitted it, she was lost. After years of suppression, suddenly experiencing such intense joy, how could she not be swept away? But she was a rational person. She understood that with this young man, it could only be a fleeting night of passion, nothing more. Well, at most, if she felt like it, maybe 2 more nights, 3 nights. As these thoughts swirled, certain urges within her stirred restlessly once more.
Meijing, dinner's ready. Yang Ling served 2 bowls of egg noodles. She walked over and plopped right down on Yang Ling's lap. I don't feel like eating noodles. Me neither. Then let's just eat what we feel like eating. They enjoyed a unique breakfast, eating until they were full. Sweetie, have you ever done this with Jiang Xue or Fangya?
No, that's why I came to you, Sister Meijing, because I felt so miserable.
So this is karma.
I pushed you into the abyss, and now you're dragging me down with you.
Meijing, isn't this paradise?
Well, it is bliss. But I'll warn you now, once we step out that door, we'll have to go back to how things were before.
I don't want to get tangled up in Jiang Xue and Fangya's emotional whirlpool.
Meijing, you're different from them.
With them, I'm just playing the role of Qinshan, but with you, I'm Yang Ling. Regardless, our relationship must remain absolutely confidential. Otherwise, they'll hate me to death. Alright. Don't be sad. From now on, whenever I'm home and it's convenient, you can come over whenever you want. After a tender moment, they went to eat noodles. So, what are you planning to do about Jiang Xue's feelings? Nothing for now. Besides, Fangya hasn't contacted me in 2 weeks. It's fine. She must be really busy lately.
Besides, she was almost fully recovered before, just like Jiang Xue, so it shouldn't be an issue anymore. Lin Meijing pulled out a card and handed it to Yang Ling.
Meijing, what are you doing? Trying to support me?
I'd love to support you, but I want you to build your own career.
There's 1 million in this card. Use it for investments, anything you choose.
If it succeeds, consider it my investment. If it fails, just think of it as practice.
Yang Ling sighed inwardly. Great, another 1 million. Meijing, how much did you get in the divorce settlement? Not much, just a few 100 million. Yang Ling swallowed hard. Not much?
He pulled Lin Meijing close.
Meijing, I don't want to work anymore.
Sweetie, a man should still have his own career.
Truthfully, Lin Meijing could support him financially.
But Yang Ling was Qinshan's son, someday he'd have to return to that family. So, like Zhang Fangya, she believed in nurturing him. She hoped that when that day came, he wouldn't become someone else's puppet. Alright, consider it Sister Meijing's investment.
So, have you thought about what you want to do? That's confidential for now. I won't let Sister Meijing's investment go to waste. Alright, don't put too much pressure on yourself. You're still young, focus on your studies first.
Just then, someone entered the door code, but it was incorrect.
Immediately after, the doorbell rang.
Lin Meijing hurriedly slipped out of his arms, panic etched on her face.
Quick, get dressed. Clean up. The two scrambled frantically.
Yang Ling dressed himself and began cleaning up the evidence.
Hide it. Don't bother with the wine bottle, just stash it in the wardrobe. Quick.
Yang Ling had no choice but to hide immediately.
Moments later, Lin Meijing went to open the door.
Her parents were still drunk, their eyes heavy with sleep. After the door opened, a young woman stepped inside. If Yang Ling had seen her, he would have recognized her immediately. It was Ning University's campus beauty, Xia. Before his first meeting with Zhang Fangya, he had gone to the library to study and encountered her there, even asking her about the meaning of platonic love.
Mom, why did you change the password?
Xiao's face instantly filled with worry upon seeing the floor littered with empty bottles.
Mom, are you okay? You're divorced, shouldn't you be happy? Why are you drinking so much? You're with your father now. I'm alone. Of course I changed the password. Why did you suddenly show up? Lin Meijing felt slightly uneasy. Mom, I was worried about you. Xiaoxiu threw herself into Lin Meijing's arms. I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. You know?
Xiaoxiu nodded, explaining that her father had brought his mistress and illegitimate child home that very morning.
Oof. He just finalized the divorce yesterday and he's already in such a hurry? Mom, these past years have been hard on you. I always thought you stopped loving Dad, that's why you kept living apart. But why didn't you tell me about this? If I'd known the truth, I wouldn't have married him. Only by staying with your father could you enjoy the power and wealth of the Xia family.
Staying with me offered no future, I'm just a doctor, Lin Meijing replied. See you, even knowing this, you should still return to the Xia family. Be kind to that little brother, but guard yourself against that.
Mom, I know.
That little brother is only 3 years old. He's no threat to me, Xiaoxiu said.
I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Spotting 2 bowls of noodles on the table, she asked in surprise, Mom, who did you eat noodles with earlier? Your Aunt Xue, of course. She just left not long ago. Oh, so you were drinking with Aunt Xue last night? Yes. These past few years, she's been the only one who's always been there for me. Come on, Mom will take you out for a big meal. Sounds great. I haven't eaten with you in ages, you were always so busy. See you, I'm sorry. All these years, I've been running away, pretending, neglecting you. I won't do that anymore. Mom, it's me who should be sorry. I've always doubted you, thinking you'd wronged Dad. Enough about that. Help me tidy up around the coffee table while I change. Lin Meijing entered the room, opened the wardrobe, and saw Yang Ling curled up inside. A faint smile touched her lips. Sis Mei Jing, who's here? This is so exciting. It's my daughter. I'll take her out to eat soon. You should slip away while you can. She's always suspected me of cheating, we can't let her see you now. She quickly changed her clothes. Xiao Ling, last night and this morning. I was very happy. Thank you. You must be tired. Take a good nap later. I'll take my daughter out to eat and shop. I'll drop her off at school tonight and won't be back soon. But remember, no matter who knocks, don't answer the door. With that, she turned and left. Yang Ling emerged from the wardrobe. A flicker of confusion crossed his face. He hadn't felt anything unusual earlier, but when Lin Meijing suggested he rest if he was tired, he suddenly noticed the strange sensation in his body. After such a wild night, and then again this morning. Why wasn't he even a little tired? Strange. If it were anyone else, their kidneys would have given out by now. After all, these past few weeks, he'd been a bit reckless. 30 is like a wolf, 40 like a tiger, and he had several tigresses, each one penned up for far too long. His physical stamina is just too incredible. Could it be, as Wu Yun suggested, due to entering the cultivation path? Wu Yun also mentioned that after years of self-discipline and entering the cultivation path, his body had accumulated excessive yang energy, requiring a balance of yin and yang. Could it be that these past weeks had secretly aligned with the Taoist principle of yin and yang? It's a pity I haven't encountered any top-tier martial arts masters to consult. Well, I'll just keep at it. Maybe in a few more years, my body will undergo another transformation. Since his body felt unburdened, he decided to practice the eightfold Vajra technique once more, followed by the breathing method. As he practiced, a startling realization struck him. My body is changing again? Chapter 136, Receiving Wu Yun's Legacy. Before, when practicing the eightfold Vajra technique, he'd only ever felt the force reaching every part of his body. This force originated from his bones and tendons, leaving a clear trace. But now, with each movement, an intangible force surged within him. This force emanated from the lower dantian, circulating throughout his entire body with each breath and movement. This sensation was indescribable, as if it had materialized out of thin air within his body. He sensed that the emergence of this energy amplified his strength, acting as a multiplier. After practicing the eightfold Vajra technique once, the results were vastly superior to before. Curious to understand this phenomenon, he lay down on his bed and began practicing his breathing technique. The next moment, he beheld a bizarre and fantastical world. Within this realm, countless crisscrossing crimson rivers flowed, alongside intricate networks of invisible passages. He even glimpsed his own heart, liver, spleen, being manipulated. He opened his eyes, utterly stunned. Holy crap! Was this internal vision? He could actually see his internal organs, blood vessels, meridians. He had achieved this so quickly. He entered a meditative state once more. Gradually, he traced the source of that energy. It was indeed the lower dantian. Previously, whether practicing the eightfold Vajra technique or breathing exercises, he always meditated on the lower dantian. With each breath, the chi would sink into the dantian. What had once been unconscious cultivation now, guided by this energy, gave him a more intuitive understanding of the breathing technique. He could now deliberately direct this energy to flow through every limb and bone. He had truly entered the realm of cultivation. How wondrous! I wonder if there are masters in modern Taoism who, upon entering the path of cultivation, can also achieve the ability to see within? An hour later, he awoke, radiant with vitality. Goodness gracious, meditating for just 1 hour now yields the same effect as several hours of deep sleep. Does this mean I can cut back on my sleep time from now on? He was overjoyed inside. This would free up more time for learning. He still had so much knowledge to acquire. That way he could earn more money. He quickly returned home. Brother, you have your voiceover studio now and still work at the gym. Why don't you rest on weekends? Don't push yourself so hard. If you get exhausted, what will Mom and I do? Do I look like I'm about to collapse? With such intense work and study, plus spending time with several beautiful women, anyone else would have collapsed long ago. But he hadn't. Instead, he'd advanced further in his cultivation, uncovering the mysteries of life. Anyway, don't push yourself too hard just because you're young. Mom's a perfect example. I know. Don't worry. Where's Mom? Mom's sleeping in her room. She sleeps more and more every day now. She says sleeping a lot keeps her body healthy. Yang Ling frowned, entered the room, and took his mother's pulse. His expression immediately changed. Her pulse was shallow, faint, and with clear signs of fading vitality. Lin Meijing had already told him last time, liver cirrhosis is irreversible. Eventually, it would progress to liver failure, requiring a transplant. He had thought the liver-protecting medication would slow the progression of her condition, but he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. He estimated that within a month or so, his mother would be in grave danger. But he feared that a transplant would mean a lifetime of suffering, constantly taking anti-rejection drugs, and likely not living much longer anyway. What could he do? It seemed the only option was to seek solutions in traditional Chinese medicine. He continued reading the book Wu Yun had given him. To his surprise, there was even a volume analyzing internal martial arts.
It explained the principles of internal martial arts, along with various effects and bodily reactions produced by practicing them.
Now he understood what that energy was.
It was the internal cultivation of a single breath in internal martial arts, the very foundation that allowed masters of this art to compete with champions of freestyle boxing. But those who could cultivate this breath were few and far between.
He immediately sent a message to Wu Yun. Little Ling, medicine and martial arts are inseparable. Look at me, over 60 years old, yet still robust.
It's all thanks to practicing internal martial arts since childhood.
Internal martial arts cultivate a single breath within. Long-term practice can strengthen the body from within.
Of course, it's not as mystical as legends or literature make it out to be.
But your case might be different.
You've already entered the realm of cultivation and developed unique spiritual abilities.
Perhaps your practice will come more easily. That's the main reason I took you as my disciple.
Study the texts first. Once you grasp the principles, come find me.
I'll teach you our Wu family's secret Tai Chi and our lineage's hidden medical arts. Yang Ling's heart surged with astonishment and delight upon reading this. Heaven! Such martial arts traditions truly exist?
How incredibly fortunate to encounter it and receive its transmission.
Master, I finished reading it and understood everything.
Last night, I discovered a new energy within me. It even allows me to see inside my own body, my internal organs, blood vessels.
What? You said what? Inner vision? Quick, come here. Ha ha ha. Inner vision? You actually have inner vision? That's incredible. A man in his 60s actually blurted out awesome.
It seems this ability to see inside truly is astonishing.
Momo, I need to step out for a bit. I won't be able to take you to school tonight.
Oh.
Yang Momo pouted, her face clouded with disappointment.
She cherished every moment alone with her brother. But it always felt so fleeting.
Honey, this is important for us, especially for Mom. Maybe I can cure her illness, at the very least, extend her life.
Huh?
Really? Yeah, you'll see.
By the way, summer break is almost here, right? If you don't have any exams or important classes, you should stay home and take care of Mom.
Sure, big bro. You can count on me. I can record stuff at home anyway.
He immediately headed to Wu Yun's house. Today was Sunday, so he was resting at home.
Quick, let me take your pulse.
Wu Yun promptly took his pulse.
Good, good. This pulse, it's incredible, so strong.
Wu Yun gave him a peculiar look. Last time I saw you, your yang energy was still quite strong.
Now it's balanced.
You must be living quite comfortably.
Yang Ling looked thoroughly embarrassed. Traditional Chinese medicine is so powerful it leaves no secrets in the body. Don't be embarrassed. You've done well.
It's precisely because your yin and yang are balanced that your internal energy has emerged.
It's a fortunate coincidence, but also a testament to your deep accumulation. You've achieved what many health practitioners and internal martial artists never attain in a lifetime. Master, now that my yin and yang are balanced, should I practice abstinence? What if excessive indulgence disrupts this equilibrium again? No. You've generated internal energy and are brimming with yang energy.
You needn't fear such minor expenditure.
Have you heard the tale of the Yellow Emperor ascending to immortality after bedding 3,000 women? That can't be true, can it?
It's not that mystical, but remember, the concept of yin and yang runs through the entire history of Chinese medicine.
You've entered the path of cultivation. You'll go further than I did.
You might even reach the heights of ancient masters like Hua Tuo and Bien Quebec.
Could I even rival figures like Go Hong or Lu Ji? Master, aren't you exaggerating a bit? Ah, you'll understand later. Come, I'll give you our family's most precious treasures. Wu Yun produced 3 ancient texts.
One was analyzing Wu family Taoist medicine, another was analyzing traditional Chinese medicine, and the third was detailed explanation of Wu family Tai Chi.
Master, these aren't meant for outsiders, right? Passing them to me would make me a traitor to the Wu lineage. Chapter 137, Healing. Ah, what can I do? My children, one studied Western medicine, the other economics. The one who studied Western medicine even looks down on our ancestral medical skills, saying traditional Chinese medicine can't make big money. It really makes me furious. Rather than let it die out, I'd rather pass it on to someone destined to receive it. Master, I will carry on this legacy faithfully. Yang Ling stayed at Wu Yun's home until 8 o'clock that evening, finally committing every detail of the 3 ancient texts to memory.
He had also mastered the routines and stances of Wu-style Tai Chi, along with its methods of generating power. From now on, he only needed to practice daily to achieve mastery. Master, this internal energy doesn't seem as powerful as what's described in novels or legends.
It just makes me a bit stronger, right?
This internal energy isn't some fabricated concept from novels. It isn't an energy conjured out of thin air, but rather a breath cultivated through long-term practice of breathing techniques.
Its primary function is to better guide breathing, achieving the effects of health preservation and longevity. Improving physical fitness is merely a secondary benefit.
However, as your cultivation deepens and this breath grows stronger, applying it to martial arts can enhance your power. At the very least, it makes you more resilient to blows. For instance, masters of internal styles in Taoist martial arts can take a deep breath to make their bellies swell, allowing them to withstand even strikes from a staff. I see. I was beginning to think I'd become some unparalleled martial arts master. In today's law-abiding society, being able to take a beating is good enough. Just don't knock someone out with a single punch, Wu Yun remarked with a sigh. Ling, back in the day, it took me years just to grasp the basics of these techniques. And you? One night. Truly, comparing people is enough to drive one mad. Those who enter the path of cultivation are indeed prodigies. Your current knowledge already surpasses any traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Next week, I'll arrange an exam for you. Once you obtain your TCM practitioner certificate, you can practice after training with me for a while. You've memorized every medical case in TCM history. No matter what patient you encounter, you'll handle it with ease. Yang Ling frowned. Now that he'd mastered more TCM knowledge, he understood just how critical his mother's condition was. He recounted every symptom his mother exhibited to Wu Yun. Wu Yun's expression grew grave. In Western medicine, this stage of severe liver cirrhosis is irreversible. It will inevitably progress to liver failure. The only solution is a liver transplant. But the liver is the root of vitality in the human body. As long as it still has some function, there might be a way, though. Teacher, is there truly a way? Yes. The first method is to wait until your internal energy is sufficiently strong. Then, through the technique of transferring energy via silver needles, you can augment your mother's vital energy. This is the most profound medical skill. Throughout history, there have been those who attained this level of mastery, truly deserving the title of divine physicians. However, reaching that level is incredibly difficult. It would take decades, and it's uncertain whether your mother would even live that long. Unless you could find the legendary Taoist dual cultivation techniques. By practicing with many women, you could rapidly increase your inner energy. But such methods were long ago locked away by ancient royal families and lost to the common people. So, first figure out how to use medicine to prolong your mother's life. But most modern herbs lack sufficient potency to achieve optimal results. They're fine for treating common ailments, but liver failure is another matter, especially when it comes to ginseng. It must be wild grown, and that's practically impossible to find. You'd be best off cultivating the herbs yourself, but it's difficult and troublesome, as it requires mimicking wild growing conditions. Master, no matter what, I will do it. All right. If you need any help along the way, don't hesitate to ask. I still have quite a few connections in the traditional Chinese medicine industry in Ningxing. Yang Ling left Wu Yun's home and sent a message to Lin Wan. Aunt Wan, I'm coming over. Lin Wan's hometown was in the countryside, but he wasn't sure if there were any mountains or forests suitable for growing medicinal herbs. His mother's hometown did have such areas, but he didn't want to ask those uncles who had kicked his mother out of the family home. Don't come over. Fei Fei and I both caught the flu. We'll infect you. What? Where did you go? It's summer, how could you have H1N1? We went to Green Mountain yesterday. There were too many people, and hiking was exhausting. We sweated a lot, then went straight into an air-conditioned room. We got infected before we knew it. Alright, I understand. Have you taken any medicine? We took fever reducers, but this virus is pretty nasty. The fever spiked again before the medicine kicked in. Then stop taking it for now. I'll come over. He immediately hailed a taxi. He saw Lin Wan and Lin Feifei, mother and daughter, sitting on the sofa, covered with a blanket. It looked like they were in the midst of a fever spike, which was why they felt so cold. Ling, why did you come? You're both sick, how could I not come? What if something happened? Lin Wan felt a wave of warmth wash over her. Indeed, having a man in the family made all the difference. With him here, her worries vanished completely, as if she'd found her anchor. She wanted to throw her arms around him right then and there. Brother Ling, you're so kind, Lin Feifei said, her face brimming with emotion. Brother Ling was the best. Even with all the talk about the flu, he still came. Just like before. Where could you find such a warm-hearted guy? Yang Ling stepped forward and took their hands. Little Ling, Brother Ling, what are you doing? Lin Wan was startled. That rascal, could he really be planning something with Fei Fei? Could he possibly have those kinds of intentions? Don't move. I'm taking your pulse. You know how to take pulses? Open wide. Let me examine your tongue. Mother and daughter opened their mouths and stuck out their tongues. Nothing serious, just a wind heat invasion syndrome. It's a mild case of the flu. Hold on, I'll go get some medicine. Remember, no more Western drugs. Those things have some pretty nasty side effects. He immediately headed to the pharmacy outside to get the medicine. Most of it was readily available. Besides, for mild cases, you don't need much medicine. It's mostly about letting your body fight it off. But high fever remains dangerous. The fever must be reduced. Using formulas like Baihu Tang, combined with acupuncture, can reduce fever without side effects while also strengthening the body's defenses. Lin Wan's home also had a clay pot, which he immediately put to use. Seeing Yang Ling bustling about, Lin Feifei suddenly felt like crying. She recalled how these past years, Yang Ling had always protected her, always there whenever she needed him. He had always been there. Oh my god, it's already 39.6 degrees. Lingu, I feel so miserable, so hot. What's Aunt Wan's temperature? It's 104 F. Ling, is this serious? Maybe we should go to the hospital. Lin Wan trusted Yang Ling implicitly. He wasn't a doctor, how could he possibly cure them? Sure, they could look it up online, but that still carried risks. Relax, it's fine. The herbs need to simmer for half an hour. I'll start with acupuncture and massage first. Ha? Acupuncture? Massage? Brother Ling, when did you learn all this? Just learned it. Dare you let me try? Yang Ling took out a set of needles. This kit, given to him by Wu Yun, was highly professional. Brother Ling, you're not a medical professional, don't mess around. Little Ling, use me as your test subject. For some reason, Lin Wan trusted Yang Ling implicitly. Mom, how could that be? What if something goes wrong? Little Ling wouldn't say that unless he's confident. I don't understand it either. See? Aunt Wan still trusts me. Oh, it's not that I don't trust you, it's just... Brother Ling, try it on me. Let's start with Aunt Wan's acupuncture. He stood over Lin Wan, inserting needles into several acupoints on her body. Though he hadn't practiced it before, he'd long since mastered the human body's acupoints through his work with Wen Ruyan and the others. Besides, he knew every inch of Lin Wan's body. Aunt Wan, how does it feel? Does it hurt? It tickles, but it doesn't hurt. He was now applying the acupuncture fever-reducing technique from the Wu family medical tradition. Wu Yun claimed it was more effective than ibuprofen and similar medications. Residents near his clinic would come for acupuncture whenever they had a fever. Alright, wait a moment. Combined with the herbal medicine, this will induce sweating and dispel the exterior pathogens. Come, Feifei, I'll give you a massage first, then we'll do the acupuncture. He took out some lubricating oil and applied it to Lin Feifei. Starting with her arms, he performed 300 strokes of massage. Lie face down. I need to massage your spine, lift up your shirt. Ha? Do we have to do this? What are you being shy about? You never let me see or touch you before. Now, I have absolutely no interest in you. Ling, you're so mean. Lin Feifei's face flushed with annoyance as she lay face down on the sofa, lifting her shirt to reveal her fair, rosy-hued back. Wow, flat as a board. Not a single curve to be seen. But you have to admit, Lin Feifei really does have a tiny waist. Next, I massaged her spine and worked on the Dazui acupoint. Her skin felt incredibly smooth. So nice. Brother Ling, your technique is amazing. Lin Wan looked genuinely surprised. Little Ling, your technique is amazing. When did you learn this? She knew a good massage when she saw one, and Yang Ling's technique was undeniably professional. I just learned it recently. Soon, the medicine was ready. After Lin Wan and Lin Feifei drank it, perhaps aided by the acupuncture and massage, they began sweating profusely and their fevers actually started to break. Now, their bodies were completely drenched, their silk nightgowns clinging to their skin. One voluptuous and full-figured, the other petite and slender, a truly beautiful sight. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Wow! I feel so much better now. My head was killing me earlier, but now it's clear. Little Ling, you're amazing. Lin Wan caught Yang Ling's gaze and felt a flutter in her heart. How could she not see what he was thinking? To be honest, she'd been thinking about it too. Tonight, after Lin Feifei falls asleep, then we'll see. Chapter 138, The Miracle. And 1, you two go ahead and wipe off your sweat and change into fresh clothes. I'll continue your massage to help accelerate your qi and blood circulation and expel the pathogenic factors. It was late by the time I finished attending to both of them. Don't take a bath tonight, okay? Now that your fever's gone down, get some sleep first. Thank you, Brother Ling. The other room doesn't have a bed. How about you sleep with me? Lin Feifei said shyly. Back then, you loved me so much, yet I wouldn't let you get close. From now on, I'll make it up to you, okay? Nonsense. You sleep with me, and little Ling takes the guest room. Lin Wan hurriedly pulled Lin Feifei into the bedroom. Mom, what's the big deal? Aren't you really pleased with Brother Ling? I am satisfied with him, but you two absolutely cannot. Lin Wan quickly pulled Lin Feifei inside. Yang Ling's lips curved slightly. This little minx trying to make amends with me now? Too late. Unless. After taking a shower, Yang Ling entered the guest room and sent a message to Yang Momo. Momo, you've packed up your things at school and are heading back, right? Yeah, I've already packed my things and come back. Now it's summer vacation and I'll be taking care of Mom. How's Mom after her afternoon nap? She's been pretty energetic. But she seems to have noticed she's been sleeping a lot lately and worries something might be wrong. She mentioned wanting to find time to go back to the village.
Brother, is there no cure for mom? I'll figure something out. With his sister taking care of mom, he felt much more at ease. He could focus on earning money, cultivating his skills, and strengthening his abilities. He forced himself into meditation, practicing his breathing technique and circulating his internal energy. With this internal energy, he finally had a tangible path to follow, a method to rely on. No longer would he be groping in the dark as before. He could finally see his own progress. As the Yellow Emperor's inner canon stated, grains were the foundation of nourishment, meaning they contained the most concentrated essence. Seems like he'd have to become a rice eater from now on. He hoped that one day, he could use acupuncture and his inner energy to transfer vitality and extend his mother's life. Ha! What's that? He suddenly saw a strand of black energy invading his lungs. Holy crap! Could this be the H1N1 virus? According to traditional Chinese medicine, so-called H1N1 is actually pathogenic qi entering the body. Combined with insufficient vital qi, it leads to illness. Traditional Chinese medicine doesn't recognize the concept of viruses, it refers to them all as pathogenic qi or epidemic qi. Unexpectedly, under his inner vision, it appeared as a mass of black mist. He circulated his internal energy throughout his body. Gradually, the black mist was eroded by the vital energy and blood carried by his internal energy. He was filled with inner joy and surprise. Could this mean he would never fall ill again? Marvelous! This was the most extraordinary medical skill. They say doctors can't heal themselves, but now he could, and his own healing arts were remarkably potent. He continued to study his internal energy. He pondered that the internal energy had emerged from the yin-yang balance achieved after his intimate union with Lin Meijing. Wu Yun also mentioned that if one could uncover the legendary Taoist dual cultivation techniques for the bedroom, it could indeed accelerate the growth of internal energy. Like the legendary Emperor Xuanyuan's treatise on imperial women, for instance. These were real, tangible things. While they might not be as mystical as the myths suggest, they could genuinely strengthen the body and extend one's lifespan. I wonder what would happen if one channeled inner energy during such delightful moments. Worth a try. Meanwhile, in the adjacent bedroom, Lin Wan was exhausted and wanted to sleep. After all, she was still recovering from illness. Though the fever had broken, her body remained weary. But she didn't want to sleep. She wanted to wait until Lin Feifei fell asleep before going to find young Ling. But Lin Feifei didn't seem to be asleep, tossing and turning. Feifei, what are you doing? Just go to sleep. Oh, I'm trying to sleep. My head feels heavy and uncomfortable. In truth, Lin Feifei was also waiting for Lin Wan to fall asleep. By dawn, both of them couldn't stay awake any longer and finally fell asleep. Early the next morning, Yang Ling got up to exercise and cook breakfast. He told Li Jilian they'd go to the clubhouse again in the afternoon. By 10 o'clock, neither Lin Wan nor Lin Feifei had gotten up. He knocked on the door. Xiao Ling, we're just getting up. Shortly after, Lin Wan and Lin Feifei emerged, yawning. Didn't you two go to bed pretty early last night? Why do you look so tired? My head was a bit sore last night. Lin Wan had intended to wait until Lin Feifei fell asleep, but the little girl kept tossing and turning. It kept her awake too. If I take the medicine for one more day today, I should be pretty much better. Influenza A is actually a self-limiting disease. Unless it's severe or critical, the illness doesn't last very long. With his medical intervention, recovery would be even faster. By the way, Aunt Wan, your hometown is in Huanjiang County, right? Are there any undeveloped mountain forests there? Yes, we have plenty of mountains there. Before the expressway was built, it took us 6 hours to drive back along the winding mountain roads. We also have the Jivan Mountains and the Baoan Mountains, both untouched and now protected as nature reserves. Why do you ask? My mother's condition isn't looking good. I need to find some wild medicinal herbs. While I'm at it, I want to see if I can cultivate some herbs in the mountains or if anyone there is doing semi-wild medicinal herb cultivation. Like that? Are you sure it'll work? Yeah, just try my luck. Even Wu Yun said the herbs available on the market might not meet his standards, so he had no choice but to take a chance. As for wild ginseng, he'd have to source it from the market. But he might not be able to afford it. When will you leave? We'll leave once you're feeling better. All right. I need to go back too. It's been years since I last visited. Great, it's summer break anyway. Yay! So what role will Brother Ling play when he comes back with us? Well, Lin Wan felt a bit awkward. As a widow bringing a young man back with her, it would certainly invite gossip from the villagers. I know. I'll just say he's my boyfriend from college. How about that? Not good enough, Yang Ling said. Then there's no better cover story. It's settled, okay? Lin Wan frowned. That's actually a good idea. Xiao Ling, you can pretend to be Feifei's boyfriend then. What? Yang Ling stared at Lin Wan with a strange expression. Pretend, okay? Alright, I'll pretend. Yang Ling said. You two eat breakfast first. After that, I'll give you acupuncture and massage. If your temperature still rises, drink the medicine I've prepared.
After finishing his tasks, he hurried back to Purple Jasmine Community.
Ha? Xiao Ling, aren't you going to work? Why are you back? I'll go this afternoon, Mom. How are you feeling now?
I feel fine after sleeping, but I get tired and sleepy quickly after moving around. I heard that's a sign of liver failure.
Yang Qianyu's face was full of smiles.
Xiao Ling, seeing you find work with a future and no worries about Momo's tuition, I feel at ease. Life and death are predestined, I have no regrets.
So don't put too much pressure on yourself. And please don't take me to the hospital anymore. I want to leave with dignity. When will you have time to take me back to my hometown? Chapter 139, Scheming. Mom, what nonsense are you talking? I've already mastered peerless medical skills. Yang Ling feigned nonchalance. Come on, let me give you some acupuncture to ease your body. Acupuncture? Go ahead.
Yang Qianyu didn't believe it in her heart, but as someone facing death, it didn't matter.
Cirrhosis is a severe chronic wasting disease that steadily depletes the body's vital energy. Acupuncture, precisely, could bolster this yang energy. Of course, the effects wouldn't be visible overnight. Long-term treatment was needed to see results. Ha! It actually seems to be working.
I feel more energetic, like my whole body is floating.
Little Ling, have you really mastered medicine?
Yes.
I apprenticed under a master of traditional Chinese medicine.
He said I'm smart and gifted. I've only been learning acupuncture for a short time, but I've already mastered it.
So, Mom, relax. I'll cure you. Big brother is so amazing. Yang Momo's eyes sparkled with admiration. But inside, Yang Qianyu felt no confidence.
She'd recently researched online and learned about the various stages of liver cirrhosis. By the time it reaches the middle or late stages, it's very difficult.
One could only live day by day.
Before, her only lingering worry had been about Yang Ling and her daughter. Now that Yang Ling had established himself, she no longer worried about him. If she could see them married, only then would her heart truly be at peace.
Xiao Ling, I want to transfer my household registration. Go ask Aunt Wan if I can transfer it to her place first. Ha? Uncle Yang and the others want us to transfer?
I heard they're building a highway through the village soon. They're expropriating land, and everyone with a household registration gets a share.
They don't want to include our names. This was indeed true.
But it suited her just fine.
She had already intended to transfer Yang Ling's household registration. Because her brothers all knew Yang Momo was her biological daughter and that Yang Ling was adopted.
They trusted her in Yang Momo, but they couldn't trust Yang Ling. They feared Yang Ling might return to claim something. Once the household registration was transferred, the adoption could be dissolved.
Alright, let's transfer it. But don't put it under Aunt Wan's name, put it under our house instead. Our house?
Yes, I've already bought a place. The cabinets and such are installed. Once the furniture moves in and settles for a while, we can move in.
What? Really? Where did you get all that money?
That book went viral online recently. Plus, Aunt Wan introduced me to several big clients. My boss happens to be her close friend, so she advanced me some money enough for the down payment.
Brother, we have our own home now? Yang Momo's eyes welled up. Yes. We have our own home now. No more moving around, no more having to look at people's faces.
Recalling all the places they'd moved since childhood, he felt the deep helplessness of being rootless drifters. Finally, he could give his mother and sister a home.
Good, good. Yang Qianyu wept with joy. Mom, don't cry. I'm just so happy. Alright, I'm happy.
I'll head to work now. He gathered his things and headed straight for Wanhui Mall. As soon as he entered, he ran into Lu Yunyuan.
Hey, Xiao Yang, you didn't come in this morning?
Had some things to take care of.
Took the morning off. Oh, no problem. Get back to work. Yang Ling watched Lu Yunyuan swaying hips as she walked away, and he desperately wanted to slap her.
This woman beautiful on the outside, but venomous as a snake or scorpion on the inside.
At that moment, a faint smile touched Lu Yunyuan's lips.
Lately, Gao Chang had been suffering terribly. Despite his prestigious sports background, no one dared to hire him. His reputation in the fitness circle had become utterly ruined. His only option was to leave the province and seek opportunities in other cities. But Li Meihui held significant prestige in the fitness industry, with branches in major cities across the country. Making sure Gao Chang couldn't find a job at any gym wasn't difficult for her. Of course, it wasn't due to her own influence, but rather the powerful connection she had at Li Meihui headquarters.
And she told Gao Chang that all of this was orchestrated by Li Zhilian. Li Zhilian and Yang Ling were plotting revenge to ruin his reputation and expel him from the fitness industry.
In her view, escalating the situation would not only cripple Yang Ling but also brand Li Zhilian as petty and vindictive. Then she could strike back at her. It was precisely because of her petty nature that Gao Chang couldn't find work, had no way to survive, and that an outstanding young man like Yang Ling ended up crippled. Ha! Yang Ling was handsome, sure, but with his slight frame and scant muscle, how could he possibly match up against a powerhouse like Gao Chang? When he went berserk, he was like a tank.
At that moment, young Ling went to find Li Jilian.
Seeing the office empty, he immediately approached her from behind, wrapped his arms around her, and kissed her earlobe.
What are you doing? This is the office, Li Jilian exclaimed, jumping to her feet. I miss you. Come to my place tonight. I want you now. Don't be reckless, someone's coming. Yang Ling quickly let go of Li Jilian.
Just then, Ling Yufei rushed in breathlessly.
Lan, something's wrong. A client's in trouble. You need to come right away. What happened? Xiao Zhao said he was exercising normally when he suddenly went into acute shock.
He's completely freaked out.
Did you call an ambulance? Already called. They rushed over to check.
A stunningly beautiful woman with a curvaceous figure lay on the ground, her body twitching slightly. Several coaches trained in emergency first aid were scrambling to assist her, but they were flustered and disorganized.
Don't move her. Let me handle this.
Yang Ling immediately pushed his way to the front and took the client's pulse. Instantly, a flood of knowledge surged into his mind, bringing up countless cases of athletic shock. He realized that with his newfound internal energy, his mind worked better.
New guy, what are you doing? Think you're some kind of savior?
Get out of the way, or if something happens, you'll be responsible, a burly man barked coldly.
This burly man was Zhao Gang, the fitness guru in Lu Yunyuan's group. At Li Meihui, he was considered one of the top trainers. Xiao Ling, let them handle it.
They have experience, Li Jilan chimed in immediately. She was genuinely afraid something might go wrong.
Oomph. Xia Yang, is this your way of being helpful, or are you trying to poach clients?
You're just a newbie who barely passed your certification. Even if your theory is solid, your practical skills definitely can't match theirs.
Lu Yunyuan's face was dripping with sarcasm. Lan, if something really goes wrong later, you'll be responsible. Yang Ling said nothing.
Soon, he pressed several acupoints on the client's body, massaging and kneading them. Then he grabbed his backpack, pulled out silver needles, and inserted them into specific points on the client's head and neck.
What are you doing? You're not a doctor, what are you sticking needles in there for? Zhao Gang bellowed, lunging forward to grab Yang Ling, only to be stopped by Li Jilong. She trusted Yang Ling. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. You all stay quiet.
But just then, the mature woman lying on the ground stopped convulsing and slowly sat up.
Ma'am, take slow, steady breaths. Don't rush. Come, follow my lead. Everyone was utterly stunned. Is she really okay? Truly recovered? This new coach Yang, not only does he hold all sorts of certifications, but he also practices traditional Chinese medicine? Holy crap, that's insane. Honestly, comparing yourself to others is just depressing.
They work themselves to death just to get a certificate, taking the exam multiple times.
And he's got all those professional certifications, and now he's into traditional Chinese medicine too?
Before long, the mature woman recovered, patting her ample chest, still shaken by the experience.
Chapter 140, New Client. What's wrong with me?
The mature woman felt uneasy seeing so many people gathered around her. You had an irregular heartbeat that caused acute shock.
Have you been feeling unwell lately? I had the flu recently. I just recovered a week ago and came to exercise.
I never expected to lose consciousness so soon after starting.
Exactly.
The flu damages your heart and lungs, and recovery takes time.
You should rest longer. I see. Did you save me? Thank you. It was my duty. Yang Ling removed the needles and put them away. You're a coach here too? And you know acupuncture? Wei Yuro looked utterly astonished.
She had chosen this fitness club because Li Meihui was the best and most upscale in Ningqing, and Coach Zhao Gang was also one of the club's top instructors. But she'd never heard of a fitness instructor who also practiced acupuncture. Yes, I've studied at traditional Chinese medicine, rehabilitation and emergency care. So, ma'am, you can feel completely at ease working out in our gym.
Very well.
Your gym truly lives up to its reputation as top tier.
I'm very satisfied. What's your name? May I hire you? My name is Yang Ling.
However, I have quite a few clients. It would be best for you to work with Coach Zhao.
Next time, he'll be more careful. Zhao Gang's face lit up with gratitude.
Ms. Wei, I'm truly sorry about this. I'll be more attentive in the future.
Wei Yuro shook her head. Coach Zhao, I already told you I just recovered from the flu a week ago. You said it was okay to take the class.
Clearly, you prioritized using up my sessions over my health. I won't demand a refund for the membership or class fees, but I must switch coaches.
Well, fine. I'll recommend another professional coach from my team. I'll choose Coach Yang. Is that okay? You have many clients, so I can wait for your arrangement. Since it's the client's choice, Ling, go ahead and agree to it.
Li Jilian felt genuinely happy for Yang Ling, because she knew the background of this Wei Yuro.
This client was no ordinary person. All right. Zhao Gang's face darkened.
This client was his biggest account, bringing in thousands in commissions every month.
But he couldn't interfere with the client's own choice.
Besides, it was fortunate nothing had gone wrong this time.
Lu Yunyuan was utterly speechless.
Just moments ago, she'd mocked Yang Ling for trying to poach clients and now he'd actually done it. How could this guy be so formidable? But the more capable he was, the more embarrassing it would be for Li Jilian if he got into trouble. Soon, Yang Ling and Wei Euro signed the contract. Ms. Wei, your health is still quite good. Just rest well at home, maintain a balanced diet, and get plenty of sleep each night. If you want to recover faster, you might consider seeking treatment from a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Are you a TCM practitioner? I recommend you see my teacher. He recommended Wei Euro to see Wu Yun. You're actually Wu Yun's student? How did you end up in fitness? Just a latecomer to the field. Fitness is my specialty, it never hurts to have more skills. Sounds good. I'm looking forward to the program you'll design for me. I'll head back now. Yang Ling escorted Wei Euro out. This mature woman was even more beautiful and elegant than Jiang Xue, radiating an air of authority reserved for those in high positions. Just like those domineering female CEOs on TV who run billion-dollar public companies. Xiao Ling, congratulations. You've landed a major client. This Wei Euro is the president of a listed company. Get along well with her, you'll definitely learn a lot and gain some valuable business insights. Ha? She really is a CEO? Yang Ling's mind stirred. Next up was buying wild ginseng and such that would definitely require a lot of money. That stuff was practically priceless. A female CEO of a listed company must be well versed in finance and investments. If only he could seek her advice. Having read so many economics books, Yang Ling knew that for an ordinary person like him to strike it rich quickly, financial investment was the only way. High risk meant high returns. But he dared not invest lightly. He wanted to arm himself with knowledge first, then proceed cautiously. Aunt Lon, am I becoming the common enemy of all the trainers at the club? That's just how the workplace is. Blame them for lacking the skills to retain clients. Still, you really need to be careful not to get targeted. Thanks for believing in me earlier, Aunt Lon. Who else would I trust but you? By the way, when did you learn acupuncture? You seem pretty skilled. Just recently. I'll be taking the certification exam this week. You know how fast I pick things up. Li Jilan ruffled his hair, her eyes filled with adoration. You're such a treasure. When you make it big someday, don't forget Aunt Lon. I definitely won't. Xiao Ling, Aunt Wan's not too badly hurt, is she? Nothing serious, just the flu. Mainly both mother and daughter got sick. Speaking of which, is it really over between you and Fei Fei? Aunt Wan hasn't had a man in the house for years, it's been tough. If you became her son-in-law, you'd be like a son to her. It's not going to happen. But I'll take care of Aunt Wan, she's done so much for me. That afternoon, only Li Yaohong came to class. This woman had always been trying to take advantage of Yang Ling. But Yang Ling knew she wasn't a good person. He focused solely on teaching and certainly didn't let her get her way. When quitting time finally arrived, he could head home. He couldn't wait to head down to the basement with Li Jilian. Tonight, he intended to experiment to channel his internal energy during those intimate moments and observe any changes. Meanwhile, Lu Yunyuan, wearing a mask, followed from a distance. What exactly is the relationship between that kid and Li Jilian? My aunt's best friend. Definitely not simple. She watched Yang Ling's retreating figure and licked her lips. What a pity, such a fine man, about to become crippled. Soon, they reached the underground parking garage. Suddenly, a massive shadow lunged forward, wielding a baseball bat aimed at Yang Ling's arm. Li Jilian, trained in taekwondo, reacted swiftly, launching a kick toward the shadow's wrist. But the figure was massive, with bulging muscles and thick, tough skin. Li Jilian's kick couldn't knock the baton from his grasp. Xiao Ling, watch out! Li Jilian cried out in alarm. If that baton connected, wouldn't Yang Ling's arm be shattered? Yet Yang Ling's body was agile. With Li Jilian's kick as a cue, he dodged the blow and swiftly seized the man's wrist. Instinctively, he applied the rap principle of Tai Chi. Within moments, he had wrestled the stick from the man's grasp. The man was immensely strong, and Yang Ling was no match for him in raw power. Yet, harnessing the Tai Chi principle of deflecting 1,000 pounds with 4 ounces and channeling his internal energy, he soon guided the man's momentum, sending him tumbling forward. This was Wanhui City, a large shopping mall. The underground parking garage had numerous security guards, who rushed over upon hearing the commotion. I'm the general manager of Lamaiwi. This thug suddenly appeared and attacked someone with a baseball bat. Subdue him immediately. The dark figure scrambled to his feet and fled. Chapter 141, Gao Chang's arrest. But more security guards arrived, closing in to surround him. Yang Ling seized the opportunity to assist, executing the entangle technique from behind. He relentlessly tugged at the man's shoulders, arms, and clothing, hindering his escape. Yang Ling, let me go, or I'll cut you to pieces. You're Gao Chang? What are you after? What's the point? You've left me with nowhere to go. What's the point? Stay put. Yang Ling increasingly discovered the profound mysteries of Tai Chi. Though he'd only been practicing for a short time, his photographic memory a gift not just of his sharp mind but also his agile body. After practicing a few times, he could form muscle memory.
Soon, with everyone's combined effort, Gao Chang was pinned to the ground. Gao Chang, is it really you? Why did you do this? You framed your superiors, you framed your colleagues. Was it wrong of me to fire you?
You were right to fire me, Gao Chang snapped back.
But you left me with nowhere to turn. So I had to take it out on you. What do you mean no way out?
With your skills, you could easily find work at other gyms.
You smeared my background check. Who would hire me now? Do you know how many resumes I sent out this week? No one wants me.
Li Jilian, you petty.
This isn't over.
You're trying to ruin me, but I won't let you off easy either.
I didn't smear your background check. But you committed a crime.
We'll discuss this at the police station.
In the shadows, Lu Yunyuan's face darkened.
What a useless piece of trash.
A big oaf who can't even beat a woman and a skinny guy. She knew this couldn't be swept under the rug anymore.
Li Jilan and Yang Ling were fine. The one in trouble was her.
She immediately called Hu Yunjie.
Last time, though she'd embarrassed Hu Yunjie, a little bedroom magic had been all it took to win him over. She told Hu Yunjie about the incident.
Brother Jie, Li Zilian won't let this go. What should I do? Don't worry, Yunyan. Since that's the case, now is actually a good opportunity. Because the woman behind Li Jilian has already resigned.
Huh?
Why? She actually quit? Le Maili headquarters just parachuted in a new president from the States.
Their philosophies clashed. That woman, like Li Jilian, advocated prioritizing female clients, while the new president believes male clients are the mainstream.
Ah, that's great. Then I don't have to worry anymore.
Yeah, I'll report this to the new president. I'll tell him Li Jilian is petty. She not only forced out the top salesperson for her lover but also smeared him, nearly causing a serious incident.
Will the new president believe it? Of course he will. A new broom sweeps clean. It's time for the old guard from the other faction to fall.
Lu Yunyuan glanced at Yang Ling nearby, a faint smile playing on her lips.
Oomph. Once Li Jilan's gone, who else can you rely on? Only me. Then, won't you be completely at my mercy?
I must admit, this guy really has a certain charm.
He's got me all tingly inside. He's worlds apart from that old fogey Hu Yunjie. Soon, the police station officers arrived, reviewed the surveillance footage, and found irrefutable evidence. We went to the station to give statements.
Gao Chang's background check had indeed been tampered with, and the allegations were quite serious.
I truly had no knowledge of this matter. I've always understood the importance of leaving room for others. Gao Chang, why didn't you come to me first?
This shows your heart is truly dark and your intentions are dishonest.
Gao Chang's face twisted with shock and fury. Mr. Li, it really wasn't you? Yang Ling frowned.
Gao Chang, the only people who could have altered your background check are my Aunt Lan and Lu Yunyuan.
Aunt Lan has no conflict of interest with you. Firing you was because you colluded with Lu Yunyuan to frame her.
Why go so far as to destroy everything?
Ha!
You were used by Lu Yunyuan once, and now you're being used again.
Is there a hole in your head? Is your intelligence all in your muscles?
I told you not to eat so much protein powder, but you wouldn't listen.
Bastard. That. Ms. Lan, classmate, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Do you have any evidence that Lu Yunyuan incited you to commit a crime? Well, Lu Yunyuan is very cautious. I don't have any.
Useless as ever. You nearly broke Xiao Ling's arm this time.
We won't mediate or forgive this. Legal action will be taken. Li Jilan's expression was icy. As for your revenge after you're released, go ahead.
After signing the papers, she headed home.
As for Gao Chang, he'd definitely face legal consequences.
Xiao Ling, you really scared the life out of me just now.
Even though I know Taekwondo, it's mostly for show. Its practical combat effectiveness is lacking. Aunt Lan, it was precisely your kick that saved me.
Your skills are quite impressive.
It's just that in terms of strength, you're no match for Gao Chang.
After all, he graduated with a degree in physical education.
Speaking of which, how did you manage to overpower him?
Your moves were so smooth just now you actually snatched Gao Chang's bat. I practice martial arts too, traditional Chinese martial arts, specifically Tai Chi.
Really? Yeah, my master Wu Yun taught me.
You're such a jack of all trades. Totally versatile.
Let's spar properly when we get back. Soon they returned home.
Li Jilan was clearly a martial arts enthusiast too, so she wanted to spar with him.
Come on, Xiao Ling, don't hold back.
She assumed her stance.
Yang Ling also assumed a Tai Chi stance. Li Jilian launched a high kick, but in the next instant, Yang Ling's hand wrapped around her leg.
With effortless precision, he redirected her momentum, pulling her foot backward.
Li Jilian instantly lost her balance, her entire body pulled into Yang Ling's embrace.
Yang Ling immediately captured her lips with his own.
Xiao Ling, we haven't finished yet. Like this, I won't have any strength left. Alright, let's continue. This time, Li Jilian launched another flying roundhouse kick.
Her movements were swift and powerful, truly a sight to behold.
Before, young Ling could only dodge or brace for the impact. But having mastered Tai Chi, things were different now. He skillfully redirected her momentum, circling around to seize control of her beautiful leg and pull her into his embrace. "Aunt Lan, your taekwondo isn't quite up to par, is it? You little rascal. Fine, I admit defeat in martial arts. But tonight, I will defeat you." What followed was a fierce, all-out brawl. They started in the gym, standing and fighting, then moved to the living room sofa. Back and forth they went, neither yielding, neither willing to concede defeat. Finally, they fought their way into the bathroom, then the bedroom. In the end, Li Jilan was tightly pinned down by young Ling, defeated, and raised the white flag in surrender. Li Jilan absolutely adored this little wolf dog. Young Ling sat up and sighed. Earlier, he had already activated his breathing technique, but it had yielded no results. The scant inner energy within him hadn't grown either. He wondered what the legendary Taoist dual cultivation bedroom techniques were really like. It was the imperial cultivation technique practiced by ancient emperors. Li Jilian heard Yang Ling's sigh and felt deeply apologetic. But she couldn't help it either. She had exhausted every possible method, yet she couldn't subdue this mighty dragon. What could she possibly do? She couldn't bear the thought of him seeking other women. Unless. At that moment, she thought of Lin Wan. All these years, her best friend had endured loneliness for the sake of their daughter. "Xiao Ling, I'm hungry. Let's go grab something to eat. Aunt Lan, I need to head back to Aunt Wan's place." They texted saying she's running a high fever again. "Let's go together." Tonight, she would tell Lin Wan that she had a treasure right by her side. Chapter 142, Pregnant. After buying some treats, they soon arrived at Lin Wan's place. "Jilan, why did you come? We have the flu, will infect you." Li Jilan stepped forward, cupped Lin Wan's face, and kissed her. "What are you doing? The baby's here. It's totally fine. I know Aunt Lan's orientation, and I don't think it's a big deal." Lin Feifei smiled as she sat down beside young Ling, wrapping her arm around his. "Brother Ling, thank you for coming to take care of me again. Don't get the wrong idea, I'm here to take care of Aunt Wan, not you." Right. You're here to take care of my mom." She felt certain Yang Ling still liked her. Otherwise, why would he come back? Sure enough, his feelings hadn't changed. He'd just been hurt by her before and couldn't bring himself to show it. He even claimed he was here to take care of her mother. "We bought some food. Let's eat together, then we'll do the acupuncture and take the medicine later." By evening, Lin Wan and Lin Feifei's fevers had broken, and they were feeling much better. He also returned to the Bohemia community. Inside Lin Wan's room at that moment. "What are you up to, being so mysterious? Xiao Wan, I need you to help me with something. Couldn't you just say it over the phone? If I can help, why wouldn't I? I need you to keep Xiao Ling at your place." "What do you mean?" "Look, I need him to pretend to be my boyfriend to fool my parents. But if he marries some girl I don't know, will she still let him play that role?" "That's true. So if you keep him at your place and stop him from marrying someone else, you'll be helping me." Lin Wan frowned. But he doesn't like Fei Fei anymore. She wanted to keep young Ling at her place too. Then what should we do? Li Zhilong stared intently at her. "Xiao Wan, you have to help me. I finally found someone like Xiao Ling who's perfect for pretending to be my boyfriend. He's also my employee, I know him inside out, and my parents are so pleased with him. I can't lose him. Otherwise, I'll be driven crazy with nagging forever. I don't know what to do either. But rest assured, Xiao Ling probably isn't thinking about settling down right now. He's got too many complications and his career to focus on. But he'll get married someday." Li Jilian hugged Lin Wan. "Xiao Wan, why don't you give it a try?" Lin Wan jumped in surprise, feeling uneasy. Had her best friend figured something out? Try what? Don't get any ideas. "Xiao Wan. Fei Fei's all grown up now. Isn't it time you thought about yourself? Start living for yourself. Otherwise, in a few more years, you'll be old." "Shut up. What kind of nonsense are you thinking? Xiao Wan, Xiao Ling is so talented. In a few more years, his achievements will be limitless. Do you really think he'll still be around you guys then?" Lin Wan felt a twinge of anxiety deep inside. If Yang Ling got married in the future, the thought that it would never be possible made her heart ache. It felt like losing her anchor. "Stop talking nonsense. Go to sleep. Xiao Wan, you and Xiao Ling aren't even related by blood, just neighbors. Be kind to yourself. Don't be so hard on yourself. Life is still long. Oh, stop it. If you don't sleep soon, you're out of here." "Fine, I won't say another word. Time to sleep." Li Jilian's lips curved upward. Looks like she'd planted a seed in her best friend's mind. In the shadows, Lin Wan turned her head away, a faint smile also playing at the corners of her lips. She thought to herself, am I really that depressed? I'm perfectly happy every week. The next day, Yang Ling arrived at the club on time. Just as he reached the entrance, he ran into Li Jilian. "Good morning, Aunt Lan." "Good morning, Xiao Ling. Come with me for a moment." They entered the office. Li Jilian's expression was grave. Xiao Ling, I'm resigning. What? Why so suddenly? It's not sudden. I just hadn't told you before. This involves internal power struggles among Lin Wan's top management. Li Jilian explained briefly. Previously, she had been the executive president at headquarters. But not long ago, Lin Wan parachuted in a new president from the US, and her patron had resigned. The new CEO was pushing reforms, and the old president's faction would inevitably become targets. So her patron advised her to resign voluntarily to save face. Xiao Ling, I've earned enough money. I want to enjoy life properly and don't want to work anymore. And I certainly don't want you caught in the crossfire of my feud with that Lu Yunyuan. Yesterday, you nearly got crippled by Gao Chang. Fine, no problem. I'll resign from Aunt Lan's place too. Don't be ridiculous. You're a top talent. With all those clients, Lu Yunyuan wouldn't dare touch you. No. Once Aunt Wan recovers, I need to go to her village for a while. Yang Ling mentioned finding wild medicinal herbs. It could only be said that his knowledge was evolving too rapidly. Previously, he'd planned to find clients through the fitness club to meet more people. But now it seemed pointless. Earning money this way was simply too slow. Perfect matches weren't his forte. He's already amassed several million. It's time to figure out how to make money work for him. His greatest goal in life was to cure his mother, followed by achieving financial freedom. Oh, really? What about your clients? That's such a waste. No problem. Except for Li Yaohong and Wei Euro, who just signed up, everyone else will cancel their memberships. Alright, let's go together. But since your clients are leaving too, why don't we start a small, private health club? One that caters exclusively to high-end clients. That way, your talents won't go to waste and it won't be too hectic. I can bring many clients with me. However, at my level, I'm bound by a non-compete agreement. You'll have to be the legal representative. Fine. But it's too easy for that Lu Yunyuan. I won't let her off the hook. Don't worry. I'm leaving anyway. Why would I let that off easy? Do you think I've been CEO all these years for nothing? Yang Ling exited the office. Li Jilian pulled a pregnancy test from her handbag, gently rubbed her belly, and beamed with happiness. She'd gotten the results just yesterday. And it was the most crucial reason behind her decision to resign. She intended to devote herself entirely to waiting for the child's birth. She was already in her early 40s, advanced maternal age, so she needed to be careful and avoid any stress. Moreover, she had no intention of letting Yang Ling know about the child. She'll deal with it after the birth. By now, Yang Ling had already texted Zhang Qian and the others, instructing them to come refund the membership and course fees. He also mentioned it to Wei Euro. Before long, Wei Euro texted back. Coach Yang, after returning home, I went to the hospital for a checkup and only then realized how severe my previous fainting episode was. If not for your emergency treatment, I could have been in serious danger. I'd like to hire you as my health consultant. What do you think? Yang Ling's mind stirred. As the CEO of a publicly traded company, Wei Euro could teach him about finance and investment. It was often through such high-level figures that one could access insider policy information. Alright, let's discuss it in person. Yang Ling waited at the club for an hour. Then, Hu Yunjie entered with a foreign woman. The woman looked quite young, in her early 30s, with a stunning figure and beautiful face, blue eyes and blonde hair, the quintessential gorgeous foreign beauty. Hu Yunjie was actually treating this woman with utmost respect. Chapter 143, we only recognize him. They entered Li Jilian's office. At that moment, Lu Yunyuan approached him. Her face was radiant with smiles, exuding confidence and charm. Xiao Yang, I heard from General Manager Hu that General Manager Li has submitted his resignation. It's highly likely I'll be taking over. How about you come work under me? I promise you the highest commission rates and will give you even more resources. Yang Ling shot the woman a cold glance. This woman was indeed cunning in her dealings, leaving no trace of evidence. The best way to deal with such a woman was to destroy her reputation and strip her of everything. Then congratulations in advance, Manager Lu, Yang Ling said loudly. But I wouldn't dare work under you. Gao Chang's situation was simply too miserable. His voice drew the attention of several coaches, who immediately approached. They were all Gao Chang's friends. Xiao Yang, what happened to Gao Chang? Lu Yunyuan was startled. Nothing. Get back to work. Gao Chang's been detained, and you say nothing's wrong? Looks like, in your eyes, Madam Lu, we employees are nothing but your tools. Last time, you bribed Gao Chang to frame someone just to get rid of President Li. This time, you secretly smeared Gao Chang's background check, making it impossible for him to find work for a week and forcing him out of the fitness industry. You even told him it was President Li who changed things, inciting him to harm President Li and push him down a criminal path. Mr. Lu, you'll stop at nothing to climb the ladder. You've ruined Gao Chang. He has mortgages, car loans, and a family to support. Now he's jobless with a criminal record because of you. Many faces paled. Xiao Yang, are you serious? Absolutely. Last night, Gao Chang voluntarily reported this to the police in hopes of seeking Mr. Li's forgiveness.
Think about it, Mr. Li and Gao Chang had no conflict of interest. Why would he go to such lengths?
Firing him would have been enough.
He'd never stoop to smearing his reputation or sabotaging his background checks.
Everyone, keep your guard up from now on. You, Yang Ling, I'm suing you for defamation. Oh my, I'm so scared. Go ahead and sue me then. Don't you want to work at Le Manhwa anymore? Like I'd miss it? Since Mr. Li's leaving, I'm going with him. Many eyes fixed on Lu Yunyuan with hostility. Especially those close to Gao Chang, their expressions were utterly grim. Manager Lu, how could you do this? Don't believe him, he's just spouting nonsense.
Yang Ling, the first thing I'll do once I take over is fire you. I already said, no need for you to fire me, I'm leaving on my own.
In truth, Lu Yunyuan didn't want Yang Ling to leave.
First, he was genuinely capable and had secured numerous major clients.
Second, she wanted to keep him under her thumb. Oomph, how utterly clueless.
What good are your theories and technical skills?
Our major clients, our high-end clients, they only recognize the brand.
They only recognize Le Manhwa.
If you leave, we'll lose those big accounts. I don't care. In that case, Zhao Gang, you can take over Yang Ling's clients. Alright, thanks, Manager Lu. No, President Lu.
Several faces lit up with delight. Just then, Jiang Xue and the others arrived.
Oh, Ms. Shang, Ms. Wan, you're here? Just wanted to let you know, Coach Yang is resigning for personal reasons.
I'll arrange for more professional staff to handle your sessions. Rest assured.
From now on, if you want to work out, just come to Le Manhwa. We'll keep providing the best service. What? Coach Yang is resigning? That won't do. We don't recognize Le Manhwa, we only recognize Coach Yang. Exactly. We came to Le Manhwa because of Coach Yang's expertise.
If he's leaving, we're canceling our memberships and demanding refunds for our course fees.
Lu Yunyuan's face turned pale.
The others looked utterly stunned. Previously, many instructors had left, but clients always stayed with Le Manhwa, they just switched trainers.
Why were these clients so loyal? Why did they only recognize Yang Ling? Damn, how did he pull that off? Could it be that he had made these female clients exceptionally satisfied?
They felt a deep sense of admiration. These clients clearly embody the saying 30 like wolves, 40 like tigers.
Just how big is Yang Ling?
Thank you all for your kindness, sisters, Yang Ling said with a beaming smile.
Having more sisters is always a good thing. No problem, Coach Yang. After you resign, would you consider becoming my personal health consultant?
I'll offer you an annual salary of 500,000 yuan.
Zhang Qian thought to herself, if they spent every day together, wouldn't their fake relationship eventually turn real?
Just thinking about that wild Friday night made her legs tremble.
No way. Be my personal trainer instead.
I'll give you 1,000,000 yuan a year.
Wen Ruyan chimed in immediately. Oh, stop arguing. We're sisters. Why don't we just hire Coach Yang together? Xiao Shangxue suggested. Right, let's hire him together. Lu Yunyuan looked utterly incredulous.
The others were filled with envy.
My goodness, to be a coach at this level is simply incredible.
With these clients, he'd never have to worry about anything for the rest of his life.
Coach Yang, I'll give you 5 million to be my exclusive health consultant. Wei Euro approached.
A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Before coming, she'd planned to offer 1 million that should have been enough. Little did she know Yang Ling actually had that many clients, and every single one was satisfied with him.
It was clear he must be highly professional.
In that case, she'd set a higher price. The crowd gasped.
Good heavens, 5 million? You couldn't earn that in a lifetime as a coach.
Now it was Jiang Xue and the others' turn to be stunned.
Wow. That little rascal found someone better than them?
Wei Euro looked to be only 27 or 28, younger than them.
And apparently, she's wealthier than them too. No way. They exchanged a glance. I'll offer 10 million. Wen Ruyan's expression remained calm.
Well, her several apartment buildings brought in over 1 million in rent each month. Over the years, she'd spent sparingly, leaving hundreds of millions in her accounts.
The crowd was once again stunned into silence.
If Zhang Qian and the others were bidding, it might be because they had something going on with Yang Ling.
But Wei Euro must have been drawn to Yang Ling's expertise, or perhaps repaying the debt of saving her life last time. And now, the seemingly gentle and virtuous young woman was offering 10 million outright? How much did she covet Yang Ling?
In Wen Ruyan's eyes, Yang Ling saw a fierce possessiveness. He swallowed hard. What should he do?
Ms. Wen was getting serious. What if she makes me keep my distance from all women? That's impossible.
After all, he still wanted to practice Taoist dual cultivation techniques. He also wants to strengthen his internal energy so he can use silver needles to transfer qi and prolong his mother's life.
Just then, Li Jilian, Hu Yunjie, and that foreign woman emerged. Mr. Lu, what's going on? Why is everyone gathered here? Lu Yunyuan didn't know what to say. Xiaoling, what's going on? Li Jilian was equally shocked inside. These clients had all actually shown up. Could it be? Ling has something going on with them too? Are they also leaving?
General Manager Lu said she'd fire me and reassign my clients to others, but when my clients found out I was leaving, they all came to cancel their memberships and refund their course fees, Yang Ling said with an innocent look.
What? They're canceling their memberships and refunding their course fees? Hu Yunjie exclaimed.
Esteemed clients, Li Meihui is a premier fitness brand. Our trainers are the best in the industry.
Enough talk, just process the refunds. Exactly. We value Coach Yang's expertise, not your gym. This. Young Yang, please stay. We'll renegotiate your terms and guarantee your satisfaction. No thanks. Since Manager Li quit, I have to leave too. Otherwise, won't that Lu Yunyuan target me to death?
She's been picking on me since my first day here.
Last night, she even incited Gao Chang to attack me.
If it weren't for Mr. Li knowing Taekwondo, my hands would have been crippled. When Ruyan and Zhang Qian's faces instantly turned icy. They stepped forward and slapped Lu Yunyuan across the face.
Chapter 144, Resignation. You. Did you order someone to attack Coach Yang? Zhang Qian screamed. You, who do you think you are, hitting me? Lu Yunyuan retorted angrily. I'm hitting you because I want to.
I'm Zhang Qian from Ning University Industrial.
Call the police or seek revenge, it's your choice.
But if you ever dare bully Coach Yang again, I'll make sure you can't survive in Ningcheng.
You.
Lu Yunyuan was overcome with terror.
Oh my god. This woman, from Jiangxue Industrial?
They're the local industrial tycoons, rich as hell and with connections everywhere. Unlike listed companies, these industrial conglomerates wield terrifying local influence.
Who was she?
Just a lowly manager. She may lord it over others at work, but in reality, in Ningcheng, she's nothing.
What kind of magic does this young Ling have? What's going on? The beautiful foreign woman frowned. Annie, it's like this.
Li Jilian explained the situation with Gao Chang, revealing that Lu Yunyuan had resorted to underhanded tactics to climb the ranks, costing the club a top-tier coach. The foreign woman's expression darkened.
Lu, I demand an explanation. No, it wasn't her. Ms. Li framed me. I never did anything like that.
Lu Yunyan was certain Gao Chang had no proof, since she only mentioned it to him. Perhaps Li Jilan was smearing him.
She only said maybe. And it was over the phone. Gao Chang was a stubborn fool, easy to deceive.
All she had to do was insist she had nothing to do with it. After all, Hu Yunjie was backing her up. She's a key player at the Ningcheng branch, controlling so many clients. Ms. Li, you signed a non-compete agreement.
If you're leaving, just leave. Why drag your team along? Taking clients with you? That's highly unprofessional. I didn't tell them to leave. Coach Yang is the professional here. You can try to keep them if you want.
These matters are no longer my concern.
Li Jilan glanced toward the entrance, a faint smile playing on her lips. Several women stormed in, their expressions fierce. Who's Lu Yunyuan? I am.
All of them were quite voluptuous, some even with large ears and chubby faces. But they shared one common trait: they looked extremely wealthy, the nouveau riche kind.
You seduced my husband? Slept with him just to get him to sign up for that card? They rushed forward, some yanking Lu Yunyuan's hair, others slapping her face. Lu Yunyuan was utterly bewildered.
The others were just as bewildered.
What's going on? Why are you hitting her? Stop them.
The foreign woman was horrified.
She had only come for an inspection today. How had she gotten into so much trouble? Lu Yunyuan's people immediately stepped forward to restrain the women. What's going on? Are you Li Meihui bullying people with your power? Fine, just you wait. I'll make sure this S reputation is ruined. Lu Yunyuan's face was filled with terror and shame. I'm calling the police. Call them. Hurry up and call them. How dare you seduce someone else's husband? Hu Yunjie's face turned green. He knew Lu Yunyuan might be promiscuous, but he hadn't realized it was this bad.
The other woman's wife had come looking for her.
The foreign woman couldn't comprehend it at all.
Li Jilong hurriedly explained in English.
What? Lu Yunyuan, on behalf of the board, I formally dismiss you.
You've tarnished Li Meihui's reputation. The foreign woman's face was flushed with anger.
Li Meihui is a fitness club. It's healthy, it's wholesome, it's about providing people with a healthy lifestyle. It's not for you to turn into a den of iniquity for money. No, don't. You can't fire me. Lu Yunyuan's face twisted with shock and fury.
Everything she'd done was to climb the ladder. Ms. Annie, Lu Yunyuan truly is the most suitable candidate at present. Mr. Hu, I absolutely cannot tolerate such individuals in my team.
Anne's expression turned icy as she turned to look at Li Jilan. Ms. Li, please stay. And Coach Yang, I'll give you both raises. No need. I'm done cleaning up this mess. I'm tired. Ms. Annie, if you want to reform, I support you. Good luck. Soon after, the police arrived and took away those women and Lu Yunyuan. None of this concerned young Ling anymore.
Zhang Qian and the others smoothly withdrew from the club and cancelled their classes.
Yang Ling also resigned. Ms. Wei, it's lunchtime. How about we grab a bite and chat over food? Wei Euro frowned, glancing at Wen Ruyan and Zhang Qian. No need. Her expression turned cold as she turned and walked away gracefully. Oomph. What's with the act? Little Ling, we don't need you. Big sis will take care of you. Zhang Qian said. Exactly, Xiao Ling. I'll take care of you too, Xiao Shangxue chimed in with a smile. Her alluring face always made men feel restless. Yang Ling had hoped to use Wei Euro as a gateway into the financial investment industry. But now it seemed Wei Euro probably thought he had that kind of relationship with Zhang Qian and the others. But that was fine. He planned to study financial investment books first. Arming himself with knowledge would make practical application easier. Xianqian, Ruyan, do you two know who she is? No idea. Probably some rich kid's daughter? She's Wei Euro, the CEO of Star Group. What? Her? Ningqing's youngest entrepreneur? President of the publicly listed Star Group? Yes. No problem. I'm not afraid of her. Our Zhang family runs a real business, not a listed company. We're also major taxpayers in Ningcheng. Even if she's powerful, she can't touch me. You two have no reason to exploit this conflict. I just feel sorry for Xiao Ling. They headed downstairs to a famous barbecue restaurant for dinner. Aunt Lan, those guys who beat up Lu Yunyuan, that was your doing? Yes. I've had my eye on her for a while. My people snapped photos of her entering a hotel with several men. This Lu Yunyuan is really going all out, isn't she? She's just tarnishing the industry's reputation. It's a character issue. Li Zhilan looked at everyone. Ruyan, Qianqian, Shangxue, since you all want Xiao Ling as your coach, why not start a private club or something? Xiao Ling alone is more than capable of providing you with perfect service. He knows traditional Chinese medicine, can diagnose your physical issues, and create tailored plans for you. His fitness knowledge surpasses mine. Now he's mastered yoga and even offers massage therapy. You'd be better off investing in Xiao Ling. Lon is right. Instead of going to other gyms, let's pool our money for Xiao Ling. We can schedule weekly sessions at a private club, work out together, bond, share stories, and gain health in the process. Everyone's eyes lit up. Alright, I'll find a place. I know a good spot, Zhang Qian said. They discussed the details. Yang Ling suddenly realized this kind of service was far better than going to the gym. All the money went into his pocket. And these ladies were genuinely generous. They were practically all financially independent. At this age, they cared deeply about their figures, health, and skin. And naturally, they have robust needs in that department too. Take Xiao Shangxue, for instance. She has a husband, but in her youth, she married a man 20 years her senior for his wealth. Now that man is 60 and his health isn't what it used to be. Meanwhile, upstairs at Lemaihui, Lu Yunyuan entered with a grim expression, looking thoroughly disheveled. Chapter 145, The Adulterous Couple. Lu Yunyuan, why are you back? Zhao Gang asked in surprise. Why can't I come back? I didn't break any laws. I was beaten up. Those ES have been detained. Don't you have any idea why you got beaten up? What? You think I'm that kind of person too? No. But you are that kind of person, aren't you? All these years, if it weren't for me, would you guys even have that much money every month? Stinking men, all the same. Ha. Used to call me Manager Lu, now you just throw my name around. Do you want to keep working here? I can make that happen. You arrange it? Yes. Annie asked me to temporarily take over your position. Oh. Impressive. But I don't care. I'm getting married, becoming a rich wife. There were plenty of rich second-generation guys chasing me before. Once I'm a rich wife myself, just wait till I tear their mouths apart. And Yang Ling and Li Jilian, just you wait. Lu Yunyuan packed her things and left. Not long after, Yang Ling and the others finished lunch and he headed back with Wen Ruyan and Zhang Qian. Yang Ling, I'm telling you have to be careful around Xiao Shangxue. Ha? Isn't she your bestie? Why should I be careful around her? Guard against friends as much as thieves, you know? Zhang Qian glanced at Wen Ruyan, feeling a bit guilty. It seemed that Wen Ruyan's lack of caution had allowed her to get away with it. Before her best friend could even eat, she'd already taken a bite. Then why don't you two watch each other? Ruyan even had me pretend to be your boyfriend. Yang Ling recalled that night's dream so vivid. He dreamed Zhang Qian was galloping. We're different. We're best friends, as close as sisters, right, Ruyan? Wen Ruyan actually regretted it deep down, but there was nothing she could do now. Besides, all these years, if not for Zhang Qian, she wouldn't be where she was today. Qianqian's right, Yang Ling. You need to keep your distance from Xiao Shangxue. That woman isn't simple. She has a husband, and he's no ordinary man. Then aren't you guys setting me up? Look at the way she stares at me like she wants to eat me alive. Right. Here's what we'll do, from now on, when we go to private clubs, we'll all go together. Don't be alone with her, and you'll be fine. Bottom line, you're serving us with your professional skills, not selling yourself. Got it? Yang Ling inwardly scoffed. You women are all so damn tempting, how could I possibly resist? Still, though he had a touch of Chow Chow's ruthlessness, this was modern society. He had no desire for anything beyond friendship with a married woman. Just then, he received a message from Wu Yun. Xiaoling, I've got info on wild ginseng. 3 households in our Ningcheng have collections, and the famous pharmaceutical brand Baozatang also sells it, though at exorbitant prices. I've heard that all 3 of those family collections were acquired at auctions. Their top-tier specimens, one fetched over 100 million yuan, and the other 2 are in the tens of millions range. The ones from Baozatang are usable too, but the cheapest starts at over $1 million. Think carefully, this could be a bottomless pit. Teacher, I've made up my mind. I must cure my mother. Alright. Your teacher here will sell everything I own to help you. I'll reach out to my contacts in other provinces. Oh, and the day after tomorrow, I'll arrange for you to take the traditional Chinese medicine exam. Get ready. Also, note that modern TCM exams differ significantly from our ancestral knowledge. For instance, the same herb might have different names. So before the exam, go to Ningda Medical College and find a medical professor. He has a complete set of modern Chinese medicine theory books. Read them all. Also, visit the Ningda University library, they have a lot of medical books there too. Oh, and his research project focuses on Chinese herbs and liver cell repair. If you're interested, you might want to look into it. Ning University is a comprehensive institution encompassing numerous colleges. Among them, Ningda Medical College is quite renowned in Ningcheng. After dropping off Wen Ruiyan and Zhang Qian, he hailed a taxi to Ningcheng University Medical School to contact Professor Sun Boheo. He waited outside one of the buildings. Oh, isn't this Yang Ling? Yang Ling frowned. What rotten luck. Running into that couple right here. The guy was Su Zhengkuan, Li Hongliang's high school classmate. The girl was his girlfriend, Meng Yi. Yang Ling, heard you just graduated and Fei Fei dumped you? I told you guys weren't on the same level. See? I was right. There are too many college graduates these days, and many can't find jobs. Your mechanical engineering major isn't even as sought after as someone with a vocational degree in machine tool operation. Your family's poor. You couldn't give Fei Fei the life she wanted anyway. Breaking up was for the best. Unlike Zhengkuan studying medicine. He'll breeze through job hunting after graduation. Plus, he's already a candidate for Professor Sun's research project. His future's wide open. You know Professor Sun Boheo, right? He's a renowned expert in both Chinese and Western medicine at Ningda Medical College, ranked among the best in the country. Meng Yi gazed at Su Zhengkuan with admiration. Su Zhengkuan adjusted his glasses, his face radiating pride. Well, being selected as a candidate for Professor Sun Boheo's research project was certainly something to be proud of. By the way, Yang Ling, I heard from Li Hongliang that you were handing out flyers on Business Road? Have you found a proper job yet? Need me to help you look? I know quite a few people and have connections in Ningcheng. The 2 men chatted away, completely absorbed in their own conversation. Their eyes never once met Yang Ling's. It had always been that way, and it still was. As the saying goes, being handsome and dating the campus beauty naturally made him a target for everyone. Back at Ningcheng University, Yang Ling was a thorn in many people's sides, especially since quite a few guys had their eyes on Lin Feifei. Especially those connected to Li Hongliang and Lin Layuan. When Lin Feifei invited him to parties back then, this couple was the main force belittling him. Their sole purpose? To embarrass Lin Feifei and gradually change her attitude toward him. Sure enough, after a while, Lin Feifei changed. They also took every opportunity to flaunt their superiority in front of Yang Ling. After all, they'd successfully pulled Lin Feifei into their little clique. How could a broke loser like Yang Ling possibly belong in their circle? Are you done? Done. Yang Ling, don't feel embarrassed by all this talk, okay? These days, it's embarrassing to be unemployed. I'm only helping you find a job because of Fei Fei. No thanks. If you're done, get lost. Ha! You take kindness for granted. But the one who should be leaving is you. I'm here for an interview today. If I pass, I'll become Professor Sun's student. Just then, a middle-aged man came trotting over in a hurry. He looked thin, with a head full of white hair, wearing thick glasses that gave him an air of scholarly erudition. Professor Sun, hello. I'm deeply honored you came out to greet me personally, Su Zhengkuan hurriedly said. Wow, Zhengkuan, Professor Sun actually came out to greet you? You must be truly outstanding. Chapter 146, Distinction. Sun Boheo watched the 2 men, his brow furrowing. Which one of you is Yang Ling? That's me. Pleased to meet you, Professor Sunday. Sun Boheo's frown deepened. Follow me. He turned and walked away. All right. He immediately followed Sun Boheo. Su Zhengkuan and Meng Yi exchanged awkward glances. Is Professor Sun here to greet Yang Ling? What's going on? Yang Ling and Professor Sun, they're worlds apart, right? Could Yang Ling have pulled some strings to get a menial job with Professor Sun? That's unlikely too, even for menial work, they'd need medical students. He can't be here for work. Ah, I get it. Yang Ling's mom is sick, right?
He must have been referred to Professor Sun for treatment because Professor Sun specializes in liver diseases.
Right, that must be it. But how did Jiang Ling even get connected to Professor Sun? Could it be through Lin Feifei's mom? Meng Yi, you ask her. Forget it. She's already befriended me and Lu Yan, claiming we're corrupting her. Ha, that woman is hilarious. Then we won't ask. Yang Ling's just a nobody. Doesn't matter.
They had always worked hard to belittle Yang Ling, naturally hoping he wouldn't amount to anything.
At that moment, Yang Ling followed behind Sun Boheo.
This Professor Sun had quite an imposing presence.
Was this what an expert was like?
He hadn't sensed this kind of presence in Wu Yun. Wu Yun was very amiable, without any airs, and there was even a trace of compassion in his eyes, like an old Chinese medicine doctor who practiced medicine to save lives.
Young Yang, are you truly Professor Wu's disciple? Which medical school did you graduate from? I graduated from Ningda. Oh? You graduated from Ningda? To be recognized by Teacher Wu, you must be quite exceptional. Aren't you planning to pursue graduate studies?
Well, I originally majored in mechanical engineering.
I've only recently started learning medicine and am studying traditional Chinese medicine under Teacher Wu. What? Mechanical engineering?
Sun Boheo looked utterly speechless.
Ah, Teacher Wu is still so stubborn.
I recommended some outstanding students to him before, but he refused them.
He insists that traditional Chinese medicine must be passed down to those with no medical background. Absolutely no students trained in medical schools.
Seriously, what era is this?
Modern medicine doesn't reject traditional Chinese medicine. Why does he cling to his stubborn views?
I'm genuinely worried his Wu family medical techniques will be lost.
Yang Ling didn't know how to respond. These old masters all have their own academic convictions.
He hadn't known Wu Yun had such a rule.
It won't be lost.
I'll carry on the legacy properly. Sun Boheo shook his head.
Never mind.
If Teacher Wu is willing to help you like this, perhaps you possess exceptional talent. Work hard then, and strive to become a healer like Teacher Wu in the future.
I will.
They soon entered an office with a row of bookshelves lining the walls. In the center stood a long, rectangular wooden table.
This is my collection. There are many books on traditional Chinese medicine, as well as research papers on modern Chinese medicine.
You'll also find knowledge and case studies on integrating Chinese and Western medicine.
You're welcome to read them all.
Focus on those 5 books.
Passing the exam won't be difficult. Remember, don't mess up the arrangement of these books.
It's organized this way to make it easier for students to look up information.
With that, Sun Boheo exited the room. Yang Ling gazed at the bookshelves, a flicker of fervor lighting up his eyes.
He had long been addicted to the process of constantly absorbing knowledge. These books were arranged perfectly from basic to advanced, from broad to detailed, and the collection wasn't overwhelming. He immediately picked up a book to read.
An hour later, he frowned.
Indeed, much of the knowledge here differed from what Wu Yun had taught him.
No wonder Wu Yun didn't accept medical school graduates. First, what these graduates learned might differ from Wu Yun's teachings.
Second, these graduates were likely arrogant, probably thinking they were more superior as academics than folk medicine practitioners. The more he read, the more puzzled he became. He immediately called Wu Yun and shared his discovery. Much of what these books described differed from what Wu Yun taught. Xiaoyang, if you find something questionable, just keep it in mind. You'll understand when you encounter it later.
Remember, traditional Chinese medicine is experiential medicine. You won't learn much of the real stuff in academia. Do you know that many practitioners at traditional Chinese medicine hospitals today rely on Western medical equipment? Isn't that ridiculous?
That Sun Bo is a fine example. He thinks mixing in some modern theories makes it modern Chinese medicine.
Spends all day in the lab utter nonsense. What they're learning is all about making money.
Most graduates from those academies can't actually treat illnesses, they just know how to prescribe pills. They dish out a mountain of medications, which only complicates the problem.
At least it boosts the economy. Yeah, just remember this stuff. Don't go spreading it around, okay? Traditional Chinese medicine has finally started to gain traction these past few years. We can't afford to have it suppressed again. Keep a low profile too, so you don't become a target for certain forces. Of course, some aspects have merit, especially when modern technology is used to develop herbal formulations. Some show genuinely good results. You might want to jot that down. Yang Ling hadn't realized the intricacies involved ran so deep. By evening, a towering stack of books had piled up on his desk. He had read them all. His eyes were truly opened. He realized that modern Chinese medicine wasn't as inferior as Wu Yun had claimed. At the very least, it was far more accessible for ordinary people to learn. But to delve deeply into it? That was impossible. Perhaps the ultimate destination for this academic approach is the integration of Chinese and Western medicine. To truly master the craft, one must still seek a master and become a disciple in a master's studio. Just then, several young men entered. "Who are you?" Why are you in Professor Sun's office? And why have you left his books in such disarray? Do you realize these books are meant for Professor Sun's students to consult? How are we supposed to find them now that you've made such a mess? I'll put them back. How can you put them back when you've made such a mess?
Seriously, now we'll have to spend ages organizing them again.
Just then, Sun Boheo walked in. Seeing the mess on the desk, he immediately frowned. Xiaoyang, didn't I tell you not to mess things up? Sorry, Professor Sunday. I read pretty fast, so I finished them first. I'll organize them right now. He picked up a pile of books and immediately began putting them away.
For him, having a photographic memory naturally extended to remembering the arrangement of books.
How long do you expect to be alone? You lot, go help him.
Yes, Professor Sunday. The young men sprang into action. Soon, Sun Boheo was filled with astonishment. Yang Ling carried large stacks of books each time, and every single one was placed in the correct spot. Meanwhile, many of the books placed by the others were misplaced. Soon, all the books on the desk were neatly arranged.
Yang Ling glanced over, then immediately pulled out some books. Hey, buddy, we just finished organizing them. Why are you taking them out? They're in the wrong spots. Yang Ling returned the books to their proper places. Sun Boheo's face turned pale with shock. It's his first day here, right? How could he possibly remember the location of every single book? Could it be he has an exceptional memory? If so, he'd make a promising candidate for medical studies. No wonder Wu Yun, such a proud practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, took him as a disciple.
How do you know this is correct? A young man challenged, his face brimming with defiance.
Alright, take the books you need and head back.
Yes, Professor Sunday.
After they left, Sun Boheo voiced his curiosity. Chapter 147, Joining. Xiaoyang, you actually memorized the location of every book? Professor Sun told me not to mess things up, so before taking any books, I memorized their exact locations. Well, my memory's pretty good.
A hint of admiration flashed in Sun Boheo's eyes.
Impressive. But why did you bring down so many books? You'd be lucky to finish one this afternoon. I've read many of these books multiple times before I could practically recite them by heart.
I brought them down to look up references and verify some of my own ideas.
I've noticed quite a few differences between modern Chinese medicine and what teacher Wu taught me. Professor Sun, many theories in modern medicine require clinical evidence to validate them.
Yet in traditional medicine, numerous practices cannot be clinically substantiated. They appear profoundly mysterious, yet they effectively treat illnesses.
So, would you say it's scientific or unscientific?
Sun Boheo paused for a moment.
Wow. This must be the debater sent by teacher Wu to challenge him, right? His interest was instantly piqued.
Truth be told, he and Wu Yun had long held divergent views that often clashed, leading to heated arguments where both would end up red-faced. Yet, he and Wu Yun had also forged a deep friendship. In his heart, Wu Yun was his mentor.
However, Wu Yun remained steadfastly traditional, believing that a physician should practice medicine and heal the world.
Yet he felt that many therapeutic methods in traditional Chinese medicine and Taoist medicine defied scientific explanation, relying purely on experience.
This, he believed, hindered the transmission of knowledge. That's why he pursued research in traditional Chinese medicine.
He sought to demonstrate the effects of each formula in the laboratory, aiming to prove their underlying principles. Drawing on his knowledge, experience, and understanding of Western medicine, he discussed his ideas with Yang Ling. The more they discussed, the more excited he became. He discovered that Yang Ling could casually recount numerous cases of difficult and complex illnesses, even detailing the TCM treatment methods used. Many of these cases were ones he had never encountered before. Crucially, this fellow could effortlessly draw upon his knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. He could effortlessly name the various different names for medicinal herbs. He was practically a walking encyclopedia of traditional Chinese medicine. And he wasn't just parroting textbook knowledge, he had his own insights and understanding. Could this guy have been a divine healer in a past life? Reborn? Thinking of his own students, even the masters and doctoral candidates who among them could engage in such lengthy discussions with him? After 10 years of medical training, none possessed such breadth of knowledge. Xiaoyang, you're pulling my leg, right? Ha? You said you've only been studying traditional Chinese medicine for a short time, but you're clearly someone teacher who's specially trained and is only now letting out into the world, right?
Well, yes. Exactly.
Teacher Wu's been keeping this under wraps. Sun Boheo stared at Yang Ling, his eyes gleaming.
Xiaoyang, do you approve of using modern scientific methods to study traditional Chinese medicine formulas? Yang Ling nodded. Using multiple approaches to study TCM is excellent. I believe many traditional methods are highly effective, though modern science hasn't yet validated them.
If we can prove their efficacy, it would benefit all humanity and allow for widespread adoption. That's precisely the weakness of traditional Chinese medicine. Many people find it too esoteric, dismissing it as superstition. This also creates fertile ground for charlatans and quacks.
Excellent. Brilliant. Great minds think alike.
Sun Boheo slapped Yang Ling's shoulder with enthusiasm.
Young Yang, I was worried you'd be as rigid as Professor Sunday. Young minds really think differently, huh? Come help me. I need talent like yours truly. Yang Ling's thoughts stirred.
He knew Sun Boheo specialized in liver diseases and was currently researching the reversal of advanced cirrhosis. Joining this effort would not only open more avenues for learning systematic knowledge but also grant him access to such cutting-edge research. He was willing to try anything that could cure his mother. Besides, he'd already resigned.
Professor Sun, I don't have a medical background from the academy. Would I be a burden? Ha! Backgrounds? That's easy enough. I'll give you one.
I only studied traditional Chinese medicine. I don't have knowledge in other disciplines.
Your research probably requires expertise across many fields, right? No problem.
I mainly want to tap into your traditional medical mindset and knowledge. You might not know this, but experts of Wu Yun's caliber look down on my research, so I can't find suitable talent.
He actually wanted someone like Wu Yun to assist him.
But those guys all think he's wasting his time.
While Yang Ling was still young and hadn't been too deeply influenced by Wu Yun's mindset, he'd bring him on board first. Alright, I'm in. Could Professor Sun list all the subjects I need to study in the corresponding books? No need. Just focus on your strengths. Human energy is limited. I only have a basic understanding. Just list them for me. Hey, my energy is limitless. Alright.
Sun Boheo was pleased. He picked up a list, crossed out a name, and wrote Yang Ling's name in its place. Yang Ling glanced at it. Holy cow, the name crossed off was Su Zhenkuan's.
Professor Sun, am I replacing Su Zhenkuan? Do you know him? Are you close? Not really. Just met him recently. Then it's fine. That guy loves to show off.
His science skills are barely passable.
He's not cut out for academic research.
He just wants to get in to build his credentials. I don't care for him.
If I hadn't been desperate for someone, I wouldn't have let him in.
Next, Sun Bo listed numerous disciplines and books.
Systems biology, computational biology. Xiaoyang, all these books are available in the library. You can go check them out. Thanks, Professor Sunday. There's one thing.
He mentioned his mother's situation.
I see. At this stage, a liver transplant is the only option.
As for our research, we still don't know if it will succeed. For now, just follow Teacher Wu's approach.
Our project doesn't start for another 2 months next semester when classes begin.
You still have plenty of time to prepare.
Come on, let's grab dinner. Afterward, I'll take you to the library.
I'll speak with the librarian and arrange for you to get a library card with the highest access privileges.
It was just past 7 when they left Professor Sun's office.
The two grabbed a quick bite at the cafeteria before heading straight to the library. He planned to spend the coming days immersed in reading. The subjects Professor Sun had listed weren't urgent. For now, his priority was to earn more money to buy ginseng. With prices running into the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, he couldn't afford to live off others.
He couldn't very well ask Zhang Qian and the others to foot the bill.
They were wealthy women, not fools. He wasn't confident enough to expect them to foot the bill like that. He still had a few million left. To make money work for him, his only options were investment and gambling.
Gambling was out of the question 9 times out of 10, you lose. Investment was the only option left.
These days, unlike the boom times of the past few decades, it's tough for ordinary folks to strike it rich. Investing in real industries wasn't realistic for him. The returns were too slow, and he didn't have the energy for it. For high returns that leverage his photographic memory, only financial investments, stocks, bonds, funds, gold fit the bill. If you don't manage your wealth won't manage you. He wondered if he read more books than even the most seasoned independent financial advisor and could scan vast amounts of information and policy updates daily, could he become a formidable investor? This, he believes, is the best way to make money work for you. However, investing carries significant risk. Even Warren Buffett's highest annualized return barely reaches 20%.
Caution is essential.
Better to read extensively first, then gradually dip your toes in.
Better safe than sorry.
They quickly headed to the library. Sun Boheo led Yang Ling to several rows of bookshelves inside.
The books you need are all here. Come on, let's get you a library card.
After walking a few steps, they suddenly spotted a couple kissing in a corner, their hands reaching into each other's, completely lost in the moment.
Ha! It was Su Zhenkuan and Meng Yi? These two, instead of getting a room, they come to the library to do this?
Disgraceful, Sun Boheo muttered coldly. They didn't disturb the lovebirds.
Soon, with the card processed, Sun Boheo prepared to leave. Good evening, Professor Sunday.
Sun Boheo and Yang Ling turned around to see Su Zhenkuan and Meng Yi. Meng Yi's cheeks were rosy, her eyes glistening.
Sun Boheo nodded coldly. Su, heading back? Not yet. I still have to study. I can't let Professor Sun down.
Next semester, I'll be in top form to benefit from his guidance.
I just came over to say hello since I saw you. Su Zhenkuan's face beamed with joy. He and Meng Yi had come here for a date.
With the holidays approaching and the library nearly empty, hiding in a corner for a kiss felt especially romantic.
They could even pretend to read while slipping their hands into.
He never expected to run into Sun Boheo. This way, he could win her favor again.
Chapter 148, Re-encountering the Campus Belle. You came to read?
I just saw you and your little girlfriend in the corner.
Su Zhenkuan and Mangi instantly flushed with embarrassment.
I don't object to students dating, but this is the library.
Mind your manners.
Yes, yes. Oh, and you can't join my project for now.
Ha? Professor Sun, didn't you say I was accepted? Su Zhenkuan's face paled. Keep working hard. Focus on getting into graduate school first. There will be opportunities to join later.
Professor Sun, is it because of what happened with Mangi earlier?
Rest assured, I won't neglect my studies. Even if you ask me to break up with Mangi, I can do that. I'll focus entirely on research. Sun Bo's project was a key initiative at Ning University.
Joining it would be an incredible credential, promising boundless prospects.
Then he could meet higher caliber women.
This Mangi was just a way to pass the time in college and show off. I dumped her after graduation.
Mangi's expression froze. Su Zhenkuan, what did you say? Mangi, between academics and romance, I choose academics. Xiao Su, you've got it all wrong. How could I possibly break up a couple? It has nothing to do with anything, it's simply that you didn't meet my standards. That's all. With that, Sun Boheo turned and left.
Su Zhenkuan's face darkened as he turned to look at Yang Ling.
Yang Ling, did you badmouth me to Professor Sun?
Su Zhenkuan, you abandoned your girlfriend just to join Professor Sun's project. You're no different from those men in ancient times who deserted their wives and children after high school.
Now you're making baseless accusations. With such unprincipled behavior, it's fortunate Professor Sun didn't accept you.
Yang's face twisted with sarcasm.
What exactly is your relationship with Professor Sun?
We're very close.
Su Zhenkuan gritted his teeth. Yang Ling, I'm sorry. I was wrong before.
Please, let me join Professor Sun's team.
I don't want to bring down Professor Sun's team.
He turned to grab his books.
Smack!
A sharp crack echoed. He turned back to see Meng Yi slap Su Zhenkuan across the face.
Meng Yi, why did you hit me? You jerk! We're done! With that, Meng Yi ran out of the library.
Su Zhenkuan glared at Yang Ling with a dark, vicious expression. Yang Ling shook his head and turned to leave.
He couldn't be bothered with people like that.
Still, making him suffer felt like a small victory.
This man's character was truly unsavory.
Back in college, he treated others kindly, and most people treated him well in return.
But the likes of Li Hongliang and Su Zhenkuan, they must have had something wrong with their heads.
They targeted him at every turn, all because of Lin Feifei.
Senior, long time no see.
A soft, cool voice rang out, tinged with excitement. He turned his head and was struck by sheer astonishment.
It was Xia Siyu. This campus beauty was even more stunning than Lin Feifei, and her aristocratic aura as a family heiress was undeniable. Xia Siyu, Jr. Long time no see. With the holidays approaching, you're still studying on campus? He actually held quite a bit of affection for this campus beauty.
After all, she'd brought him chicken drumsticks on their first meeting.
Yeah, I've been cramming for my major courses lately. Senior, what about you? Haven't found a job yet? Or planning to take the postgraduate entrance exam? Xia Siyu took a look at Yang Ling.
She noticed his attire was much better than when they last met. Last time, his shoes were worn out, his jeans faded from washing. He'd only eaten steamed buns and eggs.
Graduate school. That's a good idea. These days there are too many college graduates, and competition is fierce, especially since AI came along. A lot of people can't find jobs. But what if you still can't find a job after getting your master's? What did you study for, senior? Psychology. Psychology? That's one of Ningda's top programs.
You'll definitely find work as a psychologist, counselor, or school psychologist.
All viable options. Xia Siyu was a bit speechless. What's with this senior? Last time we talked about literature and platonic love, and it went great. Now he just answers whatever I ask. Does he really not want to talk to me? That's so dismissive. Which guy doesn't make small talk when he sees me?
Only he keeps acting so aloof toward me.
Could it be because he comes from a poor family, feels inferior, and puts on airs when he sees me dressed so well and looking so pretty? Yeah, that must be it.
If it were any other guy acting like this, she'd have stopped paying attention ages ago.
Or rather, she never imagined she'd have anything to do with a guy like that. But that literary discussion last time, she couldn't stop thinking about it. It felt like a kind of spiritual resonance. She'd grown up in luxury, never wanting for anything materially. Yet her parents' strained relationship, they'd been separated for years, left her with an enduring sense of insecurity. So at school, she chose to project an aloof demeanor, a shield and camouflage. She immersed herself in the ocean of literature, enriching her spirit. The more she did this, the harder it became to find true friends.
But last time, she thought she'd found a friend. They could talk freely about literature, and she couldn't stop thinking about it these past few days. So whenever she had free time, she would come to the library, hoping for a chance encounter. This was the first time in all these years that she'd ever entertained the idea of a chance encounter with a boy. It wasn't that she liked him or harbored romantic feelings after all, they'd only just met. She simply wanted to see him and talk about literature. Not far away, Su Zhengquan looked utterly astonished. This nobody actually knows Xia Siyu? She was ranked in the top 5 of the campus beauty list, not only stunningly beautiful but also a wealthy heiress, pursued by countless suitors. But she usually kept herself aloof, radiating an aura that kept people at arm's length, deterring many suitors. Who would have thought she'd actually initiate a conversation with Yang Ling? And she seemed genuinely happy, her voice brimming with excitement. When he heard Yang Ling mention he planned to pursue a master's in psychology, he couldn't help but sneer. Yang Ling, you're a mechanical engineering graduate? You want to pursue a master's in psychology? Xia Siyu, don't believe him, he's just bragging. Xia Siyu frowned. Whether I believe him or not is none of your business. Senior, let's go study. All right. Su Zhengquan was even more astonished. Is this campus beauty actually close with Yang Ling? He pulled out his phone and snapped a photo of her back. Then he posted it in the comments section of Ningda's Campus Queen TikTok account. Before long, numerous comments poured in. Some even sent him private messages. Ha! You lowlife think just because you're good looking, you can get your hands on Xia Siyu? A rich girl like that? She's way out of your league. You're gonna have a lot of people coming after you. He turned and walked away. By then, Yang Ling had gathered a stack of books and sat down. Senior, did you really graduate with a degree in mechanical engineering? Yes. Then why are you pursuing a master's in psychology? Is that not allowed? Of course. But what you're reading now, are those finance and investment books? I want to make money. Xia Siyu understood. A flicker of sympathy stirred within her for Yang Ling. He must be going through a tough time. He finally graduated, able to support himself, even contribute to the household, yet he couldn't find a job. He must be desperate. This world is just so unfair. Some people are born with silver spoons in their mouths, while for others, mere survival is a luxury. Still, she felt Yang Ling was grasping at straws. Financial investments? That's not something the poor can afford to dabble in. Chapter 149, The Spirited Young Man. Senior, are you planning to become a financial industry employee? Like an insurance agent or something? No, I want to dabble in investments like stocks. Xia Siyu was speechless. You, a complete novice, want to play the stock market? How many middle-class families have lost everything because of stocks? To play the stock market, you need insider information or mastery of tech like AI. Besides, you don't have the money, do you? In that moment, she suddenly felt Yang Ling was being unrealistically ambitious, acting on whims without thought. She truly didn't want this guy who had sparked a bit of interest in her to end up in a desperate situation. Senior, even top graduates from finance programs struggle to break into investment banking and succeed in finance. Playing the stock market requires substantial capital and the ability to withstand risks. I know. I'll be careful. Yang Ling thought Xia Siyu was wonderful, kind-hearted. Junior, I'd like to read in peace. Once I'm done, I'll treat you to a late-night snack tonight to repay you for the chicken drumstick you gave me last time. Well, okay. Xia Siyu felt a bit annoyed. She was being considerate of him. But he didn't seem to appreciate it at all. Senior, I major in finance. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Ha? Aren't you studying literature? Literature is my hobby, finance is my major. But honestly, I wasn't interested in finance before, I only studied it because my family insisted. Ha? He'd been wondering where to start with books. This was practically a ready-made teacher. He immediately asked for advice, then went with Xia Siyu to find books. Soon, he gathered a stack of books. Senior, one book will keep you busy for ages. Why grab so many? It's already 8 o'clock. It's fine. Just flip through them. Over the next 2 hours, he finished all the beginner's guides. He gained a basic understanding of finance and wealth management. Xia Siyu grew increasingly puzzled. If she called Yang Ling a poser, he could sit for 2 hours straight, completely focused. But if he was studying, he was merely flipping through page after page, hardly reading at all. Was he just putting on airs to intrigue her? Was this some sophisticated way of hitting on her? Finished. We'll continue tomorrow. Thanks for keeping me company, junior sister. Let me treat you to a late-night snack. Sure. So far, all Xia Siyu knew about Yang Ling was his name and that he was the show-off who always did pull-ups while hula-hooping on the playground. Beyond that, she knew next to nothing. She was genuinely a little curious. They left the library and headed toward Business School Road. Unbeknownst to them, a few young men watched them from a distance, chatting as they followed. Holy! Young Master Hu, Xia Siyu really has a boyfriend? She's been reading in the library? There's hardly anyone in there now, they wouldn't be in some corner. Mr. Hu, let's go teach him a lesson. Don't go.
Doing it ourselves is too low class. One of the youths wore a cold expression. Tall and handsome, he wore expensive yet understated clothing, giving off an air of quiet sophistication. His eyes were bright and deep, radiating intelligence. Oof. She told me she didn't want to date in college. I thought she was genuinely reserved, turns out she was just pretending. A caged bird of a wealthy family, yet she dreams of flying out like some soap opera heiress and falls for a penniless prince, ha! But this is reality. With just a little effort, I can expose the lowly loser for what he is and make sure he never dares to approach her again. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Shun, got time? Swing by Ning University. I'm treating you to a feast tonight. Got it? I'll wait. Before long, Yang Ling and Xia Siyu arrived at a rather upscale late-night eatery on Business Road, ordering a feast of delicacies. Senior, the two of us probably can't finish all this, right? Xia Siyu was a bit concerned about Yang Ling's wallet. Was this guy trying to put on airs? No worries, I can eat a lot. But why did you order so much bull penis, pig penis, pork kidneys, and chives? Xia Siyu felt her face flush, a tinge of unease creeping in. Could this guy be up to something? Could this be his true colors? Thinks he's got me hooked? Her guard went up. I just like eating this stuff. Though he didn't need to make up for it, he planned to visit Lin Meijing tonight. Since their last parting, he'd missed her terribly. Last time he'd hidden in her wardrobe, where there were quite a few sexy lingerie sets. And black stockings. And a white lab coat. Ever since that time with Lin Meijing, his body had achieved yin-yang balance, generating internal energy. Perhaps it had something to do with her constitution. Before long, a group of young people arrived at the next table, their bodies covered in dragon and phoenix tattoos, hair dyed in various colors, wearing bean-shaped shoes and tight pants. Are there still such hipsters nowadays? After sitting down, they kept stealing glances at Xia Siyu, whispering among themselves, occasionally erupting into strange, eerie laughter. After a long wait, the food arrived. The group across the room stared at the ox penis and pig penis on Yang Ling's table, their eyes wide with shock. The leader pulled out his phone, secretly snapped a photo, and sent it to someone. Mr. Hu, look at what they ordered. They're planning to go all out tonight. We're going to take him down. Got it, young Master Hu. Xia Siyu noticed the young man at the next table staring at them and frowned. She found their gaze unpleasant. She leaned close to Yang Ling and whispered, Senior, I'll have the owner pack it up. We'll eat back at school. All right. The food was packed up quickly. Yang Ling prepared to pay. But the owner said, it's already been taken care of. Junior, I told you I'd treat you. It's fine. I just went to tell the owner to pack it up, and he paid for it. Xia Siyu stuck out her tongue. Senior, don't feel embarrassed. When you find a job, you can treat me back. Seeing her playful demeanor, Yang Ling felt a flutter in his heart. This girl was truly kind. She was always considering his feelings. As they stepped out of the restaurant, those young men followed them. Before they'd gone far, they surrounded them. Hey, sweetheart, you're gorgeous. How about adding me on WeChat? Get lost. Yang Ling snapped coldly. This is Shangyuan Road. There's a security booth over there. He hadn't expected these guys to be so brazen. And they didn't even seem drunk. Oh my, I'm so scared. Kid, do you know how many times we've pulled this? Be smart and get lost. We just want your sister's WeChat and to treat her to a nice meal. Besides, you're just a cheap loser who makes girls pay for things. What kind of boyfriend material are you? Get lost now, or we'll make you regret it. Xia Siyu looked terrified. Yang Ling grabbed her hand and suddenly used a Tai Chi push technique, instantly sending the man in front of them crashing to the ground. He then pulled Xia Siyu forward at a brisk pace. Damn it, take him down. The men charged forward. Xia Siyu couldn't run fast and was quickly surrounded again. Without a word, they attacked, lashing out at Yang Ling's face one after another. Stop. Help. They're attacking me. Xia Siyu's face was frozen in terror. She couldn't understand how gangsters like this still existed in this day and age. They attacked without warning. But it was very late now. And no one dared mess with these tough young guys. Hey, even seasoned thugs feared these reckless young toughs more than anything. Chapter 150, Mother and Daughter. But the next moment, several agonized screams echoed. Several young toughs were seen clutching their groins, kneeling on the ground. It turned out that when they had attacked Yang Ling earlier, he had used Tai Chi's wrapping hand technique to block their strikes, then immediately launched a flurry of kicks. These fighters relied solely on sheer bravado. Their tattoos and group tactics amplified this aura, intimidating ordinary people. In the past, Yang Ling wouldn't have dared to do much either. At best, he relied on sheer passion to fight back. But now, with his cultivated inner energy and mastery of Tai Chi, his physical reflexes had greatly improved. But a flurry of blows can take down a seasoned master, so he could only aim for their groin. With several of them incapacitated, the remaining two froze in shock. Damn it, 5 men taking on 1, and 3 of them got taken out? Just then, sirens blared as patrol cars pulled up. Officers armed with riot gear jumped out and rushed toward the scene.
"Officer, he injured my friend," yelled the gray-haired youth leading the group.
"No, it's not like that.
"They were bullying us and trying to hit him." My boyfriend was just defending himself," Xiaoxiu hurriedly explained.
Everyone here can vouch for that.
"Don't worry, young lady. We can tell the good guys from the bad guys.
3 of you are going to the hospital, and the rest are coming with us to the station."
Meanwhile, in a car parked by the roadside, Hu Xiao and his crew sat in stunned silence.
Damn, Huang Yoshuan's crew is useless. They can't even handle some low-life punk? That loser actually put up a fight? Damn, it hurts just watching. Young Master Hu, what now? Will Huang Yushan rat you out? He wouldn't dare. Relax, that guy might be useless, but he's reliable. Forget it, let's handle this first.
Investigate that loser's background, then we'll figure out how to deal with him later.
Let's go to the police station. Ha? Bail Huang Yushan out? Bail out a petty thug? Am I crazy? Of course it's to see the beauty. At the police station,
Huang Yushan, the leader with the grayish hair, kept insisting he only meant to scare Yang Ling, not actually hit him. He just wanted to scare him, then abandon Xiaoxiu and run. If he ran, Xiaoxiu would surely lose faith in him.
Really, officer, we never meant to hurt anyone. Who knew he'd suddenly kick my 3 buddies in the balls? Enough with the excuses. The surveillance footage is clear evidence. Prepare for detention.
Xiao Yang, Xiao Xia, your family is here.
You may leave now. Yang Ling and Xiaoxiu exited. Xiu, are you okay?
Lin Meijing looked worried.
Mom, I'm fine. Senior Yang Ling got hurt. Lin Meijing froze. Yang Ling? What's he doing here? What was his relationship with her daughter? Yang Ling froze too. Mom? Holy crap. Lin Meijing is Xiaoxiu's mom? Heavens. What a small world. Xiao Yang, is that you? It's me, Dr. Lin. Who'd have thought my junior classmate was your daughter? What a coincidence. Quite the coincidence. Xiaoxiu looked utterly stunned. Mom, you two know each other? We do. Xiao Yang's mother was hospitalized at the First People's Hospital before, and I was her attending physician.
Lin Meijing hurriedly explained.
What happened? Yang Ling recounted the events of that night. Mom, Senior Yang Ling is seriously amazing.
Surrounded by so many people, he managed to take down 3 of them.
He's my lifesaver, you know.
Lin Meijing still felt a chill.
Thank you, Xiao Yang.
Dr. Lin, you're welcome.
So, how did you two meet? What's your relationship? Xiaoxiu's face flushed. Earlier, when facing the police, she had said Yang Ling was her boyfriend.
To be honest, that situation had absolutely terrified her. Even if Yang Ling had abandoned her and run away, she would have thought it normal. But not only did Yang Ling not run away, he saved her. Talk about boyfriend material. The first time we met was the night my mom was hospitalized. I was reading Plato's famous works in the library and discussing literature with a junior. Like Dr. Lin, that junior student has a kind heart. Seeing I was only eating steamed buns, she even brought me a chicken drumstick. Tonight, I was reading in the library our second meeting and I wanted to return the favor.
I never imagined this would happen. Lin Meijing understood. Yang Ling's first time must refer to when she recommended him to Zhang Fangya and suggested he visit the library first. It truly was fate.
Come on, Xiao Yang, Auntie will treat you to a late-night snack.
Mom, we packed quite a bit to take back to school. Let's just eat it home. Don't take it home. Find a place to sit outside. There are cockroaches at home and it's already late. After eating, Xiao Yang will head home, right?
Yang Ling had planned to meet Lin Meijing tonight, but now it seemed unlikely.
He could only nod in agreement. Just then, a few young people approached. Xiu, are you okay? Oh, your aunt is here?
Lin Meijing and Xiaoxiu frowned.
Hu Jing, how did you know I was here?
I heard from a friend that you were bullied by some thugs. I followed you to the police station and came straight over.
Hu Jing's expression was grim. Xiu, tell me who bullied you. I won't let them off the hook. They're inside under detention. Alright, I'll look into it. When they're released, I'll make them kneel before you and apologize. No need. The law will punish them. Senior, Mom, let's go.
They got into the car and drove away immediately. Hu Jing and the others wore grim expressions. Damn, young Master Hu, that school beauty Xiao's mom is gorgeous. That figure curvy and voluptuous. Holy, just one look and I'm hard. Get lost. Damn it, we're just doing that loser a favor.
Let's go. In the car. Yang Ling frowned.
Those guys earlier, they seemed familiar.
Like I'd seen them before. After careful recollection, it finally clicked. Tonight, after leaving the library, he'd spotted them emerging from a corner. He hadn't thought much of it at the time. So he hadn't paid them any mind.
But his memory and observational skills were exceptional. He could remember things with just a glance. In that moment, scenes from countless novels flashed through his mind. A hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Combined with what that guy Huang Yushan said that he didn't want to fight him, just scare him off.
Holy! Could this really be their scheme?
Scaring him off, then reappearing themselves, making him look like a coward while showcasing their own prowess.
Junior, were those guys you know? That Hu Jing.
We've known each other since childhood.
He's the eldest son of the Hu family. He's pursuing you? Ha! You could tell? You don't like him? Not at all. He's too calculating and has ulterior motives.
Back in college, he dated a lot of girls. Then you'll have to watch out for him in the future.
Yang Ling voiced his suspicion. What? He sent someone? I'm just speculating. What a scumbag.
Hurting others just to chase girls? Lin Meijing was furious. At that moment, Xia Siyu gasped upon seeing the photos and messages her best friend sent. Senior, someone took a photo of us studying in the library and posted it in the Douyin comments section.
What?
Yang Ling stared at the photo, utterly speechless. He suspected it was that bastard Su Zhenkuan who took them.
Senior, I'm sorry for dragging you into this mess.
Xia Siyu, born into wealth, knew exactly what kind of tricks Hu Jing was capable of.
It's fine.
They found a spot nearby to sit down and set up the barbecue. Lin Meijing saw the ox penis, pig kidneys.
Xiao Yang, you eat such tonics?
Yeah, I've been so exhausted from studying and work lately.
Need to build up my strength.
Oh dear, how could I have forgotten to nourish him? That night, he was so exhausted, yet he still insisted on being with her in the morning, leaving him even more drained. Recalling that night's wild passion, she felt her whole body go limp with desire.
Chapter 151, 2 million more for you.
Lin Meijing took a deep breath, forcing herself to act normal so her daughter wouldn't notice anything.
Xiao Yang, eat more. If it's not enough, Auntie will order some more. This is plenty. Senior, has your mother recovered from her illness? Not really, Dr. Lin. Lately, my mom has been showing signs of hepatic encephalopathy. Is that so?
Then we must monitor her closely. If any critical situation arises, she must be rushed to the hospital immediately.
Moreover, we need to start searching for a liver donor right away.
Otherwise, it will be very difficult to wait.
Yang Ling nodded.
But he truly didn't want to go down this path.
A liver transplant? Is it that serious?
Xia Siyu looked deeply concerned. Senior Yang Ling has been through so much: his mother's serious illness, struggling to find work, and now preparing for graduate school exams. No wonder he's grasping at straws, trying to make money through stocks.
She could give Yang Ling money or invest for him.
But she feared it might strip him of his dignity, or that reckless investments could lead to losses.
Got it. Senior, you want to dabble in finance, right? How much money do you have now? What are you planning to do?
I have a friend who's a whiz at finance and has made a fortune.
Give me your money, and I'll have her invest it for you. See you, don't be reckless. Stocks carry huge risks, Lin Meijing cautioned.
Mom, Senior saved me tonight and got dragged into my mess.
I just want to help him make some money. If we lose, it's on me. If we win, it's his.
This is trouble.
This doesn't feel right. Has my daughter fallen for Yang Ling? No. Absolutely not.
Young Yang saved you, and we should be grateful, but there's no need to get involved in stocks. Lin Meijing looked at Yang Ling. Young Yang, you're a good kid, filial and capable. Here's what we'll do: Auntie will invest 2 million yuan for you. Use this money however you see fit for your mother's treatment, to start a business, or even just to earn interest in the bank.
I won't charge you interest. Whatever you earn is yours. Just pay me back within 10 years. Yang Ling looked utterly bewildered. Aunt Meijing, you already gave me 1 million. Now you're giving me 2 million more? Thank you, Mom. Xia Siyu beamed with delight.
She never imagined her mom would be so generous.
Don't thank me just yet.
There's a condition: you two must cut off all contact.
Ha? Mom, why?
Hu Jing, that rich kid, has plenty of tricks up his sleeve.
If he sets his sights on you, it'll be trouble.
From now on, if you keep seeing Xiaoyang even as just friends, it'll bring disaster upon him.
First, let Xiaoyang succeed and gain social standing.
Then he won't have to fear such spoiled brats.
Otherwise, who knows when he might get beaten up or even killed. This society isn't as harmonious as it appears on the surface. Lin Meijing didn't want Yang Ling to associate with Xia Siyu, because Yang Ling was too exceptional. If they spent too much time together, wouldn't that girl inevitably develop feelings for him? See?
The signs are already showing. Xia Siyu pouted, her face clouded with displeasure.
Mom, is this really necessary? We're not afraid of Hu Jing.
We aren't afraid, but Xiaoyang is. His mother is seriously ill, his younger sister is in her first year of college, they all depend on him. He's the pillar of his family.
Nothing can happen to him. Oh. Yang Ling instantly understood Lin Meijing's meaning. It suited him perfectly.
Because Lin Feifei dumped him, forcing him to truly grow up.
A woman like Lin Meijing was exactly his type. He only wanted to make big money and spend more time studying, no more jealousy or rivalry over women.
Dr. Lin, you've already helped me so much.
There's no need for more money.
From now on, I'll just avoid contact with my junior classmate.
No. You must take it. Senior, please take it. I believe you'll succeed, Xiaoxiu said. But from now on, can we chat online? That way we can discuss literature and learn about finance together. Yang Ling glanced at Lin Meijing. That won't be possible either. Lin Meijing's expression turned stern. Oh. Xiaoxiu instantly felt disheartened. Xiao Yang, give me your account number. I'll transfer the money tomorrow. Then you can write me an IOU. All right. After finishing his meal, Yang Ling left. Oh dear, I've eaten too many aphrodisiacs. Who should I ask? Xiao Yang, I'll drop see you off at school. Come to my place later and write me an IOU. He was overjoyed inside. Sure, Aunt Meijing. I'll write the IOU later and show my gratitude properly. He immediately headed to Emerald Community. He waited by the road outside the complex for a moment before spotting Lin Meijing's car. Sis Meijing, you already lent me $1 million last time. Why borrow again? It's fine. Use it for your investment. At the beginning, trial and error is inevitable. Go for it boldly. If you lose money, it's on me. If you don't lose, consider it my investment. Thank you, Sister Meijing. Yang Ling felt deeply touched inside. Lin Meijing was truly wonderful. Why be so polite with me? He soon returned home. The moment they stepped inside, Yang Ling wrapped his arms around Lin Meijing from behind. Sweetheart, don't rush. I have a surprise for you. Yang Ling instantly perked up with interest. Lin Meijing entered the house and soon leaned against the bedroom doorway, her legs in black stockings peeking out from inside. Meijing. Lin Meijing beckoned with her finger. Come here. Let me be your knight tonight, okay? Sure. What followed was Yang Ling's first taste of what true bliss felt like. Lin Meijing was incredibly skilled. And the contrast was staggering. Usually poised and dignified, serious and rational, yet just now, it was beyond words. After a long while, Xiaoling, do you think I'm a bit wild? Lin Meijing felt a bit embarrassed about her earlier behavior. I like this side of you, Sister Meijing, but you can only be like this with me. Of course. I'm not some loose woman, Lin Meijing explained. Being a doctor was tedious, frustrating, and high pressure. The old Lin Meijing couldn't unwind after work because she faced family drama and an empty, vast house. At most, she'd go to a quiet bar for a few drinks. But after what happened with Yang Ling last time, these past few days she'd been full of energy, her complexion rosy, and her drive unmatched. Even when dealing with unreasonable patients, she remained remarkably patient. Xiaoling, you're my savior in this life, truly. Yang Ling held Lin Meijing tightly in his arms, kissing her lips. Meijing, from now on, if you ever have any troubles, you can always talk to me. But remember, this relationship must remain a secret from everyone, understand? Got it. I'm exhausted. I'm going to take a shower and sleep. I'll go too. Oh my, you little rascal. After a long while, after climbing into bed, Yang Ling entered a state of meditation, practicing his breathing technique. Suddenly, his heart surged with joy. The inner qi within his body had grown once more. Could it be related to Lin Meijing's body? Could it be some kind of special constitution in traditional Chinese medicine? He wanted to continue investigating. What are you doing? It's time to sleep. Sis Meijing, you go to sleep. I want to look into something. Lin Meijing wasn't upset, instead, she was delighted. After all, she was approaching 40, yet he still cherished her so deeply. Chapter 152, threatened again. After a long while, Yang Ling still couldn't make heads or tails of it. He hadn't sensed any energy flow, and through his inner vision, he found nothing he'd gained from Lin Meijing. Could it be that the process of pleasure had somehow aligned with some profound principle of yin and yang, causing his internal energy to increase? But the increase was too slow. Even if some mysterious process was at work, he doubted he could observe it. It seemed he still needed to seek out the legendary Taoist dual cultivation techniques for the bedroom. Gosh, I'm so tired. Can we just go to sleep? Sure, Sister Meijing. I'll give you a massage to help you sleep better. He immediately began massaging Lin Meijing's sleep-inducing pressure points. That feels good. When did you learn massage? Not long ago. Soon, Lin Meijing drifted off to sleep. Yang Ling also drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, in the Ningdao women's dormitory, Xiaoxiu tossed and turned, unable to sleep. That figure kept replaying in her mind. Tonight, she had truly been terrified by that gang of thugs. She never imagined Yang Ling would handle them so calmly. In that moment, his back had seemed so towering. And their first meeting, discussing literature together, that soulful connection had left an indelible mark on her. He was truly a special kind of guy. Being with him felt so peaceful and comfortable. If only they could continue spending time together and get to know each other better. But the gap between their social statuses was too vast. He would be envied and targeted by others. Because she is the daughter of the Xia family. This identity represents immense privilege. These benefits are enough to drive many to take desperate risks.
Marrying her would forge an alliance with the Xiao family, creating a web of mutual interests. This thought only deepened her anxiety. After tonight's incident, even if she distanced herself from Yang Ling, someone like Hu Jing would likely not let Yang Ling off the hook. In Hu Jing's eyes, Yang Ling was merely a nobody, someone to be bullied at will. No, I must grow stronger. I will seize control of the Xia family's wealth that cannot fall into the hands of that stepmother and her son. Otherwise, I'll just become a tool for arranged marriages. From now on, I can't spend too much time on literature. I need to focus on studying economics and financial investment. This holiday, I'll be spending it in the library. Also, why not just have Senior Yang Ling be my boyfriend? Making it official might actually protect him. But I need to figure out how to get him approved by my dad. The next day, Lin Meijing got up for work. Yang Ling got up too. You were so tired last night, aren't you going to sleep in? No need. I'm not tired at all. Now that he possessed inner chi, he could easily dispel fatigue. He also slept deeply and woke up feeling refreshed. It's true you're so energetic. How come your body is so amazing? Don't you like it, Meijing? I do. I like it immensely. Lin Meijing felt her past life hadn't been fit for a human being. Now she had financial freedom and this incredibly fit, warm-hearted guy. But this sweetheart. Could someone snatch him away someday? Probably. He's so outstanding. Even Jiang Xue couldn't bear to part with him. Even my own proud daughter has started seeing him in a different light. What on earth should I do? She couldn't possibly marry him. If she did marry him, wouldn't Jiang Xue and Zhang Fangya hold a grudge against her? Besides, it was impossible anyway, the age gap was simply too great. Or, a deeply unethical thought actually formed in her mind. She shook her head quickly. I'm heading to work. Where are you going later? I'm heading back to the Ning University library to study. Huh? Didn't I tell you not to associate with CU? You're still going? Lin Meijing frowned. Meijing, I'll avoid her. But Ningda's library has a more comprehensive collection, I need to go there. Fine, Ling. Just don't let CU fall for you. How could that happen? Xia CU is the campus beauty, born into wealth, while I'm just an ordinary person. Yang Ling wrapped his arms around Lin Meijing from behind. Besides, the type I like is a mature woman like you. Alright. We'll be late for work. A single embrace left Lin Meijing weak all over. There seemed to be some kind of magic about this guy. How about this, Meijing? Tell Xia CU not to come to the library. I just want to focus on reading and avoid any trouble. No need to say anything. I trust you. Just make sure if you run into her at the library, don't sit next to each other. When you leave, go one in front, one behind. Soon, Yang Ling arrived at Ningda University library and settled into reading mode. Just then, several young people walked over and sat across from him. He looked up and recognized Hu Jing from yesterday? Yang Ling, mechanical engineering graduate. Hu Jing recited Yang Ling's school records directly. Do I need to dig deeper into your background? Yang Ling's expression turned cold. Sure enough, for a rich kid like him, digging up information on an ordinary person was a piece of cake. Dealing with a nobody like him was equally effortless. But he'd understood since childhood, when facing an opponent vastly superior in strength, one must learn to endure. He would wait until he was strong enough to cut down his enemies without mercy. So he remained silent. Yang Ling, you need to understand the gap between you and Xia Xiu. Know your place. Stay away from Xia Xiu from now on. If you know what's good for you, I wouldn't mind introducing you to other rich women so you can live off them comfortably. Otherwise, you'll suffer terribly. Truly, an ant belongs among ants, don't dream of climbing onto a phoenix. Hu Jing and the other youths wore expressions of arrogance, their gazes as if observing mere ants. Smack! A palm slammed down on the table before Hu Jing. Xia Xiu stared at him with an icy expression. Hu Jing, Senior Yang Ling and I have no such relationship. We've only just met. From now on, don't bother him. And let me make this perfectly clear, there is absolutely no possibility between us. Just for threatening my friend, I will be your sworn enemy for life. Hu Jing frowned briefly before a faint smile touched his lips. See you, I didn't threaten him. I just told him the truth made him see his place. What status? Without your old man, you're not even worth a pile of dog. Ha! My family background is my advantage, born with a silver spoon in my mouth. Hu Jing chuckled. See you and I are a match made in heaven. I'll have my mother go to your family to propose marriage. I imagine your stepmother, who just returned to take charge of the household, is eager to marry you off. And my Hu family can bring tremendous benefits to the Xia family. You, bastard. Xia Xiu's face flushed with anger. Don't even think about it. I already have a boyfriend, and my mother approves. She sat beside Yang Ling and wrapped her arm around his. Yang Ling was stunned. This woman was fierce. What was she thinking? Trying to sabotage him? Senior Yang Ling, is CU your girlfriend? A cold gleam flashed in Hu Jing's eyes as she stared at him. Yes.
She is my girlfriend, Yang Ling replied calmly. Oh? Senior Yang Ling, aren't you afraid of bringing trouble to your family? Yang Ling stood up, instantly slipping into character. Xinshan's aura formed around him, his gaze deep and commanding. Do you think Aunt Mei Jing agreed to my relationship with Siyu for no reason? Ha! What trouble could the Wu family of Ningqing possibly cause me? I'll let you off this time. Ignorance breeds courage. But if you ever disturb Siyu and me again, I'll bankrupt your entire Wu family. Chapter 153, Conspiracy. Hu Jing was startled, and the young men beside him jolted upright. Holy! How come this guy feels like a completely different person? Come to think of it, his composure in the face of Huang Yoshuan's thugs wasn't exactly that of an ordinary man. If Yang Ling were truly an ordinary person, he would have been trembling in fear long ago. But not only was he unafraid, he just incapacitated 3 of them. Even when they sat down just now, he remained completely unfazed, as if he wasn't afraid at all. Could it be, this guy is some rich kid even more powerful than them? No, that couldn't be right. The person who sent him the photos earlier had said Yang Ling was completely ordinary, unable to find work and recently dumped by his ex-girlfriend. But an ordinary person could never possess such bearing and audacity. A mere scion of a ninth-rate family dares to act so brazenly? Truly a frog in a well, Yang Ling sneered. If I, the heir to a prominent family from the Magic City, were to bully others like you do, you wouldn't even have the right to complain. Get lost. Do I have to kick you out myself? Hu Jing gritted his teeth. We're leaving. He understood a simple truth: when he treated others like ants, some people could just as easily treat him like one. Xia Siyu stared at Yang Ling in utter disbelief. Senior, you come from the Demon City? Maybe. What do you mean maybe? Well, I was an orphan growing up, wandering the streets until my current mom took me in. So I could be from the Magic City or the capital city. Oh my god, you lied to them? Yes, Junior. You've really put me in a bind. Once they uncover the truth, they won't let me off the hook. Don't worry, Senior. I'll protect you. How are you going to protect me? Xia Siyu gritted her teeth. Senior, I thought it through last night. Someone like Hu Jing won't let you off. Why don't you just become my boyfriend? My mom investing 2 million in you shows she approves. Now you just need my dad's approval. Right. Act just like you did earlier. Come home with me and say you're the long-lost illegitimate son of some prominent family in Shanghai who just recently reconnected with your roots. No, absolutely not. Yang Ling shook his head urgently. Ha? Why? Could it be you don't think much of me? I'm interested in your mom. Junior, you're so beautiful and come from such a distinguished family. How could I possibly look down on you? It's me who's unworthy of you. Senior, what's this about being unworthy? Aside from our backgrounds, we're exactly the same. Besides, I'm not talking about a real boyfriend just pretending as a shield. A shield? Yeah, to shield me for a few years so I don't become a pawn in an arranged marriage. I'll use that time to study hard. Before that stepbrother she brought in grows up, I'll strive to become indispensable in the family business after graduation. I see. But it's still fake. Won't your father easily uncover the truth? You're the long-lost illegitimate son of a prominent family, currently undergoing a trial. Only after passing it can you formally return. Anyway, just maintain that demeanor you showed earlier in front of my dad. You have no idea I was startled myself. Just now, you look like the scion of some ancient noble house. Yang Ling's expression turned peculiar. This was just like Zhang Xian. This school beauty certainly has a sharp mind. She's no mere ornament. Still, the Xia family must be far more powerful than the Zhangs. After all, Lin Meijing got hundreds of millions in her divorce settlement. Forget it. For now, this seems to be the only option. Otherwise, someone like Hu Jing wouldn't let him off the hook. He needed time to grow. We need to ask Aunt Meijing about this. No need to ask. Mom will definitely agree. She already invested 2 million in you. Give it some time, and I'll take you to see Dad. Then tell me about your family situation first. Xia Siyu paused thoughtfully before speaking slowly. The Xia Group, owned by her family, was a publicly listed company in Ningqing with a market value of several billion yuan, quite formidable. Several years ago, her parents' relationship had broken down, leading to their separation. To avoid affecting the company's IPO and to maximize its market value, they never disclosed their marital problems. The divorce was finalized recently, and Lin Meijing received what she was entitled to. Immediately after the divorce, her father, Xiaobo, brought home his mistress, Lu Hui, and his younger son, promptly registering their marriage. After returning, Lu Hui swiftly became the matriarch of the household. For now, she seems quite kind to Lin Meijing, though the future remains uncertain. She also described Xiaobo's personality and preferences. The Xia family built their fortune in mining but has recently sought to diversify into multiple investment avenues. That's why Xia Siyu was sent to study finance and investment. Next, Yang Ling focused on reading. Xia Siyu also got into her work. Meanwhile, Hu Jing contacted the person who had privately sent him photos.
Before long, they met on the campus sports field and introduced themselves. So you're Hu Jing, ranked in the top 5 of the campus heartthrob list during your junior year. You and Xia Siyu really do make a great pair.
Senior Su has good taste.
Hu Jing then asked about the information he wanted.
Soon, Su Zhengquan shared Yang Ling's background.
A student from a low-income family, he'd relied on student loans to pay tuition and worked part-time jobs throughout his 4 years to make ends meet. Ex-boyfriend of campus beauty Lin Feifei, but dumped right after graduation.
Not long ago, he was still handing out flyers on Business School Road.
His mother was hospitalized with a serious illness. Hu Jing and the others froze, their faces flushing with shame.
Senior Su, are you sure this information is accurate?
Of course.
My girlfriend and Lin Feifei are best friends. We were the ones who convinced Lin Feifei to dump him.
Damn it.
How dare you play me?
Young Master Hu, take care of him.
Hold on.
He pulled out his phone and dialed.
Bro, you free? Alright, I'm heading over now. Guys, go ahead and have fun. I'm going to meet my brother.
Hu Jing headed to a high-end office building near Ning University, entered a large corporation, and located a young man. This young man was none other than Hu Jing's older brother, Hu Yuan, the president of Tianheng Group.
Tianheng Group was the largest company under the Hu family's umbrella.
Jing, what's up? Brother, I want to propose to the Xia family. Why the rush? You're only a junior, and Xia Siyu is just a sophomore. Brother, if we don't hurry, Xia Siyu will be taken by someone else, and our plan will fail. Hu Jing explained Yang Ling's situation.
Hu Yuan frowned. What do you propose to do?
Bro, you figure out a way to get Lu Hui to whisper sweet nothings in Xiaobo's ear.
Have Xiaobo call Xia Siyu and Yang Ling back home.
I want to expose Yang Ling's true colors right in front of Xiaobo, stomp him into the ground, and then casually propose marriage.
As for the dowry, well, that's where you come in, bro. Ha.
Then, you and I will have it all. You control Xiaobo's wife, I control his daughter.
In the future, won't all of the Xia family's assets be ours? Deal.
I haven't had a go at that woman Lu Hui in ages.
She must be lonely by now.
I'll get in touch with her.
Ha! Bro, is that woman any good?
Don't even think about it.
She's my toy. Don't worry, bro. I'm not into mature women or married ladies. I only like fresh ones like Xia Siyu. Alright. Get your marriage to Xia Siyu arranged ASAP. I'll mention this to mom. Thanks, bro. What are you thanking me for? Once you're engaged, focus on your studies. Stop loafing around all day. Bro, you know I've never cared about school. You and mom handle the family business. I just want to be a playboy. Whatever floats your boat.
Yang Ling stayed in the library reading until evening, never leaving his seat even at noon. He had Xia Siyu bring him lunch. He had already finished every book in the finance section, including several internationally renowned works in the field. From foundational texts like investment science to advanced works such as The Alchemy of Finance and Irrational Exuberance. He even had domestic works like 30 Turbulent Years memorized. He discovered that since gaining his inner energy, his mind had become increasingly sharp. Reading for an entire day no longer left him feeling mentally drained. Combined with the economics and management knowledge he'd previously acquired to pretend to be Zhang Qian's boyfriend, he felt he was now terrifyingly strong. Senior, my dad found out about us. It must have been Hu Jing who told him. He invited us over for dinner. He's definitely up to something. What should we do? Chapter 154, Lin Meijing's Assist. Xia Siyu had planned to help Yang Ling achieve some accomplishments first before bringing him back. She hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. And it was her father who had called them back. The only possibility was that Hu Jing was behind it. That guy had long expressed his affection for her to her father, wanting to marry her. But she had always refused him, using her studies as an excuse. Now that she has a boyfriend, Hu Jing will surely propose marriage or something similar. Her father didn't have a particularly high opinion of Hu Jing, but the Hu family had produced an investment genius named Hu Yuan, who had invested heavily in emerging industries and was thriving. The Xia family, on the other hand, had primarily focused on traditional industries that had long hit a bottleneck. Xiaobo, lacking expertise in these areas, had always sought to leverage the Hu family's experience for collaboration. Tonight, if Hu Jing proposes marriage, his father will likely agree. Seeing Xia Siyu's panicked expression, Yang Ling patted her hand. Don't panic. Let's just go back. Alright, I'll inform my mother. If my father agrees to Hu Jing's proposal, I'll have my mother refuse it. Yang Ling's heart skipped a beat. Would Aunt Meijing be upset? He'd confess proactively later. Before long, Lin Meijing arrived to pick them up. Once inside the car, Yang Ling noticed Lin Meijing's icy expression. Aunt Meijing, I'll come clean. Here's what happened today. Yang Ling recounted the day's events. You've been kind to me, and I didn't want my junior to marry a spoiled brat like Hu Jing, so I agreed to her request. But rest assured, I'm merely a shield for her. I want her to have a few peaceful years to focus on her studies. My relationship with her will never cross the line of friendship. Hearing Yang Ling's explanation, Lin Meijing's expression turned thoughtful. She had feared Yang Ling might fall in love. If that happened, he surely wouldn't come back anymore. The thought made her heart race. She feared losing that intense joy. That was a woman's happiness. Now that Yang Ling was using her as a shield, he couldn't pursue romance. Xiao Yang, remember what you said. You're just a shield, don't get any ideas. Think of it as into my investment in you. And one more thing, until Siyu can hold her own at the Xia family company, you absolutely cannot date any other girls. Did his interactions with Lin Wan and the others count as dating? Probably not. It was more like a mutual arrangement. What about Qin Jinyan? Not really. Qin Jinyan may have expressed his feelings, but he's also wary of Qin Jinyan's reputation as a professional sycophant. Probably won't amount to much either. As for Zhang Qian and the others? They're just clients. Aunt Meijing, I've agreed. Good. Mom, how could you do this? Senior is so outstanding, why can't he be my real boyfriend? Why? Because he's my man. Do you want to be with him alongside me? But these words could never be spoken aloud. Oh, what a mess. How did they even meet, and how did things escalate to this point? They arrived soon. Yang Ling looked and froze. It was the Yulan Tianxiang Villa district? Junior, your home is here? Yes, senior. No need to be formal. It's just a villa, nothing special, just a bit larger. I'm not being formal. Lin Meijing's lips curved slightly. Why would anyone be nervous? He'd been to Jiang Xue's place so many times. She'd even seen Zhang Fangya's villa. Xia Siyu's villa was considerably larger than Jiang Xue's, the most luxurious residence in Yulan Tianxiang. Upon arriving at the gate, she spotted a charming young woman playing with a child in the courtyard. One must admit, Xia Bo truly has impeccable taste. First there was Lin Meijing, that top-tier intellectual beauty, and now Lu Hui, this captivating and alluring young wife. But this Lu Hui, she clearly had insatiable needs. Could Xia Bo, already in his 40s, still keep up? But that wasn't his concern. Oh? Did Siyu bring her boyfriend back? And Sister Meijing is back too? Quick, come in. Dinner's just about ready. Lu Hui scooped up the little boy, her face radiant with warmth. But Yang Ling, with his keen observational skills, detected a hint of mockery in Lu Hui's eyes. Xia Siyu walked in with a cold expression. Lin Meijing, however, wore a calm expression, as if none of this concerned her. From the house emerged a pot-bellied middle-aged man in loungewear, his skin sagging, with a hint of pallor beneath his eyes. His gaze flickered slightly when he saw Lin Meijing. Then he turned his gaze to Yang Ling. Quite a handsome fellow. No wonder my daughter took a liking to him. But his background is far too ordinary. He's simply not good enough for my daughter. I'll just play along with Hu Jing later and make him back off. Xia Bo, come with me to the study, Lin Meijing said calmly. Yes. Xia Bo followed eagerly. Lu Hui, who had just entered, frowned, a flash of coldness crossing her eyes. Inside the study. Meijing, you know about the Hu family's marriage proposal too, right? I refuse to consent. Lin Meijing stated calmly. Xia Bo frowned. Meijing, there's nothing wrong with Siyu marrying Hu Jing. It's a match made in heaven. My daughter will never be a pawn in a business deal. If you insist on this, then let Siyu come with me. I can support her. Siyu is also my daughter. She has her own responsibilities. In recent years, the Xia family business has been in turmoil and must transform. If Siyu marries Hu Jing, I can rely on the Hu family to successfully restructure. I said it. She is not a tool. Do you understand? What if Siyu actually likes Hu Jing? If she liked Hu Jing, would she be looking for a boyfriend? Xia Bo sighed. Then do you know the man downstairs? Can he bring Siyu happiness? Remember, Siyu was born into the Xia family. Many things cannot be avoided. If they're mismatched, they won't be happy in the end. I know him well. He was an orphan until age 10, living on the streets. After that, he was adopted by his current foster mother, who is now seriously ill. He also has a younger sister studying at Ning University. But let me be perfectly clear, if you look down on him now, you won't be able to reach his level in the future. What? Does he have another identity? Xia Bo was stunned. Yes, you could say that. If he formally claims his ancestral lineage, the fortune he could inherit would be dozens of times greater than your entire Xia family's wealth. Xia Bo's face drained of color. Dozens of times more? That must be hundreds of billions. No wonder I sensed such nobility in him the moment I saw him. Meijing, which family does he come from? I can't tell you yet. Well, he's from the Demon City and has some connection to Zhang Fangya. Plus, we've already arranged a private paternity test. He'll return when the time is right. Connected to her? Now I understand. Fine, you handle Siyu's marriage arrangements. I'm out of it. Xia Bo's heart raced with excitement. If Xia Siyu truly married into such a top-tier aristocratic family, the Xia family could comfortably sit back and watch the world go by in a small place like Ningcheng. Lin Meijing nodded and turned to leave. Meijing. What else is there? The one I've always loved has always been you. Get out.
Lin Meijing walked out without hesitation. Xiaobo sighed. To be honest, Lin Meijing was the right match. But back then, unable to resist the temptation of desire, he had to bear the consequences. Besides, Lu Hui had given him a son. A son was crucial for a family like his. Xiaobo descended the stairs and approached the dining table with a warm smile. Let's eat, Xiao Yang. Don't feel awkward here, make yourself at home. You and Siyu should come back more often. Ha? What's going on? Was she approving of him? Before coming, he prepared to perform just like he did at Zhang Qian's place, using knowledge, eloquence, and demeanor, all those external trappings to put on a solid show and make Xiaobo see him in a new light. But now she was being so warm and inviting, even encouraging him to visit more often? Lu Hui, holding her son, flinched slightly. Just then, a well-dressed woman entered with two young men in tow. Chapter 155, Soap Opera. Oh, Sister Roan. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? I could have prepared something. Lu Hui stood up, her face beaming with joy. Sorry for barging in uninvited. Well, it's all because my second son adores your daughter Siyu so much. He begged me to come propose marriage to your family. The noblewoman looked at Xia Siyu. Siyu is growing more and more radiant. I'd love to have a daughter-in-law like her. Old Xia, what do you say? Let's become in-laws. In Ningxing, this would be a match made in heaven. I won't beat around the bush. The dowry is a new project Xiao Yuan is launching, worth 500 million. The Xia family gets in on it and we all prosper together. What? Worth 500 million? Goodness, Sister Rome, you're so generous. Lu Hui's face lit up with delight. Wouldn't that money eventually be hers? The more powerful the Xia family became, the more she stood to gain. So this must be Hu Jing. He truly is a fine-looking young man. Agreed. Old Xia and I accept. Let's set the engagement date tonight. Xia Bo frowned. He chose to remain silent for now, wanting to see how young Ling would react. Xia Siyu, however, was utterly shocked. It had come after all. And he didn't come with good intentions. A 5 billion yuan project, specifically the emerging tech venture Hu Yuan was spearheading. She knew Xia Bo had long been eyeing a pivot. Hu Jing, I told you I don't like you. And you know I have a boyfriend. Siyu, you've been deceived by young Ling tonight, I'm here to expose his true colors. Hu Jing shot young Ling a look of utter contempt. Oh dear, how silly of me. I completely forgot Siyu was bringing her boyfriend home tonight. Jing, you say Siyu's been deceived? What's going on? Lu Hui feigned concern. Aunt Lu Hui, even you've been fooled by his looks. I've thoroughly investigated his background. Take a look. Hu Jing opened her phone, displaying several documents. What? A single-parent family? His mom has severe liver cirrhosis? And he has a younger sister? Siyu, how could you fall for a guy like this? You should find someone more suitable for you. If you marry him, won't you end up taking care of his sick mother? Just thinking about it sounds exhausting. You've lived in luxury your whole life, how could you endure such hardship? Lu Hui turned to look at young Ling. Young Yang, it's not that I want to break up a couple. I just truly believe Siyu won't be happy if she marries you. Here's what we'll do. I'll give you 1 million yuan to treat your mother's illness. If you truly care for Siyu and want her to be happy, then please stay away from her, okay? Is it any of your business what marriage my daughter chooses? Lin Meijing's expression turned icy. Meijing, even though I'm her stepmother, I'm thinking of Siyu's best interests too. Besides, Siyu takes after her father. She'll be part of the Xia family someday, so she must consider the Xia family's interests too. I certainly don't want a family full of burdensome poor relatives. Lu Hui turned to look at young Ling again. Young Yang, what do you think of Auntie's suggestion? Not good. Oomph. Young Ling, this is 1 million yuan. Don't be greedy. Someone from your background could never earn 1 million in a lifetime. With this money, you won't have to hand out flyers for extra cash anymore. You won't have to work so hard. Hu Jing's face was thick with sarcasm. What a clown. Yang Ling stood up and began to perform. His entire demeanor gradually shifted, radiating an intense sense of pressure. Hu Jing, I warned you, don't provoke me. Or I'll bankrupt your entire Hu family. His confidence stemmed from his inner energy and his photographic memory. He was confident that it wouldn't be long before he amassed immense wealth. The Hu family was nothing to him. Everyone was startled. Oh dear, they've already figured you out, why keep pretending? Xia Siyu looked deeply concerned. Meanwhile, Lin Meijing's eyes flashed with a hint of delight and admiration. Was this his acting? How incredible. She was certain Zhang Fangya hadn't told young Ling about his background. Therefore, young Ling must be putting on an act now. Yang Ling, what are you pretending for? Hu Jing snapped, anger boiling over. Go ahead, bankrupt my Hu family. Let's see what tricks you've got up your sleeve. Enough. Xia Bo set down his chopsticks. He was now completely convinced. Lin Meijing hadn't lied after all. Such poise, could it possibly come from someone of humble origins? She must have been cultivated by that family.
But perhaps because she'd been living in exile, returning abruptly would inevitably spark internal family strife, so she hadn't gone back yet.
But he would return eventually.
When that day comes, this young master will be a true super rich heir.
Siyu is an adult.
Her marriage is her own decision. Xiao Yang, regardless of your background, if you ever wrong Siyu, I won't let you off the hook.
Xia Siyu's face lit up with surprise. Dad, you agreed?
Yes, I agree. While you're still young, focus on your relationship. Once you graduate, you'll need to manage the company properly. There won't be much time or energy left for anything else.
Thank you, Dad. You're so kind.
Heh,
you actually thought I was the kind of person driven by greed?
Old Xia, you.
Lu Hui looked utterly stunned. Shut up. Just focus on taking care of Xiaohao. Siyu's marriage isn't your concern.
And as for company matters, you're out of the picture from now on.
Xia Bo intended to use Xia Siyu to climb into the ranks of Shanghai's elite families.
Therefore, once Xia Siyu graduated, she would undoubtedly take control of the company. He understood perfectly well that if that prominent family were to assist the Xia family, it would undoubtedly be through Xia Siyu.
Lu Hui's face turned deathly pale. Oh my god. How could this happen? Did Xia Bo find out?
This afternoon, she had gone off to fool around with Hu Yuan. And Xiao Hao is Hu Yuan's son.
Could he possibly know everything?
Hu Yuan, standing beside Hu Jing, flashed a look of panic in his eyes.
Uncle, you haven't been deceived by him too, have you? If you let Siyu marry him, you'll regret it. Xiao Bo glanced at Hu Jing. Making Siyu marry you, that's what I'd regret. Alright, guests are welcome. Sit down and join us for dinner. Hu Jing's face darkened considerably.
Meanwhile, the noblewoman Liang Rong narrowed her eyes, her expression grave.
Heh, it's no big deal. Guess my Jing and Siyu just weren't meant to be.
By the way, congratulations to old Xia for finding such a fine son-in-law.
No thanks on the meal. We'll be on our way.
Liang Rong called out before leading her two sons away.
Yay! That's great.
Now I won't have to worry about that spoiled brat Hu Jing bothering me anymore.
Thanks, Dad. It's nothing. Let's eat.
Xiao Bo smiled, glancing at Lu Hui and noticing fear in her eyes and trembling lips.
Lu Hui, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? I feel a little off. If you're not feeling well, then go rest.
Xiao Bo found himself nostalgic for the past, back when Lu Hui hadn't seduced him into bed. Back when he, Lin Meijing, and Xia Siyu were a happy family of three.
Oh, then I'll take Xiaohao out for a walk. Lu Hui hurriedly scooped up her son and headed out. But a wildly melodramatic scenario played out in young Ling's mind. No way? Could it really be like that?
With his heightened mental abilities, his observational skills had also become extraordinary. Moreover, psychology includes the study of micro-expressions. Earlier, Xia Bo had told Lu Hui not to worry about Xia Siyu's marriage and to stop meddling in company affairs. At that moment, Lu Hui was overcome with fear, trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Hu Yuan beside Hu Jing had panic written all over his eyes.
Holy! These two brothers, the older one sleeping with Xia Bo's current wife, and the younger one trying to sleep with Xia Bo's daughter? Xia Bo's got it rough, huh? But without evidence, he dared not speak. Chapter 156, Obtaining the Sample. After all, someone like Xia Bo would have brought Lu Hui and her son back through a paternity test, right? Perhaps Lu Hui's son really is Xia Bo's child. If he spoke up, Xiao Bo would only think less of him and accuse him of slander. Besides, this was someone else's family affair. He was merely pretending to be the boyfriend and didn't want to get involved. If anyone should handle it, it was up to Lin Meijing and her daughter. Lin Meijing is a chief physician. Surely arranging a discreet paternity test wouldn't be difficult for her. Then they'd know for sure. Soon, the atmosphere in the room gradually warmed up and the family was enjoying each other's company. This time, it was Yang Ling's easiest task, yet he didn't even have to put on much of a show. Meanwhile, at the villa's children's playground, Lu Hui let the kids play on their own while she made a phone call. I can't be certain about this matter, but right now, the family is having dinner together at home, enjoying each other's company. Hu Yuan, what should I do? If they find out, I'm done for. The child is yours, you have to take responsibility. Alright, I understand. Inside a luxury SUV parked by the roadside, Hu Yuan's face was dark and grim. Bro, did we slip up? Is my nephew in danger? Relax. Xia Bo has no clue we tampered with the paternity test. Either way, he'll believe Xiao Hao is his son. He dotes on the kid like crazy now. But whether we're exposed or not, there's no way we can cooperate with the Xia family anymore. So let's do everything we can to seize everything the Xia family has. Ha! Over the years, the Xia family has dwindled. By this generation, they only have one woman left, Xia Siyu. She's no match for us. True. With me at the helm, the Hu family will only rise. Once the Xia family goes bankrupt, I'll make sure to get my hands on that woman, Xia Siyu. I'll show her what's what in front of that loser. Plus, Xia Siyu has plenty of suitors. When the time comes, I'll deliberately leak that loser's info to them and let them deal with him. Jing, could you focus on your studies? Our operations are expanding rapidly. By the time you graduate, you'll need to manage several enterprises. I know. I'll study. Inside the Xia family villa, after dinner, everyone settled onto the sofa as the housekeeper thoughtfully served some premium fruits. Yang Ling pulled out his phone and typed his theory into a text message for Lin Meijing. Aunt Meijing, this is just a hunch based on micro-expression psychology, okay? We still need concrete evidence, but even if Xiahao is Xiaobo's biological son, Lu Hui is likely connected to Hu Yuan. Lin Meijing glanced at her phone, her expression turning alarmed. If that's true, it would be terrifying for Siyu. Since we're already suspicious, it's better to err on the side of caution. Keep this confidential for now, I'll handle it. Not long after, Lu Hui returned carrying her son. Lu Hui, come eat. I saved some food for you, Xiaobo said. Okay. Lin Meijing approached, let me hold Xiaohao for you. No need, Lu Hui said, startled. Lu Hui, what's wrong with you tonight? What's wrong with Meijing holding Xiaohao? The more people Xiaohao interacts with, the better his personality will develop. Seeing Lin Meijing offer to hold her son, Xiaobo felt genuinely pleased. Alright, fine. It's just that Xiaohao gets shy around strangers. Lin Meijing took Xiaohao and played with him alongside Xiaoxiu, making him giggle. Lu Hui sat at the dining table, her mind elsewhere, her gaze fixed on the sofa. After a long while, Lin Meijing collected Xiaohao and Xiaobo's hair samples and prepared to leave. Meijing, why don't you stay over tonight? I wouldn't dare stay here. I'm leaving. Dad, I'll start staying at Mom's place too. That way, my stepmom won't have a reason to dislike me, and your family can have more peace. Xiaobo's face twisted into a bitter smile. True enough, once you've been unfaithful, you'll never be forgiven. Alright, go ahead. Spend more time with your mom from now on. Xiaoyang, please take good care of Siyu from now on. I will, uncle. Leaving Yulan Tianxiang, Yang Ling breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Xiaobo had agreed to let him be with Xia Siyu tonight without asking any questions, probably because Lin Meijing had said something to him. So what about him could possibly sway Xiaobo more than a 500 million yuan project? Affection for Xia Siyu? Bull. In the eyes of a businessman like Xiaobo, profit was the only thing that mattered. Otherwise, people like Hu Jing wouldn't be pandering to his interests. He already had his suspicions. But he knew that an illegitimate son of a wealthy family, cast out into the world, would never end well. Seems I'll have to work even harder. Senior, from now on, you're my boyfriend. Remember to come find me when you're on campus. We can be seen together everywhere. That way, I'll have fewer people bothering me in college. See you, remember this is just pretend. Don't cross the line. Focus all your energy on your studies, understand? Got it, Mom. By the way, what did you tell Dad? Why did he agree so easily? He didn't even bat an eye at that 5 billion yuan project. I told him Yang Ling is the illegitimate son of some prominent family. He was abandoned as a child and only recently found. Coincidentally, he studied acting and bears a striking resemblance. Your dad bought it. What? What if Dad finds out later? Who cares what he does? Trading you for profit? I'd never agree to that. You're the best, Mom. Xia Siyu hugged Lin Meijing and planted a kiss on her cheek. Yang Ling caught the scene in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but swallow hard. A woman like Lin Meijing was truly captivating. But if Dad ever finds out the truth, he'll definitely resent Senior. That's where you two come in. I've bought you time. Once you take control of the Xia family's businesses, or Yang Ling gains wealth and influence, there'll be nothing to fear. I'll definitely work hard. Yang Ling pondered thoughtfully. Sure enough, that was exactly what Lin Meijing had said. But she hadn't spelled it out, and he didn't want to ask. Perhaps, at this moment, he wasn't qualified to know the truth. Xiaoyang, where are you headed? You drive ahead to your place first. Senior, let's go to my mom's place. There are plenty of rooms. We can study together at school tomorrow. That's inconvenient, Lin Meijing said. Yang Ling ultimately returned to the Bohemia community. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Yang Momo sitting lightly dressed at the desk reading. Oh, big brother's back. Yang Momo greeted Yang Ling with her utmost enthusiasm, trotting over. Her sister was truly gifted. Her bust size was almost on par with Wen Ruyan's. And she was wearing only a long cotton t-shirt, which bounced up and down as she ran. Why aren't you asleep yet at this hour? You mustn't stay up so late. Getting proper rest is the top priority. You're always telling me off. Aren't you the one working late every day? You're different from me. Yang Ling ruffled Yang Momo's hair. Mom was okay today, right? She still gets tired easily. I'm a bit worried. Alright, go to bed. I'll take a shower. Yang Ling felt a strong sense of urgency. He needed to make big money to buy ginseng and find suitable wild medicinal herbs. Tomorrow, he'd open a bank account, then continue studying books on financial investments. Once Lin Wan was fully recovered, he'd head to the countryside to hunt for herbs. Stepping out of the shower, he saw Yang Momo lying on her side, playing with her phone.
With her legs bent, her cropped t-shirt had ridden up, barely covering her underwear. This girl. He immediately turned off the lights. Bro, this looks just like you. Yang Momo turned around and showed Yang Ling a photo. It was a picture of him and Xia Xiyu in the library. That's me. Huh? Seriously? That's campus beauty Xia Xiyu. Yang Momo felt panic surge through her. Oh no, oh no. My brother really is too perfect. Even Xia Xiyu has become his girlfriend. What am I supposed to do? Xia Xiyu is so beautiful and rich. Logically, she should be happy about this now my brother won't have to work so hard or try to impress those rich women. But she gritted her teeth and made a decision in her heart. Chapter 157, Wei Euro's Misunderstanding. I'm just pretending to be Xia Xiyu's boyfriend. You actually think she'd be interested in me? Yang Ling explained the whole story. Yang Momo breathed a sigh of relief. Bro, you're so amazing. What if she really did fall for you? What? Are you upset I found such a beautiful sister-in-law? No, it's not that. Alright, it's impossible between me and Xia Xiyu. We're not a good match. Besides, right now, all I want is to make big money so you and mom can live well. Big bro, you're the best. Yang Momo hugged Yang Ling tightly, as if afraid he might run away. Go to sleep now. It's late. The next morning, Yang Ling rose early and headed to the Ning University library. Senior, over here. Why are you here so early? My mom was heading to work, so I hitched a ride. Besides, I need to buckle down this summer and review my freshman and sophomore coursework. Did you eat breakfast? I brought you the best steamed buns from my place. Thanks a lot. Yang Ling immediately began searching for books, piling them onto the table. Senior, why do you flip through books like this every day? Are you looking for something specific? Yeah, I am. Just focus on your own stuff. Don't mind me. He continued studying for several more hours. Before the office closed, he went with Xia Xiyu to a nearby securities firm to open an account. Xia Xiyu, having experience, was quite familiar with the process and quickly got the account set up. Senior, are you really going to trade stocks? Xia Xiyu looked worried. Don't go into it with a gambler's mentality, you'll lose everything. Profiting in the stock market is fundamentally about monetizing knowledge, not luck. Just flipping through those books won't help you. You need to sift through mountains of data, information, news, and policies. You also have to know how to read company financial statements and spot hidden details. You also need to monitor the market in real time. It's a hassle. If you really want to trade, I can find someone to help you. They'll just take a commission. Relax, I'm just dabbling. Who knows, maybe I'll strike it rich, Yang Ling chuckled. When it came to financial theory, he likely outmatched many professional financial advisors. Soon, he mastered the stock trading software. He discovered these platforms even offered AI versions, the recently hyped artificial intelligence stock trading systems. Nearly every software platform offered something similar. After studying them for several hours, he realized these tools did offer some advantages. They could mine hidden patterns from big data and analyze how news events impacted stock prices. They could monitor market dynamics in real time and execute buy-sell orders. Efficient, objective, and capable of continuous learning and optimization, this technology significantly lowers the investment barrier for retail investors lacking extensive knowledge. However, Yang Ling believed this tool should only serve as an aid, not dictate his own decisions. Because the market is incredibly complex. Relying solely on luck will only make you a sucker. After lunch, Xia Xiyu returned to her dorm to rest, while he headed back to the library. Seated at his desk, he fell deep in thought, his fingers tapping lightly on the tabletop. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Artificial intelligence AI was currently all the rage and represented the future trend. He must master it. If he could leverage AI through local deployment to build a specialized stock trading AI model on his own computer, not only would he gain easy access to all kinds of information, but he could also monitor stock market trends in real time. He had too many other responsibilities to constantly watch the market. Do it. Must do it. And it has to outperform the AI models already on the market. Leveraging AI, his superhuman intellect, and his grasp of psychology, he could absolutely dominate the stock market. Barring sudden policy shifts or unforeseen events, he was confident he could guarantee profits, and he believed he could outperform the likes of Buffett. He spent money directly, buying numerous AI courses online and purchasing the latest AI and computer science books from bookstores. Before long, night fell again, and he had nearly finished reading all those books. This time, the influx of unfamiliar knowledge left his head throbbing. Senior, since you're so determined to trade stocks, let me introduce you to a pro. She can share her experience with you. Come on, let's treat her to dinner. Sounds good. Thanks, see you. You're welcome. You're my boyfriend, after all. Yang Ling's expression turned peculiar. Could this girl actually have feelings for him? What should I do? Choose her, or choose her mom? Only children make choices. He headed to Yida Plaza and entered a renowned Sichuan hotpot restaurant. After a short wait, a stunningly beautiful woman walked in.
Sister Euro, over here. Xia Siyu greeted her immediately. Ha! It was actually Wei Euro?
Today, she wore a tailored blazer, silk trousers, and sleek leather pumps, exuding an air of sharp professionalism.
She was the epitome of a stunning female CEO.
She really is a clothes horse, so stunning.
As Wei Euro approached and spotted Yang Ling, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Hello, Ms. Wei. What? Senior, you actually know Sister Euro? Xia Siyu found it hard to believe.
After all, Wei Euro was the president of a publicly listed company and the heiress of the Wei family.
Yang Ling, on the other hand, was just a lowly nobody. How could he possibly know her?
Mr. Yang saved my life once, Wei Euro explained.
What? Senior, you were a fitness trainer? Yeah, doesn't it seem like it? It does.
I remember during college, you'd often do pull-ups on the horizontal bar while spinning a hula hoop.
I thought you were just doing it as a hobby. Never imagined you'd become a professional fitness trainer. Wait, didn't you graduate from the mechanical engineering department? Yeah, it never hurts to have more skills.
During college, I tried all sorts of part-time jobs and learned a lot. Just recently, I got certified as a top-tier fitness trainer.
Wow! Senior, you're amazing. Xia Siyu's face lit up with admiration, though a hint of concern flickered in her eyes.
Senior must have worked so hard. And he's so diligent and driven.
Wei Euro noticed Xia Siyu's gaze and frowned. Her preconceived notions told her Yang Ling wasn't someone to be underestimated. To win the favor of so many wealthy women, he must have given something in return.
Moreover, to navigate between so many wealthy women, his depth of character and social skills were even more extraordinary. For someone like that, deceiving a naive girl like Xia Siyu who hadn't yet entered society would be a piece of cake.
Siyu, what's your relationship with Mr. Yang? My boyfriend. Ha? Do your parents know?
They do. I brought him home last night and both my parents approved.
Wei Euro was even more astonished. Even Xia Siyu's parents were on board? That was no small feat. In Yang Ling's heart, Xia Siyu was his employer. Since he was pretending to be her boyfriend, he certainly couldn't undermine her.
So he remained silent, effectively giving his tacit approval.
So you're saying that friend who wants to trade stocks is him?
Yes, Sister Euro.
My senior wants to trade stocks.
He's been binge reading finance books like crazy lately and plans to open an account this morning.
I'm really worried. How about you mentor him? Wei Euro frowned again.
Obsessively reading books, opening an account in the morning, and then Xia Siyu inviting her out in the evening.
Oomph. This seemingly harmless young man was quite the master manipulator.
Not only could he get rich women to foot his bills, but now even his little sister was scrambling to find him connections.
Impressive. His looks certainly weren't wasted a top-tier freeloader's face. Instantly, she felt nothing but distaste for him. The stock market is risky. Even I can't guarantee profits, so you'd be better off not getting into it. Mr. Yang, you hold a top-tier coaching certification and no traditional Chinese emergency medicine. Why dabble in finance? Just keep your feet on the ground. Chapter 158, he must be a kept man.
Oh, Sister Euro, my senior's mom needs a liver transplant, it costs a fortune.
Please help him out. Xia Siyu couldn't wait to speak for Yang Ling. Is that so?
But I still advise against entering this field.
Because even I don't have confidence in it.
When I invest in the stock market, I don't chase short-term gains or high returns.
These days, the global economic environment is unstable.
The stock market is highly volatile, and the risks are even greater.
Retail investors easily become easy prey. Wei Euro didn't want to be the one to break the news. What if she ended up losing all the money Yang Ling had set aside for his mother's medical treatment? That would be disastrous.
Rather than letting him trade stocks, she'd rather just give him the money outright.
Oh, I see. Senior, how about we just not invest? Your mom lent you 2 million, why not use it for her treatment?
Xia Siyu also began to persuade him.
She had always thought Yang Ling was grasping at straws in his desperation.
These past few days, he'd been frantically flipping through books, then rushing straight to open a brokerage account. It was truly worrying.
What if he lost the 2 million his mother lent him too? If he lost even the money for treatment, how could he possibly earn back the principal to repay the debt?
Senior, teach me fitness training.
Even Sister Lin Euro says you're a top-tier coach. I'll pay you the highest rate. Yang Ling felt deeply touched.
This campus beauty, just like her mother, was both beautiful and kind-hearted. She'd been thinking of him all along.
He didn't want her to worry anymore.
After all, he'd already acquired countless skills, exploring on his own wouldn't be a problem. At worst, he'd just pay a little tuition.
Alright, I'll take your advice. Wei Euro was inwardly stunned. Lin Meijing lent Yang Ling 2 million? Does that mean she trusts him completely and holds him in high regard? Has she even considered him as a potential son-in-law? But he was a complicated man. So many wealthy women were clamoring to hire him as their coach.
Back then, several were willing to bid against her. The bids reached 10 million. Though it might have been just empty threats from those wealthy women, it still showed that his relationship with them was far from simple. Still, she didn't want to expose him right then. Yay! So tomorrow, will you teach me how to work out? Sure thing. After dinner, Wei Yuro insisted on inviting Xia Xiyu to her place. Yang Ling headed to Lin Wan's place to check on her health. Meanwhile, Xia Xiyu got into Wei Yuro's car. Xiyu, have your parents approved of Yang Ling? Will you marry him in the future? Yeah, they approve. As for marriage, it's hard to say. After all, no one knows what the future holds. I'm only a sophomore right now. If your parents approve of him, he must be quite exceptional. Do you like him too? He's outstanding and very hardworking. Sister Yuro, if you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known he's already a top fitness trainer. Plus, he's very filial and responsible. Xia Xiyu shared details about Yang Ling. Wei Yuro sighed. So it's true that children from poor families grow up fast. But precisely because he's like that, could he resist the temptation of money? He has nothing to his name and needs money. If some rich woman beckons him, wouldn't he sell everything? A man like this, whether marrying Xia Xiyu or becoming a son-in-law to the Xia family, carries immense risk. One risk was financial, the other was to his reputation. Xiyu, do you know how popular he is at the fitness club? Wei Yuro bluntly recounted the incident at the gym. Isn't being popular a good thing? It shows he's professional. Wei Yuro shook her head. You're too naive. Do you really think it's just about professionalism? You don't understand this circle at all. Granted, he might be skilled, but surely there are plenty more skilled than him? Why do those wealthy women single him out like that? Xia Xiyu's expression darkened. Are you saying he's being capped? Or selling his body? I have no proof, just giving you a heads up. Marriage, though built on love, is best when partners are equally matched and share similar values. Otherwise, it could easily turn into a mess. I understand, Sister Yuro. Xia Xiyu felt deeply unsettled inside. But she didn't look down on Yang Ling. Instead, she felt a pang of sympathy. Xiyu, I know you're compassionate, but don't let sympathy dictate your own feelings. Marriage is a lifelong commitment. It's best built on equality, not pity. Otherwise, if one partner feels emotionally imbalanced, problems will arise. Xia Xiyu nodded. She thought for a moment. Sister Yuro, could you please not tell my parents about this? If word got out, all those men who had their eyes on her would surely come proposing marriage again and attack Yang Ling. Especially Hu Jing, he'd spread it everywhere. Ha! Xiyu, by not telling you these things, he's essentially lying. Well, to be honest with you, I asked him to pretend to be my boyfriend. She explained her relationship with Yang Ling and how he had saved her. My mother knows about this too. She invested 2 million in the senior as a token of gratitude. I want to settle down for a few years, focus on my studies, and then take over the company after graduation. Wei Yuro looked utterly speechless. You little minx. Why didn't you say this earlier? You were lying to me too, weren't you? Sis Yuro, I've been utterly harassed lately, especially by Hu Jing, who even came to propose marriage. That's why I thought I'd let everyone in our circle know I have a boyfriend and my parents approve. I understand. I'll keep it confidential. But if what Yang Ling did gets out, it could affect your family too. You need to warn him to stop doing that sort of thing. Yeah, I know. Not long after, Yang Ling arrived at Lin Wan's house. It was already late, but Lin Wan and her mother were still sitting on the sofa watching short dramas. Yang Ling, what are you doing here? Lin Feifei looked thoroughly annoyed. What's gotten into you? Yang Ling frowned. I'm not acting crazy. Since you already have a girlfriend, don't come bother me. You're so self-absorbed. I'm not here to check on you, I'm here to see Aunt Wan. Yang Ling's face was full of disdain. Aunt Wan, how's your health? She had a low-grade fever this morning, but it's gone since this afternoon. She's eating and sleeping well now. Xiao Ling, the medicine you gave us is amazing. When I had the flu before, I took so many hospital-prescribed drugs, not only did they make me miserable, but it usually took 7 days to recover. This time, I'm better in just a few days. Yang Ling took her pulse. You're almost there. Take the medicine one more day tomorrow to completely expel the illness. Then the day after tomorrow, shall we head to the countryside? Yes, the day after tomorrow is Saturday. I'll go to the club tomorrow to arrange work matters. Oh, Xiaoling, I've been making calls these past few days. I've learned that several companies in our area are cultivating wild simulated medicinal herbs. When we get there, we can go directly to them to see if the herbs are suitable. That's wonderful. Thank you, Aunt Wan. Alright, it's late. You should shower and get some rest. Feifei and I are turning in first. Alright. At that moment, Lin Feifei clenched her teeth. Yang Ling, are you really with Xia Xiyu? Yeah, we're together. I'm her boyfriend now. We've even met each other's parents. How could she possibly like you? You think she's like you? She's kind, she never looked down on me. You, jerk. I'm never talking to you again. Lin Feifei's eyes welled up with tears as she stormed into the bedroom. Lin Wan's expression was complex.
Xiao Ling, congratulations on getting a girlfriend. Fei showed me her photo, she's very pretty. And Wan, I lied to Fei to keep her from getting any ideas. Yang Ling explained to Lin Wan. He told her that Xia Xiu was Dr. Lin Meijing's daughter, that he had saved her, and that he was currently just pretending to be her boyfriend. And Wan, her family owns a publicly traded company worth billions. She's a wealthy heiress, how could she possibly be interested in me? What we have is purely transactional. I helped her avoid trouble, and she returned the favor like introducing fitness-seeking VIP clients. I'm even planning to refer some of those clients to your club. He stepped closer, pulling Lin Wan into his embrace and whispering softly in her ear. Chapter 159, taking you straight there. Are you crazy? Lin Wan hissed, immediately pushing him away as she glanced nervously toward the bedroom door. Seeing the door closed, she exhaled in relief. Xiao Ling, by doing this, aren't you offending those rich second-generation guys pursuing Xia Xiu? I already have. There's no other way. By pretending to be her boyfriend, I can actually leverage the Xia family's influence. Those guys won't dare make a move against me. Otherwise, I'd be the one in danger. I see. Just be careful from now on. Those rich kids have all sorts of tricks up their sleeves. These days, money talks. Not long ago, I heard about a rich kid who hit and killed someone and is still walking free. They can buy connections, manipulate public opinion, hire lawyers, they can completely shut ordinary people out of seeking justice. Even if you manage to defend your rights in the end, the cost is devastating. Yang Ling nodded. Don't worry, Aunt Wan. I'm going to bed now. Lin Wan turned and entered the room, finding her daughter lying on the bed, her cheeks puffed out in anger. Fei, don't be angry. It's good that Xiao Ling found a girlfriend. She's a rich kid too, which could save him years of struggle. Besides, Aunt Qianyu's illness requires a lot of money for treatment. Mom, I know. This is all my own fault. But I won't give up. What? You haven't given up yet? Oomph. I'm no worse than Xia Xiu. Our families are so close, in a few days, won't he have to pretend to be my boyfriend anyway? When the time comes, proximity brings opportunity. If need be, we can just make it happen. Mom, you have to create opportunities for me. When the time comes, make him take responsibility for me. After all, Aunt Qianyu really likes me. Lin Wan was horrified. No. Fei, you can't do this. Forced relationships never work out. You'll only hurt both of you. It won't. Ling has liked me for so many years, he must still have feelings for me. Men are easily swayed by old affection. Lin Wan was deeply troubled by her daughter's thinking. Fei, being his sister is perfectly fine. That way, the relationship between our two families will always remain strong. Mom, I won't settle for that. Forget it. I'm done thinking about it. Let's sleep. Early the next morning, Yang Ling headed to Ningxing Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. The Chinese medicine exam arranged for him by Wu Yun was scheduled for that morning. The TCM examination stipulated that graduates with a bachelor's degree or higher from TCM universities could directly apply for the TCM practitioner license. However, practitioners who had learned through private apprenticeships could only apply for the assistant physician qualification after completing 3 years of apprenticeship or 5 years of specialized training. Only after meeting the required work experience could they then apply for the full physician qualification. He originally didn't meet the eligibility requirements at all. However, Wu Yun was the founder of the Wu Family Inheritance Studio at the hospital and had extensive connections. He could easily secure recommendations from numerous chief-level experts. Arranging a special examination for him was straightforward. Wu Yun had already prepared the documentation for him. It stated he had fully mastered the Wu family medical techniques. The Wu family medical tradition was highly renowned and carried significant prestige. If he passed this exam, he could obtain his medical license directly. Upon arriving at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, he saw Wu Yun standing at the entrance. Master, why are you here? To give you a fast track. Skip some of the bureaucratic hassles. Master, are you that awesome? That's how awesome it is. Hey, traditional Chinese medicine is different from Western medicine. I'm bringing you straight in. Who's going to dare block you with rules? Wu Yun explained to him. He explained that in Western medicine, even if you see a chief physician, their diagnostic methods are the same as a resident doctor's. First comes the consultation, then tests are ordered, results are reviewed, and treatment follows. Viruses are treated with antivirals, bacteria with antibiotics, tumors with surgery. Traditional Chinese medicine, however, emphasizes holistic diagnosis. Through observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation, practitioners gain a thorough understanding of the patient's condition. Then they prescribe herbs or use complementary therapies like acupuncture to holistically regulate the body, strengthening the healthy and expelling the pathogenic. Thus, in TCM, clinical efficacy reigns supreme. A practitioner who can effectively treat illness is a good one. However, many TCM practitioners face challenges due to policy restrictions. A practitioner skilled in treating illnesses may not necessarily obtain a professional license.
That's why he came personally to guide Yang Ling through the process, arranging for experts to conduct the assessments themselves. Xiao Ling, over the years, TCM has faced relentless pressure. The modern medical system nearly buried it. Good TCM practitioners can't make money, it's bad for the economy. Heh, some illnesses can be cured with a prescription costing just a few bucks. How's that supposed to turn a profit? But Western doctors? A blood test alone costs dozens of yuan, right? Add a few prescriptions and it's over 100 yuan? Who's pocketing all that money? Even now, many traditional Chinese medicine hospitals have become westernized. Wu Yun spoke loudly, completely unconcerned about others overhearing. Yang Ling quickly glanced around, noticing several people watching them. What's there to fear? You're my successor, not joining the system. Just then, several middle-aged men came trotting over in a hurry. Oh my, Mr. Wu, please don't speak recklessly, pleaded the leader, his face full of supplication. Never mind. After all these years, I've vented plenty of frustrations, but nothing's changed. Things have changed, Teacher Wu. Over the years, national policies have been shifting toward supporting traditional Chinese medicine. But progress takes time. Fine. Anyway, I'm retired now. From now on, the Wu family medical techniques will be passed down to my direct disciple, Yang Ling. Wu Yun explained as they walked. The middle-aged man in the lead was Yang Xue, the director of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital and a university professor. He had studied under a renowned Beijing TCM master for many years and had since established his own lineage. The others were all expert-level practitioners from the hospital. Yang Zhaoyuan and the others scrutinized Yang Ling, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Master Wu, are you certain we can just test him? Yes, test him freely. Anything goes. The group was immediately moved. This time, Wu Yun had requested they evaluate his personal disciple, and they took it very seriously. The Wu family's medical skills were renowned. Over the years, Wu Yun's apprenticeship studio had cultivated numerous masters of traditional Chinese medicine. But they understood that Wu Yun would never pass down his most treasured secrets. Such was the tradition of TCM inheritance. Seeing how young Yang Ling was, they had originally planned to give him some routine exam questions, which he would surely pass with ease. But Wu Yun actually told them to give him any questions he wanted? How confident could he be? Just how gifted was this young man? Teacher Wu, if you put it that way, I won't hold back, haha. So many people have sought to become your direct disciples before, including experts at the director level. You didn't accept any of them. I'm curious to see if this young Yang can outshine directors with decades of medical experience. These people stared at Yang Ling with gleaming eyes. Their eyes held no trace of disrespect or condescension, instead, they brimmed with curiosity and admiration. For Wu Yun's reputation was simply too formidable. Teacher Wu, we've prepared several exam papers. Go ahead and give us the hardest one. After passing the written test, we'll move on to practical skills. We've also prepared 10 patients. They present with various symptoms. Among them, 3 cases required a consultation to finally confirm their diagnoses. Yang Ling's heart skipped a beat. Holy! Was his master placing too much trust in him? He possessed vast knowledge and had memorized countless case studies, but he had never personally conducted clinical work. Those 3 patients whose conditions were only confirmed after expert consultations were being used to test him? Chapter 160, Traditional Chinese Medicine Exam. The exam commenced shortly thereafter. Though this was a special examination, not a standardized test, the entire process was monitored by video surveillance to prevent any future issues. Moreover, it was jointly supervised by a panel of distinguished experts. The first part was a written test. Yang Ling sat before the computer, staring at the questions before him, utterly speechless. The test was indeed difficult. It wasn't just difficult, each question encompassed a wealth of foundational knowledge and advanced TCM skills. For instance, one question asked, explain the clinical significance of the statement for those deficient in form, warm them with qi for those deficient in essence, supplement them with flavor from the Suwen, the great treatise on yin-yang correspondence and manifestations. This question came directly from the text of the Huangdi Neijing. Inexperienced individuals would typically answer based on the analysis provided in the Huangdi Neijing. However, having reviewed numerous modern clinical cases and complex disorder case studies, Yang Ling recognized that this passage could yield profoundly deepened interpretations. Subtle differences can lead to vastly different treatment outcomes. Some questions are more challenging, such as reciting classical texts from memory or comparing passages. The various classical texts of Chinese medicine are obscure and difficult to understand. Not only must one recite them verbatim, but also compare them, as single character error results in point deductions. Moreover, many complex case analyses like infertility due to damp heat and blood stasis along with herbal contraindications are simply not suitable for beginners. What left him speechless was the inclusion of questions combining Western medical diagnoses with TCM differential diagnosis. Outside, Wu Yun was fuming. Have you no shame? Knowing he's my direct disciple, you still insist on this Western Chinese integration nonsense? Are you deliberately making things difficult? Well,
Professor Wu, Western medicine does have its merits. It remains the mainstream in modern medical practice. Mainstream my assets, mainstream for making money. Never mind, there aren't many questions like this anyway. Even if he can't answer them, it won't affect the overall outcome. Are you that confident, Teacher Wu? There are many difficult questions inside. Even doctors with years of experience might not be able to answer them. You'll see for yourselves. A computer sat before them. Yang Ling was answering questions on it, and they could see the answers in real time. The next moment, they all froze. Holy crap, this classical Chinese medicine dictation and comparison, not a single character off. This case analysis is flawless, textbook perfect. Not only does it list several different formulas, but it also details the outcomes of adjusting certain herbs. His analysis of the Neijing's original text is flawless, seamlessly integrating modern clinical practice. Professor Wu, has he been practicing alongside you for over a decade? But I've never seen him at the hospital before? Wu Yun grinned so wide his mouth couldn't close. Haha, what a boost to my reputation. Those who enter the path of cultivation are truly geniuses. Superb intellect, extraordinary comprehension, photographic memory. Awesome. But soon, Wu Yun's anger flared up. Damn it! Why are you reading Western medical texts? You're going down the wrong path. The others exchanged bewildered glances, then their faces lit up with surprise. He actually answered those questions on integrated Chinese and Western medicine? And perfectly? He knows Western medicine? He doesn't reject it? Teacher Wu, your student youth has its advantages, unlike you old fogies. Yes, Teacher Wu, a student like this is a treasure. He'll surely carry on the Wu family medical tradition. Wu Yun sighed. Never mind, never mind. Let him be. Yang Ling's superhuman intellect truly made learning anything effortless. Perhaps, under Yang Ling's stewardship, the Wu family medical arts would become even more formidable. Over an hour later, Yang Ling finished his exam. He didn't even bother to review it. His photographic memory allowed him to instantly recall relevant knowledge points upon seeing each question, grasping them deeply. Even questions combining Chinese and Western medicine posed no challenge to him. He had already finished reading Sun Boheo's collection of books. It should be noted that Wu Yun had only intended for him to read a few books to get by on the exam. He stepped out of the exam hall. Master, I've finished. Good. Good. Proceed to the next step, the practical assessment. The practical exam consisted of 3 sessions, involving 6 patients in total. The patients in the earlier rounds presented with clear symptoms, nothing particularly complex or rare. Yang Ling easily completed his differential diagnosis through observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. Though lacking prior clinical experience, he discovered that as he took pulses and questioned patients, knowledge automatically surfaced in his mind, drawing upon classical texts. Moreover, his fingers perceived the patient's pulses with remarkable clarity. Even when the pulses were complex, he could discern their intricate details. It was as if he possessed radar, able to sense the qi mechanisms within the patient's body. This sensation was profoundly mysterious. He felt it was connected to the internal energy within his own body. His entire process was textbook perfect. The senior practitioners watching from behind nodded approvingly, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Just then, a young man hurried over. Dr. Liang, I have a patient here I'm having trouble with. Could you come in and help me? Oh. Dr. Wu, how about we use this case to test young Yang? That's a good one. If even old Liang's star pupil can't figure it out, it must be a real tough nut to crack. Yang Zhaoyuan beamed with delight. What do you think, young Yang? No problem. They entered an examination room. Inside sat a middle-aged man, his face radiating irritability. Behind him stood a middle-aged woman. Is your traditional Chinese medicine hospital any good? I've been taking these pills for days, and I just feel worse and worse. The man looked extremely irritated. Calm down, I've called for reinforcements. This is Director Yang of our hospital, this is my mentor, and this is, all of them are expert-level specialists, the young Dr. Zhao Min hurriedly explained. Fine. Get me checked right away. Young Yang, go ahead. Yang Ling nodded and stepped forward to take the pulse. What's this? You said experts would see me, but now you send an intern? I'm a patient, not some lab rat. Professor Liang, this gentleman is. Zhao Min frowned. This guy looks so young, and Yang Zhaoyuan actually let him examine me? If he does a good job, it'll make him look incompetent. Just examine him. Keep your mouth shut. Zhao Min could only nod. Don't worry, patient. With so many of us here, we'll definitely get you treated properly, Yang Zhaoyuan reassured the patient. The middle-aged man suppressed his irritation. Last time you complained of diarrhea. These past few days, after taking antidiarrheal medication, have you been feeling bloated and uncomfortable with a restless mood? Yang Ling asked. Yes. I'll prescribe some medication. Take it for 1 day, then come back for a follow-up tomorrow. He promptly filled the prescription. The young doctor glanced at it and instantly frowned. This patient has diarrhea, yet you're prescribing laxatives? What? I'm already suffering from diarrhea, and you're prescribing laxatives? The patient stood up angrily. Does your traditional Chinese medicine hospital not value patients' lives? Sending a greenhorn intern to mess with me?
Yang Zhaoyuan and the others were equally astonished. Looking at the young doctor's diagnosis, it should have been fine.
But since the patient hadn't recovered, there must be something wrong.
They turned to Wu Yun, noticing the faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
Young Yang, explain it to the patient, Yang Zhaoyuan said with a smile. He had already identified the problem. Yes, Director Yang. Chapter 161, Obtaining the Traditional Chinese Medicine Certificate.
As the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine states, blockages are treated by blocking, obstructions are treated by unblocking.
This is the principle of reverse treatment. This gentleman still has significant fecal accumulation in his abdomen.
Using antidiarrheal agents prevents the waste from being expelled, making him feel even worse. Yang Zhaoyuan and the others nodded in agreement.
Exactly. That's precisely it.
Patient, you can take this prescription with confidence.
It won't cause any issues. If there's no improvement, feel free to come see me. Reassured by the expert's affirmation, the patient felt at ease. Zhao Min suddenly understood. Zhao Min, pay closer attention next time. Details matter. Professor Liang, I'll be more careful. Who is this? Zhao Min stared at young Ling with curiosity. He looked far too young, probably just out of school. Yet he was accompanied by so many big shots. And he'd even identified the true issue with this patient. He is young Ling, the direct disciple of Master Wu Yun. Wu Yun, the founder of the Wu Yun Inheritance Studio? Zhao Min exclaimed. Yes. I see. Mr. Yang, it's a pleasure to meet you. Pleasure to meet you. Young Ling beamed.
Treating patients actually gave him a sense of accomplishment. Next, he saw two patients with complex and difficult to treat conditions.
There were no surprises, his diagnoses were entirely accurate. Yang Zhaoyuan and the others were filled with admiration.
After all, one of those patients had required a joint consultation to reach a diagnosis.
This meant young Ling's accumulated knowledge was on par with theirs. At such a young age. Young Yang, your exam results are perfect. Thank you, Director Yang. Thank you, everyone. Young Yang, come join our hospital. We'll offer you a special appointment. Yes, we'll have you lead the Wu Yun clinic. Don't try to poach him, he's coming to my clinic, Wu Yun declared. Professor Wu, young Yang is a genius.
His future achievements will undoubtedly surpass ours.
He might even become a national master of Chinese medicine. Joining the traditional Chinese medicine hospital would expose him to more patients, which would greatly benefit his growth. No. Wu Yun's face was set in determination. Professor Wu, you must consider young Yang's wishes. Joining the traditional Chinese medicine hospital offers both prestige and practical benefits. Wu Yun frowned. He knew Yang Ling's family wasn't well off. Working at the clinic certainly wouldn't bring in as much income.
Because the medicine he prescribed was very affordable.
Unlike other clinics, where prices easily reached hundreds of yuan.
If Yang Ling had joined the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, he could have more easily gained both fame and fortune.
Sorry, Director Yang, I still want to follow my master. Yang Ling needed freedom to treat his mother. Working at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital would restrict that.
Moreover, he had never practiced clinically before, yet scored perfect marks on the exam, proof he didn't rely on clinical experience. If his internal energy grew powerful enough to channel qi through silver needles, he would transcend conventional medical practice.
Well, fine. If you ever wish to return, just let me know. After receiving his certificate, young Ling left with Wu Yun. Xiao Ling, do you resent me for stopping you from working at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital? Not at all. Master, I'm more interested in cultivation now. I don't want to waste time on this.
I want to reach the realm of silver needle energy transfer, that way I can save my mother too.
Besides, inheriting your medical skills wouldn't bring much revenue to the hospital. Heh, it's unorthodox and a thankless task. Ha ha ha.
Well said, well said.
Such insight at your young age.
I didn't let you go precisely because I didn't want you to forget the original purpose of practicing medicine. Once you enter this healthcare system, you're forced to focus on generating revenue.
Over time, it makes people forget the purpose of medicine. We practice medicine to heal and save lives, not to make money.
Wu Yun pulled a bank card from his pocket.
Little Ling, here's 2 million. It's a token of appreciation from me and your master's wife.
Use it to buy ginseng to prolong your mother's life. Master, I can't accept this, Yang Ling said, deeply moved.
You call me master, so you can take it. Here, take it. Your mother and I don't need much money. My children earn well, we're not worried. Take this to get through this difficult time. Alright, thank you, master.
By the way, tomorrow I'm heading to Huanjiang County to source medicinal herbs. I hear there are several companies there specializing in semi-wild cultivation.
If you need anything, just let me know. Huanjiang County?
There should indeed be wild medicinal herbs there.
I visited when I was young.
If we can find a reliable supplier of high-quality herbs, it would greatly benefit our clinic.
To be honest, the herbs we use at our clinic now aren't as potent as those from the traditional Chinese medicine hospital.
We have to increase the dosage to achieve the desired effect.
Alright, I'll find a reliable source. Alright, head back then.
Oh, and just so you know, that beautiful woman you brought to the clinic last time has fully recovered.
Looks like she's been in good spirits lately, resting well and taking her medicine. But you're built like an ox, you've got to take it easy on her.
And no more of that daily routine like before.
Wu Yun sighed deeply, patting young Ling on the shoulder.
Xiao Ling, now that you've embarked on the path of cultivation, you must prioritize your practice above all else. This is what martial arts practitioners have longed for throughout the ages.
Don't squander heaven's gift by indulging in carnal desires. Master, I understand.
He hailed a taxi by the roadside and pulled out his phone, where he saw a message from Wen Ruyan.
Young Ling, it's been ages since you came back. How about we go pick up Cece together this afternoon?
Sure, I'll come back this afternoon. His expression turned surprised. Wu Yun had just mentioned Wen Ruyan was feeling better, and now she was texting him to come back.
What did this mean? Could tonight mean spending the night with Wen Ruyan? Thinking of Wen Ruyan's alluring charm.
Besides Wen Ruyan's message, there was also one from Xiaoxiu. This girl had been texting him non-stop since morning, saying she'd been waiting at the library all day.
Holy crap! Could she actually have feelings for him?
After pondering, he told her about his upcoming rural assignment tomorrow, which would keep him away for a while. Anyway, he finished all the books he needed to read and wouldn't be hitting the library anytime soon.
Ha! Senior, I'm on break too. Can I come with you? No way. Didn't you say you needed to focus on your studies?
After turning Xiaoxiu down, he hailed a cab back to Ruyan Apartments. It had been quite a while since he'd been back here. The password hadn't changed. He opened the door and saw Wen Ruyan lounging lazily on the sofa in her silk pajamas, playing with her phone. Spotting him enter, she hurriedly sat up. Instantly, the bulging treasures beneath her silk nightgown became conspicuous, as if beckoning Yang Ling to explore.
You're back so soon. Ruyan, you look well. Seems your recent regimen is working.
He walked over to Wen Ruyan, took her hand, and checked her pulse.
It's indeed good. Just as my teacher said, you're fully recovered.
As long as you maintain good emotional health, stick to a regular schedule, eat well, and exercise properly, you'll stay healthy.
Your teacher is truly remarkable, and the medicine is affordable too. Wen Ruyan stared intently at Yang Ling. Last time, she had promised Yang Ling.
Once her health was restored, she would give herself to him. Now, the time had come. She should take that step and enjoy her own life.
Chapter 162, Zhang Qian's Pregnancy. Yang Ling, have a seat.
Yang Ling sat beside Wen Ruyan. It must be said, this woman was truly captivating. Curvy, radiating the allure of a young wife, and clad only in a sheer silk nightgown.
Each detail was enough to make any man lose his head. Ruyan, what's wrong? Wen Ruyan hesitated, words on the tip of her tongue.
She had already resolved to bring Yang Ling back to boldly pursue beauty, to chase happiness, to live for herself. Yet, at the last moment, the words failed her. For she was inherently gentle and reserved by nature, placing great importance on her dignity and pride.
She knew Yang Ling had other clients.
She feared rejection, feared the embarrassment.
You have been with other clients lately, haven't you? No, I've been studying lately. Yang Ling pulled out his Chinese medicine certification from his backpack. Here. I just passed the exam this morning fresh off the press. Now I can practice medicine.
When Ruyan took it and looked at it, her face filled with shock.
You just became Wu Yun's disciple not long ago, and you already passed the exam? You can treat illnesses now? You didn't use Wu Yun's connections to get it, did you? Don't worry. Since joining the cultivation sect, my mental strength and memory have greatly improved. I've already mastered Wu Yun's medical techniques.
Today, several experts from the traditional Chinese medicine hospital specifically tested me, with the entire process under video surveillance.
Wen Ruyan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Yang Ling, you're so amazing. Though she knew Yang Ling was exceptional, she hadn't realized just how extraordinary he was.
If a man like this could accompany her for the rest of her life, she would have no regrets. And her daughter adored this father so much. But, she thought of Zhang Qian. She thought of the clients he'd known before even coming to work for her. She thought of Zhang Xue and the others.
Yang Ling was so outstanding they must have liked him too.
And Wei Euro, the president of Star Group.
So young, yet she'd spent a fortune hiring Yang Ling as her exclusive health consultant. Could she have him all to herself? Clearly not.
After several misunderstandings, she had come to understand this truth. The moment she tried to possess him, the only one who would get hurt was herself. She longed to be as carefree as Zhang Qian, to follow her heart, enjoy life fully, and be a truly happy woman. But she couldn't do it. Sharing a man with another woman, if Zhang Qian weren't her sister like best friend, she never would have agreed to let Yang Ling pretend to be Zhang Qian's boyfriend.
Ruyan, come here. Lie down.
I'll give you a full body massage, then teach you yoga later. I'll help you cultivate the best possible lifestyle.
Okay. Wen Ruyan lay face down on the sofa. Yang Ling massaged Wen Ruyan thoroughly, concluding with his specialized technique to disperse knots.
Ruyan, the hard lump in your chest has almost completely dissolved.
There's no risk now. That's excellent. It's all thanks to your skill. Wen Ruyan gazed at Yang Ling, her eyes narrowing seductively. Yang Ling, do you massage your other clients like Chanxian the same way? No way. I might give Chanxian and the others acupressure at most. Only you let me touch places like this.
After all, you're the only one who lets me play the role of your husband.
Good. From now on, you're only allowed to do this for me. Get up. Teach me yoga.
Before our private club opens, I want to be better than Shanxian and the others.
Ha? That's it? I was ready to pull out my gun, and now you want me to teach you yoga? All right. Yang Ling teaches Wen Ruyan yoga. Just then, Zhang Qian opened the door and walked in. You little Wen Ruyan. You actually snuck in while I was gone and had Yang Ling give you private lessons? Shanxian, weren't you supposed to be at that private club? Why are you back? I wasn't feeling well today, got tired easily, so I came back. Oh? Well, that's perfect timing. Yang Ling just got his TCM practitioner's license. Let him take a look at you. What? How long has it been? He already got his license? Wen Ruyan explained briefly. He's truly the man I chose. Impressive. Zhang Qian's eyes brimmed with admiration.
This man is so talented, so brilliant.
Come on, Sister Qian, let me take your pulse.
His opinion of Zhang Qian had completely changed. She was truly a woman of honor. At La Maihui, she'd helped him twice last time, she'd even slapped Lu Yunyuan across the face.
Sure.
As he took Zhang Qian's pulse, his expression gradually grew strange, solemn, and complex.
What's wrong? What's with that look? Yang Ling, is Chanxian okay? She's fine. It should be good news. Yang Ling was utterly baffled inside.
According to conventional Chinese pulse diagnosis methods, it takes 6 weeks after intercourse before a slippery pulse can be detected to confirm pregnancy. Yet his internal energy allowed him to perceive the patient's pulse with greater precision. Combined with the Wu family's medical heritage, he was highly confident that Zhang Qian might be pregnant. Though no slippery pulse had yet formed, he simply had this feeling.
Moreover, it must be the very beginning of the pregnancy. About 8 days after intercourse. Wow, internal energy is truly. This sensation is profoundly mysterious, yet its principles defy explanation. And he couldn't be completely certain either way.
He could only wait a while longer until Zhang Qian confirmed it with modern methods.
It's good news, so why that look? You don't know how terrifying that expression can be to people in traditional Chinese medicine.
From now on, Sister Qian, get plenty of rest and don't overexert yourself.
Put yoga on hold for now. What? Spit it out, what exactly is wrong with me?
Because the pulse wasn't clear enough, I can only make a preliminary judgment. It's highly likely you're pregnant.
What?
Wen Ruyan and Zhang Qian both screamed simultaneously.
We'll need to wait a while for a definitive diagnosis. Yang Ling sighed inwardly. Sis Qian, since you have a boyfriend, why did you ask me to pretend? You could have just brought him home. I don't have a boyfriend. What? Yang Ling frowned. Zhang Qian's life was certainly unconventional.
But that was her business, none of his concern. Deep down, he knew Zhang Qian was loyal and kind to him, a good friend indeed.
It's not what you think.
Zhang Qian hurried to explain, but the word stuck in her throat, leaving her flushed with embarrassment. Oh dear, you must have misread the situation.
Maybe I did misread it. Let's wait a while longer.
Anyway, get plenty of rest.
I should remind you, you're 36 now. Medically speaking, that's considered advanced maternal age.
If you don't conceive this time, it could affect your future chances.
Oh.
Zhang Qian slumped onto the sofa, burying her face in the pillow.
Oh no, oh no. How did I end up taking his pulse? How could she explain this?
She couldn't possibly say that she'd taken advantage of him that night when he was drunk.
Wouldn't Wen Ruyan hate her to death? No, I have to keep this hidden.
This child, I'll bear it myself.
That way, the family won't pressure me to marry.
Besides, Mom said if I have it, the family can afford to raise it.
The house feels too empty, more children would liven things up.
Yang Ling, pick up Cici at 5 o'clock.
I'll stay and chat with Chanxian for a while. All right.
With time to spare, he headed back to Purple Jasmine Community. Inside the house, Wen Ruyan stared intently at Zhang Qian.
This child, is she Yang Ling's? Chapter 163, Transferring Household Registration. What nonsense are you talking about? If it were his, wouldn't he know?
Zhang Qian feigned innocence.
Then whose is it? Didn't Yang Ling say it could be a misdiagnosis? Let's wait and see. Shanxian, you didn't get back together with your ex-boyfriend, did you? If you really are pregnant, he has to take responsibility. If he won't, then we'll terminate it. Ruyan, I'm already 36. If I really am pregnant, I won't terminate it. Being a single mom is fine just like you. We'll support each other through thick and thin. But, your parents would kill you. They won't. At my age, I'm an older single woman. My reputation in my circle isn't great. The only men who'd marry me are ugly or weird. I wouldn't want them anyway. Forget it. Enough said. Since you've made up your mind, as your best friend, I support you. You become Cece's godmother, and I'll be your child's godmother. Jiang Xue wrapped her arms around Wen Ruyan and kissed her cheek. Darling, you're the best. All these years, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have made it. Now, I feel healthier than ever, my mood is great, and I've come to terms with so many things. The future looks bright. Yes, the future looks bright, Jiang Xue smiled. Ruyan, I have an idea. What is it? Well, since we're not planning on finding men anyway, how about we pay Yang Ling to be our child's father? Wen Ruyan stared in disbelief. What did you say? Anyway, I'm Cece's godmother, and you're my child's godmother. We live together. Since Yang Ling is Cece's dad, let him play the role of my child's dad too. That's perfect, right? It's convenient, and the child will have a father's love from the start. Chanxian, this child, it can't really be Yang Ling's, can it? No, he's not. Alright, I'll be honest with you. Someone introduced me to a channel. Using the essence of elite individuals, combined with technological methods, artificial, you understand? Really? Yep, more real than the real thing. Fine. Once you give birth, if Yang Ling agrees, I won't mind. Yay! You promised. I love you. Oh my god, you're going to kill me. At that moment, Yang Ling returned to the rental apartment but couldn't find his mom or Momo. Many things were missing from the house. He immediately made a call. Bro, we went back to our hometown. Huh? Why didn't you wait for me? Bro, mom said she doesn't want to go to Ningqing anymore. She doesn't want to end up having to buy a gravesite after she dies. Hearing this, Yang Ling instantly grew furious. Mom's so worried, why didn't you try to reassure her? I told you I'd find a way to cure her and extend her life. Bro, she's been searching online a lot lately and listening to others talk. She keeps thinking she won't live much longer. I understand. Talk to her more, keep an eye on her. If she feels mistreated in the countryside, she must come back. Even if it comes down to the last resort, a mere grave plot, I can afford it. Yeah, brother. Uncle and the others said since you're a college student, they want you to transfer your household registration to the city ASAP. They're worried you'll come back to claim the land compensation. Bull. Do you think I care about that money? Bro, why not just transfer your household registration to Ningqing? That'll shut them up. Mom put your household register in the wardrobe. Fine, I'll transfer it immediately. Send me the address, I've been away so long I've forgotten it. Yang Ling harbored no affection for his uncle and the others. But he couldn't bring himself to hate them. After all, they had provided him with a place to call home. Otherwise, he'd still be wandering aimlessly without a permanent home. Besides, he couldn't comment on the grudges between his mother and his uncle's family. His mother had once told him she'd rebelled against an arranged marriage, gotten pregnant before marriage with her boyfriend, and brought shame upon her family, subjecting them to gossip and finger-pointing. She broke up with him but still gave birth to Momo. Back then, she nearly severed all ties with the family. This time back home, I'll get everything completely straightened out. He would secure Ningqing residency for his mother and sister, ensuring their lifelong security. Just then, Yang Momo sent over the address. He looked it up, by Ma Town, Yangjia Village, 60 kilometers from Huanjiang County, not too far. The police station closes in 3 hours, and tomorrow is Saturday. Then I'll go handle it now. He called Wen Ruyan to say he had something urgent come up. Besides, he had to go to the mountains tomorrow and couldn't accompany Cece, so he might as well skip seeing her tonight to avoid missing his departure tomorrow. Wen Ruyan wanted to take the child along, but this trip to the mountains for herbal gathering would leave him no time for that. He gathered his things and headed straight for the police station near Puyue City. Government procedures had been streamlined, making things quick and convenient, a one-stop service. Soon, he obtained the new household register, took a photo, and sent it to Yang Momo. Momo, you and Mom's household registration has to be transferred in person. They need to take photos on site. Bro, I don't plan to transfer mine. This way, I can stay classified as a low-income student and still get student loans, easing your burden. Plus, Uncle said I'm entitled to a share of the land compensation. I don't care about that money. Your brother can make big bucks now. Forget it. Let's talk about it when I come to pick you both up. He returned to Puyue City and went to Lin Wan's place. She had already gotten off work and come home. Aunt Wan, have you sorted out the work arrangements? Yes, it's all set. Yang Ling glanced around and noticed Lin Feifei wasn't home. Where's Feifei? She went on a big shopping trip and won't be back until later. The next moment, her mouth was covered. You little rascal. After a long while, Yang Ling's face lit up with surprise. He discovered that after engaging in that joyful activity with Lin Wan, the internal energy within his body had actually increased slightly. This meant that Lin Wan, like Lin Meijing, might possess some kind of special constitution recognized in traditional Chinese medicine. Brilliant. It seemed he'd have to visit Lin Wan more often from now on. Oh dear, Fei-Fei's downstairs. Hurry up and get up.
Lin Wan sprang up immediately, her face radiant with satisfaction. They tidied up the scene, erasing all traces. The two pushed the outdoor off-road bike downstairs.
Brother Ling's here? Perfect timing to help me move stuff. What's this? Yesterday you called me Young Ling, today you want me to move things, and now it's Ling Gu again? I was upset yesterday, but I've thought it through. I still like Brother Ling. I want to compete fairly with Xia Siyu. Are you out of your mind? Not at all. Hurry up.
I bought tons of stuff, an outdoor tent, barbecue tools.
This trip to the countryside, we can camp outdoors and even spend the night outside. Spend the night outdoors? Wild. Yang Ling glanced at Lin Wan. Lin Wan shuddered, a wave of guilt washing over her.
Little Ling, hurry up and move the stuff.
We're going out for dinner soon. Mom, I already ate. You take Brother Ling out for dinner later. All right.
After bringing the things back, Yang Ling and Lin Wan went out.
Aunt Wan, I'll swing by Aunt Lan's place later to borrow her Land Rover SUV. It'll be easier to drive tomorrow. Sure, go ahead. Invite her to dinner too. After calling Li Jilian, she said she didn't feel like going out that evening, but they could order takeout to the villa and eat together.
They arrived at her place soon after.
Not long after waiting, the barbecue arrived. Jilon, what did you order?
Pork kidneys, drunken vegetables, pressure-cooked oysters, beef penis.
Lin Wan looked utterly speechless. What's the big deal? Xiao Ling will definitely love this, right, Xiao Ling? Yang Ling looked utterly bewildered. Could it be that Li Jilian had already told Lin Wan about their relationship? Tonight might just. Holy, this is intense. Yeah, I really like it. Lin Wan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Yang Ling told Li Jilian about them? Chapter 164, The Horrific Car Accident. If you like it, eat more. I'll open the wine for you.
Li Jilian had her own plans in mind. She planned to get Yang Ling and Lin Wan drunk.
Then. Jilian, what are you doing? Why drink so late at night? We have to drive to the countryside tomorrow.
If we're still hungover, we could get charged with drunk driving.
It's fine.
I'll just drink some hangover soup.
Fine, just a little then. Lin Wan and Yang Ling took a sip of the liquor.
On a hot night like this, sipping ice-cold beer was truly refreshing.
Jilon, why aren't you drinking? I've quit drinking.
I need to take better care of myself from now on, or I'll be old in a few years.
Li Jilon had indeed given up alcohol.
She had given up everything harmful to the fetus.
Then why did you tell me to drink? I look older than you, so I won't drink either. I'm quitting alcohol too.
Xiao Ling, you're not allowed to drink either. Truthfully, the word old struck fear into Lin Wan's heart. In a few more years, her figure would change drastically.
Yang Ling would still be in the prime of his youth. Would he still love her?
But sometimes, she had no choice but to accept reality.
Everyone grows old. Oh, Wan, what's with you?
Men drinking a little wine is no big deal.
Lin Wan shot Li Jilon a glare. How could she not see through Li Jilon's intentions?
She instantly breathed a sigh of relief.
It seemed Yang Ling hadn't mentioned their affair. Li Jilon was merely trying to create an opportunity for her. Yang Ling exchanged puzzled glances with the two women, unable to make sense of it.
After finishing their late-night snack, the three washed up and went to bed.
No sooner had Yang Ling settled into bed than she received a message from Li Jilon. Xiao Ling, did you tell Xiao Wan about us? No, I didn't. Good. You must keep this confidential, understand? Otherwise, Xiao Wan will scold me to death.
Shortly after, Lin Wan also texted him, asking if he'd told Li Jilian about their situation.
Of course, he replied no. Xiao Ling, you absolutely must keep this confidential, understand? Otherwise, I'll be too embarrassed to show my face.
What woman would, with her best friend's son?
Got it. Looks like tonight's a bust. He immediately entered meditation, circulating his internal energy. The next day, Yang Ling drove off in Li Jilong's Land Rover. This Land Rover really handled well, plenty of horsepower, quite powerful.
Back at Puyue City, he saw Lin Fei-Fei packing up a huge pile of belongings.
Fei-Fei, are you moving? How come you have so much stuff? Not that much, really. Look, camping gear, outdoor gear, extra clothes, snacks. All essentials, okay?
Anyway, Aunt Lan's car has that extra luggage rack on top. I'll just take it with me. If we don't need it later, no big deal.
Whatever you say. Yay! Ling Gu is the best. Lin Fei-Fei planted a kiss on Yang Ling's cheek. What are you doing? Trying to take advantage of me? Then Ling, you can take one back. Lin Fei-Fei pouted. Alright, stop fooling around. Hurry up and pack your bags.
Lin Wan felt a twinge of regret. If only she could have held her ground, controlled her desires.
Never mind. No use dwelling on what might have been.
Watching Yang Ling and Lin Fei-Fei standing together, so perfectly matched, her heart twisted in turmoil. Finally, with the luggage packed, they set off.
Ningcheng was 300 kilometers from Huanjiang County.
Most of the route was highway, and according to the navigation, it should take 3 hours to reach their destination. After 2.5 hours of driving, however, the navigation displayed a long stretch of red.
The navigation system alerted us to a major accident ahead.
After waiting a while, they saw several injured people ahead, running while crying and shouting.
Is there a doctor? Is there a doctor? Yang Ling could sense the other person's desperation. And Wan, you take the wheel.
I'll go check.
Xiao Ling, don't go.
Even though you know traditional Chinese medicine, this kind of car accident isn't something you can handle.
That's right, Ling, don't meddle. If something goes wrong, you could get blamed. Human life is at stake. As a healer, I can't just stand by.
He grabbed his backpack and got out of the car. Inside his backpack were the needles Wu Yun had given him, along with some common TCM tools and medical supplies he'd packed specifically for this herb gathering trip.
Oh my, when did Brother Ling become so nosy?
Mom, I'll go check on him and film the whole thing to avoid any trouble.
Alright, go ahead. Stay close to him.
Lin Feifei got out of the car and rushed toward Yang Ling.
Yang Ling had already reached the injured people. I'm a doctor. I'm a doctor too.
At that moment, a tall woman stepped out of an SUV. She had long legs, a well-defined face, and bronze-toned skin, radiating health and a wild, untamed aura.
I'm also a doctor, from Huanjiang County People's Hospital.
A young man in his 30s got out of the car.
Great, great, thank you all. Follow me.
Lin Feifei followed along, inwardly speechless.
Yang Ling only knew a little about traditional Chinese medicine. He hadn't even diagnosed the patient. How could he be considered a doctor? Soon, they arrived at the accident scene.
It appeared to be a chain reaction collision. 3 vehicles had overturned, blocking most of the roadway and preventing any traffic from moving forward. The other 2 vehicles hadn't overturned, but their front ends were severely damaged, with injured people inside. Beside the vehicles, more casualties lay scattered, some contorted in agony, others sprawled in pools of blood, and still others unconscious.
It was truly horrific. Lin Feifei turned pale at the sight and nearly vomited. The tall, leggy girl, Su Yue, also looked terrified.
The young doctor, Liang Hong, remained confident and immediately began administering emergency care.
He appeared to be a Western-trained physician skilled in emergency surgical techniques. Doctor, my son isn't breathing.
Please save him, a woman cried, her face frozen in terror. Liang Hong rushed over to examine him, his expression grave.
Miss Su, come help me quickly. Su Yue hurried over. Su, help me with.
Liang Hong rattled off a string of surgical jargon. Su Yue flushed with embarrassment, clearly uncomfortable.
Dr. Liang, I'm sorry. I'm just a village doctor from the countryside. I'm not very familiar with what you're describing.
The woman's face fell with despair.
Then come over, little Yang. Yang Ling produced some traditional Chinese medical tools. You're a TCM practitioner too? Why didn't you say so earlier? What good is TCM? Get out of the way. Liang Hong's face darkened with irritation as he immediately began performing the rescue himself. You can't perform CPR on him.
You need to clear the blood from his airway first.
Yang Ling frowned and reminded Liang Hong. You're just a TCM practitioner, what the hell do you know about emergency care? Don't slow me down. But after fiddling around for a while, Liang Hong looked utterly helpless. I'm sorry, ma'am. I did my best. Please accept my condolences.
The woman burst into tears.
After Liang Hong stood up, Yang Ling put on a mask and immediately knelt down to take the teenager's pulse. Miss Su, traditional Chinese medicine can assist in emergency care too. Come help me.
Traditional Chinese medicine, contrary to what Liang Hong claimed, is not incapable of handling such situations.
TCM practitioners also specialize in surgery and they're incredibly skilled.
After all, over 1,000 years ago, Hua Tuo had already performed craniotomies.
Wu's medical techniques included numerous similar procedures.
Yang Ling, having studied Sun Boheo's texts, possessed extensive knowledge on integrating Chinese and Western medicine.
He was thoroughly familiar with the principles of combined Chinese and Western surgical emergency procedures. What are you doing? Questioning my judgment? I'm a doctor at Huanjiang County People's Hospital. You're just folk practitioners stick to treating minor ailments. Don't mess around and desecrate the body.
Brother Ling, don't be stubborn, Lin Feifei pleaded, her face filled with terror. Liang Hong was a certified doctor at the People's Hospital, he must be highly skilled.
Even Su Yue, a legitimate TCM practitioner, hesitated to intervene. As for Yang Ling, he was at best an amateur who dabbled in traditional Chinese medicine, he didn't even have a certificate. And now he wants them to assist him? And question Liang Hong? Chapter 165, The Long-Legged Su Yue.
Yang Ling ignored Liang Hong, his expression turning grave. He circulated his internal energy, sensing the boy's vital signs. Only a faint pulse beat evidently, the youth had just suffered cardiac arrest. The impact had caused congealed blood to enter his windpipe, obstructing his breathing. Earlier, Liang Hong had performed CPR, dispersing the blood clot but blocking more of the airway. He immediately performed acupuncture, applying pressure to specific points. Soon, the boy began coughing violently, spitting out mouthfuls of blood and gasping for air.
Ah! Xiao Gang, my Xiao Gang. Thank you, doctor.
The woman wept tears of joy. Lin Feifei stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous.
Good heavens! When did he become so skilled?
His face radiated confidence, unflinching and utterly captivating.
Su Yuhua was utterly stunned. What kind of acupuncture technique was that? He's actually a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner too? Can traditional Chinese medicine be this impressive? Miss Su, do you know acupuncture? I know the basics. Alright, you'll assist this patient.
Keep rotating the needles like I'm demonstrating, but remember to be gentle. Help stabilize his vital signs, support his breathing, and hold on until the ambulance arrives.
Yes.
Liang Hong looked stunned.
How did you do that? Now is not the time for that. Let's focus on saving the patient first. Right.
Rescue first.
I apologize for my narrow-mindedness. It's fine. It's just the common misunderstanding most people have about traditional Chinese medicine. Let's save him together. Alright. Together. I'll assist you. Yang Ling and Liang Hong immediately rushed to treat the others.
After a series of procedures, they stabilized 3 people, pulling them back from the brink of death.
Many onlookers joined the rescue efforts.
Some pulled injured people from the vehicles for Yang Ling to treat, while others brought blankets, pillows, and other items to lay on the ground, making the injured more comfortable.
Yang Ling continued administering acupuncture and massage to stabilize the patient's vital signs. Acupuncture stimulates the body's latent life force. This is the strength of traditional Chinese medicine.
However, for those who had already died, there was nothing that could be done.
As for those trapped in the driver's seat and front passenger seat,
he couldn't move them and dared not attempt it. He could only wait for the fire department and ambulances. But it was clear this accident would claim at least 4 lives. Several others will be permanently disabled. The sheer brutality of the crash was evident.
Everyone, we've done our best.
Given the limited resources, this is all we could manage.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you. You're a true angel in white.
Everyone's faces were filled with gratitude.
Doctor, you're already amazing. You've done a tremendous service. The enthusiastic bystanders who helped with the rescue also gave him thumbs up.
So traditional Chinese medicine can be this powerful, Liang Hong murmured to himself. Yeah, I always thought TCM was just about taking pulses and prescribing herbs.
Who knew it could be used in emergencies?
That teenager had no pulse at all, but after a few needles, he started breathing again.
This is the true essence of traditional Chinese medicine.
Lin Feifei, who had also assisted in the rescue, now stood beside Yang Ling, basking in his glory, her eyes filled with admiration.
Brother Ling is so awesome. I absolutely have to marry him.
Meanwhile, the tall, leggy girl, Su Yuhua, gazed at Yang Ling with eyes that sparkled. Not far away, ambulances, fire trucks, and police cars approached from the opposite direction.
Dr. Liang, we'll leave the rest to you. We'll be heading out now. Hey, Dr. Yang, wait a moment. I'd like to ask your advice. Haha, no need.
Western medicine has its own strengths.
I'm off. Yang Ling pulled Lin Feifei along as they hurried away. Hey, doctor, give me your number. I want to thank you properly, several injured people called out. But Yang Ling had already walked far away. Brother Ling, leaving already? Why stay? To be gawked at like a monkey? But you did so much and got nothing in return. At least leave your number. Don't always chase after rewards. Don't you feel great after doing something good? It is satisfying.
Finish the deed and slip away, keeping your achievements and fame hidden. That's how it should be. Otherwise, you'll easily become burdened by your own reputation.
Yang Ling didn't want attention. He knew that attention meant his dealings with those clients would be discovered.
That's why he wore a mask the entire time.
Lin Feifei's heart was utterly moved.
How blind she had been before.
How could she have let such a man slip through her fingers?
No, she couldn't let him slip away. She would seize this chance to claim him. Tonight, she'd make it irreversible.
Just then, the tall, leggy beauty caught up. Master Yang, might I have your contact information? I'd like to consult you about medical techniques.
I wouldn't dare call it teaching, let's just exchange ideas.
Yang Ling and Su Yuhua exchanged contact information.
She was also from Huanjiang County.
Ms. Su, the roadblock ahead is about to clear.
Hurry back to the car.
Alright, I'll head back immediately. Once we reach our destination, let's stay in touch.
We should schedule a time to grab a meal together and have a deeper discussion.
Su Yuhua was quite spirited, turning and walking away briskly. Yang Ling found Su Yuhua quite likable.
Despite her medical skills being hopelessly inadequate, she still took the initiative to save people.
Lin Feifei puckered her lips. Brother Ling, she's clearly an unscrupulous woman.
We've only just met, and she already wants to deepen our connection. She did say in-depth conversation after all. Anyway, you can't get too close to her.
Lin Feifei was intensely jealous of Su Yue.
Not only was she tall and slender, but she was also incredibly beautiful, with ample curves in all the right places. She glanced down at her own chest, feeling a pang of insecurity.
Back in the car. Xiaoling, Feifei, are you both okay? We're fine, Mom.
You have no idea how amazing brother Ling is. Lin Feifei vividly recounted the earlier events. Lin Wan listened with growing fascination.
Xiaoling, did you really learn from a master of traditional Chinese medicine? Didn't you just start studying recently? Actually, I've been studying for years. I just got certified recently. I see.
Feifei, were you blind before? You didn't even know brother Ling had mastered medicine.
Yes, I was blind. But from now on, I won't be blind anymore.
Mom, I'm determined to marry brother Ling and no one else in this lifetime. Seeing the resolute look in Lin Feifei's eyes, Lin Wan was at a loss for words. She recalled Li Zhilan's words.
If Feifei married young Ling, she wouldn't have to leave her family.
The thought of that possibility sent an inexplicable thrill through her, making her body go limp. Soon, the traffic began to move slowly.
Half an hour later, they finally reached Huanzhong County.
After another hour of winding mountain roads, they arrived at Pingtu Town, Lingjia Village. This was a village deep in the mountains, its roads winding and twisting. Towering stone mountains and endless ridges stretched everywhere.
This was Lin Wan's maternal home.
Her in-laws' home was actually in Beima Town, though they lived in a different village than Yang Qianyu. Therefore, when Lin Wan brought Lin Feifei to live next door, they discovered they were from the same place and gradually grew closer. Driving up to several cottages, she saw a woman sitting at the doorway, watching her child while sorting vegetables. Spotting the Land Rover pull up, she quickly scooped the child into her arms and watched warily. Lin Wan and Lin Feifei stepped out of the car.
Sister-in-law, it's been ages. Oh, it's little Wan.
The woman relaxed her guard, her face lighting up with warmth.
And this young lady, could this be Feifei?
Yes, this is Feifei. My Feifei's grown so tall and still looks so fresh-faced. The woman turned to young Ling, who had just stepped out.
And this gentleman is?
Auntie, this is my boyfriend, young Ling.
Oh, come on in. I'll call your uncle right away.
It's noon now, and the weather is so hot. Your uncle has trouble walking. Why is he still going to work?
No choice. He needs to support his grandson.
He's gone to the mountains to help with the medicinal herb farm, applying fertilizer, spraying pesticides, watering.
Come, let's bring your luggage inside first.
Stepping inside, the woman looked around at the cluttered room, her face flushing with embarrassment and a hint of awkwardness.
Xiaowan, will you be staying tonight? This is all we have, just 2 beds. The 3 of you will have to squeeze in, okay? Chapter 166, Reuniting with Su Yue. The beds are too small for 3 people. Sister-in-law, we should stay in town instead.
Mom, it's so far to town, and the mountain roads are all twists and turns.
Why make it so complicated? I brought a tent. We can sleep on the floor tonight. Staying in town? What chance would I have tonight? As long as I can sleep in the same tent as brother Ling. Well, I suppose that's acceptable. Lin Wan frowned. Sis, this room belongs to Lin Chang, right? It looks like it hasn't been lived in for ages. Where are Lin Chang and his wife? Years ago, his wife ran off. He left to work elsewhere and hasn't returned in years, nor sent any money home. I stayed to look after the children while your eldest brother had to work at the medicinal herb base. What? His wife ran off?
They spent 18,000 yuan on the dowry to marry her in the first place.
What could we do? Once she went out to work and saw the world, why would she ever come back to this mountain hollow? Did you get the dowry back? No way.
The other side said having a son for our family counts as repayment.
Lin Wan sighed.
Then I'll go fetch my brother back.
Come on, Xiaoling, you were looking for medicinal herbs, right? We can swing by that herb base on the way. They soon arrived at the medicinal herb base's office. Xiaoling, here, make this call. It's the owner of the herb base. My friend helped me find him. Yang Ling dialed the number and saw the name displayed on the phone, Su Yue. What a coincidence. Before long, Su Yue came to open the door. Oh my. Master healer Yang Ling, how did you find me here?
At this moment, Su Yue was already dressed in outdoor gear work pants, a sun-protective jacket, and a hat looking sharp and spirited.
Xiaoling, have you two known each other for a long time? Yang Ling explained briefly. Well, that really is fate. It certainly is. Master healer, you're looking for medicinal herbs?
This herb base is my project.
Come with me. Su Yue beamed with delight. Ms. Su, no rush. Yang Ling mentioned he was here to find Lin Hu. Uncle Lin, who should be in the medicinal fields. Come on, let's go find him. Su Yue went inside and emerged riding a very cool motorcycle.
After riding for about 10 minutes, they came upon a valley with a patch of medicinal fields.
Uncle Lin, someone's here to see you.
From the greenhouse in the medicinal field, an honest-looking old man with a limp emerged, carrying a sprayer on his back.
Ah, Xiaowan's back. Lin, who looked delighted, but upon catching the scent on her and seeing his own mud-covered clothes, he grew a bit self-conscious. Brother, let's go home for dinner, Lin Wan said. Mr. Su, could you give my brother half a day off? Absolutely. Uncle Lin, you can go home. I'll give him 2 days off. No need, Mr. Su. Half a day will do. Don't worry, it'll be paid leave. Thank you, Mr. Su. After Lin Wan and the others left, Su Yue took Yang Ling to see the medicinal herbs. This medicinal herb base was quite a substantial investment, with several nearby villages participating in the cultivation. Artificially cultivated medicinal herbs were visible everywhere on the surrounding mountains. For instance, many trees and rocky slopes were covered with cultivated dendrobium orchids. Ms. Su, you've made a substantial investment. Is this a large company? Su Yue shook her head and explained to him. She wasn't backed by any major corporation, but rather engaged in poverty alleviation entrepreneurship. 5 years ago, the township government launched a medicinal herb initiative. As a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine with ancestral knowledge who had also studied in Ningxing, she applied for the project due to her expertise in medicinal herbs. With support from the township government, she secured a 500,000 yuan loan from the credit union, contributed 100,000 yuan herself, and invited villagers to invest as shareholders. That's how she established this small medicinal herb base. In other villages, there were many others like her, cultivating medicinal herbs across the countryside. Yang Ling was instantly filled with deep respect. This stunning woman was also a trailblazer leading villagers toward prosperity. Ms. Su, that's impressive. So, do you use fertilizers, or do you practice wild simulated cultivation? For the greenhouse cultivation in the medicinal fields, most use fertilizers for faster growth, yielding a harvest every year. The ones on the mountainside are cultivated in a wild simulated manner. Most are harvested every 5 years, and this year happens to be the 5th year. If we sell it all smoothly, every household will recoup their investment and make a decent profit. I'll be able to pay off my loans too. Su Yue spoke with such passion and conviction, radiating boundless energy. By the way, Master Healer Yang Ling, with your exceptional medical skills, do you run a clinic or work at a large hospital? Are you here specifically to help the organization procure medicinal herbs? Something like that, Yang Ling pondered. As a poverty alleviation enterprise, have you signed procurement agreements with herbal suppliers? Are you obligated to sell to specific buyers? He didn't want to antagonize the local herbal suppliers. After all, a strong dragon can't overpower a local snake. Our township has only one medicinal herb buyer. They definitely have connections with the township government, effectively monopolizing the entire town's herb procurement. Before, we had no choice but to sell to them, there was simply no one else. But we haven't signed any formal agreements. Some leaders have encouraged us to seek buyers independently. If you can commit to long-term purchases at reasonable prices, we could explore cooperation. Alright, I'll conduct a thorough assessment and send the quality of your herbs to my superiors. Yang Ling had long mastered the Compendium of Materia Medica, the Divine Farmer's Classic of Materia Medica, the collected notes on Materia Medica, as well as modern recompilations like the Compendium of Chinese Medicinal Resources, Chinese Materia Medica, and the Encyclopedia of Modern Chinese Herbal Medicine. He could tell these wild simulated herbs were indeed of excellent quality. The local climate and natural environment were highly conducive to medicinal plant growth. However, he couldn't determine their specific medicinal properties by sight alone. He would have to use them to treat illnesses first and observe the results. For herbs like dendrobium, he could taste them and identify their medicinal properties based on flavor and sap. He picked up a dendrobium rhizome and placed it in his mouth to chew. Ha! His expression shifted abruptly as he immediately turned his attention inward. As he chewed, the dendrobium juice entered his stomach, unexpectedly stirring the internal energy in his lower dantian. The qi began circulating on its own, absorbing the medicinal properties transformed from the dendrobium sap. Holy crap! The internal energy has this function too? No wonder Wu Yun mentioned that internal martial artists could cultivate through certain medicinal formulas strengthening tendons and bones while increasing the likelihood of generating internal energy. Brilliant! He chewed on the other herbs. But few herbs could actually trigger internal energy. Only those that boosted vital energy, like dendrobium and salvia, possessed this ability. Moreover, the medicinal properties of artificially cultivated herbs differ vastly from those of wild simulated varieties. Artificially cultivated salvia root, when ingested, failed to activate internal energy. Through internal vision, he sensed only minimal medicinal power. He pondered for a moment, then typed 2 prescriptions on his phone. One was for his mother's liver cirrhosis, while the other was a formula specifically used in the Wu martial arts lineage for cultivating internal energy. Of course, he scattered the names of the herbs and didn't specify exact quantities. Such precious formulas must not be shared lightly. We have most of these herbs. The rest can be sourced from other villages. Do you need large quantities? For now, get me 10 batches based on these 2 formulas. I'll test them out. If they work, I'll definitely buy the entire supply.
If it could alleviate his mother's symptoms or aid in cultivating internal energy, he would undoubtedly require large quantities.
Chapter 167, Processing Herbs. Alright, I can gather everything tonight. But it's too small a quantity to send to the county's specialized processing factory. My workshop has basic traditional processing equipment though. Alright. I'm getting hungry.
I'll head back to Lingjia village first. Once you've gathered all the herbs, I'll come to the factory. Soon, he returned to Lingjia village and met the Lin Hu couple. Young Ling, we're a bit short on dishes, hope you don't mind the simple meal, Lin Hu said, looking a bit stiff. Uncle Lin, these dishes are all pure and natural.
We really enjoy them.
Yang Ling looked at Lin Hu.
Uncle, what's the matter with your legs?
I developed rheumatism years ago. It never fully healed, and I've been suffering from arthritis ever since.
Let me take a look at it later. What? You're a doctor?
Uncle, my brother Ling is incredibly skilled in medicine.
That's wonderful. Doctors are respectable. Fei Fei found such a good boyfriend, how fortunate. Uncle Lin and Auntie Lin beamed with joy. After dinner, Yang Ling examined Lin Hu. Young Ling practices traditional Chinese medicine?
Mr. Su examined me before did acupuncture, prescribed herbal medicine.
Said I had some rheumatic heat obstruction. Got better for a while, but it kept coming back. I just got too lazy to keep going. Yang Ling shook his head. Uncle, did you ever have lung surgery?
Yes. I wasn't careful when I was young.
Little Wan must have told you, right?
Brother, I never told Xiao Ling about that, Lin Wan said, her face lighting up with surprise.
Xiao Ling, how did you even diagnose that?
Well, Su Yua only identified the surface symptoms without pinpointing the actual source or root cause.
That's why treating it as rheumatic heat obstruction only provided temporary relief.
Alright, uncle. I'll start with acupuncture to ease your pain.
Afterward, I'll prescribe medication. With consistent use, it should cure this completely.
But remember, no more drinking or smoking.
Alright. If you can cure me, I'll do anything you ask. Yang Ling performed acupuncture on Lin Hu.
After a long while, he removed the needles.
Wow, it really doesn't hurt anymore. Little Ling, your acupuncture is amazing. It's not that miraculous, just a temporary relief. In truth, Yang Ling wasn't practicing any single school of acupuncture.
Rather, it was based on the Wu family acupuncture technique, incorporating elements from many different styles. The most crucial aspect was his internal qi, which allowed him to sense the qi mechanisms within the patient's body. This allowed him to pinpoint the exact source of the ailment, naturally yielding the best results. He believed that as long as he kept practicing medicine, sooner or later he would develop his own unique medical skills. Brother Ling is so amazing, Lin Feifei said, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Xiao Ling, thank you, Lin Wan murmured, her eyes brimming with tears. From childhood, her parents had been frail and frequently ill. By the time she turned 15, they had passed away. Her eldest brother had shouldered the family responsibilities early on, enduring great hardship to send her to vocational school. Over the years, she had earned money and sent a fair share back home. Yet her brother's health remained fragile, leaving her with a deep sense of guilt. She never imagined Yang Ling could actually cure it. He was truly extraordinary. Aunt Wan, why are you being so formal with me?
Exactly, Mom.
Why thank him? Brother Ling is my boyfriend, soon he'll be your son-in-law.
Son-in-law. Lin Wan's heart skipped a beat. Enough about that. Let's go clean the room.
Yang Ling compiled a list of medicinal ingredients and sent it to Su Yua, asking her to help gather them so they could prepare the concoction together tonight. After finishing that, he joined in cleaning the room. This room was Lin Cheng's wedding chamber, but it had been unoccupied for so long that cobwebs covered the place. It took a long time to finally get it clean. Just then, Lin Feifei came over and wrapped her arm around Yang Ling's.
Brother Ling, tonight, let Mom sleep in the bed. How about we sleep in the tent?
No.
You want me to sleep on the floor with Mom? I'll sleep on the floor. You and Aunt Wan can have the bed.
He really wanted to say he'd share the bed with Lin Wan.
That's no good at all.
I noticed the floor's a bit damp and musty. How about the three of us just squeeze together?
That sounds pretty good, actually.
By evening, after dinner, Su Yuha rode her motorcycle to the Lin family home.
Master healer Yang Ling, I've gathered all the herbs there at the factory.
Oh, and I bought some vegetables in town.
If you don't mind, come over for dinner. Uncle Lin Hu, bring your whole family. We've already eaten.
We won't be joining you, Lin Hu declined instinctively.
You young folks go ahead. Xiao Ling, I'll pass.
I want to spend more time talking with my brother and sister-in-law.
Alright, I'll go alone then.
Tonight, I need to work overtime preparing some herbs.
I probably won't be back. He was getting a little impatient. If that formula could strengthen his internal energy, he wouldn't need to seek out any Taoist dual cultivation techniques for bedroom arts. He hopped straight onto Su Yuha's motorcycle.
Lin Wan and Lin Feifei were stunned.
Brother Ling, I'll come too. You shouldn't go. Stay home and keep granduncle and grandma company. What could Lin Feifei possibly do? If it weren't for Lin Wan, he wouldn't let her tag along. She'd just be chattering away and getting in the way. Besides, he had to work late tonight and didn't want to drive her home in the middle of the night. Miss Su, let's get going. Su Yuha turned to Lin Feifei. Little Feifei, why don't we go together? There's a place to stay at my factory. She assumed Lin Feifei was Yang Ling's girlfriend. She certainly didn't want to be mistaken for meddling in someone else's relationship. Ha? Sure. Ling, take your SUV. All right. After arriving at the factory, they had some more food. Yang Ling and Su Yuha had become much more familiar with each other. Master Healer Yang Ling, you can just call me Yuha from now on. Then I'll call you Sister Yuha. I'm 23 this year, so you must be older than me. Just call me Yang Ling, skip the divine doctor part. Ouch. You're only 23 and already so skilled in medicine, while I'm 26 and just starting out. Teach me more in the future, okay? Sure thing. After the meal, Su Yuha took Yang Ling on a tour of the factory. Though called a factory, it was essentially a storage space for equipment. The premises were quite large, belonging to her family. It also served as her village clinic, housing only an elderly woman and a young girl trained as a nursing assistant. Next came the preparation of medicinal herbs. Some herbs, if non-toxic, could be used fresh and actually had stronger medicinal properties. Those that were toxic or required special processing definitely needed proper preparation. He'd studied ancient techniques for processing herbs in countless books. He could confidently declare that traditional processing methods were truly divine. For traditional processing is the very soul of Chinese medicine. Truly, herbs processed using ancient methods are far superior to those produced by modern equipment. The only drawback is that it's slow, inefficient, and unsuitable for large-scale production. Modern equipment, of course, is beneficial for scaling up traditional Chinese medicine. Ha! Sister Yuha, why does your factory have so much traditional processing equipment? Do you also practice traditional processing techniques? My family has been practicing traditional Chinese medicine locally for generations. We've always used ancient preparation methods. Oh, and I have a short video account dedicated to showcasing these ancient techniques. It gets quite a bit of traffic. Take a look. Su Yuha opened her short video account. Each video had thousands of likes. After watching for a while, he frowned. There are a few mistakes. Oh? Really? Please enlighten me. Yang Ling pointed out several mistakes. Su Yuha suddenly understood, her eyes lighting up as she looked at Yang Ling. Yang Ling, may I ask you to be my mentor? No need for formalities. Let's just exchange ideas. This is my first time making one too, and I'll need your help with the operation later. What? This is your first time? Yes, but I've studied the theory extensively. I've mastered the ancient preparation methods for nearly every medicinal herb. Su Yuha's eyes lit up. If she could master more ancient techniques, her short video account would really take off. Brother Ling, I want to learn too. Please teach me. Get lost. You have zero foundation, what's there to learn? Lin Feifei stamped her foot, pouted, and looked thoroughly displeased. Su Yuha watched Yang Ling and Lin Feifei with a puzzled look. She could tell Lin Feifei had a crush on Yang Ling, but Yang Ling didn't seem to feel the same way, or rather, there was no romantic interest, just a sisterly kind of affection. Lin Feifei was definitely Yang Ling's devoted admirer. Sis Yuha, could you find her a place to sleep? I need to get started soon. Alright, Feifei, go get some rest. I won't sleep. I'll just watch from the side. Yang Ling began immediately. Fortunately, the herbs here didn't require any particularly complex ancient processing techniques. For instance, the 9 steams and 9 sun-dries for Rehmannia root took a month, and processing turtle shells required over a month. Of course, some herbs were toxic, requiring him to perform detoxification processes. With Su Yuha's help, he quickly mastered the operation of the equipment and understood its principles. The two worked together more and more efficiently. They worked tirelessly until the next morning. Su Yuha was utterly exhausted, while Lin Feifei had only managed to stay up until 1 a.m. before retiring. Yang Ling, however, was full of energy. His face lit up with excitement as he surveyed the processed herbs. It was time to begin the decoction. Chapter 168, Finalizing the Cooperation Plan. Su Yuha couldn't stay awake any longer and went to bed. Though Yang Ling was still wide awake, he entered a meditative state in the room Su Yuha had arranged for him, cultivating his inner qi. 2 hours later, his energy was fully restored. He immediately set about preparing the medicine. However, the prescription required 1 portion for oral consumption and another for a medicinal bath. Go to the factory kitchen and start boiling the medicine and water immediately. Xiao Ling, need any help? Lin Wan and Lin Feifei walked in. Aunt Wan's here too? Yes. Your uncle's leg pain has subsided, and he doesn't want to delay work. Su Yuha has been kind to him, and he truly appreciates it. Then please help me prepare the medicine. 1 portion is for my uncle. 2 hours later, it was finally done. Lin Wan and Lin Feifei took the medicine to Lin Hu.
After Yang Ling drank the medicine, he immediately went into the bathroom, where a large water vat had been prepared. He closed his eyes, focused inward, and circulated his internal energy. He could see the state of his body with his mind's eye. A potent surge of medicinal energy coursed through his entire body, gradually being absorbed, strengthening his tendons and bones while boosting his vital energy. After a long while, the water grew cold. Yang Ling abruptly stood up. He noticed a slight increase in his internal energy, and his tendons, bones, and muscles seemed to have grown stronger. His face lit up with wild joy. It worked! It really worked! Suddenly, the door opened. Su Yuha entered, yawning. Seeing Yang Ling standing naked in a water vat, she froze for a moment, her eyes widening. Then, speaking as she did, she closed the door and left. Yang Ling, what are you doing soaking in the tub at noon? Hurry up and get out, I really need to use the restroom. The image she'd just witnessed kept replaying in her mind. This guy had an absolutely killer physique. His muscles weren't huge, but they were perfectly defined, especially those 8-pack abs. So sexy. What a solid foundation. As his woman, she'd be incredibly lucky. If only. Su Yuha was 26 now. She understood what she needed to understand. Of course, spring had arrived and she felt the urge too. But she just hadn't met the right man yet. Otherwise, she would have married long ago. It seems he's perfect. His medical skills are exceptional, perfect for teaching me. With his looks and mastery of ancient herbal preparation techniques, he'd become an internet sensation overnight. Then, using the internet to boost herbal sales, even crafting various ancient recipe pills could absolutely build a thriving business. This man, he's perfect. Marrying him would guarantee pure bliss. At the very least, I wouldn't end up as a bitter wife. And he seems pretty wealthy too. Comparing herself to Lin Feifei, she had bigger breasts, a kuvya figure, medical skills, and even a medicinal herb base. Her advantages were clear. Su Yuha had always been a woman of action, otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to take risks and forge ahead at such a young age. If she set her sights on something, she went after it. Hesitation and indecision would never get her what she wanted. Truth be told, she had no shortage of admirers, but Yang Ling was the first man she'd ever truly noticed. The key point was that Yang Ling didn't seem to harbor romantic feelings for Lin Feifei. In the bathroom, Yang Ling dressed and emerged. Sorry, Sister Yuha. I was so engrossed in the herbal bath just now. Herbal bath? What's that for? To strengthen my body. Could it be that legendary martial arts formula? Could you teach me? Since ancient times, medicine and martial arts have been closely intertwined. My grandfather knew some boxing techniques, but unfortunately, by my father's generation, they studied Western medicine and the knowledge was lost. We'll discuss that later. Alright, based on yesterday's herb list, I'll take whatever quantity you have available. But I specifically need wild simulated varieties. Well, what about the others? If you only want wild simulated ones, our fertilized herbs won't sell well. No problem. Take it all. He was also looking for a stable supply channel for Wu Yun's clinic. Herbal medicines with added fertilizers aren't completely off limits, they just need a few extra days to settle. Really? What price can you offer? Hold on, let me calculate it properly. Yang Ling pulled out his phone and opened a list of medicinal herbs. Wu Yun had sent it to him before his visit so he could understand the market for these herbs. It detailed the prices and medicinal properties of 3 categories: pure wild, semi-wild, and cultivated herbs. He deliberated for a moment, concluding that since Su Yuha was running a poverty alleviation venture, there was no need to push for excessive profit. But as a representative of the clinic, he absolutely had to find ways to save the clinic money. After all, Wu Yun prescribed very few medications, and his prices were lower than those at traditional Chinese medicine hospitals. He adjusted the prices on the herbal list downward by 20%, edited it, and sent it to Su Yuha. He believed this price was already significantly higher than what other herbal medicine buyers offered. Su Yuha's expression turned stunned upon seeing it. This price, is it real? Of course it is. That bastard Wang Meizi, damn it, he's ripping people off. The price he gave me is only 1/5 of what you're offering. He's a wholesaler, he needs to make a profit. I represent the final medical stage with no middleman. However, you'll handle the processing, I only require the finished product. So this price is the hospital's purchase price? Pretty much. Su Yuha's eyes lit up. Young Ling, I have an idea. Let's set up a traditional processing factory together, specializing in herbs prepared using ancient methods. These herbs not only have superior efficacy but also command higher prices. We'll focus on premium products. At the same time, we can create short videos and manage multiple accounts. Using ancient formulas and traditional techniques, we'll produce wellness products. The videos will drive sales. She was brimming with excitement. She explained that her short video account had only a few 100,000 followers, yet it brought in over 10,000 yuan monthly, a key reason she felt secure staying in the countryside as a village doctor. She mentioned major online influencers like Li Ziki and Nostalgia Chendan, who have tens of millions of followers.
Products like their traditional brown sugar sell exceptionally well. Young Ling looked surprised. Sister Yuha, you really have a knack for business. Could you estimate how much investment this would require?
Su Yuha went inside, grabbed paper and pen, did some calculations, and explained to Yang Ling.
Traditional craftsmanship doesn't require expensive equipment. Some modern tools can replace traditional methods and boost efficiency. Those could be purchased without breaking the bank. The main costs would be sourcing medicinal herbs and labor.
At this scale, they'd need to hire over a dozen people, young individuals with medical knowledge who are camera-ready and eager to learn. Their wages would naturally be higher.
During the harvesting season, many more workers would be needed as well. Young Ling, about 1,000,000 yuan should cover the initial phase.
We can secure a loan for part of it, but you'll need to train everyone in the techniques.
Alright, I'll invest the money. Let's get this up and running quickly. You provide the space, recruit the staff, and handle operations. He believed this project held great promise.
His mother's illness, his cultivation of inner qi, and Wu Yun's clinic all demanded substantial quantities of medicinal herbs. By cultivating them himself and using ancient processing methods, he could ensure the herb's potency.
He'd already planned this before coming. Now, with Su Yuha's groundwork already laid, it felt like he'd hit the jackpot. Su Yuha's eyes lit up instantly. Yang Ling, are you a rich kid? I suppose you could say that.
Well then, I'll have something to fall back on.
I'm going to stick close to this big spender.
Su Yuha felt a flutter of excitement inside. She had already planned this out, aiming to achieve it within 5 years.
With Yang Ling's investment, it was now accelerated.
With this project, she could also get closer to him. After all, familiarity breeds affection.
Yang Ling pondered for a moment.
He certainly wouldn't have much time for this in the near future. Instead, he would focus on teaching Su Yuha, then have her teach others. Even without teaching her the Wu family medical techniques, the systematic medical knowledge in his mind alone would be enough to make Su Yuha a skilled doctor.
Sister Yuha, didn't you say you wanted to apprentice under me? I accept. Ha! Yay!
Master, please accept my bow as your disciple.
Su Yuha was overjoyed. Over the next period, I'll teach you medicine and ancient craft techniques. Learn as much as you can. Just then, a lively young woman came running over.
She was Su Yuha's assistant, Su Xiaoxiao, who usually helped prepare and boil medicines for her.
Sister Yuha, Wang the pockmarked has arrived.
He's hear about you going to other villages to buy herbs yesterday.
He brought a group of people and looks pretty angry. Chapter 169, Wang Maizi. Damn pockmarked bastard, you dare show up with such a low offer? Come on, let's go check it out.
They'd barely walked a short distance when they spotted a group of men trailing behind Lin Wan and her daughter, whistling as they followed.
Yuhi, long time no see. You're getting prettier every day. These guys look unfamiliar. Your guests?
Wang Ji, the leader, was tall and imposing, though his face was pockmarked and scarred, giving him a rather ugly appearance. His dyed yellow hair only added to his unsavory look. His outfit was all designer brands, making him stand out as quite flashy in this rural setting. Their eyes were fixed intently on Lin Wan and Lin Feifei.
Wang Pockmark, show some respect, Su Yuha said coldly. Ha! We're men seeing beauties like you, of course we're tempted.
But we're here for business, Wang Ji chuckled.
Heard you went around buying herbs from the villages yesterday afternoon? You crossed the line, didn't you? You! Wang Matzi, you're raking it in, aren't you?
Why did you pay us such low prices before?
Think farmers don't know the market?
Wang Ji frowned, glancing at Yang Ling and Lin Wan, mother and daughter, standing beside Su Yuha.
He knew these outsiders must have given Su Yuha some information.
Yuha, I buy the herbs, then I have to transport them, dry them, and sell them to processing plants.
I only make a small profit margin. You can't expect me to just do good deeds, can you? That's because your channels are weak and you lack capability. I've already found better sales channels.
I'll open a processing plant, buy the herbs, and sell them directly to traditional Chinese medicine hospitals and clinics from now on.
Wang Ji's face darkened. Su Yuha, do you know how many people are behind my business? I don't care how many. If everyone monopolized the market and bullied others like you do, how could we ever talk about poverty alleviation? Su Yuha's expression turned icy. How many brides have fled Pingtu town these past years? How many young men left never to return? It's all because of people like you. Fine, very fine. Is it these few people by your side giving you the guts?
Wang Ji turned to Yang Ling, his expression vicious. Brother, I know you have connections and money, but you'd better go back to where you came from. Otherwise, I'll show you just how deep our mountains run.
Wang Ji, what are you trying to pull? Start a gang? Su Yuha snapped angrily. Yuha, you're joking.
My uncle is the deputy chief of the Pingtu town police station.
How could I be running a gang?
Just now, I was merely joking with this brother.
Let's go, brother. Wishing you and Yuha all the best.
Wang Ji turned to leave. After a few steps, he spun back and pointed at him. It looked just like the gangster stuff you see on TV.
Sis Yuha, the crackdown on organized crime, didn't they sweep through your area? How could it not have reached us?
6 years ago, we cleaned out a whole batch of gun crimes, drug trafficking, it was serious. Over the years, they've been pretty much wiped out. On the surface, it's all peaceful now. Even someone like Wang Ji has toned it down considerably. He wouldn't dare act brazenly anymore. Rest assured, he's just resorting to gangster tactics to intimidate people. But Master coming to invest in our town is an honor for all Pingtu town residents. I won't let them threaten you or Uncle Lin whose family. Su Yua looked at Wang Ji's retreating figure with a confident expression, deep in thought. Master, you don't actually want to buy those fast-growing medicinal herbs treated with fertilizers, do you? Exactly. Those herbs lack potency and fetch low prices. They're not worth the traditional processing techniques. I only want to produce premium goods, low investment, high returns. Wu Yun had told him that many traditional Chinese medicine clinics fail precisely because of poor herb quality. Patients who could have been cured with a 3-day prescription ended up needing 7 days or more. Clinics might seem to earn more money, but over time, fewer people would come and their reputation would be ruined. Once a practitioner is labeled incompetent by many, word spreads like wildfire. 1 tells 10, 10 tell 100 and the clinic is finished. For a true practitioner of Chinese medicine, reputation is paramount. Alright, Master, I understand what needs to be done. Come, let's discuss the details and sign the agreement. Then I'll approach the town mayor to secure the policy support. Soon, a cooperation agreement was signed with Su Yua. After transferring the funds to Su Yua, the rest would be handled by her. Master, I'll get to work now. You two can have lunch at the factory first, then visit the medicinal herb fields this afternoon. All right. After Su Yua left, Lin Wan and Lin Feifei looked deeply concerned. Xiao Ling, the locals here are pretty rough. You need to be careful. They might not dare to act openly, but be wary at night. After all, this area is remote, and the police take forever to respond. Why don't we just go back to Ningcheng? If we need herbs, we can have Su Yua mail them over. Yang Ling shook his head. My uncle still needs follow-up diagnoses and adjustments to his herbs. I also need to visit my mom. She and Momo have returned to our hometown. And Wan, why don't you and Feifei head back first? No way. I brought all this stuff and haven't even gone camping yet. Mom, you go back to work? I'll stay here with brother Ling. Lin Feifei's face was full of displeasure. Last night, Yang Ling and Su Yua had pulled an all-nighter, but she simply couldn't stay awake. Tonight, she must find an opportunity. Lin Wan glanced at Lin Feifei, thinking to herself, as if I don't know why you're staying? I won't be returning just yet. I've arranged my work schedule and set aside a week. I want to help your uncle's family plan their farm, see if they can grow medicinal herbs. It could be a new source of income. Oh, and Xiao Ling, what exactly does the factory you and Su Yua open do? Have you fully understood it? Don't just throw money around recklessly. Yang Ling explained briefly. Impressive. This Su boss has real vision. He might actually lift farmers out of poverty. Young people like him are rare these days. Xiao Ling, I have some money set aside. Would you like it? Aunt Wan wants to invest? No, it's for you. Invest it and pay me back when you make a profit. No need. I've made quite a bit these days. Besides, Su Yua can get a loan from the credit union, and the town should still offer interest-free poverty alleviation loans. Just then, Su Xiaoxiao came over to call them for dinner. Meanwhile, outside the factory, Wang Ji and his crew were crouched by the roadside. Brother Ji, I think I've seen that gorgeous woman before, said a young man with a pointed chin and monkey-like features. You've seen her? In an adult film, right? Ah, fourth brother, that gorgeous woman is clearly a rich lady from the big city. How could you have seen her? No, 3 years ago, when Lin Cheng from our village got married and held the banquet, that gorgeous woman looked just like Lin Cheng's aunt. Really? She looked exactly like her. But maybe it's just a resemblance. After all, Lin Cheng's aunt should be around 40 now, while that gorgeous woman looks only in her 30s. Wang Ji's eyes lit up. She's got money, knows how to take care of herself, dresses well, and looks young. Hey, is the Lin Cheng family influential in Linjia village? Influential? My ass. Lin Cheng's an only child. His wife ran off. He went out to work for years and never sent a penny back. His old man's got bad legs and still works for Su Yua. Ha! Perfect. Let's go to Lin Cheng's place. If we confirm it's his aunt, we'll try to strike a deal with them. If they won't cooperate, well. Wang Ji and his group headed to Lin village and arrived at Lin Cheng's house. They saw Lin Feifei's aunt, Su Mingchun, sorting vegetables by the door. Auntie, picking vegetables? Su Mingchun looked wary. Ah, see, what brings you here? That kid Lin Cheng hasn't come back in years, has he? Made it big out there? This fellow was quite talkative. By chatting casually about family matters, he quickly put Su Mingchun at ease and confirmed Lin Wan's identity. Auntie, Cheng's aunt looks pretty well off. What does she do? Why do you ask? What exactly are you guys up to? Auntie, I'll be honest with you, Cheng's aunt has gotten into trouble. Chapter 170, they're here. What? Impossible. Su Mingchun jumped to her feet.
That guy over there, you know him?
Mr. Wang, the herbal medicine buyer in town. For years, he's been buying herbs from all the villages.
Oh, and lots of supermarkets and entertainment spots around town?
They're all his family's. But Auntie Ah Chang plans to compete with Mr. Wang for business and cut off his income streams. Su Mingchuan's face was filled with shock, a flicker of fear in her eyes.
Auntie, in a backwater place like ours, making a living is tough.
But Auntie Chang came back to steal business and cut off people's income. That's a huge grudge.
Could you please talk to Auntie Ah Chang? Ask her to show mercy or consider partnering with Mr. Wang? I'll ask. Alright, go ahead. Make sure to speak nicely. Cooperating with us is the only way to prosper in Pingtu town. We'll give them half a day to consider. Tonight, we'll come back for a detailed discussion.
Su Mingchun immediately carried his grandson inside and closed the door.
Wang Ji patted Lin Asi on the shoulder. Holy crap, old four, you're a damn genius. How come I never noticed this before? Heh, brother Ji, then don't make me do menial work. I can handle sales. Alright, you'll handle sales from now on. Come on, I'm starving. Let's head to town, I'll treat you guys to a feast.
They immediately drove off. Inside the house, Su Mingchun immediately called Lin Wan to explain the situation. Xiao Wan, you and the others should head back to Ningqing immediately.
There's really no need to pick a fight with that local thug. That group clearly isn't good people.
Alright, you must think this through carefully.
At the factory, Lin Wan hung up the phone. Young lady, get Su Yuha to handle this immediately. If she can't resolve it, we have to leave. I don't want to take that kind of risk.
Su Xiaoxiao stood up, her face flushed with anger.
Mr. Yang, Ms. Lin, don't worry. Sister Yuha can handle this. I'll tell her about it right away.
Without finishing her meal, she rushed out.
And Wan, let's wait and see. Maybe Su Yuha can handle it. After finishing his meal, young Ling continued brewing the medicine.
He wanted to see if drinking more of that medicine within a day would help his internal energy or harm his body.
Xiaoling, is something wrong with your health?
What are these herbs for?
To boost vitality. Yang Ling was telling the truth. This formula could temper the tendons and bones while strengthening yang energy. Ha!
Lin Wan felt a twinge of guilt.
Had she been demanding too much lately? Brother Ling, you're so young, are you already unable? You're the one who can't keep up. Yang Ling shot Lin Wan a glance. Lin Wan flushed and quickly turned her head away. She thought to herself, how could he possibly be unable?
Xiao Ling, don't joke around.
Is something wrong with your body? Lin Wan knew the saying, lust is a dangerous thing.
Lately, almost every week, she and Yang Ling. Each time without restraint, at least 7 times.
Could this be causing his health to deteriorate? If so, she'd be terribly guilty. And Wan, don't worry. My body's fine. This medicine is for martial arts training. Martial arts? Ling, don't be ridiculous.
I know you used to love wuxia novels, but martial arts only exist in fiction.
There are tons of debunking videos online, right?
So-called martial arts masters get easily beaten by someone trained in kickboxing.
Lightning 5-strike whip? Ridiculous. You just don't get it. Xiaoling, is this medicine safe? It's safe. Don't worry.
You can take a nap or go explore the medicinal herb fields.
Alright, we'll go find your uncle. 2 hours later, Yang Ling drank another dose of the medicine and took a bath. He felt unbearably hot. The inherent yang energy of the herbs was overwhelming his system. It seemed he couldn't force the process. He could only take 1 dose of medicine and take 1 bath per day, or else risk upsetting the balance of yin and yang. He immediately went to a large tree and began practicing the Wu-style Tai Chi.
As his internal energy grew stronger, the power he could channel through each move and posture increased significantly. He continuously integrated his internal energy into the power generation methods of Tai Chi. After a long while, he slowly concluded his practice. To his surprise, the fallen leaves on the ground had formed a Tai Chi symbol. Closing his eyes to look inward, he sensed that the medicinal properties of the herbs had been fully absorbed. However, his yang energy had become somewhat excessive again. Tonight, he must find an opportunity to engage in another deep practice session with Lin Wan to restore his body's yin-yang balance. Stretching his limbs, they cracked and popped. He felt an urge to pick a fight.
I wonder if Wang Ji's crew will show up tonight?
He packed up the remaining herbs and loaded them into the car. He planned to head to White Horse Town tomorrow morning to find his mother and sister. Returning to the Lin family home with Lin Wan and Lin Feifei, Su Mingchun had already prepared a sumptuous dinner.
There was free-range chicken soup, lemon duck, bamboo rat.
The house was bustling with people.
Upon seeing them return, many approached.
Xiao Wan, I heard from sister Hu that outsiders threatened you, forbidding you from collaborating with Su Yue from Su village, right?
Lin Wan nodded. Don't be afraid of them. If they dare come to the village to bully people, we'll be here. Exactly. Su Yue told me today that your purchase price is several times higher than that bastard Wang Meizi's.
If that son of a dares to show up, we'll deal with him. The crowd seethed with righteous indignation.
Lin Wan's face lit up with a smile. Alright, then, thank you all, brothers.
That kid Lin Cheng doesn't come back often, so I'll have to trouble you all to look after my big brother and sister-in-law.
Ha ha. Finally hearing Xiao Wan call me brother again.
It's been over a decade, feels great.
Don't worry, Xiao Wan.
Our village sticks together. Even if we're old and feeble, we'll still step up when needed.
Yang Ling watched the old men's expressions and felt a twinge of jealousy.
To them, Lin Wan seemed like the center of their affection.
And this must be our nephew-in-law, they asked, turning their gaze to Yang Ling.
Lin Wan hurriedly introduced him. These old men looked ancient, each with weathered, sun-darkened skin. In reality, they were Lin Wan's peers, some a few years older, others a year or two younger.
Well now, nephew-in-law, you're quite the handsome fellow, a perfect match for Fei Fei. When will you two get married and have the banquet? Just let us know, no matter how far, we'll make it. Uncles, rest assured. If we do get married, we'll definitely come back here to host a celebration. After all, this is my maternal home too.
Lin Fei Fei beamed with joy.
Good, good, good. This is Xiao Wan's hometown, and it's Fei Fei's hometown too. We're all family here.
Yang Ling scratched his nose. Truth be told, he really enjoyed this atmosphere.
Simple, loyal, and united. Everyone, please sit down. Dinner is served, Su Mingchun said with a smile.
Everyone sat down, and Yang Ling promptly poured wine for everyone. Just then, several cars pulled up outside.
A group of people got out, looking fierce. Uncle Hu, auntie, aunt, cousin, and cousin were having dinner. Better late than never. I just brought some fine wine and dishes for Uncle Hu.
Lin Asi, Wang Ji, and the others arrived at the door. Each carried gifts, wine, cigarettes, dishes, milk, and more. Lin Hu and Su Mingchun stood up, flustered and at a loss. Lin Wan and Lin Feifei also looked startled. The others all stood up, tension thick in the air. These old men really dared to take action when needed. A flicker of excitement passed through Yang Ling's eyes.
Here they come. What's the point of practicing martial arts? To fight.
No, fighting is brawling illegal.
He needed to act in self-defense.
He planned to provoke them fiercely, forcing them to initiate the conflict. At first, he'd hold back, feigning defeat. After all, with his internal energy, his defenses were formidable.
Hey, a mob breaking into a private home, bullying the villagers, his breaking their arms and legs in self-defense was perfectly reasonable, right?
His internal energy surged, his blood boiling.
Chapter 171, The Truth Behind the Apology. Yang Ling walked up to Wang Ji and his group.
The old men also approached, standing behind him.
Wang Ji and his men simultaneously set down their belongings and bowed deeply. Mr. Yang, we apologize for threatening you here at noon. These gifts are our way of making amends. At the same time, we warmly welcome you to invest in Pingtu Town. Should you encounter any issues here in the future, feel free to seek me out, Wang Maizi.
Yang Ling was dumbfounded.
No way, I've already pulled out.
And you're telling me you're on your period? You guys aren't here to cause trouble, are you?
No, how could we dare cause trouble?
Just trying to scare people.
Wang Ji waved his hands hastily. Times have changed. Nowadays, there are hotlines everywhere, and the county even has a special task force to crack down on organized crime.
Yang Ling frowned.
This guy thinks he's some naive, sheltered fool. He knew Su Yua must have handled it.
But judging by this guy's previous attitude toward Su Yua, he must have significant connections in Pingtu Town and wasn't afraid of her at all. Coming to apologize now likely meant they'd struck a deal. He recalled Su Yua asking him if he no longer intended to acquire those fast-growing medicinal herbs. Could it be that Su Yua had handed over the fast-growing medicinal herb acquisition to this guy? Frankly, fast-growing herbs were the optimal choice for establishing a large-scale medicinal herb industry. For someone like him, using ancient methods to process imitation wild herbs was inefficient, and the cultivation cycle for imitation wild herbs was also very long, only capable of forming a small-scale industry. Just then, several more cars pulled up outside. Su Yuha and a group of people stepped out. A burly man burst in first. Seeing the two sides seemingly locked in a standoff, he flew into a rage, grabbing Wang Ji by the ear.
Wang Ji, you little bastard. I told you to come apologize, and you still dare to cause trouble?
Uncle, how could I? I already bowed and apologized to Mr. Yang, Wang Ji hurriedly explained.
Apologizing is good enough. Next time I hear you bullying people or doing anything to oppress the villagers, I'll break your damn legs. The big man's face was stern. Mr. Yang, I'm Wang Ji's uncle, Wang Quanan, deputy chief of the police station.
If you ever encounter injustice in Pingtu Town, you must call me. Yang Ling studied the burly man. This guy was solidly built, not the Jim Hone kind of muscle, but the real deal. His eyes were sharp, and the web between his thumb and forefinger was thick with calluses. He looked like he'd served in the military. Just then, Su Yua burst in and kicked Wang Maizi squarely in the rear.
Wang Maizi staggered, nearly falling, but Wang Quanan caught him.
Su Yuha, what the hell are you doing?
Wang Ji roared. What do you think I'm doing? You actually have the nerve to threaten my master? Wang Ji glanced at the imposing figure behind Su Yue, his anger silenced. Yang Ling stared at Su Yue in surprise.
Just yesterday, she had seemed quite gentle. He hadn't expected her to be so fiery.
Master, thank goodness you weren't intimidated by that Wang the Scarface. Don't ever fear people like him again. Times have changed. Poverty alleviation and anti-crime campaigns are national policies now. Anyone who dares to commit evil deeds and obstruct poverty alleviation efforts is an enemy of the people.
Sister Yue, it's a shame you're not in politics, Yang Ling chuckled. I am a village official, the youngest village chief in Su village's history, and I also serve as the village doctor, Su Yue replied, her face beaming with joy.
Master, allow me to introduce you. This is Su Changyuan, our town mayor, well, my uncle. And this is the president of our town's credit union, Ms. Wei Xinxin, my mom. Holy crap. That's some serious clout. No wonder Su Yue never showed any fear toward Wang Ji.
I figured it's someone running poverty alleviation projects at the township level couldn't possibly lack connections. This shows that Wang Ji must have some serious connections too, given how he managed to monopolize the herbal medicine market. Uncle, Mom, this is my master, Yang Ling. He saved many lives in that highway pileup the day before yesterday. He's also a disciple of the expert at Ningqing Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. Yang Ling promptly greeted everyone. Mr. Yang, it's a pleasure. I never imagined you'd be so young. Truly, heroes emerge in youth, Su Changyuan said with admiration. Thank you for taking Yu as your disciple and collaborating with her.
It's an honor for our entire Pingtu town. Su Changyuan glanced at Wang Ji.
If you ever encounter such injustice again, be sure to tell us.
We will show no leniency toward those involved in organized crime.
Wang Ji kept his head down, his face clearly displeased, but Wang Quanan gave him a pat on the shoulder. Now, everyone, please sit down and join us for a drink. Lin Hu and the others had already set up another table, arranging all the dishes Wang Ji had brought.
At that moment, Su Yue pulled Yang Ling outside. Master, I'm sorry. Su Yue trailed off. Sister Yue, is it because Wang Ji has powerful connections behind him that you conceded your interests, so that guy is just putting on an act to apologize? Ha? Master, you figured it out? It's not hard to guess.
Wang Ji doesn't seem afraid of you, and his apology wasn't sincere either. Let me guess, your plan is to first use traditional craftsmanship and short videos to create premium herbs, build a brand, then expand into mass-market herb cultivation to scale up the industry, right?
And the one controlling the ordinary herb processing plants is Wang Ji.
Su Yue's eyes widened, her sensual lips parting in surprise.
Master, I haven't even told you yet, and you figured it all out? You're too smart. What's there to guess? Before you left at noon, you asked me if I didn't want to accept those ordinary herbs anymore. Tell me the details.
She explained to Yang Ling.
Wang Ji's father was the wealthiest man in Pingtu town and a renowned tycoon in Huanjiang County. With numerous businesses, he had established a deeply entrenched clan influence locally. This time, when she brought the proposal to Su Changyuan, he had to consider the Wang family's standing, leading to this negotiated outcome. By promoting premium wild simulated herbs to drive the cultivation of other fast-growing medicinal plants, success could establish a high-quality industrial scale in Pingtu town, lifting it out of poverty once and for all. The short video account could also solve the problem of unsold agricultural products and mountain goods. With Pingtu town as the core, it could radiate to many other towns. The medicinal herb project is exceptionally suited to the local natural environment and represents the optimal poverty alleviation initiative. Previously, companies had expressed interest in investing here, but for various reasons, they never achieved scale. The primary obstacle was the influence of local clan interests. Master, given Wang Ji's threats and schemes to exploit our premium project for their own ventures, I'd understand if you refuse to cooperate. But as the young village chief of Su village and an ordinary resident of Pingtu town, I can't help but feel a bit of resentment. This truly is a great project. Pingtu town could absolutely lift itself out of poverty with it. Many young people would return, and the young brides in each village wouldn't leave so easily. Su Yue looked at Yang Ling, a hint of pleading flashing in her eyes. Master, please continue working with me. If need be, I'll compensate you. Oh? How would you compensate me? You can have whatever you want. Like, being my man.
Su Yue's gaze burned intensely as she fixed him with her eyes.
Chapter 172, Su Yue's Generous Heart. Yang Ling heard this and took in Su Yue's fiery, wild figure from head to toe. Sister Yue, your way of thinking is quite unique. You want me to be your man? Is the sacrifice really that great? You're being too generous, aren't you? Su Yue sighed. My father was the village chief of Su village before he died on the poverty alleviation front. After graduating, I returned to become the village doctor and then the village chief to carry on his legacy. With short videos now, it's a great era. So I want to seize this chance and give it my all. Yang Ling felt deeply moved. It was because of Yang Qianyu's kindness that he had what he had today. And Su Yuha's kindness seemed even greater. Yes, her heart was truly vast. He deeply admired people like that. He certainly disliked people like Wang Ji. But he understood Su Yuha's predicament. The clan influence wielded by the local tycoon was undeniably formidable. Never mind. I'll just help her out. He would impart ancient craftsmanship and medical techniques to her. How far she progressed would depend entirely on her own efforts. But someone like Wang Ji threatening him and trying to take advantage? No way. Sister Yuha, you've put it that way. If I refuse, it would make me seem narrow-minded and lacking in kindness. As the saying goes, the lesser physician treats disease, the middle physician treats people, and the supreme physician treats the nation. So I suppose I'll play the role of the supreme physician this once. Yay! Master, thank you. What's there to thank me for? With your determination and talent, you'd succeed even without my help. But letting a selfish man like Wang Ji control the town's economic lifeline won't benefit you. So, later on. Yang Ling whispered into Su Yuha's ear. Thank you, Master. Su Yuha beamed with delight. Master, would you like to come to my place tonight? What for? You'll see when you get there. Yang Ling swallowed hard, staring at Su Yuha's fiery figure. This girl is definitely wild. Wonder if she prefers being on top or bottom? Let's go back and eat first. Back at his seat, Yang Ling took a sip of wine and slammed the full bowl down on the table. Town Chief Su, I'm really annoyed. Su Changyuan and the others were startled. Mr. Yang, what's this about? Town Chief Su, I came here to purchase medicinal herbs. I have a connection with Sister Yuha. I'm collaborating with her and even taking her as my apprentice. I plan to teach her both medical skills and ancient craft techniques. But my family and I were threatened for no reason. Now, the person who threatened me faces no consequences. He only apologized after securing benefits, yet still wants to exploit my connections and capabilities to build brand recognition and promote the development of the common medicinal herb industry. You're quite skilled at exploiting people, aren't you? Fine. Let's pretend we never met. This kind of small project is insignificant to me. I'm not pursuing it. Smack. Wang Ji slammed his hand down on the table. I've already humbled myself to apologize to you. That's giving you face. What more do you want? My father is the wealthiest man in Pingtu town and a prominent figure in Huanjiang County. The Wang clan is the most powerful family in Pingtu. This project can only succeed with our involvement. You're an outsider who just showed up wanting to completely cut off someone else's income stream. Do you really think that'll go smoothly? Don't think you're indispensable. Without you, we can still succeed following Su Yuha's plan. The young men surrounding Wang Ji rose to their feet, bristling with hostility. Lin Hu and the others were startled. Just when things were going smoothly, why did conflict erupt? Yang Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. I'm not particularly important, that's true. My teacher is merely a renowned physician at Ningcheng Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine. His students are scattered far and wide, and many experts at the hospital are his disciples. My teacher's wife also runs a chain of well-known TCM clinics. Outside, one's status is self-proclaimed. Who doesn't know how to brag? Your Wang family is so powerful. You'd succeed without me anyway. After all, you monopolize medicinal herb procurement, paying farmers a mere fifth of market price. Of course you're raking it in. I didn't deliberately suppress prices. That's just how the market works around here, Wang Ji insisted stubbornly. Su Changyuan and the others turned pale, their eyes blazing with fury as they glared at Wang Ji. Wang Quanan suddenly leapt up and slapped Wang Ji across the face. Wang Ji, keep talking back and I'll beat you to a pulp. Uncle, why are you hitting me again? I was telling the truth. Wang Ji looked thoroughly annoyed. You idiot. So what if it's the truth? You expect everyone to sell to you at this price? Apologize to Mr. Yang right now. Uncle, you just cursed my mom. I'm going home to tell her. Damn it. Still talking back? Wang Quanan's face was twisted with rage. Alright, Quanan, stop hitting him. It won't make him see sense. Handing this project over to him will only make it fail. Su Changyuan turned to Yang Ling. Mr. Yang, the project you and Yuha initiated is truly excellent. You decide. I'll support you fully. Why not establish a collective enterprise? I understand your point. We tried that before, but it failed. Here, clan loyalties run deep, the people are fierce, and with so many ethnic groups, everyone wants to be king. Conflict is inevitable. That's because the leader can't treat everyone equally, nor can they win everyone's trust, Yang Ling replied. Leave it to Sister Yuha. I'll teach her and her team many ancient craft techniques and powerful medical skills. I guarantee she'll become a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner throughout the surrounding villages. That way, she can build her reputation. Carrying on her father's legacy of poverty alleviation, I believe she can treat everyone fairly. With the town government at the core, we'll involve every village. That eliminates any single entity dominating, and everyone's motivation will be high. Anyone who dares to sabotage or hold others back should be excluded. With a capable leader guiding everyone to pull together, what could possibly stand in our way?
Su Changyuan slapped his thigh with a sharp smack, his face aglow with excitement.
Great idea.
That's a great idea, Wei Xinxing beamed.
Wang Quanan plopped down, glaring fiercely at Wang Ji. A perfect hand, ruined by that moronic nephew.
They'd provoked him right in front of the town mayor, and he'd even dared to slam the table. Now even opening his own processing plant was out of the question. Yang Ling clearly looked like a rich kid with all those connections.
He was essentially a direct sales outlet, cutting out the middleman. The prices he could offer farmers would definitely be higher. So Wang Ji simply couldn't compete. This idea is indeed excellent. Our Wang clan will fully support it.
I'll speak with my eldest brother and have him find others to participate.
Wang Ji's face darkened. He stood up, gave a brief farewell, and left with the others. With this group gone, the atmosphere actually became more harmonious. It wasn't until 9 o'clock that evening that the gathering finally dispersed.
Su Changyuan and the others got into the car and drove off.
Of course, they weren't driving under the influence.
Wei Xinxin hadn't been drinking, she was the designated driver. His mother-in-law was remarkably well preserved, still possessing a great figure and lingering charm.
No sooner had they departed than Yang Ling received a message from Su Yua. Master, meet me at my factory later. We need to discuss the details. Discussing details? Did it really need to be done late at night? Chapter 173, It's only fair I support you, right?
After tidying everything up, Lin Wan and Lin Feifei stared intently at Yang Ling.
And Wan, is there something on my face? Xiao Ling, when did your teacher become a renowned physician at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital? And when did your teacher's wife open a famous chain of TCM clinics? My teacher is indeed a renowned doctor. He's retired now and runs a clinic. I also know some bigwigs at Ningqing Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. But whether we can get our products in there is still uncertain. After all, procurement at such large hospitals involves many complexities. I see. Lin Wan's eyes brimmed with relief. Xiao Ling, you've truly grown up. You have the courage and the skills. You're bound to succeed in the future. Brother Ling is so impressive.
I was nervous as hell facing those people, but you handled it with such calm confidence. There's nothing to be afraid of. The more scared you are, the easier you are to bully, Yang Ling chuckled.
And Wan, this project should turn a profit. Then you won't have to work so hard anymore. What are you saying? Your money is your money.
Lin Wan felt uneasy, but she tried her best to act normal.
And Wan, you've been so good to me and my family. It only makes sense that I take care of you from now on, right? Just then, Su Mingchun walked over holding the baby.
That's right, Xiao Wan. A son-in-law who honors his mother-in-law, that's wonderful. Xiao Ling is such a good kid.
Feifei is truly blessed to have found such a great boyfriend.
Lin Feifei beamed with joy, wrapping her arm around Yang Ling's.
Thank you, Brother Ling. You two make such a perfect couple.
It's wonderful, Su Mingchun said, his face radiant with affection.
Xiao Wan, the water's hot. Who wants to shower first?
Lin, who called from the kitchen.
Lin Wan let Lin Feifei go first.
Xiao Wan, I'll put the child to bed first.
You two chat. After Su Mingchun entered the room, Yang Ling glanced around.
Seeing no one paying attention, he sat beside Lin Wan and pulled her into his embrace.
And Wan, I took too much of that medicine today. What should I do? You little rascal. Lin Wan stood up in a panic. Just endure it for a few days. We'll deal with it when we get back to Ningqing.
All right. With that little pest Lin Feifei around, he really didn't have a chance. But after taking an extra dose of medicine today, his young energy was overflowing, and he felt an itch deep inside.
He desperately needed to restore balance. Aunt Wan, Sister Yuha asked me to head to the factory. She said we need to discuss the cooperation details. I'll go ahead then. What? So late at night? What's there to discuss? Lin Wan frowned, suddenly feeling uneasy. She knows I'm heading to White Horse Town tomorrow. If we finalize things tonight, we can start work first thing tomorrow. Oh, I see.
Lin Wan bit her lip lightly.
Let's go together. Ha? What ha about it? You've been drinking. I'll drive. Oh, okay. Well, you really can't drink and drive. Looks like tonight we'll just have to work out the details.
They said their goodbyes to the Lin Hu couple and immediately got into the car to leave. After driving for a while, Lin Wan steered the car into a mountain hollow.
And Wan, did you get lost? There's no road ahead.
Yang Ling had sharp eyes and clearly saw the dead-end road ahead.
We're not lost.
Lin Wan turned off the engine and parked.
Xiao Ling, you're quite exceptional. Su Yua might have taken a liking to you.
The girls around here are fiery and bold, but they're also deeply loyal and devoted.
Once they form a bond, they'll cling to you for life.
You'll have to marry only her. If you refuse, her clan will stop at nothing.
But you've only just met, you don't truly know her yet. Don't get entangled in this mess. You took too much medicine today. With Su Yua being so fiery, things could easily get out of hand. Let me help you, work off the effects. Before long, the car began to sway. Outside, frogs croaked, birds chirped, and insects hummed as if cheering them on. In the moonlight, frogs lay motionless, piled atop one another on the lotus leaves in the pond. After a long while, the car started up and slowly drove out of the mountain pass. "And Wan, thank you for being so open with me." Yang Ling felt an overwhelming surge of joy and gratitude. He never imagined that this journey would teach him such profound knowledge. The feeling was like soaring to the heavens. Lin Wan drove the car, her cheeks flushed, her gaze filled with love as she looked at young Ling. At that moment, she felt a profound sense of "I was born before you, yet you were born after I had grown old." Truly, these days had allowed her to experience the most blissful feelings a woman could know. It wasn't merely physical pleasure, but something that penetrated deep into her soul and bones. "Xiao Ling, you're too exceptional. You'll surely face temptations from other women in the future. But remember, lust is a double-edged sword. It not only harms your body but can also entangle you in complicated emotional messes. So you must stay strong and resist temptation." Over the years, I've known too many clients. Many couldn't resist temptation, were too careless, and got themselves into trouble. Some were even beaten so badly they couldn't take care of themselves. Worst of all, some contracted deeply shameful diseases. Yang Ling was deeply moved by Lin Wan's words. Tonight, he had intended to seek out Su Yua. Indeed, he had been tempted. "And Wan, I'll remember." "Good. Just remember that. In the future, if you ever need to, just come find me." "So, are you still going to see Su Yua tonight?" "No, I'll wait until tomorrow." Back at the Lin family home, Lin Feifei was waiting at the door. "Mom, what are you doing going to Su Yua's place this late at night? We need to discuss something. Is the water still hot?" "I'll take a shower." Lin Wan felt a twinge of guilt. "It's still hot. Only you and brother Ling haven't showered yet." After Lin Wan went to bathe, Yang Ling carried the tent up to the rooftop. The room was too hot. Sleeping on the floor would be uncomfortable, so he planned to sleep on the rooftop instead. "Fei, I'll sleep up here tonight. You and Aunt Wan can sleep in the room." "Ha? I want to sleep on the roof too. The room only has a fan, and it's so hot." "Alright, I'll set up another tent for you." Soon, he had the tent set up. "Xiao Ling, Fei, the rooftop isn't very big. Be careful up there." "Got it, uncle. You guys go ahead and sleep." You know what? Sleeping on the rooftop, gazing at the star-filled sky through the mesh top of the tent, felt incredibly liberating. Just then, Lin Feifei zipped open his tent flap and darted inside. "What are you doing? Mosquitoes will get in." "Brother Ling, I want to talk to you." Lin Feifei lay down beside him. "Spit it out then." "Brother Ling, in traditional Chinese medicine, is there any formula that can make this part bigger?" Lin Feifei's face flushed with embarrassment. "Make what bigger?" "You know, here." Lin Feifei glanced down at her chest. "There are, but it's unnecessary. You're just too thin. Eat more in the future, and it'll gradually improve." "Then is there a way to make this bigger without gaining weight?" "You wish." "Like Momo? She's not fat either. People are different. Momo has a natural gift." "Brother Ling, please, help me. I feel so self-conscious about this. I have to pat it with thick stuff every day. It's so uncomfortable." "I do have a formula. I'll prescribe it for you. Combined with dietary adjustments and nightly massages to stimulate growth, you should see results after some time." "That's wonderful. Thank you, Brother Ling." Lin Feifei kissed Yang Ling's cheek. "Brother Ling, you need a massage, right? Come on." She turned around, grabbed Yang Ling's hand, and pressed it against her chest. Chapter 174, Mom's Condition. Holy crap. This girl, she wouldn't even let me kiss her before, and now she's like a completely different person. Could it be because I've been performing so well lately? "Fei, Xiao Ling, what are you two doing?" Lin Wan's voice drifted faintly from outside the tent. "Mom, I asked Brother Ling to give me a massage." "Is that so?" "Xiao Ling, you should go take a shower first, before the water gets cold." "All right." Yang Ling immediately went to take a shower. Meanwhile, Lin Wan entered Lin Feifei's tent. "Fei, in matters of the heart, one-sided devotion never bears fruit. Just like how Xiao Ling treated you before. After you dumped him, Xiao Ling was utterly devastated. Now you're the one giving unilaterally. In the end, it only hurts both parties. It's better to just be good siblings." "Mom, if we're just siblings, then it shouldn't be a problem for me to ask brother to give me a massage, right? I'll massage you. My technique is quite professional. Where should I focus?" "My chest." You're being ridiculous." "Mom, Ling said he knows how to make me grow bigger, like massaging before bed to stimulate growth, then combining it with diet and herbal remedies." "Then I'll massage you." "No way. I want Brother Ling to massage me." Lin Feifei's face was set in determination. "Mom, Brother Ling is getting more and more impressive.
I feel like that Su Yua has this weird look in her eyes when she sees him. There's Ning Chang, Xia Siyu, and that senior Qin Jinyan.
If I don't take the initiative, I'll never get a chance. Lin Wan sighed. Yes, he was becoming more and more outstanding. In a few more years, she'd be past her prime. Fei, matters of the heart can't be forced. You can't make him accept you, and you mustn't sacrifice your dignity. That would only make him resent you. I know, Mom. I won't pressure him. I'll know my limits. I just don't believe Lingu can resist my advances. I'll make him come to me, and then, it'll be a done deal. Lin Feifei's cheeks flushed slightly. Mom, you like brother Ling so much. I'll make sure he becomes your son-in-law. Then you won't have to work so hard anymore. Lin Wan shuddered and tapped Lin Feifei's forehead. Silly girl, if you throw yourself at him, he won't value you. That's how Xiao Ling is, and it'll be the same with any new boyfriend you date in the future. Only by loving yourself will others love you. So never entertain thoughts of forcing things to happen. Mom, I just like brother Ling. Seeing Lin Feifei's resolve, she knew no amount of persuasion could change her mind. The only option was to try to get something from Yang Ling. She stepped out of the tent and texted Yang Ling, instructing him to sleep in the room tonight. Not long after, Yang Ling finished showering and received Lin Wan's text, so he had no choice but to enter the room. He also saw a message from Su Yua. Master, why haven't you come over yet? He didn't reply. He'd tell her tomorrow he'd had too much to drink tonight and went to bed early. If not for Lin Wan mentioning it, he wouldn't have known what the local girls were like. Wouldn't they be like the ones in novels, minority girls who cast love spells? The kind that devour you if you betray them? He shuddered at the thought. Come to think of it, Auntie was probably better. They didn't need him to take responsibility. Afterwards, they gave him plenty of money. They were gentle and caring. Look, tonight Lin Wan, fearing he'd get into trouble, took the initiative. Li Jilan and Lin Meijing were the same. They gave him the best experience and affection. He set down his phone, entered a meditative state, turned his gaze inward, and practiced his breathing technique. As his internal energy strengthened, the breathing technique became even more effective. Hours later, all traces of fatigue vanished. He got up, retrieved his laptop, and began typing code rapidly. While in Ningsheng, he had already read numerous books on computer science and artificial intelligence. But computers trying to grasp them from scratch was still a bit tough. He could only get started through practice, and once he got the hang of it, understanding would come easier. He planned to first become a computer whiz, a hacker, and then lay the groundwork for AI, developing an AI model for stock trading. Brother Ling, you're still up? Lin Feifei opened the door and walked in. I'm wide awake. Why aren't you sleeping? You're one to talk. I fell asleep waiting, and now I have to pee. I came downstairs and heard noise coming from your room. What are you doing? Writing code. What? You know computers? I know plenty of things. You should go back to sleep. I'm busy right now. Fine, I'll sleep here. You're leaving Aunt Wan behind? Hurry back upstairs. Lin Feifei finally went back up to the rooftop. At 6 in the morning, Yang Ling stretched lazily, got up, and practiced a round of Tai Chi, feeling refreshed and invigorated. After a night of intense work, he had absorbed most of the computer knowledge. It could be said he was now a hacker. As for how skilled he was, he didn't know. After breakfast, Su Yuhua called. Master, why didn't you come last night? You made me wait so long. Sorry about that. I had a bit too much to drink. Anyway, I need to head to White Horse Town later. If anything comes up, we can talk about it when I get back. Yang Ling mentioned picking up his mother and sister. Ha? Master, you're going to White Horse Town too? I'll head over there later as well. There are quite a few villages growing medicinal herbs there, and most of it is semi-wild cultivation. I'll make some connections so we can buy it all together. Which village are you going to? I'll find you when I get there. Yangjia Village. After hanging up, he headed to town to buy some things. Though his mother's relatives weren't particularly pleasant, he still needed to observe proper etiquette. Over an hour later, he arrived outside the Baima Town government office. Brother, over here. Yang Momo waved from the roadside. Parking the car, Yang Ling immediately got out. Little Ling, you're here. Yang Xinyu didn't look well, her voice weak and her lips slightly dark. He rushed over to take her pulse, his expression turning serious. Soon, his brow furrowed. Momo, did Mom get angry? Ha? Brother, you're amazing, you can tell just from that? Yang Momo recounted the events of the past few days, her face flushed with indignation. When they first returned to the village a few days ago, Yang Qianyu seemed fine, and her uncle and the others hadn't said much. But last night, Yang Qianyu fainted and coughed up blood. Her aunt and the others were terrified. They immediately ordered them to go to the hospital and never come back. When Yang Qianyu refused to go, her aunt and the others hurled harsh words at her. They said a married daughter couldn't be buried in the village, telling Yang Qianyu to die far away and not in the village. There was no place to bury her here. Otherwise, it would bring bad luck and disrupt the feng shui. Brother, isn't that infuriating?
Mom never married, her household registration is still in the village, and she was allocated farmland and homestead land back then.
Why can't she come back?
Mom, I told you, there's no need to come back.
Let's go transfer your household registration. That village? Better off not returning. Exactly, Sister Qianyu. Why did you come back without a word?
I always knew what your brothers and sisters-in-law were like.
From now on, my home is your home. Lin Wan clasped young Qianyu's hand.
Besides, Xiao Ling's medical skills are exceptional.
He'll definitely cure you. Young Qianyu shook her head and sighed. Xiao Wan, I know my condition. I don't have much time left.
Xiao Ling has had a hard life since childhood.
Following me only brought him more suffering. In the future, if he and Feifei end up together, he'll be your son-in-law.
If not, treat him as your own child. And Momo, treat her as your own daughter. Only by staying with you can they find happiness. Yang Qianyu spoke as if delivering her last will. Lin Wan's eyes welled up with tears upon hearing this. Lin Feifei's eyes were bloodshot, while young Momo wept openly, her voice breaking.
Stop crying.
Birth, aging, sickness, and death, these are the natural course of life.
Come on, Xiao Ling. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Office and terminate the adoption.
From now on, you won't have to bear this responsibility anymore.
Chapter 175, Moral Decay.
Hearing his mother's words, Yang Ling scooped her up in a princess carry.
Let's go, Mom. We're heading home to transfer your household registration to Ningcheng.
At that moment, his heart was filled with a complex mix of emotions. His mother had even mentioned dissolving their mother-son relationship.
Believing she was dying, she still considered him, even refusing to let him handle her final arrangements? He understood her reasoning. Because he was a rootless driftwood, adrift in the world. With no elders behind him, no plan to rely on, who would handle his funeral? Where would it be held? Where would he be buried? Xiao Ling, I want to return to my roots.
I don't want to end up in the city, stuck in a tiny box that costs over 100,000 yuan.
It's just unnecessary. If you want to return to your roots, wait a few decades.
This trip to Huanzhong County was to find medicine for you.
I've found it. I'm confident I can cure you. After that, you'll still need to help me take care of the kids. What? Brother, really? Yang Momo's face lit up with delight. Of course. Momo, Brother Ling is amazing. His medical skills are extraordinary. He even saved many injured people on the highway.
Plus, he's partnered with people from Pingtu town to set up a medicinal herb processing plant.
If he says he can cure Aunt Qianyu, he definitely can. Don't worry.
Yang Ling placed his mother in the car, took out his silver needles, and began acupuncture treatment. Half an hour later, he removed the needles.
Mom's condition had improved significantly.
They intended to head straight back to Ningxing, but their luggage was still in the village, so they had to return there first. Soon they arrived back at the village, pulling up in front of a row of old bungalows. Brother, one of these cottages belongs to Mom. Back then, she sent tens of thousands back home. Now that old hag uses it as a junk room. Mom never married, so her household registration has always been here. The land and mountain plots, they're rightfully hers. Forget it. This visit is to sever ties. From now on, we'll take care of Mom in her old age. We don't want anything else from the village. As soon as they stepped out of the car, a plump woman emerged from the house. She was dressed quite respectably, though her face bore a fierce expression. It was their maternal aunt, Jiang Xue. Momo, why are you back? Didn't I tell you to hurry back to Ningcheng? My brother came to pick us up. We'll be leaving soon. Oh? Jiang Xue looked at Yang Ling. You must be Yang Ling. You've grown so tall. Since you're here, I'll be blunt to prevent any misunderstandings. You've graduated from university and should be working in the city by now. Transfer your household registration out immediately. Your uncles all have large families, there's no place for you in this village. Also, transfer your mother and sister's household registrations out too. We won't arrange her funeral. Someone like her has no place in the ancestral hall. Shut your beak. Yang Ling's face darkened. Hey, you little brat, how dare you talk back to me? Momo, grab your things. We're leaving immediately. Yang Ling couldn't be bothered with that old hag. He went inside with young Momo to pack their things. Suddenly, he spotted a barefoot old man sitting under the eaves, puffing on a pipe. The pipe gurgled and bubbled. Spotting him, the old man exhaled a puff of smoke, hesitated as if about to speak, sighed, took another drag, and gazed up at the sky. This must be his uncle, Yang Yunhao. A good-natured, honest farmer who was afraid of his wife. Without a word, Yang Ling grabbed his things and walked out, shooting Jiang Xue a cold glance. Once we return, we'll transfer our household registration. From today onward, we have no connection to your family. Good riddance. You were found as a baby anyway, no wonder you're no kin to us. Don't ever come back. Jiang Xue looked utterly disgusted. She tapped herself with the mugwort, then lit the dried leaves and placed them in a basin. Swiftly circling the room, she chanted as she moved.
Bad luck, be gone. Ancestors, protect us. Yang Momo and Lin Feifei were seething with anger. Yang Ling loaded the items into the car and got in immediately.
Just then, he spotted Su Yuha's car pulling up, followed by several others.
Su Yuha got out and walked over.
Sister Yuha, how did you get here so quickly? As soon as I arrived in White Horse Town, I came with the town leaders for an inspection. Naturally, your village was our first stop, Su Yuha replied with a smile.
Most of the medicinal herbs grown in your village are dendrobium and salvia, with a significant amount of ganoderma and nodo ginseng.
The majority are cultivated to mimic wild varieties. Very impressive. Moreover, I've already inquired past purchase prices were very low, comparable to what Wang Ji offered.
So our channels are definitely the best. By the way, the leaders of Baima Town would like to meet you.
After Yang Ling got out of the car and Su Yuha introduced him, he greeted them politely, though he was a bit cold toward the village committee members of Yangjia village. At that moment, Yang Liang, the village committee director, froze in surprise before approaching with an expression of utter disbelief.
Ah, you, is that you? You're back. Why didn't you give Brother Liang a heads up?
Brother Liang.
I'd been back for a few days. I'm preparing to leave. Yang Qianyu's expression remained cool. Oh dear, it's all my fault for being too busy. I didn't even notice you'd returned. This big boss here, is he the child you adopted?
Yes, his name is Yang Ling.
What a promising young man. Little Ling, I'm Yang Liang. Yang Liang and the others beamed with joy. So the big boss Su Yuha mentioned was actually someone from their village?
Sister Yuha, please don't come to this village to buy produce anymore.
Yang Ling's expression remained calm. Hearing Jiang Xue say Yang Qianyu couldn't enter the ancestral hall had already angered him. So what if she got pregnant before marriage? This was Yang Qianyu's birthplace, her roots.
Knowing her health was failing, she'd wanted to return to her roots, only to face such humiliation and be driven away.
What? Why?
Su Yuha looked utterly astonished.
Yang Liang and the others immediately grew anxious.
Xiao Ling, is there some misunderstanding?
Yang Liang glanced at Jiang Xue holding the brazier by the door and instantly understood.
Ayu, is your sister-in-law bullying you? Tell Brother Liang, I'll settle this for you.
Uncle Liang, my mother is gravely ill and incurable.
She wants to return home to rest in peace, but Jiang Xue says she can't enter the ancestral hall. The village has no burial plot for her, so she wants us kicked out. Earlier, when we went inside to get our things, she even walked through the room with the brazier, saying we bring bad luck.
Yang Momo's face flushed with anger. Damn it! Yang Liang exploded in rage.
Zhang Fangya, how dare you be so morally corrupt and tarnish the reputation of Yangjia village?
Does your family no longer wish to live here?
Quick! Notify all group leaders and the clan elders to convene a meeting.
We must discuss expelling this morally corrupt family from the clan registry.
Technically, the village committee had no right to meddle in family affairs like this. But Yangjia village was steeped in clan traditions, and many matters didn't require legal recourse. Sure enough, Jiang Xue began trembling all over. She never imagined this nephew, with whom she shared no blood ties, could wield such power. So many high-ranking officials had come to seek him out.
How could that be? He can't possibly be some big-time medicinal herb buyer.
He just graduated from college this year.
He's lying to you all. Deceive us? Do you think the town leaders are fools?
Let me tell you, this young lady is Su Yuha, the niece of Pingtu Town's mayor. She calls Xiao Ling master, and they run a medicinal herb processing plant in Pingtu Town.
Xiao Ling is the major shareholder. Chapter 176, Unraveling the Knot.
Jiang Xue plopped down onto the ground, her face frozen in terror as she muttered to herself, how could that be?
How could that be?
Then she stood up, dusted off her skirt, and flattered him with a fawning expression.
Ah, you, why didn't you tell me sooner? If you had, would I be in this mess now?
Quick, ah you, get out of the car.
You'll live at home from now on.
Your sister-in-law will take good care of you. Just then, two women rushed over.
Jiang Xue, how could you drive Ayu away? Have you no conscience?
Ayu, come live at second sister-in-law's house.
I'll make you chicken soup every day.
Ayu, come live with third sister-in-law. I promise to take good care of you.
What are you doing?
Ayu's been back for days, and you've all been avoiding him.
Now you show up?
Zhang Xiaoye's face was flushed with anger.
Yang Yunhao, come out.
Yang Yunhao emerged carrying a chimney sweep's tool, casting a cold glance. You decide. Then he went back inside, sat down, and lit a cigarette. Yunhao, quit smoking.
Can't you show some backbone? Yang Liang looked at him with disappointment.
Brother Liang, in this family, I've long since lost my say. Yang Yunhao sighed, looking at young Qianyu.
Qianyu, your brothers are useless. I'm sorry.
Now that Xiao Ling has made something of himself, you should go. Staying here will only bring you more heartache.
Yang Yunhao, what's gotten into you?
I told you to persuade Yu to stay, yet you're encouraging her to leave? Zhang Xiaoye's face was flushed with anger. Yang Yunhao shot Jiang Xue a cold stare. If you want her to stay, first give her back the money she sent home, plus her share of the highway land compensation. Hand over the old house, give her a vegetable plot, and transfer the mountain land and paddy fields in Hongtong to her too. What? Yang Yunhao, have you lost your mind? Smash! Yang Yunhao slammed the bamboo pipe in his hand onto the ground, shattering it instantly. He seemed to have expended every ounce of strength in his furious roar. Zhang Xue, you're the one losing your mind. You're the one bringing shame upon us. Do as I say immediately, or I'll divorce you. You think you're so great now, yelling at me? I'll beat you to death. Zhang Xue grabbed a bamboo pole and swung it at Yang Yunhao. Yang Yunhao grabbed the pole and shoved her hard, sending Zhang Xue crashing to the ground. Damn you! How dare you bully me? I'm calling my family right now. I'll have my brothers come and teach you a lesson. Let them come. I'll break their damn legs. Yang Liang roared. Yunhao, that's the spirit. You should always stand up like that. Zhang Xue, do exactly as Yunhao says right now. Otherwise, don't expect your family's herbs to fetch a good price. Any future benefits won't come your way. Women of Yun Yi's family, Yun Han's family, do you agree? Yang Qianyu's second and third sisters-in-law hurriedly nodded. Agreed, absolutely agreed. We'll even set aside a portion of our own vegetable plots for Ryu. And we'll lend our hands to repair the old house. That's more like it. Zhang Xue, what else do you have to say? Zhang Xiao's arrogance vanished. She stood up, trembling. Fine, I'll give it. Hurry up. Next, Jiang Xue reluctantly transferred the 60,000 yuan to Yang Qianyu. Under the village committee's notarization, the old tiled house was also transferred to Yang Qianyu's name. Along with the mountain land, vegetable plots, paddy fields. Ling, is that it? Are you satisfied now? Have you vented? Yang Liang chuckled. Let me tell you, this is how our village works. We're all brothers and sisters, tightly united. Don't let some morally corrupt outsiders give you the wrong impression about us. When faced with injustice that law can't resolve and morality can't restrain, we follow our clan rules, let the elders step in and settle it. I'm very satisfied. Thank you, Uncle Liang. From now on, our village's medicinal herbs will definitely fetch a good price. He was genuinely satisfied. It wasn't about the 50,000 yuan or the old house and fields. Rather, he deeply understood his mother's heartfelt attachment to her hometown. She dreamed of returning here. But due to certain circumstances, she couldn't return, and even if she did, she couldn't stay. It was as if someone had stripped her of her sense of belonging. Perhaps these emotional burdens led to her liver qi stagnation, the root cause of her illness. Knowing her health was failing, she was willing to endure humiliation just to return to her roots. So, being able to have the old house, the vegetable patch, and the acceptance and help of the Yangjia villagers was still quite good. Even if she moved to Ningxing later and only returned occasionally, it would still offer solace to her soul. Alright. Ha ha ha. Come on, Ling, come to my place for lunch. Don't leave today, stay and chat with our leaders. Sure thing. Let's go. We drove to Yang Liang's house. It was a very rustic courtyard. Inside, several villagers were busily slaughtering chickens, ducks, and sheep, showing great hospitality. Ling, have a seat. Ah Hua, serve the guests some tea. Got it, Dad. Soon after, several young beauties dressed in ethnic minority attire brought tea to Yang Ling and his companions. Are you the brother and you adopted? You're so handsome. Yes, and you're quite lovely too, little sister, Yan Ling smiled. The girls didn't seem shy at all, their smiles sweet and pure. After everyone had a cup of tea, Su Yuhua stared straight at him. Master, what's the deal? Aren't you a second-generation rich kid? First-generation rich. First-generation rich? That's great. Really great. Su Yuhua's eyes sparkled. Truthfully, she'd previously assumed Yang Ling was a wealthy second-generation heir from a big city, so she'd never felt confident enough to think he'd notice her. After all, she was just a country girl, with connections at most in some remote little town. Now she learned he was adopted and actually from Baima town. The key point was that he had mastered a set of skills and could earn a fortune. For her, wasn't this the perfect match? He had money, she had influence. After marriage, they'd surely become the most powerful local power couple, a perfect match. Ling, Miss Su Yuhua, why does she call you master? Lin Feifei couldn't wait to explain for Yang Ling. Aunt Qianyu, Brother Ling's medical skills are truly extraordinary. Trust him, he'll definitely cure you. Better days are ahead. Yang Qianyu beamed with delight. Alright, I believe you. I'll focus on getting better. Qianyu, don't keep bottling things up inside anymore. If something's bothering you, just tell us. See? Little Ling just helped you resolve the decades-old emotional knot buried deep inside you. Yeah. It's all because Ling has grown up. Perhaps with that burden lifted, Yang Qianyu felt happier than ever before, as if a weight that had weighed on her for years had vanished. Yang Ling and Su Yuhua went to speak with the leaders. He understood why these officials held him in such high regard.
The medicinal herb industry was indeed well suited to the local natural environment. It represented hope for the farmers. He felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders grow considerably. Once back, he would find a way to sell these herbs to traditional Chinese medicine hospitals. Furthermore, his master's clinic could gradually be developed into a chain. As long as one could diagnose and prescribe medications according to the formulas, the therapeutic effects would be excellent given the properties of these herbs. 2 hours later, a sumptuous lunch was ready. The people of Yangjia village were exceptionally hospitable. Even the young women could drink from large bowls, demonstrating remarkable tolerance. Brother, come, little sister offers you a bowl. Thank you for returning home in glory and helping our fellow villagers prosper. A young girl raised her bowl. Yang Ling soon found himself overwhelmed. The rice wine was delicious, but it hit hard. Fortunately, he planned to stay the night, so he accepted every offer. This afternoon, he needed to prepare medicine for his mother's first treatment. While he was at it, he also planned to assess the quality of the medicinal herbs in Yangjia village. Yangjia village cultivated a significant amount of Lingji mushrooms. This substance was revered as one of the 4 divine herbs, alongside ginseng, heishouwu, and cordyceps. They nourish the 5 vital organs, replenishing their vital energy, resisting aging, and extending longevity. Perhaps it could even stimulate the generation of internal qi. Master, I still need to accompany the leaders to other villages this afternoon. Tonight, I'll come find you for drinks. We won't stop until we're drunk. Chapter 177, The Marvelous Uses of Lingji. After lunch, Su Yuhua departed with the officials. Though Yang Ling was still reeling from drunkenness, his head spinning, he felt genuinely happy inside, having resolved his mother's lingering emotional burden. With his last shred of clarity, he recalled martial arts dramas where masters expelled alcohol through internal energy. Could his own qi do the same? Supported into his room, he lay down and began circulating his qi. Gradually, his blood flow accelerated. Through internal observation, he noticed the alcohol rapidly metabolizing within his body. 2 hours later, the intoxication vanished completely, and his mind cleared. Brilliant! Could this mean he'd become a god of wine? He pushed open the door and stepped outside. It was already 4 in the afternoon. Oh, brother, you're awake already? The young girl, Yang Xiaohua, immediately approached him, holding a cup of tea. Brother, you must be thirsty. Have some tea. Thanks, Xiaohua. Where are Mom and the others? They've gone to the old house to tidy up. They'll be staying there tonight. Quite a few uncles and elders from the village have gone to help. Yang Ling asked Yang Xiaohua to fetch an earthenware pot so he could begin simmering the medicine. First steep for half an hour, then simmer for an hour. He texted young Momo, and soon she returned with her mother. Momo, is the old house livable now? Of course it is. The uncles and elders helped repair it earlier. They replaced some beams and tiles and reinforced the structure. After tidying up, it's quite cool inside. Antoine has already had furniture delivered from the town shop and bought many other things. That's good. Here, Mom, take your medicine. While blowing on it to cool it down, Yang Ling took her pulse. Ordinary Chinese medicine practitioners couldn't diagnose such rapidly changing pulse patterns so swiftly. But Yang Ling possessed internal energy, enabling him to sense the patient's vital energy fluctuations with extraordinary acuity. The medicine entered his mother's stomach, gradually digested, and circulated throughout her body with the flow of qi and blood. Yang Ling immediately applied acupuncture to accelerate the medicine's effects. Xiaoling, I need to use the restroom. Momo, take Mom to the bathroom. Soon, the sound of splashing water echoed from the bathroom, leaving the siblings exchanging puzzled glances. Brother, is the medicine okay? Don't worry. Not only is it fine, it's actually very effective, spot on for her condition. Mom's just detoxing. Yang Ling felt a surge of satisfaction. Such a quick reaction proved the medicine's potency. Combined with his acupuncture, it would surely control the symptoms. Cirrhosis was a debilitating disease, and the liver, as the body's detoxification organ, had suffered severe damage. Mom's liver had become excessively hardened, its functions drastically diminished. His formula not only aided the liver's detoxification but also nourished the body and repaired liver cells. Xiaohua, does your family grow Lingji mushrooms? Yes, but not much. Cultivating wild simulated Lingji is incredibly difficult. Yang Xiaohua explained. She said that when Lingji first sprouts, some get eaten by insects, while others are battered by wind and sun. Few survive to maturity. It's entirely up to the heavens. Even those that luckily matured often had numerous insect holes, making them less appealing to sell. Brother, those buyers say our Lingji is low quality and won't give us a good price. You're the expert, could you take a look? Yang Xiaohua held up a black Ganoderma lucidum mushroom. It was covered in insect damage, though not overly large. Visually, it certainly didn't look appealing. He scraped some powder with a knife, poured boiling water over it, stirred it, then blew on it to cool it before taking small sips. His eyes lit up instantly. Not bad at all, just one sip, and the medicinal properties were indeed remarkable. Evidently, this was undoubtedly wild simulated Lingji. If it were cultivated in artificial greenhouses, much of it wouldn't even be worth the soil. He promptly prepared several batches of Reishi powder infusions, drinking them down and immediately circulating his internal energy to aid digestion. Soon, he was filled with astonishment and delight. This Lingji powder was remarkably effective, enhancing the functions of his 5 vital organs. This meant he could now absorb more medicinal power. Yesterday, he could barely tolerate 2 doses of body-tempering medicine, causing his body's yin and yang to become unbalanced. With this Ganoderma powder to harmonize and strengthen his internal organs, he could certainly take more body-tempering medicine and accelerate his internal energy cultivation. Just then, his mother emerged from the bathroom, looking weak but noticeably more alert. "Xiaoling, that medicine of yours is truly wonderful. After using the restroom, I feel so much lighter and more at ease. Mom, here, have some Lingji powder tea." He measured out just a small amount, hesitant to add more. After she drank it without any adverse reactions, it confirmed she wasn't allergic. This Lingji powder contained numerous beneficial elements, capable of protecting and nourishing the liver, offering great benefits to those with chronic illnesses. Soon, Yang Ling finalized his mother's treatment plan. With herbal medicine as the main treatment, supplemented by acupuncture and daily health maintenance, it would certainly extend her life. At the very least, it would significantly improve her quality of life. "Xiaohua, how much of this Lingji is available in the village?" "I'll take all you have. I'll pay you 80 yuan per pound. Go spread the word for me." "What? 80? Brother, the buyers only offer 30. Won't you lose money?" "It's fine. Go ahead and get it done." Thinking of the buyer's offer, Yang Ling could only mutter under his breath, "Greedy merchants." He had already researched it. Imitation wild Lingji sold for 300 to 500 yuan per pound on the market. Spore powder was even more expensive. Even fresh, greenhouse-grown Lingji fetched more than that. He hadn't quoted a higher price because he understood human greed knew no bounds. He had to leave ample room for price hikes. After talking with those officials at noon, he knew that in this remote backwater, the buyers had surely colluded on their purchase prices, effectively monopolizing the market and squeezing out outsiders. No one else was buying under the banner of Ningqing Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital like he was. That's precisely why he was so sought after. Ah, those middlemen were raking it in. Since time immemorial, it's always the farmers who suffer. News of Ahua spread like wildfire throughout the village. Every household grew some when they ripened. They'd bring them home first and store them, waiting until they had enough before taking them to market. But with semi-wild cultivation, too many factors limit the yield. It's entirely dependent on the weather. After 2 hours of hustle, they'd only managed to buy 300 pounds. The villagers selling Lingji were beaming with joy, utterly thrilled. "Oh my, I regret it so much. I just took mine to town yesterday to sell. What a loss." Some villagers were filled with regret. Just then, Su Yuha returned. "Master, have you finished collecting already?" "Yes, the quality is excellent. But this price, isn't it too high? Genuine wild simulated Lingji is extremely rare. We're offering a premium price now to prevent those middlemen from driving up the cost. Go spread the word in every village as soon as possible. Collect as much as you can at this price. Lingji isn't hard to handle and can be stored long term. These are all scarce goods, excellent products for building our brand reputation in the future." Beyond selling them, his primary purpose for acquiring these premium herbs was, of course, personal use. "Master, this initial purchase far exceeds our budget. Don't worry. I'll handle the money. The excess will be considered my personal purchase." He planned to invest in stocks as soon as possible. After discussing with Yang Liang, he asked him to help set up a permanent collection point for long-term purchases. "Xiaoling, I can't thank you enough. You've multiplied our income several times over. Here, let me toast to you." The villagers began toasting him again. Yang Ling knew his internal energy could counteract the effects of alcohol, so he accepted every offering. These were all homemade rice wines brewed by the villagers, delicious. However, internal energy doesn't counteract alcohol that quickly. Soon, the effects kicked in. But drinking heartily, eating heartily, and bragging heartily, it was truly exhilarating and joyful. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone headed back to the old house together. "I won't bathe. I'm heading to my room. Momo, take good care of Mom." Yang Ling entered the room, collapsed onto the bed, and entered his cultivation state to sober up. That boy. He sweated so much today, plus he was collecting Lingji mushrooms. He's covered in grime, how can he not bathe? At the very least, he should wipe himself down. "I'll wipe him down." Almost simultaneously, Yang Momo, Lin Feifei, and Su Yua grabbed the basin on the floor, then looked at each other in confusion. Chapter 178, Competing to Wipe His Body. "What are you doing?" the 3 girls asked in unison. "To wash our brother Ling, brother master, of course." The 3 still held onto the water basins, none willing to let go. Yang Qianyu and Lin Wan exchanged glances. "Let go." "I'll do it," Yang Momo said. Momo, you're Ling Ge's little sister. You're grown up now, you should mind your distance.
You're the one who should mind your distance, young Momo retorted, her face flushed with anger. Back when brother liked you so much, he chased after you for years, protecting you. After he graduated, not only did you dump him, but you also called him a lapdog in front of your suitors, humiliating him. Now that he's successful, why is he clinging to you like a leech? Brother only lets it slide because of Aunt Wan. He still treats you like a sister, that's already generous of him. Lin Feifei dropped her hands and hung her head like a child who'd done something wrong.
Momo, it was my fault. But that was so long ago. And lately, I've done so much for you at school. Why are you still saying these things? Anyway, you can't be that close to my brother. Lin Feifei stared at young Momo in astonishment. Momo, you wouldn't happen to have feelings for brother Ling that go beyond sibling affection, would you? Oh my god, you. Don't be ridiculous. Young Momo flushed crimson, clearly uneasy. I'm just trying to protect my brother from getting hurt again. Suyua's eyes widened and her mouth fell open. Holy crap, what just happened? This is too good to be true. No wonder Yang Ling dislikes Lin Feifei. So that's how it is. And this young Momo is Yang Ling's half-sister.
Yet she's infatuated with her own brother.
Lin Wan watched from the sidelines, feeling utterly baffled.
That little rascal has become quite the catch lately, no wonder girls are all over him.
Even Momo. Sis Feifei, Sis Momo, you two aren't really suitable. Let me handle this.
You're even less suitable, Lin Feifei and Yang Momo chimed in unison, protective as if shielding their own calf.
Why wouldn't I be suitable? I like my master too.
Look, I'm studying medicine, and now I share a common career with my master.
We're a perfect match. Suyuha didn't get angry, she remained poised and composed.
My uncle is the mayor of Pingtu town, my mother heads the Pingtu Credit Union, and I'm the village chief of Su village and also the village doctor there.
And my master is from Yangjia village. If we marry, it'll be a powerhouse alliance.
We're bound to achieve great things together.
From now on, both of you will be my sisters. We don't care. Lin Feifei and Yang Momo declared in unison. Alright, stop arguing. It's just a body wipe. All three of you go in to help. Undress Xiao Ling and wipe her upper body, face, and legs. Oh. Yang Momo immediately fetched hot water and entered the room with them.
Outside, young Qianyu let out a faint, bitter smile.
Xiaowan, what should I do? How should I know? Sister Qianyu, does Momo have those feelings too? Young Qianyu nodded and explained that she'd returned this time specifically to terminate the adoption arrangement, all for Yang Momo's sake. Ah, you can't really blame Momo. She grew up without a father's love.
To Xiao Ling, he was both father and brother. Lately, after I got sick, she was terrified and desperate. But Xiao Ling handled everything. She's become very attached to him. I understand completely, Lin Wan sighed inwardly.
Sis Qianyu, then we shouldn't interfere.
Let nature take its course and allow Xiao Ling to choose for himself. I'll tell you, in Ningcheng, there are also 2 outstanding young ladies pursuing him.
True. I won't worry about Xiao Ling's marriage prospects. After all, every girl is outstanding. You may not worry, but I certainly do. Lin Wan's mind drifted back to what Li Zhilong had said.
Once Yang Ling got married, he wouldn't be able to be with her like that anymore. If she became his mother-in-law. She immediately banished that unethical thought from her mind.
Inside the room, Yang Momo and Lin Feifei felt a bit shy.
But Su Yua immediately helped Yang Ling take off his t-shirt, seemingly a bit impatient.
Yang Ling's flawless upper body appeared before them.
Well-defined pectorals, perfectly sculpted 8-pack abs, flawless skin.
Gulp! All 3 women swallowed simultaneously.
They immediately grabbed towels. Young Momo wiped his face, Lin Feifei wiped his chest and abs, and Su Yua wiped his back. But they didn't know that at that moment, Yang Ling had already awakened. The expansion of his internal energy made sobering up easier. He never imagined he'd get to enjoy such service.
Internal energy sobering up, who knew it had this perk?
From now on, I'll get drunk first, then lie down to sober up. Soon, he wiped himself clean.
Momo, Feifei, it's so hot out. Where do you think we sweat the most and get the dirtiest? Of course it's. Lin Feifei and Yang Momo exchanged a glance, both blushing shyly. Isn't that inappropriate? I don't mind anyway.
I like master, so I'm happy to wipe him anywhere.
If you two don't want to, you can just leave. Who doesn't want to? Then I'll help Ling brother wipe his whole body clean.
Yeah, go ahead. I grew up with my brother since we were kids. We even bathed together in the same big tub when we were little.
What haven't I seen? Holy crap. Is it that exciting? Yang Ling really didn't want to wake up. Absolutely not. Just then, young Qianyu and Lin Wan pushed open the door. Just washing up? Why's it taking so long? Let Xiao Ling sleep peacefully. You two should go to bed too.
Ha? Oh, okay. The 3 women exchanged glances, stuck out their tongues, and filed out. Earlier, they'd been competing with each other, but deep down, they were mortified with embarrassment.
Everyone exited and closed the door. Everyone went to wash up and then retired to their rooms. However, the old house only had 3 rooms. Yang Ling slept in one, leaving just 2. Momo, Feifei, let's sleep together tonight. We can get to know each other properly. After all, no matter who ends up marrying master, we'll always be sisters. Sure. They immediately entered the room. This Su Yuhua girl is quite poised and graceful.
She has a truly lovely disposition.
Yang Qianyu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Yes, Su Yuhua comes from a good family. She's truly a fine young lady. Sister Qianyu, come inside to sleep. We haven't had a proper chat in ages. Xiaowan, I just hope you don't mind having a sick person around. What's there to mind? Before long, Yang Ling had fully recovered from his hangover and immediately immersed himself in his studies. By morning, he had mastered advanced computer knowledge and gained a comprehensive understanding of artificial intelligence. He became thoroughly familiar with the AI version within the stock trading software. With his expertise, he quickly identified its limitations. They could only analyze and provide investment recommendations based on surface-level information. In the stock market, the factors driving sudden shifts are often hidden inside information. Some individuals, armed with insider knowledge, would go all in on problematic stocks at the limit-down price, only to walk away with massive profits. Others use insider knowledge to short a particular stock and rake in huge profits. Bottom line, you still have to rely on yourself. Otherwise, you'll forever be a small investor doomed to be taken advantage of. Yang Ling pondered for a moment, then his eyes lit up. He must build a locally deployed AI system. Not only would it analyze data faster, but it would also ensure information security. Moreover, it could integrate various hacking techniques to rapidly capture market intelligence, even uncovering or analyzing hidden information. At dawn, he'd go purchase the highest spec computer available. After studying all night, his brain felt a bit tired, so he lay back down for a nap. Just then, a figure entered through the door, carrying a faint fragrance as she approached the bedside. Chapter 179, Returning to Ningcheng. Yang Ling hadn't fallen asleep yet. Even with his eyes closed, the scent alone told him who had arrived. Momo, why are you up so early? I got up to use the restroom. I heard movement here and came to check. You're not feeling uncomfortable anymore, right? I'm fine now. It's still early. You should go back to sleep. I'll sleep here. She climbed right into bed and curled up in his arms like a little kitten. Suddenly, both of them froze, motionless. Because it was morning, and Yang Ling had taken the herbal formula yesterday, his yang energy was at its peak. And this girl had such a great figure, curves in all the right places. The way she was positioned right now. Yang Ling hastily executed a strategic retreat, gathering the quilt to place between them before patting her shoulder. Little one, we're grown-ups now. We can't do this anymore. Bad brother, you're being inappropriate. I'm your non-blood-related sister, you know. She seemed to emphasize the words no blood relation. You're the one acting weird. Men get like this in the morning, it's perfectly normal, okay? You sleep. I'm getting up. No. Brother, hold me while I sleep. It makes me feel safe. She grabbed his hand and pulled it to her chest. This girl, she really is gifted. He was about to say something else, but Yang Momo was already breathing evenly. Ha? She really fell asleep? He tried to pull his hand away, but it was clutched tightly. Brother, don't leave me. Yang Momo seemed to be talking in her sleep. Whether she was pretending to sleep or truly speaking in her sleep, Yang Ling couldn't bear to pull his hand away. This girl, she's so insecure. But he understood why she felt this way. During those college years, he'd neglected her, leaving her with a profound sense of insecurity. And now, with all that had happened recently, she feared losing him again, feared that once he started dating, he'd neglect this family once more. She'd even developed feelings for him that went beyond brotherly love. This silly girl, she had no idea what kind of person her brother had become, no clue how complex his emotions were. After enduring an hour of grueling cultivation, she felt refreshed. Pulling out her phone, she discovered a flood of messages. You little rascal, why did you stay out so long? Auntie missed you. Li Jilian's message carried a hint of reproach. The private club is all set up. When Ruyan and the others are being nice to you, don't neglect them, okay? Messages from Wen Ruyan, Zhang Qian, Lin Meijing, Xin Jinyan. Looks like I'll have to head back to Ningcheng. Before long, someone knocked on the door. Yang Momo woke up immediately. Xiao Ling, are you awake? Is Momo with you? Yes, I'm awake. I'll get up right away. The two of them got up quickly, opened the door, and stepped out. Immediately, several pairs of eyes fixed on them. You sneaky Momo, sneaking over to Brother Ling's place while we were asleep. Lin Feifei's face was flushed with anger. I was worried about brother. He drank so much last night. Alright, Momo and Xiao Ling, go wash up and have breakfast. Yang Qianyu sighed inwardly. After breakfast, Yang Ling suggested driving his mother and sister back to Ningcheng. Yang Qianyu shook her head. Ling, I plan to stay here for a while. Before, I wanted to return but couldn't. Now that I've resolved my emotional ties, I want to wait until I'm feeling better to visit your grandparents' graves. Besides, the environment here is pleasant, the food isn't contaminated, and it's good for my health. I can also help you out a bit. You focus on your career. Let Momo take care of me. Right, big bro? Just teach me how to prepare the medicine. Yang Ling pondered.
Western medicine had exhausted all options for his mother. A liver transplant was the only hope. But according to Dr. Wu Yun's medical philosophy, a transplant would only prolong suffering and prolong life at best. Now that traditional Chinese medicine had proven effective, they would stick with it. Life in the village was indeed quite pleasant. In the coming days, he would also teach Su Yuha medical techniques and ancient craftsmanship.
Alright, but if anything happens, you must tell me immediately. No more delays like yesterday.
He promptly taught Yang Momo how to prepare the medicine, instructing her on the necessary precautions.
Ling, I have to return to Ningcheng. Lin Wan's expression was somewhat unsettled. Ha? Did something happen? It's about the club. I need to handle it.
Come on, Feifei, pack your things.
Mom, it's summer break, why should I go back?
I want to stay and learn medicine from Brother Ling.
You're not learning any medical skills. Just go back and focus on your self-media major. Staying here will only slow Ling down, right, Ling?
Lin Wan shot Yang Ling a meaningful glance.
Fei, you should go back first. If you want to learn medicine, I'll teach you when I return to Ningcheng later.
I'll be very busy from now on.
No, I'm not going back.
Lin Feifei's face was set in stubborn determination as she pulled Lin Wan toward the door.
Mom, I need to keep a close eye on Brother Ling. I won't let that vixen Su Yuhua seduce him.
Besides, I genuinely want to study with Brother Ling. I'm really interested in his and Su Yuha's influencer project.
Lin Wan felt a bit conflicted inside. On one hand, she feared something might happen between Yang Ling and Lin Feifei. On the other hand, she genuinely feared Yang Ling might succumb to Su Yuha's charms. Moreover, Lin Feifei genuinely showed interest in self-media.
Keeping her around might just help build a solid self-media account.
Feifei, you can stay, but you must agree to one condition. Mom, go ahead. Don't pay for things, don't act like a sucker, don't devalue yourself. Before marriage, you absolutely must never give away your most precious thing.
Lin Feifei felt conflicted.
Looks like you can't do it. Then go back. Mom, I'll promise. Just agree for now. We're all adults now, we understand these things. When the moment comes, who can really hold back? They returned to the room. Brother Ling, I can stay now. She mentioned wanting to join the influencer program. Ling, then you take good care of Feifei, okay?
You can help mentor her along the way.
Alright, Aunt Wan.
I'll take you back to Ningcheng first. Driving such a long distance alone, he couldn't bear to leave Aunt Wan by herself. Besides, he needed the car for himself next. He'd swing by Ningcheng to pick up a few things. Then there were Li Jilian, Lin Meijing, and the others. He truly missed them.
Anyway, Su Yuha would be visiting other villages next, so he wouldn't be needed for the time being. Many tasks didn't require his involvement anyway. For instance, Su Yuha could handle the newly acquired Lingji mushrooms entirely on her own. Once Su Yuha had everything fully prepared and staff in place, he could then go teach them all the ancient techniques for processing the herbs. Most crucially, acquiring medicinal herbs going forward would require substantial funds ongoing investment. He planned to return and ask those wealthy women for it. After making these arrangements, he and Lin Wan headed back. His physical abilities were now exceptional, and his driving skills were naturally excellent. Once on the highway, he drove at breakneck speed. The trip back went smoothly, and they reached Ningcheng in 2.5 hours.
Aunt Wan, shall we head to the club now?
It makes no difference whether we go today or tomorrow.
Let's go home first, Ling.
I won't be seeing you for quite some time. Yang Ling understood instantly.
Anyway, it was lunchtime now, so they'd head home first to eat their fill. Back home, the moment they stepped through the door, the two of them eagerly dug into lunch. Truth be told, Lin Wan was truly a vision of beauty, impossible for him to resist.
2 hours later,
Lin Wan had eaten far too much without restraint and was now so stuffed she couldn't walk. In the end, Yang Ling had to carry her back to bed.
You little rascal, go back to work. Okay, Aunt Wan. I'll come back for meals often from now on. Once you're done with your work, find some time to come see me too.
After a brief moment of tenderness, he immediately headed out, bound for the private club Li Jilian had mentioned. To his surprise, a tall, curvaceous beauty greeted him at the entrance and escorted him inside.
Chapter 180, Something's Off.
The private club was located in a riverside villa district called Mingjing Manor.
This area was also one of Ningcheng's affluent neighborhoods.
These wealthy women really had deep pockets setting up a private club in a place like this. Upon arriving near the address Li Jilong had given, he was met by Ying, a stunningly curvaceous beauty who ushered him into a black business van. Through this van, they entered Mingjing Villa. Ying wore a cheongsam, and every movement she made exuded an air of dignified elegance, making anyone who saw her feel refreshed and delighted. She introduced herself as the manager of the private club, responsible for its operations. Young Yang, you've got a great look. Where did you work as a technician before? Technician? Yang Ling looked utterly bewildered. Aren't you a technician? Sort of. To have caught Mr. Qiao's attention and been brought here to work, your skills must be quite impressive. But, Xiao Yang, the clients here are very particular about privacy. You absolutely must hold yourself to even higher standards. Remember, in a private club like this, client confidentiality must never be compromised through you. Otherwise, the consequences could be severe. Ying studied Yang Ling as she drove. Little Yang, you've got great looks and a fantastic figure, especially that waist. No wonder Mr. Qiao raves about you. You've got a bright future in this line of work. Here, let's add each other on WeChat. Once you've saved enough money, left the business, and your health is stable, if you ever plan to marry and live a normal life, you can consider me. Go straight? No health issues? Holy crap! Was Qiao Shangxue raving about my massage skills? He sized up Ying and realized the woman was indeed beautiful, tall, curvaceous, with a figure made for childbearing. No worries about the kids going hungry. Ms. Yi, you don't mind a man who works as a masseur? Why would I? In this day and age, poverty is the original sin. Making money is king, and this line of work pays fairly quickly. You're so young and already have Mr. Qiao's favor, you could achieve financial freedom someday. Ying shrugged indifferently. The thing is, as long as you stay healthy, your skills in bed are bound to be amazing. Being your woman would make me happy as can be. Tell me, aren't you the kind of guy who's a real catch? Ms. Yi sure has a positive outlook. He thought this woman had a screw loose. Call me Sister Ing. We'll be colleagues from now on, look out for each other. Soon, the car entered the garage of a luxurious villa. They stepped out and entered the villa through a door in the garage. The opulent interior instantly dazzled his eyes. Glancing around the hall, he saw 6 beautiful women seated on luxurious leather sofas. Each wore low-cut dresses or strappy miniskirts, some even sporting stockings and high heels. Each held a glass of red wine, swirling it as they chatted animatedly. As Yang Ling entered, their eyes turned to him in unison, sizing him up. Gradually, their eyes lit up. Xiao Ling, you're finally here. I've missed you so much. Xiao Shangxue hurriedly stood up, her high heels clicking as she walked toward him. Her low-cut dress hugged her voluptuous figure, and with each step, the deep valley between her breasts undulated, a truly spectacular sight. It must be said, purely in terms of physique, Xiao Shangxue was indeed a stunner. Zhang Qian mentioned that her husband was much older than her, a classic case of an older man with a younger wife, and he clearly seemed sexually frustrated. Sister Shangxue, haven't Sister Qian and the others arrived yet? Asking about that Zhang Qian the moment you arrive? That's hurtful, you know. Xiao Shangxue shot him a glare, then wrapped her arm around his with a certain boldness, drawing his arm deep into her tender embrace. Xiao Ling, whatever the Zhang Qian can give you, Sister Xue can give you more. See? I brought all my sisters along to introduce you. You better make a good impression later. If they're satisfied, they'll all be your clients from now on. Pretty generous of me, huh? Yang Ling glanced at Xiao Shangxue's sisters. Not stunning beauties, but clothes make the man, each was dressed to impress. Crucially, they all had great figures, voluptuous and sexy. The oldest were around 40, while the youngest were 35 or 36. In any crowd, they were the kind of women who drew men's admiring glances. Are you Xiao Ling? Shangxue was right, you really are handsome. A mature woman in a strappy mini dress approached, her snow-white legs catching the eye. She reached out and pulled up Yang Ling's t-shirt, revealing his 8-pack abs and strong, muscular waist. The woman gasped softly, covering her mouth with her hand as her eyes widened. Xiao Ling, you're so strong. I really like that. Wow, 8-pack abs. And that waist. Shangxue said you're a top-tier fitness trainer. I didn't believe her before, but now I do. Alright, you two, show some restraint. Don't scare Xiao Ling. If you want a massage, you'll have to wait. Xiao Ling has to massage me first. Xiao Shangxue seemed in a hurry, pulling Yang Ling upstairs. They reached the 2nd floor and entered the room with Xiao Shangxue. Xiao Shangxue immediately closed the door. Xiao Ling, when you massage them later, give it your all. Do whatever you can to get them to sign up for membership fees and become members of our club. That way, you'll have a steady income. I guarantee it'll be more than what you earn at the fitness club, at least 30,000 yuan a month. Yang Ling finally realized what felt off. Back when he quit Manhwa, they'd discussed a private club over dinner at Manhwa City, a members-only space for friends to gather, not open to the public. They'd even specifically requested he provide them with green and healthy services. He'd returned full of enthusiasm, thinking that since he was already friends with Wen Ruyan and Zhang Qian, their friends were his friends. He planned to use this gathering to offer them complimentary services, helping them achieve healthy bodies and lifestyles. This would also help him build connections. Once he mastered more money-making skills like guaranteeing profits in the stock market, he could persuade them to invest, securing more capital for his operations. They would reap substantial returns, and he himself would earn more money. Additionally, his herbal medicine venture with Su Yue required further capital investment, and he hoped to secure these women as investors. This was the primary purpose of his return. It now appeared that this club was actually a commercial enterprise, and he had become a tool for Jiang Xue to recruit members. No one had informed him of this beforehand. Li Jilian had only told him that the club was ready and asked him to come back and take a look. Did Zhang Qian and Wen Ruyan think the same? Or did Xiao Shangxue simply not know about his relationship with Zhang Qian and Wen Ruyan? Xiao Ling, help me zip up the back. Yang Ling helped pull the zipper. Xiao Shangxue gently pushed backward, and her silk dress slid down slowly. Sister Xue, there's no need to undress. I can locate the acupoints accurately through your clothes. We're in our own private club, why not enjoy the best service possible? How could it feel good through clothes? Xiao Ling, starting today, you're the only one I'll let massage me. Xiao Shangxue reached behind her back with both hands, unhooked her bra, then lay face down on the massage table. Xiao Ling, what are you spacing out for? Come over quickly. The essential oils and such are all on the table, top-notch stuff. Use whatever you like. Chapter 181, Wait until my husband dies. Yang Ling frowned. Zhang Qian and Wen Ruyan were right, this Xiao Shangxue really was lusting after his body. She was tempting him here while Wen Ruyan and the others weren't around. She was a married woman. This was practically asking him to be a traitor. However, having eaten his fill at Lin Wan's place earlier that day, his body and mind were both sated. He found himself able to resist the temptation before him. He walked over and first took Xiao Shangshue's pulse. Her body was filled with excessive energy, her endocrine system out of balance, a classic case of long-term suppression and unfulfilled desires. He began massaging her back while chatting casually. Sister Shangxue, from what you're saying, you want me to work here as a full-time technician? Yes. Shanshan mentioned your mother is ill and in dire need of money. This would be the easiest way for you to earn it. Don't worry, sis won't force you into anything you dislike, nor will I let anyone else pressure you into unwanted things. You'll just be our health consultant. Xiao Shangshue's lips curved slightly, feeling a thrill inside. Xiao Ling, I won't force you. But if you take the initiative, I won't refuse. She was confident in her own charm. Things had already progressed this far, she couldn't believe this guy wasn't tempted. Wait a minute, as he kept massaging. Yang Ling stared at the scene before him, thinking, you haven't forced me yet? You're practically If he hadn't eaten 10 meals at Lin Wan's place earlier that day, he would have already succumbed to temptation. He could tell this woman was deeply moved. But he knew women like this were trouble. He recalled a method from the Wu family's medical tradition, stimulating specific acupoints could achieve that effect. He immediately began massaging those points. So good. It feels so strange, tingly. Xiao Ling, yes, stimulate that point. Yes. Right there. After a long while, Xiao Shangxue looked utterly satisfied. Xiao Ling, you're so skilled. I never imagined there could be such a method. Yet, though her body and mind were relaxed, Xiao Shangshue's eyes were filled with a lingering sense of grievance. Xiao Ling, do you despise me? Sister Shangxue, you're putting me in an impossible position. Did that Shanshan tell you about me? Did she know I have a husband? Xiao Shangxue suddenly realized. Don't worry, my husband won't live much longer. Once he's gone, I'll come find you. Holy crap! This woman. Does she think I'm Shiman Chang? Sister Shangxue, didn't you say before we wouldn't do anything commercial? Why are we recruiting members and collecting fees now? And you want me to be a full-time technician? Xiao Ling, with your skills, you'll definitely attract more high-end clients from the upper echelons. That way, business will be better for everyone, and you'll earn more money. Let me tell you, some of my friends are widows, others have husbands who can't perform. If you can satisfy them, you'll never have to worry about money again. Yang Ling frowned. He didn't want to be labeled as a male technician for a private club from now on. Besides, he wasn't idle enough to hang around here all day as a full-time technician. But I didn't want to offend these women's kindness either. After a moment's thought, she slipped into performance mode, her face etched with sorrow and disappointment. A flood of emotions welled up inside her, and she sighed deeply. Sister Shangxue, this time I've found a way to make money. I don't need to earn it this way anymore. I heard from Aunt Lan that your club is doing well. I rushed back because I felt we'd become friends. I wanted to offer my fitness consulting services for free as a way to repay your kindness.
But coming back here, I realized I'm just a technician in your eyes.
He gave a masterful performance, his eyes red and moist, a bitter smile playing on his lips.
I guess I'm just a lowly nobody. What right do I have to be your friend?
You only see me as someone with a decent face and a good body, just a guy who sells himself. A wave of self-loathing washed over his face before he flopped onto the bed.
Sister Jiang Xue, thank you for helping me.
If you need me to pledge myself to you, then come.
I'll do as you wish. But from now on, we'll go our separate ways. Jiang Xue froze. Why was he suddenly acting so pitiful?
It made her feel like some heartless woman forcing an innocent into prostitution.
So he had thought of us as friends. He never once thought of using us to make money. And what had I done?
I tempted him, trying to drag him down, to turn him into her tool of indulgence. Even using him to recruit more wealthy women and build a business network.
Forget it.
I'll just admit my mistake.
A man as extraordinary as him, I couldn't let him go.
Seeing him looking so pitiful, her maternal instincts surged. She immediately stood up, walked to Yang Ling, pulled him into her arms, and comforted him properly.
Xiao Ling, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Xiao Xue sighed. Xiao Ling, forgive me.
These past years, life has driven me mad.
I'm a normal woman with needs. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I've been craving you.
Just then, the door burst open.
Wen Ruyan, Zhang Qian, and Li Jilian stood at the doorway.
Zhang Qian's face was flushed with anger.
You shameless woman, Xiao Xue. How dare you seduce Yang Ling while we were away? You have no shame. You're a married woman. Do you want to drag Xiao Ling into all the mess your family's in? I should never have let you join this club. Wen Ruyan's expression was equally icy. Xiao Xue, we've made it clear, Yang Ling is only our health consultant.
He provides us with wellness plans.
Stop obsessing over romantic entanglements. Xiao Ling, you and her. Li Jilong frowned.
Aunt Lan, nothing happened, Yang Ling assured her.
That's good.
Xiao Shangxue, this is the first and last time.
Get dressed immediately. Xiao Shangxue quickly pulled her clothes back on. This time, I was wrong.
I shouldn't have let my personal desires put Xiao Ling in an awkward position.
Xiao Ling, what's wrong? Your eyes are red. Did she force you? Li Jilong's expression turned icy. Wen Ruyan and Zhang Qian also shot Xiao Shangxue cold stares. Don't look at me like that. You're all at fault too. Xiao Shangxue explained what Yang Ling had just said. Wen Ruyan and Zhang Qian instantly looked apologetic. Yang Ling, we're sorry. We only thought about forming a little clique and letting you make a bit more money on the side.
In that case, Xiao Ling, come back with me.
Don't come here anymore.
Since some people won't play by the rules, this club isn't worth running anyway, Li Jilan said.
Xiao Shangxue frowned. I've already gathered everyone. Abandon it now? That's just playing with them. Lan, this club must go on.
But as Xiao Ling said, we won't run it commercially. Xiao Ling isn't a paid full-time technician, he's a member of our circle, Zhang Qian interjected. He's simply our health consultant, providing wellness plans just as we originally decided.
Xiao Ling, what do you think?
Li Jilian saw Yang Ling's reddened eyes and desperately wanted to pull him into her arms for comfort. He was the little wolf dog she cherished so deeply.
Yang Ling nodded. That's fine.
At that moment, Xiao Shangxue opened her purse and pulled out a card she'd prepared long ago. She intended to give it to Yang Ling after eating him.
Xiao Ling, there's $500,000 in this card. Spend it.
Consider it compensation for what happened earlier.
Get lost. A measly 500,000? That's not even worth mentioning? Yang Ling, what money-making project do you have? How much do you need to invest? Forget it, it doesn't matter. I'll transfer you $2 million instead. Consider it a loan. Pay me back when you make money. Zhang Qian's face radiated generosity. This is the father of my child.
I'll make him successful, then we'll acknowledge the relationship later.
Yang Ling, I'm transferring $5 million to you. Wen Ruyan's expression remained calm. Her daughter's father, it's fine if he succeeds. Li Jilong looked utterly astonished. What exactly was Yang Ling's relationship with these two wealthy women? Wasn't it Lin Wan who introduced them to the gym? When did they become so close? Could it be they've been hooking up lately? Considering Yang Ling's charms, it's no wonder women find him irresistible. You think I'm afraid to take more money, don't you? Xiao Xiangxue's face flushed with anger. Xiao Ling, just you wait. Once my husband's gone, I'll invest $100 million in you. Yang Ling was utterly speechless. What's with this woman? Does she hate her husband that much? Still, he felt secretly pleased.
With this capital, the upcoming stock market and the medicinal herb project held great promise.
Chapter 182, Cut back on the movies. Thank you, Ruyan. Thank you, Sister Qian. I'll use this money for investments. I'll definitely pay you back with interest.
He believed that Zhang Qian and Wen Ruyan were so generous not only because of their acting roles but also because they recognized his capabilities.
Yang Ling, don't put so much pressure on yourself. 5 million is nothing to me. I'm not in business, and 3 apartment buildings are a surefire investment. Keeping the money just sitting there is pointless. Wan Ruyan's face softened with kindness. If you truly succeed with your investments, I wouldn't mind handing over my entire 100 million yuan savings for you to manage. Exactly. Yang Ling, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Take your time, and only invest when you see a solid opportunity. Xiao Shangxue stared at Wan Ruyan and Zhang Qian, utterly dumbfounded. Good grief, she'd hand over 100 million in savings to Yang Ling? What kind of relationship is this? Something's off dead wrong. How can you be so generous? We're talking millions here, not tens of thousands. Spill it. Has Xiao Ling been feeding you well? Put those dirty thoughts out of your mind. What we value is Yang Ling's talent and ability. We believe he will absolutely succeed one day. This is essentially an early investment. Zhang Qian appeared unfazed, but inwardly, she felt uneasy. Indeed, that night had been utterly satisfying. She still savored the memory. Oh my, when would she get him drunk again? But she absolutely couldn't let that crazy woman Xiao Shangxue find out about this. Otherwise, that crazy woman would surely try every trick in the book to seduce Yang Ling. Li Xilan felt guilty too. She'd been thoroughly satisfied long ago, and each time she'd lost all restraint, wanting only to collapse into his arms. Xiao Shangxue's eyes were still filled with suspicion. I admit Xiao Ling is talented, but only in health technology. He's no investment guru. Aren't you afraid your money will go down the drain? Humph. You know nothing about Yang Ling's talents. He can't invest? He even managed to pull the wool over her father's eyes. Fine. If you're willing to invest, so am I. Ling, give me a little time. I'll put money into your project soon. Now, go downstairs and massage my friends. They're getting impatient. All right. They immediately went downstairs. The women downstairs stared at them with puzzled expressions. Shangxue, you were up there so long, I thought you'd come to your senses. I almost did, Xiao Shangxue said, her face still glowing with satisfaction. My turn. I can't wait. Xiao Ling, you're okay, right? You. What do you mean okay? What are you thinking? Xiao Ling was just giving me a massage earlier. Everyone looked skeptical. Just then, Ying brought them tea and snacks. Her eyes kept stealing glances at Yang Ling. He's so impressive taking that long upstairs with Xiao Shangxue. He's truly a man's man. And that newly arrived wealthy woman seemed to treat him quite well too. This man must possess extraordinary qualities beyond his looks. I must stay in touch with him. Once he's earned enough money and achieved financial freedom, I'll make him mine. Xiao Shangxue, don't even think about hogging him all to yourself. Exactly. You invited us here and piqued our interest. Don't let us down, or else we won't be paying such exorbitant membership fees. Xiao Shangxue didn't know what to say. Birds of a feather flocked together. Her friends were all the type whose bedroom lives weren't exactly harmonious, which is why they were out seeking some wild fun. Indeed, there's no need for expensive membership fees anymore. The money we collect will only cover the club's operational costs. Previously, our club's mission had some issues, but now we're changing that. We won't be commercializing it going forward, Zhang Qian stated. We advocate for health and wellness. Yang Ling is merely our health consultant and will not provide any additional services. The wealthy women froze, then stared at Zhang Qian as if she were an idiot. One of them stood up. Shangxue, I'm leaving. Me too. Bailing, Songjie, don't leave. Think about it, you've tried so many clubs like that, right? They're all the same. Afterwards, don't you just feel emptier and lonelier? Then your health slowly deteriorates, and your life becomes even less fulfilling. They halted in their tracks. At least we get temporary pleasure there. But what do we get from you? This green and healthy nonsense? I might as well just drink tea at home. And him? What kind of health consultant? A male technician is just that, a male technician. What's with all the fancy titles? Our private club was founded on the idea of friends gathering, sharing experiences, and growing together. As for the health consultant, if Wu Yun, the renowned TCM physician's direct disciple and former top coach at Manhwa, isn't qualified to be your health advisor, then you're free to leave. The wealthy women looked utterly stunned. You, a direct disciple of Wu Yun? Yang Ling nodded. Why aren't you working at a hospital? What are you doing here? To be a health consultant. By Ling, Songjia, let me tell you, Xiao Ling's medical skills are truly remarkable. He has a pair of extraordinary hands. You'll absolutely love it. Give me a break. Even if he is Wu Yun's disciple, he's so young and doesn't work at a hospital. How good could his medical skills really be? If I'm going to see a doctor, I might as well just make an appointment with Wu Yun himself. Oh, come on, don't you care about my feelings? Trying it out won't hurt you, Xiao Shangxue said with a hint of irritation. Fine, I'll give you the courtesy. Next, Yang Ling took the pulses of those wealthy women. These wealthy women were clearly unimpressed. These days, no one would trust a young TCM practitioner. Sis Ling, you should watch fewer movies. It's not good for your health. The young woman, by Ling, looked utterly stunned, then flushed bright red. The others all turned to look at her, their expressions full of teasing. You? How did you know? Was it that busybody Xiao Shangxue who told you? I didn't say a word, Xiao Shangxue retorted. I don't believe you. Yang Ling, diagnose the others. If you get it right, I'll believe you. Yang Ling immediately began examining another woman, then furrowed his brow. Jia, have you been experiencing a strong sensation of heaviness in your lower abdomen lately? And your menstrual cramps have become more severe, with heavy blood clots? The mature woman looked utterly shocked. You really saw that? Just by taking my pulse? Open your mouth. Let me examine your tongue. Song Jia obediently opened her mouth. Your tongue is dark purple. Qi stagnation and blood stasis. There should be fibroids in your uterus. Good heavens, you're amazing. That's exactly right. But it's only 1 centimeter. The doctor said it's benign and told me to take medicine and monitor it. My last period showed some improvement, but it's not completely gone yet. Is there anything traditional Chinese medicine can do? Thousands of years of Chinese medicine can't handle such a minor issue? You're joking. It's just a small problem. I'll prescribe some medicine for you. You can pick it up at my master's clinic or get it yourself at a reputable pharmacy. I'll give you acupuncture later. Next time, it won't hurt. I trust you. Yang Ling continued diagnosing others, explaining their physical issues. At this age, most women have some health concerns. And these women? They'd likely indulged in sensual pleasures back in the day, so their problems were even more numerous. Don't be fooled by their polished appearances, many of their problems were simply masked by cosmetics. Without their makeup, they'd look years older, with numerous skin problems. Unlike Li Jilian and Lin Wan, whose skin had become fair and delicate under his care. Little Ling, dear brother, I'm so sorry. I spoke too loudly just now. Little Ling, please help your sister restore her health. If you can make me strong and healthy, I'll reward you handsomely. Little brother, you told me not to use tools, but my husband isn't up to the task in that department. What should I do? Their voices softened as they spoke, each sounding delightfully coquettish.